I was called into the principal's office, where she questioned me about using her niece for promotion. I thought I was going to be fired, but instead, she took off her coat in front of me, lay down on the sofa, and asked me to give her a massage. But when I saw her stunning figure, one remark instantly infuriated her. I had to point at her chest and say weakly, "Teacher, with your size, it's hard for me to perform well if you lie on the sofa." My name is Lin Tian, a college student scraping by with my family's ancestral massage skills. That day, under the scorching sun, I was hawking my services outside the girls' dorm, with a cardboard sign that read, "Full-body massage to cure hidden ailments, personally tested by the campus bell with miraculous results." Two sweet-looking senior students were drawn by my calls, and one of them asked shyly, "Did the campus bell of Manhwa University really come to you?" I knew there was hope, so I secretly took out my phone and showed her a picture of Mushua, the one lying on the massage bed. A curvaceous ice-cold beauty. The senior was shocked because Mushua was the niece of the dean, and everyone at Nanjing University knew she was as aloof as snow. At this point, they were convinced of my massage skills, but too embarrassed to say anything, and eventually hurried away. Watching their fleeing figures, my heart was filled with excitement. 3 years ago, I awakened the memories of my past life, and a pearl named Hongwan appeared in my consciousness. In this modern cultivation world where martial strength reigns supreme, my talent for cultivation was mediocre, and I could only make a living through my family's traditional medical skills. Until last night, when a masked girl forced me to give her a massage, and the Hongwan pearl was unexpectedly activated because of it. It also unlocked the 12-finger massage technique. This technique can level up and unlock new skills by collecting emotional values from others. I was delightfully studying the newly unlocked grasp technique when an authoritative female voice came like an icy blast. "What are you doing?" I turned around and was instantly stunned. The person who came was Tang Yan, the dean of Southern University, a high-level cultivator infamous by the name Tyrannosaurus Tang. She saw what was written on my cardboard sign, and her expression instantly darkened. The school belle is her own niece, and I actually dared to use her for false advertising? She suppressed her anger, gritted her teeth, and commanded me, "Now, immediately, come with me to the office." My legs went weak the moment I heard it. She is at the Grandmaster realm, 2 major realms higher than me, there's no way I can escape. I had no choice but to obediently follow behind her, praying silently that she wouldn't kill me. The office door slammed shut with a bang and clicked locked from the inside. My calves trembled uncontrollably. Tang Yan walked over to the desk, crossed her arms, and stared coldly at me. "So, how do you want to die?" I hurriedly explained, saying I hadn't engaged in false advertising, and that massage could indeed alleviate cultivation-related hidden ailments. Tang Yan impatiently interrupted me, stating that even if my grandfather was a third-grade alchemist, based on my actions today, she could also expel me. Just as I felt discontent, she suddenly started coughing violently, with a trace of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Only then did I realize she also suffered from a hidden ailment. Tang Yan finally spoke, "Can massage really alleviate hidden ailments?" I nodded. 300 years ago, spiritual energy revived in this world, but cultivators would all develop hidden ailments that caused their spiritual energy to go berserk. My grandfather's medical technique involved massaging and guiding spiritual energy to alleviate these hidden ailments. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's eyes flickered, as if weighing the pros and cons. A moment later, she took off her jacket, lay on the sofa, and ordered, "Show me your skills. If I find out you're a fraud, you know the consequences." I glanced at her impressive figure, then at the cramped sofa, and awkwardly suggested, "Director Tang, given your proportions, the sofa might not be the best for demonstrating techniques. Perhaps, you could lie on the desk?" The air instantly froze. Tang Yan narrowed her eyes, her voice cold as ice. "Say that again?" I quickly explained that she had misunderstood. It was just that the sofa was too small and I was afraid it would affect the effect. She gave a cold laugh but ultimately climbed onto the large desk and lay down. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, then slowly placed my palm against her Danzhong acupoint. A warm sensation spread as I began channeling spiritual energy. Tang Yan let out a muffled groan, her body tensing as her fingers gripped the edge of the desk. I reminded her to relax and continued the massage. Through the clothes, I always felt it wasn't quite right, so relying on intuition, I pressed on a prominent meridian point. Tang Yan opened her beautiful eyes, her face flushing. How did you know?" I earnestly explained that her old injury had aggravated a latent condition, which was why the symptoms suddenly flared up all at once. Tang Yan closed her eyes and sighed. "It seems your grandfather passed down quite a lot to you. What a pity that since his disappearance, Nanjing University has had no more alchemists." I silently activated the character pressing technique. As soon as I began to operate it, I detected 20 interwoven chains of heavenly law within her body, locking all her major acupoints. I attempted to touch one of the chains, and Tang Yan's body immediately began to convulse unconsciously, emitting soft moans. I was so frightened that I quickly withdrew my spiritual power, cold sweat dripping from my forehead, because just that brief moment had completely drained my spiritual energy. Although Tang Yan's eyes were tightly closed, her heart was in turmoil. The fleeting moment of pleasure she had just experienced was something she had never felt since she began her cultivation. Just as I was pondering how to earn spirit stones to improve my cultivation, I suddenly felt a slight dampness in my palm. Puzzled, I looked down and noticed fine beads of sweat seeping from the collar of her shirt. I tried to subtly remind her, aren't you feeling a bit hot? She froze, opened her eyes, and followed my gaze downward. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she abruptly sat up and slammed her palm on the table, her chest heaving with anger. I was startled, but secretly pleased to see the emotional value rise a bit more. Just as tensions were reaching a boiling point, knock knock knock, a series of urgent raps sounded at the door. "And Tang, are you in there? I need to talk to you urgently." As soon as I heard it, I realized the voice was none other than the campus belle, Mushue. Tang Yan quickly put on her coat, wiped the tea stains off her skirt, and glared at me fiercely. "What just happened stays between us. If a third person finds out, I'll make you consume the euphoria powder." The door swung open, and Mushue rushed in anxiously. "Something's wrong, Aunt Tang, the alchemist representing our southern university." Tang Yan interrupted her, putting on a stern teacher's demeanor. Mushue took several deep breaths before speaking slowly and deliberately. Zhang Hao actually publicly announced at the alchemy competition that he would no longer represent the university in the competition. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan instantly flew into a rage, and terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations swept through the entire office. Mushue hurriedly explained that this was a conspiracy by the Alchemist Alliance. They deliberately prevented Nanda from obtaining a spot in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. Tang Yan instantly calmed down, her gaze falling on me, a sly, fox-like smile curling at the corner of her lips. "Lin Tian, you go and replace Zhang Hao in the competition." I pointed at my own nose, completely baffled. "Me? Teacher, all I know how to do is massage." Tang Yan slowly walked up to me and whispered, "Stop pretending. Don't think I don't know about your Lin family alchemy method." She gently tapped her fingertip on my chest. "If you win first place, vacuum, want to try?" I instinctively glanced at her collar, countless images instantly flashing through my mind. She added, "And about you using my niece in your advertisement, either you participate, or I'll fire you." After speaking, she issued an unwavering command to Mushue, instructing her to take me to replace that traitor. Chapter 4, The Grab Technique. Grab the balls. Upon hearing this, Mushue's long lashes fluttered, and her peripheral vision darted swiftly across Lin Tian's profile. She pressed her cherry lips together, a flicker of panic vanishing in an instant. "Lin, classmate, come with me." With that, Mushue led the way out of the office. Lin Tian knew he was truly backed into a corner now. "What? Unwilling? Don't forget, if you're expelled from Nanda University, your grandfather's little clinic will be reclaimed by the school." Tang Yan warned coldly. "Willing? Of course I'm willing. I'll go win this pill competition for you right now," Lin Tian said before turning and leaving the office. But inside, he cursed under his breath. That woman was as treacherous as a dog. Lying down, she looked like she was pouting or complaining. Standing up, she turned into a venomous viper. But Lin Tian was genuinely afraid of her. Mainly because he had to protect the little clinic. Because it was his grandfather's life's work. As for the vacuum, forget it. He'd rather keep his distance. Nanda University these days has long since lost its scholarly atmosphere. Ever since the spiritual energy revival 3 centuries ago, everything has changed. The chancellor became the sect master and students became sect disciples. Today's university students no longer need to bury their heads in books or pursue degrees. Instead, they strive to cultivate, enhance their cultivation base, and pursue the Dao. Take the Heavenly Furnace secret realm opening in 3 days, for instance. To secure a single spot, factions across Nanjing City have reportedly killed or injured thousands. Finally, the Alchemist Alliance had no choice but to hold a grand alchemist competition to determine the number of entrants from each faction into the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. Click, click. In the corridor, Mushue's high heels emitted a continuous, crisp sound. Such beauty, even the sound of her footsteps seemed enchanting. Lin Tian followed behind. His gaze drifted involuntarily to the swaying waistline beneath her moon-white qipao. This girl, even her silhouette was flawless. Who knows how much favor the Creator had bestowed upon her. As a gentle breeze swept past the corridor windowsill, a faint, snow lotus fragrance, like a greedy little snake, kept slithering into Lin Tian's nostrils. He inhaled deeply, unable to suppress a low murmur. This was truly a deadly stimulant for the male species. But as he walked on, Mushue suddenly stopped. Lin Tian slammed on the brakes, nearly crashing into her. "What happened last night? Don't you dare tell anyone. Otherwise, senior, rest assured. If I breathe a word, may I never find 2 girlfriends in my lifetime." "Fine. Remember your vow." After speaking, Mushue slowly released her tight grip on the hem of her skirt. She even let out a long sigh. "Ha? That's it?" This left Lin Tian completely dumbfounded. But what Lin Tian didn't know was, Mushue, standing with her back to him, her face was flushed crimson. Who knew how much courage she'd mustered to utter those icy words just now? Then, the two continued walking forward. But the very next second. "Wait, what? Finding 2 girlfriends? What the hell is that?" "Oomph. This jerk is messing with me? Mu Shui finally snapped out of it. But then she thought about it, they'd already kissed and made out. Last night, if it hadn't been for that sudden breakthrough triggering a latent ailment from the way of heaven, she wouldn't have been so reluctant to take the elixir. In the end, the pain became unbearable. Never mind. I hope he truly keeps his promise and doesn't spill the beans. Otherwise, she'd make him pay dearly. However, what Mu Shui didn't know was, the person trailing behind her wasn't nearly as smooth-talking as he just pretended to be. That someone was frantically wiping sweat from his brow. This is all over now. If this girl found out about what happened downstairs at the girls' dorm, Lin Tian's heart was racing with anxiety. All he wanted now was for the alchemist tournament to end quickly. Then he'd rush to apply for a leave of absence to hide out. Meanwhile, outside the entrance of Nanda University's gymnasium, several young men dressed in Alchemist Alliance uniforms gathered together, smoking. Senior brother Zhang Hao, that was a masterstroke. One youth flatteringly lit Zhang Hao's cigarette. Those battle-crazed fools from Nanda University without their alchemist representative, they've lost their eligibility to compete. The Delu secret realm will be ours for the taking. Shoo! Zhang Hao abruptly raised his hand, cutting off the flattery. He narrowed his eyes, gazing toward a figure not far away. Why is she back? The others followed his gaze. A stunning young woman, accompanied by a young man, was striding rapidly toward them. Zhang Hao's brow furrowed slightly, a vague sense of foreboding stirring within him. He took several deep drags on his cigarette before flicking the butt away. Rising to his feet, he took a few steps forward and intercepted the approaching figures. Mu Shui, why are you back? The two were none other than Mu Shui and Lin Tian. Mu Shui's expression turned icy. Get out of my way, she snapped coldly. Good dogs don't block the path. Little junior sister, let me explain. I have my reasons. Zhang Hao, have you no shame? Don't force my hand. Mu Shui tossed out the words, then grabbed Lin Tian's wrist and tried to detour around him. Her instinctive movement was instantly seized upon by Zhang Hao. A flash of ferocity flickered in Zhang Hao's eyes, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared. Wait! Zhang Hao blocked their path once more. His eyes narrowed slightly as he pointed at Lin Tian, his gaze brimming with hostility. Junior sister, you may enter, but he cannot. On what grounds? This is Nanda University. Get out of my way. Mu Shui's already icy expression turned even colder. Lin Tian, whose wrist she had seized. A faint ache radiated from my wrist. Ding emotion value plus 50 cumulative 372. Ha! This guy actually has such strong feelings toward me? Lin Tian glanced at Zhang Hao. Then he leaned in slightly, whispering into Mu Shui's ear, Senior, what's his deal? As a warm breath brushed against Mu Shui's earlobe. Mu Shui turned her head uncomfortably, yet her slightly flushed phoenix-like eyes remained fixed on Zhang Hao. She sneered, he's a traitor to Nanda University. Lin Tian? A crafty little monkey. Hearing this, he roughly understood what had happened. He stepped forward, his expression serious. Senior, mind if I pass? I'm a local, my grandfather is Lin Tianfu. Ha! Zhang Hao's guard instantly went up. He scrutinized Lin Tian from head to toe. This kid? Lin Tianfu's grandson? Then he absolutely couldn't be let in. Zhang Hao had only made the decision to betray Nanda with great difficulty. It was all to become a personal disciple of Yao Chenzi, the first elder of the Alchemist Alliance. This was the reward the Alchemist Alliance had granted him. If this man were to ruin that plan, wouldn't Zhang Hao end up pleasing neither side? Besides, Lin Tianfu was no ordinary figure. It was said that 3 years ago, within the Alchemist Alliance, he was a figure who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yao Chenzi. At this thought, Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. Even if it meant completely alienating Mu Shui, he couldn't afford the slightest slip-up. Whether you're local or not, the Alchemist tournament has begun. No one is permitted to enter until the competition concludes. Zhang Hao declared with authority. With a wave of his hand, several members of the Pill Alliance behind him immediately blocked the entrance. They stood ready, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the entrance. You! Mu Shui's chest heaved violently. She never expected that she used to find Zhang Hao quite agreeable. After all, alchemists were rare and precious. As the sole alchemist at South University, had once earned Mu Shui's favor. But now, looking at him again, she felt he was nothing but a lump of. Oh. No need, no need. Lin Tian grinned like a harmless, good-natured fellow. As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward and placed a hand on Zhang Hao's shoulder. Ding emotional value plus 10 cumulative 382. Holy crap? This kid's emotional fluctuations are that intense? Excellent. Senior, you said, if an egg breaks, can it be repaired? As Lin Tian spoke, a faint, almost imperceptible thread of mystical energy seeped silently from his fingertips into Zhang Hao's body. Zhang Hao angrily tried to shake Lin Tian off. He snapped, get your filthy hands off me. But before he could finish, Zhang Hao suddenly let out a piercing scream. Instinctively, he clutched his groin with both hands, his face turning deathly pale as he doubled over in agony on the ground. Lin Tian released his grip. He grinned mischievously at Manhwa, Sr., let's go. The three young men beside Zhang Hao looked utterly bewildered. They had no idea what had just happened. They looked at each other in confusion and asked, Senior Zhang Hao? What's wrong? But before they could ask a second question, Zhang Hao fainted on the spot. Manhwa was just as baffled. She glanced at Zhang Hao, who was already lying on the ground, then turned her gaze to Lin Tian. But time was of the essence, leaving her no room for further thought. She grabbed Lin Tian and rushed toward the gymnasium. Just now, Lin Tian had used the grab technique. What he had grabbed was a certain part of a certain someone. However, Lin Tian held back, administering only a mild punishment. He hadn't shattered the shell outright. Otherwise, ha. At that moment, at the center of Nanda Stadium, atop an elevated platform, a middle-aged man clad in a specially tailored alchemist's robe held a microphone and bellowed. Representative of Nanchun University's alchemists, this is your third warning. If you do not come forward immediately, I will declare on behalf of the Alchemist Alliance that Nanchun University's eligibility to compete is revoked. 50% of the spectators in the stands were Nanchang University faculty and students. They rose to their feet in unison, erupting in furious shouts. The Alchemist Alliance, you're utterly despicable. Exactly. This is a blatant conspiracy. This time, Nanda University had truly brought shame upon itself. Hosting a Dan Master competition in their own gymnasium. Yet their own representative alchemist publicly announced withdrawal. Yet, no matter how much these people cursed or raged, the host on stage let out a sinister grin. Very well. I hereby declare that Nanchang University is officially disqualified from this competition for the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm. Hold on. Chapter 5, Burning Firewood to Refine Elixirs Unparalleled in History. Hold on. A thunderous shout reverberated throughout the venue. Lin Tian strode onto the stage, his DOS sneakers creaking with each step on the stairs. From the surrounding spectator stands, everyone watched the scene in bewilderment. On the high platform, the host narrowed his eyes. A tall, slender figure clad in a golden Taoist robe stood there, a third-rank alchemist badge pinned to his chest. Young man? What is this? Lin Tian replied, I am the alchemist representing South University. My name is Lin Tian. The tall, thin host froze, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Tian from head to toe. Lin Tian? Who is he? The audience below the stage murmured in confusion, exchanging whispers. When the host discerned that Lin Tian was merely a chi-gathering Realm 1 cultivator, he said calmly, Student, if I'm not mistaken, you're merely a chi-gathering Realm Level 1 cultivator. You haven't even condensed your alchemy flame. This isn't your school classroom, stop causing trouble and step down. As the host's words fell silent, the murmurs around them suddenly fell silent. Then, laughter erupted like a tsunami, sweeping across the entire venue. Hey! Are you some kind of monkey-scent idiot? At the very least, Nanjing University should have found a foundation establishment cultivator even if they didn't know alchemy. But you're only at Chi-gathering stage 1. Xiao Linger? Isn't that the freshman guy who was shouting about massages downstairs in our dorm building earlier? A sweet-voiced senior covered her mouth, gasping in shock. He's only at the first layer of Chi-gathering realm and can't even condense spiritual fire. Has he lost his mind? The shy girl beside her tugged at her sleeve, her voice trembling. We're done for. Nanda University is going to be a laughingstock. An elderly man with curly hair in the front row even laughed so hard he tumbled off his chair. Ding emotion value plus 10 cumulative 382. Ding emotion value plus 15 total 397. Lin Tian curled his lip. Is it really that funny? So what if there's no rule saying you can't refine pills without a pill flame? I used to burn firewood and still managed to refine pills just fine. Just as Lin Tian faced this skepticism, Manhwa suddenly leapt onto the high platform. Her moon-white robe shone brighter than snow, while icicles clinging to her hair tinkled with each step. The crowd's clamor instantly subsided by a third. Miss Mu, the host frowned, what's the meaning of this? This is the student union's official recommendation letter, Manhwa declared, flinging a document with gold embossed seals onto the table. Lin Tian will represent Nanda University in the competition. What? Has the campus beauty lost her mind? The audience erupted in even louder uproar. The head of Nanda's pharmacy department rushed straight to the stage. Manhwa. What on earth is going on? Quiet. A commanding, aged voice suddenly descended from the venue's ceiling. A colossal aura of authority caused the air within the entire venue to freeze. Everyone fell silent, frozen in awe by the overwhelming pressure. Then, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. At the entrance to the stadium's walkway, a green-robed elder and a coldly beautiful woman now stood there. It's the principal. It's Director Tang. The faculty and students of Nanda University exclaimed in unison. The woman's fingertips tapped the railing as her long legs, clad in black stockings, crossed elegantly. Her crimson lips curved into a dangerous smile. The student union's document represents Nanda's stance. You of the Dan Master Alliance, are you afraid of even a chi gathering stage 1 student? Cold sweat beaded on the host's forehead. The old man's imposing aura was locked onto him. His anxious gaze darted toward the hemp-robed elder seated at the judging table. Seeing the hemp-robed elder give a slight nod of approval, the host breathed a silent sigh of relief. He was well aware of the Pill Alliance's grievances against Nan University. He hastily raised the microphone. All right. With representatives from all factions present, the Great Alchemy Competition officially begins. The rankings of the alchemists representing each faction will determine the corresponding quotas for this competition. First place, 100 spots in the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm, plus a reward of 10,000 spirit stones and 1 golden Polonia Alchemy Furnace. Second place, 50 spots, 5,000 spirit stones. Third place, 30 spots, 3,000 spirit stones. Fourth place, 20 spots. Fifth place and beyond, 10 spots each. A total of 500 spots are available. As the host announced the competition rewards, the dozen or so alchemist representatives from various factions on the elevated platform began lining up to collect their alchemy materials. Lin Tian stood before the third alchemy platform. He stared at the dozen or so herbs on the table. The spirit-gathering grass with its bluish leaves, and the spirit-gathering elixir stored in a glass bottle. This was the formula for refining foundation building pills. According to the competition rules, the purity of the elixir would serve as the judging criterion. Pill purity inversely correlates with pill toxicity, and the level of purity is directly linked to the alchemical fire. Lin Tian recalled the past. Back then, he hadn't even reached the chi-gathering realm, just an ordinary person. As for alchemical fire? Forget about it. So his grandfather had him gather firewood to fuel the alchemical furnace. This was truly unprecedented and unmatched. But surprisingly, he actually figured out a method. And the results were no worse than those achieved with alchemical flames. Meanwhile, the other alchemists nearby began adding various medicinal ingredients to their furnaces one by one. They drew in qi, gathered spiritual energy, and transformed it into alchemical fire. Below the platform, Mu Shui watched Lin Tian, still staring blankly. But this was entirely within his expectations. After all, a cultivator who hadn't even condensed a single alchemical flame. How could they possibly transform qi into fire? To transform spiritual energy into, one must at least reach the 9th layer of the chi-gathering realm and undergo arduous cultivation to master it. Meanwhile, every faculty member and student at Nan University hung their heads in dismay. They couldn't fathom why even the principal and department head insisted on sending a useless person to compete. It would be better to simply withdraw, at least that would preserve some dignity. Meanwhile, outside the gymnasium, deep within a dense forest, an old man and a woman strolled leisurely along a tree-lined path. Tang girl, are you really so certain that boy can secure 10 spots? Grandpa, don't forget whose grandson that boy is. You. Still that mischievous little girl. You seem so carefree on the surface, but deep down, you're more calculating than anyone. Inside the venue, an eerie scene was unfolding. On the elevated platform, Lin Tian gripped a wood-chopping axe. Beside the alchemy furnace, he swung the blade again and again at several wooden stools. Before long, a small pile of firewood had formed. He produced a lighter, ignited a copy of the plum in the golden vase, and used it to kindle the firewood. This act left everyone utterly speechless. Who had ever seen such an alchemy practice? Burning wood to refine? The competition venue erupted in uproarious laughter once more. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I can't hold it in anymore. Buddy, I've got this book about the 3 heroes fighting the Black Devil. Let me burn it to light your fire too. Even Mu Shui looked utterly embarrassed. She covered her eyes with both hands because she simply couldn't bear to watch anymore. Other factions couldn't help but chuckle to themselves. In their eyes, eliminating Nanda, this formidable rival, this time would be enough. Their own chi-drawing realm prodigy. They could make a name for themselves in the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm. Seize the opportunity to become a pill emperor. As the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm is newly opened, only chi-gathering realm cultivators could enter. Among the competing factions, the Southern University boasts the largest and strongest contingent of chi-gathering realm cultivators. This undoubtedly placed immense pressure on the Alchemist Alliance and other factions. Therefore, the entire southern city, including other universities like Lingbao Polytechnic, which specializes in magical artifacts and spirit tools, and the Talismans University, joined forces to deliberately set a trap. Their objective was to exclude Nanda's students from entering the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm. Ding emotional value +5. Ding emotion value +5. Ding emotion value +10 cumulative 417. Congratulations! Successfully unlocked the beginner level 12 finger massage technique, pinching character. Next unlock requires 800 emotion points. Lin Tian's movements never ceased. He used the wooden stool as firewood, feeding it piece by piece into the stove. Following the method his grandfather had taught him, he added the spiritual herbs and other medicinal ingredients one by one, though he lacked the spiritual power to manipulate the herbs within the alchemy furnace. This posed no issue, for the spiritual herbs themselves possessed innate spiritual energy. By channeling the firewood through the soul incense, it could function much like a cultivator's spiritual energy, stirring and blending the spiritual herbs within the alchemy furnace. The soul incense was a secret treasure for mortal alchemists, uniquely created by his grandfather. Lin Tian retrieved a soul incense from his storage pouch and lit it. He placed the soul incense beside the alchemy furnace. The scent filled his nostrils. Lin Tian's soul seemed stirred, taking on a tangible form. Guided by his soul, the incense smoke slowly permeated the firewood, seeping into the alchemy furnace. The Lin family's alchemy process officially began. At the same time, he began to study the Nye finger technique. This healing technique could mend all fractures and damage, whether to flesh or objects, capable of shaping heaven, earth, and divine elixirs. Does that mean it can be paired with the press technique to refine elixirs, enhancing their quality? Alas! The spiritual energy reserves within my body are too meager. Each time I use it, I can only sustain it for 1 second before my spiritual power is completely drained. However, just as Lin Tian was stunned. Chapter 6, Yi Qingqiu, Master of the Marvelous Pill Pavilion. On the judging platform, an old man clad in hemp robes wore a peculiar expression. He stared intently at Lin Tian, murmuring to himself, "Soul incense?" Click. The old man in the hemp robe took out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it off to whom, no one knew. Meanwhile, in a corner of the audience seats, a stunningly beautiful young woman also stared intently at Lin Tian. To be precise, she was watching the soul incense that had been relit. A flicker of astonishment passed through her alluring eyes. She murmured to herself, 3 years. The soul incense has reappeared. Old Lin, if I'm not mistaken, that must be your grandson, right? At that moment, Lin Tian remained unaware that his very presence had drawn attention, all because of the soul incense. He remained utterly focused. Guided by the soul incense, he continuously controlled the spiritual materials and herbs within the alchemy furnace, blending and stirring them. Simultaneously, he pressed both palms against the cauldron's base, channeling the 2-character incantation, press in need. Wah! A faint, barely perceptible humming sound echoed within the alchemy furnace. This is the roar of the alchemy rules. On the judging platform, the old man in hemp robes suddenly flashed a piercing blue light in his eyes. Yet this fleeting hum vanished without a trace. The old man in hemp robes scanned the entire gymnasium, yet found nothing. He murmured to himself, could it have been a figment of my imagination? Meanwhile, at the third alchemy furnace, a miraculous scene was unfolding. Lin Tian clearly sensed the herbs inside the furnace undergoing rapid transformation. In the blink of an eye, they liquefied into pills, and every single one succeeded. 10 foundation building pills, enveloped in golden Dao patterns, now floated within the furnace. Currently, the highest-ranked alchemist in the entire southern city was only a grade 5. Even their best batches achieved no more than a 40% success rate. Lin Tian was utterly shocked. He swiftly withdrew his hand and crouched beside the furnace, gasping for breath. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as his entire body was drained of spiritual energy. Fortunately, the foundation building pill wasn't some high-grade elixir. Otherwise, he might have been drained dry like a desiccated corpse. Ding, emotional value 100, cumulative 317. Just as Lin Tian was reeling from the aftereffects, not far away, a sneer echoed from pill platform 7. What a show! A youth of about 24 or 25 deliberately raised his voice. Burning firewood to refine pills? That would make our Nangong family's century-old reputation for alchemy a laughingstock. The Nangong family, a renowned alchemy clan in South City. Legend has it that 300 years ago, when the spiritual energy of Blue Star began to revive, the Nan Palace family had inherited ancient alchemy traditions. The Nangong family obtained ancient alchemy traditions. Thus began their journey as a pill-making dynasty. Today, throughout all of South City, their reputation and standing are second only to the Alchemist Alliance. The Alchemist Alliance, however, is a monstrous conglomerate. In fact, the Southern City branch of the Alchemist Alliance might not even match the Nangong family in terms of influence. At that moment, other factions in the audience, hearing Nangong Yan's derisive snort, burst into roaring laughter, waves of mirth crashing like an unending tide. Meanwhile, on the side of Master Nan and his disciples, each person looked as if they'd swallowed a dead fly. Their faces dark as soot. Mu Shui clenched her skirt tightly. Even a simple cheer felt impossible to utter. After all, refining elixirs with firewood was utterly absurd. She doubted whether firewood could even melt spiritual ingredients. As for refining the essence into pills? Behind her, 2 senior sisters covered their faces in exaggerated disbelief. One of them sighed, "Oh dear. Nanda's reputation is ruined. Looks like I'll have to ask my family for a spot in a secret realm." Senior Mu, I heard your family has 2 alchemists competing. Could you possibly secure a spot for me? We'll see when the time comes. This secret realm expedition is of utmost importance. As for family quotas, I have no authority to intervene. A hint of regret flashed in Mu Xiafeng's eyes. As the current president of the Nanda University Student Union, her status equated to that of a sect's foremost disciple. Now, the alchemist competition falls entirely under her responsibility. Recently, she had gone to great lengths to reach out to various parties. Her goal was to secure more cultivation resources for juniors without family connections. Unexpectedly, she was outmaneuvered by Zhang Hao. And now she ended up like this. She couldn't help but ask herself, was she really just a pretty face? First in eating? The kind who can't do anything right? A flicker of desolation passed through Mu Shue's beautiful eyes. At that moment, the surrounding mocking voices. Lin Tian paid them no mind. Because habit had become second nature. From childhood, his cultivation talent had been abysmal. To others, he was nothing but a dullard. How many had mocked him? He merely smiled and let it go. Lin Tian once again inspected the contents of the alchemy furnace. He gazed at the 10 golden glowing foundation establishment pills. These must be top-grade pills, right? According to pill grading standards, purity of 50% or higher qualifies as high grade. Purity refers to the ratio between the pill's essence and its toxicity, and the efficacy contained within the pill. No! This is too outrageous. If the Pill Alliance finds out that even burning firewood can produce a supreme grade pill, it won't bring honor, it'll bring utter ruin. Lin Tian silently pondered. To avoid causing too much of a stir, he gritted his teeth and directly destroyed 5 of them. He kept only 5. Then, he deliberately left several flaws in the pill patterns. He kept the purity at 60%. To avoid unnecessary trouble. Sometimes, it's wise to conceal one's true abilities. At that moment. Time's up, the host suddenly bellowed. All participating alchemists, immediately withdraw your alchemical flames. Those who fail to complete their pills within the time limit are eliminated. Hearing this, all alchemists halted their work. Several alchemists who had yet to complete their pills hung their heads in disappointment and silently withdrew from the platform. However, Lin Tian was different. He didn't need to withdraw his fire. How could someone burning firewood possibly do that? Fortunately, the presiding alchemist didn't even glance his way. In their eyes, Lin Tian was merely the last stubborn remnant of the Southern Academy. A mere laughingstock. Tang Yan charged ahead, firing up his furnace first. He bellowed. Spiritual energy surged, lifting the lid of the alchemy furnace. 2 foundation building pills, glowing with a faint blue light, rose into the air. Triple pattern pills. 45% purity. Mid-grade spiritual pills. Truly worthy of the Nangong family's genius alchemist. Several elders of the Nangong family rose to their feet, their expressions brimming with excitement. This meant that barring any mishaps, the Nangong family would secure at least 3rd place, earning 30 spots in the secret realm. Even if they couldn't use all of them themselves, selling the surplus slots would still yield a substantial income. At that moment, another gasp erupted. What? A 4-pattern pill. 48% purity. Higher than Nangong Yan's. This is the direct disciple of Medicine Dustmaster from the Alchemist Alliance. Right, I know him. His name is Wang Pang, a student at South City Talisman's University. He only became Yao Chenzi's disciple a year ago. Truly, a great master produces outstanding disciples. Soon after, other alchemists began revealing their results one after another. After verification by the jade tablets at the judging platform, the highest purity recorded did not exceed 50%. After brief discussions among all parties, with almost no dispute, the rankings for each faction were finalized. Among the various factions, the Pill Alliance was the most elated. Their faces broke into wide grins. For the top 3 spots were all theirs. Even the Nangong family had been relegated to 4th place. This caused the faces of several elders from the Nangong family to flush slightly, their expressions displeased. Good. The Dan competition has concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, I now announce. The host announced the scores of each alchemist in a loud voice. Some had even ascended the stage, preparing to receive their awards. As for Lin Tian, he was practically invisible. At that moment, he was alone, clutching a chair leg as he dug through the ashes of the firewood. Meanwhile, the students and teachers of Nan Academy were all lowering their heads, looking despondent as they filed out of the venue. The old man in hemp robes stroked his beard with a satisfied smile. His weathered eyes kept glancing at his triumphant disciple preparing to receive the award on stage. Then, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the 3rd alchemy platform. But the next second, those weathered pupils suddenly froze. This is... The alchemy furnace at Station 3 was now violently trembling. A thread of golden light seeped through the cracks in the furnace lid. The golden light bathed the dome of the gymnasium in shimmering rays of brilliance. Mu Shui had also been thinking of leaving. But upon witnessing this scene, she abruptly stood up. Her beautiful eyes stared in shock at the golden light, her small mouth forming an O. Lin Tian, covered in soot. He casually tossed aside the fire poker, then wiped his hands several times on his clothes to remove the wood ash. He took a deep breath and slammed his palm against the furnace lid. In that instant, arg! A dragon's roar, ethereal and dreamlike, shook the heavens. 5 golden-veined pills, enveloped in rosy light, shot skyward. In midair, they coalesced into the ethereal image of a lotus. Tang Yan on the platform suddenly clutched his chest. The life-bound pill flame within him surged uncontrollably, bowing toward the golden lotus. The Dan Xiang. Alarmed alchemists knelt in terror, their expressions horrified. Legend says, only the heir to the pill emperor can. 60% purity. 5 Foundation Establishment Dan. The old man in hemp robes' voice trembled as well. After a long while, some knowledgeable alchemists were the first to react. They swiftly produced jade bottles and inspection tablets. They rushed to the third alchemy furnace. However, the moment the jade tablets and bottles touched the elixir, a sharp cracking sound echoed. This signaled that ordinary jade artifacts could not withstand the pressure of a perfect pill. The entire arena fell into complete silence. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept over the spectators. A stunningly beautiful young woman appeared beside Lin Tian. Her jade-like fingers gently touched the ripples. A crystal-clear green jade bottle, radiating an ancient, timeless elegance, soared into the air. 5 golden glowing pills were instantly drawn into the jade bottle. Someone gasped, "It's Yi Qingqiu, the head of the marvelous pill pavilion." "Young man, how about selling these 5 pills to our marvelous pill pavilion?" Chapter 7, First in the pill competition, on-site auction. Before Yi Qingqiu could finish speaking, the hemp-robed elder of the Pill Alliance rose with a cold sneer. "What an appetite you have, sect leader Yi. This pill contains 6 alchemical patterns. It is the Dan Alliance's most treasured artifact. How could we ever sell it?" With a flick of his sleeve, several black-robed alchemists behind him stepped forward in unison, their spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave. At that moment, representatives from the other factions rose to their feet. The vice-chancellor of the Symbols and Inscriptions University interjected with a sneer, "Senior He, did not your Pill Alliance establish the rule that all pills refined by participating alchemists in the pill competition belong solely to them? By your logic, are you now reneging on your word?" "Exactly. These are fine pills. Are you really willing to lose face? Lingbao Polytechnic wants them too. Comrade, would you sell us one?" A representative from Lingbao Polytechnic also stepped forward. From the Mu family's seats, a white-haired elder rose, leaning on his staff, his voice booming like a bell. "This pill is destined for the Mu family. We shall claim it. Our Array Academy also desires it. My Qin family's eldest son is currently at the peak of the Qi-gathering realm. This pill is precisely what my Qin family needs. Everyone. The Huang family." In an instant, the competition venue descended into chaos. These factions had previously conspired against the Southern Academy. Now, they were all facing off against each other, swords drawn and bows strung, vying for the elixir. Yet none paid Lin Tian any mind. Just as members of several factions began converging on the third pill platform, preparing to seize it by force, a thunderous roar once again thundered down from the dome of the gymnasium. "I dare anyone to resort to violence on Nanda's grounds." Boom! An overwhelming aura of power instantly radiated outward from the elevated platform. Those closing in on platform 3 were knocked back over 10 meters. In a flash, a figure darted past their vision. A gray-robed elder materialized beside Lin Tian. His gaze was sharp and icy as he swept his eyes across the surrounding crowd. "Hong Tian? Principal Hong?" The Nan University faculty and students who had retreated earlier now rushed forward, surrounding the elevated platform. They looked as if facing a formidable enemy. Upon recognizing the arrival as Nanda's supreme authority, the crowd halted abruptly, daring not to make a move. No way. Hong Tian ranked among the top 3 most formidable fighters in the entire South City combat circles. At that moment, Yi Qingqiu narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, her fingertips tracing the jade token at her waist. She flashed Lin Tian a seductive smile. "Little brother? Since you refined the pills, it's up to you. But I suggest you auction them off right here. Highest bidder wins." Lin Tian raised a hand to scratch his nose. Truth be told, he'd anticipated this scene. But the sheer scale of the commotion it caused was beyond his expectations. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. His gaze fell upon the principal standing before him. Truth be told, just now, he had genuinely felt moved. In the 3 years since his grandfather vanished, who had ever shielded him from life's storms? In this dog-eat-dog world, who truly understood the daily hardships endured by a lowly cultivator just to survive? At that moment, Hong Tian, who had been facing away from Lin Tian, seemed to sense something unusual behind him. He stroked his beard and smiled faintly. "Student Lin, according to the rules of the Pill Alliance, the pills you refine belong to you. You may decide their fate freely. With me here, you have nothing to fear." Lin Tian nodded. Alright, thank you, Principal. Without hesitation, Lin Tian turned to the young woman beside him and said, then I'll trouble sect Master Yi to conduct the on-site auction for me. Yi Qingqiu heard this, and a hint of approval flashed in her charming eyes. It seemed this young man could see reality clearly. With his strength, even with Nan University's protection, such a top-grade pill was coveted by several factions at this moment and would surely be impossible to keep. What Yi Qingqiu didn't know, however, Lin Tian wasn't worried about that. His sole focus now was obtaining spirit stones to advance his cultivation. As for that Supreme Foundation establishment pill? For him, it was nothing more than a simple task. He'd heard that this Heavenly Furnace secret realm was a treasure trove. Once he elevated his cultivation, armed with his God-tier 26-finger massage technique, entering the secret realm would be like a wolf among sheep. The grassland was his, the horses were his, he could do as he pleased. Alright, little brother. I'll make an exception for you today. No handling fee, and I'll even sell these 5 foundation establishment pills for a premium price. The moment these words left her lips, the surrounding crowd shot her venomous glances. Damn it, this woman is trying to harvest spirit stones from South City again. And she certainly wasn't one to be trifled with. At every auction she presided over, didn't everyone get fleeced to death, left begging for mercy? Rumor had it this woman had mastered the art of seduction. Whenever she conducted an auction, even for a common stone, male cultivators would go mad, throwing money around like it was worthless. The crowd exchanged glances. They all knew scrambling for items was impossible now, the only way was to outbid each other. Soon, a simple auction platform was hastily erected. Before Yi Qingqiu could even announce the starting bid, the crowd below began shouting their offers. He Chia, the hemp-robed elder from the Pill Alliance, was the first to toss a bag of spirit stones onto the table, 10,000 spirit stones. The Pill Alliance wants 2. The Vice-Chancellor of the Talismans University sneered, 10,000 spirit stones for 1. The elderly representative from the Mu clan slammed his hand on the table, 11,000. The Mu clan wants 1. The head of the pharmacy department at Southern University wiped cold sweat from his brow, glanced at Hong Tian on the high platform, and received a nod of approval. He gritted his teeth and raised his bid card. Southern University offers 12,000, or just 1. As bids poured in from all sides. Ultimately, a single foundation establishment pill sold for the astronomical price of 15,000. Nanda University naturally secured 1. Had it not been for Lin Tian's status as a Nanda student, Yi Qingqiu, wanting to save face for Nanda University, was confident she could have driven the price up to 20,000. Of course, she wouldn't explain these auction tricks to Lin Tian. I'm rich, rich. Lin Tian hid behind the crowd, grinning excitedly to himself as he struggled to contain his emotions. Young man, I'll give you this storage ring as well. It contains 75,000 spirit stones in total. Yi Qingqiu handed Lin Tian a gray ring. Lin Tian took it and was startled. He thought to himself, the storage ring was worth a fortune. In terms of price, it was easily worth no less than 50,000 spirit stones. In all of South City, only a handful of people possessed one. It was said that only in the most perilous secret realms could one find such a storage ring. Ordinary people usually wear storage pouches instead. Could this young woman have designs on me? Master Yi, this is far too valuable, isn't it? Lin Tian gave an awkward smile. But his hands didn't follow his words. He snatched the ring away, abandoning all pretense. Sliding it straight onto his right index finger, as if afraid the other might change their mind. This is the Qiankuan ring, containing 100 cubic meters of space. Yi Qingqiu merely smiled seductively, showing no sign of anger. She leaned close to his ear, her sweet scent lingering. Little brother, remember to come find your big sister first whenever you refine pills in the future. I'll make sure you enjoy it. Absolutely. Lin Tian pounded his chest in agreement, without a moment's hesitation. At that moment, a heated argument erupted from the judge's platform. How dare you rank Nangong 5th? Your Pill Alliance already holds the top 3 spots. I refuse to accept this. Exactly. Your Pill Alliance already controls the exclusive quota for the 500 Heavenly Furnace secret realm, and now you have the audacity to monopolize the top 3 spots? You're utterly shameless. The Vice-Chancellor of the Talismans University slammed his fist on the table and roared angrily. But really, he was just trying to stir up trouble. His Fuzhuan University had only secured 5th place this time. Even if the Alchemy Alliance gave up the top 3 spots, it wouldn't be their turn. The hemp-robed elder, He Chi, paid no heed to their clamor. He stole a glance at Hong Tian, standing not far away. In the end, he sighed deeply. For the plan to isolate Nanda University had utterly failed. Now, his thoughts turned to how he would explain this to his superiors upon returning to the Alchemy Alliance. But now, even if He Chi were given 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare deny the issue with Lin Tian's foundation establishment pill ranking. Finally, the moment the results were announced, the entire venue erupted in uproar. First place in the pill competition, Nanchang University, Lin Tian. Boom! In an instant, the entire Nanchang University community erupted. First place. Never mind the spirit stone rewards. The mere 100 spots alone were enough to drive everyone mad. That was the Virgin's secret realm, the place where the Pill Emperor's legacy was passed down. How many miraculous elixirs could be found within? How many peerless alchemical formulas? Legend even speaks of the Pill Emperor's cultivation insights. Beyond that, if one could discover a pill or method to resolve the hidden ailments of the Heavenly Dao, then, the very thought sent chills down everyone's spine. It was too terrifying to contemplate. Handsome Lin Tian, please take us to the secret realm. The classmates who had mocked Lin Tian earlier now swarmed around him, fawning over him incessantly. The head of the pharmacy department wept tears of joy. Heaven bless Nanda. Heaven bless Nanda. Mu Shui stood outside the crowd, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. Her gaze fixed on Lin Tian within the crowd, an inexplicable warmth flared in her chest. Last night's scene replayed vividly in her mind. Who is this man? How many secrets does he hide? She murmured, biting her lip as her ears flushed crimson. Lin Tian emerged from the venue, surrounded by enthusiastic students and faculty. Unexpectedly, he collided head-on with Tang Yan. Excellent! 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 Hong Tian clapped his hands and roared with laughter, his voice booming like thunder. Director Tang has truly recognized a gem. This young man is a blessing for Nanda University. Tang Yan, however, froze in place, her long legs and black stockings instinctively drawing together. Lin Tian heard the commotion and immediately turned to look. He caught sight of Tang Yan's awkward, flustered expression under the principal's praise. A sudden gleam flashed in his eyes, and a mischievous smile touched his lips. Out of nowhere, he called out from the crowd. Principal Tang, your student has lived up to your expectations and won first place in the dandy competition. So, about that reward? Ding emotion value plus 10 cumulative 327. Chapter 8, Landlady's Sister, a flower in the land. Yes, she must be properly rewarded. Tang, I'm entrusting this matter to you. You can even make an exception and promote Lin Tian into the student council. Hong Tian roared with laughter. Teachers and students nearby heard this and looked stunned, their gazes toward Lin Tian growing increasingly envious. The student council. That was equivalent to becoming an inner hall disciple in other sects. Moreover, once you join the student council, the school will pour significant resources into your cultivation. You could say it like this. Even a pig, immersed in such an ocean of resources, could sprout wings and become a divine flying boar. Alright. Tang Yan agreed. Hong Tian stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Then, as if remembering something, he continued. Oh, and young lady, the opening of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm in 3 days will also fall under your purview. As for old Hu, I'll handle him. You focus solely on this matter. With that said, Hong Tian waved his hand with authority, his eyes flashing with sharpness. Ever since our southern division restructured, we've avoided trouble but never shied away from it. Anyone who tries to set a trap for us again, we'll them up. With that, Hong Tian strode toward the distance, vanishing without a trace within mere moments. The crowd watched him depart, their eyes filled with admiration. It must be said. The breadth of Hong Tian's spirit, the foremost warrior of Nanda. 3 years prior. A sudden surge of void beasts attacked the southern city. At the time, all factions in the city concluded it was indefensible. Cultivators fled en masse, relocating to larger cities for refuge. Only the venerable elder Hong Tian single-handedly turned the tide, ultimately saving the ordinary citizens of the entire southern city. Alright, everyone, you may disperse. Those seeking enrollment spots should apply at the student union tomorrow morning. Tang Yan instructed the crowd. The crowd lingered reluctantly, their gazes lingering on Lin Tian. But when Tang Baolong shot them a fierce glare, everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts. When only 3 remained, Lin Tian asked, Elder Tang, what about the reward? Shut up. You'll get it, but not now. Tang Yan glared at him viciously. Yet panic flickered in her phoenix-like eyes. Turning her back to them, she added, and don't call me elder. Call me teacher. She wanted to sink into a crack in the ground right now. How could she have imagined this kid would actually refine such a top-tier elixir? She'd only mentioned it casually at the time. After all, she was no stranger to the Lin family's alchemy techniques. Though peculiar, it was also quite remarkable. It was nowhere near capable of producing a pill with 6 pill patterns. But now, the more Tang Yan thought about it, the more her heart raced with panic. Xiao Shui, regarding Lin Tian joining the student council, I'll leave that to you as the president. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, she turned to leave. But her heart was in turmoil. As she turned, her black high heels clicked sharply. She nearly stumbled from the force, her slender frame suddenly lurching. Teacher Tang, are you alright? Tang Yan's cold, beautiful face flushed instantly, as vivid as the first blood of a maiden's first period. Without a backward glance, she fled straight toward the office building. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, blurred into a shimmering silhouette against the setting sun. Aunt Tang, what's going on? Mu Shui was so stunned she froze in place. She had never seen Aunt Tang like this before. In the past, Aunt Tang had always carried herself with the stern demeanor of a strict teacher and mother. But now, how could she resemble a neighbor's young wife in the throes of spring's surge? Meanwhile, Lin Tian beside her was already grinning from ear to ear inside. Now she knows shame? You threatened me, you fed me love potion, you locked me in a pigsty? I'll scare the life out of you. Watching Tang Yan's stumbling retreat, Lin Tian's wicked grin grew even wider. Then, with a sudden resolve, he decided to pour more fuel on the fire. He cupped his hands around his mouth and bellowed, "Teacher Tang. As an educator, you must keep your promises." At the sound of his voice, Tang Yan stumbled again, nearly collapsing. "You little brat, just you wait." Tang Yan suddenly accelerated, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. With a few deft maneuvers, she vanished into the deep, dark woods. Ding, emotion value plus 10, total 337. Tisk, it's like calling a dog, the more you call, the farther it runs, Lin Tian muttered, rubbing his chin. "You and my aunt, are you hiding something from me?" Manhwa asked blankly, her eyes unfocused. Nothing. Just that Teacher Tang said my cultivation talent is too poor. She promised that if I get a good ranking in the alchemist competition, she'll let me take tutoring with her. Anyway, no big deal. I'm leaving now, got stuff to do at home." Lin Tian tossed out a parting remark. He bolted away just like Tang Yan had. Because Lin Tian knew this couldn't be hidden for long. Don't be fooled by how clueless she seems now. If she ever found out he'd used her as a massage advertisement to attract customers, shouting it out loud in the women's dormitory at Nanda University, no less, she might just kill him. Manhwa was even more bewildered. It took her a while to process it. What the heck is going on here? Oh my god. But then she remembered something. She hurriedly called out, "Hey! Remember to find me tomorrow, I'll help you register." Lin Tian heard this and started running even faster. He thought to himself, "Find you? Not on your life. Whatever. Oomph. What's gotten into everyone? What are they all so afraid of?" Manhwa stamped her foot, her exquisite, pretty face now filled with displeasure. Lin Tian sprinted out of the South University gates in one breath. Right now, he just wanted to get home fast. Then, he would carefully tally today's wealth. He needed to advance his cultivation realm as soon as possible. Fortunately, the small clinic wasn't far from Nanda, it was right across from the school entrance. It was a property gifted by the university to his grandfather, who had once served as a guest alchemist at Nanda. Later, it was converted into the small clinic. Until 3 years ago, when grandfather Lin Tian vanished. The small clinic became his sole refuge and livelihood. In this world, though everyone practices cultivation, many customs still retain habits from the former modern civilization. In a word, it was both bizarre and absurd. Skyscrapers and concrete structures were ubiquitous. Occasionally, cultivators could be seen flying overhead on their swords. As for whether there are flight restrictions or traffic lights, forget about it. Today's society worships personal martial prowess. Except within sects or places like Nanda University, which still maintain institutional frameworks. Public spaces are practically lawless. Set up street stalls anywhere you like, no urban management officers will arrest you. Those vintage cars and sports cars preserved from the old days? Speed through them, crash into them, even drive while chugging baijiu. Traffic cops won't drag you off for a blood test anymore. Lin Tian sprinted through the city. In just 3 minutes, he reached a bustling street. This was the famed South Street in the vicinity. And his little clinic was located at number 11 South Street. Lin Tian glanced at his phone and saw it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He grabbed a quick bite on the street and immediately headed toward his small clinic. Just as he reached the doorway, a sweet, girlish voice called out from behind him. "Little Lin Tian, you're finally back. Have you eaten yet? How about its sisters treating you to some barbecue?" The moment Lin Tian heard that voice, a chill ran down his spine, and goosebumps instantly covered his entire body. He cursed inwardly, "Damn, what rotten luck, running into her the moment I get back." With no choice, Lin Tian turned around and forced a smile. "Oh. Sister who? What brings you here?" "Cut the banter. I'll ask you one thing, either come home with me now and I'll treat you to an abalone feast, or pay me the 3 months rent you owe me right this instant. Otherwise, I'll start throwing your store's stuff out the door." Lin Tian perked up at the mention of abalone. He glanced sideways at Sister Hu, heavily made up and dressed to the nines. He nearly felt sick to his stomach and was about to vomit on the spot. Though she wasn't old, barely 25, her husband had died young. But her father was now the vice president of Nanda University, also serving as the director of logistics. And since the entire South Street was now under the jurisdiction of Nanda University, Lin Tian really couldn't afford to offend her. But just look at her appearance. Yellow teeth, a huge black mole on her nose, a handlebar mustache, and constantly picking her nose. This ing thing was the real-life version of a local Ruwa. Chapter 9, Strategic Killing Move, the Power of the Great Ways Fart. Lin Tian couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately retrieved 30 spirit stones from his storage ring. "Here are 30 spirit stones, the rent for the clinic for the next 3 months. sister who casually took them, weighing the stones in her hand. Her eyes narrowed seductively as she purred, "Ooh. Little Lin Tian, you've struck it rich, haven't you? But, little Lin Tian, you won't escape this old lady's grasp. As long as you're still on South Street, one day I'll treat you to abalone." Oomph. With that, the woman flashed Lin Tian a seductive glance before turning away. Ding emotion value +5 cumulative 342. Lin Tian. Could this be greed emotion value? Damn it. This woman actually covets me. How dare she? This infuriates me. Am I, Lin Tian, that kind of person? Damn it, once I've boosted my cultivation, you'll be the first ugly woman I deal with. Lin Tian cursed under his breath, his face twisted with indignation as he turned to fumble for his keys. But suddenly, his motion to unlock the door froze. Ha! Who tampered with my lock? Lin Tian examined the keyhole closely. The strand of hair inside was gone. It was a small habit of his. Every time he locked the door before leaving, he would pluck a strand of hair and insert it into the keyhole. Though there wasn't much of value in the little clinic. But ever since he awakened his earth memories 3 years ago, he subconsciously maintained this habit. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, his gaunt, handsome face radiating solemnity. He walked over to the nearby window, intending to look out, but couldn't see anything. Only then did he recall he'd installed curtains in the clinic. He returned to the doorway. He casually picked up a brick from beside the door. He glanced once more at the bustling street. He muttered to himself, maybe that ugly woman tampered with the lock. After all, this is Nanda's territory. If anything happens, just shout for help, it should be fine. Lin Tianru comforted himself. These were chaotic times. As a young man, he had to be cautious in everything. He fished out his keys again and clicked the lock open. He pushed open the door, stood on tiptoe at the entrance, and peered inside. He found the small clinic, about 100 square feet, unchanged and without anything suspicious. Damn it, I scared myself. Must be watching too many movies. Lin Tian muttered to himself, tossing the brick aside. Stepping inside the clinic, he habitually closed the door behind him. But just as the door closed, suddenly, a gale force wind swept in. He felt a sharp pain in his neck. Then darkness engulfed his vision, and he instantly lost consciousness. He had no idea how much time had passed. Lin Tian slowly regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying on damp floor tiles. All around him was pitch black. Occasionally, a foul stench wafted through the air. Where am I? She slowly crawled up, raising her hands to feel her way around. Just then, with a click, the lights came on. Lin Tian quickly shielded his eyes with his hands. After so long in darkness, the sudden glare of the bright white light was unbearable. Then, a hoarse male voice spoke. 2 choices. 1. Tell me where your grandfather is, and then I'll kill you. 2. Hand over the formula for the soul incense, and I'll kill you. Lin Tian gradually adjusted to the light. Only then did he slowly release his grip. He surveyed his surroundings. This must be an underground chamber, no more than a dozen square meters in length and width. Moreover, the walls were crumbling and water seeped through the cracks everywhere. He narrowed his eyes, studying the man in black robes standing by the doorway. The man's entire body was shrouded in the black cloak, his features completely obscured. So it was the soul charging incense after all. Lin Tian cursed under his breath. This was actually within his expectations. Grandfather had once warned that the soul incense held a great secret and must never be shown lightly. But now, there was no time for such concerns. First, he had to shake off the person before him. Lin Tian forced himself to remain calm. He replied indifferently, since you've said it yourself, and death is inevitable either way, do you really think I'd tell you? As he spoke, Lin Tian secretly activated the seize technique. He knew that given the other's words, regardless of the reason, today would likely end badly for him. Better to fight to the death. Is that so? In this world, death might not be the most terrifying thing. The black-robed man's voice was icy cold. As he spoke, he began to advance slowly. Lin Tian spread his hands slightly, gathering his strength. If he could make contact, he was confident he could shatter the man's soul in an instant. He hadn't forgotten the extraordinary power of the seize technique. If only the 12-finger massage technique he possessed now were not just the basic level, but the intermediate level. Lin Tian wouldn't need to wait at all. According to Hong Luan's description, the intermediate level spirit energy transference allowed him to unleash the finger technique across a certain range, obliterating all within its reach. Closer, almost there. Lin Tian silently calculated in his mind. Every muscle in his body tensed, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. Damn it! It's all because my cultivation is too low. But just then, the man in black robes seemed to sense something. He abruptly halted 5 paces away. He sneered coldly, what? Trying to turn the tables? He's onto me? Lin Tian's heart sank. He hadn't expected this man to be so cautious. Lin Tian feigned resignation. With a touch of melancholy, he said, you're overthinking it. I'm just a first-tier chi gathering realm student. Do you really think I have the ability? True. The cloaked man gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Hearing this, Lin Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But the next second. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the cloaked figure had appeared behind Lin Tian. Lin Tian thought, oh no! An intense sense of danger surged through him. But his cultivation was too low. His speed was simply too slow to react. Two bone-crunching cracks echoed the spine-chilling sound of hand bones snapping. Ah! Lin Tian let out a piercing scream as excruciating pain instantly surged through every nerve in his body. Beads of sweat the size of beans instantly covered his forehead. Strands of blood seeped continuously from the fractured forearm. However, before Lin Tian could make any further move, the next second, a massive iron-clawed hand had already clamped down on his throat. How about it? Surprised, the cloaked figure sneered. I'm loving this, bring it on. That's all you've got? Kill me, go ahead. Lin Tian endured the excruciating pain, his heart growing increasingly anxious. This bastard clearly possesses such formidable cultivation. Yet he still resorts to ambushes. What should I do? What the hell am I supposed to do? Have you made your choice? The man in black robes asked. But the pressure on his wrist kept intensifying. Lin Tian was being choked to the point of suffocation. His voice came out in broken gasps. I've decided. Let go first. Let go. Very good. The cloaked man nodded with satisfaction, slowly loosening his grip, his expression radiating certainty of victory. In his eyes, after this round of death threats and agony, could this wet behind the ears kid possibly endure any more? Huff, huff, huff. Lin Tian gained a moment to breathe, immediately gulping in the surrounding air. It took him a while to steady his breathing. He lowered his head, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. Because he had found a way to escape. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain of his shattered arms, he spoke slowly, the secret formula for the soul incense. I don't know it. Grandfather never told me. But before he could finish, the black-robed figure's hand struck out once more. Playing games with me? Then I'll extract your soul and see how defiant you remain. The black-robed figure seemed enraged, his words tinged with urgency. This truly caught the cloaked figure off guard. As for Lin Tian's claim of ignorance, the cloaked figure didn't believe a word of it. He knew Lin Tianfu too well. That old fox would never keep something valuable to himself, he'd tell his family. However, just as the black-robed figure's hand was about to descend from above, aiming to seize Lin Tian's crown, Lin Tian suddenly snapped his head up, his bloodshot pupils blazing with icy fury. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "You bastard, go to hell!" Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. The hand poised above Lin Tian's head began vaporizing at a visible speed. What? What is this? The black-robed figure was stunned and pale-faced. His spiritual energy erupted, propelling him backward like a gust of wind. But it was useless. The vaporization spread rapidly from his palms, up his arms, then over his entire body. In an instant, the cloaked figure dissolved into nothingness. Ding emotion value plus 100 cumulative 442. However, this was not the end. It was only the beginning. The vaporizing force radiated outward from Lin Tian as its center. It began to spread relentlessly outward. First, the confining walls vaporized. Then, the vaporizing force kept spreading. Until finally, within a radius of 1 kilometer, everything dissolved into air. Not a speck of dust remained in sight. And in that instant, Lin Tian plummeted into the deep pit. At the same time, the entire southern city began to shake violently. Then, from various parts of the city, cultivators began shooting skyward one after another. Each wore a look of utter horror, their gazes unconsciously turning toward the northern suburbs. An elderly man with snow-white hair. His voice trembled as he spoke. What on earth is happening? I just sensed the fear of death. Could it be the beast tide is coming again? Meanwhile, deep within the core of Blue Star, in a deep, cavernous cave, a stunningly beautiful woman frowned deeply, her voice filled with alarm and doubt. Seen your brother? Did you just sense the tremor of the great Dao? Chapter 10, Healing with Character Incantations, Cultivation Breakthrough. North suburbs of South City. The remnants of industrial civilization had long vanished. In its place stood towering trees in dense jungles. The lingering glow of the full moon filtered through the giant branches, casting threads of moonlight upon the forest. Suddenly, woo! A wolf's howl sent the small beasts of the forest scattering in panic. However, deep within the forest, within a colossal crater a kilometer in diameter, this fart is truly strategic in nature. Lin Tian muttered to himself. A thunderous fart, shaking heaven and earth. Terrifying indeed. At that moment, a plaque on the ground glowed with a faint, chilling light under the moonlight. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his arm, Lin Tian crouched down to examine it. What was this thing made of? A kilometer-wide radius had been obliterated by the sonic blast, leaving not even dust behind. He couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Yet this sign remained completely intact? After scrutinizing it for a long time, he considered a possibility. This plaque must have fallen out of the black-robed man's storage ring when his spirit dissipated. What a pity! This man's cultivation level was undoubtedly formidable. That ring must have held quite a few treasures, all now gone with the wind. Lin Tian pursed his lips, a pang of regret stinging his heart. Surveying the empty crater, not even a single stone remained. A wave of dread washed over him. That kind of destructive power. Even a god would be blown to smithereens by this? Just as he was deep in thought, distant voices drifted from afar, mingled with fluctuations of spiritual energy. Someone was clearly heading this way. Lin Tian's heart tightened. The commotion earlier had been too loud. He suspected most of the cultivators in the southern city had been alerted. To avoid trouble, he stuffed his identity token into his pocket, dragged his broken arms, gritted his teeth against the pain, and sped toward the small clinic. A dozen minutes later, Lin Tian returned to the small clinic. The clinic had an antique charm, its frontage modest at just over 100 square feet. A weathered wooden plaque hung above the entrance, inscribed with the characters Lin's Medical Clinic. Pushing open the door, he entered the main hall. Several wooden chairs and a long table stood there, the table laden with medicinal herbs and massage tools. A fabric curtain off to the side led into a small living quarters, containing only a wooden bed and a few simple pieces of furniture. It exuded a certain warmth, yet also a sense of solitude. Lin Tian locked the front door behind him, too preoccupied to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead as he collapsed to the floor to examine his injuries. Both elbows were a bloody mess, the sharp pain of broken bones making him gasp sharply, his face turning deathly pale. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stay calm. His mind raced for a solution. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He recalled the miraculous power of the pinch technique to mend all shattered wounds. With a let's give it a shot attitude, Lin Tian immediately closed his eyes and focused his mind. The spiritual energy within his body slowly circulated, attempting to activate the knee technique. A faint golden glow appeared at his fingertips. His left and right hands lightly tapped the fractured elbows. The next second, a warm current surged into the wound, and the bones began to mend at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Tian was filled with astonishment and delight. His eyes widened, and he nearly cried out in surprise. But immediately after, the spiritual energy within him was instantly drained, leaving him feeling utterly wrung out as he collapsed to the ground. Ding emotion value 5 cumulative 437. Lin Tian gasped for breath. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, my cultivation is too low, my spiritual energy can't keep up at all. At that moment, he accidentally brushed against the Qiankuan ring on his hand. A sudden idea struck him. Now, with the 12-finger massage technique, he had mastered the 3 key principles: pressing, grasping, and kneading. Pressing and pinching belonged to the healing category. Grasping, however, belonged to the offensive category. Since it was about grasping heaven, earth, and air, then grasp the spiritual energy contained within spirit stones and channel it into my body. That's not too much to ask, is it? No time to waste. He eagerly retrieved a spirit stone from his ring. Then, clutching it in his palm, he once again channeled the grab technique. The next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The spiritual energy within the stone surged into his body like a tidal wave. Lin Tian sighed inwardly. Had heaven not given birth to me, Lin Tian, the wisdom of ages would have remained shrouded in eternal night. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Lin Tian immediately combined the hand seals. He began to continuously transform the spiritual energy into healing power. The shattered bones and severed tendons in his hands rapidly reassembled and healed. But in the blink of an eye, the spirit stone in his hand turned to ashes. Lin Tian decided to go all out. He emptied all 85,000 spirit stones from his Qiankuan ring. The pile of spirit stones lay on the ground, glowing with a soft, luminous light that illuminated the entire hall as bright as day. He sat cross-legged, pressed both hands onto the pile of spirit stones, and began frantically gathering spiritual energy. But the healing process was no easy feat. Every inch of wound repaired felt like a needle prick. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. Lin Tian realized it too. The wounds on his hands were no ordinary physical injuries. A faint, sinister energy emanated from the wounds. Fortunately, he had ample spirit stones and sufficient emotional energy. Finally, after expending nearly 20,000 spirit stones and 50 points of emotional energy, his arms were finally fully restored, bone and flesh as good as new. Ding emotional value 50 cumulative 387. Lin Tian exhaled deeply, collapsing into the pile of spirit stones. He raised his hand to wipe away the sweat. Damn it, he finally got his hands back. Glancing at the remaining 60,000 spirit stones scattered on the ground, a ruthless gleam flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. It was time to advance his cultivation. But the thought of his own cultivation talent made him feel a bit discouraged. Screw it, just level up first. He immediately activated the chi gathering technique, pressing both hands onto the spirit stones and frantically snatching up spiritual energy, channeling it into his body. This chi gathering technique was a common cultivation method, suitable only for practitioners at the chi gathering realm. It was a technique designed to assist those who had just stepped into the cultivation realm, helping them absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Boom! Upon reaching a certain threshold of absorbed spiritual energy, a faint crackling sound echoed within his body. Spiritual energy surged through his meridians, effortlessly propelling him to the second layer of the chi gathering realm. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with excitement. Could it be that the Red Luan system had secretly upgraded his cultivation talent? At that moment, felt his entire body brimming with spiritual energy, his strength now several times greater than before. Continue. Seizing the moment, he pressed on, absorbing more spiritual energy, preparing to push through to the third layer of chi gathering realm in one go. But this time, the spiritual energy circulated through his body, but it became unusually difficult. It felt as though it had collided with an invisible barrier, impossible to breach. Lin Tian frowned and halted his movements. What was going on? His heart sank instantly. Lin Tian quickly circulated his chi through the entire body once more, beginning to examine the situation within his body. His meridians were constricted, making spiritual energy circulation extremely inefficient. Damn this crappy talent! Lin Tian couldn't help but curse, slapping his thigh in frustration. This won't do. At the second layer of chi gathering realm, he hadn't even reached the threshold of cultivation. What if? Try the 12-finger massage technique? Lin Tian's mind began racing again. He slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten? The press technique and the pinch technique, since they could be combined to refine pills and enhance their quality. Why couldn't they be applied to himself to improve his meridians and innate talent? For a moment, he felt invigorated again. Lin Tian grew increasingly excited as he pondered this. He immediately closed his eyes, focused his mind, and circulated the two techniques. Spiritual energy transformed into a fine stream, slowly coursing through the meridians throughout his body. Sure enough, under the influence of the two techniques, his meridians began to widen and become more supple, allowing spiritual energy to flow several times more smoothly. Spiritual patterns also emerged, circulating through every meridian as the energy completed its grand cycle. Ha 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 ha! I, Lin Tian, am no longer a worthless cultivator. In this moment, he was like a child who had just received his most cherished toy. Joy filled his very soul. Who knows how he'd survived all these years of mockery, his cultivation stagnant. But joy turned to sorrow, instantly snapping him out of his euphoric state. Ding emotion value 10 cumulative 377. Ding emotion value 10 cumulative 367. Ding emotional value 10 cumulative 357. Oh. Wait, why so many points deducted? However, before he could finish speaking, while practicing the press and knead technique alongside the chi guiding method to enhance his innate physique, he suddenly sensed something unusual within his body. What was this? A faint soul imprint lay hidden deep within his meridians, emitting an eerie fluctuation. Lin Tian was startled, his eyes snapping open as cold sweat broke out on his brow. Whose soul imprint was this? When was it planted? Chapter 11, Sect Leader, Underwear? Not wearing any? Lin Tian hastily activated the press and knead technique, meticulously scanning his entire body. Yet, he could find no trace of its origin. Just as he was puzzled, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the Qianquan ring on his hand. Could it be? Lin Tian's heart jolted as a faint suspicion dawned on him. Without hesitation, he activated the grasp technique. Spiritual energy coalesced into an invisible hand, plunging directly into the ring's space. A faint glow was pulled out, revealing a soul imprint hidden within the ring. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the imprint, his expression darkening. This thing was most likely left behind by Yi Qingqiu. You sly little vixen. I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. So you gave me the Qianquan ring just to spy on me? Rage surged within Lin Tian. He activated the grab character incantation, clenching his fingers with brutal force. With a sharp crack, the Dao-level spiritual pattern of the grasp technique shattered the mark. The soul imprint dissolved into scattered points of light. Oomph! This woman was indeed cunning. Fortunately, he had discovered her scheme early. Otherwise, wouldn't she have counted every single hair on my body? But Yi Qingqiu would never have imagined. Her soul imprint would be discovered by a mere chi-gathering realm cultivator. Or even erased. After dealing with the imprint, Lin Tian put the matter out of his mind. Because the urgent task at hand was to cultivate his cultivation base. He needed to lay a solid foundation for the secret realm 3 days hence, so he could put on a show then. And earn more emotion points. With that settled, Lin Tian reactivated the press and knead technique, continuing to refine his innate meridians. This time, Lin Tian no longer spared his emotional energy. After eliminating all interference, Spiritual energy began circulating through his body like wind, flowing unimpeded. He could distinctly feel the meridians and pulse points within his body accelerating their expansion. Evidently, his innate talent was gradually enhancing. The spirit stones were rapidly diminishing in less than a minute, nearly 10,000 had been consumed. Ha! Let's see who laughs at me now. I'll beat the crap out of him. Lin Tian grinned wildly, his confidence soaring. Simultaneously, he activated the chi-gathering technique, preparing to break through to the third layer of the chi-gathering realm. As spiritual energy surged in wildly, the barrier gradually weakened under the combined power of the two techniques. Boom! Another faint crack echoed. Lin Tian felt his entire body tremble as spiritual energy surged like a floodgate bursting open, completely shattering the bottleneck. I did it! Lin Tian abruptly opened his eyes and raised his hands to examine them. Simultaneously, he felt the abundant power surging within him. He couldn't help himself again, erupting into maniacal laughter. Ha, this feels amazing. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. But it was nowhere near enough. He first looked down at the pile of spirit stones on the ground. He discovered the number had decreased by nearly 10,000. Damn it! Cultivation really is a money pit. But then, the thought of the celestial treasures within the heavenly furnace secret realm, the countless miraculous elixirs, and the inheritance of the Pill Emperor. His heart began to race with excitement. As long as he gathered enough medicinal ingredients in the secret realm, he could easily whip up 100 or 80 foundation establishment pills to sell. Wouldn't he be rolling in it? Lin Tian stood up, stretched his limbs, and nodded with satisfaction. Next, I must thoroughly prepare for the heavenly furnace secret realm. He murmured to himself, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Meanwhile, in an upscale villa district of South City, the area was ablaze with lights. And encircling the villa district, towering trees stood everywhere, each so massive it took 10 people to encircle them. This arrangement lends the community an air of both mystery and exclusivity. At that moment, at the very center of the estate, a 3-story luxury villa stood completely distinct from the other structures. It stood out like a crane among chickens, fully showcasing the owner's distinguished status. On the top floor, an open-air swimming pool glistened under the bright moonlight, smoke curling gently, creating a scene straight out of paradise. By the poolside, 2 maidservants clad in sheer robes stood in respectful attendance, eyes lowered and eyes cast down, daring not to make a sound. In the center of the pool, a cushion floats in midair. Upon it sat a woman of captivating beauty, her posture serene and graceful. She wore a semi-transparent gauze robe, her delicate form shimmering like a phantom, her curves exquisitely defined, her skin as smooth as jade. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her phoenix-like eyes were gently closed, and her red lips were lightly pursed, exuding an air of languid elegance and noble grace. She was none other than Yi Qingqiu, the mistress of Naodong Pavilion. At this moment, she was immersed in meditation, spiritual energy circulating around her, faintly outlining shimmering patterns of alchemical energy. At that moment, 2 attendants nearby sensed something. Overjoyed, they approached and knelt on one knee, offering their congratulations. Congratulations, mistress. You have broken through to the peak of the Dao spirit realm. Yi Qingqiu merely smiled faintly at their words, paying them no mind. But suddenly, her brows furrowed as she snapped her eyes open, a flash of shock and doubt darting through her phoenix-like eyes. My soul imprint has been erased? Yi Qingqiu murmured to herself, her tone tinged with disbelief. Her jade-like hand rose lightly, gathering a wisp of spiritual energy at her fingertips as she attempted to sense any lingering trace of the imprint. Yet no matter how she probed, the mark had vanished completely, leaving not a single trace behind. Could that little brother be in danger? Yi Qingqiu's brows furrowed deeply as Lin Tian's image flashed through her mind. Anyone capable of extinguishing her divine soul mark must be at least at the Dao spirit realm. Her gaze shifted, turning toward the direction of South Street. As if something occurred to her, she murmured, "Number 11, North Street. Lin's medical clinic?" A meaningful smile curved her crimson lips, a flicker of curiosity dancing in her eyes. Looks like I'll have to pay a visit tonight. If old man Lin isn't dead, then the secret of the soul incense. Then, she rose slowly. A pair of pale, bare feet lightly touched the ripples. In an instant, she returned to the poolside. She beckoned to the 2 maidservants with a graceful wave of her hand. The 2 attendants immediately approached, presenting a set of exquisite purple robes. One of them, a particularly lovely young maid, smiled and asked, "Is the mistress going out?" Yi Qingqiu, "Yes. You may return home tonight. Tomorrow, Naodong Pavilion will begin preparations for the arrangements concerning the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. The coming days may be quite busy." "Yes, mistress." Yi Qingqiu raised her slender arm, and the last layer of semi-transparent gauze draped over her body slid off in an instant. For a moment, a glimpse of springtime beauty was revealed. Her snow-white skin, as delicate as porcelain, glowed under the moonlight, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. The maid skillfully changed her garments, her movements gentle and respectful. The attendant who had spoken earlier suddenly seemed hesitant. Xiaodahong, is something wrong? Yi Qingqiu asked softly. The maid called Little Peach Blossom flushed slightly, her face turning crimson as she stammered, Mistress, are you not wearing any undergarments tonight? Yi Qingqiu paused, taken aback by the question. Usually, she preferred to dress this way at night. She pondered briefly. After all, it was just a quick trip, nothing significant should happen. It's fine. I'll go as I am. Moments later, Yi Qingqiu slipped into a long gown, her demeanor shifting abruptly, a blend of allure now tinged with authority. She gently stroked the hem of her skirt, nodded with satisfaction, and murmured, Lin Tian, I hope nothing happens to you. Before her words had fully faded, her figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the night. She headed straight for South Street. Chapter 12, Don't be shy, my massage is completely professional. Midnight, oh midnight, wait till dawn. The bustling South Street echoed with the clamor of voices. Young cultivators, retaining their nocturnal habits, always preferred hunting at night. At this moment, a barbecue stall owner was laughing heartily. His expression radiates pure excitement and exhilaration. Passing cultivators couldn't help but cast curious glances his way. The reason wasn't that his barbecue stall was booming. Rather, he had finally broken through to the third layer of the chi-gathering realm. This meant, from now on, his grilled food would no longer require charcoal. Instead, he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cast the small fireball technique for grilling. This method is both eco-friendly and cost-effective, while infusing the grilled meat with spiritual energy. Diners could enjoy their meals with peace of mind, free from cancer concerns, while replenishing their spiritual energy. A win-win situation. Meanwhile, at number 11 South Street. Inside the small clinic. Dim lamplight spilled across the massage table, casting a half-length shadow. Lin Tian sat cross-legged, eyes closed in deep concentration. He was adapting to the power of the third layer of the chi-gathering realm. Strands of spiritual energy circulated through his meridians, bringing a faint coolness. Suddenly, knock knock knock. A series of light knocks at the door shattered the tranquil atmosphere of the small clinic. Lin Tian snapped his eyes open, frowned, and glanced at the wall clock. The hands pointed precisely to midnight. Who could it be at this hour, he muttered. Could it be that girl Mu Shui again? The mere thought of Mu Shui made Lin Tian's heart race, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. He thought to himself, no way. Could she have found out about me using her as a massage advertisement downstairs at the girls' dorm and come to settle the score? He swallowed hard. The image of Mu Shui's icy, beautiful face flashed through his mind. A chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat broke out on his back. It wasn't that he was afraid or anything. Mainly, after Tang Yan pointed it out, he realized it too. A girl going to a guy for a full-body massage. If word got out. It did seem a bit. Knock knock knock. The knocking sounded again, this time with a hint of urgency. Lin Tian composed himself and tiptoed to the door. He whispered, Who is it? Lin. Lin, it's us, came a familiar, slightly shy voice from outside the door. Lin Tian froze. That voice sounded familiar. He cautiously opened the door and, under the moonlight, saw two lovely figures standing there. They were the two senior female students he'd stopped earlier that morning outside the women's dormitory. The one on the left was sweet and charming, her oval face lit with a shy smile. The one on the right seemed slightly shy, her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. Who was Lin Tian? Shrewd as a monkey, the moment he saw these two, he knew exactly what was going on. A surge of excitement filled his heart. He thought to himself, business is coming to me. His emotional energy had been drained quite a bit just now. He was pondering how he could recoup some tomorrow. It was like the perfect opportunity had arrived just when he needed it most. But outwardly, he feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. He asked tentatively, Senior sisters, so late at night, what brings you? The sweet-looking senior, Xiao Linger, bit her lip, her cheeks flushing slightly. She stammered, Well, we've been practicing lately, and our latent ailments have gotten worse. We're afraid the spiritual energy might go haywire, so we wanted to try that massage technique you mentioned. Zhao Li lowered her head and added, Didn't you say if it hurts at night, we could come? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and by the end, her face flushed as red as a ripe apple. Lin Tian heard this and immediately plastered on a smile. He stepped aside to make room. You two seniors couldn't have come at a better time. Please come in. My family's traditional technique guarantees you'll feel, No. It guarantees you'll feel like you're in heaven. The two seniors exchanged a glance, their eyes betraying a hint of reproach. This mouth never learns to keep it shut. Ding emotion value plus 13 cumulative 300. But after only a moment's hesitation, they stepped inside the clinic with quick little strides. Lin Tian closed the door. He then led them to a partitioned room separated by a screen. Pointing at the screen, he said, Senior, please go to the back and change into the disposable massage gowns. They're on the rack. The two elementary school seniors exchanged glances. Xiao Linger whispered softly, Sister Zhao Li, shall you change first? The shy senior blushed slightly. Let's do it together. It looks spacious enough inside. Xiao Linger nodded. Then both girls shyly slipped behind the screen. Soon, the rustling sounds of changing clothes came from behind the screen. Lin Tian wasted no time. He began laying out clean, disposable white towels on the massage bed. At that moment, whispered voices came from behind the screen. Zhao Li suddenly whispered, Linger, should I take off my underwear? Her voice carried a hint of trepidation, clearly having mustered up the courage to ask. Lin Tian was arranging the massage table when he froze upon hearing her question. Then, with a serious expression, he declared, Senior, from a medical perspective, underwear is a major constraint for girls utterly unnatural. He paused. His tone grew even more solemn. This thing constricts the meridians and obstructs the flow of spiritual energy. Wearing it long-term will only intensify spiritual energy surges and even hinder cultivation progress. Silence hung behind the screen for 2 seconds before Xiao Linger couldn't help muttering, he does, kind of make a point. Zhao Li, however, stamped her feet in embarrassment. She leaned close and whispered, but not wearing any is just too embarrassing, right? Lin Tian gave a wicked chuckle. As if. Now that his innate physique had been enhanced and his cultivation had reached the 3rd layer of chi-gathering realm. This little clinic wasn't big, and it was the middle of the night. How could she possibly escape his keen hearing? Lin Tian continued in a leisurely tone, Senior, for girls, honestly. The most beautiful state is when they're not wearing anything that's what you call natural beauty. Lin Tian. How can you be so inappropriate? Xiao Linger poked her head out indignantly, her almond-shaped eyes wide and round, her face flushed crimson. Zhao Li, hidden behind the screen, was too embarrassed to utter a sound. Ding emotion value plus 20 cumulative 320. Lin Tian's spirits lifted once more. Watching the rapidly climbing emotion value, he felt an indescribable joy. Greed, anger, delusion, rage, resentment and other emotions. Lin Tian silently calculated, seeming to arrive at a conclusion. Hatred values seem to be the easiest and safest emotional values to obtain. As for emotions like Tang Yan's explosive outbursts carry far too high a risk factor. And then there was the black-robed man blown to air by the great Dao's fart. Not ideal either, only 100 per death, and he's no serial killer. Then there's the emotional energy provided by thousands during the alchemist grand competition. While plentiful and valuable, that kind of supply isn't exactly daily. Looks like he'd have to work harder on his smooth talk from now on. Changed clothes. The two emerged wearing thin blue massage robes. The sheer fabric faintly outlined their graceful curves. However, both women were silently cursing Lin Tian as a crooked merchant in their hearts. Because they both felt the quality of these robes was rather poor. After all, each session cost a whopping 198 spirit stones, and this was all they got: massage gowns as thin as a cicada's wing. But both girls, too shy to speak up, kept their complaints to themselves. Xiao Linger tugged at Zhao Li, both hesitating. Li, you go first. Zhao Li waved her hands hastily. No, Linger, you go first. I'm a little scared. For a moment, the two charming girls pushed and shoved, playfully tickling each other. But neither was willing to be the first to lie down on the massage bed. Lin Tian watched for a moment. Growing slightly impatient, he finally tapped the bed frame. He said with a sigh, Alright, you two seniors, stop being shy. Get on together, both of you. Ha? Both of you? Both seniors stared wide-eyed at Lin Tian in shock. Their cheeks flushed crimson instantly. They were both adults, and though the girls were introverted and shy, but that didn't mean they were fools. How could they not understand the meaning of the term to fly? Xiao Linger's cheeks puffed out in anger. Crossing her arms, she stomped her foot angrily. Lin Tian. How can you spout such lewd nonsense? Zhao Li took a step back, her voice trembling. Junior, you better not do anything rash. Otherwise, I'll report you to the school. Ding emotion value plus 20 cumulative 340. Chapter 13, Oh no, that's my boyfriend. Lin Tian feigned confusion, shrugging his shoulders slightly. You must have misunderstood. I meant my massage technique is so awesome, I can massage both of you at the same time, saving you time. Hearing this, the two women relaxed their guard slightly. Why does everything you say sound so lewd? Xiao Linger scolded playfully, her voice tinged with playful reproach. Ding emotion value plus 20 cumulative 360. Ha? No, it's your minds that are impure. How can you two be so filthy? Lin Tian immediately retorted indignantly. He turned away, hands behind his back, eyes fixed at a 45-degree angle, his tone suddenly stern. He declared with conviction, I am a legitimate massage therapist and a prodigious alchemist from Nanda University. What you're doing is a blatant insult to my character. Both girls were stunned into silence for a moment. After a long pause, Xiao Ling finally gritted her teeth, tugging at Zhao Li. Lily, what if we give it a try? We're already here. Zhao Li's face flushed as she nodded. The two finally lay side by side on the massage bed, so tense they dared not even breathe loudly. After settling the two of them, Lin Tian turned and entered the adjacent room. A moment later, he emerged wearing a white lab coat. You know what? He really did look like a medical professor. Xiao Linger heard footsteps and tilted her little head. Seeing Lin Tian dressed in formal attire, the worry that had been weighing on her heart finally lifted. After all, someone who could wear such clothes must be legitimate, right? Lin Tian approached the two of them. He took a deep breath, hovering his hands above their chests. Senior, should I begin? Both girls nodded slightly at the same time, letting out a soft sigh. Lin Tian activated the press technique. Her fingers curled into claws as she began to press down slowly. A faint, barely perceptible thread of spiritual energy seeped from his fingertips, transforming into two clear streams that flowed into the Shanzhong acupoints of Xiao Linger and Zhao Li respectively. With his prior experience massaging Tang Yan, this time, he skillfully activated the press technique for just 1 second. He immediately withdrew the technique to prevent his spiritual energy from being drained again. Xiao Linger and Zhao Li let out soft moans as their slender bodies tensed. Her bare toes dug into the mattress. Their slender, pale hands gripped the bed rails with all their might. Seeing this, Lin Tian hurriedly reminded them, "Senior sisters, relax a bit. Don't resist my spiritual energy, otherwise, I won't be able to penetrate your extraordinary meridians." Okay. Following Lin Tian's reminder, gradually, the two girls' previously tense bodies began to relax. Lin Tian's fingertips moved back and forth across their shoulders, necks, arms, and abdomens. The spiritual energy of the press technique relentlessly assaulted a certain celestial chain within their bodies. The girls could no longer suppress their reactions, and soft, broken moans began to spill from their throats. A single word suddenly flashed through Xiao Linger's mind: bliss? This sensation felt like finally shedding a 1,000-pound burden. Suddenly, one day, the burden was lifted, leaving behind a sensation of lightness as if she were a sparrow. Why am I starting to say the word awesome too? It's all that damn Lin Tian's fault, he's corrupted me. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was now. He was using the press technique to secretly observe the state of their internal meridians and major acupoints. He discovered Xiao Linger had 6 heavenly path chains within her. Zhao Li had 5, each binding her major meridians and acupoints. Lin Tian seemed to have realized something. He asked softly, "Senior, are your cultivation levels one at the 5th layer of Qi gathering realm and the other at the 6th layer?" "How did you know?" Xiao Linger asked in puzzlement. Lin Tian, "Oh, my spiritual energy permeates your bodies, so I can naturally discern such details." His hunch proved correct. For cultivators, each minor realm advancement brings an additional heavenly chain. Yet his expression immediately clouded with confusion. If the rules of heaven were missing, shouldn't there be no chains at all? Then how could these Dao pattern chains still appear? Chains binding the meridians? He couldn't make sense of it, so he simply put it out of his mind. A quarter of an hour passed. Lin Tian was drenched in sweat, though he hadn't managed to completely sever a single heavenly Dao chain for them. After 3 consecutive applications of the press technique massage, one of the chains had begun to show slight cracks. Ding, emotional value consumption 10, cumulative 350. Only this much deducted? It seems that increased cultivation affects the consumption of emotion points. Lin Tian thought to himself. The massage began to settle into a normal rhythm. He gradually slowed his movements and started chatting casually with the two. "How's it feeling, senior?" "Feeling like you're floating on air?" he asked with a mischievous grin. Xiao Linger gasped, her face flushed. "Your technique is absolutely incredible. I feel like I'm floating right now. The spiritual energy inside me is flowing incredibly smoothly. Even the lingering ailments in my chest and abdomen feel much lighter." Zhao Li opened her eyes and nodded shyly. It's more effective than taking pills. My spiritual energy is circulating so much smoother." The two exchanged glances, seeing shock and satisfaction reflected in each other's eyes. Lin Tian grinned widely, about to say a few more words. He intended to recoup the 10 emotion points he'd just expended by drawing them from the two women. At that moment, Zhao Li suddenly whispered, "Oh, right, Junior. Before coming here, we specifically went to see Senior Mu Shui and asked if she came to your place for a massage last night." "What?" Lin Tian's hand trembled, his heart nearly skipped a beat. His voice trembled. "You asked Mu Shui?" Xiao Linger nodded, puzzled. "Yeah, Senior Mu Shui admitted it herself. She even asked how we knew. We told her we heard you shouting downstairs at the girls' dorm this morning." "What?" Lin Tian's face instantly drained of color, his mind going completely blank. "This is it. I'm done for. Mu Shui knows I used her as a human billboard downstairs at the girls' dorm? She'll skin me alive. What's wrong?" Xiao Linger noticed Lin Tian's pale face and asked softly. Lin Tian forced a smile. His voice cracked. "So, what was Senior Mu Shui's expression like back then?" Zhao Li tilted her head, pondering for a moment. "Nothing unusual. She seemed pretty calm." Xiao Linger chimed in with a smile. "Junior, don't worry. Senior Mu Shui doesn't seem upset. With your amazing skills, she probably thinks it was worth it." She paused, then teased, "But you really are amazing. You can refine pills and give massages. It's just, your mouth has no filter. You're always saying naughty things. Lin Tian gave a nervous chuckle, silently praying, Mushwet, please don't be angry. If only this could blow over. I, Lin Tian, swear I'll never use you as advertising material again. The more he thought about it, the more hopeful he felt. Since Mushwa hadn't exploded on the spot, she probably really didn't mind. With that thought, his mood lifted considerably, and his hands moved with renewed lightness and skill. That was just his resilient spirit. He always kept a positive mindset. Just as the three of them were chatting away, exchanging random remarks. At the doorway. A sudden, urgent pounding erupted at the door. Bang bang bang. Amidst the pounding, a furious male voice boomed, "Open up! Open the door, now!" Zhao Li recognized the voice immediately. She turned around in alarm. She looked at Xiao Linger in confusion. "Linger, that voice sounds so much like yours." Xiao Linger could no longer stay still. She shot upright, her face turning instantly pale. Panicked, she exclaimed, "Oh no, it's my boyfriend." However, her movements were so frantic. She accidentally tore a hole in the already flimsy blue massage robe. Ripped open at the arm. A flash of snow-white skin burst into view. Lin Tian couldn't help but swallow hard. He thought to himself, wow, so white. But just as he was about to lose his mind, the door to the small clinic burst open with a loud bang. Chapter 14, Playing the Field. Xiao Linger's eyes widened in panic as she stared at the man who had burst through the door. "Yi Bu Fan? What are you doing here?" she blurted out. Her voice carried both confusion and irritation, the blush on her face instantly replaced by anger. The moment Yi Bu Fan entered, his gaze locked directly onto Xiao Linger. She wore a thin massage robe, one corner of which had accidentally split open, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin. Fury erupted in his eyes, his face turning ashen. Fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked, he strode forward, ready to charge. "You? Xiao Linger, is that so? No wonder you've never even let me touch your hand." Yi Bu Fan's eyes blazed with fury. His venomous curse erupted. You filthy woman. You're nothing but trash. You've been sleeping with other men all along? And you're doing threesomes? Yi Bu Fan, what did you say? Say that again?" Xiao Linger leapt off the bed, her face drained of color, demanding in disbelief. Meanwhile, across from the small clinic, at the barbecue stall, the grill blazed fiercely, filling the air with savory aromas. The stall owner was showing off, flaunting his fireball technique. Seated at the stall's edge were two diners cloaked entirely in black, their table piled high with skewers and empty liquor bottles. In this current era of cultivation, eccentric individuals in unusual attire were a common sight, and black-clad figures were nothing out of the ordinary. No one gave them a second glance. At that moment, one of the young men in black, a lamb skewer dangling from his mouth, fixed his gaze intently on the bustling scene at the small clinic. He grinned widely and bellowed to the stall owner, "Hey, boss. 10 more skewers of kidney, please. There's gonna be a show tonight, and I need to fortify my kidneys." Then, he turned back to the other black-clad figure beside him and remarked with a smirk, "Old Joe, you gotta admit Lin Tian sure knows how to live it up, huh? 2 college girls serving him at once? TSK, I'm green with envy." The man called Old Joe snorted coldly at the remark. He glared at the other man. "Shut up. Don't forget who we are. If we're exposed, we both die." The younger man pursed his lips. He muttered under his breath, "It's all because of that explosion in the northern suburbs. The boss vanished out of nowhere. It's probably got something to do with this Lin Tian. We've been staking this place for ages and haven't even had time to report back to the organization." He took a bite of his kidney dish and continued watching the clinic, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Just as the two were completely absorbed in observing the small clinic, a violet figure appeared silently beside the barbecue stall. The figure in the purple dress, with her graceful form bathed in moonlight, resembled a fallen immortal. Her phoenix-like eyes flickered with a hint of lethal intent. She sat down calmly at the table occupied by the men in black. She crossed her legs with effortless grace, the hem of her skirt slipping slightly to reveal a slender, pearly white calf. The two men in black looked up. They instantly recognized the woman's identity, their faces turning deathly pale in terror. They scrambled to their feet, ready to flee. "One step further, and I'll kill you both instantly." Her voice was cold and clear, her intent to kill unmasked. Yi's sect leader. What are you doing here?" This woman was none other than Yi Qingxiu, who had arrived here long ago. At that moment, the two black-clad figures dared not move an inch. Their bodies froze in place, cold sweat pouring down their faces as their legs went weak. "Are you kidding me?" This was Yi Qingxiu. In the southern city, he was a ruthless figure known to every household. It was said that a year ago, a secret realm opened. Yi Qingxiu, in his quest to seize one of the elixir formulas within, she forcibly clashed with the 3 great clans of neighboring Tang City. In the end, she single-handedly slaughtered over 100 Grandmaster-level cultivators from the opposing side. The scene was nothing short of a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Now, every secret realm that opens, Unwritten rules have emerged. It was now a matter of each relying on their own abilities, bearing the consequences of life and death. At that moment, Yi Qingqiu narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, glancing at the two men with a look that commanded their compliance. The two dared not resist and obediently complied. Soon, the trio arrived at a pitch-black forest in the distance. Speak, Yi Qingqiu cut straight to the point, her voice as cold as ice. Old Zhou gritted his teeth and forced out, "We were just passing through. We weren't spying on anyone." Yi Qingqiu sneered coldly. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure erupted, that of a Peak Dao spirit realm cultivator. Instantly, it crushed the two men, leaving them gasping for breath. With a flick of her finger, 2 pills shot into their throats. These pills are called soul severers. If not dissolved within 3 breaths, your meridians will shatter completely, she stated calmly. The young man in black heard this. His face instantly drained of color. He stammered, I'll talk. The explosion in the northern suburbs and our boss's disappearance must be connected to Lin Tian, so we... Shut up. Old Zhou snapped, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Dare to leak organization secrets, and I'll be the first to kill you. Yi Qingqiu narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, her beautiful cherry lips curling into a sneer. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Her delicate hand swept through the air. A blade of spiritual energy sliced through the air. The black-clad man who had been scolding her didn't even have time to scream. Instantly, he dissolved into a mist of blood. The young black-clad man witnessed this and his mind shattered completely. He collapsed onto the ground in terror, soiling himself. He scrambled to the ground, kowtowing desperately. Just don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Yi Qingqiu replied coldly, Speak. I'll spare your life. The young man nodded tremulously and spilled everything in rapid succession. 1 minute later. Yi Qingqiu returned alone to the barbecue stall, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She called out to the stall owner, grill me a sausage extra spicy. However, no sooner had the words left her mouth. A sudden, sharp twinge shot through her chest. Yi Qingqiu gently pressed her hand to her chest. Furrowing her brow slightly, she thought to herself, could it be that my spiritual energy is still unstable after just breaking through to the Dao spirit realm? The stall owner beside her hurriedly responded, quickly handing her a tenderly grilled sausage. Yi Qingqiu sat upright by the stall, parted her crimson lips, and took a small bite of the sausage. Yet a thread of her spiritual awareness remained fixed on the situation at the small clinic. After a long while, she couldn't help but let out a wry smile. This little brother. He truly is a Lin family scion. Under the guise of giving massages, he's taking advantage of those 2 female students. And he actually had the nerve to act all righteous and self-righteous. Oomph. You little brat, just like your grandfather. Back in the day, when old Lin gave me massages, he wore the same pious, self-righteous facade. Damn it. Put. What an old lecher. The old ones are like that, but I never expected the young ones to be the same. She gave a coy pout, her cheeks flushing slightly. Yet a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, inside the small clinic, a melodramatic scene was unfolding. Yi Bufan's eyes blazed with fury. Pointing at Xiaolinger, he roared, You made me a cuckold. And you still have the nerve to argue? Xiaolinger was struck by another blow. Her petite frame trembled with fury as she lunged forward, shouting, Yi Bufan. What nonsense are you spouting? I came here to treat my ailment. Yi Bufan sneered coldly. He strode to the doorway, ripped down a left-side billboard, and slammed it to the ground. Ancient massage? No men allowed? This place is nothing but a ing den of debauchery. This outburst directly implicated Lin Tian and the other 2. Jolly instantly flared up, Watch your mouth. We came for treatment. How dare you slander us? Xiaolinger's eyes reddened as she erupted, Yi Bufan, it's over. We're breaking up. She gritted her teeth, You're lazy and good for nothing. Your cultivation depends entirely on the spirit stones I subsidize from school. Don't think I don't know. Besides chasing after me, you're playing the field with 5 women at once. You're scum. And now, you dare slander me? Get out. I never want to see you again. And Lin Tian? Originally, he figured the young couple had just misunderstood each other. A quick explanation should fix things. So he happily sat back, enjoying the show from his chair. But hearing that kid's words just now? He thought to himself, I don't entertain men, so how does that make me a den of iniquity? This was a blatant insult to his character. Besides, this kid was clearly a piece of trash. I'm still single to this day. How dare he play the field like that? Uncle can tolerate it, but I can't. Then, Lin Tian glanced sideways at Yi Bufan. His tone carried a hint of coldness, yet his words were inexplicably strange. Hey, kid, you've got so many girlfriends, sharing one is no big deal, right? How can you be the only one having all the fun? Xiaolinger and Jolly froze in unison, then scolded playfully, Junior Lin. You're talking nonsense again. Ding emotion value plus 150 cumulative 500. Emotion value first reaches 500, granting 2 consecutive draws. Holy crap? Damn it! Lin Tian was dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Or 150? Chapter 15, Kiss Me. Lin Tian was utterly shocked. He felt like he'd just glimpsed a highway leading straight to self-destruction. Without another moment's hesitation, he leaped to his feet. Lin Tian pointed at Yi Bu Fan. He sneered coldly, "Look at you. You've had your fun, so why be so obsessed? You can't be that selfish in life, you know? Sometimes, you have to let others have their turn too." Yi Bu Fan, you. Ding emotion value plus 200 cumulative 700. Ding emotion value first reaches 700, granting one triple draw. Xiao Linger and Zhao Li beside him were both dumbfounded. What the hell was that? What does let others enjoy it to even mean? Does this even make sense? The small clinic fell into a deathly silence. Lin Tian's eyes widened. Because he was a bit baffled too. But he quickly snapped out of it. He pulled a hat from a nearby drawer. He walked slowly forward, calmly approaching Yi Bu Fan. He placed the hat on Yi Bu Fan's head. Finally, with a solemn expression, he patted the other man's shoulder. He offered quiet reassurance, "Bro, I totally get how you feel. Rest assured, once you wear this hat, you'll absolutely succeed in matters of the heart. Keep at it. Go for it." After offering his consolation, Lin Tian returned to his seat with the same calm composure as if nothing had happened. A gentle breeze swept through the doorway. Yi Bu Fan finally snapped out of it. His eyes were bloodshot. He yanked the hat off his head and gasped it was green? "Ah. I've been chasing Xiao Linger for a year and haven't even touched her hand. You've taken advantage of her here and now you dare mock me to my face?" Yi Bu Fan could no longer contain himself. Spiritual energy surged violently from him. He roared, "I'll kill you." His fist slammed out, spiritual energy instantly transforming into a raging storm, hurtling straight toward Lin Tian's face. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Who was this guy? Clever as a monkey. He had already seen through him nothing more than a third-tier chi-gathering realm cultivator. A cold sneer escaped his lips. Lin Tian slowly raised his right hand. A small, golden fireball suddenly hovered above his sword finger. Go! As his sword finger pointed forward, the fireball shot from his hand, hurtling straight toward Yi Bu Fan who was charging head-on. Yi Bu Fan's fist wind was fierce. Seeing his opponent neither dodge nor retreat, insteadly unleashing a fireball spell. A savage glint flared in his eyes, and the venomous smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. Inside, he sneered coldly. "Kid, today I'll smash your skull with a single punch. Let you learn the consequences of underestimating me and insulting me." It wasn't surprising that Yi Bu Fan felt such contempt. Below the Foundation establishment realm, when practitioners of equal cultivation level clashed, their spiritual energy was essentially comparable. As long as one could spiritual energy around their body for protection, attacks of equal cultivation level were largely ineffective. Thus, the chi-gathering realm was also known as the realm of physical tempering. When two combatants clash, their strength largely relies on force-based attacks. At that moment, Yi Bu Fan immediately gathered spiritual energy to shield himself, showing no fear of Lin Tian's fireball technique. With a single punch, he aimed straight for the fireball spell, intent on shattering it before striking down Lin Tian. Boom! However, the instant Yi Bu Fan's fist made contact with the fireball, he instantly flew backward like a. The fireball sent him flying backward, slamming him into the wall. But a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him. But what terrified him even more was his fist still bore the scorch marks of Lin Tian's fireball spell. No matter how hard he shook them, he couldn't shake them off. And upon the fireball, strange Dao-inscribed energies relentlessly eroded his meridians and acupoints, even his very soul. Ah! What the hell is this thing? No. Only after 3 breaths passed, the small fireball finally extinguished itself. Yi Bu Fan's expression was one of utter shock. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Within his body, his meridians had long been ravaged by the power of the Dao patterns. Yi Bu Fan no longer possessed his former ferocity. All that remained was a deep, profound fear of Lin Tian. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he clutched his chest with one hand. He shot Lin Tian a venomous glare before staggering out of the small clinic. Without even daring to utter a single threat, he fled in a hurry. Lin Tian felt neither joy nor sorrow. To him, it was unnecessary. The fireball spell he had just cast, however, was not unexpected. He had infused it with a strand of the reverse press technique. This was a secret technique he had grasped after breaking through to the 3rd layer of chi-gathering realm. The reverse press incantation reversed the flow of incantation energy, transforming it from healing into destruction. Xiao Linger and Zhao Li, standing nearby, were stunned into speechlessness. They had witnessed everything that had just happened. This completely overturned their understanding of cultivation and their entire worldview. Only after a long while did they finally snap out of their shock. Xiao Linger wiped her moist almond-shaped eyes. She turned to Lin Tian with gratitude. Junior brother Lin, thank you for standing up for me just now. But as she spoke, tears welled up and streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Lin Tian offered a few words of comfort. After the two girls changed back into their clothes, they paid a total of 400 spirit stones and left the small clinic, heading back to South University. Lin Tian saw them off. He made a quick repair to the door lock. Thankfully, it wasn't too badly damaged. Who knows? Lin Tian might have to see compensation from Yibu Fan tomorrow. He closed the door once more. Just as he turned to head back to his room to rest. At that moment, a knock suddenly sounded at the door again. Lin Tian froze. Frowning, he muttered, could they be back already? But the moment he opened the door, a figure in a purple dress suddenly lunged inside. She threw herself directly into Lin Tian's arms and clung to him tightly. Holy crap? What the hell? Before Lin Tian could even look down to see who it was, he heard the faint, breathless voice from within his embrace whisper, quick, quick, close the door. I can't hold it anymore. Wait, who are you? Lin Tian shoved the person in his arms away. He raised his hand, ready to give the other a slap. Are you kidding me? Even if you're taking advantage of me, this is going too far. Starting with a passionate hug? But when he recognized the face before him, his hand froze mid-air. It's you? Master Yi? What brings you here? Yi Qingqiu stood there, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face flushed crimson, radiating a palpable sensuality. As if she were in heat? Yi Qingqiu was pushed away by Lin Tian, her delicate frame swaying as if about to collapse. Her breath was uneven, and her phoenix-like eyes radiated an intense, seductive allure. As if she could steal one's very soul. Lin Tian swallowed hard, staring at her in bewilderment. Yet, for some reason, perhaps it was those eyes, brimming with alluring waves of desire. A fierce agitation surged rapidly within Lin Tian's body. Hurry, baby, please close the door first. I can barely hold back. Yi Qingqiu braced herself against the wall behind the door with one slender arm, her body slumping toward the floor. Her slender legs kept twisting and shifting back and forth. Lin Tian seemed to understand something. After deep contemplation, he decided to close the door first. Though he harbored reservations about Yi Qingqiu embedding a soul imprint within the ring. But now, seeing her like this, it was almost certainly a heat response. Who knows, maybe in a moment. Lin Tian shook his head vigorously. He forced himself to calm down, refusing to dwell on those messy thoughts. He strode forward and casually closed the door. Then he turned around, wanting to check on Yi Qingqiu's condition. To see what exactly had happened. But the moment he turned around, a fiery, supple body pressed against him. Kiss me. That voice, like the murmurs of gods and demons from the heavens, sent Lin Tian's heart trembling wildly. Chapter 16, Seduction Run Amok, Campus Turmoil. The Yi Qingqiu before him bore none of the ruthless ferocity she'd displayed when she'd killed with a single gesture. Instead, her allure blossomed fully, her phoenix-like eyes brimming with springtime passion, as if invisible flames burned within. She breathed softly, little brother, kiss me. Her soft, fragrant body pressed against his once more, her hot breath tickling his ear. Her smooth, jade-like arms coiled around his waist like a mother snake, sending his heart pounding like a drum. Lin Tian's eyes widened as a buzzing sensation filled his mind. Damn it! What the hell is this woman playing at now? He frantically pushed the limp Yi Qingqiu away once more. Lin Tian, Yi sect leader. If you keep this up, don't blame me. I'm a man who eats meat, don't provoke me. Otherwise, tonight I'll make sure you know why a monkey's ass crack is so red. But Yi Qingqiu was like an unconscious, lust-driven entity. How could she understand human speech? Her reason had long been devoured by her seductive arts. Her crimson lips parted, murmuring like a demonic chant, then tell sister why the flower is so red. She lunged forward again, her purple skirt sliding down. Lin Tian's throat instantly went dry, blood surged upward, and his tightly held rationality cracked like thin ice. What the hell? Did she come prepared? Lin Tian bit down hard on his tongue, his mouth instantly filling with the pungent taste of blood. He forced himself to calm down, clinging to the last shred of his sanity. He activated the press technique, channeling a stream of spiritual energy from his fingertips into Yi Qingqiu's body. This probe proved critical. For within Yi Qingqiu's meridians, spiritual energy raged like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, charging wildly. But immediately, he detected a sinister, overbearing aura coiled within Yi Qingqiu's dantian. This aura seemed to tug at the soul and stir lustful desires. Lin Tian frowned. He thought to himself, what kind of demonic cultivation technique is this? How could it cause someone to lose control like this? He struggled to maintain his composure, attempting to channel spiritual energy to guide her back. But what of Yi Qingqiu? Her teasing grew bolder, her jade-like hand sliding across Lin Tian's chest, her crimson lips nearly brushing his jawline. Lin Tian took a step back, then another. Until he was pinned against the edge of the massage bed. At that moment, Yi Qingqiu murmured softly, don't hold back. Each word, each syllable, felt like a flame, scorching every nerve in Lin Tian's body. Damn it! Lin Tian roared, his rationality shattering completely. He slammed her against the wall, flipping her over and pinning her limp body onto the massage bed. Early morning. Nanjing University. Sunlight lazily spilled across the sports field. A gentle breeze carried the aroma of fried dough sticks and the sweetness of soy milk from the breakfast stalls. Those newly initiated cultivators still couldn't truly achieve fasting. Along the tree-lined paths, first-year cultivator students strolled and chatted, their laughter mingling with the whistling sounds of swords soaring overhead. When all the new students gathered on the playground. At that moment, 800 Chi gathering realm students formed dense, orderly ranks. Each of them was itching to get started. Ready to compete in a martial arts tournament for the 100 spots to enter the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. This decision was jointly made this morning by the Student Council and the Academic Affairs Office. From these 800 students, 100 would be selected to represent Nanda University in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm 2 days hence. However, before the tournament even began, amidst the female students, a sudden commotion erupted. The girls, dressed up like little fairies, chattered excitedly, fluttering about like a flock of birds. Did you hear? Junior Lin's massage technique is incredible. I heard even Senior Mushue went to him for a session, exclaimed a girl with a ponytail, her eyes sparkling. Yeah. Who knew this freshman, besides being a genius alchemist, could be so versatile? He's practically a treasure trove. Another girl with short hair blushed with excitement. The girls chattered excitedly, their voices brimming with admiration, itching to rush to the clinic and join the queue right away. And all of this? All thanks to Xiao Linger and Zhao Li, who had returned last night. But the male students nearby were all fuming. Their faces turned as green as if they'd swallowed a fly. Lin Tian? Oomph. That guy's just a pervert masquerading as a masseur, spat a tall boy, gnashing his teeth. Exactly. His shabby clinic is clearly a den of iniquity. I heard Yibu Fan from the neighboring school just posted a list of Lin Tian's 10 crimes on their school forum this morning. Another student with a crew cut chimed in, his fists clenching so hard they cracked. Yeah, he's a pervert. At that moment, at the very back of the crowd, a young couple erupted into a heated argument. A girl stood with her hands on her hips, her almond-shaped eyes wide. So what if I just want a massage to suppress my latent ailment? You only ever think about your own pleasure, never considering what happens when my spiritual energy goes haywire. Her boyfriend, upon hearing this, his face twisted in anger. He roared at her, massage? Is that even proper? Can't you just take your medicine? The girl was so furious her hair stood on end. Her voice rose to a shrill pitch, medicine? You never care about my health. You always make me take pills. That's bad for my body, don't you know that? Besides, if the school beauty doesn't mind, why can't I go? Xiao Linger said it herself. Lin Tian is a proper gentleman, offering completely legitimate massage services. Her boyfriend was utterly speechless, inwardly wishing he could grab a 40-meter cleaver and chop Lin Tian into dog food. He thought to himself, as a man who doesn't know whether a massage is legitimate or not. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His eyes turned bloodshot as he roared, you just can't go. You're being unreasonable. The girl's eyes reddened and she stormed off, leaving behind a cold, final statement, it's over. We're breaking up. Across the entire playground. The argument now felt like a powder keg ignited. Boys and girls instantly split into two factions, tension mounting. Both sides traded blows, turning the playground into a chaotic marketplace. Shouts and curses echoed in waves. In a distant corner, a stunningly beautiful, icy-eyed young woman stood, her eyes flashing with deep hatred. She murmured softly, Lin Tian, I will kill you. Suddenly, a cold, thunderous shout erupted. Shut up, all of you. Tang Yan, clad in a white dress, her aura as frosty as ice, strode onto the field with sharp, decisive steps. Her cold, beautiful face radiated an icy chill. Her phoenix-like eyes swept the area. The playground instantly fell silent, everyone frozen in fear. Where is Lin Tian? Where has he gone? Tang Yan demanded coldly, her voice tinged with impatience. The crowd exchanged nervous glances, no one daring to speak up, heads bowed like cowering quails. Tang Yan's eyebrows shot up in anger, her voice growing colder, who has his phone number? The boys shuddered in fear. Unison, they all pointed at one person, a sleazy, rotund fatso. In unison, they declared, Fatso has it. Little Fat, who had been drooling and ogling a voluptuous girl across the room. Caught off guard by the sudden accusation, he nearly toppled over in fright. His chubby face forced out a whiny voice, Director Tang. I have it. I'll call right now. His hands shook like a sieve as he fumbled for his phone. He hurriedly dialed Lin Tian's number. Inside, he screamed, Lin Tian, don't drag me down with you. South Street, number 11. The Lin family clinic's doors were tightly shut. As a sliver of morning light seeped through the window cracks, it illuminated the utter chaos inside the small clinic. The massage table frame lay shattered into pieces. The ancient rosewood bed in the room had also collapsed, wood shavings scattered across the floor. A pristine white sheet hung on a clothes hanger, torn open in a large hole. Scattered fragments of a purple skirt lay on the floor, along with a sea of tissues. Counting them. Never mind, there were too many to count. Who knew Lin Tian's little clinic kept such a stockpile of tissues? A lingering, cloying sweetness hung faintly in the air. Rying. A frantic ringtone pierced the air. Lin Tian, who had been lying on a door panel, jolted awake. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he looked around in a daze. After a long moment, he finally came to his senses. The wild scenes from last night surged back like a tidal wave. After a long while, Lin Tian looked around, but Yi Qingqiu was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, where did that woman go? Leaving me to take the fall alone? Meanwhile, on the playground, Yao Pang put down his phone. He nervously stole a glance at Tang Yan. His voice was barely above a whisper. Director Tang, he didn't pick up. Tang Yan's expression darkened instantly, her anger flaring. Call him again. If he can't be here within 10 minutes, you two will be digging spirit stone mines together. With that, Tang Yan strode onto the elevated platform in the training ground, ready to commence today's sparring session. Little Fat, his entire chubby frame, suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. His hands fumbled as he redialed the number, his chubby face scrunching up like a steamed bun. His mind screamed, Lin Tian, you're my own father, answer this call. Tang Bolong is about to eat someone alive. He knew full well digging spirit mines? You've got to be kidding me. That's basically signing your own death warrant. On the other end, when the phone rang again, it finally snapped Lin Tian out of his daze. He grabbed his phone and glanced at it. Seeing it was Yapang's number, he answered immediately. Hello? Yapang, what's up? From the other end came Yapang's frantic shout, Lin Tian. Get back to school. Tang Bolong is looking for you, he's so furious he could kill someone. Lin Tian froze, his heart skipping a beat. Tang Yan? Why is she looking for me? Could it be she's about to give me a reward? Chapter 17, The Truth About the Furnace Vessel, Realm Surge. The Little Clinic. On the door panel, Lin Tian set down his phone. He pursed his lips and muttered, a martial arts tournament? What's that got to do with me? Those 100 spots? I won them all back. Are they seriously asking me to fight again? He scanned the room once more. His gaze fell upon the broken massage table and the torn bedsheets. His mouth twitched. Damn that woman. Last night, she nearly drained me dry. But who knew? She really is a heavenly beauty. That size, compared to Teacher Tang's, seems like, maybe, even bigger? Lin Tian instinctively formed his hands into claws and gave it a squeeze. At this very moment, even he hadn't noticed it himself. His mindset seemed to shift. After a long while, he scratched his head, dispelling the restlessness in his mind. He hurriedly washed up, threw on a jacket, and headed out. He headed straight for South City University. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of South City, a secluded valley. A dilapidated thatched cottage, nestled among bamboo groves, shrouded in morning mist, resembling a hidden paradise. Beside the hut stood a woman of striking beauty and allure. It was none other than Yi Qingqiu, the mistress of Miaodan Pavilion, who had passionately sought love just the night before. She wore nothing but a loose-fitting white men's shirt draped over her entire body. The hem barely covered her hips. Below that, a pair of long, fair legs were exposed. Her delicate, translucent feet, tender and smooth, lightly pressed against a tender blade of grass. As a gentle breeze swept by, the semi-transparent shirt clung to her form, outlining her perfect figure and radiating the deadly allure of a mature woman. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed at the thatched cottage before her, as if recalling memories of the past. Her crimson lips parted slightly, murmuring softly, Lin Tianfu, so this was all your scheme? You've been plotting against me for 20 years. Yi Qingqiu's thoughts drifted back to the past. She had been orphaned at a young age, left without parents. From the moment she could remember, it was Lin Tianfu who had picked her up from the streets and secretly raised her in this very thatched cottage. As a child, Old Man Lin not only taught her alchemy but also imparted a mysterious martial art, the mystic charm divine technique. It was said he had discovered it by chance in a hidden realm long ago. Its power was boundless, yet it required a woman to cultivate it. And she, Yi Qingqiu, possessed an innate aloof and cold nature from childhood. Even though she had cultivated this seductive art since childhood, her inherent nature constantly suppressed its characteristics. This created an inherent contradiction in her character, where allure and aloofness coexisted. To outsiders, Yi Qingqiu appeared as a charming young woman. None knew her true identity. Her figure was exquisite, though she was barely in her early 20s. Yet her face seemed to belong to a woman in her 30s, radiating a captivating charm that could steal one's soul. Yi Qingqiu had always been profoundly grateful to Lin Tianfu. Grateful for his nurturing care and for imparting martial arts techniques. She remembered her childhood. What puzzled Yi Qingqiu most was why the old man insisted on massaging her periodically to guide the circulation of her seductive. Why the old man would insist on massaging her at regular intervals, guiding the circulation of her seductive arts. At first, she thought it was to solidify her cultivation. Later, she suspected old man Lin was taking liberties, exploiting his position as an elder. But it wasn't until last night's frenzy. She finally understood. It turned out, all of this had been Lin Tianfu's scheme. At this thought, Yi Qingqiu gritted her teeth. Her eyes darted mockingly to the bamboo skewer in her hand. This was the very skewer used last night at the barbecue stall to thread sausages. This very skewer. Combined with the hidden charm-inducing array within the small clinic, it had completely unleashed her mystic charm divine power. Lin Tianfu, you've gone to such lengths for your grandson. Yi Qingqiu's cold laughter turned bitter, her emotions a tangled knot of mixed feelings. She couldn't help but marvel at old man Lin's ingenuity. To have spent 20 years meticulously cultivating her as his vessel? The mystic allure divine art was no ordinary technique. As stated in the opening of the technique manual, whoever takes the virginity of its practitioner not only enhances their cultivation talent and perfects their Dao physique, but their cultivation level will also surge dramatically. Even more terrifying was this. Due to the peculiar nature of this technique, will cause the practitioner's soul to willingly acknowledge the usurper as master. They submit willingly, pledging lifelong loyalty and never betraying their master. This differs from a slave seal. The slave seal enforces obedience through coercion. The recognition of master in the mystic charm divine art, however, is a voluntary offering from the depths of the soul. There is absolutely no possibility of betrayal. Yi Qingqiu opened his palm, revealing a neatly cut piece of bedsheet in the shape of scissors. The plum blossom patterns dotted across it were glaring and ironic. She gave a self-mocking smile. Lin Tian, you little rascal, you actually feel grateful for everything your grandfather did for you? You've gotten off incredibly easy. A gentle breeze swept past, making her hair dance lightly. As the chill faded from her, she grew even more enchanting and alluring, like a blooming peony, radiant and bewitching. She tossed the bedsheet into the air and sneered coldly, Lin Tianfu, are you satisfied now? If I'm not mistaken, even Miaodong Pavilion was prepared by you for your grandson, wasn't it? At that moment, two stunningly beautiful women dressed as maids hurried out of the forest. Leading them was the maid named Xiaodong. Her features were delicate and fresh, like a girl next door, her eyes sparkling with a lively spirit. The two approached behind Yi Qingqiu. Xiaodong caught sight of Yi Qingqiu's attire, a flicker of curiosity crossing her eyes, though she dared not ask further. The two women then obediently stepped forward, skillfully changing Yi Qingqiu's clothes. Once dressed, Yi Qingqiu's aura instantly regained its former noble dignity. Turning her back to the attendants, she said softly, Xiaodong, starting today, you will secretly follow Lin Tian and ensure his safety. She paused. Yi Qingqiu paused. After a long moment, she continued with a meaningful tone, if he takes a liking to you, remember, you must not resist. Xiaodong's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed in surprise, Sect leader, this. HM? Do you dare defy the sect leader's command? Yi Qingqiu's voice turned icy. Xiaodong dares not. I shall obey the sect leader's instructions. Xiaodong shuddered in fright, immediately kneeling on the ground and hastily kowtowing. Yi Qingqiu snorted. Without further explanation, accompanied by another maid, she vanished into a streak of light and departed. Xiaodong stood rooted to the spot, pouting and muttering under her breath, just protect me, why make me? But the memory of the pavilion master's icy tone earlier. Xiaodong's voice trailed off abruptly. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was sprinting toward South City University. The morning wind whistled past him, making his clothes flap loudly. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt, staring in shock at his own body. Qi gathering realm. Fifth layer? His eyes widened as he felt the abundant spiritual energy within him. He could briefly glide on the wind. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, his body shot forward like a swallow, covering several meters in an instant. When the hell did I reach the fifth layer? He was momentarily dazed. But then, his heart began to race wildly. He hurriedly checked the Hongwan system. Damn it! My emotion points are down to just 200? After a moment of disarray, he slammed his thigh. Recalling last night's wild battle with Yi Qingqiu's 17 rounds of madness. He hadn't noticed these details before. Was because he had only recalled the exhilaration and passion of the moment. Now, he cast aside those chaotic memories entirely. Only then did he vaguely recall. During their fiery union with Yi Qingqiu, the press technique within his body had been automatically activated. He had even pressed the celestial chains for Yi Qingqiu, severing one of them. My emotional value. Lin Tian wailed to the heavens, his heart twisting in agony. What about the lottery? Could it be gone too? He hurriedly checked Hongwan's lottery. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The triple draw was still there. He did the math. His cultivation had skyrocketed by 2 tiers. Suddenly, he grinned like an idiot. Forget it, this round doesn't seem like a loss after all. Not only did I become a real man, but my cultivation rose too. Even if I lost some emotional points, I can earn them back. Lin Tian's mood instantly soared. Then, his feet seemed to sprout wings as he sped up. As he ran, he adapted to his new realm while simultaneously initiating the lottery within his consciousness. He began the lottery. Lin Tian rubbed his hands together, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He muttered to himself, wonder what good stuff I'll get this time. Lottery commencing. Ding, congratulations on winning. Chapter 18, The Southern University Tournament. Wow! Congratulations on winning 1 muscle explosion pill. Upon consumption, muscle strength increases tenfold, power increases tenfold, speed increases eightfold. Lasts for 10 minutes. Wow! Congratulations on winning 1 pure desire red corset. When worn, impervious to all attacks. Crafted from ice cicada spirit silk, an essential item for dual-cultivation intimacy. Wow! Congratulations on winning 1 supreme youth preserving pill. Upon consumption, doubles one's appearance and permanently preserves youth. Lin Tian's footsteps halted abruptly. His eyes widened like copper bells. His mouth twitched violently. Holy? I get the muscle explosion pill, but you're giving me a whole belly-bearing vest? He glanced at the so-called pure desire red belly-bearing top in his consciousness sea. Even with skin as thick as a chopping board, his face flushed crimson. He muttered under his breath, this, essential for romance? Where have you ever seen a belly-bearing top with 2 bowl-sized slits cut right across the chest? This seems a tad bit indecent, doesn't it? As for the youth-preserving pill. He touched his face. My looks, while not quite Pan-An's, they're still Peng Yuyan level handsome. Best save this elixir to give to someone else. Then, Lin Tian felt utterly satisfied. With wind at his heels, he soared through the air. He arrived at the South Campus field precisely 10 minutes later. The moment he arrived, a chubby fellow at the back of the crowd called out to him. Then, the two conspired together, whispering and murmuring. Meanwhile, on the field, the sun blazed fiercely, a breeze carrying bits of grass. 800 Chi cultivation realm students packed the field like sardines. Each stood silent as a mouse, not daring to speak aloud. For atop the high platform, the atmosphere was tense and charged. Tang Yan, clad in white, her coldly beautiful face taut, her willow brows furrowed. She was engaged in a heated argument with a middle-aged man clad in gray robes. The man had a stern expression and piercing eyes. He was none other than Hu, Director of Logistics and Vice President of Nan University. Vice President Hu, Lin Tian displayed extraordinary talent at the alchemist competition, securing 100 spots for Nanda. Who else could match that achievement? Why must he still compete? Reserving a special spot for him is only fair. Vice President Hu's brows furrowed at the words. Yet he showed no fear toward Tang Yan. Though Tang Yan was a formidable presence in the eyes of the students. In Hu Ming's eyes, she was merely a cultivator at the peak of the Grandmaster Realm, one who would forever remain stuck at that level. Out of respect for Principal Hong, Hu Ming maintained a conciliatory demeanor. His tone was steady yet unquestionable as he said, Director Tang, please don't rush to refute. Let me explain first. Lin Tian's contributions are deeply engraved in the memory of our Nanjing University. Therefore, it's understandable that you made an exception to admit him into the student union and provided him with preferential resources. But have you considered that the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm is a once-in-a-century opportunity? Every single spot there concerns the future of Nanda University. Yet Lin Tian's cultivation talent is, as everyone knows, truly. Wouldn't you agree this is a waste of a precious spot? Tang Yan listened to these words. From the university's perspective, there was indeed some logic to it. Yet she couldn't shake this feeling of injustice. She couldn't explain why, but she felt compelled to fight for some fairness and benefits for Lin Tian. She stared coldly at Hu Ming, whose receding hairline revealed a balding crown. She sneered, without Lin Tian, how would Nanda University have secured 100 spots? Now stripping him of his spot? That's unacceptable. It's like killing the donkey after using it to grind the grain. Young Miss Tang. It's not that old Hu here is being mean-spirited. I'm just looking out for his best interests. Think about it, Lin Tian's cultivation is too low, only at the first layer of Chi-gathering realm. He can't even cast basic spirit spells smoothly. The Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm is fraught with danger. Everyone must sign a life and death liability waiver once inside, they bear full responsibility for their own survival. If he enters, forget competing for opportunities, he won't even be able to protect himself. The other 99 students from Nanda would have to split their focus to shield him. Wouldn't that drag down our entire team? Isn't that irresponsible toward the lives and safety of our fellow students? Don't you agree? Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's normally fiery temper suddenly cooled. Because what the other person said wasn't without merit. Though quick-tempered, she wasn't an unreasonable shrew. She bit her red lips, her rebuttal lacking conviction, but he is, after all, the only first-rank alchemist at Nanda University now. We can't let him feel the school is being unfair to him. That's not the point, Hu Ming interrupted. Quite the opposite. Precisely because of that, we cannot grant him a special spot, and Lin Tian shouldn't risk it either. Hu Ming's tone grew more emphatic as he spoke. Lin Tian possesses exceptional talent in alchemy. He should remain at the university to refine more supreme-grade elixirs for Nanda. Why risk his life in the secret realm? 100 spots may seem ample, but when facing cultivators from other cities, we're still stretched thin. We must maintain the team's combat strength while nurturing students with greater potential. Every spot must be allocated with utmost precision. Tang Yan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of wavering passing through her eyes. For the other party's arguments were undeniably sound. Lin Tian's cultivation level was plain for all to see. Barely reaching the first layer of chi-gathering realm. Truly an ant among ants. He might not even be a match for the prodigies from other schools or sects and clans. They could crush him with a single finger. As an alchemist, staying at the academy held far greater value than venturing out into danger. Besides, this celestial furnace secret realm isn't just for cultivators from the southern city. Rumor has it that powerful cultivators from several neighboring cities will compete as well. The competition will be brutal. Deaths are inevitable. At that moment, seeing Tang Yan's silence, Hu Ming softened his tone. He softened his tone and said, Tang girl, although our southern university has revoked his special quota allocation. But we can compensate him in other ways. As the logistics director, I approve this. Whether it's spirit stones, pill formulas, or even secret technique inheritance, the school will not shortchange him. Hu Ming made his decision on the spot, his voice growing slightly louder. This time, Tang Yan did not argue. She conceded. She couldn't help but sigh deeply. Her gaze slowly swept across the crowd below the stage, finally settling on Lin Tian standing at the very back. Her expression was complex, her eyes reflecting both admiration and resignation. And a lingering trace of the pleasure brought by Lin Tian's deft hands during yesterday's massage. But she steeled her resolve and called out loudly, Lin Tian, come forward. As for Lin Tian, after conversing with Yao Peng, he had pieced together some of the situation. Hearing the call, he slowly pushed his way through the crowd, bearing the gaze of hundreds, and approached the base of the platform. Lin Tian, regarding the special quota for the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm, the school has decided to temporarily revoke your special admission. However, you have two options. 1. Compete in the martial arts trials like other students and vie for the spot based on your strength. 2. Forfeit the special spot and receive compensation from the school. The choice is yours. The moment Tang Yan spoke these words, the entire field erupted like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, 800 freshmen exploding in an instant. What? Lin Tian has to compete too? No way. Isn't he a pill-refining genius? Shouldn't he have a reserved special spot? Why is he competing with us? Several attractive senior female students immediately surrounded Lin Tian, their faces filled with concern. A short-haired senior patted her chest, sweetly coaxing Lin Tian. Don't worry, Lin. Since there's no special spot, if you enter the tournament, just wait for the draw. If I end up fighting you, I'll concede right away and let you pass. Exactly, Lin Tian. Even if you don't go to the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm, it's no big deal. Just stay at school. Your sisters will snatch tons of spirit herbs and pill formulas for you. Ding emotion value plus 10 cumulative 210. Ding emotional value plus 10 cumulative 220. Ding emotional value plus 10 cumulative 230. Chapter 19, Mushwa, that girl settling a personal grudge? Another tall senior girl pushed her way forward. She slipped a bottle of pills to Lin Tian. Her eyes sparkled. Junior, this is my treasured spirit restoring pill. Take it, you'll definitely need it if you decide to fight. Just don't get caught. You can't take drugs during the match. And don't push yourself too hard. Losing is fine, just don't hurt those nimble hands of yours. We're still counting on you for massages later. Lin Tian found himself surrounded by a chattering swarm of little fairies. A hammer here, a stick there, utterly incongruous yet lively. Lin Tian was at a loss for words. Scratching his head, he said, well, thanks, everyone. But deep down, he couldn't help but wonder, just how hard did Xiao Linger and Zhao Li work last night to promote him? How did they manage to hype him up to the point of being called a massage god? Over here, Lin Tian and these little fairies from Nanda University were all lovey-dovey, making everyone else green with envy. Meanwhile, the guys' side was a completely different story. A group of guys were itching for a fight, their eyes blazing like hungry wolves eyeing their prey. Damn it, if Lin Tian dares enter the tournament, I'll beat the crap out of him, a burly man growled, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. Exactly. What alchemy genius? What massage master? It's all just some shady trick, another buzz-cut guy gritted his teeth. Heard he was lurking around the girls' dorm yesterday, probably some pervert. If he dares enter, and the draw pairs me with him, I'll beat him so badly he'll be crawling for his teeth. Fighting prowess is the real deal. That scrawny frame of his, at the first layer of chi cultivation, if he lasts 3 seconds, I'll admit defeat. Another sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Ding emotion value plus 20 cumulative 230. Ding emotion value plus 20 cumulative 250. Ding emotional value plus 20 cumulative 270. The reason behind their boiling resentment? Simply put, whether it was couples who had established relationships with the boys or those with crushes. At this moment, they were all gathered around Lin Tian. But that wasn't the crux of it. The real kicker is that these little fairies are all vowing to deliver themselves to him, be touched by Lin Tian. They claimed Lin Tian was a proper gentleman offering legitimate massage services. Well, Lin Tian, he's really going to make enemies now. Who could stand by and watch their goddess or girlfriend get a massage from a man? And supposedly a full-body massage at that? Forget a 40-meter blade, even an 80-meter blade would probably get bent out of shape. Lin Tian rubbed his nose, inwardly puzzled. His gaze drifted toward the boys' camp across the way. He saw those vicious stares, eyes that seemed ready to devour him alive. Damn it! What the hell is going on? How could just one day turn me into the darling of the girls and a lecher in the eyes of the guys? I'm just working part-time giving massages to earn some living expenses. How did that make me a pervert? My massages are totally legit. Whatever. The more pissed they get, the more emotional value I get. Might as well fleece them a bit. With that thought, Lin Tian hesitated no longer. He stepped forward. He shouted loudly, "Teacher Tang, I've decided to participate in the martial arts competition." What? Lin, have you lost your mind? You're really going to enter? Isn't he just asking for a beating? Who here isn't stronger than him? This should be entertaining. Tang Yan was taken aback as well. In her view, based on their interactions these past 2 days, she could tell Lin Tian was someone who saw reality clearly. But now, what was he doing? But since it had been publicly announced, Tang Yan couldn't back out now. She could only nod in agreement. But just as she was about to check Lin Tian's cultivation level, her train of thought was abruptly interrupted. And Tang, since it's been decided, let's start drawing lots now. At that moment, a cool, slender figure slowly ascended the high platform. Mu Shui held an antique lottery box in her arms. Her moon-white scholar's robe fluttered gracefully, her aura as pure as an ice-capped snow lotus, a breathtaking beauty. Yet the gaze she cast upon Lin Tian held an eerie quality, her lips curving into a faint, ambiguous smile like a sly little fox. Lin Tian happened to be looking at Mu Shui. The moment their eyes met, he keenly sensed something off about her. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, this girl? What is? He swallowed hard, a vague sense of falling into a trap creeping over him. Mu Shui stood firm, her voice as crisp and cold as a mountain spring. The martial arts competition officially begins. All participants, please line up to draw lots. Soon, everyone began lining up to draw lots. When it was Lin Tian's turn, a sense of unease gripped his heart. As he approached the lottery box, just as he was about to reach in to draw a number. But then he heard Mu Shui whisper beside him, "I heard that after Xiao Linger got her massage last night, she was full of praise for you. I'm really happy for her, because now the whole school knows that I was the one who first asked you for a full body massage." Hearing this, Lin Tian's hand trembled. The ticket he had grasped slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. He quickly reached in again, fumbled around, and finally grabbed another ticket. Lin Tian replied awkwardly, Senior Mu, I really didn't mean to use you as a reference. Next customer. Before Lin Tian could explain, Mu Shui cut him off with a cold tone. Helpless, Lin Tian could only mutter to himself as he stepped down from the platform and returned to the crowd. Hey, what number did you get? Yao Pang spotted Lin Tian and immediately sidled up. Lin Tian flipped through his numbers casually. Clearly written on the card, Group 1, number 11. Yao Pang flipped open his own card, Group 13, number 12. Hey, Lin Tian, you think you've got this? You're only at Qi Gathering level 1. Yao Pang voiced his concern. Lin Tian shot him a glance. Worry about yourself. But, you, with your Iron Mountain Shield specialization? You might not win, but you won't lose either. Of course. I've prepared thoroughly this time, but... Yao Pang paused mid-sentence. Then he added, but Lin Tian, I heard there are at least 100 peak Qi Gathering realm freshmen in this tournament. If you step onto the stage, won't you get beaten to a pulp? How about Fat Master teaches you a few Iron Mountain Shield mantras now? That way you can protect your rear end. Otherwise, getting beaten to a pulp right there, that's just uncivilized. Bam! Get lost. Lin Tian's fist slammed into Yao Pang's bulging belly, sending the Qi Gathering Realm 8th layer fighter flying several meters away. He tumbled across the ground several times. Damn it, you bastard Lin Tian, this fat lord. But before he could finish his rant, a loud shout suddenly echoed from the high platform. The draw is over. The matches begin. All participants, proceed to your designated battle platforms according to your drawn groups. First group arena, number 11, Lin Tian, facing. The teacher overseeing the first arena was about to announce the first matchup. But upon seeing the name at the end, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Lin Tian versus number 12, Mu Shui. Boom. The moment those words left his mouth, The entire venue erupted in an instant. Students' eyes widened as murmurs surged like a tidal wave. What? The first match is Senior Mu Shui versus Lin Tian? Holy crap, this is insane. Senior Mu Shui is at the 8th layer of Qi Gathering Realm. Word is she might have broken through again last night for this Heavenly Furnace secret realm, reaching the peak of Qi Gathering Realm. How is Lin Tian supposed to fight her? Lin Tian's head buzzed. He nearly jumped up and down on the spot. Me in the first match? This draw is way too coincidental. He stared at Mu Shui's cold, beautiful face. Damn it! That lottery box must have been rigged by her. Lin Tian cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, Mu Shui's cherry lips curved into a faint smile as she turned her head with breathtaking grace. Junior Lin, would you care to step onto the stage? Lin Tian's mouth twitched. This little minx clearly wants to settle a personal score. Chapter 20, Ambiguity on the Stage. South University's athletic field. 10 arenas stood in orderly rows. Constructed of blue stone, each platform measured roughly 30 feet across. A flickering spiritual energy shield surrounded them, blocking any residual energy. The sun blazed fiercely, wind whipping up grass clippings. Below the platforms, the students' cheers rose like a tidal wave. The rules of combat remained unchanged. Simple yet strict. Both combatants must stop at the point of injury, wounds permitted, but not death. The moment one side conceded defeat, the other must cease immediately. For this tournament, each participant in every group must fight 3 matches, with victory going to those who win 2. Mu Shui stepped onto the stage first. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Tian, her lovely cherry lips perpetually holding a faint, enigmatic smile. Yet, a chill lingered within that smile. It sent a chill through Lin Tian's heart. Left with no choice, he steeled himself, turned, and climbed onto the first set of platforms. Senior Mu Shui, about yesterday. I truly didn't mean to spread it around. Let's talk it out. Mu Shui snorted coldly, her fair face flushing slightly with a mix of coyness and anger. Talk it out? This stage today is your explanation. Ever since last night, Mu Shui had been seething with rage. She hadn't even needed to participate in the tournament this time. She was one of the 10 special spots allocated as compensation. But the thought that Lin Tian dared to use her as a publicity stunt, making her the laughingstock of the entire school. Mu Shui snorted coldly inside. If I don't beat you so badly today, you'll be crawling on the floor looking for your teeth. I'm not Mu Shui. Ding emotion value plus 50 cumulative 320. Before the bell for the ring battle even rang, Mu Shui launched her attack first. Her form shifted, spiritual energy erupting clearly the peak of the 9th layer of Qi Gathering Realm. Her figure blurred into afterimages, her skirt fluttering as she moved with the grace of a fallen immortal dancing. The boys below the stage watched spellbound, cheering in unison, Senior Mu Shui. Beat him. Show him what you're made of. The girls, however, were filled with worry. Whispering among themselves, they murmured, Junior Lin is only at the 1st layer of Qi Gathering Realm. What are we to do? If she injures herself, we'll have to rely on medicine to suppress our hidden ailments forever. They bit their lips and furrowed brows, hoping Mu Shui wouldn't strike too hard. Regarding the heavenly path hidden ailment, women differ from men. Both suffer unbearable swelling and pain in the chest and abdomen. While elixirs are effective, they damage the meridians. It is said to also cause infertility. Of course, this is merely what the experts claim. As for whether it's true or not, naturally, no one knows. Thud. On the stage, Mu Shui struck out with a palm, spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave, striking Lin Tian's chest. Lin Tian, currently at the 5th layer of cultivation, was utterly unable to react. He took Mu Shui's blow head-on. His chest tightened and he staggered backward. He glared and demanded, Senior, are you serious? Yet deep down, he felt a surge of secret delight. Because that palm strike just now, though outwardly fierce and seemingly aimed for a fatal strike, when it struck Lin Tian's chest, most of its spiritual energy dissipated, landing precisely within the tolerance limit of a cultivator at the 5th layer of Qi Gathering Realm. This girl. What a kind heart she has. Lin Tian couldn't help but marvel. Mu Shui's pretty face remained serious. In combat, one naturally gives their all. Junior brother, take this. She lunged forward again, her palm strike fierce and swift, leaving only a blur in its wake. The crowd of males below the stage cheered even louder, Senior Mu Shui. Teach this lecher a lesson. Let him know that at Nanda, combat prowess is what ranks first, not those shady tricks used to scam people. Ding emotion value plus 10 cumulative 330. Damn it. She's at it again. Looks like this girl won't rest until she humiliates me today. Then don't blame me. Lin Tian's lips curled into a wicked grin. He sidestepped, narrowly evading Mu Shui's slender white hand. Then, he secretly channeled the reverse press technique. Spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips. As they brushed past, a large hand, carrying a thread of the technique's power, gently pinched Mu Shui's round, pert bottom. Ya! Mu Shui's delicate body trembled, her spiritual energy instantly thrown into disarray. Her icy, aloof face flushed crimson in an instant. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. Lin Tian. You pervert. Ding emotion value plus 50 cumulative 380. Mu Shui glanced around at the surrounding crowd. Seeing their stunned expressions, her shame and anger only intensified. Her delicate white hands lashed out with even greater urgency, raining palm strikes down upon Lin Tian. However, due to the influence of the reverse press technique's spiritual energy, her heart grew chaotic and her palm strikes became increasingly erratic. Her moves seemed aimless, like a scolding young wife. Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but smirk wickedly. While dodging her strikes, he seized the opportunity to counterattack. In a moment of carelessness, Lin Tian's fingertip accidentally brushed against the delicate curve of her waist. A light touch of reverse character spirit energy caused Mu Shui to tremble softly once more, a faint, broken sigh escaping her throat. Their movements grew increasingly suggestive as they exchanged blows. Mu Shui delivered a sweeping kick, which Lin Tian parried with his arm only for it to accidentally brush against the inner thigh of her leg. Mu Shui's cheeks flushed deeper, her legs weakening slightly. She gritted her teeth and muttered, shameful. Ding emotion value plus 50 cumulative 430. Lin Tian suppressed a smile, saying nothing. Seizing his chance, he crouched low, feigning a fall. His palm accidentally pressed against her lower abdomen. As the thread of incantation's spiritual energy touched her, Mu Shui's slender frame stiffened. Her face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed, and she nearly lost her footing. This scene instantly left the audience below the stage speechless. Then, a furious roar erupted. That brat's being a jerk. Referee, call a foul. Exactly. This isn't a duel, it's blatant harassment of our goddess. Ah. Lin Tian, I'll kill you, you bastard. Ding emotion value plus 30 cumulative 460. However, those ethereal beauties from Nanda University were flushing and fluttering with excitement, hearts aflutter. They giggled softly among themselves, Junior Lin's technique. No wonder his massages feel so amazing. Senior Mu Shui's face is all red, I bet she's not really upset, right? Last night, Xiaoling mentioned that Lin Tian's massage techniques can make people feel a little that kind of feeling. Could it be that Senior Mu Shui is? Oh my, that Lin Shui is so naughty. How could he do that in public? Ding emotion value plus 30 cumulative 490. But as Mu Shui overheard the whispers below the stage, her eyes welled up with tears from embarrassment and she stomped her foot in anger. Lin Tian. You're pushing it too far. Ding emotion value plus 50 total 540. Her palm strike came out weak and limp. Because at this moment, the spiritual energy within her body had completely ceased to reverse according to the press technique, entering a state of absolute stillness. Lin Tian felt it was about time. He figured continuing any longer might lead to unintended consequences. Scratching his head awkwardly, he chuckled, Senior, I really didn't mean to. Let's call it quits, okay? Mu Shui bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Finally unable to hold back, she turned away. She raised a jade-like hand to wipe the tears from her eyes. Seeing her cry, Lin Tian's heart sank. His heart was thrown into turmoil. This wasn't his intention at all, he'd only wanted her to stop. But he never imagined that the usually ice-cold, aloof campus beauty had actually been reduced to tears. Lin Tian was about to step forward to comfort her and offer an apology. After all, it was his fault. But just then, a cold, fragrant breeze, like a small snake, slipped into Lin Tian's nostrils. A fleeting shadow flashed before his eyes. Tang Yan had already ascended the stage. Tang Yan's phoenix-like eyes narrowed in anger. She couldn't help but curse inwardly, this brat really knows how to stir up trouble. Ding emotion value plus 20 cumulative 560. Tang Yan immediately cleared her throat. She announced loudly, this match is a draw. Mu Shui need not fight further and retains her special spot. Hearing this, the students below the stage nodded in agreement. No one voiced any objections. After all, Mu Shui was at the peak of the 9th layer of Qi cultivation realm. Her strength was undeniable, and no one dared to question it. Moreover, Mu Shui had always shown particular care toward them, the new freshmen who had recently joined Nanda University. In terms of prestige, she commanded genuine respect from everyone. Lin Tian, however, curled his lip, muttering to himself, what a looks-obsessed society. Having connections really pays off. I secured these 100 spots for Nanda, yet I still have to fight for one myself. Damn it. Next life, I'll be reborn as a woman. I'll be the campus beauty queen. Pft, pft, pft. Hell no, I won't be a woman. Lin Tian cursed inwardly. Chapter 21, Xiao Linger's Seductive Dance. Following Tang Yan's arrangement, Lin Tian drew another lot, preparing to enter the next round of combat trials. This time, he drew Group 10, number 15. Meanwhile, Mu Shui, her face still wet with tears, ran toward the dormitory building in shame and anger. The group of boys glared at Lin Tian with vicious hatred. Their expressions conveyed a palpable desire to tear him limb from limb right then and there. Tang Yan watched Mu Shui's receding figure. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then she turned and shot Lin Tian a fierce, searing glare before chasing after Mu Shui. Ding emotion value plus 10 cumulative 570. The remaining matches were all entrusted to Vice Principal Hu to coordinate. It was clear how much Tang Yan doted on Mu Shui. On the stage, the matches raged on with unrelenting intensity. On the third platform, a male sword cultivator unleashed sweeping sword chi, his blade flashing like a rainbow. Within 3 moves, he forced his opponent to concede defeat, drawing waves of cheers. On the other side, a female cultivator skilled in water elemental magic transformed her spiritual energy into a water dragon. After a fierce, half-hour struggle, she narrowly defeated her opponent, leaving her drenched in sweat. Lin Tian watched with rapt attention. He silently praised, Southern University truly lives up to its reputation as the premier cultivation institution in the southern city. With combat prowess like this, if unleashed outside these walls, each would be a top-tier cultivation prodigy. Southern City. It was home to 4 major clans and 7 major academy factions. They are the Mu family, the Nangong family, the Chen family, and the Wang family. Among them, the Nangong family specializes in alchemy. The other 3 clans build upon developing cultivation resources throughout South City, continuously nurturing their own prodigies and expanding their influence. The 5 major academies comprise South City University, South City Beastmaster Academy, the Alchemist Alliance Branch, Talismans University, Array Formation Academy, the Independent Practitioners Association, and Lingba Polytechnic. Yet Nanchang, on Blue Star, is merely a small city in a remote region. Amidst its bustling heartland lie colossal cultivation cities and the Eastern Grand Alliance legions. Lin Tian watched the various arena battles unfold. His own match would likely be held in the afternoon. At that moment, he slipped over to the 13th group and happened to see that it was the fat guy's turn to enter the arena. Lin Tian curled his lip, instantly losing interest in the dead fatso. Because he knew the fatso's fighting style all too well. Back in high school, the two had often hung out together. Whenever they ventured into the wilderness searching for spiritual herbs, whenever danger arose, or encountered demon beast attacks, Lin Tian would immediately hide behind the chubby kid. As long as the attack wasn't from someone above the Foundation establishment stage. Could not breach the Iron Mountain shield. It was said to be a mysterious technique brought back from the Forbidden Realm. Primarily defensive. Just as Lin Tian was about to turn and head to the next arena to watch the fight, his footsteps halted abruptly. His expression turned peculiar as he stared at the 13th group's arena. Because Yao Pang's opponent was none other than Xiao Linger? This time, Lin Tian suddenly perked up. He stopped and began watching the duel between the two on the stage. The bell rang to signal the start of the match. Sure enough, the chubby one immediately channeled his spiritual energy, forming a thick protective shield. He hunkered down behind the shield like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. He let Xiao Linger's spiritual energy rain down on him indiscriminately. Yao Pang wore a smug expression, grinning cheerfully from within. That fat bastard is shameless, Lin Tian muttered under his breath. Little Linger's face flushed crimson with anger. Her adorable, sweet oval face was filled with hurt. As she kept attacking, she noticed the opponent never came out to fight. Xiao Linger swung her tiny fists, making the spiritual energy shield of the Iron Mountain shield rattle loudly. Fat bastard. Fight back already. You're at the 8th layer of Qi Gathering Realm, yet you won't even face a girl at the 5th layer of Spirit Qi Realm? Are you even a man? But no matter how much Xiao Linger cursed or struck, Yao Pang remained hidden. Not a word. He just chuckled darkly inside. For a moment, Xiao Linger was nearly driven to tears by frustration. Even when she was defeated, she hadn't felt this furious. After all, the other party was at a higher cultivation level than her. There was nothing to be said. But what kind of situation was this? Xiao Linger refused to concede defeat and stepped down from the stage. Yet the opponent refused to fight her. Lin Tian couldn't stop laughing at the sight. He was laughing so hard he could barely stand up straight. Just then, Zhao Li suddenly ran over. He grabbed Lin Tian's arm. Junior, I heard you and that fatso were in cahoots back in high school. Ah. I mean, you were best buds. Can you spill the beans? What's Iron Mountain Shield's weak spot? Look at Linger, she's practically dying of anxiety. It took Lin Tian a while to finally stop laughing. Regaining his composure, he looked at the chubby kid and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes twinkled as he exclaimed, of course there are. Originally, Yapang had been like a quail, wrapped up inside Iron Mountain Shield. As if deaf to the world beyond the shield, he remained holed up within its protective shell. However, the moment he heard Lin Tian's shout from below the stage, he suddenly grew frantic. Through the shield, he bellowed, Lin Tian. If you dare say that out loud, we're done. You ass-kissing bastard. Ding emotion value plus 50 cumulative 620. But the moment Yao Pang uttered those 3 words, his face suddenly paled. He knew. It was over. Damn it, he'd stirred up a hornet's nest. As for Lin Tian, he'd only intended to tease the fat guy. After all, a martial contest should be fair. Besides, the fatso hadn't broken any rules, this was all within the rules. But the moment he heard, "Stick it up your ass," a surge of rage shot straight to the top of his head. Because this was an embarrassing incident from Lin Tian's childhood. Who would have thought? Lin Tian pointed angrily at the chubby kid and snapped, "Fatso, you got a big mouth, huh? Fine, just you wait, I'll show you what happens." With that, he turned to Xiao Linger. He shouted loudly, "Senior, don't waste your energy attacking. Just dance in front of him, a sexy one. That fat bastard is a total pervert. One dance, and I guarantee his shield will collapse on its own." However, Lin Tian still had a plan. Though he'd been angry earlier, he hadn't deliberately set the fat guy up. Rather, it stemmed from his understanding of the Iron Mountain Shield's absurdly strong defense. Therefore, even if Yao Pang lost this round, he could easily win back in the next 2 matches. As long as the attack didn't surpass the foundation establishment stage, it absolutely couldn't breach the Iron Mountain Shield's defense. Thus, he took great pleasure in thoroughly humiliating the fat guy. But, after hearing this, Xiao Linger froze for a moment. Then her face flushed crimson. But for the spot, she gritted her teeth. I'll take the risk. Without hesitation, Xiao Linger walked up to Iron Mountain Shield. She began swaying her hips, hesitant and awkward. Yet her movements were as awkward as a shy little kitten. Zhao Li saw this. A brilliant idea struck her. She quickly pulled out her phone, opened a viral dance video. She handed it over. "Little Ling, copy this." Xiao Linger glanced at it twice, then flushed with coyness again. Still, her sweet little face flushed red. She began mimicking the video's moves, gradually loosening up. Her dance grew increasingly seductive, her skirt swirling as her curves were revealed, utterly captivating. This scene immediately shattered the heavy, competitive atmosphere of another stage. Students from other arenas turned to watch. Even the second-year seniors serving as temporary referees fell silent, watching this spectacle unfold. Boys whistled, while girls covered their mouths to stifle giggles. Damn it! Is this even a martial arts match? How did it turn into a striptease? Damn it, if I were that fatso, having girls dance for me like that would make losing worth it. At that moment, Yao Pang's eyes bulged, his face flushed crimson like a pig's liver. The spiritual energy within his protective barrier began to surge chaotically. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Lin Tian. This isn't over. I made a terrible mistake in choosing friends." As Xiao Linger's dance grew increasingly daring, she deliberately lifted her skirt as she moved, revealing a pair of long, white, delicate legs. Yao Pang could no longer contain himself. He cursed his own uncooperative little brother. Had reacted so strongly, ultimately causing the Iron Mountain Shield's spiritual energy to dissipate, shattering it with a thunderous crash. What the hell? Why doesn't Yao Pang close his eyes? It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that he couldn't. The Iron Mountain Shield relied on his eyes to sustain the flow of spiritual energy. Closing them would instantly sever the spiritual energy supply. Lin Tian smiled as he walked away. He paid no further attention. At that moment, a spiritual transmission suddenly echoed in Lin Tian's ear. Cold and urgent. "Lin Tian, hurry to the girls' dormitory. Mu Shui, her hidden ailment has flared up." Chapter 22. The organization begins monitoring Lin Tian. Lin Tian froze, then glanced at the arena. Judging by the situation, the 10th group's match still had some time left. After a moment's thought, he decided to go check on her. Otherwise, if anything happened to them, his conscience wouldn't let him rest. He pushed through the crowd and headed straight for the girls' dormitory. But Lin Tian couldn't quite wrap his head around it. How could Mu Shui have triggered 2 consecutive explosions in such a short time? Even if she had broken through 2 cultivation realms in quick succession, it wouldn't trigger the Heavenly Dao chains to contract and cause spiritual energy to run wild. Such events followed a cyclical pattern, typically occurring every 3 to 5 days. Lin Tian sprinted through a dense forest within the campus grounds. After centuries of nourishment from the planet's rich spiritual energy, the greenery on Blue Star had flourished luxuriantly. Their growth and mutation rates rivaled even those of human cultivators. Passing through the dense woods led to the office buildings beyond that lay the residential area. But just as he emerged from the woods, Lin Tian collided head-on with a trio of figures. Among them were Zhang Hao and He Qi, an elder of the Alchemy Alliance. Also present was Wang Ming, another vice president of Nanda University. Seeing Zhang Hao, Lin Tian was slightly surprised. Who would have thought this guy recovered so quickly? At that moment, Zhang Hao also spotted Lin Tian, dressed in casual attire. In an instant, Zhang Hao's eyes turned bloodshot. He stared intently at Lin Tian, clenching his fists so tightly his fingernails dug into his palms without him even noticing. This alone revealed the overwhelming hatred he harbored toward Lin Tian. Had this not been on Nanda University's campus, with a Dao Spirit Realm expert present, Zhang Hao might have lunged forward and torn Lin Tian to shreds. Ding emotion value plus 80 cumulative 640. Holy? Lin Tian's eyelid twitched. Originally, Lin Tian had no intention of getting involved. He planned to bypass the three and continue on his way to Mu Shui. But now, Lin Tian walked straight toward Zhang Hao. At that moment, He Chia, who had been conversing with Wang Ming, also noticed Lin Tian approaching them. He Chi narrowed his eyes, sizing Lin Tian up from head to toe. A fleeting, barely perceptible look of surprise and suspicion flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, strange. I clearly notified the organization. Logically, this shouldn't be happening. But this kid? How could he still appear unscathed at Nanda? Had they failed? Impossible. Perhaps, something had happened during this time that he didn't know about. As for why Lin Tian changed his mind, it wasn't to exploit Zhang Hao's emotional state. Rather, over these past 2 days, he had discerned certain patterns and gained experience. Namely, when someone's emotional value toward him suddenly fluctuates dramatically, it indirectly reflected their attitude toward him. And those 80 points just now? It couldn't possibly be admiration or greed. As he approached the three, Lin Tian's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Hao. He saw the murderous intent burning in Zhang Hao's eyes. Lin Tian knew their enmity ran deep, they were mortal enemies. As the saying goes, to destroy someone's future is akin to murdering their parents. Given this, a surge of murderous intent suddenly welled up within Lin Tian. He thought to himself, Zhang Hao must not be spared. In this world, thieves may roam 1,000 miles, but they cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. But now, Lin Tian's gaze swept over Vice Principal Wang and He Chi standing beside Zhang Hao. For the moment, he had no choice but to suppress his murderous intent. As for whether he could defeat Zhang Hao, that was entirely beyond his consideration. When facing mortal enemies, Lin Tian would not hesitate to deploy every last card in his hand if necessary. Even strategic-level killing moves. He had no intention of planting a time bomb for his future self. At that moment, gazing at Lin Tian blocking his path, Wang Ming's expression turned puzzled. Lin? What's going on? Oh. Nothing, just passing by. Lin Tian flashed a dazzling smile. To an outsider, it was the kind of smile that radiated pure innocence and harmlessness. Lin Tian smiled at Zhang Hao. Hey, Senior Zhang. Guess I was right, you're getting kicked out of Nanjing University today, huh? But you don't look too good. Feeling under the weather lately? Want me to take a look? As he spoke, Lin Tian reached out, intending to touch Zhang Hao. But the moment Lin Tian extended his hand, Zhang Hao darted behind He Chi like a slippery eel, his face contorting as if he'd seen a ghost. His expression looked like he'd seen a ghost. His face drained of color, his voice trembling. Don't come any closer. Elder He, take me away quickly. This kid has something sinister on his hands, it's downright unnerving. Lin Tian was instantly speechless. He awkwardly changed his reaching motion, instead touching his own nose. Inside, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, this bastard, has he gotten smarter? He Chi, who had been observing Lin Tian the entire time, furrowing his brow before glancing sideways at Zhang Hao. Seeing the look of fear on Zhang Hao's face at that moment, He Chi's curiosity grew even more intense. At that moment, Wang Ming noticed the awkward atmosphere. He knew Nanda University ultimately depended on the Pill Alliance for its medicinal supplies. Given the stakes, he couldn't let Lin Tian get too out of hand. With a hearty laugh, Wang Ming stepped in to smooth things over. Lin Tian, I hear you're entering the martial arts competition? That shows real ambition. Do your best and don't disgrace the South University. I believe in you, young man. Now then, I'll take Elder He and the others away first. His gaze turned to Zhang Hao with visible distaste. Zhang Hao, let's go. Had the Pill Alliance not agreed to sell large quantities of pills to Nanda at half price as a condition for sparing Zhang Hao would have died 1,000 times over. No faction or sect would show mercy to traitors. Seeing the futility of his efforts, Lin Tian understood that the Pill Alliance would defend Zhang Hao to the death to preserve its authority. Otherwise, who would trust the Alliance to buy their loyalty in the future? With no other choice, he nodded and watched the three depart. Yet deep within, Lin Tian grew wary. Stealing his resolve, he quickened his pace, heading straight for the girls' dormitory. Dan Alliance. The Alchemist Alliance Association. This was an immensely vast organization. It virtually monopolized the supply of alchemical pills to every city, large and small, across the entire eastern region. It belongs to no single individual but is a union established collectively by all alchemists. At its apex sits the first elder of the headquarters, a position rotating every 3 years. The Alliance's headquarters is situated in Dan City, at the heart of the eastern region. Branch offices are established in every major and minor cultivation city. At this moment, on the southern outskirts of the city, Dan Alliance Southern City Branch. A rustic estate lay hidden amidst bamboo groves, shrouded in misty spiritual energy. He Chia descended with Zhang Hao aboard his sword, heading straight for a pavilion. Within the pavilion, an elderly man with white hair sat upright. The old man possessed an ethereal, otherworldly demeanor and an air of transcendent dignity. He was none other than the first elder of the Dan Alliance's southern city branch Yaochunzi. His hair and beard were entirely white, yet his aura was vast and boundless, seeming to merge with the heavens and earth. His cultivation appeared unfathomably profound. First elder, Zhang Hao has been brought, He Chia bowed respectfully. Yaochunzi gave a slight nod and waved for He Chia to withdraw. He Chia bowed deeply to take his leave, his gaze never lifting. His demeanor was one of profound respect. After exiting the bamboo grove, He Chia swiftly made his way to a secluded corner. He released his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, confirming nothing amiss. He then retrieved a palm-sized jade butterfly from his storage pouch. His fingers flew across its surface, inscribing line after line of cryptic script. Moments passed. The jade butterfly trembled slightly, and a line of mysterious characters appeared on its surface. Black Dragon is dead. The organization will now fully initiate investigation and surveillance of Lin Tian. He Chi decoded the message. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his hand gripping the jade butterfly trembled slightly. He murmured, Black Dragon, dead? Impossible. His expression turned horrified, cold sweat beating on his forehead as Lin Tian's image filled his mind. Chapter 23, The Ice Queen? No. She's a wild little princess. Meanwhile, inside the bamboo grove pavilion, Yaochunzi's gaze softened as he studied Zhang Hao from head to toe. He smiled, Zhang Hao, your talent is remarkable, and your mastery of alchemy far surpasses your peers. This incident was not your fault, it was merely an accident. So do not belittle yourself. Thank you for your guidance, elder. Had you not taken me as your nominal disciple, I would have been utterly lost. Zhang Hao, overcome with gratitude, knelt and bowed his head. Yaochunzi stroked his beard and smiled. A man should possess fiery spirit, revenge wrongs, and repay kindness. Since you are now my disciple, I shall secure you a spot in the heavenly furnace secret realm. At these words, Zhang Hao's kneeling body trembled slightly with excitement. His eyes blazed with fervor as he sprang to his feet. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Master, your kindness is deeply engraved in my heart. In the heavenly furnace secret realm, I will make Lin Tian pay for his crimes with his blood. As he spoke, Zhang Hao clenched his fists tightly. He ruined my future and stripped me of all honor. Lin Tian, I will make sure you have no place to be buried. Very well. Withdraw. Remember your words. Do not disappoint me. Yes, honorary disciple Zhang Hao will remember this. After Zhang Hao left the bamboo grove, the gentle expression on Yaochunzi's face vanished instantly. His once benevolent gaze turned as sharp and predatory as an eagle's. He snorted coldly, muttering, useless fool. If not for preserving the Dan Alliance's prestige, I'd have killed you on the spot. Lin Tianfu's grandson? Could that old man still be alive? Impossible. Back then, someone personally saw him flee into the city of the dead. Nanjing University. Room 101, the independent suite in the women's dormitory building. This was the residence area for core students, distinct from the dormitories housing freshmen newly enrolled at Nanchang University. The sheer concentration of spiritual energy alone placed it in a different league. Guided by the dorm supervisor, Lin Tian arrived at Suite 101. But the moment he pushed open the door, Tang Yan's roar hit him head-on. Lin Tian. What took you so long? What were you dawdling about? Lin Tian shrank his neck and gave an awkward laugh. Teacher Tang, I was practically running here. I ran into an acquaintance on the way, so I got delayed. Before he could finish. Wah! Mu Shui, who had been sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her stunning, icy beauty face turned as pale as paper, and her delicate, slender body beneath the moon-white robe began to tremble slightly. Xiao Shui. Tang Yan, forgetting to scold Lin Tian, rushed forward to check on her. Seeing this, Lin Tian's heart tightened as well. But just as he moved to approach her, he met Mu Shui's icy glare. Get lost, you filthy pervert. Senior. Please don't get angry. Let me help you with the massage. Lin Tian didn't even bother to dwell on the scolding from the beauty. He continued approaching as he spoke. But just as he neared the bedside, a snow-white leg lashed out at him. Thud. Lin Tian never imagined someone sitting cross-legged could execute such a fluid, swift kick. Caught off guard, he couldn't dodge in time and was struck squarely in the groin. Ah! Clutching his groin in agony, he hopped around in place. Then, a surge of rage shot straight to Lin Tian's heart. At that moment, he couldn't care less about her being the school beauty. When pain reaches its peak, reason vanishes. You damn woman. Have you lost your mind? I was trying to help you with a massage, and you kick my little brother? Mark my words, if anything happens to him, I'll make you pay with one of your own. You filthy pervert. Who asked for your help? I'd rather die than let you touch me again. Mu Shui's cherry lips were tightly clenched, her beautiful eyes flashing with stubborn defiance as she spat out the words. Yet as she spoke, a trickle of blood seeped from the corners of her lips. The blood trickled down her cheeks, splattering onto her moon-white robe like crimson snowflakes, creating a chillingly eerie sight. As for Lin Tian? He froze, stunned by the tirade. He hadn't expected Mu Shui's reaction to be so intense. But the thought of her attacking his manhood was utterly intolerable. So, in his late-stage male chauvinism, his rage burned ever brighter. He raised a finger to tap Mu Shui, clenching his jaw as he spat. Fine. You're tough. Screw you. I hope you die soon and get reincarnated as an ugly woman in your next life. Damn it. Lin Tian stormed out, slamming the door behind him in a rage. Damn it, I should have never come. Got kicked and now I'm stuck with all this trouble. Sweet 101. The air still held a lingering tension. After Lin Tian left, Tang Yan's tense, pretty face relaxed and she giggled. She teased, Xiao Shui, I never knew you were such a talented actress. But Mu Shui didn't respond. She slumped on the bed, her face as pale as paper, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Her voice was faint as a thread, and Tang. I think, my spiritual energy really did go haywire. Tang Yan's smile froze upon hearing this. She urgently seized Mu Shui's jade-like wrist, probing her spiritual energy. The next second, her expression turned grim. What's happening? Your meridians are chaotic. The hidden affliction of the heavenly path has fully erupted. Her heart sank. She had only intended to use Mu Shui to stage a performance to provoke Lin Tian and bring the two of them closer, never expecting the charade to become reality. And it all began half an hour earlier. Half an hour earlier. Tang Yan chased Mu Shui back to the dormitory and unleashed a torrent of scolding. Xiao Shui, you're far too frivolous. Since childhood, I've taught you to be dignified and composed. Yet here you are, acting like an immature child, fooling around with Lin Tian on the stage. Mu Shui hung her head, her eyes reddening with hurt. And Tang, I just couldn't stand him using me as an advertisement. Tang Yan snorted and glared at her. Upset? That doesn't give you the right to flirt with him in public. At this point, Tang Yan sighed softly. The room fell into dead silence. After a long while, Tang Yan asked out of the blue, Xiao Shui, what do you think of Lin Tian? Ha? Him? Mu Shui rolled her eyes, her cheeks puffed out in anger. He's nothing but a pervert. A street thug. All he wants is to take advantage of girls. Those guys were right, he's a lecherous thief. Listening to her niece's childish rant, Tang Yan rolled her eyes in exasperation. After a moment, Tang Yan gathered her thoughts and said slowly, such a childish temper. Lin Tian may be a bit unscrupulous, but when you were fooling around with him on the stage, didn't you notice the change in him? Mu Shui froze at the words. She wiped the lingering tear from her eyes and began recalling their sparring match on the stage. Moments later, her cherry lips parted in shock. He seemed to be at the 5th layer of qi cultivation. But yesterday he was clearly only at the 1st layer. Tang Yan nodded, a sharp gleam flashing in her icy blue eyes. Exactly. Not only did his cultivation surge suddenly, but his mastery of the Lin clan's alchemy techniques has reached divine levels. And... She paused, a barely perceptible blush of shyness flickering across her beautiful eyes. And, didn't you have him massage you? His techniques are almost as effective as taking a spirit transformation pill. He can completely suppress spirit energy backlash without any side effects. Xiao Shui, do you realize what this implies? Mu Shui's elegant willow brows furrowed. After a moment of deep thought, she tentatively ventured, it means he has many secrets? Tang Yan glared at her exasperatedly. Secrets? Who doesn't have secrets? We don't care about his secrets. What I'm saying is how crucial he is to Nanda University. And his importance to you. Me? And Tang, what importance could he possibly have to me? I'd kick him to death if I could. Mu Shui muttered indignantly, her usual icy, aloof school beauty persona completely gone. At this moment, she was nothing but a childish, wild little princess. Chapter 24, Tang Yan's Scheme. The Celestial Path's hidden illness was the nightmare of all cultivators on Blue Star. It had persisted since the revival of spiritual energy. No cultivator could ever escape it. Female cultivators suffer particularly severely. In acute cases, swelling and pain grip their chest and abdomen as spiritual energy surges chaotically within. The slightest misstep can damage their meridians. Without effective suppression, they risk exploding from the pressure. While the spirit-dissolving pills available on the market could suppress the affliction, they came at the cost of completely draining the cultivator's spiritual energy. For 3 days after ingestion, the user would enter a spiritual energy vacuum, their cultivation nearly paralyzed. But this is not the crucial issue. What matters more is that each time the rampant spiritual energy is dispersed, the heavenly path chains within the body become increasingly solidified. This leads to even more severe eruptions the next time. The higher one's cultivation level, the more hesitant they become to break through. For it would unleash an unbearable onslaught of spiritual energy. Lin Tian's massage technique, however, could directly address the underlying ailment, even completely resolving it. It required no pills, produced immediate results, and was truly irreplaceable. Xiao Shui, your cultivation hasn't reached foundation establishment yet, so you naturally can't understand. Take your Aunt Tang here, perhaps I'll be stuck at the Grandmaster realm for the rest of my life. Tang Yan spoke, her cold, elegant phoenix eyes brimming with profound melancholy. 3 years ago, when the beast tide struck South City, she had sacrificed her cultivation to save over a dozen freshmen from the South University. Forcing her breakthrough beyond the peak of the Grandmaster realm had shattered her Dao foundation, sealing any possibility of further advancement. "And Tang, don't be sad. This time in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm, I will definitely find a way to help you repair your Dao foundation," Mu Shui comforted her with concern. Tang Yan stroked Mu Shui's hair tenderly. "That won't be easy. Breaking through the Grandmaster realm to reach the Dao spirit realm wasn't that Tang Yan couldn't achieve it. The problem was that with her Dao foundation shattered, forcing another breakthrough would trigger the full eruption of her latent ailments. At that point, even the most potent spirit refining pills would be useless, let alone ordinary elixirs. Years ago, cultivators had attempted this only to explode instantly upon initiating the cultivation technique's first cycle. At that moment, Tang Yan's phoenix-like eyes regained their usual icy elegance. "Xiao Shui, you understand the current predicament of your Mu family perhaps even better than I do." Mu Shui's head rested comfortably against Tang Yan's breathtakingly ample bosom. At those words, a flicker of sorrow crossed her beautiful eyes. She murmured softly, "Ever since Mom and Dad perished in the beast tide 3 years ago, Uncle Mu Zhanlei has been in charge of the Mu family." Tang Yan tightened her embrace around her niece, as tenderly as a parent cherishing their own child. She sighed, "Your uncle is forcing you to marry the prodigy surnamed Zhao from Tangcheng. It's all to secure the Mu family's standing. For the head of a great clan, ensuring the family's standing remains secure in this brutal cultivation world is understandable. But child, your aunt is a woman too. This is gambling with your entire life's happiness." Tang Yan's voice carried a note of sorrow. Mu Shui was reminded of troubles she wished to forget. Her delicate frame trembled violently as her slender, tender hands clasped tightly around Aunt Tang's waist. Her small head buried itself deep into the soft curve. Her voice trembled with panic and tears. "Aunt Tang. I don't want to marry that scum Tangcheng. I heard he's a pervert. Aunt Tang, what should I do?" Tang Yan gently patted Mu Shui's back, yet a flicker of coldness passed through her phoenix-like eyes. She spoke slowly, "For now, do as I say. Win over Lin Tian. Based on his behavior these past 2 days, I'm 80% certain he can serve as your shield." "Ha?" Mu Shui's slender frame trembled suddenly. Startled, she gently pushed Tang Yan away, her beautiful eyes wide with shock, her usually aloof and elegant face flushing crimson. She murmured coyly, "Aunt Tang, this doesn't sound reliable. That Lin Tian fellow clearly isn't a proper person. Besides, how am I supposed to win him over?" "You don't mean I have to?" Tang Yan narrowed her phoenix eyes in exasperation. "Not trustworthy? Yet you were thoroughly charmed by him? Stop being stubborn. A woman needs to know how to play the game. Tie him down, it'll benefit both you and Nanda University." "But, Aunt Tang, isn't this a bit excessive?" "No buts about it." At that moment, Tang Yan suddenly smiled darkly, leaning close to Mu Shui's ear and whispering softly. As Mu Shui listened, her already flushed cheeks grew even redder. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest, and she covered her face in embarrassment. "Aunt Tang, this won't do. It's too embarrassing." But when she met Tang Yan's commanding gaze, she found herself unable to refuse. With a trembling nod, she reluctantly agreed. And so, the earlier performance unfolded. Tang Yan had intended to use Mu Shui's feigned illness to soften Lin Tian's heart and deepen their bond. Little did she know that Mu Shui, caught up in her emotions, would ruin the entire plan with a single kick. What had been a pretense became reality. This outcome had surpassed Tang Yan's expectations. She knew well that hidden ailments rarely flare up consecutively. Based on its cyclical nature, it would normally subside after at least 3 days. But now, Mu Shui clutched her chest, her breathing erratic. The mere thought of Lin Tian's hands taking advantage of her the night before last. Her eyes filled with stubbornness, completely casting aside everything Tang Yan had taught her earlier. "Aunt Tang, I'll take the spirit-dissolving pill after all." Tang Yan was now frantic. She snapped, "Nonsense. While the spirit-suppressing pill can suppress it, 3 days without spiritual energy, how will you enter the Heavenly Furnace secret realm? That's your chance to turn things around." Mu Shui clenched her teeth, tears glistening in her eyes. She thought of what the secret realm meant to Aunt Tang, and whether she could ever escape her family's oppression. She finally conceded with a nod. "All right." Tang Yan's phoenix-like eyes flashed with a hint of cunning as she nodded. "Don't worry, Auntie Tang has a way to deal with that brat." She whispered a few more words to Mu Shui. Mu Shui nodded, her face flushed, yet her clear, beautiful eyes held a new depth of complexity and intensity. After persuading Mu Shui, Tang Yan hesitated no longer. She immediately sent a telepathic message, her tone urgent and stern. "Lin Tian, get your ass back here this instant." At that very moment, Lin Tian had only just left the residential area. He was considering returning to watch the martial arts competition. When Tang Yan's voice echoed in his mind's eye once more, he roared in anger right where he stood, "I'm not coming back. Do whatever you want." Tang Yan sensed Lin Tian's words through her spiritual awareness. Her delicate frame trembled with fury, those peerless weapons trembling with each rapid breath. "You little brat, you've got quite the temper. She sneered coldly, her voice tinged with mockery as she transmitted again, Lin Tian, I'll count to 3. If you don't appear before me. Ha ha ha, you lot always call me a raging dragon behind my back, right? Well then, I'll show you the true nature of this raging dragon. Oh. Forgot to tell you I once really did kill a student. Lin Tian's face darkened instantly. Damn it. This is a threat, a blatant threat. He gritted his teeth, his mind instantly torn between conflicting thoughts. Not show up? What if that damn woman? But if I go back? Wouldn't that make me look like a fool? Wouldn't that make me the lapdog some people saw me as in my past life? He agonized for half a second, then stubbornly dug his heels in, snapping, I'm not going. Let them die who's scared of who. With that roar, he took a step forward and continued walking. Stop right there. Suddenly, everything blurred before his eyes. Tang Yan had stepped directly in front of Lin Tian's path. Startled by this unexpected turn, Lin Tian stumbled back half a step. What do you think you're doing? I'm telling you. Don't push me, I'm not afraid. Chapter 25, Startled Little Bunny, Why So Shy? You little brat. Tang Yan was so furious her breasts bounced violently. She nearly choked on her breath. She hadn't expected Lin Tian's stubborn streak to rival her own. She took a deep breath. Seeing that force wasn't working, she softened her tone and hummed lightly, what a little man. Not a shred of manliness. Ha? What's so little about me? You haven't even tried it. You. Tang Yan hadn't expected this little brat to actually bring up her driving. But considering their current situation, she forced herself to swallow her anger. She scolded playfully, you really are a little pervert. Just as she said this, Tang Yan suddenly changed the subject. Do you realize how much ridicule Muxue faced just because of your shouting? She's a girl with a delicate nature. As student council president, she has to set an example for you freshmen. How is she supposed to face anyone now? Damn it! Not again. Lin Tian dreaded this topic more than anything. Fine. I'll take the fall. Just tell me what you want me to do. Seeing Lin Tian back down, Tang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. You little brat, at least you have some conscience. But outwardly, she continued to snort coldly, then go back and properly help her address her hidden ailment. That settles it. Lin Tian sighed helplessly and nodded reluctantly. Returning to room 101, he pushed open the door. He found Muxue collapsed on the bed, her face as pale as paper, her breath faint and weak, already unconscious. Lin Tian's heart sank as he rushed forward to check on her. All the earlier unpleasantness with Muxue vanished from his mind in that moment. Though he was a smooth-talking charmer, he wasn't heartless. Tang Yan witnessed this. She glanced at the spot beneath the pillow. She sighed inwardly, Xiao Shui, Auntie can only help you this far. Lin Tian, you focus on helping her through this. I'll keep watch for you both. With that, Tang Yan turned and left. When only Lin Tian and the unconscious Muxue remained in the room, Lin Tian wasted no time. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his hands onto Muxue's slightly protruding points and the area near her Shanzhong acupoint. He intended to first assess the specific condition within Muxue's body. But the moment he touched her, he sensed something was off. With no resistance, he felt so bouncy. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a section of moon-white elastic peeking out from beneath the pink pillow, adorned with lace trim. What was going on? Could it be? Did this girl do this on purpose? The thought crossed his mind. Lin Tian's mood instantly lifted. Ha! This little brat testing officials with this? What cadre could withstand such a test? Aren't you just tempting this little devil to slip up? Lin Tian never claimed to be a paragon of virtue. He'd always embraced petty mischief as his motto. After all, good people don't last, but troublemakers endure for ages. But now, the situation was urgent. Lin Tian wouldn't exploit someone's vulnerability. If he were to take advantage, he would always do so openly and honestly. Such underhanded tactics, in his view, were nothing but despicable and base. Pushing aside any unhealthy thoughts, he focused intently on examining Muxue's condition. But what he saw left him stunned. Within Muxue's body, spiritual energy raged like a violent tidal wave, surging backward like the yellow river's currents, spiraling and churning ceaselessly. Even her extraordinary meridians were on the verge of rupture, threatening to cause her body to explode at any moment. Lin Tian instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected the situation to be this dire. He dared not hesitate for even a moment. He immediately activated the press technique, channeling a steady stream of finger technique spiritual energy into every meridian within Muxue's body. He smoothed out the reversed spiritual energy, assisting her in initiating the heavenly cycle. Once Muxue's turbulent spiritual energy was completely stabilized, a thought flashed through Lin Tian's mind. As if he had remembered something. Suddenly, his expression turned awkward. Great! It's all my fault. The culprit behind this sudden change. None other than Lin Tian himself. Back then, he'd been messing around with Muxue on the stage. Lin Tian had momentarily gotten carried away. Frequently employing the reverse press technique, he channeled counter-current finger-style spiritual energy into Mu Xue's body. In theory, that tiny bit of spiritual energy shouldn't have caused much trouble. But the problem was that Mu Xue was in an extremely volatile state at the time. Moreover, she had just broken through to the peak of the ninth realm, leaving her spiritual energy extremely unstable. This triggered the full eruption of her latent ailment. It's all your fault. Why did you have to go and get involved? If you'd just taken the beating properly, none of this would have happened. Lin Tian raised his left hand and struck his right hand hard. His face was filled with resentment, as if he wanted to chop off his right hand right then and there. But then he remembered that Mu Xue needed his treatment right now. He forgave his right hand. He began channeling the press technique with all his might, his nimble hands moving steadily across. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian collapsed exhausted beside the bed, panting heavily. His forehead glistened with sweat, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Ding, emotional value 200, cumulative 440. At that moment, the spiritual energy within Mu Xue's body had fully returned to normal. Not only that, it had severed one of the heavenly path chains binding her. Originally, 9 chains of Heavenly Dao bound her body, corresponding to the 9th layer of Qi-gathering realm. Now only 8 remained, making her cultivation even more solid and refined. After a long while, Mu Xue's tightly closed, beautiful eyes began to flutter slightly. Before long, she opened her eyes. Her clear, lively almond-shaped eyes blinked rapidly. Ah, so comfortable. The thought suddenly surged through Mu Xue's mind. Immediately, she turned her gaze inward. But the next second, she was stunned. For she discovered to her astonishment that her meridians were completely unblocked, spiritual energy flowing like a clear spring, and her body felt as light as if she'd been reborn. This was a state she had never experienced since beginning her cultivation. Though outsiders had always hailed her as a prodigy, a once-in-a-thousand talent for cultivation. Only she knew the truth, cultivation could never rely solely on innate talent. But now, she even sensed that if she wished, she could break through to the foundation establishment realm at any moment. Break through to the foundation establishment realm. You're awake? Ha! Mu Xue sat up abruptly, startled like a frightened little rabbit. She looked at Lin Tian in confusion. Was it you who helped suppress the outbreak of my latent ailment? What else could it be? Lin Tian muttered under his breath, struggling to get out of bed. At that moment, Mu Xue saw Lin Tian's face, worn out and listless. She seemed to understand something. It seemed that every time Lin Tian massaged someone, it must have been extremely taxing on his mind and spirit. Thinking this, the anger in her heart dissipated considerably, replaced instead by a complex mix of emotions. Just as she was about to rise to show concern for Lin Tian, suddenly, she froze, a chill creeping over her. Mu Xue looked down uncertainly. What she saw sent a blush racing across her delicate, pretty face. She immediately shrieked, Lin Tian! You pervert! What on earth have you been doing? Lin Tian had just walked over and sat down on a chair. He glanced at Mu Xue. Seeing her flushed little face, he froze for a moment. Didn't you take it off yourself? You were already like this when I came in. You? Mu Xue was momentarily dumbfounded, too flustered to speak. But seeing Lin Tian's expression, which didn't seem like he was lying, she couldn't be sure either. She glanced around the room. She found no trace of it. Her face flushed and her heart raced as she gathered her courage to ask, then, where is it? There. Lin Tian pointed with his chin, his gaze fixed on the pink pillow behind Mu Xue. Mu Xue followed his gaze and indeed spotted the object beneath the pillow. She yanked it out in one swift motion. Like a startled little rabbit, she clutched it tightly with both hands and hopped into the bathroom. Seeing this, Lin Tian muttered irritably, seriously, what's there to be shy about? It's not like it's... Shut up. Mu Xue's sharp, angry voice echoed from the bathroom. Chapter 26, Unless You Kiss Me. Inside the bathroom, Mu Xue stood before a mirror, fully dressed. Her cheeks burned like fire. The aloof demeanor she had maintained for so long vanished completely in that moment. And Tang, why did you? Mu Xue murmured to herself. The moment she stepped into the bathroom, she understood everything. Gazing at her reflection, a blushing, water-like figure, Mu Xue recalled Tang Yan's words. She stared blankly. Hey! Senior, I'm outta here if you're done. I've got a duel to attend, unlike you prodigies with your reserved spots. Seeing Mu Xue take so long in the bathroom, Lin Tian called out casually before turning to leave. He used to enjoy teasing beautiful girls, especially pure-hearted beauties like Mu Xue who hid their innocence beneath an aloof exterior. But now, he seemed to like her even more. Just as Lin Tian reached the doorway and reached for the handle, Mu Xue's voice rang out from behind him. Lin Tian! Stop right there! Lin Tian froze, turning back with a frown. What now? I'm telling you, I made a deal with your aunt. Once I help you resolve this hidden ailment, everything between us is settled. Don't even think about backing out. Mu Xue bit her lip, feigning hurt. No way. This isn't over yet. Ha? Her tone and that forced cute act were so stiff they made his scalp tingle. Lin Tian was completely baffled. What was this girl up to? But who was Lin Tian? He immediately sensed something was off about this sudden personality shift. So what do you want? You don't expect me to marry you, do you? Lin Tian chuckled mischievously. You're just bullying me. Why? Wait, why are you crying again? He'd intended to tease her a bit, but this girl, why was she crying at the slightest provocation now? What happened to that ice queen persona everyone talked about? This was a bit different from what he'd heard. And Lin Tian? The thing he feared most in this life was a woman crying in front of him. The moment they started, his heart would go haywire. Alright, Miss Popularity, go ahead. I admit I was in the wrong. How can we put this behind us? Lin Tian spread his hands helplessly. Mu Shui turned away immediately upon hearing this, refusing to let him see her flustered state. A sly gleam flashed in her eyes as she gathered her courage, feigning vulnerability. I'm not saying I can't forgive you. But you have to agree to 3 conditions. Lin Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Fine. Spit it out. What are the conditions? Lay them out clearly. Haven't thought of them yet. I'll tell you when I do. Mu Shui snorted playfully. Lin Tian's mouth twitched. What kind of deal was this? An empty promise? But I'm warning you now, your conditions can't violate morality or my positive values. Otherwise, I'm not doing it. Hearing this, Mu Shui's clear, bright eyes nearly popped out of her head. She muttered under her breath, do you even have a moral compass? Or positive energy? And now I can't violate them? How shameless. Hey! Watch your tone. Let me tell you, I'm a proper gentleman, a model of positive energy. Don't judge me through tinted glasses. Lin Tian waved his hand, growing slightly impatient. Alright, that's enough. I'm leaving now. But just as he turned to leave, Mu Shui called out, wait. Mu Shui pulled a jade slip from her storage pouch. She handed it over. This is the Student Union Registration Jade Tablet. Imprint your divine soul on it to officially join. Hearing this, Lin Tian's heart leapt with delight. He'd heard plenty about how the Student Union at South University was the place where core students were properly cultivated. Rumor had it that once you joined, you could walk tall anywhere under Nanda's jurisdiction. Plus, you'd get access to abundant cultivation resources and all sorts of other perks. For an orphan like Lin Tian, who was terrified of poverty, this was like ascending to heaven in one step. But when Lin Tian took the jade slip and probed its contents with his spiritual sense, reading the terms and conditions, his face darkened instantly. What the hell is this? A contract selling my soul? The terms etched on the jade slip were outrageously harsh. Clause 1, never betray Nanda University for life. Violators will have their cultivation stripped. Clause 2, make the advancement of Nanda University your lifelong goal. Personal interests must yield to the collective. Clause 3. Clause 99. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered to read any further. Fuming, he flung the jade tablet back at them. I won't sign. And I'm quitting the student union too. Bye-bye. Mu Shui froze. She hadn't expected Lin Tian to refuse. This was the student union that countless freshmen at Nanda University dreamed of joining. And Lin Tian had actually turned down an opportunity handed to him on a silver platter? Nanjing University. Since President Hong Tian single-handedly fought off the beast tide, the university had begun restructuring, while retaining the university's titles and modern structures. But in essence, it had undergone a fundamental transformation. All freshmen entering Nanjing University for the first time were assigned to the first-year cohort. Only after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage could they be promoted to the second year. Above them are the third-year students and the core combat instructors of Nanda. Those who fail to break through to foundation establishment within 3 years are demoted. They are assigned to the Miscellaneous Affairs Student Corps, providing logistical support for the university and mining spirit stones in hazardous areas. The Student Council, however, is an exception. It is a group specifically cultivated by Nanda to develop elite talent. Seeing Lin Tian about to leave again, Mu Shui felt a surge of panic, simultaneously recalling Tang Yan's warning. Gritting her teeth, she pouted, Lin Tian, you're not allowed to leave. My first condition is that you must join the student union. What? Lin Tian whipped around, glaring at Mu Shui, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor in shock. He pointed at her, his finger trembling with fury. Damn it, I feel like I've been tricked. Mu Shui's pretty face flushed slightly at the curse, her beautiful eyes flashing with momentary panic. But she quickly composed herself. Her expression turned cold as she declared firmly, Lin Tian, you promised just now. You're not going back on your word, are you? Lin Tian, back out? Fine. I'm no gentleman anyway. You shameless bastard. Just moments ago you were swearing up and down you were a gentleman. Mu Shui nearly laughed in exasperation. She had finally seen Lin Tian for who he truly was. As long as it benefited him, he was a gentleman. When it wasn't, he'd transformed from a gentleman into a villain. Joining a sect or any cultivation school comes with basic requirements. You can't expect them to pour resources into training you, only for you to betray them in return. Would you even be human then? Mu Xue's pretty face was serious, even slightly displeased. Lin Tian scratched his head. Well, it's not that bad. I just think it's too much hassle. You know, having to follow orders, plus all that daily training. I'm used to being lazy. Hearing this, Mu Xue saw an opening and settled for the next best option. Don't worry about those things, she said. As student council president, I can make decisions on your behalf. Just don't betray Nanda University. Ha? Really? My word is my bond, unlike certain people who flip-flop. Well now, this girl actually knows how to play mind games. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, his gaze burning as he fixed it on Mu Xue. What do you want? Nothing much. As for what you said, I'll think about it. I'm outta here. Lin Tian gave a sinister smirk, then turned and pulled the door open again. Mu Xue stomped her foot in frustration, seeing he was completely unmoved and about to leave. In desperation, she took a few steps forward and grabbed Lin Tian's arm. No way. You have to join today. Hey, senior, you've got to give me a chance to think it over. How can you be like this? But, well, it's not impossible. Unless. Lin Tian flashed another wicked grin. Mu Xue shuddered at his mischievous grin, releasing his arm and taking a few steps back. A bad feeling settled in her stomach. Unless what? Unless you kiss me. Chapter 27, The Sweet Taste of a Kiss Sold for a Kiss. Kiss you? Mu Xue's face flushed crimson as she pointed at Lin Tian and scolded, You little pervert. Kiss you? Dream on. Fine, I'm leaving. Bye-bye. Mu Xue was dumbfounded. What kind of person was this Lin Tian? They'd only known each other for a short time, yet he dared make such an outrageous demand. But as Lin Tian turned to leave, Tang Yan's words echoed in her mind. In a moment of desperation, her mind went blank. She lunged forward, yanked Lin Tian back, and, tiptoeing slightly, planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Peck. The crisp sound left Lin Tian stunned. He touched his cheek, eyes wide. Senior, are you serious? This was completely unexpected for Lin Tian. He'd only intended to find some excuse to brush her off. In his mind, getting this aloof rose to kiss him was nothing short of a pipe dream. But now, this sudden turn of events presented Lin Tian with another dilemma. Hurry up, imprint your soul. Mu Xue blushed as she handed the jade slip over again. Lin Tian. No way. That last time was a sneak attack, it only counts if we actually kiss. Lin Tian immediately started playing the spoiled brat. He thought to himself, surely you won't come back for more now? Mu Xue's ears burned crimson. Stamping her foot and gritting her teeth, she spat out each word, Lin Tian. You're a complete scoundrel. You've gone too far. I am a scoundrel. No kiss, no deal. I'm outta here, got a competition to attend, Lin Tian retorted with a smirk. A complete and utter scoundrel. Mu Xue's pearly white teeth clenched so hard they made a clicking sound. Right now, she wanted nothing more than to slap Lin Tian to death. Yet Tang Yan's words of comfort were laced with warnings, like the murmurs of gods and demons, swirling incessantly around her ears. Xiao Xue, Auntie never misjudges people. If you wish to escape your family's coercion, trust me, Lin Tian is your best option. Death be it so. I, Mu Xue, am ready to face it. At that very moment, before Lin Tian could turn around, a faint, ethereal scent of snow lotus, like a giant serpent, suddenly burrowed into Lin Tian's nostrils. Immediately after, a moist, soft cherry blossom like lip pressed against his. Lin Tian's entire body jolted as if electrocuted. As if possessed by some unseen force. Actually, stuck out his tongue and stirred things up. Mu Xue, who had been coyly closing her beautiful eyes, thinking it would be just a symbolic touch, suddenly widened them in shock. Realizing what had happened, she shoved Lin Tian away with all her strength. Phew! 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 Lin Tian, you're disgusting. The school flower's kiss, kinda sweet. Lin Tian smiled with lingering satisfaction, then swiftly picked up the jade slip, imprinted his soul mark upon it, and hurried away. Mu Xue was mortified with shame and rage, glaring viciously at the fleeing Lin Tian. She shouted angrily, Lin Tian, you're nothing but a lecher. He fled the girls' dormitory. Lin Tian scratched his head, grinning as he hurried toward the martial arts field. Muttering under his breath, this kiss was kinda a rip-off. That was a kiss sold for my soul. Meanwhile, in dorm 101. The moment the dorm door closed, Tang Yan slipped in from outside. She gave Mu Xue a half-smile, half-teasing look. Xiao Xue, looks like you've grown up. Mu Xue covered her face, stomping her feet in embarrassment. And Tang. Stop laughing. I'm so mortified. Alright, since you've taken this step, you must walk it out bravely. Tang Yan patted her shoulder meaningfully. Come on, the martial arts competition isn't over yet. We can't keep skipping it or people will start gossiping. Besides, let's see what this kid's really got under his belt. Mu Xue nodded, her face flushed, then tidied herself up. The two girls hurried toward the field. South University Sports Field. Lin Tian passed by the cafeteria and casually stepped inside. He shoveled down a couple of mouthfuls of spirit rice to fill his stomach before heading straight for the competition grounds. The sun blazed fiercely. Crowds surged around the battle platforms, their cheers deafening. As soon as he reached the 10th group's arena, he heard the referee bellowing at the top of his lungs, number 15 of the 10th group, Lin Tian. Without hesitation, Lin Tian leapt onto the stage first. But as he surveyed the arena, he was met with a wave of jeers and boos. The boys below the stage were in an uproar. Who's the lucky one who drew Lin Tian? Everyone speculated wildly about which lucky soul had drawn Lin Tian a guaranteed win. Then, a coarse, booming laugh erupted from the crowd. Ha ha ha, it's me. Zhanlong? That kid's hit the jackpot. Fighting Lin Tian? That's just one punch for him. Zhanlong held up his token, handed it to the shouting referee, and stepped onto the stage. His towering frame, bulging muscles, and aura radiated the overwhelming pressure of a peak 9th layer chi-gathering realm cultivator. Like a hungry wolf spotting a lamb, Zhanlong grinned, his eyes gleaming with greed as he fixed them on Lin Tian. His wide, copper bell eyes sparkled with delight, as if he'd stumbled upon a treasure. At that moment, boys from surrounding rings began crowding in. Chatter erupted. Even those on neighboring platforms paused their fights, watching this scene with eager anticipation. Someone shouted, "Brother Zhanlong, you're so lucky. That kid Lin Tian? First-tier chi cultivation realm? Sure, he's got some skill in alchemy and massage, but a martial arts match? That's a joke. Brother Zhanlong, how about letting me take his place? I've already lost one match, another defeat, and I'm done for. Fighting Lin Tian? That's a guaranteed win." An older boy pushed his way forward, his face twisted in desperation. "Brother Zhanlong, let me take your place. If I can't break through using the Heavenly Furnace secret realm this time, I might get demoted by the school to work in the mines." Several other boys, green with envy, added sourly, "Brother Zhanlong, don't go easy on him. That jerk scams women with his massage tricks. We need to show him that combat prowess is the real deal." Zhanlong roared with laughter, pounding his chest with a voice like a temple bell. "Don't worry, brothers. One punch from me will send that punk scrambling for his teeth. His massage tricks might fool women, but against me? Oomph, trash." Yet beneath his rough, brash exterior, deep down, he harbored a lingering doubt. Weren't they all saying Lin Tian was only at chi-gathering level 1? Yet the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Tian now clearly indicated the 5th layer of chi cultivation. This thought, Zhanlong couldn't help but feel a twinge of underestimation toward Lin Tian. Still, he didn't take him too seriously. Even at the 5th layer, it would only take one punch at most, it would require a bit more effort. Lin Tian stood on the stage, observing the excitement radiating from those around him. He couldn't help but frown slightly, thinking to himself, what the hell is this? Why are they all acting like they've been injected with adrenaline? Do they really think I'm that weak? He rubbed his nose, a tinge of irritation stirring within him. Meanwhile, not far from the playground, Mu Shui and Tang Yan slowly ascended a viewing platform. Several students of remarkable bearing were already present. 3 men and 2 women, all exceptionally gifted individuals selected through the student council's special admissions process. The weakest among them possessed at least an 8th layer chi cultivation. Upon seeing Mu Shui and Tang Yan arrive, they approached to greet them with respectful demeanor. A handsome young man, upon seeing Mu Shui, his eyes flashed with intense desire before he whispered to a fellow student beside him, "This Lin Jr. is no ordinary talent. Despite being only at the 5th layer of chi gathering, he's been concealing his cultivation all along." His companion stole a glance at Mu Shui as well. Adopting a profound expression, he pushed his spirit-like glasses up his nose and mused, "Look at those freshmen below the stage, so naive. They don't even realize he is concealing his cultivation. Truly like clowns. It's a pity, though. Even at the 5th layer, junior brother Lin probably stands little chance against Zhanlong. Yeah, Lin Tian's talent is admittedly lacking, but his courage is something we all admire. Fighting knowing he'll lose, that's truly commendable bravery." Several boys chipped in, each taking turns to speak, putting on airs. While they didn't openly mock Lin Tian for overestimating himself, their tone was still dripping with sarcasm and superiority. Mu Shui listened, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She couldn't help but glance at the group. The moment these boys saw the school's top beauty had turned her attention their way, their excitement surged. They immediately crowded closer, eager to strike up a conversation. "President, don't you think Lin Tian is being a bit too presumptuous?" But before the words could finish, Mu Shui shot them a cold stare, her voice icy. "Got nothing better to do? Standing here making snide remarks? Don't forget your special spots were all won back by that overly ambitious Lin Tian at the alchemist tournament." Mu Shui turned her gaze toward the 10th group's arena, no longer looking at them. Yet her voice continued, "Without him, what right do you have to stand here and sneer?" At her words, the boys' faces froze, their footsteps halted, and they all fell silent. They all sighed inwardly. Their attempt at flattery had backfired spectacularly. Earlier, when they saw Mu Shui step onto the stage with that fierce look, they assumed she was filled with resentment toward Lin Tian. After all, they'd heard about Mu Shui seeking Lin Tian for a massage only for him to use it as advertising material. The two girls who had remained silent beside them suddenly lit up. They hadn't expected Mu Shui to speak up for Lin Tian. They'd assumed she hated him, so they hadn't dared to speak out. Seeing this, they chimed in. Exactly. Junior Lin's alchemy talent is off the charts, and his massages can even treat hidden ailments. What do you stinky boys know? Yeah, Zhanlong is strong, but Lin Shui is no slouch either. Just you wait and see. The boys heard this and gritted their teeth in anger. But Tang Baolong was standing not far away. In the end, they could only retreat to the side grudgingly, their eyes growing even darker. Yet they all overlooked one crucial point. Why these girls suddenly developed such a strong fondness for Lin Tian. It was as if they trusted him inexplicably, bordering on outright adoration. At that moment, Mu Shui. She gazed at the battle dragon on the stage, a faint worry beginning to stir in her heart. Zhanlong had honed his physique through rigorous training, possessing astonishing strength and claiming to be unmatched at the Qi-gathering realm. Among the fresh batch of newcomers at South University, he was undoubtedly among the elite. The student union had long placed him on their watch list. So, Lin Tian, can you really win? Mu Shui silently questioned herself. On the stage, Zhanlong began flexing his muscles, his joints cracking loudly as he radiated the fierce momentum of a tiger descending the mountain. He glared at Lin Tian, grinning savagely. Heard you're quite the expert at massages? Come on, try blocking my punch. Let's see if your little hands are faster than my fists. The boys below the stage roared in unison, Brother Zhanlong. Knock him out with one punch. Show him what it means to be a man. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curling his lips. Chapter 28, First use of muscle dominator pill shocks the worm like man. South University Sports Field Arena. Ah! Zhanlong roared, his body moving like an octopus. His sandbag-sized fists, surging with frenzied spiritual energy, tore through the air, trailing a series of ear-piercing sonic booms. They slammed straight toward Lin Tian's chest. Around the arena, the spiritual energy shields trembled slightly under the impact of this brutal physical force, reflecting Zhanlong's towering, iron-like frame. Below the stage, the crowd of boys roared with excitement. They chanted in unison, take him down! Take him down! Take him down! Lin Tian, you actually dared to step onto the stage? Just wait to get blown away. Exactly. Below Foundation Establishment, Zhanlong is practically unbeatable. How incredibly unlucky is Lin Tian? It's over. Junior Lin's definitely going to get hurt. If he loses that hand, we'll have to keep relying on spirit-dissolving pills. That's just awful. The girls gathered around, their pretty faces filled with worry, murmured soft sighs. Several senior female students covered their eyes in fear, dreading the sight of Lin Tian being smashed to pieces. On the spectator platform, Mu Shui's slender frame was tense, her delicate fists clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. She murmured to herself, Lin Tian, if things get too bad, just admit defeat. At worst, I'll beg Aunt Tang to pull some strings for you. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the ring, her heart pounding like a drum, so tense she nearly forgot to breathe. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, watching the fist hurtling toward him. His cold smile remained unchanged. A thought flashed through his mind. In his consciousness, through the Red Phoenix system, he directly consumed the muscle burst pill. He had no desire to take a beating. When you have a trump card, you play it first, strike first, gain the advantage. Boom! As the muscle burst pill dissolved within his consciousness, a frenzied surge of power erupted from within his body. Muscles bulged violently, veins stood out prominently, and spiritual energy surged like a torrent, washing through every meridian in Lin Tian's body. Immediately after, the energy within him surged, amplifying his fifth-tier Qi cultivation tenfold. This power fused and intertwined with every muscle in his body. He now felt like a newly awakened humanoid beast. At that moment, the war dragon, poised to strike Lin Tian's chest and abdomen with a fist, paused slightly. He abruptly sensed the shift in Lin Tian's aura, his pupils instantly contracting as shock gripped his heart. What the hell is going on with this kid? But his punch was already in motion. Retracting it was impossible. Lin Tian gave a cold snort, clenching his right hand into a fist to meet the blow, equally enveloped in a violent surge of spiritual energy. Amplified by eightfold speed, its ferocity rivaled even that of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. His fist arrived in an instant, colliding head-on with the war dragon's fist. Boom! The collision of their punches instantly cracked the arena floor beneath their feet. The spiritual energy shield trembled violently, emitting a buzzing hum. The next second, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. War Dragon grunted, his body flying backward like a crashing violently into the edge of the arena and shattering the blue stone. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest caved in, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Tian withdrew his fist, still standing in place, though his knuckles tingled slightly. Holy! This human tank! Even with 10 times my strength, I barely held my ground. Lin Tian couldn't help but silently thank his luck. If he hadn't used the muscle burst pill in time, who knows? That punch might have actually knocked the out of him. Below the ring, the air itself seemed to freeze. 3 seconds of dead silence passed. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of gasps. They all stared in disbelief, as if they'd seen a ghost. What? Lin Tian knocked Zhanlong flying with a single punch? Impossible. He's only at Qi gathering stage 1. How could he be this powerful? No, wait, the spiritual energy fluctuations just now, they surpassed the Qi gathering realm. Something's off. There's something strange about Lin Tian. However, a group of young women squealed with delight, their eyes sparkling like stars, their inexplicable adoration for Lin Tian growing even more intense. Oh my gosh. That punch Junior Lin threw just now so cool. It felt like it punched right through my little heart. I think I'm falling for him. Who says he's only good at massages? That's the power of a body-tempering cultivator. Junior brother Lin is amazing. A short-haired senior, flushed with excitement, pumped her fist and shouted, "Go, Lin!" On the spectator platform. Muxua's beautiful eyes widened, her cherry lips parted in shock, too stunned to close them. She murmured, "This guy is actually this strong? How many more secrets does he have?" However, Tang Yan narrowed her cold, phoenix-like eyes, constantly gauging the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Lin Tian. She thought to herself, this kid? Did he take some kind of potion? Meanwhile, the chubby kid who'd just finished his second match panted his way over to the 10th ring, arriving just in time to witness the scene. He stared in disbelief. Damn! Did Lin Tian take some kind of performance-enhancing drugs? His physical strength is absurd. He rubbed his eyes and muttered, when did this kid train his physique? That's not scientific. On the stage, Zhanlong spat out another mouthful of blood. Staggering to his feet, he clutched his chest, eyes wide with terror as he glared at Lin Tian. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Impossible. There's something strange about you. You're clearly only at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. How could you possibly possess such overwhelming strength?" At this point, he turned to the referee watching nearby and bellowed, "I demand he be tested. That kid must have taken banned substances." The moment these words left his mouth, everyone seemed to snap out of a trance. Voices immediately echoed from the crowd below the stage, "Right. Lin Tian must be doping. How else could he possibly defeat brother Zhanlong? Test him. If he fails, disqualify him and expel him from Nanda." Exactly. He's a pill refiner himself, a genius at that. He must have concocted some secret divine pill to enhance his physique. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. According to the tournament rules, if he took pills, strip him of his cultivation, expel him from Nanda. Such despicable, underhanded tactics have no place at Nanda. More and more people began roaring with fury. In their eyes, only the use of pills could explain why Lin Tian had suddenly unleashed such terrifying physical strength. Because it was too damaging to their pride. These ordinary cultivators toil daily in their training. How much effort have they poured into securing a spot in this secret realm? How could they possibly accept that Lin Tian, who had gained his advantage by consuming elixirs, would suddenly surpass them in combat prowess? But the group of young immortals wouldn't stand for it, retorting sharply. Pills? Go ahead and try them yourselves. See if you can blast a war dragon away with a single punch. Exactly. And let's be real, some of you guys, even if you stuff yourselves with pills, you still end up limp as a ragdoll. You look like little earthworms, tiny and disgusting. Ugh. No one knew which fairy had uttered those words. But the moment those words left her lips, many boys in the crowd instantly flushed crimson, their necks bulging. Overcome with shame, they ducked their heads in silence, seething with embarrassment so intense they wished the ground would swallow them whole. As if terrified some girl might recognize them. A few bold ones tried to argue back, only to be silenced by the fairy's retort of worm-like men. At the judges' table, several sophomore seniors frowned upon hearing this. According to the rules, they declared solemnly, since one side has raised objections, we must test Lin Tian for banned substances. Then, they each retrieved 3 spirit treasures shimmering with divine light: the spirit eye mirror, the prohibition detection disc, and the spirit purification bead, and flew toward the 10th battle platform. These artifacts were specifically designed to detect traces of forbidden substances within a cultivator's body. Chapter 29, Junior, how about you try the 13 flights? Forging the physical body through hardening is an arduous endeavor, requiring day after day of tempering sinews and bones while enduring pain beyond what ordinary people can bear. This was a consensus among all cultivators. War Dragon possessed extraordinary innate talent. It is said he was discovered by a third-year instructor at the Southern Academy, and gifted him a copy of the Iron Ox Dominance Technique. And Zhanlong truly worked hard. Having joined Nanda University for less than a year, he advanced from the 6th layer of Qi gathering realm to its peak. His physique had become as formidable as a savage beast. Now, throughout the entire Southern University, indeed, across all Qi gathering realm practitioners in Southern City, few could match him. Since the revival of spiritual energy, Many exceptionally gifted youths, whether nurtured by their clans or through their own diligence, had already attained considerable cultivation levels by their high school years. However, traditional notions held that high school students still needed to study scientific knowledge. Only upon entering university do students finally break free from the drudgery of academic study. They fully embark on the path of cultivation, pursuing the way of immortality. As for Lin Tian, in their eyes, without special means, it would be nearly impossible to send him flying with a single punch. Thus, everyone suspected he had taken drugs. Lin Tian's heart suddenly tightened. He thought to himself, damn it. Though the muscle burst pill was produced by the system, it still technically fell under the category of medicinal pills. What if they got caught? He stole a glance at the referee, sweat beading on his forehead. For a moment, panic gripped him. On the spectator platform, Tang Yan furrowed her delicate brows, thinking to herself, Lin Tian may possess immense potential, but refining one's physique through physical training isn't something that can be achieved overnight. This kid has probably really taken drugs. But women, after all, are creatures of emotion. From the moment she decided to win Lin Tian over, her allegiance shifted to his side. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately used her spiritual sense to send a secret order to a sophomore girl among the judging panel. Mu Wanqing, make sure Lin Tian isn't caught. The girl named Mu Wanqing froze. Her nimble fingers, poised to grasp the spirit-purifying pearl, paused slightly. She thought to herself, how could she possibly tamper with it in broad daylight? She glanced at the senior students beside her. Their magical artifacts were already activated, their spiritual light enveloping Lin Tian. There was simply no time to tamper with anything. Gritting her teeth, Mu Wanqing steeled herself to step forward and pretend to inspect. She wasn't sure if Tang Yan had only sent the telepathic message to her, or if arrangements had been made for the other 3 judges as well. For now, she could only focus on herself. As long as her test didn't reveal any issues with Lin Tian, then she'd have an explanation for Tang Yan. As for the others under the watchful eyes of the crowd, that was none of her concern. At that moment, Mu Shui leaned close to Tang Yan and whispered urgently, "And Tang, did Lin Tian really take the medicine? What should we do?" Tang Yan whispered back, "Don't panic. Wanqing will handle it." Mu Shui bit her lip, her eyes filled with even deeper worry. But Mu Shui's concern stemmed not from any affection for Lin Tian. Rather, she had staked everything on Lin Tian. If Lin Tian were caught using banned substances and expelled from Nanda University, wouldn't that mean she, Mu Shui, would suffer a huge loss? On the stage, Lin Tian offered no resistance, merely waiting anxiously for the test results. After a long while, the spirit eye mirror flashed, the banned substance detection plate remained perfectly still, and the purifying spirit pearl was as clear as ever. Mu Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief and announced loudly, "Test complete. Everything normal. Lin Tian has not consumed any banned substances." Just as expected, Director Tang must have also relayed the message telepathically to the other 2 judges. Mu Wanqing thought to herself. But suddenly, something felt off. But I didn't tamper with anything just now. This is the genuine test result. Could it be? She glanced at the spirit-purifying pearl in her hand. Could this be broken? Mu Wanqing could no longer contain herself. She hurriedly descended the stage and made her way toward the spectator platform. At that moment, Lin Tian himself was stunned. The pills from the Hongwan system were truly formidable, even magical artifacts couldn't detect them. He discreetly wiped away a bead of sweat, his heart still pounding. Below the stage, the entire arena erupted in uproar. Cheating. Definitely cheating. That artifact must be broken. How could Lin Tian not be taking pills? Brother Zhanlong has forged his body through extreme training. Amidst the clamor, some began directing their accusations toward the 3 referees. One voice sneered sarcastically, "Exactly. Maybe these 3 referees are colluding to cover for Lin Tian to curry favor with him." Hearing this, the referees instantly flew into a rage. A palpable aura of Foundation establishment level power erupted from them. One senior referee roared, "Keep this up, and you'll all be disqualified." In an instant, the doubters were shaken to the core, their faces turning pale as they reluctantly fell silent. The little fairies, however, cheered and danced with excitement. Junior brother Lin is actually a body-tempering cultivator. So impressive. Such a multi-talented junior, we adore him. A senior with an oval face blushed and shouted, "Lin! Hit him again! Shut him up!" War Dragon was stunned, glaring at Lin Tian with utter reluctance. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Even if you're a body-tempering cultivator, today I'll fight you 300 rounds. As he spoke, his spiritual energy surged violently. His muscles bulged like iron as he charged at Lin Tian like a raging bull, trampling the arena floor until it cracked and splintered. Spectator platform. Tang Yan's coldly beautiful face flashed a hint of satisfaction. She nodded and whispered to Mu Shui, "Xiao Shui, I never expected your best friend to be so resourceful." Even in this situation, she managed to rig the results for Lin Tian with the other 2 referees. "I'm curious how she pulled it off." Mu Shue's beautiful eyes flickered with confusion. Wanqing? She actually rigged the fight? Wanqing had been her close friend since high school, but Mu Wanqing was an upright person. How could she possibly cheat in public? Mu Shue's doubts deepened. Just then, Mu Wanqing stepped onto the observation platform. Her flawless, righteous face bore a hint of weariness. Mu Shui waved urgently. Wanqing! Over here! Tang Yan saw Mu Wanqing approaching. She smiled warmly at her eyes brimming with curiosity. Wanqing, how did you manage that test just now? Even I couldn't spot a trace of deception. Ha? Mu Wanqing looked utterly bewildered, asking uncertainly, Director Tang, weren't you the one who sent the message to the other two judges? Ha? Didn't you improvise and coordinate with them? Tang Yan also looked skeptical. But the next second, all three women's pretty faces turned pale with shock. In unison, they exclaimed, could it be? Lin Tian didn't take the medicine? At that very moment, a stunned cry erupted from the direction of the tent group stage. How is this possible? War Dragon has been defeated? Hearing the commotion, Tang Yan and the other two girls turned their gaze toward the arena. On the stage, Lin Tian flipped his palm, revealing a fireball suspended silently in midair. A faint, mischievous smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, yet the expression itself carried an unsettling aura that instilled fear in those who saw it. Opposite him, War Dragon lay sprawled on the ground, his body twitching convulsively. Lin Tian wins. Next pair, prepare. The moment the words fell, two men immediately stepped forward and dragged Zhan Long away. Lin Tian leapt off the stage. He was immediately surrounded by a dozen young women. Junior, you're amazing. Since you have time before the next round, give me a massage first. I'm preparing to break through to Qi Gathering 7th layer. Me too. Me too. Junior, why don't you do the 13 flights? We can all. Chapter 30, The Sword Cultivator, Sword Without Fate. Lin Tian hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath. 13 pairs of watery eyes stared at him in unison. For a moment, he was momentarily dazed, frozen in place as he surveyed the diverse group of senior sisters around him. When it came to looks, each possessed striking features, skin as smooth as jade, and curves that danced like waves. Some stood tall like models, others petite like little girls. Some bore ample bosoms, while others had waists as slender as willow branches. All of this, in truth, was the result of their cultivation. Ever since the revival of spiritual energy, the path of cultivation had flourished. Practitioners expelled impurities from their bodies by breathing in and out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Women's beauty has universally improved, their skin radiant, their figures graceful, each resembling a celestial being descended to earth. But there were exceptions. Take Lin Tian's landlady as an example. Yet it cannot be denied that as long as one possesses decent natural genes, cultivation truly proved 1,000 times superior to cosmetics or plastic surgery. Lin Tian swallowed hard. Truth be told, his heart was racing a bit now. He could feel it, this ing, am I about to hit the peak of my life? But then he thought about it. He suddenly sensed something was off. Why? Why did my luck with women suddenly get so much better? Are these seniors going crazy, or have I really become more handsome? Just as he was racking his brain trying to figure it out, before he could even refuse, a dozen or so senior female students grabbed him by the arms and legs, half pushing, half dragging him into a spacious classroom nearby. Bang! The door slammed shut. As if they'd all planned it together. The moment they entered, they began swiftly assembling the desks into a large bed. It was large enough for 13 people to lie down side by side. Lin Tian stood there dumbfounded. He couldn't make heads or tails of what these girls were doing. Are girls this open-minded these days? Had they all become this explosive? However, the senior students paid no attention to Lin Tian's reaction. They all lay down on the desks with big smiles. Each lay quietly flat on the desks, neatly in a row. If an outsider walked in, they'd definitely get the wrong idea. One senior girl cooed, Lin, let's get started. We still have our martial arts competition later. Wait, what exactly is going on here? Lin Tian asked, bewildered. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the towering peaks of varying heights before him, causing him to inwardly gasp in astonishment. Oh my gosh. Lin Tian, stop pretending. We heard it from Xiaoling, your massage isn't your ordinary kind. Exactly. Jolly told me that whenever your fingers touch our bodies, you release some strange spiritual energy. That's the secret behind your massages, suppressing hidden ailments, right? Hurry up. I can't wait any longer. But Lin Tian, you better not get up to any mischief. We're all here together precisely to stop you from doing anything shady. Hee, Sister Litao, with all of us sisters here? Up to no good? I don't believe he'd dare. Oh, come on. Lin Tian nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. But then, his eyes darted around. He thought to himself, fine. Since you're all practically begging for it, I'll show you what it means to play dirty. He took a deep breath. 0 respect, 1 part anticipation, 9 parts mischief. His hands formed claws as he began channeling the press technique. As the incantation's energy flowed, his hands began to glide back and forth across the bodies of these supine seniors. 20 minutes later, Lin Tian emerged from the classroom drenched in sweat, exhausted as if he'd just run 10 kilometers. He checked the Hong Wan system in his consciousness sea. He discovered that only 50 points of his emotional energy had been consumed. Moreover, just now, he had earned nearly 100 points from those 13 senior female students. Gazing at the accumulated 760 points, he was just one step away from unlocking the new character incantation at 800 points. Lin Tian grinned. This was a win-win. Most of these emotion points were harvested from the boys during the sparring match earlier. Just then, Little Fat suddenly came running over, panting heavily. His small eyes darted around the classroom with a sly glance. He grinned lecherously. Lin Tian, we're brothers, right? Who is Lin Tian? Just by looking at that fat bastard's lecherous expression, he knew the other guy was up to no good. He immediately retorted, no way. Lin Tian, I'm one of your few brothers here, you fat bastard. Hoarding all the good stuff like this is way too much. Yapang's chubby face twitched with anger. Teach me? Name your terms. He winked suggestively, rubbing his hands together, looking every bit the pervert on a crowded bus. Lin Tian shot him a sideways glance and sneered, Fatso, you want me to teach you? With your weight, wouldn't you crush someone flat with a single press? Yao Pang instantly bristled. Bro, name your price. Spirit stones? Pills? Or, my sister? Fat boys all, and I'll sell my sister to you for that god tier skill. Are you sure? Absolutely sure, definitely, and I can even drug her up for you beforehand. Ha ha! Yao Pang grinned lecherously as he spoke. Holy? Lin Tian was speechless. But images of Yapang's sister began to surface in his mind. They used to play together a lot when they were kids. And let's be honest, Yapang's older sister, Yi Wushuang, had been a natural beauty since childhood. As she grew up, she was said to be ranked among the 10 peerless fairies of the southern city. Her beauty was indeed breathtaking, her demeanor as graceful as orchids. Yet she remained as elusive as a dragon, glimpsed only briefly. Especially in recent years, after being drafted into the Alliance Legion, rumors about her gradually grew scarce. 3 years ago, the Blue Star was suddenly invaded by a terrifying species known as void beasts. These phantom-like spatial beasts, both real and illusory, were savagely brutal, rampaging across the entire Blue Star. From that moment on, Blue Star was divided into Eastern and Western factions. Both sides began urgently forming alliance legions. Nan City was situated in the Eastern region. To defend against the beasts, the Eastern Alliance Legion began conscripting cultivators of all ranks from every cultivation city. Nan City was required to send at least 30 Foundation establishment cultivators annually to serve on the front lines. And Yao Pang's older sister was precisely the elite squad leader conscripted last year. According to Yapang, over the past 2 years, his sister had earned glorious battle merits, her fame reverberating throughout the Alliance Legion. Lin Tian stroked his chin and grinned mischievously. Your sister? Come on, haven't you forgotten how you stole her undergarments when you were little and nearly got castrated? Get lost. If you won't teach me, fine, but why bring up old wounds? Just as the two were sucking up, the classroom door opened and 13 senior female students, having adjusted their clothing, emerged with flushed faces. Each of them wore an extremely bashful expression. Yet, upon closer observation, one could discern excitement concealed beneath their bashfulness. As they moved, each glided with the lightness of a sparrow, their aura flowing with effortless grace. A senior with an oval face pouted, Lin, I'm truly impressed by your massage skills. But your hands, they keep wandering to places they shouldn't. It's so embarrassing. Another tall senior, her face flushed, chimed in, exactly. And, you even, squeezed it. Oh my, how embarrassing. The seniors giggled together, playfully teasing each other, yet their eyes brimmed with gratitude. At that moment, other girls, seeing them emerge, gathered around. One after another, they chattered excitedly, so? Is Lin's massage really that amazing? It's incredible. I feel the spiritual energy inside me flowing so much smoother. I bet even if I break through again, it won't cause a spiritual energy surge. This is 100 times better than taking spirit transforming pills. Though his hands were a bit wandering, but the results were worth it. That bastard Lin Tian is a succubus reincarnated. How come so many upperclassmen are throwing themselves at him? Exactly. There's definitely something fishy about his massage. Some kind of evil art to seduce girls. Some guys watching from afar gritted their teeth, cursing furiously. Ding, emotion value +5, +5 cumulative 770. Hearing this, some girls naturally took offense. They retorted in unison, what are you jealous of? Junior Lin is talented and good looking, can you even compare? Exactly. Alchemy, massage, physical training, isn't he better than you in every way? Stop being so bitter. Mu Shui arrived quietly at this moment, standing silently behind the crowd. Watching Lin Tian being fawned over like the center of the universe, her heart tightened inexplicably. How does this guy have such luck with women? He's such a scoundrel. Just then, a shout rang out from the arena. Round 3, Group 10. Lin Tian vs Jian Wuming. What? What? Jian Wuming? Sword unsheathed, no life remains? Good heavens. Lin Tian's luck is utterly dreadful. First match against campus beauty Manhwa, second against Zhan Lon, and now this third match, directly facing Jian Wuming? Everyone was utterly stunned. Even those who had been mocking Lin Tian earlier, upon hearing his opponent was sword no life, were so stunned they couldn't utter a word. As Lin Tian leapt onto the stage and focused his gaze, he saw a girl in blue robes standing opposite him, sword in hand, her demeanor as cold and aloof as ice. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her features delicate and ethereal, an aura of spiritual energy swirling around her like a living fairy. Yet her gaze was icy and distant, as if cut off from the world, radiating an aloof arrogance that warned strangers to keep their distance. Seeing this stance, Lin Tian swallowed hard, thinking to himself, this little minx, she's not someone to mess with. As Lin Tian approached, Jian Wuming slowly drew her sword. Its blade gleamed like frost, radiating an icy chill. Her icy stare fixed on Lin Tian as her voice rang out like frozen steel. Lin Tian, draw your weapon. I do not kill those who come unarmed. Hearing that voice sent a chill down Lin Tian's spine. He slowly pulled a crimson belly-bearing top from his ring. Paying no heed to the stares of onlookers, he slipped it on. He glanced toward the referee's stand and asked in a faint voice, Senior referee, can a defensive artifact count as a weapon? Chapter 31, The Pure Desire crop top emerges, Secret Realm opens early. Pure Desire red crop top. What Lin Tian now wore was precisely the defensive artifact obtained from the Red Phoenix lottery. Crafted from ice cicada spirit silk, it was as thin as gauze yet impervious to all attacks. However, when Lin Tian declared he would use this belly-bearing garment as a weapon instead, the entire arena fell silent once more. According to the tournament rules, if one side used a weapon, the other naturally had the option to do so as well. But someone like Lin Tian, using a defensive artifact instead of a weapon was an unprecedented move. But this belly-covering garment of his, it truly left everyone speechless. Even the well-traveled Yapang was now staring intently at the two bowl-sized openings on the chest area of the belly cover. Then, a roar of laughter erupted from the audience below the stage. Ha ha ha! Lin Tian, you're wearing a woman's belly-bearing top? And it's torn. A male student laughed so hard he slapped his thigh, tears nearly streaming down his face. Lin, Jr., this is way too inappropriate. A senior girl, her face flushed, covered her mouth and giggled. Lin Tian, where did you even get this thing? And you cut 2 holes in it? That's outrageous, another girl exclaimed, her face flushed, her tone full of both embarrassment and teasing. Lin Tian's face flushed crimson as he silently cursed the system's unreliability. Truthfully, this reaction was exactly what he'd expected. But circumstances forced him to grit his teeth and use it. Lin Tian wasn't trying to show off. Just because that little Yi Wushuang is nothing but a madwoman. Once the sword leaves its scabbard, there's no going back. This is no joke. But he couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, shouldn't a sword cultivator like Yi Wushuang, who's reached the peak of qi cultivation, be included in the special quota? How could another one just show up and join the tournament freely? But unable to figure it out for the moment, he let it go. Referee Lin Tianxiao reconfirmed, I confirm I will use this magical artifact. Several sophomore seniors frowned. Then one senior reminded him, according to the rules, Lin, if you choose this item, you cannot use any other weapon. Are you sure? Confirmed. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and nodded, thinking to himself, immune to all attacks? What have I got to fear? As long as I can block Yi Wushuang's sword, nothing else matters. The referee nodded, signaling for the match to continue. Yet, no one noticed. Tang Yan and Mu Shui, who had been watching from the spectator stands, along with several instructors and students seated at the referee's table, individuals of profound cultivation or holding significant status at Nanda. At that moment, all of them looked hurried, as if they had received some kind of telepathic message, and they all left in a flurry. Seeing the signal of approval, Lin Tian attempted to tighten the 2 straps on the belly cover. But this was, after all, women's undergarments. How could a grown man possibly wear them? His hands fumbled behind his back for ages, unable to secure the ties, drawing another wave of roaring laughter from the crowd below. Lin Tian, are you trying to laugh Yi Wushuang to death? Someone shouted. Lin Tian felt his face darken. With great effort, he finally managed to haphazardly pull the belly band over himself. Though it hung crookedly, at least he had it on. He looked up to see Yi Wushuang already advancing with a cold expression, her sword gleaming like a rainbow as it stabbed straight toward his chest. Lin Tian cursed inwardly. Damn it, I never did anything to you, did I? Is this how you plan to take my life? Clang! A sharp metallic ring echoed. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce him, a crimson light screen abruptly surged upward, forming a red barrier that forcibly halted the blade's advance, preventing it from penetrating further. Yi Wushuang's expression shifted slightly, clearly surprised by this strange object's formidable defensive power. The crowd below the stage fell silent once more. They had assumed it was merely an ordinary woman's undergarment, yet it turned out to be a genuine defensive artifact. For a moment, envy flickered in their eyes. After all, it was a defensive artifact. Defensive artifacts had always been extremely rare. Rumor had it that even a low-tier defensive artifact at Lingbao Polytechnic would fetch tens of thousands of spirit stones at the very least. Ding emotion points +5 +5 +10 total 800. Congratulations! Successfully unlocked the entry-level grind finger technique of the 12-finger massage. Unlocking the next character requires 2,000 emotion points. First time reaching 800 emotion points. One free lottery draw granted. Would you like to draw? At this tense moment, the system's voice echoed. Lin Tian froze for a moment. Then a wave of elation washed over him. He thought, finally, I can unlock a new technique. But immediately after, he cursed, damn it. Woman, do I have a grudge with you? Is it really necessary to rush your attack like this? Yi Wuxuang's face was as cold as ice as she raised her sword to strike him once more. At that very moment, suddenly, a shrill public address system blared. Emergency notice. The combat is immediately terminated. All participants remain in place and await further instructions. The entire arena froze in confusion, everyone looking around in bewilderment. Yi Wuxuang's body froze. He too wore a look of utter bewilderment. At that moment, at the edge of the field, a squad in uniformed attire emerged. Their steps were in perfect unison, radiating an intimidating aura. At their head stood a sword-wielding man whose spiritual pressure was staggering at the very least. He was above the Grandmaster realm. Immediately after, Tang Yan's figure streaked back from the distance. Her face was grave as she stood atop the high platform, her spirit voice echoing across the entire arena. According to the latest intelligence from the Pill Alliance, the barrier of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm has shown abnormalities and may open prematurely. The tournament is hereby concluded. All students who have won 2 matches must immediately form ranks. If the number falls below 100, students who won 1 match will be added to fill the ranks. If the number exceeds the limit, those with higher cultivation and talent will be selected. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as students exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. Lin Tian froze on the stage. What? The tournament's over? Does that mean this was my 2nd match, or my 3rd? Before he could process it, Tang Yan's gaze swept over him. Her spiritual voice pierced his mind. Lin Tian, you're selected. Prepare to board the spirit vessel. This is compensation for helping Mu Shui suppress her latent ailment. Lin Tian's heart leapt with joy. What was this? Was this considered pulling strings through Tang Yan? He quickly leaped off the stage, leaving Yi Wuxuang standing there dumbfounded. As for Yi Wuxuang, she naturally had no worries about securing a spot. She had a special quota allocation to begin with. As for why she had taken the stage, at that moment, Yi Wuxuang's gaze shifted toward a middle-aged man standing on a distant platform. The middle-aged man gave her a slight nod. Yi Wuxuang finally exhaled in relief, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart. That middle-aged man was none other than Vice Principal Hu. At that moment, the playground erupted in commotion as students buzzed with speculation. What's going on? Isn't it supposed to be in 3 days? The Heavenly Furnace secret realm opened early? How sudden is this? Quick, hurry up and get ready. The Southern David Guard swiftly organized the students into formation and took roll call. Tang Yan stood atop the platform and announced loudly, students confirmed for the roster, board the spirit vessel with me immediately. No sooner had the words left her mouth. A spirit vessel suddenly materialized on the playground. The spirit vessel was entirely silver-white, intricately carved with complex runes, resembling a giant shuttle. A quarter of an hour later, all students confirmed for the journey boarded the spirit vessel. Lin Tian stood on the deck, surveying his surroundings. The spirit vessel was incredibly spacious, stretching over 100 meters in length. Dozens of meditation cushions were arranged on the deck, providing places for cultivators to sit and practice. At this moment, the mockery and taunts that had filled the air earlier vanished. Now, their expressions were filled with excitement and anticipation. Some looked tense, their faces blank with bewilderment. However, Tang Yan's expression was solemn. Her phoenix-like eyes swept across the crowd as she declared in a deep voice, the entrance to the Heavenly Furnace secret realm lies in a valley north of the southern city. It will take half a day of flight to reach. Upon arriving at the valley, everyone must follow instructions and refrain from acting on their own. Yes. The students responded in unison, their expressions a mix of tension and excitement. The spirit boat slowly ascended, piercing through the clouds as it headed northward. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on a cushion, eyes closed in meditation. Within his consciousness, he began to comprehend the new character incantations and the lottery. Chapter 32, The True Young Lady. Yi Qingqiu. The spirit boat sliced through the clouds, its silver-white hull gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Its speed, compared to the clunky iron contraptions of the past, was nothing compared to a mere breath or two. At that moment, Within Lin Tian's consciousness, the crimson light of the Red Phoenix system flickered. The art of grinding. Defensive finger technique. This technique anchors spiritual energy in the void, conjuring a colossal grinding wheel that can obliterate all incoming attacks. When advanced to its ultimate form, it can even grind away the will of time and space. The will of time and space? That sounds pretty hardcore. Lin Tian's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but inwardly scoff. He hadn't even fully grasped the press, pinch, and grab techniques yet. However, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes as he reconsidered. This grind technique was a defensive finger method, a surefire life-saving skill. With this move, he wouldn't have to grit his teeth and don that tattered red belly-bearing vest again when facing powerful foes, enduring the crowd's mockery while taking hits head-on. The memory of that pure red belly-bearing vest causing everyone to laugh themselves silly during the martial arts match made his face burn like hell. Lin Tian composed himself and began inspecting the contents of his Qianquan ring. He had less than 20,000 spirit stones left. It seemed like a decent amount, but if used to advance his cultivation, it wouldn't even be enough to break through to the 6th layer of Qi-gathering realm. Rubbing his hair fiercely, Lin Tian sighed, "My cultivation progress is still too slow." But if others heard him say that, if other cultivators heard it, they'd likely be so enraged they'd instantly develop cancer. Those ordinary cultivators toil and struggle for 3 to 5 years just to advance a single layer. And Lin Tian? In less than 2 days, he'd skyrocketed from Qi-gathering stage 1 to stage 5. This cultivation speed, it's probably only a hair slower than the top 20 in the Divine Continent, right? If that still seemed too slow, those lone cultivators stuck at Qi-gathering for years without progress would likely be so mortified they'd jump off a cliff. This time in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm, I absolutely must gather as many medicinal herbs as possible. Once I return, I'll refine 10,000 top-grade pills for him. Wahahaha. Lin Tian seemed possessed by a maniacal fervor, his imagination running wild. His lips curled upward unconsciously into a sly, mischievous grin. He muttered to himself, "Heh! By then, I'll be the richest man in South City. I'll pile spirit stones into mountains. I'll have women on both sides, hire 99 maidservants, and revel in nightly feasts. I'll have pools of wine and mountains of meat. Hey! Lin Tian, what kind of daydream are you lost in now? Don't tell me you're plotting to stab someone in the back again." Yao Pang, sitting cross-legged beside Lin Tian, couldn't take it anymore. Seeing that hair-raising grin on Lin Tian's face, he had no choice but to snap him out of it. Thud! The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed through the air. No fighting on the spirit boat. You too. At the same time. South City, northern suburban valley. Misty fogs swirled within the valley, where ancient trees towered skyward, their branches and leaves radiating a mysterious spiritual energy. At the valley's center, a massive fissure gouged the earth, above which a shimmering blue light screen hovered. It rippled like flowing water, occasionally emitting intense spatial fluctuations. Clearly, this was the entrance to the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. At this moment, the valley buzzed with voices as cultivators of all appearances gathered. Some hailed from the southern city, while others represented major factions from surrounding cultivation cities. Though humanity had entered the cultivation civilization several centuries ago, ancient customs still persisted. For instance, at the encampments of each faction, banners fluttered proudly, displays of grandeur flaunted to assert their status. Each group outdid the others in extravagant displays of prestige. Beyond these displays of prestige, amidst the towering peaks and rugged ridges, occasionally, wispy threads of terrifying pressure seeped out, guardian masters sent by unknown factions, lurking in ambush. However, in an inconspicuous corner of the valley's edge, a dozen masked women clad in crimson robes stood solemnly. Their gazes were as sharp as blades, their aura formidable, radiating a faint aura of murderous intent. They wore identical crimson silk robes, with spirit-forged daggers at their waists. Their spiritual energy fluctuations indicated they were all at least Foundation establishment cultivators, some even reaching the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, they exuded a faint aura of disciplined, iron-blooded training. Among them, the leader was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her figure was exquisite, clad in a fitted crimson silk gown that hugged her delicate frame, accentuating her perfect curves. A woman who could maintain such an alluring, sensual, and bewitching aura without lacking authority. She was none other than the mistress of Niaodan Pavilion Yi Qingqiu. Every gesture Yi Qingqiu made now radiated the unique charm of a mature woman. Compared to her appearance during the great alchemy competition, she now radiated an even more captivating and enchanting allure. At that moment, in the distant dense forest, a flurry of startled birds took flight. A petite, agile young girl could be seen gliding and soaring toward this direction. Her delicate, petite form landed gracefully like a crimson butterfly. She was none other than Xiao Taohong, the foremost attendant of Yi Qingqiu. Xiaotahong knelt on one knee and respectfully reported, "Master, Lin Tian has arrived in the valley aboard the southern great spirit vessel." The mere mention of Lin Tian's name made Yi Qingqiu's heart tremble violently, instantly recalling last night's initial pangs of pain. She forced herself to steady her mind before giving a slight nod. Very well. Yet, a fleeting, almost imperceptible softness flickered in her autumn water eyes. She immediately turned to a masked woman beside her. Her voice was icy. Have all the loose ends been tied up? The masked woman's eyes flickered with reverence. All taken care of, she whispered. 7 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 2 Grandmaster-level leaders were all slain by our elite assassins. However, at this point, the masked woman paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. She stammered, Leader, why'd you go to such lengths for an ordinary college student? But no sooner had the words left her mouth than a crushing pressure, emanating from a Peak Dao spirit realm cultivator, forced her to spit out a mouthful of bright red blood. Her face twisted with terror as she fell to her knees. Her voice trembled. This subordinate spoke out of turn. Please punish me, sect master. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, accidentally lifting the veil covering her face. Instantly, a face of breathtaking beauty, rivaling Yi Qingxiu's own, was revealed. Yi Qingxiu's slender frame shifted slightly. Her lovely face grew icy as her phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on the masked woman kneeling at her feet. She snapped, Alang, you've served me for 8 years. You know better than to pry into matters that concern you. Have you forgotten the rules? This subordinate acknowledges her guilt. Please grant me death, sect leader. Considering your years of service, I'll spare you this once. Furthermore, immediately send a secret order to Deputy Sect Leader Miaoling at Lingcheng headquarters. Command her to continue dispatching Grandmaster-level cultivators. Expand the manpower and thoroughly investigate those mysterious figures monitoring Lin Tian. Should their traces be found again, slaughter them. The masked woman trembled at these words. She did not respond immediately, seemingly weighing her options. After a long moment, she finally mustered the courage to stammer, but the deputy sect leader might disagree. After all, this is opposing the organization of that kind of existence. Objections? Then have her come speak with me personally. Yes, I understand. Alang dared not speak further, bowing to accept the order. He then swiftly withdrew with the others. After Alang and the others departed, Yi Qingxiu finally turned to Xiao Taohong. His tone, however, softened slightly. Zayatahong, during the farewell ceremony for the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm's gifts, I will present you as a gift to Lin Tian. You will accompany him into the secret realm. Remember, your mission is to protect him at all costs. Understood? Yes, guild leader, Xiao Taohong replied obediently. Chapter 33, Get it on? Really get it on? Xiao Taohong dared not say another word. She knew all too well. Just this morning, the Crimson Plume Women's Squad dispatched by their guild master had either captured or killed no fewer than 10 individuals. And every single one of them was a high-tier cultivator. But even Xiao Taohong, who had served by Yi Qingxiu's side for years, couldn't fathom why their sect leader held Lin Tian in such high regard. In her daily life, Yi Qingxiu looked down on men with utter disdain, even disgust. But when it came to Lin Tian, could it be? Could there truly be a secret between them? The mere thought of it. Xiao Taohong's heart trembled, and she swiftly dismissed this self-destructive speculation from her mind. Ever since 10 years ago, Yi Qingxiu had taken control of the marvelous Dan Pavilion. He had relentlessly expanded its influence, swiftly establishing branches of the miraculous Dan Pavilion across the major cultivation cities of the East. Moreover, he maintained a vast retinue of cultivators, compelling them to regularly ingest soul-binding pills. Any cultivator who joined the Miao Dan Pavilion and harbored even the slightest dissenting thought would have their soul obliterated. Thus, each and every one remained loyal to the core. Through years of cultivation, the pavilion has amassed profound foundations. Even the Pill Alliance dared not provoke it lightly. It had become a formidable power in its own right. At that moment, a commotion at the valley entrance shattered the bustling atmosphere. A colossal spirit vessel descended slowly. Twice the size of the southern great spirit vessel, its hull shimmered with golden light, intricately carved with complex runes. Surrounded by surging spiritual energy, it resembled a mobile fortress of talismans. Those stationed at the various faction strongholds turned their heads in unison, exclaiming in astonishment, the people from Symbol City have arrived. Symbol City, the core city of the Eastern Cultivation City Alliance. Boasting dozens of times more cultivators than the southern city, its foundations were profoundly deep, and its mastery of talismanic arts was unrivaled in the East. At the Fu City University compound in the southern city, several elders witnessed the scene and lit up with excitement, soaring into the air to greet the vessel. Old demon, I hear the young princess of Fu City has personally arrived this time. Moreover, it said she intends to enter the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm. Looks like we've got this in the bag. An elderly professor from the Talisman University exclaimed excitedly. However, his words drew no flattery from the other two elders. Instead, the elder addressed as Old Demon spoke with concern, the princess's visit to our southern city is certainly a blessing. It will surely deter those petty individuals who seek to suppress our Talisman's university. But, the princess is of noble birth. If she enters the secret realm and something were to happen. At these words, the expressions of the other two changed, becoming extremely solemn. On the deck of the Spirit City's spirit vessel, dozens of Spirit City cultivators emerged in single file. Leading them was a youth clad in white robes, a talisman brush in hand. His bearing was transcendent, his brow radiating an air of pride. Behind him followed several young men and women of remarkable bearing, each clad in talismanic battle armor, their eyes looking down on all, drawing quiet gasps from the southern city cultivators. The most captivating figure was the stunningly beautiful young woman guarded by the group. At 18, she possessed a stunning beauty that was both striking and unconventional, a face like a young lady's yet a figure as voluptuous as Lin Tian's. How many people did Symbol City send this time? Probably around 200 spots, right? Look at that youth in white robes, his aura is incredibly powerful. He must have reached the Dao spirit realm. His name is Fu Qing. He's the guardian of Fu City's young princess, Fu Xian. Rumor has it he's a ruthless killer. Scattered around the valley corners, small groups of independent cultivators gathered. They watched with envy as spirit vessels from major sects descended one after another, occasionally exchanging whispers of commentary. Independent cultivators. Those who could reach the valley were mostly independent cultivators from the southern city. Since the revival of spiritual energy, while organized factions existed, there were also solitary cultivators who stood apart. Some possessed extraordinary talent, but most were average, relying on small trades to earn spirit stones for their cultivation. At that moment, an independent cultivator with a butcher's knife tucked at his waist pointed toward the valley entrance and shouted, "Look! That's a top-tier spirit boat from Dan City. They've actually sent people here too. Old pig, you're not telling us anything new. The Southern City branch of the Pill Alliance is under Dan City's jurisdiction, and this valley is Dan City's territory. Of course they'd send their experts here." An old woman retorted with a sigh of exasperation. With that, she hoisted a vegetable basket and turned away. "Off I go. My vegetable patch needs watering with spirit water. No point lingering here to watch these big shots put on a show." As the woman departed, another voice rang out, "Look over by the woods. It's the Beast Masters from the Beastmaster Academy." At this, the crowd turned their heads to look. At the entrance to the valley, amidst a dense forest of towering trees, a herd of massive, ferocious beasts charged forth. A thunderous beastly roar echoed, causing the younger beasts in the woods, not yet awakened to their spiritual awareness, to kneel in fear, as if paying homage to the arrival of a beast king. These beasts were grotesque in appearance. Some resembled tigers but towered several times taller. Others resembled pythons, yet their bodies spanned 5 meters in width, with wings sprouting from their backs capable of soaring through the skies or burrowing deep into the earth. Yet all these beasts shared one common trait. Upon their backs, heads, or sides, whether seated or standing, sat a human figure. They were the Beast Masters. Look up there. What's that? The emblem of Lingbao Polytechnic's spirit vessel. Holy crap! That's a super-grade spirit vessel. And that spirit vessel following Lingbao Polytechnic? That's Nanchun University's. And cultivators from neighboring Tangchung have come too. Damn it, even Jincheng's here. These guys have no shame. You bet. Word is that in a month, Nanchang, Tangchung, and Jincheng might hold a joint grand tournament. Whichever city wins first place gets to annex the other two. Old pig, is that even true? Who told you that? As factions from all sides continued to arrive, the already crowded valley in the northern suburbs became even more overrun with people. Fortunately, these factions had sent people to establish bases here months ago. So now, despite the influx of factions, a semblance of order was maintained. The only ones truly crammed together were the ordinary individual cultivators who hadn't set up bases. Boom! The spirit boat trembled violently. Lin Tian slowly rose to his feet. "Everyone, follow instructions. Disembark the spirit vessel and form ranks to enter our Southern University's base." The captain of the Southern University Guard bellowed. Over 100 students leaped onto the spirit vessel's deck. Led by the guard captain, they began marching in orderly formation into the valley, heading straight for the Southern University base camp. This was the advantage of regular training for an organized force. It ensured these Southern University students didn't wander about in small, haphazard groups, slung arm in arm like some other lax factions. "Lin Tian, look, isn't that Zhang Hao over there?" Lin Tian trailed at the rear of the column. Yao Pang, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and nodded toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian followed Yao Pang's gaze. Sure enough, it was Zhang Hao. He was trailing behind the Dan Alliance group, head bowed as he walked. Yao Pang leaned closer to Lin Tian and whispered, "What do you say? Want to mess with him? Didn't you mention this morning you had a bone to pick with him? Mess with him? Mess with him. For real? For real? What's your sneaky plan? The usual? Alright. Chapter 34, The Resentful Wife? No, the resentful husband." Lin Tian and Yapang quietly dropped to the rear of the column, using the crowd as cover. They broke away from the Southern Brigade's formation. The two hid and darted through the bustling crowd, trailing the Dan Alliance's procession from a distance. Until they saw Zhang Hao enter the Pill Alliance's headquarters. Damn it, no chance now. Yao Pang muttered under his breath. Lin Tian looked equally frustrated. Forget it. Since that kid Zhang Hao came here, he'll definitely enter the secret realm too. We'll have plenty of chances to deal with him then. The two exchanged a glance and prepared to turn back toward the Southern University camp. But just as they turned. Hold on, something's up. Yao Pang suddenly grabbed Lin Tian's arm and nodded toward the entrance of the Pill Alliance headquarters. Lin Tian followed Yao Pang's gaze. Sure enough, he saw something new. Zhang Hao and two other men and one woman were chatting and laughing as they emerged from the camp. The four of them headed toward a makeshift marketplace that had formed at the edge of the valley. The marketplace. This had almost become a rigidly observed ritual. Whenever a secret realm opened, individual cultivators and small factions would set up stalls near the entrance. For whenever a secret realm was discovered, it inevitably draws large crowds of cultivators. They sell rare treasure fragments as well as the essential pills and magical artifacts required for entering the secret realm. This serves as a means for these independent cultivators to exchange for spirit stones or resources. After centuries of development, major factions began joining in, and gradually, the marketplace evolved into a unique trading extravaganza. At this temporary marketplace for the Heavenly Furnace secret realm, the stalls of the Pill Alliance and the Marvelous Pill Pavilion stood out the most. Piled high with healing pills, antidotes, spirit-restoring elixirs, and other essential items for the secret realm, their stalls were packed with cultivators, business booming. Lin Tian and Yao Pang mingled within the crowd, keeping a distant watch on Zhang Hao. At that moment, Zhang Hao and his group stopped before a stall selling talismans. The stall owner was a young student. His table was covered with various talismans, each emitting a faint glow and a subtle aura of power. Among the four, the woman clad in a light yellow alchemist's uniform seemed to have set her sights on one particular spirit talisman displayed. It must be said that despite betraying Nanda University, Zhang Hao possessed excellent discernment. His eyes darted about as he swiftly haggled with the vendor, eventually purchasing the talisman for 100 spirit stones. It was clear that Zhang Hao was pursuing this woman. In the distance, Lin Tian and Yao Pang, who witnessed this scene, exchanged a glance. A knowing, mischievous grin flashed in both their eyes simultaneously. Our chance has come. Lin Tian murmured, a wicked grin curling his lips. Yao Pang chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Little Emperor, how are we doing this? Same as always? Like seasoned partners, they swiftly began playing rock paper scissors. But, in the end, Yao Pang stomped his foot in frustration, his chubby face crumpling in annoyance. Damn it! I always lose. I'm fed up. Lin Tian grinned mischievously, patting his shoulder. Cut the crap. Let's get to work. Yao Pang was a man of his word. He accepted defeat gracefully. With a resigned sigh, he asked, alright, what's the plan? Lin Tian glanced toward the distance. Zhang Hao was busily presenting a protective talisman to the female alchemist. She accepted it with a shy smile, her eyes brimming with warmth. He pondered for a moment, a wicked gleam flashing in his eyes. Killing him in public now is too risky. We'll deal with him in the secret realm. But, for now. He whispered to Yao Pang, Fatso, hasn't it been ages since you played the role of a brooding, resentful guy? How about this? At the mention, Yao Pang's expression instantly darkened, his chubby face twitching violently. Damn Lin Tian, you want me to play a role now? Lin Tian stifled a laugh and nodded vigorously. Yes. Go. Don't disappoint me. Yao Pang panicked, shaking his head like a drum. No way. Last time I did that, I had nightmares for a month. Not doing it? Then I'll tell your dad about you spying on your sister in the shower. Yao Pang's face turned green. He gritted his teeth, you bastard. Meanwhile, over at Zhang Hao's end, he had just handed the protective talisman to the female alchemist. Sis Qingqing, this amulet is top tier. Take it. It'll keep you safe inside the secret realm. The female alchemist's face flushed slightly as her fingertips lightly brushed Zhang Hao's hand. She murmured shyly, thank you, senior brother Zhang. Gratitude sparkled in her eyes, and a smile played at her lips clearly. She was quite taken with Zhang Hao's attentiveness. Just as this warm moment unfolded, a high-pitched, squeaky voice, the kind that could make your hair stand on end, suddenly shattered the tender atmosphere. How so you really were here, you know? I've been looking for you, it's been so hard. What? At the sound, Zhang Hao and the others all shuddered, turning their heads to look behind them. There, a colossal figure weighing over 300 pounds was slowly jogging toward Zhang Hao. Her voluminous frame resembled a moving mountain of flesh. A pair of short, thick legs now swung outward like oars. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, kicking up dust. His plump hands flapped like duck wings, jiggling rolls of fat. His fingertips were smeared with stolen rouge, a bright crimson that dazzled the eyes. His face was thickly coated in powder, forcing a coy expression. 2 teardrops were squeezed from the corners of his eyes, and his plump face contorted into a look of deep resentment, making him resemble a jilted lover. Reaching Zhang Hao, the plump figure pouted and shrieked, How, my heart is broken. How could you pull out and deny it? In that instant, whether it was Zhang Hao and his friends, passers-by, or stall vendors, everyone was left speechless, their eyes fixed on the little fatty. Amidst the stunned silence, Yao Pang suddenly wrapped his arms around Zhang Hao like iron clamps. Taking him by surprise, he immediately channeled the spirit power of the Iron Mountain Shield, pinning Zhang Hao tightly in his embrace. By the time Zhang Hao registered what was happening, he found himself utterly immobilized. "Ha ha! You faithless bastard! Last night we were tangled up until dawn, and now I can't even get out of bed." Yao Pang shrieked. Her plump hands didn't hesitate to give Zhang Hao's but a hard squeeze, producing a crisp smack. "You scoundrel! You really do deny everything once you put your pants back on. Last night you were all over me, and today you're already hitting on other girls. You philandering turnip, you pervert who can't tell men from women." The fatso squeezed Zhang Hao's butt cheeks with all his might, occasionally glancing sideways with a look of resentment at the female alchemist beside him. "Damn it! Is this woman that slow on the uptake?" The little fatty inwardly grumbled. "Looks like I'll have to step up the game," he thought. One of his chubby, meaty hands pressed down hard on Zhang Hao's head. The other hand began to brazenly stroke Zhang Hao's thigh, the motion so outrageously exaggerated it was downright appalling. Watching this unfold from a distance, Lin Tian couldn't help but break out in goosebumps. He silently cursed the fat bastard for actually having the nerve to do this. As for Zhang Hao, he was completely pinned down by Iron Mountain Shield, unable to breathe. His face had turned the color of liver, and his normally small eyes were now bulging as big as eggs. He tried to scream, but the fat woman pressed him down onto her ample bosom. Unable to make a sound, he could only emit muffled woo-woo noises. At that moment, the female alchemist was utterly dumbfounded. The blush that had graced her pretty face froze instantly. Her pupils dilated, her mind going blank. She stared at Yao Pang's exaggerated movements, his fat hands groping wildly over Zhang Hao's body, lewdly pinching his buttocks and wrapping around his waist, looking like a pair of lovers deeply engrossed in passion. Suddenly, her stomach churned violently. Her face flushed crimson, then drained pale, turning ashen. The protective talisman in her hand clattered to the floor. After a long moment, she finally snapped back to reality. Pointing at Zhang Hao with trembling fingers, she screamed, "Zhang Hao! You're actually? You disgust me. Giving me talismans and pretending to be a gentle senior brother? You pervert! And you thought you could pursue me?" At this point, the female alchemist could no longer contain herself. She covered her mouth and retched. Seeing the protective talisman on the ground, she trembled with rage. She snatched it up and hurled it at Zhang Hao with all her might. "You disgusting pervert! Stay away from me!" With that, she pushed through the crowd and started to run. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded, frozen in place for a full minute by the ice-searing spectacle before them before finally snapping back to reality. The crowd erupted into chaos. "What? Never would have guessed that pretty boy was? And he's got the hots for that fatso?" One guy laughed so hard he fell to his knees, nearly dropping the spirit beast cub he'd just bought. "Man! The Pill Alliance's alchemists have really blown my mind. Today I've seen things I never thought I would. Ha ha ha! What a mess in your circle." Exactly. That alchemist from the Alchemy Alliance is a real piece of work. Hooking up with that fat guy and then trying to dodge responsibility? What a shameless bastard. Exactly, shameless bastard. The crowd buzzed with angry curses, some shocked, some mocking, some purely reveling in the spectacle. Zhang Hao, listening to the people around him discussing him. He nearly fainted. At that moment, the two male alchemists, seeing the female alchemist leave, exchanged glances. They seemed to confirm from each other's eyes that this matter was not straightforward. One of them immediately rushed out, grabbing the departing female alchemist and whispering urgently, "Sis Ching, hold on. Wait a moment, something's fishy here." The female alchemist stomped her foot in fury. "Wait for what? Wait to watch Zhang Hao and his fling flaunt their affection. Get lost. Don't disgust me." She shook off the two men, charging straight through the crowd and vanishing at the end of the marketplace. Seeing there was no way to explain it clearly in the moment, the man immediately turned back. At that moment, Lin Tian, hiding behind a distant tree, felt increasingly uneasy the longer he watched. He wondered to himself, had that fat bastard overacted? How, I'm pregnant with your child. When are we getting married? You fat bastard. Lin Tian's face darkened. This fat bastard was bound to blow his cover if he kept this up. But just as Lin Tian was thinking about telling Yao Pang to stop, he saw the two male alchemists' eyes turn cold as they slowly approached the fatso from behind. Surges of spiritual energy rippled from their bodies, and even their footsteps carried a murderous intent. Lin Tian's heart tightened. He thought to himself, "Damn it! These two have spotted something." Leaping out from behind the tree, Lin Tian bellowed, "Fatso, retreat." But Yao Pang was so engrossed in his act that he didn't hear Lin Tian shout at all. He continued hugging Zhang Hao and began whining, "How, I'm pregnant with your child. You can't abandon me now." The two male alchemists had already closed in behind Yao Pang. They snorted coldly in unison, then unleashed their spiritual energy, striking out with palms aimed squarely at Yao Pang's back. Boom! Boom! Chapter 35, Zhang Hao, dead. Boom! Spiritual light erupted. Caught off guard, Yapang was simultaneously struck by two colossal forces and sent flying. His bulky body hurtled like a cannonball, flying straight out over 10 meters before slamming headfirst into a crooked tree. Only then did he come to a halt. Fortunately, his Iron Mountain shield remained active, its layers of spiritual light continuously absorbing most of the impact. He emerged unscathed. Yapang scrambled to his feet, brushing dust off his clothes. He snarled, "Damn it! Who ambushed this fat master? Have the guts to fight me fair and square." Seeing the fat man still able to rant and rave, Lin Tian's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled back down. He strode swiftly toward Yapang. Just then, Zhang Hao broke free from Yapang's embrace. His chest heaved violently, his face ashen. Suddenly, he snapped back to his senses. His eyes blazed with savage fury as he glared venomously at Yapang and Lin Tian standing nearby. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "So it is. You fat bastard. So you and Lin Tian are in cahoots." Zhang Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he continued to roar, "Lin Tian. Today, I'll make sure both of you die." Lin Tian paid Zhang Hao no mind. He and Yapang turned and darted into the dense forest beside them. After entering the thicket, Yapang deliberately turned back, his chubby face contorting into a lecherous grin. How, why won't you admit what happened last night? You made me feel so good." Lin Tian shuddered at the sound. "Shut up, you fat bastard. Don't push your luck. A wise man knows when to retreat. Let's get out of here." "Got it. Fat lord's outta here." Zhang Hao was seething with rage, completely losing his mind. He bellowed, "I'll kill you both." Then, channeling his peak 9th tier Qi cultivation realm spiritual power to its absolute limit, he leapt into the dense forest, pursuing them with frenzied intensity. Behind him, the two Foundation Establishment stage alchemists from the Alchemist Alliance saw Zhang Hao chase into the dense forest. Both shouted urgently in unison, "Junior brother Zhang! The Pill Alliance has decreed that private duels are forbidden within the valley." But Zhang Hao was already beyond hearing them. At this moment, even Yao Chenzi's warnings were cast aside. He pushed his spiritual energy to its absolute limit, transforming into a blur as he pursued relentlessly. The two alchemists exchanged a grave look. A lean alchemist murmured, "The First Elder specifically ordered us to ensure Zhang Hao's safe passage into the secret realm to complete his mission. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to him now. Pursue him. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to him, or we'll all die." The other, stockier alchemist nodded in agreement. No sooner had the words left their mouths. Their figures flickered, and they too plunged into the dense forest in hot pursuit. Deep within the forest, Lin Tian and Yapang raced ahead, their laughter echoing through the trees. In the middle was Zhang Hao, who looked like a madman, radiating murderous intent. Following behind were two Foundation Establishment stage alchemists, their spiritual energy fluctuations causing birds to scatter wildly through the trees. Deep within the dense forest, towering trees and dense thorn bushes provided natural barriers. For a moment, they managed to maintain a brief distance from their pursuers. However, none of the three parties realized. At that very moment, a sinister aura concealed deep within the dense forest tracked their movements like a specter. But Zhang Hao was, after all, at the peak of the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Leveraging his speed advantage, he soon closed in behind Lin Tian and the other. Though Yapang was at the 8th layer of Qi cultivation, his primary focus was defense, making speed his weakest point. Alternating between gliding and sprinting, he soon broke into a sweat, panting like a bull, "Little Emperor. I can't run anymore." Lin Tian glanced back at him and snapped, "Who told you not to lose weight?" But before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhang Hao had already closed the gap behind them. With a furious roar, the spiritual energy in his hand coalesced into a 3-foot-long blade of qi, cutting through the air with a shrill whistling sound. It slashed straight for Lin Tian's back. Lin Tian had just turned around when he saw this. His pupils contracted. "Damn it, that fat bastard's got his back, why didn't you slash him first?" At that critical moment, Yapang spun around abruptly, his bulky frame blocking Lin Tian's front as the Iron Mountain shield blazed with spirit light. A clanging spiritual explosion echoed. The chubby one forcibly absorbed the spiritual energy blade. The two didn't plan to fight it head-on after all. Zhang Hao had two Foundation Establishment-level alchemists backing him. They continued fleeing deeper into the dense forest. But they hadn't gone far. Zhang Hao caught up again. Like a rabid tiger, he roared, "Lin Tian. You fat bastard. I'll have you torn limb from limb." He swung both hands simultaneously. Two even more ferocious spiritual energy blades slashed toward Lin Tian and Yapang respectively. The spiritual energy fluctuations shook the surrounding trees, sending leaves flying everywhere. Yao Pang's face paled, fearing Lin Tian couldn't block the spiritual energy blades. He urgently shouted, "Little Emperor. Watch out." Lin Tian remained unervingly calm, murmuring, "Mind yourself. I have a way." With a flicker of his thoughts, he activated the grind technique he had just mastered for the first time. Hum. Spiritual energy surged around him, coalescing into a vast, chaotic-hued void millstone. It rotated slowly, emanating a terrifying aura capable of grinding everything to dust. Zhang Hao's spirit energy blade struck the millstone, only to be instantly shattered upon contact. It disintegrated into fragments of spirit energy, vanishing without a trace. On the other side, Yao Pang once again deployed his Iron Mountain shield, effortlessly blocking the strike. However, though Lin Tian effortlessly neutralized the attack, his calves trembled slightly. Lin Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. Damn it, the grind technique was powerful, but it drained his spiritual energy like crazy. A few more rounds like this, and I'll be drained dry. No way. If this keeps up, he'll wear me down completely. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian made a decisive choice. He immediately channeled all his remaining spiritual energy into the grab technique. Spiritual energy rapidly condensed in his palm. Then, it transformed into a small, fiery fireball spell. Though small, the fireball carried the uncanny spiritual energy of the grab technique, radiating a sharp aura that seemed capable of tearing through anything. Zhang Hao sneered coldly at the sight and attacked again. You dare to make a fool of yourself with such a puny fireball? Lin Tian, even if Principal Hong Tian were here today, he couldn't save you. You're dead. Zhang Hao, say so. Lin Tian, however, wasted no words. He violently hurled the fireball forward. It slammed straight into Zhang Hao's chest. Boom! Though the fireball's speed wasn't particularly fast, Zhang Hao's pupils contracted sharply. He suddenly sensed that this seemingly ordinary little fireball contained a trace of terrifying, eerie power. Something's wrong, he thought, urgently channeling his spiritual energy. Instantly, he formed a protective shield to block the fireball. When the fireball collided with the shield, it instantly erupted in a blinding flash. Spiritual energy ripples swept through the surroundings, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Lin Tian and Yapang seized the opportunity to retreat. Turn left. We're heading back to the market district. Something about this forest feels off. Lin Tian shouted. Little Emperor, those fireballs of yours are brutal. I swear even my Iron Mountain shield couldn't block them, Yao Pang panted as he caught up, his chubby face beaming with relief. After running for a while longer, they saw Zhang Hao wasn't pursuing them anymore and both breathed a sigh of relief. After another stretch of running, they finally burst out of the dense forest and looped back toward the marketplace. Exchanging glances, they couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Ha! Zhang Hao's totally lost face this time. What do you think? I'm feeling like an Oscar-winning actor here. Yapang patted his chest, looking supremely proud. Shut the hell up. Don't you think that's a bit over the top? Lin Tian rolled his eyes. Enough, enough. I've never heard a single sensible word from you. What do we do now? Let's go. We'll stroll through the marketplace and pick up some protective artifacts and elixirs. You never know when they might come in handy in the secret realm. The two soon blended into the bustling crowd of the marketplace. However, they were completely unaware that, at that very moment, a colossal upheaval had erupted deep within the dense forest. Deep within the forest. Two Foundation Establishment stage alchemists from the Alchemist Alliance were tracking spiritual energy fluctuations. The sight before them caused both their expressions to turn grim. There, amidst the grass, lay the unmistakable corpse of Zhang Hao. His head had been severed cleanly by a single sword strike. At that moment, scalding blood continued to spurt relentlessly from the gaping wound in his neck. Zhang. Junior brother Zhang is dead? The gaunt alchemist sucked in a sharp breath, his voice trembling. Chapter 36, My students said it wasn't murder. The stocky alchemist's face twisted with horror. He crouched down unsteadily and began examining the body. After a long while, he gritted his teeth. A single sword strike severed the head. The attacker must be at least at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. This is impossible. The two exchanged glances, panic rising in their hearts. After all, Zhang Hao was the nominal disciple of the first elder of the Southern City branch of the Alchemist Alliance. Though not a prodigy prioritized for cultivation by the Alliance. This mission was crucial to the secret realm. How could he just die here? The first elder ordered us to secretly protect junior brother Zhang. Now that he's dead, how can we account for this? The gaunt alchemist said, his expression filled with dread. We should take the body back first and report to the elders. This matter. I'm afraid neither of us can bear the responsibility. What do you mean? I saw it with my own eyes. Zhang Hao fell into an ambush set by those two students from South University and was ultimately killed. Yes, I saw it too. They were carrying the top-tier magical artifact Moonlight will bestowed by Nanchang University. We were no match for them. After a brief discussion, the two swiftly prepared Zhang Hao's body for transport. They sped back to the Dan Alliance headquarters. Dan Alliance headquarters. Upon hearing the full report, rage erupted among them, waves of terrifying spiritual pressure sweeping through the air. The tremors shook every tent in the camp, causing them to rattle violently. Lin Tian? That lowly scum from the Southern Academy dares to kill one of our Dan Alliance members? This crime is unforgivable. We must seek justice from the Southern Academy. Yes, they must pay a heavy price for this. At that moment, A gray-haired elder alchemist dispatched from the Dan City headquarters glared with a sinister glint in his eyes. He turned to the leader of the Southern City Alchemy Alliance branch, Elder He. He barked furiously, He, take your men to the Southern Academy's compound immediately. Demand they hand over Lin Tian and that fat man. If they refuse, kill them without mercy. As he spoke, intense fury flared in his cloudy eyes. Since our Dan Alliance's founding, we've towered over all of the East. Now, even a student from a minor cultivation city dares to challenge us? It seems we haven't killed enough people over the years. Cold sweat beaded on Ichia's forehead as he hastily bowed in obedience. Yes, second elder. I'll depart immediately. Yet within his heart, Ichi cursed furiously. Damn it. That good-for-nothing Zhang Hao's dead, fine. But why did he have to die at this critical moment? If this isn't handled properly, I might end up taking the fall myself. But Lin Tian, this kid is getting more and more interesting. Ichia let out a sinister chuckle. He mustered over a dozen high-ranking cultivators from the Dan Alliance and charged toward the Southern Academy's headquarters with overwhelming force. Nanda's base. Lin Tian and Yapang had just returned from the marketplace. Humming a tune, they were about to blend into the crowd. When Tang Yan, her face frozen in anger, caught them red-handed. You too. Where did you run off to? Don't you know the secret realm is about to open? Leaving the camp without permission will be punished. Tang Yan's cold, beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Upon hearing this, Yapang's chubby cheeks trembled in fright. The pig-faced man hastily forced a fawning smile. Director Tang, we just went to the marketplace to browse and buy some life-saving treasures, he said respectfully. I bought some elixirs, Lin Tian chimed in, offering a simple, dismissive explanation with a carefree smile. He remained utterly unfazed in Tang Yan's presence. After all, he was the boy who'd shared intimate moments with Teacher Tang. And he was certain to keep using Teacher Tang's backdoor in the future. So naturally, he was relaxed. Tang Yan snorted coldly, shooting Lin Tian a disapproving glare. But from her angle, she just happened to avoid Yao Pang's gaze. You two, head to Tent 1 immediately. The captain is holding a briefing inside, covering essential precautions within the secret realm. Yes, thank you, Director Tang. Thank you, Teacher Tang. But just as the two turned to leave, a terrifying aura swept over them in an instant. Lin Tian and Yapang nearly buckled at the knees under the crushing weight of this spiritual pressure. Fortunately, Tang Yan reacted swiftly, unleashing her own peak Grandmaster level pressure to envelop both Lin Tian and the others within its shield, and forcibly pushed back. Within the compound, members of the Southern David Force emerged from Tent 1 and several other green tents. Each wore a solemn expression, sensing the intense danger. At that moment, a thunderous shout erupted from outside the compound. Jinbu, hand over Lin Tian. Otherwise, the Dan Alliance will level your southern great encampment. Immediately after, Iche led over a dozen elite alchemists of the Alchemist Alliance into the Southern University compound. Tang Yan's cold, beautiful face darkened. Her phoenix-like eyes, sharp as ice blades, fixed intently on the intruders. Her voice was as cold as ice. Elder He, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? You'd be better off asking the two students beside you. Ichi brushed his gray robe sleeve, his voice deep and low. Hearing this, suspicion flashed in Tang Yan's eyes as she glanced at Lin Tian beside her. Clearly, she sought answers from Lin Tian about what was happening. Lin Tian understood perfectly. But he was also a bit baffled. Wasn't it just a matter of toying with Zhang Hao? Surely it didn't warrant such a massive mobilization? And to hell with leveling the Nanda base? If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't reveal his trump card lightly, who knows? With Lin Tian's fiery temper, he might have blown the entire opposing force to dust in an instant. But that was just wishful thinking. Some things still needed explaining. Lin Tian leaned closer to Tang Yan and whispered the details of how he'd toyed with Zhang Hao. Tang Yan listened, her rage boiling over. If they hadn't come knocking on their door right now, with her temper like a raging dragon, she might have slapped Lin Tian across the face and beaten the crap out of that brat right then and there. How could he be so reckless? You two, get back to the tent immediately. Stop standing here and getting in my way. Tang Yan seemed genuinely furious. Her voice was like shards of ice, sending chills down one's spine and making palms sweat. Lin Tian dared not cross Tang Yan's wrath now. He and Yapang, like children caught doing something wrong, both lowered their heads and turned to walk away. Across the way, Ichie saw Lin Tian and the others about to leave. His cloudy old eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce glare, locking onto Lin Tian and Yapang. Stop right there, he commanded coldly. As he spoke, he took a step forward, ready to grab them. His posture showed he had no regard for Tang Yan whatsoever. Behind him, over a dozen men advanced simultaneously, surrounding Tang Yan, Lin Tian, and Yapang. The imposing aura radiating from them was almost as formidable as Tang Yan's. How dare you! Tang Yan's sharp cry erupted as a surge of peak Grandmaster level spiritual energy radiated outward from her, instantly reverberating through the air. Several Dan Alliance experts whose cultivation hadn't yet reached the mid-grandmaster realm were instantly knocked back, coughing up blood. Their bodies swayed precariously. Tang Yan, are you intending to shield these two murderers by your side and make the Pill Alliance your mortal enemy? He Chi bellowed. Immediately, a surge of Dao spirit realm spiritual energy surged directly toward Tang Yan. Put. Tang Yan was instantly struck, spitting blood on the spot. What murderers? Explain yourself clearly. Tang Yan wiped the blood from her mouth, suddenly raising her cold, fierce phoenix-like eyes to glare viciously at He Chi. Not a hint of fear. Oomph, He Chi snorted coldly, then waved his hand. Bring him up. The moment his words fell, two men immediately flew in from outside the compound, carrying a stretcher. Thud. The stretcher, along with a corpse and a blood-soaked, wide-eyed severed head, slammed onto the ground with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Hao, once your Southern Academy's sole alchemist, was just now decapitated by those two beasts in a treacherous ambush, He Chi declared coldly. What? Zhang Hao is dead. Lin Tian and Yapang were the first to react. Hearing Zhang Hao is dead, the two exchanged bewildered glances. What the hell is going on? Lin Tian, explain this to me clearly, Tang Yan barked coldly. Teacher Tang, we didn't kill him. We don't have the strength to do that. Lin Tian frowned deeply, stepped forward, and whispered an explanation into Tang Yan's ear. Tang Yan glanced back at him. Suspicion flashed in her phoenix-like eyes before they hardened back into their usual icy glare. She turned, glancing at Zhang Hao's headless corpse on the ground and the dead man's head, its eyes wide open in death. Confirming his identity, which should be beyond doubt, she finally turned her gaze to He Chi. My students said they didn't kill him, she stated flatly. If you remove the body now, I'll pretend today's events never happened. But before Tang Yan could finish, He Chi unleashed an even more powerful surge of spiritual energy. Boom! But Tang Yan threw herself in front of Lin Tian and Yaopang to shield them from the spiritual energy assault. She was once again knocked back, coughing up 3 mouthfuls of blood. Her slender frame swayed precariously. Chapter 37, The Secret Realm Opens. Tang family brat, don't force this old man to shed blood. He Chi's voice grew increasingly icy. You! I'll kill you! Lin Tian's eyes blazed crimson as he sidestepped Tang Yan, lunging forward. Get the hell back! Tang Yan was quicker. Her jade-like hand yanked him back. Lin Tian was instantly flung backward, crashing into the plump, rotund figure. But his momentum carried on, enveloped by a gentle spiritual force that propelled him through the encircling crowd and sent him flying toward the camp. He Chi and the others, seeing this, immediately prepared to charge forward again to seize him. But Tang Yan alone blocked them. Tang Yan, you're courting death. He Chi roared, channeling his Dao spirit realm energy to unleash a void spirit slash directly at her. Tang Yan, whose cultivation hadn't yet reached the Dao spirit realm, knew she couldn't block the incoming attack. She immediately reached for the supreme artifact bestowed by Hong Ti on the bright moonwheel. At that very moment, old dog he. A deep, furious roar exploded. A blur of movement followed the sound. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Tang Yan. The newcomer arrived after the first strike, unleashing a void slash of his own. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted, sending the dozen or so Dan Alliance experts surrounding them flying back over 10 meters. Nearby supply tents shattered one after another, their contents scattered across the ground. The newcomer was none other than Captain David Nanjinbu. At that moment, the Southern David squad finally arrived, their members taking positions behind Jinbu and Tang Yan. Blades drew from sheaths, swords left their scabbards. The two men who had been flung away crashed onto a patch of grass. The chubby one clutched his buttocks and hurriedly leaned close to Lin Tian's ear, his expression tinged with terror. Little Emperor, was your fireball really that fierce? Did it actually burn off Zhang Hao's head? Lin Tian had just scrambled to his feet when he heard the fat man's words. He was utterly speechless. He snapped back irritably, you idiot. Didn't you hear it was decapitation? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Someone is trying to frame us. Yao Pang finally took the situation seriously. What do we do now? Will the Southern University abandon us and hand us over? Scared? Fatso here isn't scared, just 300 pounds of meat. Yao Pang gave a sheepish, feral grin. We'll see. But this won't be a small matter. Lin Tian's gaze remained fixed on the two opposing groups facing off ahead. His expression grew increasingly grim. Captain Jean, about this matter. Tang Yan was about to speak when Jinbu cut her off. Young lady, no need to say more. I've thoroughly investigated the matter. Since you insist your student didn't commit murder, no one will be taken from Nanda University today. Hearing this, Tang Yan exhaled softly in relief. She was afraid Jinbu wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure from the Dan Alliance and would hand Lin Tian over. Regardless of whether Lin Tian committed the murder, even if Zhang Hao was indeed killed by Lin Tian, it was a justifiable killing, cleansing the South University of its own scum. Traitors deserve to die. But Tang Yan's icy, phoenix-like eyes swept over the dozen or so Dan Alliance members across from her. Her heart had risen to her throat. She murmured, "It seems today's matter won't end well." And so it proved. "Jinbu, you're a Dao spirit expert after all. Are you really going to lose all sense of right and wrong? Insist on protecting those two little bastards and make enemies with our Pill Alliance?" Ichia took a step forward, his voice cold as a blade. His spiritual pressure swept out, shaking the surrounding trees and grass. Jinbu stood tall, his imposing frame like a tower of iron, battle intent boiling in his eyes. He snorted coldly. "Old doggy, so what if I say yes? What are you going to do about it?" Ichia's expression darkened, realizing soft words wouldn't work. Killing intent flared in his eyes. "Fine. Since you refused the wine offered, don't blame this old man for being impolite." With a sweeping gesture of his hand, over a dozen elite cultivators from the Alchemy Alliance surged forward in unison. Over a dozen surges of Grandmaster-level spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. They pressed directly toward the Southern University compound. At that moment, the 100 students from Nanda University selected for the Secret Realm, led by Mu Shui, rushed to the scene. Having been stationed at Tent 1, they now saw the Alchemy Alliance preparing to strike. They all rushed out. They shielded Lin Tian and Yapang behind them, brandishing their magical artifacts as spiritual energy surged from them, showing no sign of retreat. "Junior brother Lin won us back our spots. Even if he hadn't killed Zhang Hao and he didn't, that traitor deserved to die. You want to touch Lin Tian? Ask us first if we'll allow it." Lin Tian stood behind the crowd. He watched these classmates who, just moments ago, had been mocking each other over the Secret Realm spots. Now, they stood resolutely in front of him. A wave of warmth washed over him, stinging his nose slightly. He murmured to himself, "Looks like I'm truly destined to dedicate my life to the cause of Nanda University." Yao Pang squeezed his way over. He chuckled, "Little Emperor, looks like you're quite popular." With both sides on edge, a battle seemed imminent. Jinbu glanced back at this new generation of students. He felt a twinge of anxiety, thinking to himself, these are all promising talents for Nanda. If any were lost here today, wouldn't Principal Hong skin me alive? At this thought, a resolute glint flashed in Jinbu's eyes. He bellowed, "South University Guard, form ranks." Swish! 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 Dozens of guards moved in perfect unison, their spiritual energy intertwining to instantly form a crimson gold sword formation. At the array's center, brilliant golden light surged upward, its sword energy coalescing into the form of a colossal golden dragon. Its roar reverberated with terrifying might, its overwhelming pressure engulfing the entire battlefield. Outside the encampment. By now, cultivators from other factions had gathered in droves. Witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed in astonishment, "That's the Crimson Gold Sword formation." During the beast tide in South City 3 years ago, Senior Hong Tian used this very formation to slay countless void beasts and protect South City. Has the Southern Guard lost their minds? Daring to use this formation against the Pill Alliance. Ichia is in deep trouble now. They say the Crimson Gold Sword array is unbeatable against anyone below the Dao laws of nature realm. Ichia's pupils contracted slightly, clearly recognizing the origin of the sword formation. A sudden wave of apprehension washed over him. The Crimson Gold Sword array combined offense and defense, channeling the power of dozens of cultivators. Even he, at the initial stage of the Dao spirit realm, could fall to its blades if he let his guard down. Gritting his teeth to suppress his rage, he roared, "Jinbu! Tang Yan! Are you truly willing to turn against the Pill Alliance over 2 worthless brats?" Jinbu sneered coldly, "Turn our backs? Under the leadership of Senior Hong Tian, our Southern University has always stood united. We would never abandon our comrades." Tang Yan's phoenix eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Ichia, if you want war, bring it on. Otherwise, get lost." Ichia's beard and hair stood on end with fury. Just as he was torn between choices. Suddenly, another terrifying pressure swept across the entire scene, crushing like a mountain collapsing from above. The southern crowd's expressions changed instantly. Everyone spat blood on the spot and staggered backward. Peak Dowling Realm? Jinbu's expression immediately darkened. An elderly man in white robes stepped through the air, his hair and beard as white as snow, his aura as deep as an abyss. It was none other than Qi Yan, the second elder of the Dan Alliance headquarters, possessing Peak Dao Spirit Realm cultivation. Qia, recognizing the arrival, visibly relaxed and bowed deeply. "Elder Qi." Qi Yan snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as blades as he swept it over Jinbu and Tang Yan. "How dare the Southern University? You kill our Dan Alliance members and still harbor the murderers?" Under the weight of his imposing presence, Jinbu and Tang Yan could barely lift their heads. The rest of the Southern University crowd was even more cowed. Qi Yan sneered coldly, raising his hand in a sweeping gesture. Instantly, 2 bolts of spiritual energy roared like raging dragons, hurtling straight toward Jinbu and Tang Yan. Boom! Jinbu recoiled in horror, hastily summoning a spiritual energy shield. Though it barely withstood the blow, he was sent reeling back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Tang Yan, however, had no time to react. The spiritual energy beam grazed her shoulder, sending her flying backward. She crashed to the ground, her fair face drained of color. "Aunt Tang! Mu Shui's face drained of color as she rushed forward to help her up. Everyone from Nanda University rushed forward, eyes red with fury, determined to shield Tang Yan. Shi Yan hovered mid-air, his cloudy old eyes watching the Southern University crowd with mockery. He declared arrogantly, "Hand over Lin Tian and that fat man, or I'll wipe out every last person in your Southern University compound." "I'll go with you." Lin Tian, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up immediately. Though Yapang's legs still trembled, he adopted a defiant, death-defying stance, following closely behind Lin Tian. "Fatso, get lost." Lin Tian turned and snapped at the chubby man. "Damn it, how am I supposed to fight freely with you tagging along?" But Lin Tian wasn't one to take a loss. His plan was simple: get out of here with them. Once they reached their territory, he'd blow those bastards to smithereens with a single fart. As for the consequences? Screw the consequences, kill first, ask questions later. But the moment he took a step forward, Mu Shui grabbed his arm urgently. "Lin Tian, are you out of your mind? Going with them is a death sentence." Other students rushed forward, forming a barrier before him. "Junior Lin, we trust you. The Pill Alliance won't take you away." "Wait, what is this?" Lin Tian couldn't find the words to explain himself in that moment and was completely stumped. Just as the standoff reached a stalemate, a voice alluring yet commanding echoed from afar. It echoed throughout the entire venue. "Old dog Chi, you're quite the show-off. Bullying a mere college student from South City, how shameless." Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. They wondered, who could it be? Daring to insult the second elder of the Dan Alliance headquarters. They turned toward the source of the voice. A woman in a crimson dress appeared, floating through the air. Her figure was graceful, her demeanor enchanting, yet her eyes and brows radiated a fierce, icy killing intent. It was none other than Yi Qingqiu, the mistress of the marvelous Dan Pavilion. Her crimson silk gown billowed in the wind, golden alchemical patterns shimmering with radiance. A spirit jade sash at her waist emitted a faint glow, blending the allure of a young woman with an imposing presence that stunned the entire crowd. Yi Qingqiu landed, stepping in front of Lin Tian. Shi Yan's heart sank slightly upon seeing the visitor, his pupils contracting ever so slightly. His voice grew grave. "Master Yi? Are you two going to take up this little bastard's cause and oppose our Pill Alliance?" Yi Qingqiu sneered coldly, his aura matching Shi Yan's intensity. "So what if we oppose you? Does the marvelous Dan Pavilion fear your Dan Alliance?" The moment these words left his lips, the entire crowd erupted in uproar. It felt like two global superpowers had just declared open war. The Miao Dan Pavilion master? How could she possibly defend Lin Tian? Good heavens! The marvelous Pill Pavilion versus the Pill Alliance, this is utter chaos. What's Lin Tian's background? Even Yi Qingqiu is personally protecting him. Lin Tian stood frozen in place. Watching Yi Qingqiu's retreating figure, confusion filled his heart. This woman, why is she helping me so much? Yao Pang leaned in and whispered, "Little Emperor, when did you hook up with the Miao Dan Pavilion's pavilion master? She's the most beautiful woman in the East." "Shut up. I'm just as clueless." Shi Yan's face darkened. The Miao Dan Pavilion's influence spanned the East, its foundations no less formidable than the Pill Alliances. If war truly broke out, the Alchemist Alliance wouldn't come out ahead. He snorted coldly, "Yi Qingqiu, are you truly prepared to sever ties with my Pill Alliance over a mere university student?" Yi Qingqiu's phoenix-like eyes flashed with coldness as her spiritual pressure erupted. She too was at the peak of the Dao spirit realm. "Old dog Ji, cut the crap. Lin Tian is a valued guest of the Miaodan Pavilion. If you dare touch a single hair on his head, I'll make your Pill Alliance bleed rivers of blood." "You?" Shi Yan was momentarily rendered speechless. Now he was stuck, neither able to retreat nor fight. However, just as the tension reached its peak, a startled cry echoed from the valley's center. The restrictions on the Heavenly Furnace secret realm have vanished. Could it be about to open? Chapter 38, Matters of the Bedchamber Require Restraint. Facing Nanda, this tough nut to crack, compounded by Yi Qingqiu's forceful intervention, had Shi Yan not been a Dao spirit realm cultivator with nearly 500 years of lifespan, he might have been driven to a heart attack by sheer frustration, joining his great-grandmother in the afterlife on the spot. Fortunately, the disappearance of the secret realm's restrictions provided him with a convenient excuse. "This debt, I shall remember," he snorted coldly, leaving behind a threat. With that, he waved his hand grandly and led the Alchemist Alliance members away. However, Shi Yan did not head straight for the secret realm's entrance. For he knew. According to past precedent, when the restrictions first opened, the residual spatial fluctuations were extremely unstable. Rushing in recklessly could tear one apart in the spatial turbulence. Only after the restrictions had completely dissipated could one safely enter. Moreover, night had already fallen. Shi Yan immediately ordered the cultivators stationed at the secret realm's entrance by the Alchemy Alliance to stand ready. The official entry would commence at dawn. When the Alchemists Alliance members returned to their base, several young prodigy alchemists from the Dan City headquarters, their faces twisted with resentment. They swarmed around him. Senior Qi, are we just letting this slide? Zhang Hao may not be one of us from headquarters, but he's nobody. You can't just kill him on a whim. Forget it? Of course not. Qi Yan sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with a sinister glint. But then again. Zhang Hao? Just an ordinary disciple from the South City branch. If he's dead, he's dead. This elder couldn't care less about sticking his neck out for him. Qi Yan muttered to himself. Truth be told, he had long seen through the flimsy excuses offered by those two Foundation establishment alchemists back then. And he knew full well that Zhang Hao's death was no accident. But what could he do? It was just a pity that old Ghost Hong didn't show his face this time. Bright Moon Wheel. Old Ghost Hong, can you protect it? Qi Yan sat upon the high seat. Yet the more he thought of Yi Qingqiu, his anger only grew. That wretched woman, messing things up time and again. And today, she nearly cost me my dignity. You're determined to protect those two little bastards, aren't you? Fine. I'll see how you protect them once we're inside the secret realm, Qi Yan sneered darkly. He then turned to Ichie beside him and ordered, Elder He, relay my command, replace all 500 Dan Alliance spots for the secret realm expedition. Ditch those low-tier disciples with potential. Replace them entirely with elite peak Qi gathering cultivators. Ichie froze. Elder, this. Qi Yan cut him off coldly, do as I say. And issue a death order to these men. Beyond completing the Pill Alliance mission, their primary objective is to hunt down and kill 100 students from the Southern University. For each one slain, they'll receive a Foundation establishment pill upon returning. Bring back the heads of Southern University students, and they can exchange them for opportunities to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Ichie's heart trembled at these words. He thought to himself, this old bastard is ruthless. This clearly meant the Heavenly Furnace secret realm was intended to wipe out the entire Southern University contingent. However, being a cunning old fox, he said nothing more. He bowed in acknowledgement and swiftly went to make arrangements. As He Qi departed, Qi Yan narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting toward the direction of Nanda's encampment. He chuckled coldly, old Ghost Hong, this time I'll sever the lineage of Nanda's prodigies. Let's see how you'll protect the Bright Moon Wheel in next year's Battle of the Prodigies. Southern Academy Headquarters. As the Dan Alliance members departed, the crowded Nanda University collectively exhaled in relief. The previously tense atmosphere eased slightly. Though Nanda had always been united under President Hong Tian's guidance. And its first school motto was, Nanda people never abandon or give up. Facing the Dan Alliance's overwhelming pressure moments ago, everyone still felt a lingering dread. After all, the Pill Alliance was a colossal entity, far too formidable. At that moment, Lin Tian saw Yi Qingqiu about to leave. With doubts churning in his heart, he could no longer contain himself and hurried after her. Lin Tian had to get to the bottom of this. This woman. Why would she risk everything to help him? What exactly was she after? Fatso, you go back first. I'll be right back. Lin Tian tossed over a quick warning before sprinting after Yi Qingqiu. Yao Pang scratched his head and muttered, asshole Tian, this S luck with women, why's it been so good these past couple days? However, as Lin Tian chased after her, the more he realized. Yi Qingqiu seemed to be stringing him along. Her pace was perfectly measured. She kept him just out of reach, yet never let him lose her trail. Panting heavily, Lin Tian continued his pursuit. The two of them, one ahead and one behind, arrived at a secluded, uninhabited forest. Yi Qingqiu halted, her crimson gauze skirt fluttering. Turning her back to Lin Tian, she radiated an air of commanding grace, yet her allure was undeniable. Lin Tian panted heavily, grumbling, you woman, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I know what you want to ask. Yi Qingqiu turned around, her phoenix-like eyes smiling. But I won't tell you, unless one day your cultivation surpasses mine. This woman. Lin Tian didn't know whether to thank her or be angry with her. At this moment, he realized he felt both love and hate toward Yi Qingqiu. Still, he knew that since she'd spoken so definitively, he probably wouldn't get anything else out of her. But Lin Tian wasn't about to let her take the upper hand. He wasn't that kind of person. So, he immediately grinned mischievously, oh? Actually, what I really wanted to ask was, are you feeling better now? After all, last night was my first time too. I didn't know my own strength and nearly knocked you unconscious. Yi Qingqiu had been grinning smugly. She'd done it on purpose. She just wanted to get a little revenge on Lin Tian. After all, that brat. Last night, he didn't treat her like a human being. But now? Her alluringly beautiful cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Even those two priceless treasures were now churning like turbulent waves. Rising and falling without cease. You. She glared at Lin Tian, yet her alluring eyes brimmed with desire as she pouted, you're such a little rascal, never behaving properly. You really can't tell me? I won't say it. Lin Tian, fine. After last night's candid encounter, the two seemed to have fused yin and yang. Now, an inexplicable harmony hung between them. After a long silence, Yi Qingqiu finally sighed. Her tone grew more serious. Young man, you'd be wise to stay out of the secret realm tomorrow. The Pill Alliance has lost face today, and they won't let this rest. Even if they know you didn't kill Zhang Hao, they won't spare you. The Pill Alliance. Since its founding a century ago, it had always acted with an overbearing authority, its prestige untouchable. Those who dared to tarnish its reputation rarely met a good end. Lin Tian frowned. How do you know that I didn't kill Zhang Hao? Then do you know who did it? Someone else. As for who, I can't say now. Just be careful from now on. Yi Qingqiu narrowed her eyes. She paused, then casually mentioned, oh, and about that Qianquan ring I gave you. But before she could finish, Lin Tian cut her off with a wicked grin. You're going to say your mark was destroyed, aren't you? You, no? Yi Qingqiu's face flushed slightly at the implication. After all, secretly imprinting a soul mark on another was a grave taboo among cultivators. Lin Tian remained silent. He simply waited silently for her explanation. Sure enough. Yi Qingqiu began speaking on her own. Don't misunderstand. I placed that mark on you not to control you, nor to monitor you. Whether you believe it or not, I actually did it, to protect you. Really? Lin Tian's skeptical gaze fixed intently on Yi Qingqiu. Instead of anger, Yi Qingqiu felt her cheeks flush with an increasingly alluring blush as she endured his unabashed, invasive gaze. Instead, her cheeks flushed with an even more alluring blush. With a hint of girlish charm, she nodded slightly. Yes. It's true. Fine. We're already in that kind of relationship, and besides, I've already destroyed that mark of yours. Let's just leave it at that. But? Yi Qingqiu's heart leapt with joy at the mention. But when she heard him say erased, she couldn't help but inwardly scoff. This little rascal can't even tell a convincing lie. That was, after all, a mark of a peak Dao spirit realm cultivator. How could a Qi-gathering realm cultivator possibly destroy it? But Yi Qingqiu didn't press the matter. Now, both her body and soul belonged to Lin Tian. All she needed to confirm was that Lin Tian didn't blame her. Everything else was irrelevant. But then, curiosity stirred within her once more. She pressed him with a questioning look. But what? Lin Tian hesitated, unsure of the words he'd been about to speak. He tentatively inquired, Sis, my cultivation level suddenly jumped 2 tiers this morning. Do you think it's because of what we did last night? Oh, and I heard there's this cultivation technique called dual-cultivation or something. Yi Qingqiu's delicate frame trembled at the question. She lowered her head shyly, murmuring a soft but said no more. Seeing this, Lin Tian's heart surged with joy. His eyes lit up as he abruptly stepped forward, pulling Yi Qingqiu's entire delicate frame into his embrace. He chuckled, how about we do it a few more times now? That way I can advance a few more levels. At the thought of doing it again, Yi Qingqiu's long legs began trembling violently. Had Lin Tian not held her, she would have collapsed to the ground, her legs giving way. Ah! That hurts. She dug her nails into Lin Tian's arm, making him yelp in pain. She scolded playfully, you little brat. Control yourself with this kind of thing in the future. I'm telling you, this isn't a dual cultivation technique, and it definitely can't be used continuously. There's a time limit. Lin Tian grimaced in pain, yet he didn't release Yi Qingqiu. They embraced each other. However, Lin Tian's mischievous hands kept up their naughty work, tickling Yi Qingqiu's delicate body into constant tremors. Yi Qingqiu offered no resistance. She simply let him have his way. After a long while, Lin Tian reluctantly released Yi Qingqiu. He asked casually, so how long will it take? Yi Qingqiu flushed crimson, at least a week. That long? I'll go crazy holding it in. You. But before Lin Tian could ask anything else, Yi Qingqiu vanished in a flash, tossing a jade disc to Lin Tian before soaring away. Take this. You can contact me anytime, Yi Qingqiu's voice carried from the distance, tinged with tenderness. Take good care of yourself. She paused, then added, everything you want to know is your grandfather's doing. Little brother, you have a good grandfather. Also, haven't you noticed today that the women around you are starting to take a liking to you? Remember, exercise restraint in matters of the heart from now on. Lin Tian stood frozen in place. Clutching the jade disc, his mind was filled with confusion. Grandfather? What arrangements? This woman is talking nonsense. But my luck with women today. Indeed, it seems much better. Lin Tian didn't dwell on it, tucking away the jade disc. He turned and ran toward the Nanda base. Just as he returned, he collided head-on with Mu Shui rushing over in a hurry. Beneath her usually aloof demeanor, her lovely face now wore a look of panic, her complexion drained of color. Lin Tian. It's bad. Aunt Tang's latent illness has fully erupted. Captain Jinbu is inside trying to keep her alive by force. Aunt Tang, she might. Lin Tian's heart jolted. Fully erupted? This serious? Chapter 39, you massage, but you can't look? The moon shone brightly overhead. Nanda Base. In a corner tent, the flickering glow of a dim spirit lamp casts a heavy atmosphere. On a 1.5-meter wide army cot, Tang Yan's face was as pale as paper, her cross-legged body trembling slightly. Behind her, Jinbu continuously channeled spiritual energy into Tang Yan, attempting to sustain her last thread of life. Sis, why don't you take another spirit transforming pill? Maybe it can expel the rampant spiritual energy inside you. Jinbu gritted his teeth, his voice thick with bitter resignation. Tang Yan gave a bitter smile, her voice faint as a thread. It's useless. If it were a sudden flare-up of my chronic condition, the spirit transforming pill might still work. But now, I've already taken 3, and there's been absolutely no effect. Her voice was so faint it was nearly inaudible. With every word she spoke, her chest heaved violently. Blood trickled steadily from the corners of her mouth. The sight was horrifying. Damn Qi Yin! That old dog. If he hadn't gravely wounded you, how could this have happened? Jinbu's eyes burned crimson as he slammed his fist into the bedside, making the army cot creak loudly. Sis, if you die like this, Jinbu, will never find peace in this lifetime. And Principal Hong will skin me alive. Tang Yan couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Brother Jin, this isn't your fault, it's my fate. Don't waste your spiritual energy. Save your strength to guard against the Dan Alliance's ambush. Her once cold and elegant phoenix-like eyes were now filled with helplessness. Her voice came in broken, halting whispers, thick with sorrow and resignation. The air within the tent seemed to freeze solid in that moment. The light from the spirit lamp cast upon her pale face only highlighted the dimness of her fading life force. Tang Yan's spiritual foundation was already damaged. This time, she suffered a devastating blow from Qi Yan, a peak Dao spirit realm cultivator, causing the spiritual energy within her to spiral completely out of control. She could no longer suppress the constraints of the Heavenly Dao's chains, causing her latent ailment to erupt fully and her spiritual energy to run wild. Her life now hung by a thread. Witnessing this scene, Jinbu refused to accept defeat. Veins bulged on his forehead as he disregarded the damage to his own cultivation, continuing to channel spiritual energy. Gritting his teeth, he persisted, if only we had the gathering Dao fruit, perhaps, sister, you might still have a sliver of hope. After a pause, a bitter flash flickered in Jinbu's eyes. However, the gathering Dao fruit was nothing but a legendary artifact. Since the revival of spiritual energy, some cultivators had obtained ancient texts within treacherous secret realms. These texts mentioned fragments of it, yet no one had ever truly seen it. Even within this virgin heavenly furnace secret realm, its existence remains unknown. Just then, the tent flap lifted as Mu Shui and Lin Tian arrived. But the moment they entered, they witnessed Tang Yan spewing a mouthful of blood. Tang Yan could no longer maintain her seated posture, her delicate body slowly collapsing forward as her breath grew faint. Lin Tian reacted swiftly, rushing forward in a few strides to catch Tang Yan. Mu Shui rushed to the bedside, tears streaming down her face. She cried out, "Aunt Tang! Don't scare me! How are you?" Held in Lin Tian's arms. She lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes filled with complexity as she looked at Lin Tian. With a bitter smile, she said, "You little brat. Next time, even if you have to kill someone, don't leave any loose ends. Not everyone will be there to cover for you every time." Her voice was faint as a thread in the wind, tinged with a hint of reproach. Lin Tian silently gazed at Tang Yan's frail face. Her words struck him like a sudden jolt, instantly stinging his nose. He had been motherless since childhood. Had any woman ever stood up for him like this? But Tang Yan. She didn't care at all whether he had killed Zhang Hao. She was just stubbornly defending his student. Lin Tian felt a lump in his throat. Truth be told, his heart was now filled with gratitude and self-reproach. Meanwhile, Mu Shui beside him was already weeping uncontrollably. She frantically grabbed Tang Yan's hand, her eyes pleading with Lin Tian. She cried out, "Lin Tian! Quickly try massaging my aunt. Maybe your massage can suppress her hidden ailment." Aunt Tang has already taken 3 spirit-dissolving pills, but none could neutralize the rampant spiritual energy within her. "You must try." Hearing this, Jinbu, standing nearby, wore a peculiar expression. He questioned suspiciously, "Massage? Can it really suppress latent ailments? Isn't this just another trick from those frauds at the Pill Alliance 3 years ago?" He clearly remembered that someone from the Pill Alliance had tried it back then. But later, someone from the Alchemist Alliance came forward to clarify, stating that a traitor had infiltrated the Alliance, and that massage and manipulation could never suppress a spirit energy backlash. The only way to suppress it was to consume the spirit-transforming pills refined by the Alchemists Guild. Mu Shui was so flustered by the questioning she stomped her foot. "It really works. It really does. Several girls at our school have tried it. Lin Tian's massage technique is genuinely effective." But Mu Shui shouldn't have mentioned female masseuses. The moment she did, Jinbu's gaze grew even stranger. He couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Tian from head to toe. His eyes held a hint of mockery. "You kid, have you really given massages to girls at school?" Lin Tian. How was he supposed to respond to that? So he simply remained silent. "Don't waste your energy, it's useless. I know my own condition. My Dao foundation is destroyed, and without gathering the Dao fruit, there's no way to cure it," Tang Yan said weakly. After speaking, She turned to look at Mu Shui, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Her voice softened, Xiao Shui. Auntie won't be able to stay with you anymore. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. Remember what Auntie told you. Don't act like that little girl anymore. You've grown up. You'll have to learn to handle many things on your own. Your future, you must decide for yourself. Her voice faltered, heavy with lingering affection and earnest admonition. Mu Shui wept uncontrollably, sobbing silently as she nodded obediently. At this moment, Mu Shui was merely a little girl who had lost her anchor, clutching Tang Yan's hand tightly. Whispering through her sobs, "And Tang, I'll listen to you. I promise I'll be good. And you won't be in any danger, right?" Lin Tian watched the aunt and niece exchange words that sounded like final farewells. He couldn't bear to listen any longer. He quickly interjected, "Stop this dramatic nonsense. Teacher Tang, lie down flat. I'll massage you right now to treat your injuries." With that, he carefully laid Tang Yan flat on the campcot, his movements gentle, afraid of aggravating her injuries. After settling Tang Yan, Lin Tian noticed Mu Shui and Jinbu still standing there dumbstruck, showing no intention of leaving. He couldn't help but silently curse these two idiots. They really had no sense of the situation. Ahem. Lin Tian cleared his throat a few times. "I'm about to perform my ancestral massage technique. The situation is critical. I must begin immediately." However, Mu Shui and Jinbu remained motionless. They stood rooted to the spot, still dumbly frozen in place. As if they were waiting for Lin Tian to make the first move, just to observe the spectacle. Lin Tian's jaw twitched in frustration. "Ahem. Gentlemen, I'm about to begin the massage." Jinbu watched Lin Tian dawdle. Finally couldn't hold back. He shot Lin Tian a fierce glare. He snapped, "Kid. Get started. What are you dawdling for? I'll be damned if I don't see for myself whether this massage of yours really works wonders. Because 3 years ago, I said those bastards at the Dan Alliance were up to no good, insisting that eating spirit-dissolving pills was the only way. If this massage really works, I'll expose those bastards for what they are. And next time, I'll come find you for a massage too. I've wanted to ditch those spirit-transforming pills forever. That stuff isn't fit for human consumption." Lin Tian was speechless once more. His mind was cursing up a storm. "How the hell am I supposed to massage you if you won't get out? Could it be? Watch me live? Damn it. Fine, Jinbu's a boorish bumpkin with no manners. But didn't Mu Shui press it before? Why is she acting so clueless too? Just standing there like an idiot. Does she actually want to see Tang Yan squirming with embarrassment? Think that'd be entertaining?" Fortunately, at that moment, Tang Yan noticed Lin Tian's predicament. She weakly glared at Lin Tian. Though meant as reproach, her faint breath and lack of menace in her eyes. Instead, it added a touch of vulnerability. With great effort, she turned her head and gasped to Jinbu and Mu Shui, "You, go out first." She gave Mu Shui a knowing look. She gestured for the other to wait outside the tent. Mu Shui froze, caught by Tang Yan's gaze. For a long moment, she suddenly remembered something, and her pretty face flushed crimson. Finally, it clicked. She quickly reached out her small hand, tugged at Jinbu's sleeve, whispered something, and then led the way out of the tent. "It's just a massage, right? Can I watch?" Jinbu looked utterly bewildered, asking timidly. Still, he instinctively followed her out. "Captain Jean, please set up a barrier. The massage must not be disturbed." Seeing the two finally leave, Lin Tian hurriedly reminded Jinbu. Chapter 40. Don't get the wrong idea. I just want to check if your feet smell. Jinbu walked out of the tent, looking rather put out. He then waved his hand, casting a spiritual barrier that completely blocked all sound and spiritual sense detection. The Dao Spirit Realm barrier, like an invisible shield, securely protected the tent. Mu Shui stood outside the tent, her pretty face slightly flushed. She kept her head bowed, lost in thought, seemingly deep in contemplation. Inside the tent, Tang Yan weakly opened her phoenix-like eyes and shot Lin Tian a disapproving glare. Her voice was as low as a mosquito's buzz. "You brat. Are you sure about this? Let's give it a shot. It should be fine." Lin Tian scratched his head. Though he tried to sound casual, he was far from confident. After all, Tang Yan's injuries were far worse than anything she'd endured before. He wasn't certain if simple massage could suppress the hidden ailment of the Heavenly Dao. A bitter smile tugged at Tang Yan's lips as she slowly closed her eyes. Well, such is fate. This kid, his intentions are sincere. At least it wasn't in vain that I protected him all this time. Lin Tian took a deep breath. Without further hesitation, he first carefully adjusted Tang Yan's delicate form into a proper position. Then he walked to the foot of the camp cot. Bending down, he gently slipped off her high heels. Today, Tang Yan wore no stockings, only a pair of black boat socks encasing her slender feet. Lin Tian continued his movements without pause, carefully peeling off the boat socks. As the socks slipped off, a pair of flawless, jade-like feet were instantly revealed. Tang Yan's feet were slightly elongated, their skin smooth as cream. Beneath, the soles were a vivid crimson, like blooming peonies, breathtakingly beautiful. Gazing upon these jade-like feet, one couldn't help but marvel. They were like exquisitely carved works of art, radiating a natural allure. Her slender, evenly proportioned toes were visible. Coated in pale pink nail polish, they glistened with a lustrous sheen under the soft lamplight. Truly enough to make certain males' hearts skip a beat. Lin Tian found himself momentarily mesmerized. Unconsciously, his hands reached out to gently caress them. The touch was smooth as jade, warm yet carrying a hint of coolness. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. These feet are simply perfect. Truly a masterpiece of nature. However, though Tang Yan was weak, she too sensed something amiss while Lin Tian was lost in thought. She struggled to lower her gaze. She saw Lin Tian staring dumbly at her feet. In that instant, Tang Yan realized something. "Have you had enough of staring?" she snapped, her voice tinged with both embarrassment and irritation. "Are you some kind of pervert? Staring at my feet like that?" Though Tang Yan's voice was weak, it carried a hint of bashfulness. A faint, unhealthy blush even spread across her pretty face. "Teacher, you have no idea how beautiful your feet truly are. The moment I saw these jade-like feet, Lin Tian blurted out instinctively. But he stopped mid-sentence. Ahem. He abruptly stopped himself, clearing his throat awkwardly twice. Tang Yan was speechless. She weakly rolled her eyes, thinking, this guy, even at a time like this, his mind is still full of perverted thoughts. She sighed, closed her eyes, and murmured, "Fine. I probably won't live much longer anyway. Do as you wish." A long silence followed. Lin Tian pushed aside all distracting thoughts. He began scanning the emotional values within his consciousness. Currently, the accumulated emotional value had reached 900 points, just 100 points shy of 1,000. These emotional points were accumulated from his various shady maneuvers in the past, including pranking Zhang Hao in the marketplace and his playful banter with Yi Qingqiu. Of course, the largest portion, however, came from the members of the Pill Alliance. After reviewing the emotional values, Lin Tian then began using the press technique to probe Tang Yan's internal condition. Several seconds passed. Lin Tian had already assessed Tang Yan's injuries. Her Dao foundation was damaged, causing spiritual energy to run wild. The Heavenly Dao chains had completely lost control, and the spiritual power within her raged like a runaway horse, violently assaulting her meridians. This situation. It seemed that to fully suppress her injuries, based on previous experience, it would require consuming at least 800 emotion points. And right now, she was precisely 100 points short of reaching the 1,000 point threshold. If I could scrape together just a little more to reach 1,000 points, not only could he save Tang Yan, but also unlock new character spells, gaining more life-saving techniques. But the most crucial thing, Lin Tian thought of the great Dao fart that was his true trump card. He still had one lottery chance remaining. Who knew if reaching 1,000 points, whether the system would grant additional draws? Lin Tian's eyes darted around. He thought to himself, just a little more. Why not squeeze a little more out of Teacher Tang? Reach 1,000 points, save someone, and level up at the same time? Looks like I'll have to sell some karma. Lin Tian took a deep breath. He slowly lowered his head, gently touching the tip of his nose to Tang Yan's jade-like foot, then slowly tracing along the crimson sole. Simultaneously, he covertly channeled a thread of the grip technique's spiritual energy, quietly infusing it into Tang Yan's body to stabilize her surging spiritual energy, preventing her from succumbing to her severe injuries and meeting her end right then and there. Holy? Tang Yan's delicate frame trembled at this sudden action. Her previously closed, lifeless phoenix eyes suddenly widened to the size of eggs. She could distinctly feel waves of tingling and itching spreading from her feet. This made her entire body tense up involuntarily. Her face flushed crimson. Tang Yan had initially thought she could endure it, assuming she was about to die. But she felt her consciousness gradually clearing a little. Meanwhile, Lin Tian showed no signs of stopping. Tang Yan could endure no longer. What are you doing? Tang Yan, overcome with shame and fury, weakly shouted, Lin Tian. You pervert! How dare you, how dare you! Her pretty face flushed crimson, shame and agitation intertwined, her heart pounding like a drum. Ding emotion value plus 80, cumulative 980. As the system notification sounded, Lin Tian finally felt a surge of joy. He thought to himself, it worked. But just then, Tang Yan, overcome by unbearable heat, could no longer contain herself. Her delicate body shot upright, mustering her last ounce of strength as her right foot instinctively extended. Pop! Her slender, pale toes plunged directly into Lin Tian's nostrils. Caught completely off guard, the shock of the surprise attack sent him tumbling backward. Landing squarely on his butt, the pain made him wince and grimace. Tang Yan wasn't much better off. The sudden exertion had drained her last reserves of strength. Her slender frame went limp once more, and she began to fall backward. Seeing this, Lin Tian ignored the pain in his own backside. His hands moved swiftly as he lunged forward, catching Tang Yan just in time. He gently laid her back down on the camp cot. Scratching his head awkwardly, he chuckled sheepishly, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Teacher, I was just checking if your feet had any odor. Ha ha. Get lost. Tang Yan rolled her eyes in exasperation. But before she could finish speaking, because Lin Tian's pinch technique had interrupted the flow of spiritual energy, the rampant spiritual energy within Tang Yan spiraled out of control once more. Waves of weakness instantly washed over her like a tidal surge. Her slender frame trembled, and her complexion grew even paler. Lin Tian quickly adjusted her posture. But then he remembered they were still 20 emotion points short. Any reckless moves now would likely mean Tang Yan, the Tang Tyrannosaurus, would rather die than let him go down with her. For a moment, Lin Tian was at a loss. He stood by the bed, rubbing his hands together as he racked his brain for solutions. Little did he know. Just then, Tang Yan murmured softly, Lin Tian. Since I began my cultivation, I have never broken a promise. Though I don't know if I can survive. Since I have this chance today, I'll repay you for that earlier promise. Lin Tian froze upon hearing this. But then he remembered something. His heart began to pound violently. Teacher Tang, are you serious? Tang Yan shyly closed her frosty eyes, unable to meet Lin Tian's gaze. Her voice trembled slightly. You, do it yourself. Lin Tian froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Ha? Stop pretending. Haven't you wanted to break through this barrier for ages? Hurry up. Otherwise, once I turn into a corpse, then. Chapter 41, Sending a Woman? Lord Yi defies heaven. Lin Tian froze in place. His head buzzed, and he almost thought he'd misheard. But if I do this now, wouldn't that be taking advantage of someone in distress? Like a beast? But if I refuse, wouldn't that make me worse than a beast? Soon, inside the tent, came the rustling sound of clothes being shed. When all worldly trappings were shed, revealing the masterpiece meticulously crafted by the creator. Lin Tian's throat went dry, his heart skipped a beat. But immediately afterward, he regained his dignified demeanor. Clearing his throat, he formed his hands into claws. Teacher, I'm starting. Bear with it. 5 minutes passed. Lin Tian was growing frustrated. He still hadn't detected any emotional fluctuations from Tang Yan. The massage he just performed was merely routine. He dared not use his character spell spiritual power. But he needed to secure the final 20 points to break through to 1000. What to do? At this rate, who knew how much longer Tang Yan could hold out? Damn it, no more holding back. I'm a scoundrel, peerless in my wide-ranging schemes. What's with this act of being some moral deity? Lin Tian clenched his teeth, steeled his resolve. He clenched his thumb and index finger. Ugh. Tang Yan's delicate body trembled violently, emitting a low moan. Her phoenix-like eyes snapped open as she snapped, Lin Tian. You. Her voice was weak yet tinged with shame and fury, her slender body twisting and trembling uncontrollably. Ding emotion value plus 20 cumulative 1000. Congratulations! Successfully unlocked the basic level 12 finger massage technique needing method. Unlocking the next character technique requires 2000 emotion points. First time reaching 1000 emotion points. Receive 110 draw bonus. Would you like to draw? As the system notification sounded, Lin Tian was instantly overjoyed. Holy crap! A 10 pull? How many good items could this pull? Looks like this trip to the Heavenly Furnace secret realm is completely in the bag. But the next second, after his excitement subsided, Lin Tian glanced down at Tang Yan. Her breath grew faint, her voice abruptly ceasing. Clearly, she was on the brink of death. Lin Tian's heart tightened, and without further hesitation, with a flick of his thoughts, he withdrew all the spirit stones from his Qian Kuan ring and placed them nearby. He began to channel his full power into the press and squeeze techniques. Boom! An ancient, vast, and mysterious spiritual energy surged into Tang Yan's body like a tidal wave, beginning to circulate through her meridians. Meanwhile, the small pile of spirit stones beside him visibly crumbled into dust at a visible pace. Half an hour later, Lin Tian's forehead was beaded with sweat. He withdrew his hands and began to help Tang Yan put her clothes back on. Everything was tidied up. Lin Tian collapsed onto the ground, his brows furrowed. It seemed, his cultivation level was still too low. Moreover, his mastery of the 12-finger massage technique was still in its rudimentary stages. This time, though he had healed Tang Yan's external injuries, he still couldn't repair the damage to her Dao foundation. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Yan finally regained consciousness. She slowly opened her phoenix-like eyes. Though her vital energy remained weak, she was no longer in mortal danger. Instinctively, she began circulating her cultivation technique, guiding energy through her meridians. The next second, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. For she discovered that the spiritual energy within her body was circulating smoothly. Moreover, her injuries had miraculously healed. Lin Tian, you actually did it? Tang Yan's voice trembled. Her gaze toward Lin Tian was now filled with utter disbelief. Lin Tian wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a wry smile. Teacher Tang, the injuries are healed, but your Dao foundation is damaged. I can't repair that yet. Tang Yan froze upon hearing this. Then she forced a bitter smile. It's fine. Surviving this time was already defying fate. Then, Tang Yan's phoenix-like eyes narrowed as she solemnly declared, Lin Tian, this massage technique is of the utmost importance. You must never reveal it to anyone lightly in the future. Otherwise, it will surely bring you mortal danger. Rest assured, I understand. Tang Yan remained silent for a long while. She simply stared at Lin Tian in silence for a long while. Lin Tian felt a bit uneasy under her intense gaze. Teacher Tang, please don't scare me like that. I'm easily frightened. Oh? You're easily scared? But during the massage just now, I didn't see any signs of you being scared. Tang Yan paused mid-sentence. After a moment's thought, she continued, Lin Tian, I think it's best you don't go to the Heavenly Furnace secret realm tomorrow. The Pill Alliance lost face, and given their domineering nature, this time, they won't let it slide. Plus, this is a virgin secret realm. No one knows what lies within, but it's highly likely to be fraught with danger. Lin Tian immediately protested. Did Tang Yan think he was a coward? Was he some kind of coward? Absolutely not. So Lin Tian instantly stood tall, his chest puffed out, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Cultivators defy heaven and rewrite fate who fears death? I must enter that secret realm. And I am determined to claim the Pill Emperor's legacy. Seeing this, Tang Yan sighed helplessly. Seeing Lin Tian's unwavering resolve and such fearless spirit, she couldn't help but think, wasn't this the very kind of real man she had always sought? But then, she quickly dismissed this notion. Tang Yan pondered for a moment. Finally, gritting her teeth, she retrieved a shimmering silver artifact from her storage ring. Shaped like a full moon, it radiated a powerful aura of spiritual energy. This is the Moonlight Wheel, a supreme artifact bestowed upon me by Principal Hong. It could save your life in a critical moment. Tang Yan handed the Moonlight Wheel to Lin Tian and urged, remember, survival comes first. Taking the Moonlight Wheel, its icy chill and palpable spiritual energy sent a shiver down his spine. Lin Tian felt a surge of emotion. You're giving this to me? Think again. I'm lending it to you for survival inside the secret realm. Return it when you come out. Tang Yan glared at him, her tone sharp. The next morning. Northern suburban valley. A blue light screen hovered at the valley's center. The spatial fluctuations grew steadily calmer as the secret realm's entrance fully opened. At that moment, factions from all corners gathered, banners fluttering, voices clamorous. Following tradition, before the secret realm opened, major factions would hold a gift offering for safety ceremony. This was the established practice. However, nowadays, their concern was merely superficial. In truth, it was an opportunity to showcase their factions or sect's depth and prestige, a chance to show off. At that moment, in the center of the valley, a white-haired elder soared into the air. Holding a list of major factions, he began to announce in a clear voice, attention all. The rules of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm are as follows. Rule 1, cultivation must not exceed the chi-gathering realm. The entrance to the secret realm is bound by the rules of Heavenly Dao. Cultivators at the Foundation Establishment realm or above who touch the light barrier will be crushed, their bodies destroyed and their cultivation erased. Rule 2, total participant limit. The light barrier functions as a rule-enforced teleportation array with a capacity limit of 2,000 individuals. Exceeding this limit will cause the array to collapse, permanently sealing the secret realm and trapping all cultivators within. Therefore, all factions must strictly adhere to their allocated quotas. As the elder's words fell, the ceremony formally commenced. The first to enter was the Array University, with only 10 slots. This had become the established practice. Each time, cultivators proficient in array techniques would pioneer the path. For them, it was merely an exploratory mission. The head of the Array University's headquarters began distributing a set of high-grade array discs and a bottle of top-grade elixirs to each participant. He then imprinted their divine souls and had them sign a life and death agreement. Disputes among cultivators within the secret realm are unrelated to the outside world, and no accountability shall be pursued afterward. Otherwise, they will face sanctions from the Eastern Alliance's cultivator legions. The gift from the Array University elicited gasps from the entire crowd, a set of high-tier array discs? The Array University is really pulling out all the stops this time. With these arrays, even Foundation Establishment cultivators wouldn't dare touch them lightly. Next came the Symbol University and the cultivators of Symbol City. Their gifts were even more extravagant. Each person received not only a stack of high-grade talismans including teleportation talismans, explosive flame talismans, and more, but also top-grade elixirs. Has the Talismans University lost its mind? So many high-tier talismans, they're practically walking artillery. The scale of this Heavenly Furnace secret realm event is bound to cause a major stir. Subsequently, powers like Lingbao Polytechnic and Beastmaster Academy presented gifts one after another, life-saving artifacts and spirit beast talismans that left everyone speechless. Family clans weren't about to be outdone, pulling out their most treasured artifacts. When the Alchemy Alliance's turn came, 500 cultivators all at the peak of chi gathering marched out in formation. Their aura was overwhelming, their killing intent palpable. The entire venue erupted in shock, everyone staring in disbelief. What's the Pill Alliance doing? Replacing everyone with peak chi gathering cultivators? Not a single low-tier prodigy in sight. Look at this display. The Pill Alliance has big ambitions. Clearly, they're not here to cultivate the next generation. They're here to stir up trouble. All factions cast wary glances, their suspicions subtly directed at the Southern University. The Alchemy Alliance is targeting the Southern Academy. Yesterday's incident will likely be settled within the secret realm. Those 100 students from the Southern Academy are in grave danger. Jinbu stood at the front of the Southern University contingent, his expression grim. Judging by the Alchemy Alliance's stance, something major is bound to happen in the secret realm. But now, with the situation as it is, the arrow is already on the string. There's no turning back. All he could do was warn Mu Shui to be wary of the Pill Alliance's retaliation. Mu Shui nodded solemnly, then led a formation of 100 students to receive the gifts. The gift ceremony concluded. Lin Tian received a bottle of high-grade spirit-gathering pills, a defensive spirit artifact, and several low-grade talismans, all life-saving items. At that very moment, two figures suddenly flew down from the sky. Yi Qingqiu, her red skirt fluttering, headed straight for Lin Tian's location. Her appearance instantly stirred the entire crowd. Look! It's sect leader Yi. Why is she here again? Doesn't someone of her stature have any sense of decorum? Look behind her, that girl. Such a lovely young lady, so full of life. Yi Qingqiu arrived before Lin Tian, her smile radiating charm. And that petite, spirited young girl was none other than Xiaodahong. Yi Qingqiu didn't wait for Lin Tian to react. She pointed at Xiaodahong beside her and announced loudly, Lin Tian, this girl is named Xiaodahong. She possesses peak chi cultivation. Today, on behalf of the Midan Pavilion, I present her to you as your personal bodyguard for the secret realm. The moment these words left her lips, the entire valley fell silent. What? A gift? The marvelous Dan Pavilion is gifting a peak chi gathering cultivation girl to Lin Tian? What's Lin Tian's background? The pavilion master of the marvelous Dan Pavilion personally presents a gift, and it's a living person. This kid must be the future son-in-law of the Midan Pavilion, right? Xiaodahong's fair face flushed slightly as she stood beside Lin Tian, head bowed, speaking with reverence. Young master, Xiaodahong pledges her service to you until death do us part. Lin Tian was utterly dumbfounded too. He stared blankly at the person beside him. He lifted his gaze to look at Yi Qingqiu. He scratched his nose. This woman was playing way too hard. Chapter 42, Fu Xing, the little witch I have jumping pills. In the center of the valley. At the entrance to the secret realm, the blue light screen rippled like water, emitting faint spatial fluctuations. Lin Tian followed the Nandao University group, with the nimble and petite girl Xiaodahong close behind. He stepped forward, crossing the light screen. In an instant, a powerful dizziness struck him, as if he'd been tossed into a vortex of time and space. His head spun, and his stomach churned violently. After an unknown period of time, the dizziness subsided slightly. Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes to find himself standing in the middle of a vast, desolate grassland. The grassland stretched endlessly, with withered yellow grass swaying in the wind. Looking up at the sky, he saw it was a murky gray. It felt suffocatingly oppressive. Lin Tian composed himself and began surveying his surroundings. But he discovered that there was no one else around him. The Nanjing University students and Xiao Taohong from his group had vanished without a trace. He was stunned. Damn it! What's going on? Didn't the secret realm guide from high school say that teleportation usually keeps teammates together? Why am I the only one here? See? What they teach in school is all theoretical nonsense. They claimed that as long as you imprinted your soul token, the teleportation array would follow your soul's lead and prevent separation when entering the secret realm. Even if separated, it would only be by 100 meters. And what happened? Now we're surrounded by endless emptiness. Where's everyone? This is bull. Is the difference between reality and books really just a matter of endless? Just as Lin Tian cursed under his breath. In the distance, a thunderous rumble suddenly shook the earth, accompanied by deep, beastly roars that made the ground tremble. He squinted into the distance, watching as a swarm of shadows, dark enough to block out the sky, began closing in from the horizon. They moved with blinding speed, kicking up rolling clouds of dust. What the hell? As Lin Tian froze in shock, a slender figure suddenly darted toward him. It was a young girl, her robes fluttering, her steps light and swift, a flickering aura of spirit light trailing behind her. Clearly, she was fleeing for her life. Lin Tian focused his gaze and thought to himself, hey, this girl's not bad. Her face was delicate and beautiful, with a hint of spiritedness in her eyes and brows. Is it her? Lin Tian murmured. The girl was none other than Fu Xing, the young princess of Fu City. She had left a strong impression on Lin Tian during the gift-giving ceremony. As Fu Xian sped toward him, she swiftly passed by Lin Tian. Her nerves were taut, her focus intense, and she paid Lin Tian no mind. Yet, the instant she passed by Lin Tian, she still sensed the unrestrained gaze he directed at her. Her pretty face instantly turned cold as she halted in her tracks. She whipped around and glared at him fiercely. "What the hell are you staring at, you idiot? Never seen a beautiful woman before?" As soon as the words left her mouth, her wrist flickered, sending a golden talisman flying toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian never expected such a sudden sneak attack from a seemingly innocent young beauty. Caught completely off guard, he couldn't react in time. The talisman exploded the moment it neared him, its spiritual energy coiling like chains, instantly pinning him to the spot. "Damn it! Are you out of your mind?" Lin Tian was stunned, cursing angrily. "It was just a glance. Was that really worth attacking me over? Oomph. Pervert. Scum. Serves you right." Fu Xian snorted coldly, not even glancing back as she continued fleeing into the distance. "Holy! When the hell have I ever made a pass at you?" Lin Tian was seething with rage. "You better stop right there." But before he could unleash his tirade, at that moment, the overwhelming black shadow in the distance was already closing in. A deafening roar echoed through the air. Lin Tian squinted to get a better look, his face turning ashen and his heart pounding wildly. What the hell, are those void spirit beasts? Vast, kangaroo-like void beasts surged forward, massive in size, clad in jet-black fur, their eyes glowing crimson, radiating eerie void fluctuations. Void spirit beasts. One of the void beasts. They were introduced in the Identify Objects by Pictures section of high school textbooks. They release sonic waves through the ethereal sound, disrupting cultivators' minds, weakening their souls, and ultimately tearing their prey apart. Individually, these beasts possess combat strength equivalent to mid-stage chi-gathering cultivators. Yet in large numbers, their overlapping sound waves create a deafening, earth-shaking roar that leaves cultivators dizzy, disoriented, or even unconscious. As the ethereal beasts closed in, piercing sonic waves crashed like a tidal wave. At that moment, Lin Tian felt an excruciating headache split his skull, his consciousness churning violently, nearly causing him to collapse on the spot. "Damn woman, just wait till I catch you." Lin Tian cursed furiously in his mind. But now, as the ethereal beasts drew ever closer, he tried to summon the spiritual power of the finger seal incantation. But the immobilizing talisman had not only locked his body, it had sealed his soul and meridians as well, rendering his spiritual power utterly inaccessible. "It's over. I'm done for." Lin Tian's heart sank to the depths. Damn it, looks like I have to play my trump card. But then another thought struck him. Even if he cleared every spirit beast within a kilometer radius, it wouldn't matter. With such a dense swarm of void spirits, who knew how many more lurked behind them? He immediately dismissed the idea. What should I do? What should I do? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. This immobilization talisman may seal my soul and body, but it can't restrict my thoughts and consciousness. The moment this thought struck him, Lin Tian's consciousness immediately plunged into a sea of consciousness, decisively choosing to draw a lottery. Lottery commencing. Wow. Congratulations on winning 1 smiling leap pill. Wow. Congratulations on winning 1 fantasy fruit. Wow. Congratulations on winning 1 muscle burst pill. Wow. Congratulations on winning. Sorry, the rest of the prizes were snatched away by mice. Mice carried them off? My 10 consecutive draws, and you tell me mice snatched them away? You. Lin Tian completely lost it. Even if his life was on the line now, he didn't care. He cursed like a madman. Arg! A deafening beastly roar erupted 3 meters away from Lin Tian. The shock sent a jolt through Lin Tian, and he even caught a whiff of the most nauseating breath imaginable. You're ruthless. Lin Tian sighed in resignation, glancing at the 3 rewards displayed on the system interface. He immediately swallowed the smiling leap pill. After ingestion, it rapidly unleashed intense spiritual energy fluctuations within his body, boosting his speed 8-fold and increasing his jumping power 10-fold. As a colossal surge of spiritual energy erupted from his sea of consciousness, an ancient, vast spiritual energy fluctuation instantly coursed through Lin Tian's entire body, like a torrent breaking through shackles. It actually tore through the restraints of the immobilization talisman. It worked! Lin Tian exclaimed triumphantly. He dared not linger a moment longer. For now, the overwhelming swarm of ethereal beasts had closed in upon him. One had even opened its gaping maw, poised to swallow him whole. Lin Tian forced himself to ignore the dizziness and blurred vision caused by the sonic assault. He bent his knees slightly, gathered his strength, and leaped upward with a sudden burst of power. Boom! He leaped 5 meters high, pivoting mid-air. Instinctively, he headed toward the direction Fu Xian had fled. Ha 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 ha. But strangely, he found himself unable to control his facial expression. His mouth twisted into a grin, and he couldn't stop laughing wildly. Ha ha, stop laughing, damn it. Ha ha. Alas, Lin Tian realized. As long as he kept bouncing, the laughter wouldn't stop. At that moment, he looked like a complete lunatic. Jump all you want, but what the hell is with the laughter? Ha ha ha. Lin Tian. But right now, he couldn't care less. He just kept hopping and skipping, frantically trying to escape. As he fled, Lin Tian kept glancing back, keeping an eye on the ethereal beasts pursuing him. Seeing such a massive horde of beasts, though their individual attacks weren't strong, the combined sonic waves, their destructive power was terrifying. If he got surrounded, forget about his spell-casting power, not even a divine fart could save him. Leaping like the wind, Lin Tian soon caught up to Fu Xian, who was also fleeing frantically ahead. Fu Xian also sensed the danger behind her. She glanced back and saw Lin Tian had actually caught up. And strangely enough, he was actually grinning wildly? What the hell was going on? And how did he break my immobilization spell so quickly? How was that possible? That was a gift from Father, a high-grade talisman inscribed by a 5th-rank talisman master. Chapter 43, You idiot, I'm going to kill you. Fu Xinchuan's innocent face grew slightly cold as she watched Lin Tian, who was still laughing wildly. An inexplicable wave of disgust washed over her. That lecherous bastard laughing so obscenely, he must be up to no good. But right now, facing the swarm of strange beasts closing in behind them, no one dared to make a move. Fu Xian's feet tapped lightly against the ground as she darted away, gliding on the wind one moment, leaping tens of meters in the next, fleeing frantically. And Lin Tian? He was bouncing along, laughing maniacally, ha ha ha. Naturally, he was chasing right behind Fu Xian. Mainly because he couldn't catch up. Otherwise, Lin Tian would have given Fu Xian's little behind a good kick. But how could he be called a gentleman? Because a petty person wouldn't hold a grudge like that. The two, one ahead and one behind. They fled to the foot of a great mountain. Beyond lay a mountain range stretching endlessly into the horizon, its peaks piercing the clouds. Both men found themselves with nowhere left to flee. With no other choice. The two had no choice but to stand with their backs against the hillside, each deploying their own methods to confront the wave of beasts. Fu Yu's petite frame moved with nimble agility. She flicked a stack of multicolored talisman papers forward, which exploded 5 meters ahead. The surging ethereal beasts were caught squarely in the blast, sent flying backward, and collided with the wave of beasts surging from behind. Moreover, some green talismans seemed to be controlled by spirit stones, hovering in midair. They continuously released spiritual energy, bombarding wave after wave of ethereal beasts, preventing them from advancing. In contrast, Lin Tian. His actions were comically chaotic, utterly lacking any discernible strategy. This was indeed a challenge for him. After all, high school had only covered the theoretical aspects of cultivation. Now in college, he'd only been back for 2 days before being thrust into the secret realm. He had never received systematic training in combat techniques. Now, he covered his ears, hopping and dodging. Yet his movements gradually slowed. He kept letting out unwilling laughter, ha ha ha. He realized this couldn't go on. Even if the ethereal beast's sonic waves didn't kill him, he'd bounce himself to death. He thought for a moment. Though trapped now, it wasn't yet a life or death situation. A treasure of the Moonlight Wheel's caliber couldn't be brought out lightly. Besides, with that little demon beside him, who knew if it might covet the weapon and turn malicious. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to try an offensive finger technique, the grab spell. It was the only technique he could possibly employ. Swish! His hands transformed into claws, harnessing the momentum from his leap. Closing in, he barely grazed the leg of one of the ethereal beasts. The spell's spiritual energy surged as he unleashed a powerful grab. Put! A flash of claw light. He managed to extract a crystal the size of a thumbnail from within the ethereal beast's body. Lin Tian frowned in confusion, opening his palm to examine it. The crystal emitted a faint aura of ethereal energy, its surface crystal clear and translucent. Thud! The void spirit beast from which he had extracted the crystal instantly wilted, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. But by then, the other void spirits had already pounced. He had no time to investigate. Using the momentum of his leap, he shifted leftward, attempting to divert the danger elsewhere. Shifting the pressure onto Fu Xian. For he had noticed out of the corner of his eye that the little demon seemed quite capable. It had managed to suppress those ethereal beasts, keeping them within 5 paces. At the same time, a storm raged within Lin Tian's heart. Because he remembered what the crystal in his palm truly was. Isn't this the void crystal from that identify objects by pictured question on the senior mock exam? The void crystal. The energy core of void beasts. This was the strategic resource the Eastern Cultivators Alliance Legion had long coveted. It was said that a single void crystal could be used to forge supreme-grade magical artifacts or battle armor, as well as serve other specialized purposes. Its value was truly beyond measure. However, even when cultivators defeat these void beasts in battle, it remains exceedingly difficult to extract the void crystal from within. For upon the death of a void beast, the crystals within their bodies vanish into nothingness in an instant, returning to the ethereal void. Lin Tian stored the void crystals into his ring. His heart pounded wildly, filled with overwhelming joy. This time, I've struck it rich. Ha ha ha. He continued bouncing toward Fu Xing. jumping and grinning wildly. But now, his laughter came from the heart. Unlike before, when he'd been forced to laugh. Along the way, he once again unleashed the grab technique, sending several more ethereal beasts tumbling to the ground. Fu Xian noticed Lin Tian approaching. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. As Lin Tian drew nearer, she finally snapped to attention. Furious, she snapped, "You idiot. Get lost. Don't come any closer, or this princess will castrate you." Oh? Hearing this, Lin Tian's interest was instantly piqued. Ha 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 ha. Little demon, today I'll let you taste what it feels like to be played. With that, Lin Tian stopped grabbing the void crystals. He abandoned the void crystal and accelerated his hopping. 3 or 4 leaps later, he was already 5 meters away from Fu Xian. And with Lin Tian doing this, endless void beasts followed in his wake. The small vacuum safety zone Fu Xian had painstakingly created using numerous high-grade talismans instantly collapsed. Gah! You damn fool! I'll kill you. Fu Xian was furious enough to burst. Her tiny fists clenched so tightly they creaked, and she lunged viciously toward Lin Tian. But she couldn't move an inch. The moment she left the cover of the mountain behind her, she risked being instantly surrounded by the ethereal beasts. She didn't possess Lin Tian's ability to leap several meters high and effectively break free from an encirclement. So she could only stomp her feet in frustration. Her pout was so fierce it could have hooked a soy sauce bottle. Seeing this, Lin Tian. He felt a surge of satisfaction wash over him. Knowing she was too preoccupied with her own situation to care about him. So he planned to hit her with another hard blow. But, as the old saying goes, joy turns to sorrow. Lin Tian was living proof of that very moment. Just as he was about to move closer to Fu Xian. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck in the back by a colossal beast nearly 3 meters tall. Thud! He didn't even have time to cry out in pain. His entire body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a massive boulder on the mountainside. Another dull thud echoed as flesh met stone. Lin Tian landed sprawled across the oddly shaped boulder, resembling a frog. Seeing this, Fu Xian burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha, serves you right, you big dummy. She nearly doubled over from laughter. But the very next second, the boulder suddenly flashed with a green light. Fu Xian was momentarily blinded by the green light. When she opened them again, she was instantly dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Then she looked again. Where is he? At that moment, there was no trace of Lin Tian left on the large boulder. Without Lin Tian to hold them back, the space to her right was instantly filled with ethereal beasts, all charging toward her. Arg! The beastly roars echoed like a tidal wave, their murderous intent palpable. Fu Xian flicked out a dozen green talismans, blasting the approaching ethereal beasts back. For a moment, panic seized her. She knew that if this continued, even if she gathered every talisman in Fu City, they wouldn't outnumber the current tide of beasts. She would be worn down and killed sooner or later. Fu Xian's gaze returned to the strange stone where Lin Tian had vanished moments before. Gritting her teeth, she flung dozens of talismans in rapid succession, forcibly blasting open a path through the beasts. Seizing the brief opening, she sprinted toward the stone. Swish! Just like Lin Tian had done, Fu Xian crouched atop the stone, her petite frame mimicking the posture of a frog. It really is a teleportation barrier, Fu Xian exclaimed with delight. Then, a flash of green light erupted, and Fu Xian was sucked into it. Vanished without a trace. Only the swarm of void beasts remained, violently ramming the stone. Chapter 44, Call me Daddy, and I'll save you. Plop. The instant Lin Tian was engulfed by the strange rock's green light. His consciousness stalled for a split second. What followed was an immediate sensation of weightlessness. Only upon crashing into an icy, bone-chilling pool did his senses and thoughts return. The water was like a knife, its chill piercing to the bone. Lin Tian couldn't help but shiver from the cold. What kind of water is this? It's freezing cold. Instinctively, he tried to channel his spiritual energy to ward off the chill. But he was horrified to discover. What's going on? My spiritual energy isn't working? A chill gripped Lin Tian's heart. The longer he remained submerged, the weaker and more drained his body felt. Without a moment's hesitation, he frantically flailed his limbs, struggling toward the shore. Climbing onto the shore, he stood soaking wet at the edge of the pool. He tried again to channel his spiritual energy, hoping to evaporate the moisture clinging to his skin. Yet, it was still futile. This pond water is strange, it actually seals off a cultivator's spiritual power. Lin Tian looked at the pond suspiciously and muttered to himself. Shaking his hair, he temporarily set aside his doubts. He began surveying his surroundings. It was an immense cavern. Its vaulted ceiling soared to 100 meters high. Embedded within it were countless luminescent stones, continuously emitting a faint green glow that illuminated the entire space. Lin Tian took a few steps forward. Curiosity prompted him to reach out and touch one of the cave walls. The cave wall was covered with various ancient-looking patterns. They resembled the traces of some sort of formation, shrouded in a mist of spiritual energy. The sensation that washed over Lin Tian. A faint, eerie aura of emptiness, sending a chill down his spine. The ground was uneven and pitted. Scattered fragments of rock and remnants of spiritual herbs littered the area. This cave appears naturally formed, yet bears traces of artificial carving. And, why do I keep sensing something peculiar in the spiritual energy here? How is it different from the spiritual energy on Blue Star? His gaze shifted. Not far away, he spotted a stone staircase winding upward, its end faintly illuminated by a flickering glow. That light? How is it different from luminescent stones? Could this be the opportunity of a secret realm? The thought alone. Lin Tian's heart began to pound uncontrollably. As for any inheritance, he cared little about that. What he truly desired was a vast quantity of spirit stones. With enough spirit stones, he could continuously advance his cultivation through the 12-finger massage technique. But right now, his damp clothes clung to his skin. He didn't know if this cave had an opening, but strange gusts of wind blew in from time to time. The cold made him hug his arms tightly, his entire body numb with icy chill. And he couldn't even use his spiritual energy to dry himself off. It was unbearable. Scanning the surroundings to confirm he was alone. He gritted his teeth and swiftly stripped off his sweatpants, shirt, and Daspo sneakers, tossing them aside. Standing naked at the edge of the pool, he thought to himself. No one's around anyway, so why not just go for it? Lin Tian muttered to himself, reaching for his spare clothes and the Chen Kuan ring. But when his fingers touched the ring, his spiritual sense couldn't penetrate it. The ring felt like a lifeless object, showing no reaction whatsoever. Damn it! This pond water seals off spiritual sense too? After a flurry of curses, Lin Tian glanced at the halo at the end of the steps. He figured it couldn't hurt. Why not go check it out? But the moment he turned to step forward. A shrill scream suddenly erupted from the pond behind him. Followed immediately by a splash. Lin Tian jumped in fright, instinctively shielding his groin with both hands as he whirled around. Help! Save me! Fu Xian's arms and head were frantically flailing in the water. Her petite body bobbed up and down as she frantically cried for help. How did she fall in too? Lin Tian froze in shock. Watching Fu Xian flail her arms wildly and choke on several mouthfuls of water. This little witch couldn't swim. A landlubber? Lin Tian's eyes twinkled with amusement. Well, karma sure is swift. You little witch, let's see how you'll act so cocky now. As he spoke, Lin Tian slowly approached the edge of the pond. Without bothering to cover up, he simply squatted down on the ground. His eyes sparkled with amusement as he watched Fu Xian struggle desperately in the water. You tried to trick me? Come on, keep it up. Lin Tian casually picked up several glowing stones that had fallen from the cave ceiling and flung them straight at Fu Xian's head. Two loud thuds echoed as Fu Xian clutched her head in pain, unable to splash about anymore. How could Fu Xian have imagined that after being transported in by the strange rock, she'd end up in this situation? But she wasn't stupid. The moment she hit the water, she immediately tried to channel her spiritual energy to break free from the pool. Alas! Just like Lin Tian before her, she couldn't access her spiritual energy at all. Once a cultivator loses their spiritual power, isn't that like a phoenix shedding its feathers and turning into a little chick? What's worse is, Fu Xing had feared water since childhood. The shadow of near drowning in her youth had left her with an instinctive dread of water. So now, she was utterly panicked and at a loss. Guh. She choked on 2 more mouthfuls of pond water. Her pretty face grew pale, wet strands of hair clinging to her cheeks a pitiful sight. Anyone timid would surely be startled. Because this was nothing less than a female water ghost, truly terrifying. When Lin Tian's pebble struck her forehead once more, the pain made her jolt awake. Yet it snapped Fu Xing out of her panic. Struggling to lift her head, she finally spotted Lin Tian standing by the pond's edge. Gulp, gulp. Save me. Quick, save me. Fu Xian cried hoarsely, clutching at him like a lifeline. But Lin Tian remained crouched on the ground, utterly motionless. He grinned and tossed another pebble into the water. Only then did he drawl, "Oh? You were pretty fierce just now. Now you're begging me?" Fu Xian was so furious her teeth itched. Overwhelmed by shame and fury, she screamed, You filthy pervert. Save me. Gulp gulp. I can't swim. This pond is cursed, my spiritual power won't work. Fu Xian's voice trembled, laced with a hint of tears, her eyes filled with terror. Ding emotion value plus 20 total 210. Want me to save you? Not so fast. Little witch, weren't you pretty cocky when you were messing with me earlier? Please, save me. Fu Xian was so frantic tears welled up and she choked on more water, her voice growing weaker. Lin Tian's eyes twinkled. He grinned wickedly. Fine, I'll save you. First, take off your storage ring and toss it to me. You big jerk. You scoundrel. You lowlife. Trying to take advantage of me? Dream on. Fu Xian was so furious she nearly fainted. Her pretty face flushed crimson as she hurled insults. Flames seemed to shoot from her eyes as she yearned to lunge at Lin Tian and bite him, but her body sank deeper and deeper into the water. Gasping for air, she coughed violently, utterly helpless. Ding emotion value plus 30 total 240. Seeing her stubborn defiance, Lin Tian pretended to rise. He clapped his hands and said, "Fine, swim slowly then. I'm leaving." Fuxin, terrified he was actually leaving, gulped down 2 more mouthfuls of pond water, completely panicked. She wailed, "Don't go. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you." Trembling, she removed her storage ring and hurled it ashore with all her might. The ring arced through the air before finally landing at Lin Tian's feet. Lin Tian picked up the ring, a surge of joy filling his heart. He hadn't forgotten. Earlier, while dealing with the ethereal beast, that little witch had unleashed an endless stream of powerful, high-tier talismans. Those were valuable items. It was said that each high-grade talisman required immense resources to craft. Sliding the ring onto his finger, he smirked triumphantly. "Why didn't you behave like this sooner? Hurry up and pull me up." Fu Xian's voice trembled now, her words laced with tears. "Looks like she's genuinely scared now. What's the rush? Just yell 'Daddy, save me, and I'll rescue you right away.'" Fu Xian's eyes rolled back in her head at the words, overcome with shame and fury. But Lin Tian never heard her utter the word daddy. Instead, Fu Xian seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Her entire body sank, disappearing beneath the water's surface. Gurgle. A string of bubbles rose to the surface, then all was still. Chapter 45. Daddy, Daddy, stop hitting me. Lin Tian froze for a moment. Then he chuckled, "You little witch, no more tricks. Pop your head up, or I'm really leaving." He finished speaking, a faint smile still playing at the corners of his mouth, and crouched by the shore for a moment. He'd assumed Fu Xian was playing hard to get. But after more than 10 seconds, Fu Xian still hadn't surfaced, and the water remained eerily still. Lin Tian's heart sank. Oh no! Could she really have drowned? His original intention was merely to teach this little witch a lesson. So she'd learn that while backstabbing others might be acceptable, but messing with Lin Tian is off limits. Lin Tian was the king of schemers. From childhood onward, he was the one who played dirty tricks on others who dared to play dirty tricks on him. You could say that. In the specialized field of scheming, if Lin Tian acknowledges the scheming king, who would dare call themselves the scheming emperor in his presence? But he never intended to truly kill Fu Xing. Seeing not a ripple on the water's surface, Lin Tian could no longer stay crouched. He plunged headfirst into the water and dove toward the depths. Fortunately, the pond wasn't particularly deep. Submerged beneath the surface, eyes closed, he relied solely on instinct to extend his hands, frantically groping through the water. Soon, he felt Fu Xian's petite body. Lin Tian wrapped his arms around Fu Xian and began swimming upward with all his might. Splash! Dragging Fu Xian to the edge of the pool, he saw she seemed unconscious. He checked her breathing. She's still breathing. Should I try mouth to mouth? Nah. Better get her out of the water first and assess the situation. Lin Tian struggled to lift Fu Xian's small bottom in the water, forcing her body onto the pond's edge. Damn, such a tiny person, yet so heavy? Who knew this little lady was actually a chubby little thing? Lin Tian grumbled irritably. But just as Lin Tian was about to climb out of the pond, what greeted him was the sole of a shoe. Thud! Lin Tian was kicked squarely. Caught off guard, he was sent tumbling back into the pool face first. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere. At that moment, Fu Xian didn't look the least bit unconscious. She scrambled to her feet in one swift motion. She pointed at Lin Tian in the water, stomping her feet. She screamed, "You big idiot, you loser, you pervert! You actually tried to give me mouth to mouth? Who gave you the nerve? Hong Tian? Lin Tian." He was furious. His eyes blazed red with rage as his fists pounded the water's surface. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Just you wait." Lin Tian swam back toward the shore with all his might. He wasn't stupid. Arguing with the other guy in this water? That would make him a complete fool. Fu Xian saw this and let out a cold laugh. She stood guard by the pond, waiting for Lin Tian to crawl over. Another kick. Splash. You big idiot? Think you can bully me? Mark my words, if I don't finish you off today, I'll call you daddy. Fu Xian bounced up and down with glee, looking like a child who never grew up. But the next moment, as she skipped along, she failed to notice the smooth rock beneath her feet. As a result, her foot slipped. Plop. She slid all the way to the edge of the pool. Ouch. Fu Xian clutched her little bottom and scrambled to her feet. She snapped back to her senses and hurriedly looked toward the edge of the pond. But now, there was no trace of Lin Tian to be seen. Fu Xian's clear, innocent eyes blinked in bewilderment. Where is he? How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Just then, behind her, a deep voice filled with fury suddenly rang out. Were you looking for me? Ah! Fu Xian was so terrified her soul nearly left her body. She whirled around. Seeing Lin Tian, she was so startled she could barely speak, her words stumbling out. Hey? How are you? The next second, Fu Xian took off running. She knew she couldn't use her spiritual power or spiritual perception now. And she stood no chance against Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian had anticipated her escape attempt all along. Therefore, the very instant Fu Xian lifted her foot, he grabbed her by the collar and hoisted her up. Fu Xian's legs kicked wildly in midair. Ah! Let me go, you pervert! Lin Tian carried Fu Xian as he slowly walked to an open area. Thud! He tossed Fu Xian onto the ground with a casual flick of his wrist. Then, towering over her, he glared at her viciously. Today, I'll make you understand why Monkey Scully is so red. The moment she hit the ground, Fu Xian spun around, her eyes darting warily at Lin Tian. But, you perverted exhibitionist. Fu Xian hastily covered her eyes. From the moment she fell into the water until Lin Tian pulled her ashore, she hadn't had a moment to notice. Now, she saw Lin Tian completely naked. And that jet black, it was terrifying. Fu Xian's hand covering her eyes peeked open a tiny slit out of curiosity. Her little face flushed bright red. Pervert? Fine. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Fu Xian kicked her feet wildly in terror. What do I want? You'll find out soon enough. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. No. Lin Tian lunged forward, pinning Fu Xian's petite frame beneath him. Then he flipped her delicate body over. Her face pressed against the floor, her small belly cradled between his thighs. Next, Lin Tian yanked her pants down in one swift motion, revealing a snow-white little butt. Smack! Smack! Smack smack smack! He raised his hand and delivered over a dozen hard slaps to her buttocks. You betrayed me! You kicked me! You never learn the good things, only the bad. Lin Tian cursed viciously as he struck. At that moment, Fu Xian couldn't resist at all, her buttocks burning with each stinging blow. She began to cry. Stop hitting me, I'm sorry. Lin Tian delivered over a dozen slaps in quick succession. Her once fair and smooth little bottom was now completely crimson. And faint traces of blood were beginning to seep through. But Lin Tian didn't stop. As he struck, he shouted, "Call me Daddy." Are you going to call me? Daddy, please stop. Fu Xian cried out without hesitation, her voice free of any doubt. After a few more slaps, seemingly exhausted from the beating, Lin Tian finally stopped. Panting heavily, he growled, "Listen to me, you little brat. From now on, whenever you see me, you call me Dad. Otherwise..." Smack! Another slap. He shoved Fu Xian aside. Lin Tian stood up and began rummaging around the room, searching for something to cover himself with. He wasn't a pervert. Earlier, he'd had no choice, assuming no one was around. Now, with another person present, no matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't possibly remain naked. Even if others weren't embarrassed. He couldn't bear it. After all, Lin Tian considered himself a gentleman. But after searching high and low, and found nothing around him but scattered pebbles on the ground, nothing at all to cover himself with. Left with no other choice. He had no choice but to try again, probing the Qiankuan ring with his spiritual sense. It works? Lin Tian's heart surged with joy. He hadn't expected to be able to use his spiritual sense again. He retrieved the new clothes, put them on, and tidied everything up. Only then did Lin Tian grasp the reason behind it. As long as his body wasn't excessively contaminated by the pond water, his spiritual power and perception wouldn't be sealed. At that moment, he glanced at Fu Xian, who was still sprawled on the ground. Her little bottom remained bare, her pants still not pulled up. Her little bottom was still high in the air, bright red. Her delicate body was still twitching, though the sobs had ceased. Seeing this, Lin Tian suspected she was up to something again. His gaze hardened as he growled, "Hey! Little witch, no more tricks. I won't fall for it twice." Chapter 46, 8th Layer of Qi Cultivation. Suspicious, Lin Tian took 2 steps forward, lifted his leg, and gently nudged Fu Xian's foot. "Hey! Little witch, stop pretending." No reaction? Fu Xian remained bent over, her little but still bright red, her body twitching slightly. "Forget it. Guess I'm just unlucky." With that, he crouched down and pulled up Fu Xian's pants. The clothes were clinging wetly to her skin. Taking them off revealed nothing, but now trying to pull them back on was proving a bit tricky. With no other choice, Lin Tian had to turn the other person's body around and adjust their position. But as he did so, Lin Tian was startled by the other person's expression. Fu Xian's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her cherry red lips twitched uncontrollably. What was going on? Lin Tian froze for a moment. He quickly checked her pulse and then felt for her breath. What was this? An underlying illness flaring up? It wasn't entirely impossible. After all, the pond water sealed off the cultivator's spiritual energy and spiritual awareness. Fu Xing's clothes had been soaking wet the entire time, and she'd just been in a state of extreme shame and anger. Lin Tian checked his emotional values through his spiritual C. Cumulative 330. You're lucky. Since you've provided me with so many emotion points, I'll reluctantly help you this once. But Lin Tian immediately thought, even if he helped her stabilize her surging spiritual energy, what about those soaking wet clothes? Without further thought, bending down, he scooped up Fu Xian's petite frame and carried her toward the distant staircase. He placed Fu Xian on the first stone step. Then, in no time at all, he stripped off her soaking wet clothes one by one. Of course, her undergarments were naturally stripped away until she was completely naked. But Lin Tian didn't harbor any improper thoughts. Throughout the entire process, he maintained a state of 3 parts respect, 3 parts reverence, and 3 parts solemnity. After removing her shoes and socks, Lin Tian was utterly dumbfounded. Holy! How rich does one have to be to carry 3 storage rings at all times? There, adorning Fu Xian's delicate little feet, were 2 rings. Judging by their quality and the intricate spatial runes etched upon them, these were clearly no ordinary items. Lin Tian swiftly yanked both rings off her feet. But now, he had no time to inspect their contents. After stripping Fu Xian completely naked, Lin Tian retrieved a towel from his own ring space, dried the remaining moisture from her body. Only then did he begin to dispel the spiritual energy within her body. Ding emotion value 10 cumulative 320. Huff. Lin Tian exhaled deeply. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he slowly rose to his feet. He pulled out a loose t-shirt and draped it over Fu Xing's petite, underdeveloped frame. Lin Tian walked to the other side of the stairs and sat cross-legged. Then, he eagerly began opening Fu Xian's storage ring. Little witch, don't blame me. Your 3 rings will serve as both my apology and payment for the diagnosis I performed for you. He probed with his spiritual sense. Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled. This? The rings were actually enchanted? But that wouldn't faze him. Squeeze technique. Bang! With a deafening crack of shattered restrictions, the seals on the ring vanished abruptly. Lin Tian's spiritual sense now penetrated unimpeded into the storage ring space. However, the ring space was not large. It was nearly half the size of the Qianquan ring Yi Qingqiu had given him. Yet, the contents stored within were stacks upon stacks of spirit talismans of varying grades. Lin Tian made a rough count. Holy, this, hundreds of thousands of talismans? He was completely thrown off balance. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Fu Xian, who remained unconscious. He thought to himself, this woman is beyond ridiculous. Carrying an entire arsenal with her? If she could properly channel her spiritual energy and perception, and someone dared to oppose her, wouldn't he be blown to smithereens by her talismans? But then, Lin Tian suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha, from this moment on, all these things belong to me. As Lin Tian laughed, a sudden chill of dread washed over him. This woman was no fool. She appeared to have surrendered her storage ring in the pool, but who could have imagined she was hiding 2 more on her toes? Even a Foundation Establishment cultivator, when forcibly searching a low-tier cultivator with spiritual sense, wouldn't think to check their toes, would they? He absorbed the ring into his Qianquan ring. Lin Tian took another ring. The same brutal method. With a sharp crack, the ring's restrictions were shattered once more. His spiritual sense probed inside. Ha 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 ha. I'm rich. I'm rich. Lin Tian burst into another fit of maniacal laughter, his excitement so intense he practically leaped off the ground. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 130,000. A full 13,000 spirit stones, neatly arranged inside the ring. Is this the legendary walking money chest? And within this ring, aside from the 13,000 spirit stones, just like the previous rings, there was nothing else. Clearly, it was designed solely for storing spirit stones. Lin Tian suppressed the restlessness already stirring within him. He continued to decipher the final ring. Anticipation filled his heart. This very ring was the one Fu Xian had tossed to Lin Tian. But when he finally cracked open the last ring with trembling excitement, his excitement dissipated by more than half. Inside this ring were merely everyday supplies. A hodgepodge of odds and ends, all sorts of things. After a thorough inspection, he took the only 1,000 spirit stones inside. The rest held no interest for Lin Tian. Considering all you've given me, I'll return this ring to you. This is my way of repaying you with kindness. Lin Tian murmured to himself. He took the ring and walked over to Fu Xian, crouching down beside her. He even kindly helped her put it on. Afterward, Lin Tian couldn't wait to find a corner. He took out all the spirit stones, piling them into a mountain half a person's height. He then sat cross-legged atop the mountain of spirit stones. He began circulating the 12-finger massage technique, frantically grasping the vast spiritual energy contained within the spirit stones, converting it into spiritual power, and channeling it into his own body. As the energy cycle circulated, spiritual power surged wildly, quickly reaching a threshold. Lin Tian hesitated not a moment, pushing forward with all his might to directly assault the sixth layer of the Qi-gathering realm. Boom! A violent surge of spiritual energy raced through his body, effortlessly shattering the constraints and successfully reaching the sixth layer of Qi-gathering. Ha, this feels amazing. Keep going. Break through. He had no idea how much time had passed. Lin Tian's source of energy for his frenzied breakthrough was completely depleted. He froze for a moment before checking his emotion points. Cumulative 10. So that's why his emotion points were depleted. Lin Tian clenched his fists, feeling the surging spiritual energy coursing through his body. 8th layer of Qi-gathering realm. I actually reached it so effortlessly. Is this the advantage of having high talent? Lin Tian recalled the past his talent had been so poor even dogs would shake their heads at him. He remembered awakening his cultivation aptitude around the same time as Yapang. Yet after 3 years of high school, Yapang's cultivation had soared to the 8th layer of Qi-gathering. Lin Tian, meanwhile, was still stuck at the 1st layer. But things are different now. Through the talent enhancement modifications of the massage character formula, opening meridians and expanding channels, coupled with the support of emotional energy, it could be said that with ample spirit stones, his cultivation would soar like a rocket, climbing steadily higher. But that wasn't the crucial point. The crucial point is this. Lin Tian's cultivation advancement through emotional energy support avoids the fate common to other practitioners. His meridians bound by chains of the Heavenly Dao. With this realization, Lin Tian once again examined his own meridians internally. Sure enough, only the single Heavenly Dao chain that had appeared when he first broke through to Qi-gathering layer 1 remained. Once I've gathered enough emotional energy, I'll crush this last chain of heaven's will. Just you wait. But just as Lin Tian was basking in his triumphant excitement, a shrieking cry, mad with fury, pierced the air. You big idiot. I'll kill you. Turning at the sound, he saw Fu Xian's naked, slender form hurtling toward him. Chapter 47, Properly Training Fu Xian. Fu Xian's lovely face was flushed crimson, her eyes blazing with intense fury. When she awoke from unconsciousness, a single thought instantly filled Fu Xian's mind: she had been defiled. Lin Tian. I'll kill you. Fu Xian gritted her teeth, unleashing her full Qi channeling Pi cultivation. Her slender form blurred into a streak of light. She charged straight toward Lin Tian in the corner. Lin Tian was somewhat surprised that Fu Xian had regained consciousness so quickly. He had remained vigilant against her all along. It was entirely within his expectations. A faint smile curved Lin Tian's lips, not a trace of panic visible. Having just broken through to the 8th layer of Qi-gathering, his spiritual energy was robust. Moreover, he had slipped 2 hidden rings from Fu Xian's toes, giving him ample confidence at this moment. Come on, little witch. Let's see what else you've got up your sleeve. Lin Tian channeled his spiritual energy and advanced to meet her. Boom! The two clashed instantly. Spiritual energy collided, fists and feet flew, and the cave echoed with continuous booms and bursts of light. Initially, Lin Tian, leveraging his newly attained cultivation, fought Fu Xian to a stalemate. His little fireball technique clashed with Fu Xian's spirit power palm, sparks flying everywhere. Of course, he hadn't infused the fireball technique with his character-based spiritual power. After all, this wasn't a life or death battle, there was no need to fight to the death. Besides, he'd already received such generous compensation from her. But gradually, Lin Tian sensed something was amiss. Namely, he himself now knew nothing beyond the small fireball technique, absolutely no other moves. Meanwhile, Fu Xing, hailing from Fu City, possessed exquisite techniques and fierce palm strikes. Each strike came like a relentless wave. Sweat began to bead on Lin Tian's forehead. He thought to himself, if this keeps up, this little witch is going to beat me to a pulp. His eyes darted around. He'd fight fire with fire. Lin Tian immediately pulled out a stack of green talisman papers he'd borrowed from Fu Xian from his ring, infused them with spiritual energy, and hurled them fiercely at Fu Xian. Boom! 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 The talismans instantly exploded in midair, their spiritual energy coalescing into a searing wall of fire that stretched between them, its scorching heat nearly overwhelming. Startled, Fu Xian stumbled backward from the sudden blast. After a moment, she snapped back to her senses. Fu Xian looked down and saw that, aside from the storage ring on her hand, the 2 trump card rings she'd hidden on her toes had vanished without a trace. She recognized the green talisman Lin Tian had flung. It was clearly her Fu City's signature blazing flame talisman. You stole my rings? Fu Xian's eyes reddened with fury, tears welling up. However, at that moment, she finally realized that no matter how wild a girl might be, she couldn't very well fight a man completely naked. So, while weeping, she fumbled through her storage ring for garments and hastily dressed herself. Without the sustained infusion of spiritual energy, the firewall quickly dissipated in the air. Once Fu Xian had dressed, her face turned icy cold as she pointed at Lin Tian. Return my things immediately. Otherwise, once you leave this secret realm, Fu City won't let you off. Lin Tian chuckled coldly, utterly unfazed. Not a chance. You, shameless, despicable. Don't talk like that. You're no better, you little witch. We're both equally despicable. And so it went. The two traded insults back and forth, their angry shouts echoing throughout the cave. Just then, a powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the top of the stairs. The entire cave trembled slightly. Both men startled simultaneously, lifting their heads to look. At the end of the stairs, the glow grew brighter, faintly accompanied by the swaying shadows of branches. A treasure. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. At that moment, he couldn't be bothered to bicker with Fu Xin. He broke into a run, sprinting toward the stairs. Fu Xin thought Lin Tian was trying to escape. Furious, she gritted her teeth, her eyes boiling with murderous intent. Lin Tian. You won't get away. She hastily smoothed her robes and gave chase. Simultaneously, she vowed silently that Lin Tian would pay dearly. After all, every step Fu Xin took as she ran was a struggle against the searing pain radiating from her behind. Meanwhile, Lin Tian sprinted ahead, reaching the top of the stairs in one breath. The moment he reached the top, the view before him suddenly opened up. It was a spacious platform. At its center sat a small, clear pool. Rising from the water's center was a 3-meter-tall tree, bathed in moonlight. Its leaves glowed with a luminous moonlight, and its branches were crystal clear, as if carved from jade. Hanging from the branches at the very top of the tree were 3 moon-colored fruits, each about the size of a fist. The fruit glowed silver-white all over, radiating a dazzling luster and emanating intense spiritual energy fluctuations. A faint aura of Dao essence mingled within, stirring the soul. Lin Tian leaned closer to examine it carefully. Frowning, he remarked, "This fruit? With such intense spiritual energy fluctuations, it's definitely no ordinary item." Though he didn't recognize it, he could sense its extraordinary nature. Could this be the gathering Dao fruit? If so, could it heal teacher Tang's damaged Dao foundation? Though uncertain, it wouldn't deter his resolve to pluck it. Lin Tian edged closer, intending to reach across the pond to pluck it. But the moment he neared the water's edge, an invisible light barrier repelled his hand, accompanied by a powerful surge of spiritual energy that sent him flying backward. A restriction? Lin Tian frowned. It seemed the treasures within this secret realm weren't so easily obtained after all. Before he could devise a way to break it, a gust of wind swept in from behind. It was Fu Xin catching up. Without a word, Fu Xin slammed a palm strike of spiritual energy into Lin Tian's back. "You idiot! Give me back my ring!" Fu Xin roared, her attack fierce and filled with murderous intent. "Little witch, you again? Just you wait." Lin Tian sidestepped the attack, sneering coldly. The two locked in combat once more, their fists and feet clashing as spiritual energy collided, causing chaotic flashes of light to erupt across the platform. This time, Lin Tian abandoned talismans, opting instead for close-quarters combat. Relying on his 8th-layer chi cultivation, he met Fu Xian's palm strikes head-on. However, Lin Tian knew well that relying solely on his cultivation level might not be enough to subdue her. Therefore, during the exchange, he seized an opening and covertly activated the reverse press technique, precisely striking Fu Xian's vulnerable points, her waist, shoulders, and other sensitive areas. Ugh! Fu Xian's slender body trembled, her fair face flushing crimson in an instant. She cursed furiously, "Lin Tian! You pervert!" Shame and anger surged through her, yet the mysteriously potent energy of the press technique left her numb and weak wherever it touched. Her offensive movements gradually slowed. Lin Tian grinned wickedly, his technique growing increasingly skilled as he deliberately targeted her sensitive spots, her waist, collarbone, even the inner thighs, leaving no area untouched. Meanwhile, Fu Xin was being teased into trembling uncontrollably, her face flushed and breath ragged, much like Mu Shui had been on the stage earlier. She gritted her teeth in resistance, but her spiritual energy flowed slower and slower. Her legs gave way, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. You bastard!" Fu Xian covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably, overcome with shame and fury. Lin Tian clapped his hands triumphantly. "Little witch," he chuckled, "admit defeat. Keep fighting, and I'll pin you down again." Fu Xian trembled with rage, utterly powerless to retaliate. She lay limp on the ground, her eyes brimming with humiliation. Just as Lin Tian prepared to step forward, intending to thoroughly discipline Fu Xian so this little witch would remember today's lesson whenever she saw him, the moonlight tree at the center of the pool suddenly began to sway violently. Its leaves emitted dazzling silver light. Its branches danced, unleashing a colossal surge of Taoist energy that rippled across the entire platform like waves. Lin Tian and Fu Xian's bodies trembled simultaneously. The restlessness in both their minds instantly calmed, their spirits sinking into profound stillness, as if entering a profound state of Taoist enlightenment. Chapter 48, Dao Resonance Illusion, Spirit Field Opportunity. Lin Tian's consciousness seemed to traverse endless time and space, transporting him to an ancient era where gods and demons coexisted. The sky stretched high and vast, studded with brilliant stars. Upon the earth, deities rode dragons to patrol the heavens. In the distance, mountains were engulfed in surging demonic flames, while colossal demons roared across the land. Celestial palaces floated amidst the clouds, radiating divine light. Demon lairs lurked deep underground, their malevolent aura piercing the heavens. Gods and demons stand in stark opposition, their auras intertwining, filling the world with a palpable sense of grimness and majesty. Visions like dreams and illusions kept appearing in Lin Tian's mind. This was an era of splendor and chaos. Gods and demons battled for supremacy, their laws clashing. They used the heavens and earth as their chessboard, and all living beings as their pieces. How many eons had passed? As the visions in his mind shifted, what arrived in an instant? A divine demonic war that swept across several eras. Gods wielded golden spears, piercing through the starry rivers. Demon lords roared, blood-red flames scorched the heavens, mountains crumbled. The heavens split open, chaotic void currents surged, stars rained down like a deluge, the earth sank, and oceans surged back. Countless beings perished in the conflagration, and the laws of the universe began to unravel. The universe seemed to approach its end. Finally, time itself was destroyed, and all things withered into silence. Only a desolate, chaotic ruin remained. Countless eras passed. From the void, a sapphire-blue planet slowly emerged. Lin Tian's consciousness gazed down upon the planet. Amidst rolling lava and violent crustal tremors, this blue planet began to nurture a glimmer of life from its barrenness. Single-celled organisms evolved, plants sprouted, birds and beasts multiplied, and civilization began to take shape. Time accelerated. Mountains and rivers took shape, and the planet burst with vitality, like a dazzling pearl. Suddenly, an ancient flying vessel descended from beyond the heavens, radiating an arcane, mystical glow. As the vessel touched down, a flash of blue light erupted across Blue Star, and spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, rejuvenating mountains, rivers, and all living things. Cultivators stepped from the vessel, deploying arrays with a wave of their hands. Celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy surged, ushering Blue Star into an era of spiritual energy revival. Boom! A deafening explosion jolted Lin Tian and Fu Xian awake. At that moment, a massive boulder crashed through the cave ceiling. The ground began to shake violently as fragments of rock rained down. The entire cave seemed on the verge of collapse. Both stared blankly, their eyes still haunted by the awe-inspiring scenes that had just unfolded like paintings from a dream. They felt as though they had personally witnessed the apocalyptic destruction of a divine demonic war, bearing witness to the very birth of Blue Star itself. Their minds remained unsettled for a long time. Blue Star had such origins? Lin Tian murmured, utterly stunned. That flying vessel. Could it be the origin of the spiritual energy revival? Fu Xian's face was pale as she bit her cherry-red lips, her words sounding like a question to Lin Tian yet also like a whisper to herself. But neither had time to ponder further. The cave was shaking violently. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Tian saw the moonlight spirit tree rapidly withering, its leaves falling. The 3 moon-colored fruits clinging to its branches swayed precariously. They were about to fall into the pool. Lin Tian acted swiftly, reaching out toward the pool once more. He intended to use the grass character seal to pierce through the restrictions and seize the fruits directly. However, Lin Tian was astonished to discover that the original barrier had vanished without a trace. This certainly made things easier. A stroke of luck, a tremendous stroke of luck. Lin Tian rejoiced, his hand darting like lightning across the water's surface. In an instant, he plucked 2 moonlight fruits and stored them in his spatial ring. But just as he reached for the third one, Fu Xing's slender form darted like lightning, snatching the final fruit from the vine before anyone could react. You! Lin Tian's eyes widened in fury, his instinct to snatch it back surging. In his world, anything he set his sights on was already his by default. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, swish! A jade-green light surged from the spirit tree, instantly enveloping both of them. Lin Tian and Fu Xing saw everything blur before their eyes once more, their bodies vanishing from their original spots. They were teleported out of the cave. They reappeared upon that peculiar stone. Fortunately, the surrounding spirit beasts had already dispersed, and the grassland returned to silence. Otherwise, both of them would have become food for the spirit beasts. Lin Tian and Fu Xian exchanged a glance. Without a word, they started fighting again. You idiot! Give me back my ring! Fu Xian roared, her hands erupting with spiritual energy. A palm-shaped energy blast materialized in the void, slamming toward Lin Tian. You're dreaming! Lin Tian unleashed his own spiritual energy, launching a counterattack. This development suited him perfectly. Though his cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi gathering was no match for her. This was the perfect opportunity to hone his combat awareness and consolidate his suddenly surged cultivation level by using the opponent's attack. And so it went. The two fought and cursed, chasing each other relentlessly. As for Fu Xian, she sought to reclaim those 2 rings from Lin Tian. Lin Tian, besides using her to hone his combat awareness, also coveted her moonlight fruit. For a moment, spiritual energy erupted wildly across the grasslands, and their curses shook the heavens. Unbeknownst to them, they drifted farther from the teleportation stone, their chase winding deeper into the secret realm. After an unknown amount of time, The two chased each other relentlessly until they reached a magnificent ancient architectural complex. Everything here lay in ruins, collapsed stone pillars, moss-covered walls, and cracks everywhere. Even the air itself carried a distinct stench of decay. Lin Tian stopped abruptly, surveying the scene before him. For reasons unknown, a trace of inexplicable melancholy gradually clouded his eyes. This place, why does it feel strangely familiar? Fu Xian, who had been chasing after him, also halted her pursuit. A solemn expression crossed her lovely face. Her clear, dark eyes held a complex mix of emotions as she murmured, "This place. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." The two exchanged a glance. A strange, heavy feeling rose within each of them. After a long while, Fu Xian gradually regained her composure from the despondency that had gripped her moments before. By now, she had seen through Lin Tian's true character. In her eyes, Lin Tian was nothing but a genuine scoundrel. But she couldn't beat him now. The thought of those two rings. They were the fruits of years of hard work in Fu City. Now that Lin Tian had plundered them all, her heart ached unbearably. Gritting her teeth, she finally lowered her proud princess's head. Fu Xian softened her tone, pleading, "You idiot. I'm begging you, give me back my rings. I worked so hard to save up for them." Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. No way. Exactly. Why would he spit out the juicy meat already in his mouth? While surveying the surroundings, Lin Tian maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "Little witch, I didn't snatch your moonlight fruit. That alone shows I'm magnanimous. You should be thanking me." Fu Xian trailed behind Lin Tian like a shadow. Hearing his words, she clenched her teeth in fury. She snapped back, "You shameless scoundrel. You gave me that fruit? You just couldn't snatch it, yet you have the nerve to say you gave it." Watching Lin Tian squat down, busily tinkering with tiles on the ground, Fu Xian truly wished she could kick him. But she knew someone like Lin Tian would be guarding against her. Kicking him would be a waste of effort. "Say whatever you want. It's mine now anyway." Lin Tian straightened up and shrugged. "I'm begging you, can't you just let it go?" "No." Just as the two were arguing, deep within the ancient complex, sudden ripples of spiritual energy surged through the air, faintly mingled with beastly roars and the thunderous clamor of combat. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and muttered, A fight?" With that, he took off running deeper into the complex. Fu Xian saw that Lin Tian was utterly unyielding, neither swayed by persuasion nor threats. She was momentarily at a loss. For now, she could only stall him. She'd seize the chance to reclaim what was hers later. Don't even think about escaping." Fu Xian snorted coldly before following after him. The two headed straight for the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations, soon arriving at a relatively well-preserved ancient hall. Before the hall, several students from the Beastmaster Academy were directing the exotic beasts beneath them to violently assault a protective barrier. Through the barrier, Lin Tian and Fu Xian saw a small spirit field within the hall. Spiritual herbs swayed atop the field, lush and verdant, clearly ancient spiritual materials of considerable age. A fiery gleam simultaneously flashed in both their eyes. Chapter 49, The Taste of the Little Princess. Boom! Another violent surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air. "Ah Hua, keep it up. Keep smashing it." A Spirit Beast Academy student at the Chi Gathering Realm sat atop a ferocious tiger beast. Meanwhile, 3 other Beastmaster Academy students were positioned at 3 separate locations. They were furiously ramming against a light screen. "What a bunch of brutes," Fu Xian sneered disdainfully at the scene before her. At that very moment, Lin Tian and Fu Xian were concealed behind the crumbling walls of the ancient hall, holding their breath and peering intently at the scene before the hall. If the herbs from this spirit field were refined into pills, their efficacy would be hundreds of times superior to ordinary pills made from ordinary herbs. Lin Tian murmured, narrowing his eyes. Fu Xian also shifted her gaze back to the spirit field. Though she wasn't a pill master, even a fool could see that these spirit herbs were extremely old, at least several hundred years, with thick roots and stems radiating intense spiritual energy that made one's mouth water. These spirit herbs, any single one of them would fetch a sky-high price in Fu City. Fu Xian bit her lip, her eyes burning with desire. This was the allure of a virgin secret realm, never before opened. Within these secluded realms, spiritual herbs, nourished by the passage of time, possessed a purity of spiritual energy far surpassing anything found in the outside world. If these spiritual materials were brought out into the world, whether for alchemy or trade, they would undoubtedly become immense wealth. The 4 students from the Beastmaster Academy, all at the 7th to 8th layer of Chi Gathering cultivation, commanded beasts resembling giant wolves. Their fangs gleamed menacingly as they charged at the barrier. Claws tore through the air, their force causing the light screen to flicker violently. The barrier remained resilient though the spiritual energy fluctuations were intense, they failed to breach it. A leading spirit beast student frowned. "This barrier isn't simple. Everyone, push harder. With such intense spiritual energy fluctuations, we've likely alerted other factions nearby. We must break through the barrier before they arrive. Lin Tian and Fu Xian exchanged a glance, silently suppressing their auras as they observed covertly. Little witch, once we break through this barrier, how about we grab the spiritual herbs and split the loot? Split the loot? First, hand back my ring. Fu Xian snorted coldly. Lin Tian chuckled. Don't even think about it. You decide if you're in. When the time comes, you hold them off while I grab the spiritual herbs. Fu Xian gritted her teeth in frustration, but the urgent situation left her no choice but to nod reluctantly. Fine. But you have to give me back one ring afterward. Forget about the ring. I told you it's impossible. Then, I'm out. The two were still debating. The Beast Academy's beasts attacked with increasing ferocity, finally cracking the protective barrier. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Opportunity had arrived. He quietly swallowed the muscle burst pill within his spiritual sea. Instantly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy began coursing through the major acupoints of his body. Lin Tian waited for his moment. Boom! The beast's heavy blow widened the cracks. The light barrier shook violently as spiritual energy ripples swept through. Are you in or out? If you're out, I'm going solo. Don't expect a single spirit material then. You're ruthless. Fu Xian gritted her teeth. Lin Tian seized the moment. His form flickered as he shot into the spirit field, moving faster than lightning. Like a catapulted projectile, he hurtled straight toward the spirit field within the ancient hall. The students from the Beastmaster Academy stood frozen in shock, unable to react for a long moment. Fu Xian, following close behind Lin Tian, witnessed the scene. Couldn't help but curse inwardly, that damn lecher. How could he move so fast? Immediately, refusing to be left behind, she flung out the last teleportation scroll from her ring. Her form flickered, and she charged into the spirit field as well. Once both of them had entered first, only then did the Beastmaster Academy students finally snap out of their daze. They roared in unison, "Who the hell are you? Stealing our spirit herbs!" They immediately commanded their beasts to forcefully break through the remaining light barriers and flood into the field. Inside the spirit field, leveraging the strength and speed granted by the muscle burst pill, Lin Tian's hands moved like the wind as he frantically swept through the spiritual herbs. His left hand snatched up a plant of dragon beard grass, glowing with a purple radiance. With a flick of his right hand, he plucked a cluster of fragrant jade dew flowers. The moment each spirit herb touched his hands, he stuffed it into his spatial ring, his movements so swift they left only after images. Ha! I'm rich! This haul's enough to brew 100 batches of pills. Lin Tian grinned wildly, not pausing for a moment. What thrilled Lin Tian even more was this. The muscle burst pill granted a 10-fold increase in strength and an 8-fold boost in speed, both on top of his current chi cultivation at the 8th layer. This was extraordinary. With such effects, as long as he had muscle burst pills, who could possibly stand against him? The only regret was that he didn't possess the formula for these muscle burst pills. Otherwise, Fu Xian followed closely behind, flinging out the low-grade talismans from her ring that Lin Tian had deemed unsuitable. Though labeled low-grade, in Fu Xian's hands, they unleashed their full potential. Each time she cast a talisman, a burst of spiritual light erupted, forcing back the beasts attempting to close in. Simultaneously, her hands were never idle, frantically snatching spiritual herbs from the field. On the other side, Lin Tian moved so swiftly he left only an afterimage. Less than a minute had passed since he entered. He had already plundered the majority of the spiritual herbs from the field. This left Fu Xian, who followed behind, with only the scraps to gather. Fuming, Fu Xian stomped her foot in frustration. Lin Tian, are you a swarm of locusts? At least leave this princess a little something. When the 4 students from the Beastmaster Academy finally suppressed Fu Xian's talismanic power and burst in, they discovered the spirit field lay in utter ruin, with only a few scattered, worthless spirit herbs remaining. Damn it! You two bastards, daring to steal our opportunity? Senior brother, kill them! No sooner had the 4 spoken. Furious, they commanded their 4 ferocious beasts to charge. Each beast's fangs tore through the air, radiating a chilling intent to kill. Without turning his head, Lin Tian flung a stack of blazing fire talismans. The exploding wall of flames forced the beasts back, allowing him to swiftly gather the last few remaining spiritual herbs into his ring. Such ruthless behavior surpassed even a swarm of locusts. Little witch, let's get out of here! Lin Tian shouted to Fu Xian. He just wanted to leave. He had no desire to fight these people, his sole purpose was to seize the spiritual materials. Fu Xian watched as Lin Tian claimed the last spiritual herb. Though furious, she could do nothing but follow behind Lin Tian. The two prepared to dash out of the ancient hall and escape. However, at that very moment, a chilling laugh echoed from beyond the spirit fields. Haha! What a lively scene! Lin Tian's heart sank. He looked up in alarm. He saw over a dozen cultivators from the Pill Alliance emerge from the shadows. Each stood at the peak of chi cultivation, radiating formidable energy, their eyes boiling with murderous intent. The leader, his gaze sinister, sneered coldly, "Quite fortunate. Who'd have thought that at this critical moment, that brat Lin Tian would suddenly show up? And what's more, he's already harvested this batch of spirit herbs for us, saving us quite a bit of effort. Having said that, his gaze shifted to Fu Xian, accompanied by a lecherous grin. Heh, what a stroke of luck. Today, we might just get to sample the flavor of Fu City's little princess. In truth, these cultivators from the Alchemist Alliance had been lying in wait nearby, biding their time for quite some time. Senior brother, cut the chatter. Let's deal with those trash from the Beastmaster Academy first. Agreed. The 4 from the Beastmaster Academy were stunned. Little did they know they were just 4 idiots. After breaking through the restrictions with such effort, they never imagined they'd become the prey while hunting others. Now, facing the assault of over a dozen chi-gathering peak cultivators from the Pill Alliance. Boom! 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 Their beasts beneath them let out mournful cries. 5 students were pierced through the chest by spiritual energy spells, blood gushing forth as they fell dead on the spot. The beasts finally broke free of control, scattering in all directions. Only chaos remained. Lin Tian and Fu Xian's expressions darkened. They cursed inwardly, those bastards from the Alchemy Alliance. Over a dozen Alchemy Alliance cultivators swiftly surrounded the two, their spirit energy chains intertwining to form a tight encirclement, cutting off any retreat. The leading Dan Alliance cultivator sneered savagely, Lin Tian. Elder Chi has ordered your death if found within the secret realm. Hand over the spirit herbs and kneel to beg for mercy, perhaps we'll grant you a swift death. Little princess, a girl should be obedient. Don't struggle, or you might hurt yourself. That would spoil our fun, and you'd suffer for it later. So just be a good girl and comply with us, ha ha ha. Another man stared at Fu Xian, licking his lips. Fu Xian's pretty face turned ashen. She glared at Lin Tian and spat contemptuously, are all of you southern city folk as shameless as you? Lin Tian. Hey, little witch, could you stop beating around the bush? Did I say anything wrong? Let's just say someone here is more shameless than those dogs from the Pill Alliance. Fu Xian teased. Chapter 50, Jolly Beheaded Death. The words of the dozen or so Pill Alliance cultivators were utterly contemptuous toward Fu Xian. Fu Xian, however, showed little fear. Instead, her face turned ashen with rage. Pointing her finger at them, she unleashed a torrent of curses. You're nothing but a bunch of shameless scoundrels. You've brought utter disgrace upon the Alchemist Alliance. Lin Tian, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing within them. Excellent. This was a case of enemies meeting by chance. He hadn't expected to run into these people again so soon. The memory of last night's arrogance and tyranny by the Dan Alliance members outside the Southern University compound in the Northern Valley. A fierce surge of anger welled up within him. Just as the Dan Alliance cultivators approached Fu Xian and began to make their move, Lin Tian gave a cold snort and flickered his wrist. He immediately pulled out over 100 high-grade talisman papers from his spatial ring. These were all borrowed from Fu Xian fiery blaze talismans and explosive flame talismans. Thus, he used them without the slightest hesitation. Boom! 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 Infusing them with his spiritual energy, he hurled them fiercely toward the group. In an instant, the talismans rained down upon the Dan Alliance cultivators. They instantly exploded in midair, unleashing a blinding inferno. The scorching heat wave swept through, while the chaotic spiritual energy tremors caused the ancient hall's floor to crack inch by inch. The Alchemy Alliance cultivators never imagined such a scene. Caught completely off guard, they were blown back, screaming in agony. Several who stood closest to the explosions were instantly maimed, 7 or 8 of them lying motionless on the ground. The rest, seeing this, scrambled back in panic, their robes scorched black. Lin Tian seized the moment, channeling the grab spell to transform his spiritual energy into claws, simultaneously harnessing the lingering effects of the muscle burst pill. His speed left only an afterimage in his original spot. He locked onto the fallen, injured figures with pinpoint accuracy. Anyone his hand touched had their protective spiritual light instantly torn apart. Thud! 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 Blood spattered everywhere as 5 consecutive figures were pierced through the chest by the claw-shaped seal, falling dead on the spot. The remaining individuals watched in stunned disbelief, but quickly snapped into action, simultaneously summoning their magical artifacts to defend themselves. Yet their speed proved woefully inadequate. Now, bolstered by the muscle burst pill, Lin Tian wielded the might of an 8th-layer chi cultivation practitioner, amplified by 10-fold strength and 8-fold speed. Such combat prowess was undeniably approaching the peak of foundation establishment. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Tian moved as if through empty space, his left hand wildly summoning and unleashing a barrage of talismanic papers. His right hand continuously casts the grabbing character seal. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched several more opponents. Fu Xian stood by, watching with gritted teeth. That big idiot. Using her talismans to kill others, he didn't feel a shred of guilt. Those were 10 years' worth of savings. And now Lin Tian was using them like they were worthless, casually flicking out 100 or 2. And another thing. Is that how talismans are supposed to be used? Not even half their spiritual power was activated. Wasn't that a complete waste? And this idiot specifically picks high-tier talismans to throw around. Hey! You big idiot, save some for me, you bastard. Fu Xian stomped her feet in fury, screaming wildly. But then again, Fu Xian was furious. She had to admit that Lin Tian's current speed was terrifyingly fast. Especially his explosive bursts of power and that eerie force unleashed when harvesting the lives of the Dan Alliance cultivators. Watching from the sidelines, Fu Xian felt an inexplicable pang of dread welling up inside her. What if that idiot had used this move to capture me earlier? Fu Xian dared not dwell on the thought, her delicate face now flushed with an unhealthy blush. Half a cup of tea later. All dozen or so Alchemy Alliance cultivators had been wiped out. Bodies lay strewn about, the air thick with the stench of blood. Some even had their intestines spilling out onto the ground. One Alchemy Alliance cultivator met the most gruesome end, his skull shattered, white brain matter splattered everywhere. The thick stench of blood made Fu Xian retch uncontrollably, her nausea overwhelming. After disposing of the bodies, Lin Tian clapped his hands, then pulled out a tissue to wipe the red and white substance from his fingers. Gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground, he frowned and sneered coldly. The Pill Alliance wants to hunt me down? Fine. Starting right now, I'll slaughter every single one of you, all 500 of you. Lin Tian's gaze was sharp, his eyes gleaming with ruthless determination. After tidying up the mess, he paid no attention to Fu Xian, who was retching. He began. Plundered the storage pouches from the corpses. His movements were smooth and seamless, without a hint of awkwardness. After searching through 15 corpses, he proceeded to open each storage pouch one by one. But, damn it, these losers actually call themselves elites? They're all broke as hell. Exactly. These storage pouches contained only a handful of spirit stones, totaling less than 300. Moreover, their magical artifacts and weapons were mostly low-grade. The few healing pills they had were mass-produced by the Pill Alliance, the most common, run-of-the-mill stuff. Perhaps it was after Lin Tian robbed Fu Xing, that little rich girl. Now, his standards had risen considerably. A few hundred spirit stones barely registered on his radar anymore. But while his words expressed disdain, his hands were anything but polite, swiftly stowing all 15 storage pouches into his spatial ring. He didn't even spare the few damaged storage pouches. So what if they're torn? I can sell them for scrap and still get 10 spirit stones. Every little bit helps. Fu Xian rolled her eyes at his words. TSK. I tell you, how can you be so greedy? Even taking the torn ones? Are you a scrapyard or something? Thrift is my glory, waste is your shame. Forget it, the daughter of a great city lord knows nothing. Lin Tian grumbled sarcastically. And listen, you little witch, stop calling me big idiot all the time. I have a name. My name is Lin Tian. With that, Lin Tian turned and walked toward the bodies of the 5 students from the Beastmaster Academy. The same smooth, practiced routine unfolded. First, he searched through their clothes, pants, underwear, and even their innerwear. He even took off their shoes to inspect them. He'd nearly missed out on a huge sum of money because of shoes. So he examined them with particular care. Soon, he found nothing. Finally, he removed 5 storage pouches, not even bothering to look inside. He simply dumped the contents into his ring and stored the pouches separately. Fu Xian was utterly speechless. But she'd already built up immunity. Though she cursed Lin Tian inwardly as the embodiment of greed, she refrained from any further mockery. She seemed to have seen through Lin Tian's true nature. A petty opportunist driven solely by profit. No, even petty villains weren't as despicable as him. Lin Tian couldn't care less about others' opinions. After gathering his spoils, he pulled a soul tablet from his ring. He scrutinized the nearly 100 spirit lights on the soul tablet. He began analyzing the current situation. Chapter 51, Shao Linger's blood and tears, limbs severed. And this soul token is the soul imprint left by all students of Nanda University before entering the secret realm. As long as they weren't in areas sealed off by restrictions, the soul tablets could guide each other to their locations, helping everyone navigate their way. This was a high-grade magical artifact specially purchased from Lingbao Polytechnic by Nanda University, intended for unexpected emergencies within the secret realm. Lin Tian focused intently on all the glowing points on the soul tablet. A dozen or so points were closest to him. The remaining points seemed to be converging toward a central area, as if gathering. Looks like Nanda's main force is in the central area. But what are these dozen or so people doing? Why haven't they moved from their spots? Lin Tian murmured to himself. Fortunately, the direction these dozen individuals were heading coincided precisely with the path leading to the center. After confirming his target direction, he tucked away the soul tablet. Lin Tian advanced toward the nearest light point. At the same time, a faint sense of unease crept over him. After all, the 500 peak chi gathering elites of the Pill Alliance weren't pushovers. And none of the other students from Nan University had free talismans to spare for explosions like Lin Tian did. The thought alone made Lin Tian quickened his pace. I'd better hurry and meet up with them. Those bastards from the Pill Alliance won't let this slide. If only I'd reached Foundation Establishment, then I could fly on a sword and show off a bit. Seeing Lin Tian depart, Fu Xian also took out her soul token. However, compared to Lin Tian's soul token, Fu Xian's was far more advanced. As spiritual light rippled across its surface, it automatically generated a simple topographical map, hovering above the soul token. Observing the roughly sketched light point map, the points representing the cultivators of Fu City were also converging toward the central region. A cold smile flashed across Fu Xian's lips. Lin Tian, just you wait. You stole what belongs to me, and this princess will make you spit it back out sooner or later. She tucked away the soul tablet and followed closely behind Lin Tian. Fu Xian thought to herself. For now, she had no choice but to travel with Lin Tian. After all, the very items that could save her life were in his possession. Once she reunited with the cultivators from Fu City and the students from the Southern Great Talismans University, she would confront Lin Tian and exact her revenge. At that moment, Lin Tian, who was running ahead, sensed someone following him. He glanced back but paid it no mind. He knew Fu Xian wouldn't let this go easily. But within the secret realm, he had no fear of her pulling any tricks. This meat was already in his mouth. Even if Fu Xian's city lord father showed up, he wouldn't be able to make him spit it out. That was that. The two of them, one ahead and one behind. They raced toward the direction indicated by the soul tablet, weaving through the secret realm's barren grasslands and crumbling ruins. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, a slaughter was unfolding. 3 Southern University students, 2 women and 1 man. They were surrounded by over 20 cultivators from the Pill Alliance. Spiritual energy beams crisscrossed like a net, completely sealing off all their escape routes. Lying on the ground were 10 young corpses. These were all part of the 100 Nandao University students who had entered the secret realm. At that moment, among the 3 survivors, a shy girl gritted her teeth, channeling the last shred of spiritual energy within her. She charged recklessly toward the Alchemy Alliance cultivators, shouting at the same time. Xiao Linger! Run! Head to the center and gather the rest of the Nanda students. I'll hold them off. But before her words had fully left her mouth, put! A lightning-fast spiritual energy strike descended like thunder, instantly decapitating her. A young, timid head fell to the ground, blood gushing like a fountain from the severed neck. With a thud, her delicate body collapsed to the ground, all life extinguished. Xiao Linger witnessed this gruesome scene. Her lively, adorable eyes instantly turned crimson. Tears instantly flooded her delicate face. She wailed in anguish, Sister Zhao. No, no. But her dearest friend had already passed away, unable to respond to her cries. Just as Xiao Linger was overcome with grief, the last remaining boy by her side flashed a look of resolve in his eyes. Knowing it meant certain death, yet no longer afraid, he charged forward. Simultaneously, he roared, Xiao Linger, I love you. He swung his sword, he roared, he seemed to go mad. Yet against the vast disparity in their realms, his actions appeared utterly comical to his opponent. Thud! A flash of sword light pierced his chest. As the blade spun, his body shattered into pieces in a mere 0.1 seconds. Blood and flesh scattered across the ground. No! Xiao Linger's legs buckled, and she knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. This was a senior who had shown her kindness ever since she entered Nanda University. Though introverted, he had never dared to confess his feelings. Who would have thought that the moment he finally confessed would be their final farewell? You trash from Nanjing University, trying to play the hero? How laughable. At that moment, over 20 people rushed forward, surrounding Xiao Linger. Waves of peak chi channeling spiritual energy pressed down relentlessly. Xiao Linger's petite frame trembled under the relentless pressure, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Guys, should I go first? A male cultivator from the Pill Alliance grinned lewdly, his eyes gleaming with lust. Another licked his lips, this little minx has such smooth, tender skin she'd taste amazing. Might even be a virgin. A beauty like this shouldn't be deflowered by you first. How about we all take turns? Among the group were several female cultivators. Witnessing their companions' filthy, lecherous conversation, they exchanged glances and could bear it no longer, turning to leave. After all, as fellow women, they simply couldn't bear witness to 20 men tormenting a single vulnerable girl. I'd rather die than let you defile my purity. Xiao Linger's words were stained with blood as she drew the sword at her waist, intending to take her own life on the spot. But before she could raise the blade, a sword cultivator from the Alchemy Alliance acted faster. Put! A flash of steel severed the tendons in her sword-wielding hand. Ah! Xiao Linger screamed in agony. The sword fell to the ground, her wrist gushing blood. But it wasn't over. Thinking of suicide? Too late, another sword cultivator advanced, grinning savagely. Then, thud, thud, thud. 3 consecutive, spine-chilling sounds echoed. Xiao Linger's tendons in both hands and feet were now completely severed, leaving her utterly powerless to resist. Suicide? That was now a distant, unattainable longing. As a man with a face full of pockmarks lunged toward Xiao Linger, the others erupted in furious curses. Damn it, Wang Pockface. You bastard, you're even quick to drop your pants. Immediately, the others began undressing as well. Wang Mazi now lunged like a ravenous wolf. His hands began violently tearing at Xiao Linger's clothes, his movements brutal, his laughter maniacal. The forest echoed with all manner of lewd sounds. Xiao Linger, pinned to the ground, desperately closed her eyes, a single blood-tinged tear slipping from the corner of her eye. Who will save me? Just as the fabric of her top was torn into shreds and her skirt was about to slip off. As 20 burly men surrounded her, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. A furious roar erupted from beyond the dense forest. You all deserve to die. Immediately, a surge of spiritual energy at the 8th layer of chi cultivation surged forth like a tidal wave. The leaves in the dense forest rustled violently. Chapter 52, You've got a ghost on you? Beasts! You all deserve to die. A thunderous roar shook the heavens as Lin Tian charged into the dense forest like a raging demon. His 8th tier chi cultivation erupted in full force, unleashing a murderous intent that pierced the skies. Behind him, Fu Xian followed closely. Originally, Fu Xian had been somewhat bewildered, silently cursing Lin Tian as a complete lunatic for unleashing such earth-shattering killing intent for no apparent reason. But when the corner of her eye caught sight of Xiao Linger's pitiful state, a torrent of murderous intent surged within her heart as well. Hearing the commotion, the members of the Pill Alliance froze in unison and turned to look. Seeing Lin Tian, they immediately realized what had happened. Yet they weren't afraid. Instead, they were filled with delight, excitement, and intense emotion. Long before entering the secret realm, they had already seen Lin Tian's portrait, so everyone recognized him at a glance. At that moment, the eldest cultivator among them, his expression unflappable, took his time adjusting his robes. Then he sneered, Lin Tian? Ha 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 ha. You've come at just the right moment. It seems heaven hasn't been unkind to this old man. You've walked right into the trap so quickly. With that, the old cultivator waved his hand, and the others, no longer preoccupied with lust, they all stripped naked and closed in on Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, glancing toward Xiao Linger. Finally, his gaze settled on a blood-soaked, pallid human head lying on the ground. It was Zhao Li's. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in Lin Tian's mind, a deafening hum. He felt a sharp, wrenching pain in his heart, as if someone had pierced his heart with a steel needle. Though Lin Tian could be selfish at times, even a little rascal since childhood, he wasn't a cold-blooded, heartless person. The night before last, she was a shy and timid senior classmate. The next day, she lay as a decapitated corpse. No one is made of stone who could remain unmoved. At this moment, Lin Tian's gaze was terrifyingly cold, as if a demonic fiend roared within his heart. His gaze, sharp as a blade's edge, swept over each person before him one by one. Lin Tian's voice was devoid of emotion as he spoke calmly. Today, let your blood soak the sins you have committed. As the words fell, Lin Tian flickered his wrist. Instantly, nearly 10,000 multicolored talisman papers floated in midair. He then began frantically infusing them with spiritual energy. Ignite. Explode. Boom. 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 The talismans swarmed like locusts, exploding relentlessly along their path. In an instant, nearly 10,000 talismans formed a sea of fire before his eyes. The inferno swept forward with frenzied intensity, while ice spikes, crystallized from spiritual energy, flew wildly in all directions. In that instant, the chaotic currents of spiritual energy shattered trees to their roots and sent grass clippings flying in all directions. The 5 Alchemist Alliance cultivators charging head-on didn't even have time to react. They were torn to shreds. These were all my dowry items. Wah! That big idiot blew them all to bits like they were cabbages. Standing behind the chaos, Fu Xian watched Lin Tian's extravagant display and was so enraged she wailed in anguish. However, these 20 Alchemy Alliance cultivators were clearly different from the previous ones. At first, they were shocked and found it unbelievable. They quickly regained their composure. Form the array. The senior cultivator at the head narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately directing the remaining 15 to swiftly form an offensive formation. 10 of them formed a sword array, their blades flashing like a net, instantly sealing off Lin Tian's retreat. Several others summoned their magical artifacts. Together, they condensed a protective wall of spiritual energy to withstand the surging, chaotic talismanic energy rushing toward them. For a moment, they barely managed to withstand the explosive force unleashed by nearly 10,000 talismanic papers. Block? Lin Tian snorted coldly. He strode forward. He activated the grind spell. As the chaotic-colored void grinding wheel hovered before him, its rotation emitted a terrifying aura capable of obliterating all things. Boom! The members of the Pill Alliance could neither see nor sense the existence of the void millstone. Lin Tian charged straight ahead, bearing down on the void millstone. Simultaneously, a crescent moon-shaped light suddenly appeared in his hand. This was the moonlight wheel. The Moonlight Wheel, a supreme grade weapon, had been won by Hong Tian in the Battle of the Prodigies 30 years prior.
What? The Moonlight Wheel?
The old cultivator hiding behind the 15 figures was utterly shocked upon seeing the weapon in Lin Tian's hand.
But then,
a look of delight flashed across his face.
Who would have thought?
That bastard Hong Tian is so extravagant he'd even give a supreme weapon to a trash student who's barely mastered chi cultivation.
A cold, ruthless glint suddenly flared in the old cultivator's cloudy eyes. Kill him. Kill that brat. Kill him. But, didn't they want to kill him?
Though they had blocked the power of the talisman. Sword chi, blade shadows, spirit energy blades, none of it affected Lin Tian. Any attack that came within a meter of Lin Tian vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Lin Tian.
He now resembled a starving wolf plunging into a flock of sheep.
Swinging the moonlit wheel in his hand, he relentlessly smashed it into the panicked crowd. Like a scythe-reaping straw, each swing claimed a head. Thud. 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 8 more heads rolled. The remaining fighters desperately played their last cards, weapons and magical artifacts in a desperate attempt to withstand Lin Tian's onslaught. Snap. 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 Every object used to block the moonlight wheel was shattered, cracked, and shattered in a single swing.
Nothing could withstand a single strike from the bright moon wheel. After the final 3 cultivators were beheaded by Lin Tian,
only the old cultivator remained standing.
Old man, it's your turn. Lin Tian wiped the blood from his face, looking every bit the murderous demon. You can't be this strong. There's something strange about you.
The old cultivator had lost all trace of his earlier composure and calm. But his earlier composure had been well-founded. Though the old cultivator was only at the peak of chi gathering, not even a foundation establishment cultivator. Having lived nearly a century, he possessed considerable insight. From the very beginning, he had noticed Lin Tian's cultivation level. He didn't know what extraordinary encounter had allowed the other to leap from the 5th to the 8th layer of chi cultivation.
So what?
Facing such a swarm of peak chi condensation cultivators, even a foundation establishment cultivator would be crushed, let alone a mere 8th layer chi condensation practitioner like Lin Tian. Even with the top-tier weapon, the Bright Moon Wheel, it wouldn't be enough.
The Bright Moon Wheel's offensive might be unmatched.
But his low cultivation level was a fatal flaw. His defenses and the spiritual energy within his Dantian Sea were utterly incapable of sustaining such an intense battle.
But, now, it completely shattered the old cultivator's century-old understanding. Impossible. There's something unnatural about you. Put. Gulp.
Before Lao Xiu could finish, the sound abruptly ceased and the severed head rolled to the ground.
Talk too much, you're the one possessed.
Your whole family is possessed.
Lin Tian gasped, cursing under his breath.
His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground, unable to support himself any longer. Truthfully, his spiritual energy had been completely drained long ago. The moment he activated the grinding character technique, it had been drained dry. He had only sustained himself by constantly probing his spiritual sense into Fu Xing's spirit stone ring, siphoning off its energy.
So after this battle, he went from suddenly rich to penniless. Only now did he realize.
The spiritual energy consumed by the grinding character technique is directly proportional to the intensity of the attack it erases. The stronger the attack encountered, the greater the consumption. Conversely, the weaker the attack, the lesser the expenditure. The same principle applies to the grasp character technique and other character techniques. The energy expenditure is directly proportional to the opponent's cultivation level.
A gentle breeze swept through.
It seemed to disperse much of the blood-soaked stench. Looking back at the grassy area now, a river of blood flowed, dozens of corpses lay scattered, some headless, others with flesh torn and brains exposed.
It was nothing short of a living hell. Chapter 53, 10 consecutive draws again. At that moment,
Fu Xian covered her nose with one hand, weaving her way through the twisted path, carefully avoiding the pools of blood on the ground, until she reached Lin Tian. Her tone carried a hint of displeasure as she muttered, "Humph. You sure killed with gusto, but how many of my talisman papers did you use? Do you even realize those were all part of my father's dowry for me?" But before she could finish, Lin Tian shot her a fierce glare, startling her into covering her mouth tightly with her other hand, unable to utter another word.
Fu Xian could see in Lin Tian's eyes that if she uttered another word, the next head to roll would be hers. Fu Xian had no choice.
Confrontation was futile, and cursing him wouldn't make her seem any less despicable than him. In the end, she could only stomp her foot symbolically. She muttered under her breath, "You shameless idiot, you win." After a long pause, Lin Tian finally caught his breath. Ignoring Fu Xian, he struggled to his feet and hurried over to Xiao Linger's side. Xiao Linger remained collapsed on the ground. Her hands and feet were riddled with severed tendons, her clothes barely covering her body. Tears mixed with blood streamed endlessly from her eyes, her gaze hollow. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian's heart ached. He quickly retrieved one of his outer robes from his spatial ring and gently draped it over her. He whispered, "Senior, don't be afraid. I'm here. They're all dead." Xiao Linger murmured unconsciously. Lin Tian listened intently, his fists clenching tightly as intense fury flared in his eyes. Rest assured, I'll settle every single debt with the Pill Alliance.
At that moment, Lin Tian wanted to help Xiaolinger by massaging her to heal her injuries, but he couldn't even do that. He glanced around.
His gaze fell upon the corpses. Damn it, I wonder how many spirit stones these guys have on them. Fu Xing rolled her eyes, snorting in disdain.
Greedy bastard. All you ever talk about is spirit stones. Do you eat them for breakfast? Aren't the 100,000 spirit stones I have enough for you to splurge on? 100,000? Long gone, damn it. Lin Tian was speechless.
He muttered an exasperated curse under his breath before rising to begin sorting through the spoils of war.
But just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, emotion points accumulated, 3,800.
You may perform 110 draw and upgrade the 12-finger massage technique tier once.
Would you like to draw now?
Proceed with upgrade?
Ha? That much?
Lin Tian's body, which had just stood up, was startled by this sudden voice. It took him a while to process it. He roughly calculated, based on the previous rate of 100 emotion points per kill. 15 people earlier, plus 20 this time. It added up to roughly that number. With that thought, Lin Tian hesitated not a moment.
He immediately commanded within his consciousness, see, draw. Draw the lottery first. At the same time, deep within the dense forest, hidden in a patch of grass, 3 female cultivators cowered behind the bushes, their delicate bodies trembling.
They had left earlier, unable to stomach the lecherous behavior of the male cultivators, using an excuse to clear their minds. Yet, upon sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations within the dense forest, they had all rushed back immediately. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Tian unleash nearly 10,000 talismans, instantly slaying 5 fellow disciples at the peak of Qi-gathering realm, they all halted in their tracks, none daring to approach. Instead, they hid at a distance to watch. Only after witnessing Lin Tian single-handedly fight 20 opponents, they dared not return. Too terrifying. That Lin Tian is a killing god, one female cultivator trembled, her face deathly pale.
Hurry! Go report to the central area.
That kid is too dangerous.
And did you hear what the old cultivator said at the end?
There's something supernatural about him, another whispered.
A ghost? A ghost?
The other 2 men heard this and both showed a look of horror. The word ghost had not been uttered since the revival of spiritual energy. The old superstitions about sealing away ghosts had been proven to be nothing but tricks 300 years ago. Moreover, in this age of cultivation, people believed even less that ghosts could exist in the world.
After all, no one had ever seen one, had they? And now,
the 3 women's faces were frozen in sheer terror. For they had recently heard a secret tale. It concerned the fate of souls.
Could it be his grandfather really? Shut up. This isn't our concern. Let's get out of here.
Without another moment's delay, the 3 women slipped away while Lin Tian was busy collecting his spoils. They slipped out of the dense forest and sprinted toward the central area indicated by the soul tablet.
Meanwhile,
Lin Tian gathered over a dozen storage pouches from the ground, along with a ring.
As for the storage pouch belonging to the Southern University student, Lin Tian did not take them.
He placed all the corpses and storage pouches into a pit. He then sealed the earth, erected a tombstone, and carved each name onto the stone according to the inscriptions on their storage pouches. Gazing at the tombstone carved from a large tree trunk.
May you all be reborn into good lives in the next world.
A hint of melancholy flickered in Lin Tian's eyes.
At that moment, Fu Xian approached from afar with keen interest.
She first glanced at the tombstone Lin Tian had erected, then noticed his melancholy expression.
She couldn't help but tease, who knew you were such a greedy person? You actually don't want your classmates' belongings. How rare. Hey, little princess, could you stop following me? I told you, there's no way I'm giving that thing back.
Lin Tian ignored her and walked over to Xiaolinger.
This time, however, Fu Xian didn't engage in a verbal spar.
Her bright, beautiful eyes darted around, as if she'd thought of something. With a sly smile, Fu Xian followed closely behind Lin Tian.
You big dummy. Where's the stuff? Fine, I don't care if you don't give it back. I don't want it anymore. But you have to do one thing for me. Once it's done, those 2 rings will be your reward.
This princess never breaks her word.
How about it?
Hearing this, Lin Tian, who had been walking ahead, suddenly halted.
He turned back and said, what is it? Let me make it clear up front, I won't do anything immoral or inhumane. So you agree? Fu Xian pressed eagerly. No.
Seeing her evasive response, Lin Tian ignored her and continued walking forward.
He reached Xiaolinger's side. He scooped Xiaolinger into his arms.
Then he found a clean spot and settled her down. Only then did he begin rummaging through the contents of his storage pouch.
As for Fu Xing, she was once again infuriated by Lin Tian.
But the thought that Lin Tian might be the most suitable candidate for that matter forced her to suppress her anger.
Fu Xian stepped forward once more.
You big idiot, rest assured.
What kind of person do you think I am? The task I'm asking you to do won't be inhumane or immoral.
She paused again, weighing her words carefully before continuing, but I can't tell you what it is right now.
Anyway, if you don't want to do it later, I won't force you. How about that? Is that acceptable? That's more like it. Lin Tian nodded.
Simultaneously, the system's lottery notification sounded in his mind.
Wow! Congratulations on winning. Yet, at that very moment, deep within the dense forest, a deep, beastly roar suddenly echoed.
Immediately afterward, the ground began to tremble faintly. A terrifying aura instantly bore down upon Lin Tian. Lin Tian, Fu Xing, and Xiao Linger were all forced to spit blood.
Chapter 54. A mouse darts between legs. What is that thing?
Lin Tian clutched his chest, horror flashing in his eyes. He had no time to sort through the pile of storage pouches. He scrambled to his feet to check on Xiao Linger. He felt her pulse.
Thankfully, Xiao Linger had nearly been stunned unconscious.
Her vital signs remained stable, and she was out of immediate danger. Fu Xing, her face now deathly pale from fright, hurriedly drew close to Lin Tian.
Her voice trembled as she stammered, "Oh no! That aura, it feels like the aura of a void beast. And it's..."
Before she could finish, a colossal beast emerged from the depths of the dense forest.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
With each stomp of the beast's massive foot, the ground cracked and split, while trees shook violently. This was a beast shaped like an iron ox, its body the size of a small mountain. Covered entirely in jet-black metallic armor that emitted a cold, eerie glow, it resembled a ferocious beast forged from the void itself. Its eyes blazed crimson, each orb as large as a water barrel. Black mist billowed from its nostrils, its fangs razor-sharp, and an aura of unstoppable terror radiated from its entire being.
Lin Tian's pupils contracted as he gasped in shock. This Guba? A void beast? How did it enter the secret realm? Black gold beast. That's a void black gold beast.
Judging by its size and aura, it's likely already reached the 3rd tier.
Lin Tian, 3rd tier?
Fu Xing trembled as she pointed at the beast, horrified.
Yes. That's equivalent to a cultivator at the Dao spirit realm or even higher. Look at its armor forged from void black gold, impenetrable.
When it attacks, it simply charges headlong, crushing everything in its path. She paused, fear flickering in her eyes.
The black gold beast's true terror isn't its cultivation level, it's its defense and savagery. Humans can hardly kill it.
Lin Tian sucked in a sharp breath and pressed, how strong?
What weaknesses does this beast have?
Fu Xing's voice trembled more intensely. Once, during a beast tide, a 2nd-tier black gold beast rampaged. In just a few short hours, it slaughtered tens of thousands of cultivators. In the end, it took the Eastern Cultivator Alliance mobilizing over 100,000 cultivators to exhaust their spiritual energy, shatter the void rift, and banish it. This one, judging by its aura, if it's 3rd tier, then we have no hope at all.
Void monsters. Ever since the revival of spiritual energy, these beasts have accompanied it. No one knows why they came.
Nor did anyone know why they invaded Blue Star.
All people know is that 3 years ago, at the edge of the eastern grasslands, a void rift suddenly appeared. For 3 years now, vast numbers of void beasts have poured out from within. Elsewhere on Blue Star, fleeting void fissures occasionally appear.
Whenever a rift appears, hordes of beasts pour through to invade Blue Star. As the black gold beast, resembling a massive iron ox, steadily closed in, both of their hearts hung in their throats.
At that moment,
Xiao Linger's voice rang out.
Lin, are we going to die? Lin Tian looked down and saw Xiao Linger had regained consciousness. He hurriedly reassured her, with me here, you won't die. Just kidding. At this moment, Lin Tian's spiritual awareness was locked onto the Red Phoenix system within his sea of consciousness.
His 10 consecutive draws were finally complete. Though 6 more rewards had been stolen by that rat. This time, Lin Tian didn't curse. Because among the 4 prizes he'd drawn, one was an insanely powerful one-time use item. Even without these, he still had the Great Dao fart. What was there to fear? Additionally, just now, Lin Tian had already upgraded the 12-finger massage technique to intermediate level, spirit energy at a distance. This signified that from this moment onward, he could unleash his character-based spiritual power against foes without needing physical contact. Instead, within a certain range, he could now release finger power through the air to unblock meridians and destroy acupoints. He could even use the finger technique to manifest a massage puppet for remote combat support. This ability felt like cheating. Fu Xing's gaze fixed intently on the black gold beast. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike her. Suppressing her fear, Fu Xian urgently exclaimed, Lin Tian, quickly return my storage ring. I have a way to evade the black gold beast. Lin Tian shot her a skeptical glance. Little witch, even now you haven't given up? Trying to pull another trick? Fu Xian froze for a moment. Then it clicked, and she was so exasperated she rolled her eyes. Forget it. I've realized you're just a miser. Find it yourself. In that ring holding the talisman inscriptions, there are 3 separate black talisman papers. Take them out. Lin Tian scrutinized Fu Xian closely. Seeing her anxious expression, he didn't suspect deception. Half convinced, he probed the ring with his spiritual sense. Within a breath, he indeed discovered 3 black talismans. However, he knew nothing about talismans and couldn't identify their purpose. He pulled the 3 black talismans out and held them in his hand, frowning. What are these for? Fu Xian's eyes lit up at once. She exclaimed urgently, yes. These 3. They're super-grade concealment talismans. My father commissioned a top-tier talisman master from Talisman City to craft these life-saving talismans. Once activated, they completely conceal your aura and form even Taoist masters of the natural realm can't detect you. Fu Xian explained excitedly, but then glanced up at the black gold beast closing in. Her tone turned uncertain. But this one might be a 3rd-tier black gold beast. I'm not sure if it can completely fool it. And, once this talisman is activated, the user must remain absolutely still. Any movement will cause it to fail. After hearing Fu Xian's explanation, Lin Tian nodded, handing one talisman to Fu Xian and slipping another into Xiao Linger's mouth. Her tendon severed, she couldn't grasp it and had to hold it with her teeth. In his view, it was best to avoid revealing his trump cards if possible. He could only hope this concealment talisman would prove effective. As Lin Tian pondered this, Fu Xian's telepathic voice echoed in his mind. Watch my demonstration. In a moment, silently chant hide heaven, escape earth in your minds, channel your spiritual energy, and hold your breath. Fu Xian finished her demonstration. The black talisman in her hand instantly transformed into a cloud of dark mist, enveloping her delicate form. Simultaneously, her figure vanished without a trace, her very presence completely concealed. Lin Tian followed her example, silently chanting the incantation and channeling his spiritual energy. The black talisman paper dissolved into mist, enveloping him and Xiao Linger as they vanished from their original spot. All 3 vanished without a trace, as if evaporated from the world. Now, only the heavy footsteps of the black gold beast echoed through the dense forest. The black gold beast finally reached the pile of corpses. Those barrel-sized eyes suddenly flickered with suspicion. Its fist-sized nostrils continuously spewed black mist as it began scanning the surroundings. Though it hadn't detected Lin Tian and the others, its attention was immediately drawn to the 20 corpses of Dan Alliance cultivators lying on the ground. The scent of blood ignited its savage nature. And it had arrived suddenly precisely because of this scent of blood. Roar! The black gold beast roared, its fangs tearing into a corpse. With crunching sounds, it devoured the body whole, blood splattering across its armor in a scene of utter savagery. Lin Tian and his 2 companions remained concealed within the black mist of the super-grade concealment talisman, holding their breath and focusing their senses. Witnessing the black gold beast devour the corpse firsthand, they were all terrified. Lin Tian thought to himself, this thing feeds on human flesh? Less than 5 minutes had passed. The black gold beast had already devoured every corpse. Yet, it seemed unsatisfied, licking its fangs and sniffing around restlessly. Fu Xian had almost let out a silent sigh of relief. Thinking to herself, this beast is finally leaving. But then the black gold beast began sniffing the air. Her heart instantly leapt back into her throat. After all, this was her first time using the concealment talisman, and she didn't know its exact effects. Thankfully, the void black gold beast was merely acting on instinct, sniffing habitually before turning and walking back the way it came. Seeing the black gold beast finally leave Fu Xian, she breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, a palm-sized rat suddenly emerged from the grass. Squeaking loudly, it leaped into the black mist where Fu Xian was concealed. Before she could react, it swiftly darted beneath her skirt. Frightened out of her wits, Fu Xian's delicate body trembled violently, propelling her 3 meters into the air. Ah! A rat! Chapter 55, The Fart of the Great Way. Ah! Rat! Rat! Fu Xian frantically hopped up and down in place, no longer caring about concealing her form. At that moment, she had completely forgotten the threat of the black gold beast, focused only on shaking the mouse out of her skirt. But with that movement, the black mist of the super-grade concealment talisman instantly dissipated, exposing her form to the black gold beast's blood-red gaze. Roar! The void black gold beast roared, its nostrils spewing black mist as it locked onto Fu Xian. Its massive body charged forward like an iron mountain, the ground rumbling and rocks scattering. Lin Tian's eye twitched as he cursed, Fu Xian. You're playing games with me, fearing nothing under heaven. It's just a rat. Is it really worth scaring yourself like this? Fu Xian was panicked, frantically shaking her skirt. Thank goodness. Amid her frantic jumping, a palm-sized rat finally tumbled out from beneath her skirt, scurrying about in a panic. Phew! Relieved, her pretty face flushed crimson as she retorted indignantly, this princess has been afraid of rats since childhood. What business is it of yours? But before she could finish speaking, the black gold beast was already within inches, its terrifying aura warping the air, its fangs glinting coldly. Fu Xin's face drained of color as she hid behind Lin Tian, trembling. Lin Tian. What do we do? Lin Tian rolled his eyes and snorted coldly, tough luck. He was at a loss too. His spiritual energy had already been depleted in the battle against the pill sect cultivators. Moreover, without spiritual energy, he couldn't cast his character spells. The lottery item, too, remained inactive due to insufficient spiritual energy. As the black gold beast charged toward him, its killing intent thickening the air. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I have no choice but to play my ultimate trump card. No choice. I'll go all out. Lin Tian abruptly turned his back to the black gold beast, stuck out his rear, and assumed an odd posture. Fu Xian was dumbfounded, stammering, what are you doing? Fart. What? Is farting appropriate at a time like this? Fu Xian muttered to herself in bewilderment. Lin Tian had no time to explain. With a flicker of intent, he unleashed his ultimate killing move, the Great Fart of the Dao. Because this was the only technique that didn't require spiritual energy, consuming only emotional energy, his last life-saving measure. Boom! While Fu Xian stood dumbstruck, a thunderous explosion shook the heavens, like a celestial thunderclap splitting the sky, causing the void itself to tremble. Behind Lin Tian, an invisible shockwave swept through like a nuclear blast, its chaotic spiritual energy rippling across a kilometer in every direction. The dense forest was instantly leveled, ancient trees reduced to dust, and a deep crater plowed into the ground as dust billowed skyward, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The third-tier void black gold beast, caught completely off guard, bore the full brunt of the shockwave. Its impenetrable void black gold armor shattered inch by inch, its massive body reduced to ashes in an instant. Having unleashed this power once before, Lin Tian now controlled it with ease, ensuring the two women beside him remained unharmed. Yet Fu Xing was still knocked unconscious by the terrifying force, her delicate frame collapsing as her robes were torn apart by the blast, leaving her in a sorry state. At that moment, clatter! The black gold beast fell, dropping a pile of void black crystals shimmering with eerie light and several fist-sized void crystals, their spiritual energy rippling. Lin Tian, too, reeled from the backlash, his blood surging violently. Staggering several steps, he thought to himself, the Great Dao's fart is still this overpowered. Turning to look, he saw Fu Xian unconscious, while Xiao Linger remained unharmed under the protection of the concealment talisman. His heart eased slightly. Meanwhile, deep within the core of Blue Star, an ethereally beautiful woman suddenly opened her stunning eyes. Senior brother, did you hear that? The roar of the Great Dao again. This time, the senior brother addressed by the woman finally responded. Yes. It is indeed the aura of the Great Way. Little sister, stay calm. I will immediately send a telepathic message to the Sky Abyss Pavilion, instructing them to intensify their surveillance. As his words faded, the cavern within the Earth's core fell once more into deathly silence. Lin Tian dared not delay. He first carried Fu Xian to a flat spot and laid her down. After confirming she was merely unconscious and unharmed, only then did he turn his attention to Xiao Linger, thinking to himself, while the little witch is unconscious, I must quickly tend to Xiao Linger's injuries, no point in revealing more of my secrets. Lin Tian sat cross-legged beside Xiao Linger, channeling the press technique. Spiritual energy transformed into a gentle glow, precisely targeting her severed tendons and meridians. His hands lightly pressed against Xiao Linger's wrists and ankles. Spiritual energy, like fine threads, slowly repaired the severed tendons and meridians. The warm, gentle light seeped into her bone marrow, stimulating the regeneration of flesh and blood. Though the press technique was notorious for its suggestive nature, its healing energy was pure and gentle like spring rain nourishing the earth, making it exceptionally effective for mending tendons and meridians. While treating her injuries, Lin Tian retrieved the storage pouches of 20 pill sect cultivators, opening and inspecting each one. His total haul amounted to 20,000 spirit stones, a dozen bottles of ordinary pills, several low-grade magical artifacts, and one valuable item, a peak chi-gathering flying sword. Lin Tian muttered, Dan Alliance cultivators really are divided into tiers, aren't they? These guys are as poor as beggars. The final storage ring belonged to the elderly leader. It bore a restriction, and Lin Tian, unwilling to break it, stowed it away for now. He piled the 20,000 spirit stones beside him and began frantically absorbing them through his cultivation technique. The spiritual energy transformed into character-based spiritual power, replenishing his earlier expenditure. 1 hour later, Xiao Linger's meridians were fully repaired, her injuries healed, and her complexion regained its healthy flush. She slowly regained consciousness, flexed her limbs, and discovered her meridians were perfectly intact without a trace of pain. Her beautiful eyes widened in instant shock. After a long moment of stunned silence, Xiao Linger finally turned her gaze toward Lin Tian, who sat cross-legged in meditation on the ground. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. She murmured, Lin Tian, you actually healed my injuries? Now. Zhao Lijie and the senior student were both dead, and she had thought she wouldn't survive either. Yet Lin Tian not only killed the Dan Alliance cultivator but also healed her meridians. This massage technique was simply unearthly. However, this secret must never be revealed to others. Her eyes reddened slightly as she approached Lin Tian. Grateful, she said, Junior brother Lin, thank you. Lin Tian opened his eyes and grinned. No need to thank me. If anyone at South University dares to bully you, I'll beat them up. Xiao Linger's mind drifted to Zhao Li and the others, her expression blanking out as tears slid down her cheeks. She murmured, they're all dead.
Lin Tian patted her shoulder firmly. I'll settle the accounts with the Pill Alliance for them. At that moment, Fu Xian slowly regained consciousness, rubbing her forehead.
Opening her eyes, she was utterly dumbfounded. Within a kilometer of her, everything had been reduced to a flat expanse.
The dense forest was completely gone.
As for the void crystals and void black gold, Lin Tian had naturally collected them. He had known from the moment he had slain the black-robed man that these void crystals were precious treasures.
Fu Xian glanced at Xiao Linger, whose meridians had fully recovered, now as lively as a dragon.
She covered her mouth, her jaw nearly dropping in shock.
Lin Tian, what did you do?
Fu Xian's voice trembled as she pointed at the ruins, frozen in place.
A third-tier void black gold beast. Even a Dao Venerable might not be able to kill it. If someone claimed Lin Tian had slain it, Fu Xian would never believe it, even if it cost her life. And Xiao Linger, those severe injuries, completely healed? But this made no sense? Could it be? Did some great power pass by earlier? But that doesn't make sense either. This is a secret realm, how could any great power exist here? Could it be this guy? Then, just how many hidden cards does he have up his sleeve?
Her fair face paled, her eyes suddenly filled with intense shock and apprehension.
Little witch, what do you think? Pretty awesome, huh?
Lin Tian shrugged, grinning mischievously.
Fu Xian gritted her teeth, her eyes rolling in fury, yet she dared not retort.
She muttered through gritted teeth, awesome, my ass. Though she couldn't believe it, her mind was now a complete mess. Chapter 56, Two Women Purify Themselves, Lin Tian Becomes a Beast. Within a single day, Fu Xian's mindset was quietly shifting. Perhaps this was the work of her admiration for strength.
Sometimes, a girl's transformation couldn't be measured by time alone. Just like now, Fu Xian's interactions with Lin Tian no longer carried the sharp tension of their first meeting.
Instead, her words carried a softer tone, occasionally even revealing a hint of girlish charm.
Lin Tian noticed it too.
Yet, as a young man just dipping his toes into the waters of romance despite being sharp and savvy from a young age, he found himself acting like a greenhorn, clueless and bewildered.
He even began to wonder, had this little witch changed her ways? Yes, she must want the ring back? Ha! No way! One day later, the trio rested overnight. Early the next morning, they set off toward the central area indicated by the soul tablet. Lin Tian led the way, with Xiao Linger by his side, while Fu Xian walked silently behind, her gaze complex. As they journeyed on, the trio worked together seamlessly, skillfully evading several waves of low-tier void beasts along the way. Their progress was smooth. Yet Lin Tian couldn't fathom why an untouched virgin secret realm would harbor so many void beasts. How had they managed to enter the secret realm? Yet this question remained unanswered. After 2 days of travel, they finally encountered several groups of cultivators from other factions, including students from Lingbao Polytechnic, the Mu family, and prodigies from other prominent families in the southern city. These prodigies were stunned to see Fu Xing, the young princess of Fu City, following behind Lin Tian, and they murmured among themselves. How did Fu Xian end up with the Southern University crowd? Judging by that kid's spiritual energy fluctuations, he's only at the 8th layer of Qi gathering. What qualifies him? Just lucky, I suppose. Don't forget, we were all randomly assigned when we entered. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. But the next second, several young male cultivators who considered themselves prodigies all lit up with excitement. If a mere 8th layer Qi gathering student from Nanda University could, by luck, befriend the little princess of Fu City, then what about us? The thought alone made them all flash fawning smiles as they edged closer to Fu Xian. You've got to be kidding me. Fu Xing, the only daughter of the city lord of Fu City, the great cultivation city. Just to be acquainted with her, and if she took a fancy to me, to consummate something beautiful, wouldn't that be splendid? Fame and fortune both secured, drunkenly reclining on a beauty's lap, waking to wield power over Fu City. Who wouldn't want that? Only someone as scatterbrained as Lin Tian wouldn't think of such things. Princess, I am Li Yunfeng of Lingbao Polytechnic. My father is Li Gang, and I too am at the peak of Qi cultivation. This secret realm is perilous, with void beasts appearing frequently. I see you traveling with those two from Nanda, it's far too unsafe. Why not join us? Exactly. Miss Fu, I am Mu Tianhao of the Mu family, protected by our ancestral Lingbao. Though the secret realm is now filled with terrifying beasts, if you follow me, I will ensure your safety. Fu Xian remained silent, watching quietly. Seeing Fu Xian's silence, the others hesitated to press their offers too urgently. Then, Mu Tianhao of the Mu family's eyes darted about, and a cold smile twisted his lips. His tone dripping with sarcasm, he began to taunt Lin Tian. If memory serves, you're Lin Tian. I hear you made quite a splash at the alchemy competition. But this secret realm isn't a place for alchemy. With Princess Fu in tow, if anything happens to her, I suggest you know your limits. Oh? Seeing this turn of events, Fu Xian's mind began to wander. She thought to herself, you big fool, see that? I, Fu City's little princess, am high and mighty. See how these people fawn over me? With that thought, she seized the opportunity to interject. Oh my, she said, deliberately stirring things up. My dear senior brothers, this young lady here has also benefited from the daily assistance of this proud scholar from Nanda Forest. It's only because of him that I've been able to stay safe and sound. I've even agreed to. Fu Xian paused deliberately at this point, leaving the sentence unfinished. She deliberately used their attentiveness to plant a hint of misunderstanding, testing Lin Tian's reaction, all to make him look at her with greater respect. After all, ever since meeting Lin Tian, she'd either been spanked or had her possessions snatched away. She was seething with pent-up frustration. After speaking, she began to secretly hope that Lin Tian would step forward to defend her, provoked by these prodigies' taunts. Or perhaps these fools would mistakenly believe she was being coerced by Lin Tian. A dispute erupted between the two sides. Sure enough, as soon as Fu Xian finished speaking, their eyes instantly turned red as they hurled insults at Lin Tian. Hey! You little bastard! How dare you threaten our little princess? Mu Tianhao stepped forward, radiating an aura of dominance, and pulled Fu Xian behind him. His gaze fierce, he roared at Lin Tian, Lin Tian. I never imagined Nanda University would produce such scum as you blackmailing a young girl. As he spoke, he cast a tender glance at Fu Xian behind him, his righteous indignation palpable. Little princess, don't be afraid. With me, Mu Tianhao, here, he won't dare harm you. Thank you. Fu Xian beamed with gratitude, her expression sweet and girlish. Whoosh. This scene instantly sent adrenaline surging through the others, each of them seething with rage, ready to tear Lin Tian apart. But the thought of Mu Tianhao stealing the spotlight and earning the little princess's gratitude made them inwardly curse themselves. Damn it, why was I a step too slow? As Fu Xian's charm left them spellbound. Their expressions turned menacing, treating Lin Tian like a raging beast ready to draw their weapons and fight at any moment. Little did they know. Lin Tian paid them no mind whatsoever. He merely tossed out a casual, well, I'll be off then. Lazy to waste his breath, Lin Tian simply grabbed Xiaolinger and walked away. He didn't even glance back as he walked away. This blow struck Fu Xian like a sharp dagger. Her face flushed crimson with fury as she cursed under her breath, calling Lin Tian a worthless piece of trash with no sense of responsibility whatsoever. The other prodigies, seeing Lin Tian flee in disarray, assumed he'd retreated in shame, knowing he couldn't win. They gloated triumphantly and continued fawning over Fu Xian. Oh my! How perfectly timed! Each of them practically wanted to kneel on the ground right then and there, licking Fu Xian's toes. But Fu Xian herself, after watching Lin Tian leave, had long since lost interest. Looking at this bunch of misfits before her, they resembled a group of perverts who'd never seen a woman before. It made her feel sick to her stomach. Recalling her brief day with Lin Tian, she had witnessed his godlike prowess. Though she didn't know how he'd dealt with the black gold beast, nor the secret behind his healing skills, it was undeniably connected to Lin Tian. In this regard alone, Lin Tian was beyond comparison with these prodigies. Moreover, when it came to true prodigies, geniuses, and those blessed with extraordinary talent, the people before her were nothing compared to the true prodigies of Symbol City. Oomph! Fu Xian shoved the crowd aside and hurried after Lin Tian. Fuming with displeasure, she snapped, Lin Tian, couldn't you have shown some backbone and argued back at them? Lin Tian shot her a sideways glance. Got nothing better to do? Or just want to make a fool of myself? I'm starting to wonder if you're even a man. Fu Xian stomped her foot in frustration, yet she couldn't do anything about it. The above was merely a minor incident along the way. Next. After 3 more days of steady travel, Lin Tian and his companions gradually approached the central region. During these 3 days, a number of prodigies from various factions had gathered behind them. Some had encountered great opportunities, breaking through their cultivation levels. Others had obtained alchemical formulas or rare spiritual herbs. Each of them now radiated a confident and spirited aura. This, in essence, was the marvel of the secret realm, its ability to seize the essence of heaven and earth. Thus, whenever a secret realm opened, factions would send their most exceptional talents to enter. First, it helps them elevate their cultivation. Second, they could seize immense opportunities gaining ancient inheritances and the like. However, Lin Tian's heart sank to the depths. For among these individuals, he still saw no students from Nanda University. At this moment, on the soul tablet, aside from a few scattered points of light remaining stationary, the others had already approached the central area. But logically speaking, Nanda University, excluding himself and the dozen or so deceased, should have a higher proportion of students than other factions. They shouldn't have failed to encounter any. He frowned. He wondered inwardly, could something have happened to the Southern University people? Could it be that those bastards from the Pill Alliance were up to no good in the center? Just as Lin Tian was deep in thought, they arrived at the banks of a crystal-clear river. The water murmured softly, shrouded in a mist of spiritual energy. Lush vegetation surrounded them, creating a picturesque scene. In fact, the spiritual energy here was far denser than in other areas. And where spiritual energy is thick and abundant, something extraordinary must lie. Xiao Linger had remained quiet and reserved throughout their journey.
Gone was the lively, charming demeanor she'd displayed when first meeting Lin Tian.
However,
after 3 days of recuperation, she gradually recovered from the grief of Zhao Li and the others' demise.
After all, in the era of cultivation, death has long been commonplace.
Upon seeing such a clear and pristine river,
Xiao Linger finally perked up with excitement.
She happily tugged at Lin Tian's sleeve and whined, "Junior brother Lin.
I haven't bathed in days and I stink. I need to go wash up." Lin Tian scratched his head. "Go ahead and wash. I'm not stopping you. But I'm scared." Xiao Linger pointed at the large group of people following behind them. "It's fine. Go into the bushes. I'll keep watch for you." Mwah. Xiao Linger suddenly planted a kiss on Lin Tian's forehead. "You're the best, Junior."
Her face flushed with shyness as she darted into the grass.
Lin Tian wiped the saliva off his face. "Did she just force a kiss on me?"
Fu Xian, who had always been afraid of water since childhood and dared not enter the river, pouted, "I need to wipe myself down too." She made her way to a thicket near the riverbank, using it for cover as she slipped off her outer skirt and gave herself a quick wipe down.
Splash! Just as Lin Tian turned around,
a splash echoed from the river behind him.
He turned back in confusion. There in the river, Xiao Linger was giggling and swimming about merrily.
This little girl really never grows up. Lin Tian sighed wryly. He could only stand miserably outside the grass, becoming the guardian beast for the two women. His spiritual sense scanned the surroundings, guarding against sudden danger and prying eyes.
On the distant riverbank, other male cultivators spotted the scene from afar.
Each of them stared in disbelief, their envy and jealousy making their teeth itch.
Why does that bastard Lin Tian get all the luck? One guy gets to hang out with two beauties and even watch them bathe? Even the little princess of Fu City hangs with him. What kind of dog luck does that kid have? The elite of South City seethed with envy, cursing Lin Tian's good fortune. Chapter 57, Beauties Playing in the Water. Xiao Linger offers herself? After a long while, outside the grassy area, Lin Tian sat bored on a riverbed rock. Out of sheer boredom, he called out, "Hey, little witch. You're all naked in there, aren't you afraid I'll peek?" Fu Xian, inside the grass, was gently wiping her snow-white body with river water. Hearing this, she retorted irritably, "Humph. It's not like you haven't seen it before you've even touched it."
Her voice trailed off as a blush crept across her face.
"My fault? Who told you to be such a little troublemaker?
You hit me with a binding spell the moment we met, nearly killing me.
Spanking your bottom was the least of it. Otherwise, I would have dealt with you right then and there." Lin Tian teased. Fu Xian snorted.
After finishing her ablutions, she changed into a light blue dress and emerged from the grass.
Hearing the sound behind her, Lin Tian turned to look and froze instantly. Fu Xian's long hair was still slightly damp.
The turquoise dress accentuated her delicate figure. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her eyes and brows lively, radiating an air of noble yet mischievous charm. At this very moment, Fu Xian's beauty carried the slyness of a little witch and the childlike innocence of a lowly, like a spirit flower in full bloom. This sight stirred a primal, animalistic stir within Lin Tian's heart.
And no wonder.
Ever since their first encounter, Lin Tian and Fu Xian had either been battling or facing peril, leaving him no chance to truly appreciate her beauty. Even when he stripped her naked in the cave, he was already boiling with rage, his forehead nearly exploding. So all he could think about then was giving Fu Xian a good spanking. How could he have had the heart to look at her properly? Now, Fu Xian, simply adorned, radiated an intertwining elegance and grace, fully showcasing the peerless beauty befitting the young princess of Fu City. The stark contrast between her past and present truly felt like stepping into another world.
Fu Xian's embroidered brows furrowed slightly.
She naturally noticed Lin Tian's dazed expression.
Yet she felt no resentment.
Instead, she lifted her chin with a touch of pride, fully embracing her feminine grace.
"Oomph. Finally got that lecherous pig dumbfounded, didn't I? I thought he was actually abnormal." Fu Xian glided closer and sat down on a large rock in the riverbed.
Gazing at the playful Xiao Linger in the water, she teased, "Hey, you idiot.
Did my stunning beauty just knock you off your feet? Thinking about falling for me?
Well, I'll give you a chance to pursue me, but don't get too excited just yet.
I'm not that easy to win over." Lin Tian remained silent, his gaze distant as if lost in thought.
After waiting a while, she still heard no reply.
Fu Xian's fiery temper flared up again. She pinched his arm irritably and pouted, "Hey, dummy, what are you thinking about?" Lin Tian snapped back to reality, looking puzzled. "You know what I was thinking about just now?" Fu Xian frowned in confusion. "What?" Lin Tian grinned mischievously. "I was thinking back in the cave, why was I so stupid? I could have had you red-bottomed and spellbound, but all I could think about was spanking your butt." "What does red-bottomed skyward mean?" Fu Xian looked utterly confused.
After all, such specialized earth terminology wasn't something a young girl like Fu Xian would understand. Lin Tian rolled his eyes, but seeing Fu Xian clinging to him and pestering him with questions, he decided to explain.
You really want to know? MHM. Fu Xian nodded, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Truthfully, what intrigued Fu Xian even more was Lin Tian's reaction.
Back then, they'd been completely exposed to each other both naked, yet he hadn't even batted an eyelid.
Could it be he really couldn't? From childhood onward, Fu Xian had always been the little princess adored by countless men.
Yet here she was, encountering this peculiar Lin Tian who remained utterly indifferent to her. It truly baffled her.
For the first time, Fu Xian began to doubt her own attractiveness.
As Fu Xinke was lost in her chaotic thoughts, Lin Tian's voice reached her ears. Take off your shoes. He pointed at her feet.
Ha? Why take off my shoes?
Fu Xinkai asked suspiciously. But curiosity got the better of her. She instinctively lifted her skirt, revealing a pair of high-top leather boots, and pouted, You take them off for me. She placed her foot directly on Lin Tian's thigh and wiggled it playfully.
This scene
was witnessed by the prodigies gathered on the distant riverbank.
In an instant, the entire crowd erupted. The little princess of Fu City put her feet on Lin Tian's lap? How intimate is that? That Lin Tian must have something going on with her. How does he deserve such good fortune?
The prodigies were green with envy, their eyes nearly spitting fire as they imagined Lin Tian and Fu Xian's intimate relationship. Each of them wished they could take Lin Tian's place.
Lin Tian was speechless, letting out a wry smile.
Seeing her pouting lips and that innocent yet mischievous look, Lin Tian felt a surge of heat wash over him. He promptly reached out and slipped off Fu Xing's pair of leather shoes. Exposed were a pair of slender, perfectly proportioned feet pale as jade, with bright red soles. They resembled exquisitely carved art pieces, emitting a faint spiritual glow that made one's heart race.
He cradled her small foot, pointing to the sole and saying, See? That's the red sole. Fu Xian looked down and grinned mischievously. What, are you a foot fetishist? Have you touched enough? Lin Tian gave an awkward laugh. Cut it out. Lie down first. Fu Xian grew wary. What are you up to? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Didn't you want to see the soles facing up? Fu Xian lay on the boulder, half convinced, as Lin Tian slowly lifted her feet with both hands until the soles faced the sky.
Look! This is what they call red soles facing the sky.
Lin Tian grinned mischievously.
Fu Xian froze, her clear eyes darting back and forth, taking in the position they were in.
This position?
It felt strangely reminiscent of when she was little, watching her mother and father in bed.
Ah! Fu Xian seemed to have realized something.
Her adorable, mischievous face flushed crimson as if bathed in the first blood of menstruation.
Her tiny feet kicked wildly as she screamed curses.
Lin Tian! You perverted scoundrel! Fu Xin, overcome with shame and fury, struggled to sit up. So enraged she didn't even bother putting on her shoes, she raised her crimson jade-like feet and began wildly kicking, stomping, and jabbing at Lin Tian's lower body.
This scene left everyone watching from afar utterly dumbfounded.
They stood frozen like statues, their minds filling with countless lewd images.
Some even rushed frantically into the bushes, their intentions unknown.
Just as Lin Tian and Fu Xian were wrestling in a tangled heap, Xiaolinger, who was in the river, suddenly called out to Lin Tian, Lin Jr.
Come quickly. I sense something strange in this water. Hearing this, Lin Tian reluctantly released Fu Xian's tiny feet and hurried to the riverbank.
Fu Xian, still fuming, pulled on her shoes and followed. Xiaolinger swam to shore, her lively eyes suddenly flashing with mischief. She extended a slender arm and cooed, Junior brother, come closer.
Lin Tian didn't think twice, leaning forward cautiously to get closer.
But just as he stood at the water's edge,
little Linger suddenly grabbed his hand and yanked him in. Splash!
Caught off guard, Lin Tian was yanked straight into the water, sending a huge splash flying everywhere.
Xiaolinger giggled, Ha! Junior, you fell for it. After falling into the water, Lin Tian was instantly furious. Feigning anger, he swam toward Xiaolinger. Fine. How dare you, senior, bully your junior and play tricks on me? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. In an instant,
there they were, in plain view of everyone, splashing and laughing in the river, water flying everywhere. But what no one knew was this. Xiaolinger was now completely naked, as agile as a fish, her laughter clear and crisp.
Tianjie watched from afar, his eyes burning with envy. Though he felt a twinge of jealousy and resentment, it wasn't as intense as before. After all, the thrill of the status disparity combined with the girl's beauty was far more intense than the scene unfolding before them now. Fu Xian stood on the riverbank, watching Lin Tian and Xiaolinger play together, her teeth itching with rage.
Being closest, she naturally saw everything beneath the water's surface.
An inexplicable irritation surged within Fu Xian. She cursed silently, Lin Tian. You're nothing but a scoundrel, a complete idiot. Meanwhile, deep within the riverbed, trapped within a barrier of light, Yao Pang and Xiao Taohong were confined.
Surrounded by river currents outside the barrier, spiritual energy fluctuations muffled all sound. Trapped for days, they were utterly helpless. Yao Pang's 300-pound bulk squeezed into the cramped space as he leered at Xiao Taohong, muttering, "You're really pretty." Xiaotahong's pretty face turned cold as she snapped, "Fat pig. Keep those eyes wandering, and I'll gouge them out." As they bickered, two figures suddenly appeared above the light barrier, frolicking on the water's surface, none other than Lin Tian and Xiao Linger. Little Peach Blossom's heart leapt with joy. She waved frantically and called out, "Help! Lin Tian! We're down here!" But her voice was blocked by the barrier, unable to reach them. Yao Pang grew frantic too, pounding the light screen. "Lin Tian! Save us!" Meanwhile, on the water's surface, Lin Tian's temper flared. He suddenly scooped up Xiao Linger, intending to tease her a bit. But to his surprise, Xiao Linger offered no resistance. Her delicate body trembled only briefly before her lovely face flushed crimson. She offered no resistance, no rejection. Instead, she gazed at him with tender eyes, allowing Lin Tian to do as he pleased, her expression shy and timid. Lin Tian wasn't stupid. Seeing this expression, he knew immediately that Xiao Linger had accepted him. It seemed she was willing to give herself to him completely. But just then, before Lin Tian could even formulate a reason to refuse Xiao Linger, a crimson light suddenly surged from the riverbed, instantly enveloping both of them. Swish! Lin Tian and Xiao Linger vanished in a flash, disappearing from the water's surface. Fu Xing, whose gaze had been fixed on Lin Tian and Xiao Linger, saw this and abruptly stood up. She shrieked in alarm, "Lin Tian? Xiao Linger? Where are they?" She probed the water with her spiritual sense and scanned the surroundings, but found nothing. Anxiety immediately gripped her. But she couldn't swim and dared not go in. In the distance, the prodigies erupted into chaos, murmuring among themselves. Lin Tian and Xiao Linger were teleported away? Something's off about the riverbed. Could it be a divine opportunity? Or perhaps a forbidden trap? At that thought, a large crowd rushed madly toward the water. Fu Xing had originally intended to enlist their help, but now it seemed unnecessary. They went down on their own. Chapter 58, The Underwater Palace, the Dan Alliance's Mission. The moment the crimson light flashed, Lin Tian knew something was terribly wrong. As their vision blurred, the two felt themselves plunge into a deep, shadowy underwater world. Rapid currents surged, and spiritual light flickered. As if pulled by an invisible force, they were drawn into a restricted light circle. Within the circle, spiritual energy surged abundantly, sealing off the river water to form a self-contained space. The space was small, barely large enough to hold 3 or 5 people. Lin Tian steadied himself and glanced down. Little Linger stood naked, her delicate form pressed tightly against his chest. Blushing fiercely, she looked as if she wished she could vanish into his body. Lin, don't look." Xiao Linger's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She wrapped her arms around Lin Tian's waist, terrified of exposing herself. Lin Tian cleared his throat awkwardly and looked away. "Don't worry, I didn't see anything." Yet when he swept his spiritual sense over the area, he found he couldn't extend his barrier at all. However, his physical eyesight could penetrate the light barrier, allowing him to see what lay beyond the circle. Then he suddenly noticed within a barrier circle beside him, a chubby boy and a little girl? Could it be none other than Yao Pang and Xiao Taohong? At that moment, Yao Pang's 300-pound frame was squeezed inside the barrier, his lecherous gaze fixed on Xiao Linger's back. He kept shooting meaningful glances toward Lin Tian, his eyes practically smoking from the intensity. Knowing Yao Pang's nature, Lin Tian couldn't help but understand what the dead fatso was thinking. So he shot Yao a disapproving glare, signaling, "It's not what you think. Close those lecherous eyes of yours." At that moment, Xiao Linger seemed to sense something. Her little head, which had been buried tightly in Lin Tian's embrace, twisted slightly. Through the light barrier, she immediately caught sight of Yao Pang's wolfish, greedy gaze. She shuddered in fright and clung even tighter to Lin Tian. Her trembling voice whispered, "Fatso, he's watching me." Lin Tian's eye twitched as he glared at Yao Pang, snapping, "Fat bastard. Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out." Of course, he knew his voice couldn't possibly reach outside. Xiao Linger wasn't stupid either, she knew it too. They were just seeking some psychological comfort. Yao Pang? Did he really not understand what Lin Tian meant? Of course I know. But Yao Pang pretended not to hear, instead flashing Lin Tian a lecherous grin. Lin Tian felt awkward under the stout man's gaze. Little Peach, meanwhile, eyed Lin Tian with curiosity and concern, waving her hands as if asking questions. Lin Tian tried to respond with gestures, signaling they were trapped within the barrier and temporarily safe. But the barrier's light screen was resilient, impervious to spiritual energy. Both sides could only stare helplessly at each other. Just then, red flashes erupted across the surrounding waters. It turned out that the other prodigies, in small groups, had also been sucked into separate barrier rings. They too were scattered throughout the underwater world. At that moment, they were utterly speechless. Each had believed they'd found an opportunity, a treasure to claim, fearing Lin Tian and Xiao Linger might beat them to it. Yet as they approached the spot where Lin Tian and the others had vanished,
Another flash of crimson light erupted. At first, they thought it was another teleportation. But once they found themselves trapped within the light barrier, everyone slapped their thighs in regret. Suddenly, all the protective light barriers began violently trembling, slowly descending as if bubbles sinking into an abyss. Everyone trapped within the barriers felt their hearts sink simultaneously. Where are we going? But there was no time for further thought. The light circles continued their descent, passing through dark currents. Finally, it came to rest before a magnificent underwater palace. Crafted from dark green spirit stones, its walls and glazed tiles were carved with ancient reliefs of gods and demons, radiating a shimmering spiritual glow. Surrounding it was a vast barrier of light, sealing off the river currents. This created a completely independent space around the palace. Through the transparent barrier, one could even glimpse fish swimming in the currents beyond. The dome of the grand hall was inlaid with luminous gems, bathing the entire palace in light as bright as day. Within the hall, the spiritual energy was so dense it had solidified, visible to the naked eye as wisps of energy suspended in the air, drifting like threads. Yet, an airy, blood-soaked aura permeated the air, unsettling Lin Tian. When all the light rings landed, the restraints remained intact, still trapping Lin Tian and his companions within. Lin Tian scanned his surroundings. He discovered more restriction circles within the hall, trapping dozens of cultivators. Peering closely, Lin Tian finally spotted the figure of a Nanda University student. Jian Wuming. At that moment, Jian Wuming sat cross-legged within a light circle, eyes closed in meditation. His aura was steady and calm, as if he were regulating his breath. Just as everyone else was at a loss, frantically pounding on the restraining light circles. 5 cultivators from the Pill Alliance emerged from the depths of the palace. Their aura, however, felt eerily cold and sinister, yet their eyes gleamed with excitement. The leader, clad in black robes, swept his gaze across the light circles and sneered savagely, "Ha! We've captured so many blood offerings, this time the blood sacrifice will definitely be sufficient." As these 5 prowled like hunters among the prisoners within the barrier. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior Brother Qi. Look at that boy, isn't that Lin Tian?" The other 4 immediately rushed toward the speaker. As they approached the light circle and examined him closely, excitement and thrill flashed across all 5 faces. "Ha ha ha, it really is him. Looks like the extra task my grandfather assigned has once again fallen into the hands of the Qi family. I wonder if the elders from other factions of the Alchemy Alliance will gossip about this once we're out." "Ha ha ha." Senior Brother Qi, a young Alchemist Alliance cultivator, interjected. "Senior Brother Qi, you mentioned heads. If we sacrifice all these Southern University disciples in a blood ritual, won't they be reduced to nothing? What about the rewards?" Hearing this, the others exchanged troubled glances with Brother Qi. After all, this blood sacrifice was merely to activate an ancient battlefield's blood ritual formation, a task imposed from above. As low-ranking Alchemy Alliance cultivators, they naturally wouldn't get any perks. But if they could take a single student's head? That was different, there were rewards for that. Moreover, bringing just one back would grant immediate advancement to the Foundation establishment realm. Before entering, they'd even heard rumors that the rewards had no upper limit. Upon hearing this, Senior Brother Qi hesitated. Though Elder Qi was his grandfather, in this current cultivation era, his grandfather's fertility was nothing short of legendary. His descendants numbered at least 80, if not 100. How should this be handled? Just as these individuals bowed their heads, deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "That's simple enough. Just chop off the Southern University student's head first, then drag the body away for a blood sacrifice. That'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh my! That's it." Hearing this, the 5 men slapped their thighs in admiration. "Yes. Why didn't we think of that?" "But..." Brother Qi hesitated again. "According to my grandfather, the blood sacrifice formation requires a living sacrifice. If we cut off the head, wouldn't that make it a dead person?" He turned his head in confusion, following the sound. But, when he saw Lin Tian standing there, grinning broadly as he stared at the 5 of them, he froze. "You, how did you get out?" Chapter 59, 12-Finger Massage Technique, Intermediate Level, Remote Application. Lin Tian's lips curved upward, but he didn't respond, his eyes holding a hint of amusement. Xiao Linger had already dressed herself by now. Standing behind him, her pretty face remained serene, her eyes radiating natural trust. As if, with Lin Tian present, she could fear nothing. The prodigies within the other restricted light circles, witnessing this scene through the light screen, were all left speechless. They had just witnessed Lin Tian simply extend his hand and lightly press against the light screen a few times, his fingers moving as if massaging someone's shoulders. Then, the restrictions had dissolved like thin paper. This technique left them all feeling utterly baffled. Terrifying indeed. Some even wondered if this was the secret code to unlock the light screen. Many began mimicking his actions, tapping the light screen. But it was all for naught. At that moment, Senior Brother Qi and his 4 companions finally snapped out of their stupor. A cold gleam flashed in his sinister eyes before his expression darkened. He roared furiously, "Playing tricks! Kill him first. The words had barely left his mouth. The five unleashed their spiritual energy, sending blazing swordlights, palm strikes, and streaks of energy hurtling straight toward Lin Tian. Oomph. Lin Tian snorted coldly, activating the upgraded mid-tier 12 massage finger technique for the first time. Combined with the grab technique, his hands transformed into claws, reaching out to grasp the void. Two mysterious streams of spiritual energy instantly transformed into invisible ripples in the void, causing the space to warp slightly, as if the laws of nature had been disrupted. Puff! 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 In an instant, the four Alchemist Alliance cultivators didn't even manage a groan. Their meridians snapped instantly, blood gushed from their 7 orifices, and they collapsed to the ground, their life force extinguished. Swish! The entire venue fell deathly silent. The prodigies watching through the light screen felt their scalps tingle. What kind of technique was that? One strike to instantly eliminate 4? At that moment, only senior brother Qi remained in place, overcome with terror. He was about to turn and flee. Think you can escape? Lin Tian activated his void character seal once more. Spiritual energy surged like invisible hands, crushing every major meridian and acupoint within his opponent's body. Ah! Senior brother Qi let out a piercing scream. Like a pile of rotten mud, he collapsed directly onto the ground. His mouth kept emitting shrill cries of agony. This pain seemed to come from the depths of his very soul, for it was the result of his meridians being crushed from within. The agony was unbearable. Lin Tian paid him no mind. He wasn't worried about him escaping either. In Lin Tian's eyes, he was already a dead man. Lin Tian turned. He approached the light barrier where the plump youth stood. He raised his hand and pressed it against the light barrier, activating the grind technique. Boom! An invisible shockwave rippled out. The barrier's spiritual light flickered, then shattered with a thunderous crash. But then, the moment Yao Pang tumbled out of the light circle, he immediately clung to Lin Tian's leg. Bro Tian, teach me how to pick up girls. How come I never noticed before that you've got this kind of skill up your ass, Tian? Get lost. Lin Tian kicked him flying several meters away. Xiaodahong stepped forward gracefully, her delicate face breaking into a polite smile. Thank you, young Master Lin. Lin Tian. Didn't I tell you not to call me that? I'm not used to it. Lin Tian shot Xiao Taohong a disapproving glare. Xiaodahong's face flushed at the glare. But the pavilion master ordered it. Xiaodahong dares not disobey. Fine, call me whatever you like. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with her and gave up trying. He approached Jian Wuming's light circle once more, channeling his spell energy to effortlessly break the seal again. Now, he had reached the 8th layer of Qi gathering. Unlike before, he no longer hesitated or felt timid whenever he channeled the character spell's spiritual energy. Jian Wuming stepped forward, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Thank you." This woman was cold and taciturn. After speaking, she stood quietly by, saying nothing more. Lin Tian gritted his teeth in frustration. After all, back on the arena, this woman had. And now, the prodigies within the other light circles, witnessing this, began pounding on the light barriers, shouting, "Save us! Save!" But Lin Tian didn't even glance at them. He walked straight toward Brother Qi. Seeing Lin Tian remain unmoved and walk away, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Among them, some who recognized Xiao Linger turned their pleading gazes toward her. "Senior Linger, please ask Lin Tian to let us go too." Xiao Linger bit her lip, momentarily torn. Many of those who knew her were her ex's people from Yibu Fan's school. Ever since Lin Tian saved her life a few days ago, she had silently vowed in her heart to follow Lin Tian for the rest of her life. Even if it meant becoming his slave or maid, she would do so willingly, never wavering in her devotion. Yet seeing these people stirred her innate kindness, leaving her torn. Meanwhile, Lin Tian began his interrogation. Under the oppressive force of the void character seal's spiritual energy, the interrogated party was forced into a cold sweat. Senior brother Qi trembled as he confessed, "We were acting on Elder Qi's orders. We used the palace's forbidden seals to capture people, activated the blood sacrifice formation with their essence blood, and opened the secret realm's core to retrieve the ancient relics." Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. "How did you know in advance? What happens after the array activates?" Senior brother Qi shook his head, kowtowing in supplication. I was merely following orders. I know nothing specific. Please spare my life." Lin Tian snorted coldly, unwilling to ask further. Just as Lin Tian turned to leave, Senior brother Qi cried out in terror, "Lin Tian, you can't kill me. My grandfather is Elder Qi of the Alchemist Alliance. If you kill me in front of all these people, once we leave this secret realm, my grandfather will never let you off." Threatening me? It's not a threat. My grandfather is fiercely protective of his own. Moreover, every prodigy grandson in the Qi family bears his divine soul imprint. If you kill me, even if they remain silent, the imprint on you will lock onto you. Ha! Lin Tian sneered inwardly. He shot a meaningful glance at Yao Pang. Yao Pang chuckled.
Without a word, he strode forward, activated his Iron Mountain shield, and planted his massive rear end squarely on the opponent's head. With a loud thud, the poor brother Chi was crushed to death by Yapang's massive behind. In an instant, he was reduced to a bloody mess, his brain matter splattered everywhere.
Xiaodahong rolled her eyes.
"You fat bastard, you're too cruel."
Lin Tian heard this and glanced back.
"Holy
fatso, did you have some deep grudge against him?
I told you to kill him, but you didn't have to be this hateful." Yao Pang stood up, dispelling his Iron Mountain shield. Immediately, a red and white substance fell from his rear end. He patted his butt, his face flushed with indignation. "Fat Lord here set this dead bastard flat that's showing him mercy." Damn it, this tiny, cramped restriction caught Fat Lord in its grip.
"You have any idea how I've been living these past few days?" And then,
Yao Pang continued, his eyes turning slightly red as he glared reproachfully at Xiao Taohong. "And then there's this damn seductress. She's so lively and adorable, yet she's kept this fat lord of mine bottled up for 3 whole days."
Lin Tian waved his hand, urgently cutting him off. All right, stop talking. I get it."
At that moment, Xiao Linger stepped forward. She stole a shy glance at Lin Tian, stammering awkwardly,
Lin Tian, maybe they should. Chapter 60, the green light flashes again?
Lin Tian saw it immediately, understanding her meaning perfectly. He scanned the surrounding light screens. He tilted his head slightly, deep in thought for a moment.
Alright, since Xiao Linger was pleading for them, he'd do a good deed today.
Under normal circumstances, Lin Tian might not have bothered with these people.
He was never some saint. Their lives meant absolutely nothing to him.
Lin Tian stood his ground, raising his hand to unleash over a dozen void carving seals. In moments, the light barriers shielding the remaining 30-odd individuals shattered completely.
The prodigies from Lingbao Polytechnic, the Mu family, and other factions streamed out one after another, each overflowing with gratitude yet harboring a newfound reverence for Lin Tian. Lin Tian, that guy's methods are downright godlike. The monster from South University. Thank goodness we didn't cross him. Yet, just as they were showering him with praise and gratitude, Lin Tian suddenly spoke up, "Everyone, why all the formalities? How about something more practical?
Of course, I'm not interested in the treasures or alchemy formulas you obtained in the secret realm.
I'm naturally drawn to spirit stones.
So, why not give me all the spirit stones you carry?
Consider it repayment for saving your lives."
Lin Tian finished speaking, his eyes burning as he stared at the group. And as expected, the chubby one was Lin Tian's partner in crime. As soon as Lin Tian finished speaking, he immediately pulled out a storage pouch and walked toward the group.
Holy? Who asks for repayment so brazenly?
According to the script, shouldn't they be the ones to offer repayment first? Then the recipient would politely decline, insisting it was nothing, that they were all in this together, all that standard talk.
Only then would the gift be accepted? How could that be?
But seeing the fatso already holding the storage pouch right in front of them, these people naturally couldn't argue back now. After all, he had just saved them.
But that wasn't the crux of the matter.
The real issue was that guy's uncanny, almost supernatural abilities. Soon, the 30-odd individuals all pulled spirit stones from their storage pouches and handed them to the chubby fellow.
This scene.
To anyone unaware of the situation, it would undoubtedly appear as though Lin Tian was a bandit leader, leading a fat man and robbing them and demanding they hand over their valuables.
Yapang approached Lin Tian, holding a storage pouch.
He uttered a soft then leaned close to Lin Tian's ear and whispered, "Little Emperor, you wouldn't believe how much good stuff these guys have on them. Just look, I've collected nearly 100,000 spirit stones already."
And you know what?
When they were probing their storage pouches with their spiritual senses earlier, I took the chance to scan them.
Guess how rich they are. Lin Tian, how rich?
Yao Pang leaned closer, glancing warily back at the 30-odd figures. Only then did he continue in hushed tones, "I saw several storage pouches containing top-grade spirit stones and not just a few.
Each one had at least."
He held up 2 fingers.
"That many?" Lin Tian froze. Those 2 fingers didn't mean 200, or 2,000, or even 20,000. They meant 200,000. You bet. Ha? Both men exchanged an imperceptible nod. Of course, all this happened in the blink of an eye. Others couldn't possibly detect the deep-rooted understanding between Lin Tian and Yapang, forged through years of close collaboration.
Lin Tian scanned the surroundings once more, noting that the palace contained only a single passageway, winding downward into the depths. Without a second thought, everyone instinctively followed Lin Tian.
Seeing Lin Tian and the Southern University group heading deeper into the palace,
they followed without a word. And so, the group of over 30 people advanced into the depths of the palace.
Along the way, an ancient aura emanated from both sides of the passageway.
Along the way, murals depicting the war between gods and demons adorned the walls. Some depicted deities thrusting spears toward the heavens.
Others depicted demon lords roaring as they scorched the earth.
Others depicted stars falling and cosmic laws shattering.
Lin Tian's heart grew heavy. He wondered aloud, could this palace truly be a relic from the age of gods and demons? The others, though equally unsettled by the eerie sight and weighed down by an inexplicable heaviness, did not share Lin Tian's visceral sense of it. After all, within the cave, Lin Tian and Fu Xing's consciousnesses had journeyed back to that once glorious era of gods and demons. They had witnessed the downfall of that era with their own eyes. Finally, they arrived before a massive bronze door, its surface engraved with intricate, arcane patterns that radiated a chilling, blood-soaked aura. With combined effort, they pushed the door open. Instantly, a vast hall stretched before them. At its center, however, lay only a 5-meter-wide pool of blood. Within it, flesh churned violently, releasing a thick, pungent stench. The pool was deep and vast, seemingly holding a considerable amount of concentrated blood essence. Yet, at that moment, a single thought seemed to cross everyone's mind. That is, this pool of blood seemed to be just short of the blood volume of these 20 people. To be filled. At this thought, everyone's faces paled. They scattered from their positions, terrified of being pushed into the blood pool, their eyes filled with wariness. The looks they shot at Lin Tian were especially fearful. Lin Tian, he wouldn't throw us in there, would he? The blood sacrifice array, this place is far too sinister. They were the top cultivation prodigies from all the major factions in South City. They weren't stupid, they instantly guessed the purpose of the blood pool. Besides, only fools would be allowed into this secret realm. Lin Tian was speechless, muttering under his breath, "I'm not a butcher, for crying out loud. Is this really necessary?" He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense but found no signs of opportunity. Frowning, he declared, "This place is weird. Nothing good here. Let's get out of here." With that, he led the Southern University group out. He couldn't shake the feeling that this place brought him unease and a heavy weight, something was seriously off. When faced with such situations, he always avoided them. That was his way of survival. Seeing Lin Tian lead the way out, the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They hurriedly retreated along the path they had come, fearing they might be swallowed by the blood pool. But just as they were about to exit the hall, the entire palace shook violently, the ground cracked open, and chaotic spiritual energy surged through the air. Boom! The blood pool churned violently, and several crimson tentacles shot out like giant serpents. Flashing with spiritual light, they instantly coiled toward the crowd. Ah! Everyone panicked, scrambling to flee. Yet the last dozen or so individuals, caught utterly off guard, were ensnared by the tentacles and dragged into the blood pool. They struggled only briefly. Before they could utter another sound, they dissolved into blood, their screams abruptly silenced. At that moment, another tentacle shot straight toward Xiao Taohong's back. Her pretty face turned deathly pale with fear. She tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Fortunately, Lin Tian acted with lightning speed, flinging a blazing flame talisman through the air. Boom! The fire erupted, severing the tentacle as blood splattered everywhere. He grabbed Xiao Taohong by the arm and barked, "Everyone back up." The group, still shaken. They tried to flee toward the gate, but with a thunderous crash, the bronze doors slammed shut. Array patterns ignited, sealing off their escape. Then, the blood pool churned violently. A blinding light slowly rose from its depths, radiating mystical fluctuations as if leading to an unknown realm. Whoosh! The light gate blazed with brilliance, its suction force surging. In an instant, it engulfed everyone within. Again? Lin Tian gasped in shock before vanishing from his spot. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm, most of the Pill Alliance members who had entered the secret realm had already gathered here. A young man sat cross-legged atop a green stone slab, his eyes tightly closed. Before him lay a vast plaza stretching endlessly into the distance. At the plaza's center, streaks of azure light suddenly flared. The dazzling light radiated strange energies. The youth abruptly rose, his gaze burning as he stared at the light. He exclaimed excitedly, "It's worked! Quickly, notify everyone to assemble immediately. Any non-alliance members approaching the green light execute without mercy." Chapter 61, The Pill Emperor's Inheritance Hall, The Stairway to Heaven. Senior brother, if someone from the Southern University approaches, should we guard the entrance to the inheritance hall first, or kill them immediately? A figure clad in purple alchemist robes stood beside the youth, his tone uncertain. The youth's brows knitted tightly as he pondered for a long moment. Yao Yao murmured, "Let's put them aside for now. Once senior brother Qi and the others secure the inheritance from the Hall of Succession, we'll deal with that trash from the Southern Academy one by one." At the same time, on the other side of this vast plaza, Senior Mu Shui, look. 3 more of our soul tokens have vanished. A young man leaned close to Mu Shui, his expression filled with worry. A cold gleam flashed in Mu Shui's eyes as she scanned the remaining 12 people around her. Each of them bore injuries, some more severe than others. Just half an hour earlier, following the guidance of the soul talisman lights, Mu Shui had finally gathered 60 or 70 people near the central area. Originally, she believed that with such a large force assembled, even if they encountered the Pill Alliance or other dangers in the central zone, they would have the strength to fight back. But who would have thought? They were still too young. The moment they approached the vast plaza paved with blue stone, they were ambushed by over 200 peak chi gathering cultivators from the Pill Alliance.
Had Mu Shui not ultimately sacrificed a high-grade magical artifact, detonating it to forcibly halt the Alliance's pursuit.
Otherwise, they might have been wiped out completely. Mu Shui's spiritual sense swept the surroundings once more. Her eyes filled with worry as she asked, "Still no trace of Lin Tian's soul imprint?"
"No. We just combined our efforts to cast the soul imprint searching great technique again. Except for the initial moment when we could pinpoint his location, now there's absolutely no trace."
Mu Shui, "Then we'll rest here for now.
Tend to our wounds and wait to see how things develop." And just like the situation here at South University, at this very moment, in various corners of this vast plaza, there were over a dozen other locations. Each faction had gathered their headquarters personnel and assembled in the central area. Though some factions had also suffered heavy casualties, it wasn't the work of the Pill Alliance. Instead, they had encountered waves of beasts or suffered attacks from other mechanical traps and restrictions. At the very heart of the plaza,
streaks of azure light crisscrossed wildly, unleashing intense fluctuations of spiritual energy.
It felt like something extraordinary was about to be revealed. Piercing through these green lights, straight into the core area, lay the connected alternate space. Thud. 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 Over a dozen figures crashed to the ground like dumplings, kicking up clouds of dust as cries of pain echoed in rapid succession. Lin Tian opened his eyes to find himself unharmed, feeling no pain from the fall. But just as he was puzzled,
"Ouch! My poor back!" Hearing the cry, Lin Tian looked down. Beneath him lay Yao Pang's hefty frame, weighing over 300 pounds.
It had served as a cushion, absorbing the impact. In his arms, Xiao Linger's petite frame lay pressed against him. Her face flushed slightly as she scrambled to her feet, blushing and stammering, "Lin,
did I hurt you?"
Lin Tian grinned, patting his backside as he stood up.
"No problem. With a dead weight like Fatso as my cushion, I'm perfectly fine."
Yao Pang groaned as he scrambled to his feet, rubbing his waist and grumbling, "Little Emperor.
Could you go easier? You nearly snapped this old man's back."
The others around them also rose one by one, brushing off the dust.
All looked around in lingering shock. However, what left everyone speechless was this.
This place was, damn it, another palace.
Only this one felt even more eerie.
Looking up, a hazy gray expanse stretched overhead, like an endless void with no end in sight. To the sides, not a single palace wall was visible to the naked eye. So its true size remained a mystery. Every 10 meters, however, a colossal pillar rose skyward, piercing straight through the murky expanse above. Carved into their surfaces were intricate patterns depicting battles between gods and demons, emanating an ancient aura. The ground was paved with blue stone, shrouded in a mist of spiritual energy. Yet within this energy, a faint tinge of bloodshed and slaughter lingered. It was enough to make one's heart race. This palace seemed to exist in its own realm, grand yet eerie, like the remnants of a divine demonic war. The colossal pillars propped up the void, as if narrating the glory and downfall of the ancient Dan Emperor.
At that moment,
Jian Wuming drew his spirit sword, cautiously surveying his surroundings as he approached Lin Tian. Upon reaching Lin Tian, she murmured, "This place.
Could it be the Alchemist Emperor's succession hall?
The core sanctuary of this secret realm?"
Xiaodao's eyes lit up with excitement. The Alchemy Emperor? Could it be we've somehow stumbled upon the legendary palace of the supreme alchemist of ancient times?
Then, there must be divine pills, spirit herbs, and legacies here. Hearing this, the other prodigy's eyes blazed with fervor as they scattered to investigate, searching for opportunities. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, sweeping his spiritual sense across the area. Sure enough, he detected dense spiritual energy within the hall. In the distance, patches resembling spirit fields were faintly visible. Moreover, the spiritual herbs swayed gently in the fields, their medicinal fragrance wafting through the air even from a distance. Further still, on stone platforms, ancient alchemy furnaces, jade tablets, and magical artifacts shimmering with spiritual light were displayed, each item extraordinary. Yet these treasures were all shrouded in small protective light screens, their spiritual energy fluctuations profound and elusive, making them impossible to touch. He thought to himself, could this truly be the inheritance of the Pill Emperor? Found just like that? Truly, its reputation was well deserved. Yet, Lin Tian couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. A buzzing sensation filled his head. He shook his head. Without further delay, Lin Tian joined the others in scattering to investigate. At that moment, a prodigy from Lingbao Institute of Technology was about to approach a spiritual herb, attempting to break its seal. But the moment his hand touched the light barrier, a bolt of lightning struck him. He fell to the ground, charred and blackened, his vital energy fading. "Ah!" His agonized scream alerted the others. Mu Tianhao immediately summoned the flying sword at his waist, aiming to strike directly at the barrier protecting A. As the sword light descended, the barrier rebounded a wave of fire, scorching him and sending him fleeing in disarray. Xiao Linger cowered beside Lin Tian. She whispered, "Lin, these restrictions are terrifying. What should we do?" Lin Tian frowned, channeling his incantation to probe a spirit herb barrier with his spiritual energy, attempting to disrupt its energy structure. But the intricate patterns of the barrier, complex as a star chart, sent a backlash that stalled his spiritual energy.
Damn it!
Truly worthy of the Pill Emperor's legacy, these restrictions rival those of the Dao spirit realm.
Lin Tian muttered to himself inwardly.
Jian Wuming approached, his voice deep and solemn.
This place feels strange. Do you sense your mind's growing foggy, your spiritual sea stagnating, as if the range you can probe is being compressed? Lin Tian nodded, his gaze sweeping toward the depths of the hall.
A stone staircase could be faintly discerned, winding upward into the grayish void.
That way.
Let's investigate first, he murmured, leading Xiaolinger, Yao Pang, and the others toward the stone steps.
The others watched this unfold.
They glanced at the treasures bound by restraints beside them, yet found themselves unable to obtain them. For a moment, everyone scratched their heads in frustration.
Seeing Lin Tian heading into the distance,
the others had no choice but to follow closely behind him,
fearing they might encounter some danger.
For they too sensed something was amiss.
Yet for the moment, none could articulate it. Along the way, more traces of ancient ruins were gradually uncovered by the group.
Shattered fragments of alchemical furnaces lay scattered across the floor, inscribed with ancient formulas whose spiritual radiance had long faded.
Murals on the walls depicted the divine demonic war. A figure of the alchemy emperor holding a cauldron, dispensing divine elixirs to heal the wounded and suppress demonic flames. This alchemy emperor's techniques defied the heavens. He even intervened in the divine demonic battlefield.
Xiao Taohong marveled.
Fatso licked his lips. If I could inherit his legacy, this Fatso could dominate the alchemy world. You know alchemy?
You fat slob.
Little Peach Red teased irritably.
Yao Pang retorted indignantly, humph. I don't, but my brothers will.
Lin Tian remained silent, his expression solemn instead. He watched intently, his brows furrowed. Within the mural, the Pill Emperor was ultimately ambushed by a demon king.
His alchemy furnace shattered, and he perished on the battlefield, leaving his legacy behind.
Even the Pill Emperor had fallen.
This hall of inheritance held not only opportunity, but also peril. When the group reached the stone steps, they all looked up in unison. The stone staircase soared skyward, each step adorned with a small barrier light screen. Within them lay divine pills, immortal herbs, alchemy manuals, alchemy furnaces, magical artifacts, and other treasures.
Their dazzling radiance was mesmerizing, tempting one to possess them.
This is the Pill Emperor's treasury. Every single item is priceless, exclaimed one prodigy excitedly.
No sooner had he spoken.
Instantly, someone charged toward one of the protective barriers, attempting to break through it.
Boom!
The figure was instantly repelled by the light barrier, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, probing with his spiritual sense. He discovered the stone staircase's restrictions were even more intricate than those within the hall, faintly connected to the spiritual energy of the entire palace. He attempted to touch a pill barrier with a character incantation. But the moment his spiritual energy entered, it was repelled by a profound, mysterious force, sending him staggering back 2 steps.
Damn it! This restriction, it's impossible to break. Lin Tian frowned, cursing under his breath.
This was the first time his character incantations had failed to break a restriction. It wasn't so much a failure as a complete lack of any way to even begin. He tried to forcefully tear through the barrier. Lin Tian felt that even exhausting all the spiritual energy within his body would be futile. Unless he kept consuming spirit stones to replenish his energy. Otherwise, the single word that described Lin Tian's situation was impossible.
Seeing this, all attempted to intervene.
Jian Wuming swung his sword in a slashing strike, its blade light shattering.
Xiao Taohong flung a spirit talisman, its light dissipating.
Yao Pang activated his Iron Mountain shield and charged straight into a barrier light screen.
The result? Nothing but trembling steps. The group exchanged glances, their excitement turning to frustration.
Xiaolinger tugged at Lin Tian's sleeve and whispered, "Junior brother Lin, you've broken through light barriers before.
Is there a way?"
Lin Tian shook his head with a bitter smile.
Chapter 62, Remnant Soul of a Demon, Divine Artifact. At that moment,
Yao Pang, looking utterly sleazy, scurried over to Lin Tian's side, his chubby face contorting into a lecherous grin.
He muttered, "Little Emperor, how about grabbing some treasures and splitting the loot? Those divine pills and immortal herbs, TSK, even this fat lord is drooling just looking at them." Lin Tian's eye twitched.
The image of Yao Pang stealing pills during the pill competition flashed through his mind.
He laughed and scolded, "You fat pig. Up to no good again?"
Yao Pang scratched his head sheepishly.
"Heh, but you're here. With us two working together, we're unbeatable."
Xiaolinger covered her mouth and giggled, while Xiao Taohong rolled her eyes.
"Fatso, with your attitude, you deserve a beating." Lin Tian shook his head, though his heart burned with excitement.
The treasures scattered across the stone steps, divine pills, immortal herbs, alchemy manuals, magical artifacts, each item was worth a fortune.
Who would ever complain about having too many treasures?
Though he'd gained much in the secret realm, the allure of the Pill Emperor's inheritance was enough to stir the heart of any cultivator.
Yet a strange sensation lingered in his spiritual sea.
His spiritual sense had shrunk from 80 meters to less than 50, and it continued to shrink, as if suppressed by an invisible force. Jian Wuming's warning still rang in his ears. The restrictions here are linked to the laws of the divine demon battlefield. Forcing your way through could bring great calamity. Lin Tian thought to himself, this place is downright sinister. Suddenly, a deep, ancient voice echoed in everyone's minds, grand and distant, carrying the weight of primordial time. I am the remnant soul of the Pill Emperor, once supreme ruler of the ancient Pill Dao. This hall is my legacy, preserving the glory of Pill Dao. Yet, during the Divine Demon War, demonic forces invaded, and my shattered soul rampaged, eroding spiritual awareness. The crowd froze, holding their breath in attentive silence. The voice continued, the stone staircase's restrictions cannot be broken by external force. To obtain the treasures, you must capture the remnant souls of the demonic creatures and seal them within soul-binding charms. The restrictions will automatically dissipate according to the number of remnant souls required. The remnant soul briefly recounted the ancient glory of the alchemy path. The alchemy emperor wielded his furnace to refine divine elixirs, saving deities and subduing demon lords. The fragrance of these elixirs could even reverse life and death. Yet demonic forces invaded, the alchemy emperor fell, and the hall of inheritance became tainted by demonic souls. The compression of spiritual awareness was caused by these souls devouring essence. He taught the assembly how to discover and capture demonic soul fragments. Demon souls lurk within the void, manifesting as black mist. They can be sensed when touched by spiritual awareness. Soul-binding talismans can absorb these souls, storing them within. Simply hand them over to the restraining mechanism. Hearing this, the group was overcome with terror, thinking to themselves, remnant demon souls? Devouring spiritual awareness? This place is terrifying. Xiao Linger huddled close to Lin Tian, her voice trembling. Lin, will the demonic souls devour us? Lin Tian patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No sooner had the words left his mouth. A phantom soul-sealing talisman mark appeared before each person's eyes, its spiritual light flickering as it hovered mid-air. The remnant soul of the Pill Emperor declared, touch the talisman, imprinted upon your palm. Follow its guidance to seek out the demonic soul. The group reacted, raising their hands to touch the symbols. The marks transformed into golden light, imprinting themselves onto their palms and emitting faint spiritual energy fluctuations. Jian Wuming narrowed his eyes and murmured, Junior brother Lin, demonic souls are dangerous. Do not let your guard down. The seal in his palm glowed brightly. Following its guidance, he darted deep into the hall. The other prodigies, equally eager, scattered in all directions, using the soul-binding symbols to track the demonic soul's trail. Lin Tian raised his hand to touch the talisman, but strangely, his fingers passed right through it, grabbing nothing. What the hell? Lin Tian frowned, trying several times. The talisman remained as insubstantial as a phantom, refusing to imprint. Seeing this, Xiao Linger and Xiao Taohuan looked puzzled, then began to imprint their expressions as well. Suddenly, it worked. They turned to look at Lin Tian, their pretty faces filled with confusion. Xiao Linger blurted out, Junior. What's going on? Why does it work for us but not for you? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, how should I know? Yet a faint suspicion began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps it was due to the essence of the character incantation. Lin Tian was puzzled. Then it seemed like he remembered something. He slapped his thigh hard. Right. How could I have forgotten? I have a staff-shaped artifact called the Prohibition's Breaking Triple Flower Staff. A jolt of realization struck his heart. He abruptly pulled a pitch-black staff from his system space. Its surface held no spiritual glow, appearing utterly unremarkable. He thought to himself, this thing, can it break restrictions? Let's try. While the other prodigies scattered to search for the demonic soul, leaving only him, Little Linger, and Little Peach Blossom by the stone steps, Lin Tian quietly approached a barrier. Within the light barrier, a 1,000-year-old purple Lingji mushroom emitted a potent medicinal fragrance, its spiritual light pulsing. Gripping the black rod tightly, he tentatively jabbed it toward the light barrier. Hum. The light barrier dissolved instantly without resistance, exposing the purple Lingji to the air. Its medicinal fragrance filled the nostrils. Lin Tian's eyes widened in shock as he covered his mouth, thinking to himself, holy crap. This black staff is ridiculously overpowered. But the cost was simply too great. Xiao Linger and Xiao Taohuang stared dumbfounded, exclaiming in unison, Lin Tian. How did you do that? Lin Tian quickly stowed away the purple Lingji and lowered his voice. Keep it down. This mustn't be known to others. He tried probing another restricted area, where a divine pill glowed with dazzling spiritual light. Hum. The light barrier vanished once more. The divine pill was now in his hand, smooth as jade, radiating an otherworldly spiritual energy. Xiao Linger covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with admiration. Junior brother. You're practically a god. Xiao Taohuang swallowed hard, her voice trembling with excitement. Young master. Quick. Take all the treasures from the stone steps. Lin Tian chuckled darkly, thinking to himself, the Pill Emperor's legacy? I'll take it all. Just as Lin Tian prepared to unleash his power, wielding his black staff to sweep through the stone staircase's restrictions, a piercing demonic howl erupted from the depths of the hall, followed by a chaotic surge of spiritual energy. A prodigy screamed, stumbling back, shrouded in black mist. He cried out in terror, "Demon souls! So many demon souls! Help!" Simultaneously, the light gate at the staircase's end blazed intensely. The ancient voice echoed once more, "Demon souls awaken! The trial begins! Those who break the seal shall live, those who cower shall die." Lin Tian gripped his black staff tightly, narrowing his eyes at the light gate. He thought to himself, "Demon souls? A trial? Seems this inheritance won't come easily." Xiao Linger tugged at his sleeve, her voice trembling. "Junior brother Lin, what should we do?" A piercing demonic howl echoed through the hall as the prodigy, now shrouded in black mist, stumbled and collapsed. His skin withered at a visible pace, as if every drop of vital essence had been drained from his body in an instant. The crowd paled in horror, retreating in panic. "Form the array! Soul-binding talismans, protect us!" Jian Wuming barked coldly. The talisman in his palm flared brightly, transforming into a golden barrier that shielded him. The other prodigies hastily activated their talismans as well, their golden light weaving into a net that barely held back the encroaching black mist. Only Lin Tian remained rooted to the spot, his black staff trembling faintly, emitting a low, rumbling hum, as if echoing the demonic soul's howls. He narrowed his eyes. Though his spiritual sense was suppressed, he could still perceive the bronze alchemy furnace within the light gate was violently shaking, viscous black mist seeping from the cracks of its lid. Something's wrong. Alarm bells rang in Lin Tian's heart. Retreat? Too late. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, slamming the black staff into the ground with a low shout. "Xiao Linger, you retreat!" Before the words had fully left his mouth, the light gate at the end of the stone staircase exploded with a thunderous roar. A torrent of black mist poured out like a burst dam, corroding the ground into scorched, charred gullies wherever it passed. A broken bronze alchemy furnace rolled out of the darkness. Its surface was covered in cracked runes. A skeletal claw crawled out of the furnace's opening, its fingertips dripping with a foul-smelling black liquid. The Emperor Alchemist's seal, broken? Xiaodahan's face turned deathly pale. A hoarse, maniacal laugh echoed from the darkness. "You ants, offer up your souls." The demonic spirits surged toward the group like a tidal wave, and the golden barrier of the soul-binding talisman began to crack. "Damn it, all or nothing!" A fierce glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he poured his remaining spiritual energy into the black staff. Cracks spread across the staff's surface, yet at the last moment, it erupted with blinding golden light. Like a scorching sun, it seared the black mist, causing the demonic souls to disintegrate upon contact. Seizing the opening, Lin Tian yanked Xiao Linger back and retreated at full speed, barking, "Get out of the main hall first." Yet behind them came Yao Pang's agonized scream. A strand of black mist had wrapped around his ankle, dragging him toward the bronze alchemy furnace. Chapter 63. The demon soul runs rampant. Mother of all hell. Pigeon-ass sky, pull me back. Yao Pang's entire lower body was being dragged inside as he screamed at the top of his lungs. Hearing the commotion, Lin Tian whipped his head around to check on Yao Pang's situation. There was no time for banter now. He took several long strides forward, grabbed Yao Pang by the hair, and yanked him backward with all his might. The nearly 300-pound mountain of flesh was yanked back by Lin Tian. But while the fat man was pulled back, Lin Tian raised his hand and blew a breath. A tuft of hair drifted down. The dead weight fatso slammed his butt right onto the ground. Clutching his head, he wailed in pain, "Ow! Couldn't you go easier? My hair, for crying out loud." Lin Tian rolled his eyes. "Cut the crap. Get up now, or those ghostly things will gobble you up like a can of fatty meat. Asshole Tian, you did that on purpose. Say another word." At that moment, all around them, Xiao Linger and Xiao Taohan had already retrieved a thick stack of multicolored talismans from Lin Tian. The two continuously infused the talismans with spiritual energy, casting them, igniting them, all in one fluid motion. Under their crisscrossing barrage, they managed to barely hold back the surging tide of demonic spirits for a time. Occasionally, they found spare moments to capture weakened demon souls, blasted by the talismans, and seal them within the soul-binding mark. Demon souls. Their forms were bizarre, like swirling masses of black mist drifting endlessly toward them. These entities bore hideous faces, emitting piercing screeches unbearable to the ear. Their soul-attacking methods relentlessly assaulted everyone's minds. Some transformed into claws that tore through the air. Others burrowed into cultivators' consciousness seas, devouring spiritual awareness, or even attached themselves to flesh and blood, eroding vitality. Terrifying indeed. Extremely troublesome. Xiao Linger's fair face turned pale. She had just cast 3 exploding charms when she turned back in panic, shouting at Lin Tian, "Junior brother. There are too many demonic souls. We can't hold them back much longer." After Xiao Taohan flung several more exploding charms, amidst a burst of fiery explosions, only a few clusters of demonic souls were scattered. In the brief respite, she gritted her teeth and said, "They're practically indestructible.
We can only weaken them with attacks and seal them within the soul binding mark. To Lin Tian's left front stood Jian Wuming.
She too swung her sword in rapid succession, streaks of swordlight like rainbows slicing through wave after wave of demonic souls.
Alas! The situation was exactly as Xiaodahong had described. These things simply couldn't be killed.
The black mist scattered by her sword energy quickly reassembled within 3 breaths, screeching as it charged forward. After expending immense spiritual energy to repel several more clusters of black mist, a pair of cold eyes glanced toward the distance.
What's that? Jian Wuming seemed to have noticed something.
She swiftly darted to Lin Tian's side. Her voice was grave. Lin, junior brother, there seems to be spiritual energy fluctuations in the direction we landed. Judging by the scale, it appears a large group of cultivators has arrived.
Lin Tian nodded upon hearing this.
He signaled Jian Wuming with his eyes not to worry, to continue blocking and providing cover.
But Lin Tian wasn't overly concerned. On the contrary, in his view, the more people who entered now, the better.
A sinister smile spread across Lin Tian's lips. His gaze began to greedily sweep across the surrounding barrier light screens.
Come on, people. If no one comes, how will anyone share my burden? So I can collect these treasures in peace? With that thought, he kicked Yapang squarely in the rear, barking, "Fatso! Activate your Iron Mountain shield and be my human shield. Protect me up close. I'm breaking through the barrier." "Ha? Don't we need to capture demon souls to break the barrier?" The chubby guy looked utterly bewildered, whining and grumbling. "Catch your ass. Follow my orders.
One more word, and I'll feed you duck powder and make you sleep with pigs."
Lin Tian snarled. "No, I'll obey." Yao Pang was terrified.
He shut up immediately, wrapped his arms around Lin Tian, and activated the Iron Mountain shield, enveloping him inside.
"Lin Tian, damn it! Are you stupid? Locking me inside Iron Mountain shield like this, how am I supposed to break through the light barrier?" A sharp elbow struck Yapang's ample bosom. "Get your filthy hands off me!" "Ow!" Yapang rubbed his sore spot, whining, "Didn't you say you'd protect me up close?"
Yao Pang's spiritual energy erupted, instantly coalescing around him into an earth-colored shield that blocked Lin Tian's path.
Any demonic spirits that occasionally broke through Shaolinger and the others' fireline to appear beside Lin Tian were all braced against by Yapang.
Lin Tian gripped the triple blossom barrier breaking staff tightly. He began sweeping through the successive layers of barrier light screens covering the stone staircase.
Snatch the treasure.
4 others. To break through a barrier light screen, one must capture 10 or more demonic souls.
But Lin Tian didn't need to. Now, with his staff in hand, all treasures were his. If other cultivators witnessed this scene, they'd likely choke on their own rage. They'd just lie down and call it quits right then and there. Meanwhile, at the central plaza of the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm, the streaks of azure light that had filled the air now vanished completely. At its very core, a massive stone gate suddenly materialized with a thunderous boom. As spiritual light swirled around it, it emitted a profound, mysterious force fluctuation. The young alchemist from the Pill Alliance, who had been watching intently, saw the green light vanish. He sprang to his feet, clenching his fists in excitement. "Excellent!
Senior Brother Chi has finally broken through the sacrifice ritual and shattered the concealment barrier.
The inheritance hall is now open. All members of the Alchemist Alliance enter. Follow me to seize the opportunity to become the next Alchemist Emperor," the youth shouted fiercely. The other members of the Alchemy Alliance responded in unison, "Yes."
The moment the words left his mouth, hundreds of Dan Alliance elites streamed in one after another, their momentum fierce and overwhelming.
However, as they set out,
such a large contingent of the Pill Alliance naturally drew the surveillance of other factions. The moment they moved, the lurking factions all took notice. They all converged on the massive stone gate at the center. At that moment, Mu Shui, leading several dozen members of the Southern University, also began advancing toward the central stone gate.
"We're going in too."
She led 12 Nanda students, following other factions as they surged through the stone gate. Seeing this, Lingbao Polytechnic, Wu City, the Chen family, and other factions scrambled to follow suit. They swarmed into the massive stone gate, fearing they might miss this great opportunity.
Inside the stone gate,
the moment they stepped inside, a dazzling array of colors filled their vision.
After a brief moment of dizziness, they adjusted and opened their eyes.
They saw swirling masses of black mist all around, countless demonic spirits drifting through the air, their shrill screeches piercing their ears as they lunged toward them.
Holy crap! What the hell is this? How could it emit such an eerie and terrifying aura? Some timid students trembled so violently their legs shook, instinctively wanting to turn back. But there was no path back behind them.
As for those Dan Alliance members who had entered first,
were now under attack by the first wave of demonic spirits. The demonic spirits, like ghosts, darted through the void.
Some burrowed into the cultivators' minds, triggering hallucinations that drove them to slaughter one another.
Some transformed into black blades, slicing flesh and spilling blood.
Others coiled around bodies, draining spiritual energy,
leaving victims instantly drained. A gifted student from Lingbao Polytechnic, caught off guard, had a demon soul burrow into his consciousness.
His eyes turned blood red as he swung his magical artifact, wildly hacking at his companions.
Screams of agony filled the air. At the very same moment, the moment these individuals entered, the remnant soul of the Pill Emperor echoed within everyone's consciousness.
They learned the true nature of the black mist. A soul-binding mark simultaneously appeared before each person's eyes.
Thus, after the initial panic,
they all imprinted the soul-sealing mark and began their counterattack. They too first crushed the demonic souls, forcing them into a weakened state, then sealed them within the soul-binding marks. Chapter 64, Southern Conference Convergence. Lin Tian steals treasures. Fortunately, the arrival of these individuals, they effectively relieved most of the pressure on Lin Tian's side. Many demon souls emerging from the palace depths began swarming toward the Alchemy Alliance's position. The Alchemist Alliance members, numerous in number, quickly grasped the situation. Each member grew visibly energized. They coordinated seamlessly. One would cast spells and channel spiritual energy to weaken the demon souls, while another would seize the opportunity before they could recover, sealing them into soul-binding seals.
Other factions followed suit. Of course, they weren't fools.
Naturally, as soon as they entered, some attempted to forcibly break the seal, just like Lin Tian and his group.
The result, naturally, was that the barrier didn't budge an inch.
Thus, those seeking treasures now frantically hunted demon souls, mirroring the actions of the dozen or so individuals who had followed Lin Tian.
At that moment,
Mu Shui led the southern masses. The moment they landed, they swiftly formed a formation, deploying spiritual energy shields to create a triangular defensive stance, collectively withstanding the demonic soul's onslaught.
Suddenly,
a young man, holding a soul tablet, exclaimed excitedly, "Senior Mu Shui." The soul tablet detected 3 soul imprints there in the northeast direction. As he spoke, he pointed toward the direction of the stone ladder. That was precisely where Lin Tian and the others were located.
Mu Shui's icy gaze suddenly brightened. It must be Lin Tian and the others. Everyone, follow my command.
Form a formation and advance.
Avoid the Pill Alliance. Ignore these demonic souls for now. Our priority is to find our classmates and regroup.
Yes, Senior.
Roger that.
Understood, President Mu Shui. The dozens of Southern University students nodded in unison without a moment's hesitation.
I'll lead the way.
The young man who had spoken earlier charged ahead, taking the lead. Channeling his spiritual energy, he swept his sword horizontally, hacking through the swarm of demonic spirits to carve out a path. The others swiftly followed in his wake. However, though the demonic soul's black mist was scattered, it swiftly reformed, shrieking as it counterattacked. This turn of events sent a chill down the spines of the Nanda members. The more timid among them broke out in cold sweat, their formation beginning to crumble. Seeing this, Mu Shui immediately summoned a spirit fan. Her slender arms fluttered ceaselessly, reinforcing the weak points within the formation. Each swing unleashed powerful gusts of wind blades, tearing through the black mist.
Hold your ground. Use soul-sealing charms to capture those weakened demonic spirits.
Yes.
The others obeyed. With no other choice, they slowed their pace, fighting while simultaneously capturing souls and advancing.
Meanwhile, Lin Tian faced mounting pressure.
This forced Lin Tian to adopt an even more sweeping, all-out approach.
Wielding the 3-flower band-breaking staff, he dashed relentlessly back and forth across the stone stairway. Even the chubby little guy trailing behind him struggled to keep pace for a moment.
Ah ha ha. Mine. All mine.
Lin Tian pried open several more light screens.
Awesome. What's this? Judging by the spiritual energy fluctuations, could it be a top-tier artifact?
Within the light barrier before Lin Tian lay a flying vessel, resting quietly. It was only about the size of a palm. But Lin Tian knew that such top-tier artifacts were rumored not only to shrink and expand at will but also to contain living creatures.
Without hesitation, Lin Tian flung the object into his storage ring.
He immediately began running toward another barrier light screen.
Not far away, the 3 women who had shielded Lin Tian and Yapang from most of the demonic souls. They watched Lin Tian's frantic hoarding of treasures. They were all stunned. Unbelievable. But immediately, they redoubled their efforts to fend off the demonic souls' attacks. Because they all simultaneously realized one thing. That is, when it came time to divide the spoils, it would be an utterly insane affair. The items within that light screen were no ordinary goods. Meanwhile, a dozen prodigies not far from Lin Tian and his group. At that very moment, they all simultaneously sensed the fluctuations of the soul tokens. They also discovered the arrival of others from their respective factions. Filled with excitement, rushed toward the entrance they had come through. They paid no mind to Lin Tian and his companions. In fact, in their haste to move faster, they even began abandoning the pursuit of demon souls. However, this meant the demon souls lost their distraction. Those that hadn't pursued the dozen or so individuals began to violently attack Lin Tian and his 4 companions. As always, first came the piercing screeches, relentlessly disrupting their minds. Then, a massive wave of black mist surged toward them like a tidal flood.
Yao Pang also found himself struggling more and more. More and more demon souls were breaking through the defensive line held by Xiaolinger and the other two girls. Yao Pang's Iron Mountain shield began to dim, its radiance fading. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Little Emperor! I can barely hold them back. You must think of a solution." At that moment, Lin Tian finally had no choice. Demon souls were already closing in on him. He had no choice but to temporarily withdraw the three-flower breaking band staff. He shouted loudly, "Don't panic. Fatso, I'll take out the weaker demon souls. You use your soul mark to capture them." Got it. Lin Tian unleashed his ultimate technique. He immediately channeled the grind technique. Won. An inaudible, ear-splitting vibration rippled through the void. Waves of spiritual energy dispersed, transforming into invisible ripples that churned the demonic soul's black mist. Lin Tian charged toward the densest cluster of demonic souls. Those within a meter of Lin Tian began to shatter under the grind technique's impact. The demonic souls split apart, desperately trying to reassemble. Yao Pang followed behind, struggling to keep up. He cursed, "Damn it, slow down. I can't keep up with this." Lin Tian paid no heed, instead gathering his momentum and increasing his spiritual energy output. At the same time, he felt the pace still wasn't fast enough. A thick stack of talismans instantly appeared in his palm. Besides charging headlong, he continuously detonated talismans. He shouted loudly to Xiaolinger, Xiao Taohong, and Jianwoman, "Stop fighting. All of you follow behind me to capture the demon souls. I can't hold out much longer. Hurry!" Lin Tian's tone was urgent. After speaking, he intensified the bombardment of talismans. His goal was to finish off all the demon souls in the vicinity in one fell swoop, freeing him to collect the remaining treasures within the other light screens. Upon hearing this, Xiaolinger and the others halted their attacks and began gathering behind Lin Tian. They raised their hands repeatedly to capture the demon souls. Fortunately, with the combined efforts of the four of them, they managed to maintain a fairly synchronized rhythm with Lin Tian. But an hour passed. The spiritual energy within Lin Tian began to dry up. Moreover, the spirit stones within his storage ring had been completely depleted. Yet the number of demonic souls was simply too vast. It felt like they were endless, spring winds bringing new growth. Fortunately, there was one pleasant surprise. Namely, Lin Tian was astonished to discover that each demon soul he struck granted him 1 point of emotion value. This discovery thrilled him immensely. Because in just this 1 hour, he had already gained nearly 500 emotion points. His total had now reached 2,000 points. But eventually, Lin Tian's spiritual energy was depleted to the point of exhaustion. With no other choice, he signaled the four behind him to begin retreating back to the stone staircase position, where they could continue providing cover for him. He intended to keep collecting treasures. At that very moment, Mu Shui led the southern masses through a newly breached opening, their spiritual light piercing the darkness to reveal Lin Tian and his companions. Lin Tian. Mu Shui's cold gaze suddenly lit up with joy. Seeing he was safe, the anxiety that had gripped her heart finally eased. "Mu Shui? Ha ha ha. You're just in time." Lin Tian laughed heartily. He wasted no words, offered no explanation. Instead, he immediately shouted to the dozens of people behind Mu Shui, "Everyone, come over here. Provide cover for me and attack these demonic spirits." He gave detailed instructions and issued orders, paying no heed to their thoughts or whether they agreed. Lin Tian turned and headed straight for the stone staircase, determined to continue dismantling the light barrier restrictions. Frantically grabbing treasures. Chapter 65, The Nature of Hoarding, Sweeping the Stone Staircase. Seeing Lin Tian striding toward the stone ladder with a club in hand, Mu Shui's cold eyes flickered with complexity. Though unaware of the specifics, she chose to trust Lin Tian. She commanded the others in a stern voice, "Everyone, form a protective formation around Lin Tian and hold off the demonic souls." Though reluctant, the others obeyed. They weren't fools. They could see the stone staircase, as vast as 2 football fields, was laden with all manner of forbidden treasures and magical artifacts. Could anyone truly resist such temptation? But under Mu Shui's command, they had no choice but to temporarily set aside their doubts and greed. In an instant, Nandao University students swiftly formed defensive formations. One by one, they unfurled their spiritual energy shields, linking them into a continuous wall of spiritual force that stretched across the front of the celestial ladder. Sword lights and talisman inscriptions flew in unison, while magical artifacts were continuously summoned. They braced against the onrushing demonic souls. Jian Wuming naturally joined the fray immediately. Yao Pang remained within 3 body lengths behind Lin Tian, vigilant against any demon souls that might breach all defenses. Xiaolinger and Xiao Taohong formed an inner defensive line, focusing on capturing those demon souls that had breached the Nanjing University defenses but were now in a weakened state. For a time, this created an absolute defensive perimeter for Lin Tian, allowing him to focus on prying open the treasure chest. As for what that remnant soul of the Pill Emperor had said earlier about collecting demonic souls to break the restrictions, Lin Tian grinned, his eyes blazing with greed. Gripping his pitch-black three-flower barrier breaking staff, he charged straight toward the barrier light screen on the stone steps.
Screw that. I've never played by the rules. At that very moment, Lin Tian's true nature as a miser was laid bare.
In his mind, only what was in his pocket was real.
What does money in hand is money earned mean? This is it. As for the rules?
Screw the rules. Once I've taken all the inherited treasures here, that's the rule. With the three-flower breaking bandstaff in hand.
Stone ladder. Now it's Lin Tian's personal treasure vault.
Lin Tian's figure darted like lightning toward a barrier. Within the light screen, a divine pill floated, radiating spiritual light and a potent medicinal fragrance, accompanied by faint dragon-like roars.
He swung the staff of breaking prohibitions, giving it a light jab.
With a hum, the light barrier dissolved like thin paper. The immortal pill was in his hand, smooth as jade, its spiritual energy fluctuations awe-inspiring.
Ha! This immortal pill. Lin Tian burst into laughter with delight. Though he couldn't discern its exact grade, a treasure sealed away by restrictions for untold ages couldn't possibly be ordinary.
Without hesitation, he stuffed it into his spatial ring. His figure surged toward the next barrier.
The second barrier. This was an ancient jade slip engraved with the words Heavenly Emperor's Spirit Refining Pill.
Its spiritual light was subdued, yet it emitted profound, mysterious fluctuations. Without a second thought, Lin Tian. He jabbed his staff and pried it open. The light barrier shattered instantly. With lightning-fast reflexes, he snatched the jade tablet into his palm. He immediately scanned it with his spiritual sense. It was indeed a pill Formula 1 capable of refining the heaven-defying divine pill, aiding cultivators in condensing their divine souls. He burst into maniacal laughter. This thing could fetch enough to buy an entire spirit mountain.
Can't keep selling everything.
I need to keep some treasures hidden away for the future.
Next.
The third location, the fourth. Lin Tian swept through like a wolf among sheep, his barrier-breaking staff unstoppable as it shattered one protective barrier after another. This time, Lin Tian was like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, completely unleashed. Before, he had to divide his focus, constantly wary of demonic souls striking from the shadows. But now, he was wholly immersed in the glorious mission of plundering treasures. Superior-grade magical flying swords, their sword chi tearing through the void. Millennia-old spiritual herbs, their medicinal fragrance defying the heavens. Eccentric jade talismans pulsed with strange fluctuations, as if concealing ancient secret arts. Even a broken alchemy furnace radiated terrifying spiritual pressure, rivaling that of a Dao artifact.
Lin Tian accepted everything without hesitation.
5 divine pills, 7 alchemy manuals, 15 supreme-grade magical treasures, countless high-grade spiritual herbs and artifacts. Strange and wondrous treasures filled several storage rings to bursting. Some of these storage rings even surpassed the spatial capacity of his own Shenkuan ring. While Lin Tian raided the treasures like a madman.
The southern masses, while fending off the demonic souls, watched Lin Tian's frenzied plundering.
Each of them stared in disbelief, utterly stunned.
A male cultivator swallowed hard. Lin Tian. Is this guy a human moving truck? Breaking seals is like child's play for him. But wasn't it agreed that capturing demonic souls was the only way to break the seals? What is he doing? Cheating? Or using an external program?
A female cultivator exclaimed excitedly. Divine pills. Superb artifacts.
He's taken dozens of them?
Another senior cultivator sighed. We thought we'd have to protect him, but turns out he's the one we should be protecting.
Stop distracting yourselves. Focus on fighting the enemies.
You'll get your share of these treasures later. Mu Shue's cold eyes narrowed as she barked at the group. Only then did she fix her gaze upon Lin Tian. When Mu Shue sensed Lin Tian's aura, she realized it had already reached the 8th layer of qi cultivation.
Even she gasped in shock. She murmured to herself, 8th layer of qi cultivation? He was only at the 5th layer when we entered the secret realm. What kind of extraordinary opportunity could he have gained in just a few short days? Her heart was filled with complex emotions. But then came sheer delight. As long as Lin Tian was strong enough and possessed extraordinary talent.
Then, once they emerged from the heavenly furnace secret realm,
Mu Shue suddenly recalled the plan Tang Yan had devised for her. At the very beginning, when they first entered the secret realm,
the 99 members of Nanda University all looked down on Lin Tian. They thought that someone at Qi Gathering Stage 1, though he had made a stunning debut at the alchemy competition. Though he somehow reached Qi Gathering Stage 5 afterward. But his cultivation level was what it was. Once inside the secret realm, a 5th layer practitioner was nothing but an ant beneath the peak cultivators.
They might even need his assistance. But now,
Lin Tian, single-handedly, swept through the stone staircase restrictions, plundered the Pill Emperor's inheritance, displayed godlike prowess, and radiated overwhelming fortune, completely overturning all expectations. Members of other factions were still toiling away, desperately hunting demon souls with all their might, hoping to snag a single treasure. Who knows what expressions they'll wear when they finally gather enough demon souls, reach the stone staircase, and witness the scene. At this very moment, the people of the southern masses seemed to have shed their earlier resentment.
Instead, each and every one of them was filled with excitement. One senior exclaimed passionately, "Lin Tian is the hope of our southern university. With him here, the Pill Alliance is nothing. The rise of Nanda is just around the corner." As these people showered Lin Tian with praise, Xiao Taohong had just flicked a spirit talisman, scattering several clusters of demonic soul black mist. She glanced back at Lin Tian, her lively, beautiful eyes brimming with pride and admiration. Then, she suddenly recalled Yi Qingxiu's warning. Stay close to Lin Tian. If he takes a liking to you, don't resist. At the time, she hadn't taken it seriously, thinking Lin Tian's fifth-layer qi cultivation was nothing special. She had always felt that such a man was beneath her, little peach blossom. But now, Lin Tian had reached the 8th layer of qi cultivation, his techniques were unparalleled, his fortune peerless, he had become the focal point of all prodigies. The more Xiao Taohong thought about it, the more her lively, adorable face flushed crimson. She stamped her foot, silently cursing herself. Oh dear. What on earth is wrong with me? Why am I still thinking about this? Yet Xiao Taohong couldn't resist stealing glances at Lin Tian. She thought to herself, if Lin Tian really took a liking to me, I wouldn't be doing too badly. Xiao Linger unleashed ripples of spiritual energy. Her slender form fluttered like a butterfly as she launched a frenzied assault on the demonic soul, determined to shield Lin Tian at all costs. Seeing the admiration the southern masses held for Lin Tian, she felt both delighted and insecure. Junior brother Lin saved me from peril with godlike prowess, he's destined to be heaven's chosen one. Recalling their earlier naked embrace, her cheeks flushed crimson. But, when Xiao Linger's gaze fell upon Mu Shui, she saw that Mu Shui was also occasionally observing Lin Tian. The deep warmth in that gaze. Xiao Linger couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I'm just an ordinary woman, how could I possibly be worthy of him? Senior Mu Shui, with her extraordinary talent and unparalleled beauty, is the perfect match for Junior Lin. At that thought, Xiao Linger steeled her resolve. She made a silent vow. I, Xiao Linger, swear that in this lifetime, if I can serve as his maid and attend to him for the rest of his days, I shall be utterly content. Xiao Linger's eyes flashed with resolve as her spiritual energy surged even more fiercely. She cried out fiercely, "Demon soul! Don't you dare harm Lin!" Spirit talismans flew wildly from her hands, forcefully blocking several demonic spirits and shielding Lin Tian's rear. Who knows how long it had been? The southern masses were utterly exhausted, their spiritual energy nearly depleted. Fortunately, the number of demon souls was gradually diminishing, their shrill screeches growing fainter. Finally, no demonic souls attacked for a long while. On Shi Tiandi's side, silence began to return, with only the occasional flickering of barrier light screens remaining. And now, Lin Tian, having broken through the restrictions along the way, finally stood atop the stone staircase. He swung his barrier-breaking staff, prying open the final restriction. From within, he drew a sword shrouded in ethereal aura. The blade shimmered with radiant light, its sword energy tearing through the void, truly a peak-tier super-grade treasure. He grinned. This sword. However, at that very moment, members of the Pill Alliance and other factions began arriving one after another at the base of the stone staircase. They had previously risked their lives, using captured demonic souls to break through scattered restrictions along the way. But they had reaped a rich harvest. Following the lead from their dozen or so fellow disciples, who had claimed that the stone ladder was the core location where treasures were too numerous to count. But when they arrived at the scene full of excitement, they were utterly dumbfounded. The stone staircase now stood utterly empty. All barrier light screens had vanished, and not a single treasure remained. Looking up, they saw Lin Tian standing atop the stone staircase, holding a divine sword, grinning with a look that screamed, "I deserve a punch." Lin Tian? Did he clear out the entire stone staircase? Divine pills, magical artifacts, alchemical formulas, all taken by him? Everyone was utterly incredulous. How could this be possible? Yet the fact remained, the treasures were gone. All eyes instantly turned to Lin Tian. They roared in unison, "Lin Tian, did you take the treasures? Hand them over now." Chapter 66, A Soul-Shaking Drumbeat. Slaughtering the Pill Alliance. Within the Dan Alliance crowd, the young man from earlier kept glancing back and forth at Lin Tian and his group. He had noticed the commotion on Lin Tian's side from the very beginning. He had assumed it was Senior Brother Qi of the Pill Alliance, but now, where was Senior Brother Qi? The young man grew increasingly anxious, a troubling thought suddenly surging in his mind. Could it be, something had gone wrong? The thought sent a chill through his heart. "Lin Tian, I ask you, why are you here?" The young man stepped forward, demanding answers from Lin Tian. Seeing the young man about to speak, the others all fell silent. After all, this man was no ordinary figure. For the youth was none other than Huang Xing, the nominal disciple of Dan City's first elder. His standing far surpassed that of Zhang Hao back then. But Lin Tian remained silent. Weighing the sword in his hand, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he descended the stone staircase at a measured pace. Simultaneously, he began transmitting his voice to Mu Shui, the fat man, and the others.
When Mu Shui learned that the senior brother Qi Huangxing had mentioned was long dead, crushed to death by Yao Pang's, but even Mu Shui, whose face usually bore the icy coldness of a glacier, couldn't help but twitch slightly. Her gaze toward Lin Tian grew increasingly curious. But it vanished in an instant. Mu Shui swiftly relayed this information to everyone at Nan University through telepathic transmission. Upon hearing the news, every face in the crowd turned pale with shock. But now was not the time for shock. Everyone began gathering their strength, preparing for a bloody battle against the hundreds of Dan Alliance members. When Lin Tian finally stepped to the very front of the Southerners' ranks, he toyed with the immortal sword in his hand. His gaze drifted, seemingly by chance, toward the dozen or so individuals from various factions who had followed him. At that moment, Huangxing, seeing Lin Tian's silence, instantly flew into a rage. His tone grew increasingly sinister as he demanded, word by word, "I'm asking you, why are you here? And where is our Dan Alliance's senior brother Qi?" Lin Tian scratched his ear and glanced at the dozen or so individuals who stood with heads bowed, too afraid to speak. "Hey! Don't you know? Didn't you kill their Qi senior brother?" Lin Tian spoke pointedly, striking first to confuse the issue. The moment those words left his mouth, the dozen or so individuals froze as if struck by lightning, their faces turning pale with fear as they shook their heads frantically like wind chimes. No, we didn't kill him. It was you. You were the one who injured Brother Qi first," one female cultivator hurriedly explained, then pointed at the chubby one. "It was him. That fatso. He sat right on top of Brother Qi and crushed him." "What?" The hundreds of Alchemist Alliance members present felt as if the sky had fallen. Huangxing felt the world spinning around him. If he really died, then he. Because when he entered, Senior Brother Qi had specifically instructed him to protect his grandson at all costs. As for the credibility of that female cultivator's earlier words, it no longer mattered at this moment. "You trash from Nanda University, you all deserve to die." Huangxing roared in fury. "Tear them to shreds." The words had barely left his mouth. Over 200 cultivators from the Pill Alliance unleashed their spiritual power, swords flashing like streaks of light as they charged toward the stone steps. Members of other factions, too, were suddenly restless, eager to seize the storage pouches of the Southern University students amidst the chaos. In their minds, those treasures were surely on these people. However, the thought of snatching food from the Dan Alliance's jaws struck fear into them. Even if they managed to seize the treasures, once outside, they might not be able to keep them. Thus, they abruptly halted their advance, watching the battle unfold with burning eyes from the sidelines. The Southern University disciples had long been prepared. Now, seeing hundreds of peak-level experts charging toward them, each of them unleashed their spiritual power, forming a defensive formation to block the stone steps and meet the attack head-on. Jian Wuming drew his sword, its aura piercing the heavens. Xiaoda Hong charged her spirit talisman's Xiaolinger radiated rippling spiritual light, shielding Lin Tian. For the Southern Alliance members, since entering the secret realm, their deadly struggle with the Pill Alliance had never ceased. Both sides had long become mortal enemies. Thus, no one blamed Lin Tian for eliminating their crucial figure. On the contrary, these young Southern University disciples all felt it was a well-deserved and brilliant kill. After all, they were young, no need for complicated maneuvers. A single disagreement, and they were done for. Over 200 Alchemy Alliance cultivators unleashed their spiritual power, unleashing a torrent of swordlights, palm strikes, and spiritual energy bolts like a downpour. On the Southern University side, there were barely 40 people. Facing enemies many times their number, they couldn't help but feel a bit daunted for a moment. Amidst the encirclement, they began forming formations while fighting. Mu Shui swung her spirit fan, unleashing a frost storm that froze the Dan Alliance's vanguard. Jian Wuming's sword flashed like a rainbow, cutting down several foes. Yet the Dan Alliance's overwhelming numbers, relentless spiritual energy bombardment, and crushing formation forced the Southern University forces into a steady retreat. One Nanda student had his sword knocked from his grasp. A palm strike struck his chest, causing him to spit blood and collapse, dying instantly. Immediately after, several more were pierced by sword light, their agonized screams echoing in succession. Within a mere quarter of an hour, only 13 Southern University students remained. Over 20 lay dead on the stone steps, their bodies strewn about in a horrifying sight. Xiaolinger, the weakest in cultivation, naturally stayed out of the front lines. Her face pale, she gritted her teeth as she shielded Lin Tian. "Junior brother Lin, flee now." Mu Shui's lips were stained with blood, yet her cold gaze remained unwavering. "Lin Tian, why don't you take the treasure and break through the encirclement?" Lin Tian, shielded by his Southern University comrades, watched as one classmate after another fell. His eyes had long since turned bloodshot, red with fury. But he had no choice. His original plan was to stall for time, allowing himself to recover more spiritual energy. He tried to cast the grab spell again, but the Dan Alliance members gave him no chance, attacking the moment they could. Fortunately, he was steadily drawing power from the dwindling spirit stones. He stepped forward. "Dan Alliance scum! I'll make you pay for this with your blood." He tossed the heaven-splitting sword in his hand to Mu Shui, his voice deep and grave. "Senior sister, catch the sword."
Leave these beasts to me. Mu Shui caught the sword, startled. Junior brother Lin, you.
Lin Tian sneered coldly, pulling an ancient war drum from his spatial ring.
Its surface was engraved with intricate mystical runes, radiating terrifying fluctuations.
This was the other item from the system's lottery, a mysterious artifact. Named the soul-shattering drum, a single strike could shatter souls, its power directly proportional to the wielder's combat strength. In other words, the higher Lin Tian's combat strength, the greater the destructive force unleashed.
It wasn't that he hadn't wanted to bring it out sooner.
The reason was that this thing consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Lin Tian channeled his spiritual energy and struck the war drum with a thunderous blow.
Boom!
A thunderous drumbeat erupted, shaking the void as spiritual energy rippled like a tsunami, sweeping across the entire arena with soul-devouring force. Yet, guided by Lin Tian's spiritual awareness, it targeted only the members of the Pill Alliance.
Over 400 cultivators of the Alchemy Alliance bore the brunt of the attack.
The moment the drumbeat reached their ears, their spiritual seas shattered instantly.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Their bodies shattered like porcelain, flesh and blood splattering everywhere as bones snapped into pieces, leaving only a sea of blood mist and scattered limbs.
Huang Xing witnessed this and instantly widened his eyes.
A half-formed scream burst from his throat before he exploded into a spray of blood, falling dead on the spot. Nearly 400 souls, not a single one survived. A river of blood flowed before the stone steps, the stench of blood filling the air. The entire scene was shaken to its core.
A single drumbeat,
instantly annihilating over 400 peak chi cultivation practitioners of the Pill Alliance.
At that moment,
all the factions that had intended to take advantage of the chaos, hoping to seize the storage bags of the Southern University students while the Pill Alliance was distracted,
were now utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? The entire Dan Alliance is dead? How could this be? A barrage of questions and terror swirled incessantly through their minds.
However, the dozen or so who had witnessed Lin Tian's bizarre techniques earlier showed little surprise.
Meanwhile, on the South University side,
the dozen or so survivors now stared at Lin Tian as if they'd seen a ghost. Their shock was beyond words, each of them dumbstruck. They stared blankly at Lin Tian,
unable to utter a single word. Chapter 67, Breaking the Rules, Unfair. The prodigies from other factions turned deathly pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Dead silence.
A terrifying stillness.
After a long while. What did he use? A single drumbeat. The Pill Annihilation Alliance? Is that a divine artifact? He's only at the 8th layer of chi cultivation.
Just as these people murmured in disbelief.
In stark contrast,
the dozen or so survivors from the Southern University faction were filled with excitement and elation. The reason was simple: with the Pill Alliance now utterly annihilated, none of the survivors posed any further threat to the Southern Academy.
Therefore, wouldn't all the treasures now belong to the Southern University? This was an entire treasure trove of a Dan Emperor's legacy. However,
among the remaining factions, there were also those with sharp minds.
In their eyes,
Lin Tian's drum from earlier must have been a treasure obtained from within the restricted light barrier.
Moreover, many shared this notion.
As these self-assured notions surfaced in their minds, the greed within their hearts became impossible to suppress. Even facing death, they refused to accept their fate. A prodigy from Fu City darted his eyes and shouted, "Lin Tian,
you're breaking the rules."
The soul of the Pill Emperor said the treasure requires a demonic soul to break the seal, yet you Southern University people use dark arts to seize it. That's unfair. His outburst naturally set off a storm of controversy.
Other prodigies snapped to attention, echoing in unison, yes. The Dan Emperor's soul must uphold justice.
A prodigy from Lingbao Polytechnic stepped forward, his voice stern and righteous. The Pill Emperor's legacy belongs to all within this secret realm.
How dare you, Southern University, claim it for yourselves alone? Don't you fear divine retribution?
Surrender the treasure now, we shall divide it equally.
Mu Tianhao of the Mu family glanced at Mu Shui.
Seeing her remain silent, he gritted his teeth, hiding behind the crowd, and loudly complained.
Exactly.
We risked our lives hunting demon souls, yet you scoundrels snatched everything.
Have you no sense of justice?
The others chimed in one after another. But none dared step forward to call for violence.
You Southern University scum, think you can run wild just because you've got some tricks up your sleeve? Watch out for karma. And Lin Tian slaughtered the entire Pill Alliance. Aren't you worried they'll hunt you down for revenge once we leave this secret realm?
This statement carried a strong undertone of threat.
To put it plainly,
it implied that you, Nanda, could run rampant in the secret realm and slaughter every member of the Pill Alliance. If you want them to keep quiet, be smart, share the spoils. Consider it hush money.
Mu Shui's eyes turned as cold as ice upon hearing this.
Gripping her immortal sword, she stepped forward. Her icy gaze swept over the 100 or so remaining opponents. Her voice devoid of emotion, she snorted coldly, "Humph.
Don't try to threaten us with morality.
Life and death in the secret realm have always been determined by one's own abilities.
As for treasures, whoever obtains them first, they belong to them. Do you truly wish to follow the path of the Pill Alliance? To court death?
Jian Wuming drew his sword, its aura piercing the heavens. He radiated the unique, overbearing aura of a sword cultivator.
However,
as Jian Wuming spoke, her eyes kept stealing admiring glances at the sword in Mu Shue's hand.
for a sword cultivator, the allure of a treasure sword is utterly irresistible. Especially one whose very name Jian Wuming had been changed to match her own? That's not right. Now that the Dan Alliance member is dead, I ask you, once we leave this secret realm, how will you face the Dan Alliance's overwhelming wrath? Mu Tianhao remained hidden behind the crowd, using the Dan Alliance as a veiled reference to the informant. The others heard this.
They all understood, stepping forward one by one with sarcastic tones.
Exactly. Can your Southern Academy withstand the Pill Alliance's wrath?
I've heard that among the dead from the Alchemy Alliance are the grandson of one of their elders and the nominal disciple of the first elder of Dan City.
Think it over. We don't want much, just hand over 80% of your treasures to us. We promise not to breathe a word once we're out.
Mu Shue's icy eyes grew even colder.
Don't even think about it. Yao Pang clutched his injured buttocks and stepped forward. Hey! You bunch of yellow-bellied dogs, you really have no shame. Fat Lord warns you, those who know better shut up now and stop courting trouble. The others immediately grew frantic. Fighting? They didn't have the strength. Didn't they see how many experts from the Pill Alliance had been killed? But giving up?
Then all the sacrifices made in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm would have been for nothing.
Just as the verbal sparring reached its peak,
a voice tinged with amusement cut through the air.
In that case, it continued, if I kill all of you, no one will ever know it was me. The speaker was Lin Tian.
Lin Tian slowly stepped forward, a faint, ambiguous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After the brief respite earlier, he had recovered considerably. That single drumbeat had instantly drained all his spiritual energy. But that wasn't what broke his heart. What truly broke his heart was that the dead members of the Pill Alliance hadn't granted him a single point of emotion value.
That was pretty damn frustrating.
He'd been counting on 100 per person, nearly 400 souls.
Wouldn't that be tens of thousands? Alas!
At the moment of their deaths, their fear wasn't directed at Lin Tian, it was aimed at that drum.
So he didn't get a single drop of fear energy. At this moment, turning to Mu Tianhao and his group.
At Lin Tian's words, they all recoiled in terror, stumbling back several paces. They drew their swords in defense, terrified that Lin Tian might slaughter them all just as he had done to the Dan Alliance members.
Lin Tian, don't be reckless.
If you kill us, your Southern University will be pitted against all of Southern City. No.
Against every faction in the entire East. Is that so? Who would know if I killed you? Lin Tian advanced step by step. With that, he actually pulled out that drum from his ring again.
With a thunderous boom, he positioned it before him.
Truth be told,
Lin Tian had genuinely developed murderous intent.
Had his spiritual energy not been depleted and yet to recover? Who knows, he might have struck already. Forcing him to spit out the juicy morsel in his mouth? Was that even possible? When had Lin Tian ever backed down?
Seeing Lin Tian's battle-ready stance, over 100 opponents across from him instantly paled.
At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Right! Isn't there a Dan Emperor's soul here? He set the rules. This guy from South University is clearly breaking them."
Hearing this, hope reignited in their hearts.
Exactly. This is unfair. We demand justice. Those who follow the rules shouldn't be treated unfairly.
They clung to this as if it were a lifeline. They all shouted loudly toward the depths of the palace, toward the direction where the demonic souls were surging.
Originally, it was merely a form of psychological comfort. But who would have thought? Unexpectedly, the moment their voices faded, a deep, authoritative voice echoed through the hall. To break the prohibitions, violate my rules, seize the inheritance without honoring the trial's punishment is due. The moment the voice fell, boom!
A terrifying pressure surged forth from the depths of the palace, crushing down like a mountain, instantly enveloping the 13 remaining members of the Southern University. Mu Shue, Jian Wuming, Yao Pang, Xiaolinger, Xiaodahan, and others. Along with the remaining students of the Southern Academy, they all spat blood simultaneously. Their spiritual energy shattered within them, causing them to collapse to the ground, their faces drained of color. Lin Tian, too, was crushed by this overwhelming pressure, pinned flat against the soul-shaking drum.
Lin Tian could never have imagined. What the hell kind of Dan Emperor was this, meddling in this? Off. I earned this treasure fair and square, what the hell business is it of yours? Got the guts to fight me one-on-one?
Lin Tian roared, his face twisted with fury. Fortunately, he had recovered a significant amount of spiritual energy earlier, otherwise, he would have struggled even to speak now. But at the same time, the grind technique quietly activated. He fought back against this inexplicable oppressive force with all his might. Though he barely managed to hold his ground, his cultivation level ultimately proved insufficient. In the end, he couldn't fight a force greater than himself. Lin Tian was shaken violently, his blood surging, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This scene fell upon the eyes of the 100+ people across from him. One by one, they were instantly overcome with excitement. In their eyes, it was over. The people of Nanda were finished. The treasures were theirs for the taking. A cultivator from Lingbao Polytechnic sneered savagely, serves them right. Breaking the rules, they died for nothing. Hearing this, the others began to stir with excitement. Because the aura of power had no effect on them whatsoever. So at that moment, they all rushed forward, intent on seizing the storage pouches of everyone from Nanda. Many eyes gleamed with greed, fixated on the soul-shaking drum lying beneath Lin Tian. Chapter 68, Rivalry and Jealousy. Lin Tian was crushed beneath the terrifying pressure of the Pill Emperor's remnant soul, gasping for breath as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth and spiritual energy surged violently within him. Fortunately, by circulating the grind technique, he slowly wore down the pressure. He managed to steady himself. Seeing the prodigies from other factions, their greed intensifying, closing in one after another. Lin Tian glared at them with fury. Lin Tian, you were so arrogant. Now you're nothing but a worthless, sneered a student from Lingbao Polytechnic. Kill them. Those treasures must be in their storage pouches. Once they're dead, the Pill Emperor's legacy is ours. Lin Tian, a bunch of clowns, daring to steal what's mine? As they closed in, Lin Tian acted without hesitation. Boom! Boom! 2 earth-shattering drumbeats exploded, tearing the void apart. Spiritual energy rippled like an apocalyptic tsunami, engulfing the entire inheritance hall. 2 strikes of the soul-shaking drums, like the Heavenly Emperor beating his drums, shattered the laws of the realm. The very foundations of the secret realm began to tremble. Originally, the remnant soul of the Pill Emperor was merely a fragment of consciousness. He resided within the inheritance hall, guarding the legacy. Yet beneath the tremors of these 2 drumbeats, he unexpectedly resonated with the consciousness of the ancient past. Suddenly, a phantom figure materialized beneath the dome of the Hall of Inheritance. Crowned with a Dan-style cap, holding a Dan furnace, and radiating an immense aura, the figure roared, "You audacious madman! Destroying my legacy is an unforgivable crime." But before the words had fully faded, the 3rd drumbeat swept through, causing the figure's remnant soul to convulse violently before shattering into oblivion. Boom! At that very moment, 3 drumbeats. The entire secret realm collapsed completely. A violent burst of azure light erupted, instantly engulfing everyone present and vanishing them from the heavenly furnace secret realm. However, just as these people vanished, the remnant soul, which had been scattered by the drumbeats, suddenly coalesced once more. Finally, it transformed into a wisp of blue light and burrowed into the soul-shaking drum. At the same time, in the valley north of the southern city, outside the entrance to the secret realm, a heated exchange was unfolding. Tang Yan and Yi Qingqiu locked eyes, the tension between them thick enough to cut with a knife. Yi Qingqiu, you, the esteemed head of Miaodong Pavilion, have no shame in offering your maidservant to my student. It seems, your Miaodong Pavilion truly is a den of iniquity. Tang Yan sneered coldly. Yi Qingqiu's phoenix-like eyes flashed with an innate allure, drawing the unwavering stares of every male student from Nanda University across the way. Oh my! Seeing how much you care about Lin Tian, could it be? You're after a teacher-student romance? Have you no boundaries left? Oh my! Holy cow! The 2 grew increasingly outrageous, trading barbs with relentless ferocity. Their verbal attacks grew increasingly outrageous. They even began exposing each other's shortcomings, completely disregarding their status. On one side, Tang Yan had just mocked Yi Qingqiu, accusing her of using her charms to climb the ranks and seize the position of pavilion master at Miaodong Pavilion. Over there, Yi Qingqiu immediately shot back with a veiled jab, implying Tang Yan was an old cow grazing on tender grass, lusting after Lin Tian and even going after her own students. And it all began with that day's gift-giving ceremony. At that moment, both of them noticed the other's excessive focus on Lin Tian. This inexplicably sparked jealousy and anger within them. The noble and elegant image they usually projected had vanished completely, leaving them looking like street corner shrews. This scene left the Nanda University students and everyone else at Miaodong Pavilion utterly dumbfounded. Every face was frozen in utter bewilderment. Director Tang, usually cold as ice, why is she arguing so fiercely over Lin Tian? A female student muttered in shock. How should I know? Director Tang may be fiery and captivating, but I've never seen her argue with anyone. Who'd have thought she'd be trading insults with sect leader Yi today? All over Lin Tian? For a moment, everyone present exchanged bewildered glances. Each silently asked themselves, this Lin Tian? What on earth could he possibly be that would cause 2 women of such high standing to lose their composure like this? Fortunately, the secret realm had not yet reached its opening time. No other factions were present. Otherwise, the explosive scene of Tang Yan and Yi Qingqiu trading barbs and hurling insults at each other would have spread throughout South City and even the entire Eastern Cultivators Alliance. It would be utterly laughable. The low murmurs and whispered exchanges among these individuals
couldn't escape Tang Yan and Yi Qingqiu's keen ears. They immediately realized what was happening. Turning around, they glared fiercely at the people behind them. Tang Yan snorted coldly, "What are you staring at? Never seen women arguing before?" Yi Qingqiu snapped, "Bunch of useless fools. Get back to work." With that, the two women turned to leave, but the look of concern in both their eyes was impossible to hide. Though Tang Yan appeared strong on the surface, her heart was in turmoil, tangled beyond repair. As the head of the Southern University Department, she cared for all her students, especially Mu Shui. After all, Mu Shui was her own niece. To outsiders, this was perfectly understandable. But toward Lin Tian, she herself didn't know when she developed this inexplicable feeling. This feeling was utterly absurd. During the treatment of her hidden ailment, Lin Tian had nearly touched every part of her body. Their physical intimacy had long crossed the boundaries of teacher-student relations. Though it was for healing matters between a man and a woman, how could they be clearly defined? The crucial point was, she had been actively pushing Mu Shui and Lin Tian together. She wanted to use Lin Tian to help Mu Shui escape her family's fate. But now? What does this intimacy between her and Lin Tian even mean? This surge of guilt made Tang Yan feel deeply ashamed toward Mu Shui, her heart torn apart by torment. Yet, there was also a forbidden thrill when she noticed Yi Qingqiu's excessive attention toward Lin Tian. Especially when she gave the little peach red to Lin Tian. This time, her inexplicable jealousy finally erupted. As for Yi Qingqiu, it goes without saying. Ever since that night with Lin Tian, after 17 times the Xianmei divine art had bound her soul to his. If Lin Tian died, she would surely perish with him. And what's more, her dependence on Lin Tian had become ingrained in her very bones. Facing Tang Yan's provocation, bolstered by her seduction arts and honed through years as an auctioneer, her sharp tongue was no match for anyone. Thus, Tang Yan was almost always driven to stomping her feet and flushing crimson with rage. Just as the two women were about to leave, suddenly, the previously tranquil entrance to the secret realm erupted with a blinding green light. Immediately after, over 100 figures materialized. The 12 disciples of the Southern University and the prodigies from other factions were all transported out. They landed in disarray. As for Lin Tian, he lay severely wounded, unconscious. When that flash of green light struck, he had recklessly pounded the drum 3 times to resist the remnant soul of the Pill Emperor, pushing himself beyond his limits without regard for the consequences. Because of this, he hadn't managed to stow his soul-shaking drum into his storage ring in time. Yi Qingqiu was the first to sense something was wrong, immediately dashing to Lin Tian's side to support him. "Lin Tian, what's wrong with you?" Yi Qingqiu's face was filled with concern. She probed with her spiritual energy and realized Lin Tian was nearly drained of his spiritual power, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Mu Shui had already flashed to Tang Yan's side and briefly recounted the events in the secret realm. Tang Yan's expression darkened upon hearing this. A cold, fierce glint flashed in her stunning eyes as she swept a chilling gaze over the 100+ prodigies from other factions. A murderous intent surged within Tang Yan. If the Pill Alliance found out that all 500 of their peak chi gathering elite had perished in the secret realm, and it was all Lin Tian's doing, the very thought was too terrifying for Tang Yan to dwell on. The prodigies from other factions also sensed the killing intent emanating from Tang Yan. Their expressions instantly paled, and they recoiled in terror. "You from the Southern University. Don't you dare do anything rash. Our elders are stationed right here." Tang Yan sneered coldly, "If you don't die today, then my Southern University will never know peace again." Chapter 69, Vow to Stand or Fall with the Southern University. The moment Tang Yan finished speaking, a murderous intent filled the air. It instantly enveloped the 100+ prodigies. Her thinking was simple: strike first to gain the upper hand, or face the consequences of delay. If she resolved to eliminate them immediately, then, naturally, she could cover up the truth about Lin Tian's massacre of the Pill Alliance. As for the aftermath, she couldn't be bothered to think about it. Things had reached this point, there was no room for second thoughts. But who could have known? At that very moment, a series of thunderous shouts erupted from all directions, accompanied by terrifying surges of spiritual energy that swept across the entire northern valley. "Who dares to act so brazenly here? Cease at once!" Voices preceded the sight of their bearers. These were the commanders stationed in the northern suburb valley by various factions: Lingbao Institute of Technology, the Mu Clan, Fu City, and others. Sensing an anomaly at the secret realm's entrance, they had all rushed to the scene with their forces. Tang Yan heard the commotion. A pair of cold, beautiful eyes flashed with reluctance. Her killing intent was interrupted. A curse erupted from her heart. Damn it! These bastards showed up too fast. Anxiousness flickered across Mu Shui's icy, beautiful face. She hurriedly whispered, "Aunt Tang, what should we do next?" Tang Yan clenched her teeth, momentarily at a loss. Now, with so many of the Pill Alliance dead at once, given their notoriously domineering nature, she knew even with her toes that the Alchemy Alliance would never let this go. Nanda, in the southern city. Though its influence was considerable, But against a colossus like the Dan Alliance, Nan University was utterly powerless to resist. Tang Yan's heart was in turmoil. Just then, her gaze inadvertently met Yi Qingxiu's. In that instant of eye contact, an inexplicable, subtle connection formed between them. Each seemed to understand the other's thoughts. Tang Yan breathed a sigh of relief, silently cursing her own foolishness. Given the current situation, if Lin Tian remained at Nanda University, he would become a target for the Dan Alliance. But if Yi Qingxiu took him away, with the power of the marvelous Dan Pavilion, they would be able to protect him completely. The marvelous Dan Pavilion was equally entrenched throughout the entire Eastern Alliance. Moreover, in the alchemy market, they were more than a match for the Alchemy Alliance. Protecting one Lin Tian? That would be more than enough. However, Yi Qingxiu, wore a faint smile, showing no sign of urgency. She seemed to see right through Tang Yan's intentions, and even her alluring almond-shaped eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of mockery. Seeing this, her heart instantly burned with fury, muttering under her breath, "That Tai, mocking me again." But with the situation pressing, she had no other choice. She thought, let her laugh. She forced a stern expression and whispered to Yi Qingxiu, "Lord Yi, before the others arrive, take Lin Tian away quickly. Please, take good care of him." Tang Yan softened her tone. She even set aside her usual fiery temper, her words dripping with earnest pleading, a truly rare sight. Yi Qingxiu remained smiling. Without haste, he replied telepathically, "Rest assured, Sister Tang. Entrust Lin Tian to me, and I'll protect him completely. But, you'd better rein in that old cow grazing on tender grass mentality of yours." His mocking retort was merciless. Then, with a flick of her jade-like hand, she summoned a spirit-like glowing flying vessel from her ring. Exquisitely crafted and adorned with intricate spirit patterns, the vessel gleamed with ethereal radiance. Yi Qingxiu scooped up the unconscious Lin Tian and swept into the vessel, her maidservant following closely behind. Even Tang Yan and Mu Shui, aunt and niece, had no time to spare a second glance at Lin Tian. The flying vessel transformed into a streak of light, humming as it vanished into the horizon. The moment the vessel departed, the leaders of Lingbao Polytechnic, the Mu Clan, Symbol City, the Array Academy, the Beastmaster Academy, the Symbol Inscription University, and other factions finally arrived with their teams. In an instant, the spiritual energy pressure swept across the entire northern valley. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. An elder of the Nangong family narrowed his eyes. He demanded in a deep voice, "Tang Yan, why was the secret realm opened prematurely? Where are the students?" Tang Yan paid no heed. Suppressing the chaos swirling within her mind, she immediately crushed a jade token in her hand. This was the communication jade token of her maternal grandfather, Hong Tian, a lifeline to summon his aid in dire straits. She knew well that if the Alchemist Alliance made a move, then Nan University would be in grave peril. And the feud between Hong Tian and the Pill Alliance ran deep. Decades ago, the two sides had already sworn mortal enmity. Now, the Alchemy Alliance would likely seize this opportunity to utterly destroy the Southern University. The more Tang Yan thought about it, the more her mind became a tangled mess. Without delay, she ordered another Southern University student to rush back to the university's headquarters and inform Captain Jinbu that there was no need to hurry alone. Instead, he must immediately assemble all combat forces to prepare for battle. After arranging everything, a bitter smile finally slipped onto Tang Yan's lips. "Lin Tian, you've really gotten yourself into a big mess this time. This time, I wonder if we can even save Nanda University." But she wasn't blaming Lin Tian. On the contrary, if given the chance, she might even praise Lin Tian, "You little rascal, well done." In fact, if possible, she'd even reward him handsomely. It was so satisfying. All those years of humiliation the Pill Alliance had inflicted on Nanda University. Today, they finally got their revenge. But, too bad I don't know if I'll ever get another chance. Tang Yan's complex emotions surfaced, her forced smile turning bitter. And at that moment, Dan Alliance Elder Qi and He Jie, head of the Southern City branch, finally arrived with their teams. The moment they arrived, the prodigies from other factions, seeing this, eager to curry favor with the Pill Alliance, they rushed forward to report the news. And the more they spoke, the more they embellished the story. Elder Qi, Lin Tian from the Southern Academy slaughtered 500 elite members of the Pill Alliance in the secret realm. 400 were crushed in a single charge, and the remaining 100 are still missing. But he must be involved somehow. And those Southern University students have monopolized all the inherited treasures of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. They even destroyed the secret realm, utterly ruthless. Upon hearing this, Elder Qi's cloudy old eyes first flashed with astonishment, then surprise, and finally delight. If anyone could change their expression faster than the wind, he was surely the pioneer. Only at the very end did his face turn ashen, rage boiling over. He roared, "Lin Tian! And those little bastards from Southern University! How dare you slaughter 500 elite members of the Alchemy Alliance? You all deserve to die." Beside him, He Qi. A fleeting, imperceptible flash of wild delight flickered in his eyes. But the words that came out were cold and vicious. Tang Yan. Hand over Lin Tian, or today, the South University campus will run red with blood. As soon as their words fell, over 100 cultivators of the Dan Alliance simultaneously unleashed their spiritual energy. In an instant, sword lights and palm seals gathered power, the air thick with murderous intent. The faces of the Southern University crowd paled in unison. Manhwa gripped her sword tightly and whispered, "And Tang, the Dan Alliance is about to attack. What should we?" Tang Yan snorted coldly, "If we must stand, then stand." She stepped forward without a hint of hesitation, her voice icy as she declared, "The Alchemist Alliance wants to destroy Nanda? Then bring it on." That woman. She'd always had this fiery temper, unable to tolerate even the slightest injustice. This stubborn refusal to swallow even the slightest insult perfectly mirrored Lin Tian's own nature. The students of the Southern Academy heard her words. Tension and dread surged in everyone's hearts. Faced with such overwhelming firepower, no one was immune to the fear of death. But, with Nanda University now facing imminent peril and having long been inspired by Principal Hong's spirit, after their brief moment of panic passed, these young students, one by one, their expressions brimming with resolve. They stepped forward one by one, ready to face death. "We vow to stand with Nanda until the very end." In that instant, both sides stood on the brink of war, ready to clash at any moment. Chapter 70, Declining Morals, Changing Hearts. Meanwhile, the leaders of Lingbao Polytechnic, the Mu clan, Fu City, and other factions had all heard accounts from their own prodigies. They all learned that a staggering 99% of the treasures within the Heavenly Furnace secret realm had fallen into the hands of Nanda. At that moment, each of them was furious, their eyes burning with a mixture of endless greed and rage. Thus, these old men stepped forward, heedless of the Pill Alliance's wrath. They demanded their share of the treasures. Southern University. A mere cultivation academy dares to monopolize the Pill Emperor's inheritance? Tang Yan. Hand over the treasures, or we'll destroy your Southern Academy today. In an instant, the Southern Academy became the target of everyone's wrath. Cultivators from various factions swarmed in. They encircled the Southern Academy disciples, spiritual energy surging wildly, murderous intent thick in the air. Tang Yan's fair face turned icy as the overwhelming pressure of a peak Grandmaster-level cultivator erupted. Her voice was icy as she declared, "Want to seize the treasure? First, you'll have to get past my sword." Manhwa gripped her immortal sword just as tightly. The atmosphere thickened with the threat of immediate conflict. Jian Woming drew his long sword as well, while other Southern University students swiftly formed defensive formations. They were prepared to fight to the death. Yet on the Southern University side, they numbered less than 20, no matter how many times they counted. At this moment, facing the encirclement of hundreds of cultivators, the situation was precarious. But, just as various factions were itching to seize Nanda's storage pouch, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. For Elder Chi of the Pill Alliance had lost his temper. In a flash, he materialized before the other factions. He roared, "Fellow cultivators, hold your horses." His gaze swept the crowd, every glance dripping with menace. The Dan Alliance and the Southern University now stand in a blood feud. Today, I need not trouble you to intervene. I, Old Chi, appreciate your goodwill, but I ask you all to depart first, lest a great battle erupt and harm the innocent. Elder Chi's beard and hair stood on end, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. My grandson, Chifeng, and 500 elite members of the Alchemy Alliance all perished at the hands of Lin Tian of the Southern Academy. This vengeance shall be mine, or I shall cease to be human. With that, his spiritual energy erupted, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a Dao spirit realm cultivator. He even issued a veiled threat. Today, whoever dares to seize the Dan Alliance's spoils is declaring war upon us. Henceforth, our alchemical supplies will be rationed and restricted. Not a single premium pill will be sold. At first, some fellow Dao spirit realm cultivators among the gathered factions even snickered at the old man Chi's words. But, only after old Chi uttered these words, the leaders of each faction finally paled, cursing the Pill Alliance's shamelessness under their breath. What deep-seated grudge? What swear never to be human? What about harming the innocent? Bull. This is just spouting old, stinking nonsense. Since when did that old bastard Chi become so sentimental? The Dan Alliance has always been heartless and unprincipled. Doesn't everyone in the Eastern Grand Alliance know that? This is clearly coveting the Dan Emperor's treasures. And he's spouting it with such righteous indignation. What a shameless old scoundrel. Each of them gritted their teeth in fury. At that moment, finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer. An elder from the Mu family snorted coldly, "Elder Chi, stop using the Pill Alliance to intimidate us. The Pill Emperor's inheritance treasure is meant for all to obtain. Why should the Southern University monopolize it?" A leader from Symbol City, prompted by a glance from Fu Xian, chimed in with equal sarcasm, "Exactly. The Pill Alliance wants to monopolize the treasures under the guise of revenge. Isn't that a bit greedy? Don't you know the old saying? Oh, it's one cannot grow fat by eating alone. Fu Xian chuckled inwardly, observing the situation from behind the crowd. Truthfully, Fu Xian felt rather frustrated. Seeing everyone enter the water, she'd panicked and come up with a plan on the spot. She found a dense forest, chopped down a large amount of wood, and planned to build a raft to float to the spot where Lin Tian and the others had vanished. She hoped to see if she could also trigger the teleportation restriction. But who knew? It did activate, but the light was wrong. It was green light, not red. Just as the major factions were stepping forward to expose the Pill Alliance's ulterior motives, an elder from Lingbao Polytechnic suddenly produced a recording stone. A flash of spiritual light filled the air, and a projection instantly appeared before everyone's eyes. The scene depicted the location of the stone ladder. Upon the stone ladder, a dense network of protective light barriers could be seen. And within those screens lay countless divine pills, alchemical formulas, supreme-grade magical treasures, spirit herbs, and magical artifacts. This is the scene recorded by my prodigy upon first reaching the stone ladder. But now, look again. With a flick of his finger, the footage instantly shifted, revealing Lin Tian standing atop the stone ladder, his hand gripping a divine sword. See? The Heavenly Furnace secret realm, all its treasures are certain to fall entirely into the hands of Nanda University students. His voice carried intense fury, sending shockwaves through the entire crowd. So many treasures? Did Nanda really take them all? Divine pills. Superb magical treasures. How many spirit stones would that be worth? In an instant, cultivators from all factions were consumed by envy. Those who had previously feared the Pill Alliance and dared not challenge them. Now, they cared not for future consequences. Their greed had utterly overwhelmed their reason. A cultivator from the Talisman's University gritted his teeth. The Pill Alliance wants to hoard it all? No way. Divide the treasures equally, or else no one will get off easy. A cultivator from the Mu clan echoed, no matter how powerful the Pill Alliance is, they can't cover the sky with one hand. Nan University's storage pouch must be handed over today. Old Chi's face darkened with rage. His mouth twitched uncontrollably, on the verge of convulsing. Damn it! You bunch of old bastards. His Pill Alliance. Though they dominate the elixir market, the Eastern Alliance doesn't hold a complete monopoly. Various factions privately sponsored alchemists to varying degrees, giving them some leverage. Besides, the allure of the Pill Emperor's inheritance far outweighs the threat of future retribution. If they miss this opportunity today, these treasures would fall into others' hands, and they would regret it for the rest of their lives. In this world, no one is a fool, nor is anyone easily intimidated. Seeing everyone stirred to action, the elder of Lingbao Polytechnic thought to himself. Let's see if you still play the turtle now. Elder Chi, Lingbao Polytechnic will certainly not interfere in the feud between your Alchemists Alliance and Nanda University. However, at this point, the old man turned his head with a sinister glint, sweeping his gaze around the room. His eyes were like blades, scrutinizing every person present. Finally, he uttered in a hollow tone, however, the treasures must be divided equally among all factions present. Once the division is complete, we will depart immediately and never interfere with your feud with Nanda. Fu Cheng, the team leader, winced as Fu Xian twisted his waist, nearly making him cry out in pain. But he quickly grasped his little princess's intent. He immediately chimed in, exactly. Once we have the treasure, we'll each return to our bases. If the Pill Alliance wants to destroy the Southern University, that's entirely up to them. At this very moment, all factions seemed to reach an unspoken agreement. They all pressed forward toward the Pill Alliance, their spiritual energy surging, clearly intending to force their way through. The Alchemy Alliance cultivators were now seething with rage. Yet they dared not act rashly. Even with the Pill Alliance's formidable strength, facing the combined might of these factions today would be no walk in the park. Old Chi seethed with rage. His teeth nearly ground to dust. But to share the treasures equally with these people? No way. Old Chi immediately stepped forward and bellowed. You greedy scum! The blood debt owed by the Dan Alliance's 500 elite must be repaid in blood by the Southern Grey Clan today. Anyone who dares interfere, don't blame the Dan Alliance for turning on you. Yet even if he spoke 1,000 words now, no one would back down. Had it not been for the incident with the recording stone, some might have reconsidered. But now? Screw Old Chi and his alliance's hypocritical righteousness. At a time like this, your so-called revenge is nothing but an excuse to hoard the treasures for yourselves. For a moment, the situation had been one where the Alchemy Alliance was shouting threats and demands for blood against the Southern University. The tide had turned. Now every faction was clamoring to strike down the Alchemy Alliance. Truly, the world has gone to the dogs, and people's hearts are no longer what they once were. Amidst their heated dispute, no one paid Nanda any mind for the moment. Tang Yan watched these despicable faces with utter disgust. Yet, she also felt a quiet sense of relief. She quickly sent a telepathic message to Mu Shui and the other students. While they're fighting amongst themselves, we'll hold our formation and wait for an opportunity to break out. Mu Shui nodded and whispered, understood. Chapter 71, Peach Blossom Immortal Sword. The students of Nanzhong University stood dumbfounded. Their anger toward the Pill Alliance was understandable. But the greed and coercion from other factions? That ignited a raging fire of indignation within each of them. What kind of nonsense was this? Since the beginning of the Secret Realm competition, hadn't the rule always been that whoever seized the treasures kept them? Whoever demanded a split after emerging? If that were the case, then shouldn't they also demand an equal share of the treasures from past secret realms that their southern university never obtained? Mu Shui gritted her teeth in fury, itching to stab these bastards dead with a single sword thrust. Unable to contain herself, she roared, "These scoundrels are shameless. Secret realm treasures are earned through skill, why should we have to share just because we obtained them?" Jin Wuming also snorted coldly, "This is outrageous." The other students, those who had emerged from the secret realm and those who hadn't even entered, all shared looks of righteous indignation. At that moment, Mu Shui seemed to think of something. She handed the immortal sword to Tang Yan while transmitting her voice, "And Tang, the secret realm treasures are actually all in Lin Tian's possession. This sword was given to me by him." Tang Yan nodded in confusion as she accepted the divine sword. Though she was curious how had that little bastard Lin Tian managed to monopolize so many treasures? But with danger looming, she had no time to ask. She lowered her gaze to examine the sword in her hand. The blade was slender and long, radiating a cold gleam throughout its length. Faint peach blossom patterns could be discerned along the edge. At the hilt, a pink spirit pearl was inlaid, mysteriously emitting a faint floral fragrance. What astonished Tang Yan most, however, was its weight. It felt as light as a feather, yet when she gripped it, the spiritual energy fluctuations were profoundly deep, seemingly surpassing even Hong Tian's moonlight wheel. The more Tang Yan examined it, the more captivated she became. She thought to herself, "What a sword! Truly worthy of being the Dan Emperor's heirloom." She tentatively began channeling spiritual energy into the blade, eager to test its power. But then, the next second, a piercing, shrill sword cry erupted, chilling to the bone. Moreover, around Tang Yan, it seemed as though peach blossoms were blooming one after another. An uncontrollable sword energy surged violently toward the heavens, instantly drowning out the entire crowd's clamor. Every cultivator present felt a chill run through their hearts, an inexplicable dread rising within them. As if their souls were being locked by an invisible sword intent. Old Qi, who had been locked in a fierce battle with other factions, abruptly whipped his head around. His piercing eyes narrowed sharply as he exclaimed in shock, What kind of sword is this?" The elders of the Lingbao Institute of Technology paled simultaneously, soul-shaking sword cry. "At the very least, it's a Dao artifact." In that instant, the entire venue fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes instantly locked onto the sword in Tang Yan's grasp, their unabashed greed plain for all to see. At that moment, a prodigy from Fu City pointed at the sword in Tang Yan's hand, his finger trembling as he stammered, That's the immortal sword Lin Tian retrieved from the stone steps. I saw it with my own eyes." The moment these words left his lips, the leaders of every faction immediately grew mad with envy. Such a divine weapon, how could it fall into the hands of the Southern University? A Mu family elder, disregarding the delicate relationship between the Mu family and the Southern University. He was the first to lose his composure, bellowing, "Tang Yan, surrender the divine sword. My Mu family will protect your Southern University." But who could have known? Before his words had even finished echoing, a figure flashed before their eyes, erupting with the spiritual power of an early Daoling realm cultivator. The figure moved with extreme speed, simultaneously transforming into a palm strike aimed directly at the immortal sword. Other factions, witnessing this, roared in unison, "Hold! The divine sword belongs to all of us." Yet at that very moment, every Dao spirit realm elder inwardly cursed their own sluggishness. Nevertheless, they quickly regained their composure and followed suit, unleashing streams of spiritual energy in an attempt to seize the sword amidst the chaos. They sought to play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the bird behind. Old Qi's face had long since darkened. Suddenly, he roared furiously, "You greedy vermin! How dare you seize the Dan Alliance's most treasured artifact? Get out of my way!" On the other side, Tang Yan's coldly beautiful face was now icy. How could she just stand by and wait for death? Now, as that figure closed to within 10 meters, her peak grandmaster cultivation surged instantly, channeling spiritual energy into the immortal sword. Without caring whether she would strike true, she swung her sword forward with utter abandon. Yet, in that seemingly simple swing of the sword, another sword cry rang out, sharper and more piercing than before, its shrillness stinging the ears. As the sword's cry echoed, its energy blossomed like peach blossoms, transforming into a pink arc of light that sliced through the air in an instant. Thud! The Dao spirit realm figure had barely closed to within 5 meters when the sword beam swept past. His body was instantly cleaved in two. Thud! A spray of blood erupted as the severed body fell to the ground, split cleanly in two. It all happened too fast. Even the figure himself never imagined this outcome. For in that brief instant, the figure's master felt the sword's energy lock onto his soul. In that moment, he had no chance to evade, his consciousness shattered. Even as the sword struck, a flicker of acceptance passed through his eyes as if he had accepted his fate to die by this very blade.
The cultivators from various factions who had been pursuing him abruptly halted in their tracks, frozen in place, their expressions filled with horror.
This is terrifying. Utterly terrifying. What just happened? A single strike to slay a Dao spirit realm cultivator? Tang Yan is merely at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. How could she wield such power? Old Chi's pupils contracted sharply once more as he thought to himself, this sword is no ordinary weapon. The others stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Some even forgot to breathe, staring blankly at the two halves of the corpse on the ground, their scalps tingling with dread. At that moment, the entire northern valley fell into deathly silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The southern crowd was equally stunned. Mushui murmured, the sword Lin Tian gave is truly terrifying. Little Linger's eyes brimmed with even greater admiration. She thought to herself, my Lin Tian's treasure is naturally unmatched. Meanwhile, Tang Yan. She stood with the sword in one hand, its tip touching the ground. Her entire body glistened with sweat, her clothes soaked through. Her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Though that sword strike had been breathtakingly magnificent, it had drained her of every last ounce of spiritual energy. Had Lin Tian not twice used the press technique to suppress her innate celestial affliction and clear her meridians? Otherwise, her latent ailment would have erupted, causing her spiritual energy to run wild, and she would have perished on the spot. And in that very instant, a mysterious verse echoed in Tang Yan's mind. Peach Blossom Immortal Sword, Peach Blossom Immortal. In Peach Blossom Village, Little Peach Maiden. Little Peach Maiden plucked peach blossoms to brew immortal wine, exchanging it for the Peach Immortals bestowed Peach Blossom Sword. Tang Yan's heart trembled. So this sword is called the Peach Blossom Sword. At that very moment, upon the summit of a mountain peak in the northern suburban valley, Senior Hong. It seems congratulations are in order for your southern university. Once more another Dao artifact has been acquired. The speaker was small in stature. At first glance, he resembled an old scholar, dressed in the attire of an intellectual. Yet upon closer inspection, his features bore no signs of old age. Instead, he resembled a young scholar's apprentice, delicately featured, innocent and untouched by worldly concerns. Facing the youth was none other than Hong Tian, the chancellor of Nanda University. Hong Tian's eyes were burning brightly as he fixed his gaze intently on the center of the valley. Ever vigilant against surprise attacks. Hearing the boy's flattery, Hong Tian stroked his beard and smiled faintly. Indeed. At the same time, I congratulate you, the Southern City Alchemy Alliance, on wiping out 500 elite reserves in one fell swoop. It seems that in another 20 years, you old codger will be left with a bare-bones command. With that, Hong Tian. He burst into laughter, ha ha ha. It was clear he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Chapter 72, Sect Master not wearing undergarments again? At that moment, atop the mountain peak, Hong Tian sat facing an elderly man who appeared like a child. They exchanged insincere pleasantries, their words laced with hidden barbs. This figure was none other than the Supreme Elder stationed at the Southern City branch of the Alchemy Alliance, Luan Qing Tongzi. The Pill Alliance's influence within the Eastern Grand Alliance was deeply entrenched. On the surface, the Southern City branch was led by First Elder Yao Chenzi, who managed daily affairs and enjoyed immense prestige. But the truth was far from it. Not only was Yao Chenzi merely a figurehead, but even the First Elder at the Dan City headquarters was nothing more than a nominal representative tasked with coordinating mundane affairs. The true power of the Alchemy Alliance lay in the hands of the 9 Supreme Elders at headquarters. From the first Supreme Elder to the 9th Supreme Elder, all 9 were the Eastern Alliance's most formidable combatants, possessing unfathomable cultivation and transcendent status. They were not only the pillars of the Alchemy Alliance but also its trump card for deterring other factions. Ordinary cultivators rarely caught even a glimpse of their true forms. Luan Qing, the 8th Supreme Elder, appeared as a 12 or 13-year-old boy with clear, delicate features and rosy lips. Yet his lifespan was vast and his cultivation rivaled that of Hong Tian. Seeing Hong Tian's hearty laughter, Luan Qing sighed softly and said leisurely, Brother Hong, speaking of your Southern Alliance reminds me of an old story from my days with Lin Tian. Hong Tian raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes. Oh? Old times? Tell me about it. Luan Qing's gaze drifted distant as he spoke slowly. 100 years ago, when I first entered the Dao spirit realm, I was trapped at a bottleneck and nearly succumbed to demonic energy. It was Lin Tian who gifted me a soul-cleansing pill, which helped stabilize my spirit and break through that constraint. That pill was profoundly mysterious. I still remember it to this day. Hong Tian snorted coldly. So you're repaying that debt? Spare the Southern University in this secret realm affair? Luan Qing shook his head, his tone calm. Yes and no. I will always remember Lin Tianfu's kindness. But the treasures of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm are of immense importance. Nan University hoarding them all is simply impossible. His tone was calm, yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. Luan Qing wasted no words and cut straight to the point. The treasures of the secret realm, immortal pills, magical artifacts, alchemical formulas are priceless. The Southern sect has taken 99%. It is unreasonable for them to claim it all. I propose that the Southern sect surrender 80% of the treasures.
Not to be divided equally with the southern city factions, but to be offered to the Eastern Cultivator Legion as war supplies to defend against the void beasts. Lin Tian fell silent, recognizing this as an open and unassailable strategy. Though the treasures of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm had been obtained by Lin Tian, they had ignited widespread resentment. The Southern Academy lacked the strength to shield him. Surrendering 80% to the Cultivator Legion would both quell the conflict and buy Southern University some breathing room. Luan Qing continued, Brother Hong, we both know the front lines are precarious. The void beasts grow ever more rampant, and the Cultivator Legion suffers heavy losses, desperately needing resources to replenish. The treasures from the Pill Emperor's inheritance could precisely address this urgent need. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, his voice deep and measured. The beast crisis is indeed urgent. But to surrender 80% of what the Southern University earned through its own strength? That seems rather harsh. Luan Qing smiled without comment, a flicker of cunning in his eyes. Clearly, he had a plan already in motion. Both were powerful figures within the Eastern Alliance, their vision far surpassing that of the cultivators within the valley. They understood profoundly that the void beasts were a grave scourge upon Blue Star, their relentless invasions testing the Eastern Cultivator legions to their limits. Should the defenses collapse, not just the Eastern Alliance, but the entire Blue Star would become prey for the beasts, devoured until nothing remained. Ultimately, the entire planet might be reduced to void dust. Lin Tian and Luan Qing had both personally experienced multiple alien beast wars, fully aware of their terror. Divine pills, magical treasures, and spirit herbs were precisely what the Legion urgently needed. Ultimately, neither raised any objections. With the decision settled, the Luan Qing child rose, his gaze sweeping over the valley like an abyss. Suddenly, he unleashed a terrifying aura of pressure. Boom! The overwhelming pressure crushed down, sending shockwaves through the hearts of the cultivators in the valley. They bowed their heads in unison, gasping for breath. Elder Qi, Elder Mu, the leader of the Symbol City contingent, and others turned deathly pale, inwardly gasping, What level of cultivation is this? Luan Qing's voice rang out, clear yet thunderous, all Dan Alliance forces, withdraw immediately. The matter of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm ends here. No retaliation against the Southern Great Sect. The Pill Alliance cultivators froze upon hearing this. Then, some began to react. One alchemist, unwilling to submit, shouted defiantly, Who are you to speak? The Southern University slaughtered 500 of our elite alchemists. Their blood debt remains unpaid, how dare you? Boom! But then, before the words had even left his mouth, his entire body exploded in a violent blast. A mist of blood filled the air as his soul was utterly obliterated. What? A deathly silence fell over the entire scene, while the members of the Alchemy Alliance turned pale with horror. Old Qi had actually recognized the voice long ago. He had deliberately withheld the information earlier out of self-interest. But now, seeing the other party was serious, he reacted with lightning speed. He raised his hand and slapped away the alchemists beside him who were itching for a fight, then bowed deeply toward the mountain peak. We humbly obey the Supreme Elder's command. Only then did the other Alchemist Alliance cultivators realize who they were facing. Panic gripped them as they knelt in unison, pleading for mercy. We were ignorant and offended the Supreme Elder. Please spare our lives. Luan Qing snorted coldly, turning his attention away from them to the other factions. Luan Qing declared in a resonant voice, All treasures from the Heavenly Furnace secret realm shall be presented to the Eastern Cultivator Legion as war supplies to defend against the void beasts. Those who covet these treasures and wish to seize them must register to fight. The Legion shall reward them accordingly. His gaze swept the assembly like a blade. Any who dare seize these treasures by underhanded means declare war upon the Cultivator Legion. They shall be executed without mercy. At these words, the leaders of each faction paled, hastily protesting their innocence. Yet inwardly, each seethed with resentment. Join the battle? What a joke! 9 out of 10 cultivators selected each month in the southern city die. Who would willingly go to their deaths? Handing over the Pill Emperor's treasures to the Legion just like that? Unthinkable. Their greed, of course, remained unquenched. Yet, intimidated by Luan Qing's imposing presence, they dared not act rashly for the moment. Tang Yan breathed a silent sigh of relief and whispered to Mu Shui, the headmaster must have struck a deal with the Dan Alliance's higher-ups. Handing over the treasure to the Legion should keep Southern University safe for now. Mu Shui nodded, murmuring, but what about Lin Tian? Tang Yan snorted coldly. With the marvelous Dan Pavilion protecting him, he'll be safe for now. We must stabilize the situation first. As for the treasure, we'll deal with that later. On the mountain peak, Luan Qing glanced at Lin Tian, narrowing his eyes. Brother Hong, I have a matter I'm unsure if I should ask. Lin Tian shot him a glance, his tone sharp. Then you'd better not ask. Luan Qing gave an awkward smile but asked directly anyway, I wonder, regarding Lin Tianfu's disappearance 3 years ago, have you found any trace of him? At the mention of this, Lin Tian shook his head and sighed. Alas! Since his disappearance 3 years ago, there's been no word. I've found no trace either. Luan Qing studied Lin Tian closely. He didn't seem to be lying. After a pause, he continued, then, about the soul incense formula. I've heard that his grandson, Lin Tian, used soul incense in the alchemy competition.
I just don't know if it came from Lin Tianfu? Or. Hong Tian's expression darkened at this.
His voice turned cold.
Luan Cheng.
I'll question Lin Tian about the soul incense. But if the Alchemists Alliance dares to target him, don't blame me for turning against you.
Luan Cheng gave an awkward laugh and waved his hand. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I was merely curious.
The two found no common ground and exchanged barely half a sentence.
After resolving the secret realm matter,
neither spoke further, each transforming into a streak of light and departing the mountaintop.
In the valley below, the various factions dispersed grudgingly under Luan Cheng's imposing presence, while the Alchemists Alliance cultivators slunk away in disgrace.
A spring night. The season when all creatures mate. South City. In an exclusive villa district, the rooftop pool shimmered with ripples, surrounded by towering trees casting lush green shade. A graceful, alluring nude figure glided through the water, her snow-white skin appearing and disappearing in the light.
It was Yi Qingqiu. Xiaodahan rushed over, her voice urgent, "Master! The young master has awakened." At the news, Yi Qingqiu's charming face lit up with joy.
Like a goddess emerging from her bath, she lightly tapped the water's surface with her toes and leapt out of the pool.
Two maidservants immediately stepped forward to drape a robe over her.
However, in her haste, Yi Qingqiu hastily threw on an outer robe and hurried downstairs.
The maids hurried after her, calling out, "Mistress! What about your undergarments?"
Yi Qingqiu didn't even turn her head, her eyes filled with both worry and joy.
Chapter 73, Feeling Great, Fully Recharged. South City Yi Qingqiu's villa.
Lin Tian slowly awoke to find himself lying on a large, round brocade bed. Sheer curtains hung down, emitting a faint floral fragrance. He rubbed his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The room was adorned with exquisite, luxurious furnishings. Pink gauze curtains danced in the breeze, while spirit jade inlaid into the walls shimmered with ethereal light. Behind a carved sandalwood screen, a crystal incense burner was faintly visible, its wispy blue smoke rising and filling the air with a soul-stirring sweet fragrance. The floor was covered with thick spirit beast fur rugs, soft and warm underfoot. In the corner stood an ancient zither, its strings shimmering with faint spiritual light. The entire room was clean and tidy, warm yet elegant, radiating a feminine softness.
Lin Tian grinned, thinking to himself, this must be Yi Qingqiu's boudoir. Wow, quite the enchanting place. Seriously. How did he figure out it belonged to Yi Qingqiu? It was actually quite simple.
The last time they had been intimate, the unique, subtle feminine fragrance that emanated from her body was unforgettable. Even though only a few days had passed.
Even if half a century passed, Lin Tian would never forget that night.
It was precisely that fragrance that made him go 17 times in one night. Once he confirmed the location was safe, Lin Tian dismissed his thoughts and quickly assumed the lotus position to assess his own condition.
3 beats of the soul-shaking drum.
His spiritual energy had been completely drained, causing his unconsciousness.
However, now 3/10 of his spiritual energy had recovered, his breath steady, and he was otherwise unharmed. Lin Tian breathed a silent sigh of relief. He thought to himself, thank goodness I'm okay.
He'd feared being drained dry, left crippled from the waist down. If that happened, no amount of treasures, wealth, or cultivation breakthroughs could make him want to live. He'd have drowned himself in his own urine.
But suddenly,
he seemed to remember something.
Oh no! The soul-shaking drum.
Lin Tian's heart tightened as his spiritual sense darted into the Qianquan ring to search.
Damn it! That was the divine artifact from the system lottery. How could something so god-tier be lost? But the next second, he was stunned.
He scanned the ring 3 times over but found nothing. Refusing to accept it, Lin Tian dumped the entire contents of the ring out onto the floor. Immortal pills, jade tablets with alchemical formulas, magical artifacts, and spiritual herbs, they instantly piled up across the entire floor of the room. In an instant, the room was awash in dazzling spiritual light, the scent of herbs filling the air.
But after searching through everything, where was the soul-shaking drum?
Lin Tian slammed his thigh and wailed, "My drum!
My precious system item! Gone just like that?"
He cried for what felt like an eternity, until finally, no more tears remained. Only then did he recall the moment before he lost consciousness, when that green light swept in. There simply hadn't been time to retrieve the soul-shaking drum.
Damn it! It must have been left behind in the heavenly furnace secret realm.
Having lost such a divine artifact, he now gazed at the surrounding treasures of the Pill Emperor with no interest whatsoever. He slumped to the ground, kicking his feet wildly in frustration, like a child who'd lost their toy. Just then, with a creak, the door swung open from the outside. Yi Qingqiu and Xiaodahan hurried inside. However, the moment the 2 women entered the room, they were utterly dumbfounded. The floor of this over 200 square meter room was now piled high with treasures everywhere. Even a knife lay there, constantly emitting terrifying fluctuations. This hardly resembled a room. It was practically a miniature treasure vault. At first, Yi Qingqiu thought she must have wandered into the wrong place. But upon closer inspection, it was indeed her room. This was her room. Even as the headmistress of the marvelous Dan Pavilion, with her vast experience and knowledge,
she couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment.
These treasures are nearly on par with the treasury at our Miao Dan Pavilion headquarters.
What on earth had Lin Tian been doing in that secret realm?
Xiaodahan, however, didn't seem quite as shocked. After all, she had been right behind him the entire time he was acquiring these treasures. However, Lin Tian remained utterly disinterested in these items.
Sitting on the ground, he muttered to himself, my soul-shaking drum. My precious. Gone. All gone.
Yi Qingqiu rolled her eyes in exasperation and snapped, Lin Tian. You ignore all these treasures scattered on the ground, yet you're crying over a drum?
Xiao Taohong, upon hearing this, also looked regretful.
She explained to Yi Qingqiu, Master.
The drum young master mentioned is truly formidable.
With just one strike, it wiped out hundreds of the Pill Alliance. Lin Tian wiped away a fake tear and snorted, You don't understand.
That drum is a system, a one-of-a-kind divine artifact. Yi Qingqiu was surprised by Xiao Taohong's explanation. In his view, it was merely wiping out a few hundred chi-gathering realm trash. How formidable could it be? With a casual wave of her hand, couldn't she wipe out 1,000 or 800 chi-cultivation realm cultivators?
She couldn't spare a thought for Lin Tian at that moment. Approaching, she crouched down to examine the treasure on the ground only to feel her heart sink deeper with every glance. A single immortal pill, imbued with the power of a dragon's roar, capable of aiding a Peak Dao spirit realm cultivator in breaking through directly. A scroll of alchemical formulas detailing the Heavenly Emperor's spirit refining pill, specifically for refining divine souls.
And that blade?
The Dao essence emanating from it, if wielded, it could tear through the void itself.
This was a Dao artifact. Yi Qingqiu's heart trembled. She thought to herself, the Pill Emperor's legacy truly lives up to its name. After a long while,
just as Yi Qingqiu, unable to put them down, was examining the various treasures scattered on the ground,
Lin Tian had fully recovered.
Now, he seemed as if nothing had happened, reverting to his previous carefree demeanor. It was as if the person who had just thrown a tantrum on the ground wasn't him at all. Lin Tian stood up, patting his backside. Only then did he recall the hollow, empty sensation within him.
He surmised his spiritual energy hadn't fully recovered yet. He turned to Yi Qingqiu and said, Qiuqiu? Could you lend me 100,000 spirit stones?
Yi Qingqiu froze.
Qiuqiu?
But when she heard his follow-up question, her brows furrowed in confusion.
10,000? What do you need that much spirit stone for? Just to replenish my spiritual energy. Come on, hurry up. Don't be stingy. Lin Tian grinned.
Yi Qingqiu shot him a disapproving glare with her charming eyes.
But when it came to Lin Tian, she never held anything back.
With a flick of her jade-like hand, 100,000 spirit stones instantly materialized in the room, piling up like a small mountain, shrouded in a mist of spiritual energy.
Thanks a bunch, my big ball.
Lin Tian wasted no more words. He immediately sat cross-legged amidst the pile of spirit stones, began circulating his cultivation technique, and simultaneously activated the grab technique, commencing a frenzied absorption. The spirit stones' glow rapidly dimmed as spiritual energy surged into Lin Tian's body like a whale drinking water.
Half an hour.
The 100,000 spirit stones on the ground crumbled to dust.
Lin Tian exhaled deeply.
In that instant, he finally felt the emptiness within him begin to fade.
He clapped his hands and stood up, satisfied. Feels great. I'm back to full strength. But then,
Yi Qingqiu beside him was utterly dumbfounded. She stared at Lin Tian as if he were a monster.
She gasped, 100,000 spirit stones? You absorbed them all? Her exquisitely perfect features twisted in disbelief.
Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingqiu rushed forward in panic. She grabbed Lin Tian's arm, examining him from every angle. She even probed with her spiritual energy, her voice urgent with concern.
Are you okay? Absorbing that much at once could make you explode. Chapter 74, You enjoy, I enjoy, readers enjoy.
Lin Tian scratched his head, puzzled.
Explode? What? Don't you guys use spirit stones like this to replenish your spiritual power? Aren't spirit stones meant to be absorbed? Xiaodahan rolled her eyes on the spot, snapping back, Young master, do you think spirit stones are cabbages?
Ordinary chi-gathering realm cultivators in major sects only get 50 a month.
You just absorbed 100,000 in half an hour.
Even if you're rich, you shouldn't suck them up like that. Yi Qingqiu stomped her foot in frustration.
Who's the spendthrift here?
100,000 spirit stones would last me 10 days at my Peak Daoling realm cultivation.
Is that so?
Lin Tian chuckled.
Doubts began to stir within him. Could it be? Could it be that my universe-defying system constitution has a higher spiritual energy limit?
Who cares? Now that I'm loaded, I've got no shortage of spirit stones. Lin Tian surveyed the treasures scattered on the ground with satisfaction. His mind was already racing with calculations. If he sold all this stuff, how much would it fetch? The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. Just then, he glanced at Yi Qingqiu, noticing the pained expression on her face. Lin Tian, annoyed, casually picked up a bronze mirror artifact from the ground and tossed it over.
Hey! Stop feeling sorry for yourself. This is to settle your debt. So you can't say I'm stingy. Or that I'm living off you. Yi Qingqiu caught the bronze mirror and swept it with her spiritual sense.
To her surprise, it was a high-grade defensive artifact with astonishing spiritual pressure. Its value alone was easily over 100,000 spirit stones.
However, an inexplicable surge of anger immediately welled up within her. She glared at Lin Tian with venom. You think I care about spirit stones? What's mine is yours. I'm just curious, how do you absorb so much without exploding?
Lin Tian shrugged, too lazy to explain, spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference.
It was obvious. Don't ask me, I don't know. But inwardly, he sneered with contempt. How could I possibly explain this system to you? But suddenly,
Lin Tian frowned, sensing discomfort in certain areas.
Like a swelling sensation.
Yi Qingqiu's heart was already in knots, worried that Lin Tian might have problems absorbing so much spiritual energy at once. She immediately sensed Lin Tian's unusual state.
Her expression darkened as she urgently asked, Lin Tian, are you feeling discomfort anywhere? Yeah. I really am feeling a bit off. What? Something's really wrong?
Yi Qingqiu hurried forward, extending her delicate hand to take Lin Tian's pulse.
But nothing's wrong.
It's just that this pulse, it seems a bit too strong. Yi Qingqiu narrowed her beautiful, alluring eyes.
Her expression, indescribably peculiar. Who would have thought?
Just as Yi Qingqiu was puzzled, the pale, jade-like hand she'd grasped around Lin Tian suddenly clasped by his own.
Then came a sudden, heavy weight.
Lin Tian chuckled, here.
It's swollen and uncomfortable.
Yi Qingqiu was startled out of her wits, frozen for a moment before she could react. Her charming, pretty face flushed instantly, turning as crimson as the blood of a maiden's first period. She scolded playfully, Lin Tian.
You're so naughty. But then, she didn't pull her hand away.
Instead, her beautiful eyes brimmed with bashfulness as she spat out, you filthy rogue.
You're so wicked. This scene. Good heavens. The sky must be falling.
Little Peach Blossom was so stunned she just stood there dumbstruck. Her rosy cheeks had long since turned a deep crimson.
The pavilion master, when did she become so open-minded? Is this really the same Lord Yi who commands the heavens and severs gold with a single clap at the auction? She must be fake.
Little Peach Blossom had never seen Yi Qingqiu look so coy and bashful. It felt like someone had told her the world was virtual, utterly absurd. Honestly, if someone told her roosters could lay eggs, Little Peach Blossom might just believe it. But she simply couldn't fathom that Yi Qingqiu, the formidable pavilion master, could ever have such a moment of springtime passion.
Yi Qingqiu seemed to notice Xiao Taohong's strange gaze. She knew exactly what Lin Tian intended to do.
And Lin Tian, naturally, knew that Yi Qingqiu knew what he was about to do.
Ahem.
Yi Qingqiu cleared her throat lightly and addressed Little Peach Blossom, Little Peach Blossom, you should step outside for now.
But don't wander far, just guard the doorway and don't let anyone enter.
She paused, then hurriedly added, after all, this room holds too many treasures. With the spiritual energy leaking out so strongly now, it might attract unwanted attention.
You must guard the door well. All right. Master.
Xiaotahong felt as if she'd been granted a pardon. She bolted out the door as if escaping, slamming it shut with a bang. Her petite, delicate frame pressed against the doorframe. Her tiny cherry lips parted and closed, her little button nose working in sync as she greedily inhaled the surrounding air. And her little face, now flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. Her heart raced, beating faster and faster, the kind of thump 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 violent pounding, as if her little heart would burst right out of her chest any second. Then, it burst out of her torn clothes. The strength to stand left her completely. Her petite frame clung tightly to the doorframe before collapsing limply to the floor. But she dared not leave. Since the pavilion master had ordered it, she naturally had to guard the doorway. Yet, beyond her heavy breathing, her two little ears had long since turned red and felt scorching hot.
Inside the room,
Lin Tian's mouth gaped wide open, his eyes nearly popping out to stare straight at the other person's chest.
He stammered, you came prepared again? Little did he know.
The moment those words left his mouth, Yi Qingqiu stomped her foot in anger. What do you take me for? She snapped, bending down to grab the purple cloak she'd already taken off and wrapping it around her slender frame.
I'm done with you. Yi Qingqiu snapped angrily, turning to leave. Ha. No, I was just messing around.
Lin Tian hurried forward, wrapping his arms around her from behind and pulling her close.
He chuckled playfully, don't be angry. It was just a joke.
Then, he retrieved two items from his system space. First, he passed a fragrant pill from behind his back and offered it to Yi Qingqiu's chest. Yi Qingqiu leaned gently against Lin Tian's embrace. She lowered her gaze to look at the object before her.
But the next second, her eyes widened in shock and she gasped, this is a super Dao grade youth preserving pill? It can preserve one's beauty for a lifetime. Where did you get this? Lin Tian grew impatient, urging her to take it quickly. His hands were too busy to hold the pill now. Ugh. Don't ask. Just take it. As the saying goes, don't ask where good things come from, just eat it. At that moment, Yi Qingqiu smiled, her enchanting eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Her little heart was pounding wildly at the same time. Ever since that night, she had only thought that from now on, Yi Qingqiu would merely be Lin Tian's fire extinguisher. She had never dared to hope for more. But now, Lin Tian was actually so generous as to bestow such a precious treasure upon her. Yi Qingqiu didn't reach out to take the pill. Instead, she pouted playfully, "No. I want you to feed it to me." What the hell? How could Lin Tian possibly have time for that? He was swamped right now. Seeing Lin Tian's right hand still hovering dumbly over her chest, Yi Qingqiu could again, "I said, you have to feed me this pill." Fine. I'll feed it to you." Lin Tian sighed in exasperation, reluctantly raising his hand to place the pill near Yi Qingqiu's smooth, delicate lips. With a soft slurp, Yi Qingqiu parted her crimson lips slightly and swallowed the pill. In that instant, she felt as though she had returned to her youthful days of maidenhood. Back then, she was only 16. What a beautiful young woman she was. As spiritual energy coursed through her delicate frame, her already fair and smooth skin now glowed with a crystalline translucency, soft and supple like a newborn's. So white and tender, it made one want to lick it. Ah! Kiss it! Her already stunning beauty became even more breathtaking. If compared to Shishir and Diaochan, she would leave them 50 streets behind. Yi Qingqiu was so moved her eyes reddened, as if she might burst into tears. She spun around abruptly. Her small bottom pressed against her calves as she knelt down. Her voice was soft and gentle. "Lin Tian, you're so good to me." "Yeah. Exactly. You're happy. I'm happy. And the readers are damn happy too." Chapter 75, 3 Treasures of Island City, Movies, Cartoons. Outside the room, Xiaotahong stood quietly outside the door, her heartbeat gradually calming as the fiery blush on her face slowly faded. Leaning against the doorframe, she couldn't resist pressing her ear against the crack, straining to hear the sounds inside. But after a long while, it remained dead silent inside. Xiaotahong's little face scrunched up in confusion. She thought to herself, what's going on? The sect master and young master, why is there no sound? Though petite and delicate in stature, her worldly knowledge was far from limited. Blue Star had oceans, and upon one such ocean stood a city. It was called Island City. The women of this island city were exceptionally bold and passionate. They often used recording stones to film action-packed, emotionally charged movies, freely distributing them to cultivators across the major cultivation cities of the Eastern Alliance. It was nothing short of a phenomenon, igniting Blue Star and sweeping across the East. Xiaotahong once befriended a strikingly beautiful young woman. Once, during a gathering with her sister, she had the fortune to witness it. The sound back then was truly earth-shaking and soul-stirring. And through the holographic projection, it felt utterly immersive, as if you were truly there. It felt as though she herself was the heroine. She still remembers. Her friends had said mysteriously, there are 3 treasures in the island city, movies, cartoons. Little Peach immediately pressed, but you only mentioned 2. What's the 3rd? But her friends just smiled without answering, leaving her utterly baffled. But now, the room was eerily quiet. Where was the earth-shattering commotion? Something's wrong. What's going on? The more Xiaotahong thought about it, the more curious she became, her heart pounding like a cat's claws scratching at her chest. Unable to contain herself, she pressed her little head close to the door crack and held her breath to listen. But still, no sound reached her ears. But the more she listened, the more it itched. Little Cherry couldn't help but mutter to herself, that young master looks pretty sturdy. Could it be? Surely not? Inside the room, Lin Tian stood towering over Yi Qingqiu. Yi Qingqiu had swallowed the Dao-grade youth-preserving pill, her beauty now even more breathtaking. Her skin glowed like jade, radiating a faint, delicate fragrance. Lin Tian couldn't help but praise, "You're truly beautiful." Yi Qingqiu's beautiful eyes brimmed with affection as she gazed up at Lin Tian, her gaze filled with springtime allure. She gazed at the man before her. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That submissive gaze, that adoring, alluring demeanor, she's a demon, ah. And this angle. Unbelievable. No cleavage to entice, yet no enticement to be found. He let out a sigh of admiration. Spiritual energy surged, blood and chi churning. For a moment, refining essence into chi felt like a fishbone lodged in his throat, a choking sensation that demanded release. Lin Tian roared with laughter, "This youth-preserving pill isn't free for nothing." Yi Qingqiu's lovely face flushed crimson as she pouted, "You scoundrel. Always picking on me." Yet her tone was playful, devoid of blame. Instead, she drew closer and murmured softly, "Lin Tian, you're truly so good to me." Outside the door, Xiaotahong had been eavesdropping for ages, yet she still hadn't heard the words she longed to hear. Her cheeks puffed out in frustration. She pouted and muttered, "Humph. Could the young master really be that useless? And the pavilion master actually sent me to him? Does that mean I'll be stuck living like a widow from now on?"
The more she thought about it, the more disheartened she grew, losing all motivation in an instant. Just as she was about to pull her little ear away from the crack, a sudden ah echoed from within the room. It sent her soul flying out of her body. Little Peach Red clutched her chest, her face flushing crimson. That scared the living daylights out of me. She quickly pulled back and moved away from the door. And then, from inside the room, waves of blood-pumping sounds finally erupted, crashing like thunderous waves against the shore, relentless and unending. What on earth is that noise? Did they start fighting? Xiao Taohuang didn't even need to press her ear against the door anymore. She could hear everything crystal clear. Her face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. She quickly sat cross-legged on the floor, covering her ears with both hands, her cherry red lips frantically chanting, Prajnaparamata. Prajnaparamata. I won't listen, little titties, little titties. But no matter how tightly she covered her ears, the sound clung to her like maggots on a bone, relentlessly burrowing into her ears. Her heart raced. This intense? Could the sect leader handle it? Images of the island city's commemorative stone gradually began to surface in her mind. Autumn comes and autumn goes, autumn winds make one shed tears. Autumn comes and autumn goes, how many years must pass? Inside the room. After Lin Tian and Yi Qingqiu had engaged in a refining essence into energy, the atmosphere grew languid and intimate. Wrapped in sheer gauze, Yi Qingqiu reclined lazily beside Lin Tian, her eyes brimming with contentment. Her gaze swept over the treasures scattered across the floor. She couldn't help but examine them again, her voice trembling with awe. Lin Tian, these immortal pills, magical artifacts. Did you really empty the entire Pill Emperor's inheritance? Lin Tian replied lazily, pretty much. The restrictions on the stone steps? All breached by my 3 flowers breaker staff. So what are you planning to do with all this stuff now? Lin Tian rolled over, propping his head on a comfortable spot. After a moment of contemplation, he uttered 3 words casually, sell it all. What? Sell it all? Yi Qingqiu shot upright, utterly bewildered. Startled by her sudden movement, Lin Tian's head lost its support. Thud. His head slammed into a magical artifact. Hey, what's with the drama? It's just selling stuff, what's so shocking about that? Lin Tian snapped, slapping him across the face. Smack. The 2 objects that had been propping up his head wobbled violently. Yi Qingqiu shot him a disapproving look and pouted, you really are a spendthrift. So many treasures, and you just go and sell them? Lin Tian chuckled. Why keep them? They can't feed me. Besides, you saw it yourself, no amount of spirit stones is enough for me to absorb. But you can't sell them all like this. Never mind that. Xiuqiu, I need a favor. Lin Tian cut her off, swiftly changing the subject. Given where we are now, do we even need to talk about breaking free? Yi Qingqiu shot Lin Tian another glare. True. Lin Tian nodded, then continued, I want you to help me organize an auction. I have a large quantity of spiritual herbs and medicinal materials on hand. I plan to refine some pills at the auction and then auction off all these treasures. Lin Tian finished speaking, his eyes fixed intently on her, fearing Yi Qingqiu might refuse. To Lin Tian, these were treasures in the eyes of others. But in his eyes, compared to the treasures drawn from the system, they were nothing but junk. Now, all he craved was a massive amount of spirit stones. With spirit stones, he could rapidly advance his cultivation. Are you really sure you want to sell them? Yi Qingqiu still felt reluctant and pressed him once more. Lin Tian nodded silently. All right. Leave the auction to me. I'll handle it and make sure it fetches a sky-high price for you. Put. Thanks, big ball. You. All that drool, you're disgusting. Yi Qingqiu wiped her chest with her hand, pouting playfully. But just as Yi Qingqiu was about to reach for a tissue to clean up, her expression suddenly changed drastically. Lin Tian, something's wrong. I need it. As she spoke, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from within her body, like a raging flood. Lin Tian was instantly blasted 5 meters away, crashing into a pile of treasures. Wait, what? What do you want? You didn't have to blast me like that. Chapter 76, Cherish Us, Life and Death Ordeal. Yi Qingqiu's fair face flushed crimson, her delicate body trembling as spiritual energy surged within her like a raging tide, nearing the threshold of climax. Her voice trembled, her expression filled with terror as she gasped, Lin Tian. I'm about to break through. From the Dao Spirit Realm to the Dao Emperor Realm. Hearing this, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, then a surge of joy filled his heart. He grinned, breakthrough? That's great news. Xiuqiu, what are you afraid of? Simultaneously, he marveled inwardly. This Yi Qingqiu, she was his woman now. The higher her cultivation, the stronger my backing would be in the future. In that brief moment, he recalled the scene from before when the black-clad figure had severed his hand. He swore never to experience that again in this lifetime, much less repeat the same mistake. Yet, Yi Qingqiu offered a bitter smile. You don't understand. Breaking through to the Dao Emperor realm requires surviving the life-death tribulation, which is also known as the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. It's an extremely chaotic and violent process.
She paused, worry flickering in her eyes. Breaking through unprepared now is a suicide mission. Moreover, Niaodong Pavilion has made countless enemies in the east. If our foes learn of my tribulation, how could they pass up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? They will certainly strike. Lin Tian frowned, deep in thought. The heavenly thunder tribulation? Enemies lying in wait? That is a problem.
He was still a novice on the path of cultivation, naturally unfamiliar with many things.
But ignorance didn't matter.
He might not have eaten pork, but he'd certainly seen pigs run.
Lin Tian immediately began searching around.
Before long, he had gathered a large, scattered pile of treasures and tossed them onto Yiqingqiu.
With a domineering wave of his hand, he declared, "Don't be scared, little one. Take all these.
If the heavenly thunder strikes you, just smash it with these treasures. Don't worry about them getting ruined. I've got nothing else now, but I've got plenty of goodies." Lin Tian spoke with such decisive ease, utterly unconcerned.
Yiqingqiu burst into tears. She cried tears of joy. "Lin Tian, why are you being so kind to me?"
But as Yiqingqiu spoke, her voice choked with emotion. "Even if I survive the heavenly tribulation and evade my enemies, I'll still die." With that, she fell silent. She threw herself into Lin Tian's arms, sobbing, "I've fallen in love with you, but now, we must part ways forever."
"What on earth is this?" Lin Tian held her close, gently stroking Yiqingqiu's smooth, tender back. He comforted her repeatedly.
He couldn't stand seeing a woman cry. There.
Don't be afraid. With me here, we can weather any storm. Now, tell me, why are you dying?
But Yiqingqiu only cried, clinging tightly to Lin Tian, muttering to herself, "Let me hold you one last time." Seeing she wouldn't speak, only weeping,
Lin Tian instantly lost his temper. He raised his hand and delivered 2 sharp slaps, landing squarely on Yiqingqiu's full, rounded buttocks. He roared, "I told you to speak. There's nothing I can't do in this world."
Yiqingqiu's buttocks clenched at the impact, her slender frame trembling. Her sobs grew even more intense, yet she stubbornly refused to speak.
"Lin Tian, let me feel you deeply in my final moments." "All right. Stop crying. Take your time. I'll figure something out." Lin Tian was utterly defeated.
Yiqingqiu's tear-filled eyes suddenly lifted, and her crimson lips pressed fiercely against Lin Tian's.
Their tongues entwined, their breaths scorching.
Her hunger was like that of someone facing death. She clung tightly to Lin Tian, her body burning hot, her spiritual energy fluctuations growing increasingly violent.
Outside the door.
At that moment, Xiao Taohong paced anxiously, her hand hovering over the door, wanting to knock but too afraid to. Hearing the sobs from inside, she mistakenly believed Yiqingqiu had been cried to death by Lin Tian, her heart burning with anxiety.
"Master, surely the young master isn't bullying you?" Xiao Taohong gritted her teeth.
Driven by her protective instincts, she couldn't hold back any longer. She burst through the door.
"Master!
You!" But before she could finish her sentence, the scene before her eyes instantly made her want to crawl into a hole. Her face flushed crimson, wishing she could sink through the floor.
I'm so sorry. I must have entered the wrong room." Xiao Taohong immediately turned to flee. But then, "Xiao Taohong, come here."
Xiao Taohong froze, her petite frame stiffening on the spot. Yet she dared not disobey, so she shuffled forward in tiny steps, approaching shyly while keeping her eyes lowered. Yiqingqiu's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears as she suddenly commanded, "Take off your clothes."
Xiao Taohong's face paled. "Master."
"Lin Tian, if I die, let Taohong take my place. She'll stay by your side and care for you.
She's been with me since childhood, a good girl." Yiqingqiu pulled Xiao Taohong close. "Lin Tian, cherish her." Lin Tian was dumbfounded.
Another night of spring breeze arrives, 1,000 peach trees burst into bloom. The crimson March she becomes the bride. On the summit of a barren mountain outside the southern city, Yiqingqiu sat cross-legged atop the peak, gazing up at the thick, dark clouds overhead.
3 hours ago. Yiqingqiu finished.
Immediately afterward, she felt her spiritual energies surging at an even more intense pace. This left her utterly bewildered.
But she could no longer hold back the breakthrough opportunity.
Ignoring Lin Tian's attempts to stop her, she transformed into a streak of light and flew out of the villa.
"Lin Tian, I don't want you to witness the moment I perish." At that very moment,
thunder and lightning cracked across the sky, a terrifying aura of thunderous energy permeating the air as spiritual power raged wildly throughout the heavens and earth. Yiqingqiu's beautiful eyes held unwavering resolve, yet they could not conceal her sorrow. She knew this tribulation meant certain death. Even if she evaded the heavenly thunder tribulation and her enemy's ambush, the latent flaw within her body would erupt during her breakthrough, causing her spiritual energy to run amok and shatter her body.
Breaking through from the Dao spirit realm to the Dao emperor realm unleashed the hidden ailment with terrifying ferocity.
Ordinary cultivators required meticulous preparation, facing a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival.
To attempt such a breakthrough unprepared was tantamount to courting death.
Yiqingqiu gazed longingly toward the villa, tears streaming down her face as she murmured, "Goodbye, Lin Tian.
In the next life, I will still be your woman."
She circulated her chi through the heavens, her spiritual energy surging skyward, instantly summoning the thunder tribulation. Boom! A thunderbolt as thick as an arm descended from the heavens, its blinding purple light striking toward Yiqingqiu.
At that very moment,
the sudden, terrifying commotion of the thunder tribulation shook the entire southern city. Cultivators rushed about, inquiring and investigating which great power was undergoing the tribulation.
A heavenly thunder tribulation? Someone breaking through to the Dao Emperor realm? Who dares to undergo the tribulation? Several Dao Spirit Realm cultivators sensed the aura, their expressions growing somber as they sighed. Another Dao Spirit Realm cultivator lost a Blue Star. On Blue Star, breakthroughs were taboo.
Especially for high-tier cultivators, breakthrough inevitably triggers latent flaws in the Dao, causing spiritual energy to run amok.
Even if one ultimately survives the heavenly thunder tribulation, the ultimate fate remains inescapable: the spiritual energy explosion triggered by the hidden ailment of the Dao. Breaking through from the Dao Spirit Realm to the Dao Emperor Realm. Even with perfect preparation and extraordinary luck, it remains a life or death gamble. And now, in several hidden locations across the southern city, 3 elderly figures shot skyward. They sensed the divine soul aura of the one undergoing the tribulation. Then they burst into maniacal laughter. You wicked ye witch! Daring to undergo the tribulation? This time, we'll see how you die. The speaker was none other than the head of the Nangong family.
Another was Old Chi of the Pill Alliance, equally bursting with glee. A third figure, emanating a cold, sinister aura, hailed from the Miaodan Pavilion's sworn enemy, the Tianqiang sect. All were peak Dao Spirit Realm experts, now soaring toward the mountain peak where Yiqingqiu faced her tribulation. Murderous intent surged skyward.
Meanwhile, inside the villa, Lin Tian jolted awake. Xiao? No! That stupid woman. He yanked Xiao Taohong to her feet and barked, "Quick! Take me to her!" Chapter 77, All Treasures Are Mine. Xiaotahong was abruptly yanked upright by Lin Tian.
The flush hadn't yet faded from her cheeks, her eyes were still heavy with sleep, her body glistening with the light of dawn. The delicate, handful-sized Xiaoqiu swayed slightly in her grasp.
But upon hearing Lin Tian say Yiqingqiu had gone alone to face the tribulation, her petite, pretty face instantly paled. Master, has she lost her mind?
The thunder tribulation for ascending to the Dao Emperor realm is a death sentence.
Lin Tian was consumed with anxiety. He had no mind left to appreciate Xiao Taohong's alluring charms. His mind was consumed solely by Yiqingqiu's safety. He barked, "Taohong, do you have any idea where your pavilion master is most likely undergoing the tribulation? Think fast. Hurry."
Xiao Taohong scratched her head, her expression anxious. She racked her brain, then finally bit her lip and said, "The sect master never talks about these things."
I really don't know.
But before she could finish, a thunderous boom shook the heavens, blinding purple light illuminating the entire southern city.
All right.
The thunder tribulation had begun, and Xiao Taohong had no time to think.
Lin Tian hurriedly got up to put on his clothes while urging Xiao Taohong.
At the heart of the thunderclouds, the rolling might of heaven swept across the land for countless miles. Even hundreds of miles away in Tang City, the sky was now thick with dark clouds. Cultivators in Tang City climbed onto rooftops, mocking with derision, "Oh my!
Someone in the southern city dares to undergo a lightning tribulation?
And look at the scale of it, must be someone breaking through from the Dao Spirit Realm to the Dao Emperor Realm. Tisk, it's over. Another great power is about to fall in the southern city.
Looks like the 3 cities' rivalry will lose a formidable opponent." Meanwhile,
Lin Tian looked up at the sky, his expression darkening.
Found it. The direction of the thunder tribulation.
He pulled Little Peach Red up, and the two of them, 2 legs and 4 legs, dashed at full speed toward the mountain peak pounded by thunder and lightning. But the more Xiao Taohong ran, the harder it became for her to keep up with Lin Tian. It wasn't that her cultivation was inferior to Lin Tian's. It was simply because she had just experienced her first time. Now, discomfort in her lower body made her running form awkward and unnatural. She limped along, gasping for breath. Lin Tian, running ahead, turned back and snapped impatiently, "Hurry up! If you slow down any further, your sect leader will be dead." Xiao Taohong's pretty face paled with pain. Clutching her knees, she gasped, "Young master.
I can't run anymore.
Why didn't you take the flying boat?" Lin Tian froze, then erupted in fury.
"Thunder and lightning, flying boat? Are you asking to be struck by lightning? You lack even basic common sense. Didn't you complete 9 years of compulsory education?" Xiao Taohong heard this.
She nearly choked on her own fury, rolling her eyes and snapping, "Young master.
This is a thunder tribulation. A thunder tribulation. It only strikes those undergoing the trial, it doesn't strike indiscriminately. What the hell?" Lin Tian froze, then slapped his thigh in realization.
"Holy! I'm such an idiot. Cultivators aren't afraid of lightning strikes?" With a wave of his hand, he pulled a silver flying boat from his spatial ring. The vessel resembled a shuttle, radiating brilliant light. Its hull was engraved with intricate spirit patterns, and a silver phoenix was carved at its prow.
The two leapt aboard. Lin Tian connected his spiritual sense to activate the array.
With a hum, the vessel swayed upward into the sky. Whoosh! The flying vessel transformed into a silver streak of light, tearing through the sky. Lin Tian stood at the bow, facing the wind with boundless heroism. This was his first time piloting the flying vessel alone. Overwhelmed with excitement, he even began to recite poetry with a touch of flair. At dawn I bid farewell to the White Emperor's realm amid colorful clouds, 1,000 miles in a single day, I returned to Jiangling. Xiaotahong stood behind him, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration.
She thought to herself, the young master knows poetry? Blue star. Poetry and literary arts had long since fallen out of favor. Fewer and fewer could master the art of wordplay and poetic imagery.
Yet her young master was a true polymath, mastering both the arts and martial arts.
This made Xiaotahong completely starstruck.
Her gaze seemed ready to melt Lin Tian.
But Lin Tian had overplayed his coolness.
The moment his spiritual awareness relaxed, he severed the connection to the flying vessel.
Ah!
Xiaotahong screamed in terror as the flying vessel, deprived of spiritual control, slammed violently into a mountain peak.
Boom!
Dust billowed as the flying vessel smashed into the mountainside, carving out a massive crater.
Both riders tumbled out, rolling several times before landing covered in dust. Cough! Mistake, mistake!
Lin Tian scrambled to his feet, scratching his head awkwardly. Xiaotahong covered her face, stifling a giggle as she teased, Young master, your poetry recitation was splendid, but your flying boat piloting leaves much to be desired. Lin Tian glared at her, restarted the flying vessel, and barked, laugh again and I'll toss you out. The flying boat soared once more, racing toward the summit of Thunder Tribulation Mountain. Above the summit, dark clouds hung low, thunder coiled like dragons, and terrifying spiritual pressure crushed rocks.
Boom!
A purple thunderbolt as thick as an arm crashed down, striking straight toward Yiqingqiu. Seated cross-legged on the mountaintop, her fair face was scorched black, her robes shredded to rags. Her aura was weak and weary, her latent ailments stirring restlessly within. In this critical moment, she summoned 3 supreme-grade magical treasures, a jade fan, a bronze bell, and a jade pendant. Their spiritual light blazed brightly as they met the heavenly thunder.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The artifacts absorbed most of the thunder's force but shattered into fragments. The residual shockwave struck Yiqingqiu, causing her to spit blood as her body swayed precariously.
The onlookers stared in stunned silence, utterly awestruck. 3 more supreme-grade artifacts? That makes 9 already. 3 at once, all 9 top-tier artifacts destroyed. The witch Yi is far too extravagant.
Their eyes burned with envy as they thought, though not primary defenses, these artifacts were single-use shields against the Thunder Tribulation. The depth of the marvelous Pill Pavilion's resources was truly terrifying.
Amidst the crowd,
a young cultivator gasped, wait! I recognize the 3 treasures Yi Pavilion Master just summoned. He pointed at the 3 artifacts Yiqingqiu had just summoned again, a flying sword, an ancient mirror, and a small pagoda, their spiritual light dazzling, their aura overwhelming. The crowd shot him contemptuous glances, sneering, you're just a peak Qi gathering cultivator. You're standing this close to the tribulation only because your elders brought you here, and you dare claim to have seen supreme-grade magical treasures? Even we peak grandmasters haven't seen such things. The youth's face flushed crimson as he protested urgently, I'm Mu Tianhao of the Mu clan. I participated in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. I saw these 3 treasures within the stone staircase barrier. They're the treasures swept up by the Southern University.
What? The crowd erupted in uproar, onlookers nearly popping their eyes out of their sockets. The South University swept the stone staircase, and all the treasures went to the marvelous Dan Pavilion? Weren't they supposed to be handed over to the Cultivator Alliance Legion? Then what's this? In an instant, greed spread like wildfire across every face. As the Thunder Tribulation neared its end and Yiqingqiu's aura began to wane. One by one, these individuals began rubbing their hands together in anticipation. Who would have thought? The witch Yi undergoing her tribulation without even a guardian cultivator. She's practically a treasure trove waiting to be plundered, sneered the head of the Nangong family with contempt.
Once the lightning tribulation passes, all the treasures will be ours.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
Old Qi and the Tiansheng sect elder, each concealed in the shadows, eyes blazing with murderous intent.
Boom! As the final bolt of lightning struck, a blinding purple light erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. Yiqingqiu finally closed his eyes in despair, as if awaiting death's arrival.
The onlookers' eyes gleamed with greed as they rushed toward the mountaintop, shouting wildly, the treasure is mine.
Get out of my way. But at that very moment,
a silver flying vessel sliced through the sky.
Chapter 78, Refining Essence into Qi. Breaking through to Dao Emperor. Boom!
The final purple heavenly thunderbolt struck Yiqingqiu, causing the heavens and earth to tremble as blinding purple light erupted. Where Yiqingqiu stood, smoke and dust swirled thickly.
Others couldn't see the actual situation at all. Even spiritual senses were rendered useless under the Thunder Tribulation's coverage. The onlookers, their eyes glowing green with greed and fervor, surged toward the mountaintop. They bellowed and roared, "The treasure is mine. Whoever dares take it from me, I'll kill them." They were utterly mad. The head of the Nangong family, Old Chi of the Alchemist Alliance, and an ancient wizard from the Tianxiang sect all flashed murderous intent. Yet they showed no haste in acting. Each hovered in the distant sky, watching the spectacle with mocking amusement. Just as these men charged the summit, ready to plunder the treasures like scavengers. Boom! A silver flying vessel crashed onto a flat patch of ground 10 meters away from their advance. 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, the vessel shimmered with silver light, its prow adorned with a vividly carved silver phoenix. Lin Tian leapt from the vessel, followed by the petite, rosy-cheeked girl in a red gauze dress. Glancing back at the dust-choked mountaintop, he realized his spiritual sense couldn't penetrate it. He felt a pang of worry after all. That purple lightning bolt looked terrifying enough to make one's hair stand on end. "Master! How are you?" Xiao Taohong lifted her skirt, ready to rush into the dust cloud to search. "Don't go in. That dust carries the power of the thunder tribulation, it hasn't fully dissipated yet." Lin Tian grabbed Xiao Taohong's arm. "What should we do?" "Hold on. Wait until they're all gone. We'll hold them off for now," Lin Tian said. He turned to face the charging crowd. The moment these people saw Lin Tian and the flying vessel behind him, their eyes burned with greed. That flying vessel. I've seen it in the restrictions of the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm. It's a Secret Realm artifact. At that moment, Mu Tianhao of the Mu family exclaimed in astonishment. Huang de Peo halted in his tracks, his voice cracking with shock. "Lin Tian? It's Lin Tian. That killing star, how did he get here?" Huang de Peo. He had entered the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm alongside Fu Xian, a chi-gathering realm prodigy from Fu City. Within the Secret Realm, he was one of the dozen or so who followed the river's current and were ultimately swept into the Hall of Inheritance. The memory of Lin Tian's massacre of the Pill Alliance flashed through his mind. Huang de Peo's face turned ashen. He grabbed several companions and urged, "Don't go over there. We're getting out of here. That killing star is untouchable. We don't need the treasures." His companions froze in surprise. They looked at him in confusion. "They're just two chi-gathering trash, right? Big Cannon, what are you scared of? They're just two trashy guys. We're all Foundation establishment cultivators now." Huang de Peo sneered. "Trash? Oomph." He couldn't be bothered to persuade them further. Turning on his heel, he headed back the way he came. As he walked, he bellowed, "Fellow disciples, I, Huang, am an upright man. I'd never stoop to such despicable acts of exploiting others' misfortune." Huang takes his leave. "You lot can go to hell." Huang de Peo ran off, leaving behind several fellow disciples at the Foundation establishment stage from Fucheng, standing there utterly flustered in the wind. "What? He's upright? Did I hear that wrong?" one of them exclaimed in disbelief. "Opportunities are fleeting. Fellow cultivators, we must press forward with courage. I'm going first." With that, one man continued his ascent toward the mountain peak. The others watched. They glanced at the fleeing cannon, then at Lin Tian not far away. Gritting their teeth, they thought, what could this trash possibly do? Go! Whoever seizes the flying vessel claims it. In an instant, dozens of people who had been surging forward halted in their tracks. Some turned and retreated. Others stamped their feet, watching intently. These individuals shared one common trait: they were all prodigies who had entered the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm. As for Luan Qing's warning, within the Pill Alliance, some might still hold back, but other factions couldn't care less. Seeing the crowd charging toward them, Lin Tian assumed these were the hostile factions Yi Qingxiu had warned about. Rage surged through him as he roared, "You worthless trash! You dare oppose my woman?" He stood alone before the flying vessel, his spiritual energy erupting as the aura of a peak chi channeling cultivator swept through like a raging storm. Indeed. After he and Yi Qingxiu had been intimate once more, Lin Tian had advanced again. His speed was comparable to flying on a plane. A Grandmaster-level cultivator sneered, "Lin Tian, hand over the treasure and we'll spare your life." Another Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, too impatient for words, unleashed a palm strike as massive as a mountain, crashing toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian snorted coldly, flicking his wrist to unleash dozens of high-grade talisman papers like a torrential downpour. Boom! 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 Fireballs, lightning bolts, and ice blades erupted, unleashing a storm of spiritual energy. The foremost Foundation establishment cultivators were blown back, spitting blood and torn to shreds. The high-grade talismans proved formidable, posing a threat even to Grandmasters, forcing the crowd to retreat in fear. Yet the talismans' destructive force only fueled their greed. Dozens of high-grade talismans just like that. He must have even more in his ring. Look at you, a chi-gathering trash. How many talismans could you possibly have? Let's see how long you can last. Lin Tian sneered coldly, utterly unfazed. To him, talismans? I've got plenty. Fu Xing's stockpile of over 100,000 even if we use a lot in the secret realm. But lasting a day or two? No problem. He flung out another dozen talismans. Flames and thunder erupted, scorching the fur of several beast tamers' spirit beasts until it turned black. The beasts howled in agony and collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, these were all cultivators below the Grandmaster realm. Unlike those at the Dao spirit realm who could teleport and attack. Otherwise, no matter how many talismans he had, they would be useless. Just like that black-robed figure who shattered Lin Tian's hands back then. But now, relying on the power of his talismans, Lin Tian managed to hold his own against the others. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. At the same time, amidst the dust and smoke, Yi Qingxiu's eyes snapped open. A terrifying, overwhelming pressure began to brew. Naked, her pale, jade-like feet lightly touched the ground. She actually broke through to the Dao Emperor realm? But why? The Heavenly Dao chains within me haven't retracted? Yi Qingxiu was stunned, yet filled with delight. After a long moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened as she finally grasped the truth. Is it the refining essence into qi technique? Yi Qingxiu's charming face flushed crimson in an instant. So that's how it is. But why does it have such an effect? Not only does it suppress my hidden ailment, but I'm actually feeling quite refreshed inside right now. But she had no time to ponder further. Having just broken through, she must quickly consolidate her cultivation. Yi Qingxiu's beautiful eyes flashed with determination as she immediately retrieved garments from her ring. Once she was fully dressed, she immediately crossed her legs, suspended amidst the dust and smoke, and began refining the essence of the surrounding thunder tribulation to stabilize her spiritual energy. Spiritual essence differed from spiritual power. It was a qualitative leap, a mutation of the very essence. Dao Emperor Realm. The realm of great power. Beginning with qi gathering, one builds a solid foundation. After consolidating this base, one ascends to the Grandmaster realm, capable of founding schools and sects. Above the Grandmaster realm lay the dawning of Dao spirit, becoming a colossus in one's domain. But once one breaks through to the Dao Emperor realm, they transcend the mundane and formally embark upon the path of cultivating immortality. On Blue Star, every being who commands the elements, who among them isn't a Dao Emperor, or even beyond? Yet those who truly achieve this breakthrough are as rare as a phoenix's feather or a Qilin's horn. It's not due to insufficient talent, nor fear of death, nor lack of resources. Rather, it is the chains of the Dao that bind every cultivator on Blue Star. It was as if every being in this world was imprisoned by the Dao. Any who attempt to break through will inevitably face the suppression of the Dao. Beyond the dust and smoke. In the distance, the head of the Nangong family, Elder Qi, and the Tianxiang sect elder watched coldly, smiles playing on their lips. Old Qi remarked coldly, "The kid's got some tricks up his sleeve, but his cultivation is too low. No matter how many talismans he has, he won't be able to turn the tables." The Nangong family head sneered, "The talismans from Talisman City truly work wonders." The Tianxiang sect elder, shrouded in poisonous mist, coldly declared, "Ye witch must die. And this brat, let's dispose of him too, to save the trouble." As if on cue, the three lost patience and simultaneously soared toward Lin Tian. Chapter 79, The Dao Emperor's Realm. "You brat! Give me back my grandson." Old Qi's beard and hair stood on end as he struck first. He had long since grown to despise Lin Tian. At this moment, he paid no heed to Luang Qing's warning. In his mind, killing a mere qi-gathering realm cultivator as the second elder of the Pill Alliance was a minor offense. Even if Luo Qing was the supreme elder, he was certain he wouldn't be held accountable. Meanwhile, the head of the Nangong family witnessed this. Assumed Old Qi was striking first to seize Lin Tian's flying vessel. After all, this silver-hued flying vessel clearly wasn't an ordinary craft. He immediately flashed forward, closing in on Lin Tian. But the Tianxiang sect elder paid no heed to Lin Tian. He charged directly into the dust cloud. Poisonous mist spread, sealing off the entire dust cloud area. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He knew that a Dao spirit realm cultivator could teleport. He had sought guidance from Yi Qingxiu on this matter. He wasn't just a man of the lower half. During his encounters with Yi Qingxiu, he often diverted her attention with distractions. Therefore, he had anticipated this move long before arriving. He retracted the flying vessel behind him, then shoved Xiao Taohong away with one hand while simultaneously tossing a handful of talismans for her protection. By the time he finished all this, two Dao spirit realm cultivators had already flashed to his left and right. Lin Tian's grind spell's spiritual energy surged into action at the same moment. A deafening roar of void energy erupted. Immediately after, the Nangong family had formed his hand into a claw, lunging straight for the ring on Lin Tian's finger. Old Qi, meanwhile, brought his palm crashing down toward Lin Tian's crown. He intended to strike Lin Tian dead on the spot. Boom! Boom! Two deafening explosions. A storm of spiritual energy swept through. Yet, the two old men at the spirit realm both paled. Terror etched their features. Old Qi suffered the worst, blasted Ten Zhang away by the void force of the grind spell, crashing heavily to the ground. Put! Old blood gushed forth. Old Qi stared in disbelief, as if he'd seen a ghost. This? Void power? Dao resonance? How is this possible? Impossible. Impossible. Old Chi was stunned, lying on the ground violently coughing up blood. The Nangong family had fared better. After all, he'd only seized the ring, so the backlash wasn't severe, he was merely knocked back 10 paces. Yet his expression remained equally horrified and numb. He pointed at Lin Tian. You're possessed. You're not human. Meanwhile, Lin Tian. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away, grimacing as he muttered, so it was true. My cultivation level is my weakness. Even with this belly guard and the grind technique to mitigate the blow, I still got shaken up. The belly guard, naturally, was the magical artifact he'd won by lottery during the Southern Grand Tournament. He had originally intended to give it to Yi Qingqiu along with the youth-preserving pill. Moreover, during last night's chaotic three-way brawl, he had even tried to get Yi Qingqiu to wear it. But alas! Yi Qingqiu refused outright. Give it to little Peach Blossom then. But her size C wasn't large enough to create that stunning effect. Thus, the belly-bearing top remained in his possession. But now, it had found its purpose. Yet, even with such a treasure protecting him, his cultivation was insufficient. In the end, he was still shaken to injury. Xiaodahong was sent flying dozens of steps by Lin Tian. Seeing blood trickling from the corner of Lin Tian's mouth, she rushed over, sobbing. She helped him up, her expression filled with worry. Young master. Are you all right? He wiped his mouth again and shook his dizzy head. I'm fine. I won't die. I just underestimated the power of the Dao spirit realm. These words. If other Qi-gathering realm cultivators heard this, they'd probably just give up and lie down. Damn it! You're just a Qi-gathering realm cultivator, yet you blocked the surprise attack of 2 Dao spirit realm cultivators. You only coughed up a little blood, with no other injuries. What's the point of cultivating then? Might as well not bother with this immortal path. At that moment, the motley crew of cultivators witnessed the scene. Their faces lit up with delight. They assumed Lin Tian, having coughed up blood, couldn't possibly hold out much longer. Like a bunch of idiots, they swarmed forward once more. Xiaodahong rushed forward, channeling her last ounce of spiritual energy into the talisman. She shrieked, "You bastards, all of you die." She flung the talismans. Dozens of explosions boomed, instantly blasting this wave of attackers flying backward. Xiao Taohong's slender body trembled as her spiritual energy drained completely, nearly causing her to collapse. Fortunately, Lin Tian was there to catch her. Young master. It's my fault. I failed to protect you. Lin Tian snapped his fingers and flicked her forehead, scolding impatiently, "You foolish woman. Why are you taking the blame for this?" With that, he lifted his head to face the crowd whose eyes burned with intensity. All of you. Do you want to die? The crowd froze. What the hell? You're really pushing it, aren't you? At a time like this, how many talismans do you even have left? Do you think talismans in Talisman City grow on trees? Hey, kid? Did those 2 elders knock you silly just now? Exactly. He's the one who's about to die, yet he's asking. Ah. Thud. But before the speaker could finish his sentence, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. His companions rushed over to check on him. But the next moment, their faces turned pale. Dead? What? But it wasn't over yet. Within 10 paces of Lin Tian, over a dozen people began collapsing one after another for no apparent reason. Seeing this, the others scrambled backward in terror. He's possessed. That kid's possessed. In an instant, the crowd scattered in panic, fleeing without daring to approach. At the same time, Lin Tian's body swayed as well. Fortunately, he and Xiaodahong supported each other, preventing either from collapsing on the spot. Damn it! My spiritual energy is drained again. He had just continuously cast the grab spell. Combined with the energy drained by the 2 spirit realm attacks earlier, he was now completely drained. Young master? You did this? Xiaodahong stared in stunned disbelief at the dozen corpses littering the ground within 10 meters. Lin Tian, of course. As the 2 exchanged words, Old Chi, his eyes dark and vicious, hovered in midair, coldly gazing at Lin Tian. Upon sensing the complete depletion of spiritual energy within Lin Tian, a thought seemed to dawn on him. His aged eyes instantly flashed with icy light. A cold smile curled his lips. This kid, he's got a precious treasure on him. In his view, whatever had just sent him flying must be a top-tier magical artifact or even a Dao artifact. Though he couldn't fathom why those people had died so inexplicably. He didn't believe Lin Tian was responsible. Because it was impossible. This was beyond his comprehension. Old Chi's greed was now written all over his face. However, he had learned his lesson and no longer charged forward foolishly. Instead, he retreated several dozen paces. He drew a small wooden sword from his ring and tossed it into the air. Whoosh! The wooden sword shot straight toward Lin Tian, aiming directly for his heart. At that moment, Lin Tian's spiritual energy was completely depleted, leaving him utterly powerless to activate his spell. He could only watch helplessly as the flying sword slammed into his chest. Boom!
Lin Tian and Xiao Taohong were both sent flying backward, ribs shattered, blood spurting wildly. They crashed into the dust and smoke. Fortunately, the protective shield from the belly-covering apron. Neither of them suffered life-threatening injuries. Just as I thought. Old Chi burst into laughter. A top-tier magical artifact indeed, this is mine. In a flash, Old Chi charged straight toward the dust cloud and plunged into it. Meanwhile, the head of the Nangong family's face lit up with delight. He too had glimpsed the fleeting crimson shield. Old Chi! Don't you dare keep the treasure for yourself. The two charged in, one after the other, plunging into the dust and smoke. But the very next second, both men burst back out of the dust cloud in disarray, as if they'd seen a ghost. The moment they emerged, the dust and smoke dissipated completely. Old Chi and the Nangong family head had intended to teleport away, but they plummeted straight down like corpses tossed from a great height. Only when they lay flat on the ground, unable to move, did their expressions begin to change dramatically. Their voices trembled with sheer terror. The Dao Emperor's domain. Chapter 80, 100 million spirit stones. The dust settled. A graceful figure slowly emerged from the mountain peak. In her hand, she held a blood-soaked corpse. It was none other than Yi Qingqiu. Having broken through to the Dao Emperor realm, her aura radiated an even more captivating allure. She resembled the daughter of gods and demons, breathtakingly beautiful and enchantingly alluring. A crimson gauze dress, sheer as a cicada's wing, clung to her delicate form, teasingly revealing curves that beckoned the soul. The hem danced lightly in the breeze, radiating a luminous aura that emanated the terrifying pressure of the Dao Emperor realm. Her face was as cold as frost, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a deadly glint, like a peach blossom fairy ablaze with fury, a sight too terrifying to look upon. The Nangong family head and Elder Qi, suppressed by Yi Qingqiu's Dao Emperor domain, were immobilized, their faces turning ashen with sheer terror. They recognized the corpse in Yi Qingqiu's grasp. It was another Dao spirit realm cultivator who had charged into the dust, an elder of the Tianxiang sect. The corpse bore a gaping hole through its chest, its spiritual energy completely dissipated, soul shattered a gruesome death. The Nangong family head trembled, stammering, Yi witch. You're not dead? Elder Qi's pupils contracted violently, broke through to the Dao Emperor realm? How is that possible? The surviving cultivators who had besieged Lin Tian were utterly terrified by this sight, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. They turned and fled in panic. Yet the Dao Emperor's domain acted like invisible shackles, binding their spiritual energy. One by one, their faces drained of color as they collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Dao Emperor realm. She truly broke through. Her latent ailment hasn't erupted? This defies the heavens. Xiao Taohong spat out a mouthful of blood, her voice trembling with joy. Master! You're unharmed. She supported the gravely wounded Lin Tian, her eyes brimming with tears, overcome with emotion. Yi Qingqiu's gaze swept toward Lin Tian. Seeing him collapsed on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, seemingly gravely wounded, her beautiful face paled with deep concern. She abruptly discarded the corpse in her hand, transforming into a streak of light as she rushed to Lin Tian's side. Kneeling down to examine him, her voice trembled, Lin Tian. How are you? Her spiritual energy probed him. Though Lin Tian had broken ribs and significant internal injuries, his life was not in danger. Her heart eased slightly. Instantly, Yi Qingqiu's expression turned icy, murderous intent surging skyward. She snapped, You vermin! Dare you harm my man? Not one of you will live today. The Dao Emperor's domain erupted violently, its spiritual light surging like a sea, coalescing into a colossal palm hundreds of feet wide that slammed toward the Nangong family head, Elder Qi, and the others. Before the palm even struck, its overwhelming pressure crushed rocks and shattered the ground, sending cracks rippling across the earth. Everyone's hearts trembled in terror. On a distant mountain peak, Luan Cheng Tonzi and Hong Tian exchanged glances, their expressions twisted. They had assumed Yi Qingqiu, attempting the tribulation unprepared, was certain to perish. Luan Cheng sighed bitterly, That girl actually broke through? Hong Tian sneered, That little. Still trying to block me? I told you that Lin Tian kid had deep blessings, he wasn't going down that easily. Earlier, Luan Cheng had persistently blocked Hong Tian from intervening, insisting that with 500 elites of the Pill Alliance dead, the Southern University must pay a price. But now, Yi Qingqiu had broken through to the Dao Emperor realm, and Lin Tian's bizarre abilities had completely overturned Luan Cheng's expectations. Hong Tian sneered, cursing, You little. With your Dan Alliance's petty affairs, you think you can suppress my Southern University? But both immediately frowned. The Eastern Cultivator Alliance faced immense pressure from the invasion of monstrous beasts. Dao Spirit Realm cultivators were already high-tier combat forces, scarce on Blue Star. Should the head of the Nangong family and Elder Qi fall, the alliance would suffer a significant loss. Luan Qing's voice grew grave. Elder Qi is the second elder of our Pill Alliance. He cannot fall at the hands of Yi Qingqiu. Hong Tian snorted coldly, I don't want these two old dogs to die so easily either. But Lin Tian is from our Southern University, we absolutely cannot let this pack of vermin off the hook.
Exchanging a glance, their figures flickered and appeared atop the mountain peak. Boom! Luan Qing unleashed his overwhelming pressure, his spiritual light as deep as an abyss, instantly shattering Yi Qingqiu's Dao Emperor domain. Yi Qingqiu's expression darkened as she snapped, Wang Chang? You dare obstruct me? As the current head of the marvelous Dan Pavilion, she naturally recognized the opponent. Yet Yi Qingqiu's killing intent had already ignited, leaving her heedless of consequences. Her spiritual energy surged wildly as she sought to break through the suppression and slaughter the head of the Nangong family and the others. Yet Luan Qing's overwhelming pressure was like a mountain. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as her slender body trembled. Hong Tian stepped forward, his voice deep and commanding. Yi girl! Halt! Leave today's affairs to this old man. His gaze swept over the Nangong family head, Elder Qi, and the others as he coldly declared, not a single one of these vermin shall escape. I promise they will be ordered by their respective factions to serve in the Cultivator Legion regardless of life or death to contribute to the Eastern Cultivation City. Yi Qingqiu paid no heed, frantically channeling her Dao Emperor domain. Spiritual light flared violently as she vowed to kill. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes as she roared, they injured Lin Tian. Not a single one of them will live. Hong Tian frowned, continuing his plea, girl. The greater good must prevail. With the beast invasion, the alliance needs combat strength. Killing them will only inflict greater losses on the alliance. Yet Yi Qingqiu, fierce as a mother tiger protecting her young, showed no sign of relenting. Her surging spiritual energy shook the mountain peak, causing it to crack. Lin Tian, supported by Xiaodahong, struggled to his feet. Seeing Yi Qingqiu's fury, he felt deeply moved, yet knew he couldn't stand against her. He called out to Yi Qingqiu, Zhouqiu. Enough! Give the headmaster some face today. Yi Qingqiu froze, her beautiful eyes turning to Lin Tian. Seeing the unwavering resolve in his eyes, her murderous intent finally began to fade. She bit her lip and said, Lin Tian, you, fine. Yet her face remained fierce as she glared at the Nangong family head and the others, her voice icy. Today, I spare your worthless lives. Dare to offend me again, and I, Yi Qingqiu, will wipe out your entire clan. Hong Tian watched the scene unfold, his expression twisted with awkward embarrassment. He thought to himself, I put on a serious face to persuade you, and you won't even give me the slightest bit of face. One word from Lin Tian, and you act like you've received an imperial decree. But the next moment, Hong Tian slapped his forehead hard, suddenly realizing something. He spat out, Lin Tianfu. Old fool. You're no good. Clearly. He knew some of Lin Tianfu's past deeds. At that moment, the head of the Nangong family, Elder Qi, and the others collapsed to the ground as if granted a pardon, scrambling to flee in disarray. The onlookers dared not linger long and gradually dispersed, restoring silence to the mountaintop. Once the crowd had departed, only Hong Tian, Yi Qingqiu, Lin Tian, and Xiaodahong remained. Hong Tian cleared his throat and said solemnly, Lin Tian, the treasures from the secret realm must be handed over to the Cultivator Legion. With the beast invasion and the dire situation, we must prioritize the greater good. I say we submit 80%, and you may freely distribute the remaining 20%. Lin Tian bristled at this, snorting with a sneer, no way, principal. Don't lecture me about the greater good. This student is petty, I'm not giving any. You brat. You don't understand the bigger picture. If the beasts breach our defenses, the entire Blue Star is doomed. What good are your treasures then? Lin Tian rolled his eyes, but then his gaze shifted. He adopted a pouting tone, principal, so many people from Nanda died in the secret realm. Why should we hand it over for free? The Cultivator Legion got a huge advantage, they should at least give some compensation. Hong Tian paused, then nodded. Fair enough. What do you want? Lin Tian's heart leapt with joy. Selling to the alliance and gaining a good reputation wasn't a bad deal at all. He immediately held up one finger and grinned mischievously, handing over the treasures is fine, but you'll need to give this amount of spirit stones. Otherwise, forget it. Seeing just one finger, Hong Tian visibly relaxed. 10,000 spirit stones? No problem. I'll give it to you right now. The alliance doesn't even need to pay. It was clear that Hong Tian, who had single-handedly held back the entire southern city against the beasts, was indeed a man of great righteousness. But Lin Tian waved him off, scoffing, Principal, have you lost your mind? 10,000? Any single treasure from the secret realm is worth more than that. 10,000? Hong Tian frowned, realizing the truth in his words. Then how much do you want? The Cultivator Legion isn't short on spirit stones. We can talk about this. Lin Tian still held up one finger, saying nothing. Hong Tian, exasperated by the teasing, muttered, you little brat. But he wasn't going to play small ball now. He probed cautiously, 1 million? Lin Tian shook his head. Then how much? 100 million. What? Hong Tian's eyes widened in utter shock. Yi Qingqiu and Xiaodahong gaped in utter shock, speechless. 100 million spirit stones? That's the annual military budget for the Cultivator Legion. That brat Lin Tian is asking for the moon.
Hong Tian fumed, his beard bristling and eyes bulging.
You brat! 100 million? Why don't you just go rob someone? Lin Tian grinned wickedly. If the alliance won't pay, I'll keep all the treasures. Let the Cultivator Legion deal with it however they want. Chapter 81, Cultivation Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. Upon the mountain peak.
Hong Tian was so furious he rolled his eyes, his beard bristling as he pointed at Lin Tian and shouted, "You miser!
100 million spirit stones? Why don't you just rob someone?
No matter how many treasures are in that secret realm, you have no right to demand such an exorbitant price." Lin Tian crossed his arms, grinning mischievously.
Principal, the Cultivator Alliance gets 80% of my treasures. They're getting a huge bargain for nothing. They should at least pay some blood money, right? 100 million isn't much. If it weren't for your old age and reputation, I might have demanded $1 billion.
Yi Qingqiu stood nearby, her crimson silk skirt fluttering in the breeze, her delicate figure faintly visible beneath. Hearing this, she covered her mouth and giggled. This kid really knows how to drive a hard bargain.
Xiao Taohuan supported Lin Tian, stealing admiring glances at him.
She thought to herself, our young master is truly formidable, he dares to confront even the venerable elder Hong.
Hong Tian was speechless, choking on his words.
He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said in a deep voice, "You brat, 10 million spirit stones, take it or leave it.
But this price is only my temporary agreement. The final decision will have to wait for the alliance representatives to arrive."
He paused, his tone laden with meaning. She might be the one coming. You'd better watch your step.
Lin Tian froze, puzzled. Her? Who? Hong Tian waved him off, unwilling to elaborate. Keep the treasure with you for now. It's not wise for me to handle it directly. Within 3 to 5 days, someone from the alliance will contact you.
His gaze shifted to Yi Qingqiu as he gave a wry smile.
Miss Yi, this kid is yours now. Make sure he doesn't cause any trouble. Then, Hong Tian reminded Lin Tian, get back to campus quickly.
The special training for new students at Nanda is about to start.
Don't miss it.
Hong Tian gave Lin Tian and Yi Qingqiu one last lingering look, his expression complex. Finally, he shook his head helplessly and vanished from the mountaintop in a flash.
Lin Tian pursed his lips and muttered, all this mystery, what's he up to? Enough complaining. Hop aboard the flying vessel back to Myodan Pavilion.
Yi Qingqiu giggled, her alluring curves hinting beneath her crimson gauze skirt as she playfully scolded.
Got it. Lin Tian waved his hand.
A silver flying vessel materialized out of thin air, measuring 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. Lin Tian and Xiao Taohuan leaped aboard. Yi Qingqiu guided it with her spiritual sense, and the vessel transformed into a streak of light.
In just 3 breaths, they landed before the villa of Myodan Pavilion in the southern city. Lin Tian whistled in admiration. Xiuxiu, you're so fast. Stop teasing me. Let's go inside.
Yi Qingqiu shot him a glare before speaking in a seductive tone.
Now, she had successfully broken through, unscathed. All thanks to Lin Tian.
Yi Qingqiu's joy knew no bounds. She even found herself silently thanking that old codger, Lin Tianfu.
Night fell.
On the rooftop of Myodan Pavilion Villa, the infinity pool shimmered with rippling light. Lin Tian lounged lazily on a wicker chair like a grand old man, hands propped behind his head, utterly blissed out. Xiao Dao clung to him, her petite frame barely concealed beneath a sheer red silk dress as delicate as a cicada's wing. After Lin Tian's development, her breasts had grown fuller and perkier, her curves beneath the gauze dress tantalizingly alluring. Now, Xiao Taohuan peeled grapes with gentle care, feeding them one by one into Lin Tian's mouth. Her voice was so sweet it made one's bones melt. Young master, try this, it's sweet. Lin Tian chewed the grape, his eyes narrowing in a smile.
Taohuan, you're quite skilled. I'll reward you with a kiss.
Xiao Taohuan's pretty face flushed crimson as she pouted. Young master.
Stop teasing me, the pavilion master is still here.
Yet, the sweetness in her beautiful eyes spoke volumes about the joy filling her heart. Young master, you're so sweet and so naughty.
Hee. In the rooftop infinity pool.
Yi Qingqiu glided through the water like a mermaid, her red lace swimsuit clinging to her slender frame, accentuating her stunning curves.
Splash. She leapt from the water, sending droplets flying.
Her long hair clung wetly to her snow-white neck, like a lotus blossom emerging from the water, mesmerizing all who beheld her. Tall and slender, her waist was a delicate inch, her breasts proudly lifted.
The soaked fabric clung to her curves, enough to make any man's blood boil.
Yi Qingqiu picked up a towel, drying her wet hair as she approached Lin Tian.
Hey, you little rascal, she teased, about the auction, how big is it going to be? What's the level?
Everything's been handed over to the alliance.
Will there be enough items to auction?
As she spoke, she bent over, water dripping from her hair. Her breasts were faintly visible beneath the sheer skirt, emitting a faint, subtle fragrance.
Lin Tian stared blankly, completely oblivious to her words.
His gaze was utterly captivated by Yi Qingqiu's voluptuous curves, and he swallowed hard. Xiaodahan giggled quietly beside them, covering her mouth with her hand as she thought to herself, young master's lustful thoughts are at it again. Yi Qingqiu rattled on with her questions, but when Lin Tian showed no reaction, she looked down in confusion only to meet his lecherous gaze, fixed intently on her chest.
Her pretty face flushed crimson as she snapped irritably, "You brat! I told you to control yourself. Are you trying to get yourself killed?"
A faint blush tinged her cheeks. She silently cursed Lin Tian, that little rascal. His eyes were glued to her.
"Babe, it's a misunderstanding. I was thinking about serious business."
Lin Tian chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head.
He sat up straight and said earnestly, "The auction, the bigger the better, top-tier quality. As for the items? The stuff I got from the Heavenly Furnace secret realm?
Everyone knows it exists, but no one knows how much there really is. I could just pull out a few pieces and get 10 million spirit stones. That's not a bad deal." Yi Qingqiu's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Tian with admiration, her voice sweet and teasing.
"Oh, you little rascal, you're quite the schemer.
That cunning mind of yours, we're on the same wavelength. This kid may be young, but his mind is sharp. No wonder he made it out of the secret realm unscathed."
Yi Qingqiu's enchanting eyes grew even more affectionate toward Lin Tian. Xiao Taohuan, standing nearby, gushed admiringly, "Young master, you're so clever. Those old farts in the alliance would never think of this."
Lin Tian smirked triumphantly, his face radiating dominance as he waved his hand.
"Of course. I never take a loss. Xiao, about the auction, I'll come to your place in a couple days to refine pills. Get the location and auxiliary herbs ready."
Yi Qingqiu nodded, her voice sweet and soft. "Alright, the alchemy room at Miaodan Pavilion is yours to use. I'll prepare the herbs."
She paused, then teased, "But really, that crude method of refining with firewood, will it actually work?"
As for the Lin family's alchemy techniques, Yi Qingqiu was well aware of them. After all, her alchemy techniques shared the same origin as Lin Tian's.
So she wondered, could it be that old Lin Tianfu had held back and passed something else down to his grandson? Hearing this, Lin Tian rolled his eyes dramatically. "Oh, Xiao, don't look down on me. My Lin clan alchemy technique is legendary.
Just you wait, I'll show you something amazing." But in his heart, Lin Tian thought, burning firewood is just to cover. The real secret lies in the 12-finger alchemy technique. Just wait until I refine the peerless treasure pill and blow your minds. After discussing the main business, Lin Tian suddenly grew curious, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "Xiao, how come you didn't suffer any hidden ailments when you broke through to the Dao Emperor realm? Spill it, what's the secret?" Yi Qingqiu's fair face flushed crimson, her heart skipping a beat. This secret, how could she possibly speak it aloud? Her breakthrough to the Dao Emperor realm had been achieved by refining Shaolin, transforming it into pure spiritual energy. That was why she had broken through without hindrance. But this matter, Yi Qingqiu would never reveal it, not even if her life depended on it. And it would forever remain her own private secret. Seeing Lin Tian press for answers, she stammered, There's no secret. It was just good luck." Lin Tian eyed her suspiciously and snorted, "Hiding something? Fine, don't tell me. Lie down, I'll give you a massage." Yi Qingqiu froze, puzzled. "Massage?" Lin Tian's tone turned serious. You'll see how good it feels soon. You'll get hooked on my massages." Yi Qingqiu obediently lay back on the wicker chair, offering no resistance. At this moment, even if Lin Tian demanded her life, she would willingly give it. But she knew Lin Tian wouldn't let her die. Her delicate curves were fully exposed beneath the red gauze skirt. Yi Qingqiu closed her eyes and murmured softly, "Alright, but be gentle." Xiaodahan giggled quietly beside them, whispering, "Young master, take it easy, don't massage the sect leader to death." Lin Tian glared at her. "Go away. Go peel your grapes." Lin Tian drew a deep breath, probing with his spiritual sense. Channeling the press technique, he transformed his spiritual energy into threads that entered Yi Qingqiu's body. As the energy circulated, he was stunned to discover that 5 of the Heavenly Dao chains within Yi Qingqiu's body had vanished. Cultivators on Blue Star, due to the deficiency of the Heavenly Dao, all possessed chains within their bodies that restrained their spiritual energy. Breaking through major cultivation realms would inevitably trigger backlash. A Dao Emperor realm cultivator should have at least 40 chains, yet Yi Qingqiu had only 35. Lin Tian's heart trembled. What on earth was going on? Was it related to luck? He refused to believe it. But since the other party wouldn't speak of it, he didn't press the matter. After all, everyone had their privacy. Lin Tian spared no emotion points, immediately activating the press pinch technique. As spiritual energy coalesced, he precisely targeted and manipulated the 6th chain within Yi Qingqiu's body. The chain snapped, causing Yi Qingqiu's delicate body to tremble. A breathy moan escaped her lips, hauntingly seductive. Hearing that breathy sigh, Lin Tian nearly lost control. Then, Yi Qingqiu's body began to twist involuntarily. Especially those long, slender legs, swaying back and forth. Meanwhile, her cultivation aura grew even more solid at this moment, and her cultivation had advanced significantly. Ding, emotional value accumulated, 1500. Holy? Massaging these high-level cultivators is such a drain. He calculated it combined with the previous 10,000 plus emotion points. Just this one session had cost him 10,000 points. But for Yi Qingqiu, Lin Tian didn't mind. After all, she was his first woman. That innate, first love affection had already etched itself deep into his soul. After a long moment, Yi Qingqiu finally opened her eyes, her voice trembling with shock.
Lin Tian. You broke another chain for me?
Her beautiful eyes held a complex mix of emotion, both deeply moved and solemn. Though stunned by the miraculous effects of Lin Tian's massage technique, she immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and its significance for all cultivators across Blue Star. Her heart immediately tightened. Just as she was about to caution Lin Tian to be careful, Lin Tian's expression changed. Yi Qingqiu inwardly gasped in alarm and urgently called out, "Lin Tian, how are you? Did you suffer backlash?" She remembered she needed to take his pulse to check, while simultaneously blaming herself. "It's all my fault, all my fault. I shouldn't have let you give the massage. I'm fine." "Don't worry, Qiu," Lin Tian murmured, immediately sitting cross-legged on the ground. At that moment, the spiritual energy within his body began to violently churn. Boom! The energy within Lin Tian surged explosively, shattering the bottleneck of the peak chi gathering stage. He was on the verge of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Holy crap! I'm breaking through to Foundation Establishment. Only now did he fully comprehend. After all, he was still a novice cultivator. With such a sudden surge in cultivation within such a short time, many things naturally weren't grasped so quickly. Beside him, Yi Qingqiu's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. She urgently urged Little Peach Blossom, quick, fetch the Foundation Establishment pill. Chapter 82, Beast Attack. Early morning on North Main Street in the southern city. Spiritual light swirled as vendors' cries echoed in succession. Lin Tian, feeling refreshed and invigorated, soared through the air above the street on his sword. The sword's glow swayed erratically. His recent breakthrough meant he hadn't yet mastered the technique, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Having broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm last night, his spiritual power surged dramatically, lifting his spirits immensely. He now hummed a tune, black men with green-eyed women, never complaining about height or size, ants come and go, yet always find the daughters-in-law lacking. Hearing this, passers-by shot him even more peculiar glances. But Lin Tian paid them no mind, grinning broadly. He thought to himself, I've reached Foundation Establishment now. I must carry myself with the dignity befitting a Foundation Establishment cultivator. No need to stoop to the level of these ordinary folk. Lin Tian guided his flying sword, wobbling as it landed in front of Lin's medical clinic number 11. But just as he pulled out his key to open the door, a sweet, girlish voice called out from behind him, "Little brother Lin Tian." The voice was sweet yet tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Goosebumps instantly covered Lin Tian's skin. He didn't need to turn around to know it was the landlady. The mere thought of her face covered in stubble, that huge black mole on her nose, and her damn obsession with heavy makeup, all while deluding herself into thinking she was alluring and charming, made Lin Tian feel utterly sick. The fact that this woman used to drag him out for abalone feasts every other day just made his skin crawl even more. But now, he had the confidence to tell her, "Get lost." He whipped his head around, his eyes turning cold. He thought to himself, I'm not the same guy anymore. I've reached the Foundation Establishment stage. You still dare to push me? Watch me blast you with a few talismans and blow your face to smithereens. Unexpectedly, the landlady didn't act bossy like usual. Instead, she approached him with a fawning expression, her bucket waist swaying as she murmured shyly, "Little brother Lin Tian, I've missed you so much. I won't force you to eat abalone anymore." She winked suggestively, her mole twitching as she whispered, "Tonight, I want sausage. Will you treat me?" Lin Tian's scalp prickled. He cursed, "Go to hell. Get lost. Get the hell out of here." He unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, projecting his Foundation Establishment level aura outward. The woman was so terrified her stubble curled 3 times. With a shriek, she covered her face and fled. Lin Tian snorted coldly. He thought to himself, 3 years of pent-up frustration, finally, I can vent it all. At that moment, a burly figure emerged from the neighboring shop. Widow Wan, hands on her hips, chuckled, well, little Lin Tian, you've got some backbone. That stinking woman deserved what she got. She flicked her messy fringe aside, her thick, hairy legs stomping the ground with a tremor. She winked and said, "Did you hear? That ugly girl's father got stripped of his position by Elder Hong yesterday. Now he's just a lone cultivator, barely able to look after himself." Lin Tian froze, startled. Stripped of his position? When did that happen? Widow Wang chuckled, gossiping, "Just yesterday. Word is he embezzled a ton of spirit stones from the southern market. Big brother Hong caught him red-handed and stripped him of his position. That Lu Mei woman? She won't be pulling any strings on South Street anymore." Lin Tian clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, Hong Laude is seriously badass. No wonder that woman was acting so timid today. Back in the day, she might have pressured Lin Tian into eating abalone at her place. Just then, the pig butcher sauntered over, his slaughter knife slung over his shoulder. His face glistened with grease as he smirked, "Hey, Lin kid, how'd you get tangled up with that ugly chick again? Watch out, you'll get yourself into trouble." Right behind him, old Han the vegetable seller, carrying his bamboo pole, chuckled. Lin Tian, you broke through to foundation establishment? Not bad, not bad. The Lin family has a worthy successor.
These three men.
They were Lin Tian's neighbors on South Street these past 3 years, and old friends of his grandfather, Lin Tianfu.
All were independent cultivators. They didn't join sects, didn't seek immortality, just wanted peaceful lives, scraping together spirit stones through small trades. But don't underestimate them. Old Man Han was in the early stages of foundation establishment, the pig butcher was in the mid stages, and Widow Wang was even in the early stages of the Grandmaster realm. If they truly dedicated themselves to cultivation, they might not be any worse than those prodigies. Lin Tian grinned, clasping his hands in a bow. Uncle Han, Brother Pig, Sister Wang, thank you for looking out for me these past 3 years. He waved his hand, retrieving 3 bottles of pills from his spatial ring and handing them over. Just a few trinkets I picked up in the secret realm for you. All 3 bottles contained elixirs that extended one's lifespan. Beyond their life-prolonging benefits, they were also incredibly valuable. The butcher took the pills, lifted the jade bottle's lid, and sniffed. He burst into laughter. Young Lin sure knows how to treat a man. Old Pig didn't spoil you for nothing. Old Han narrowed his eyes, examining the pills. He murmured appreciatively. Fine stuff. That kid from the Lin family is even more generous than that old lecher Lin Tianfu. Lin Tian. But he was used to it. After all, on South Street, who didn't know about his grandfather's sordid affairs? Widow Wang, clutching the pill bottle, bellowed in her coarse voice, Lin Tian, I didn't give you all those pig's trotters for nothing. Remember me when you've got something good. The trio accepted the pills without hesitation, their cheerful demeanor fitting their character perfectly. Lin Tian felt a warm glow in his heart. These old codgers, tough on the outside, soft on the inside. Still, they were a million times better than those so-called prodigies with their sanctimonious facades. They exchanged a few more awkward pleasantries. But then, just then, a thunderous crash echoed, and the sky suddenly darkened. Rip! Above South Street, a 100-foot-wide fissure suddenly ripped open. Immediately, a swarm of dark light surged forth, and hundreds upon hundreds of monstrous beasts roared out, descending thick and fast onto South Street. These beasts resembled iron oxen, their bodies covered in black gold armor, none other than the void black gold beasts. In an instant, the entire South Street descended into chaos in an instant. Merchants screamed in terror, cultivators scattered in panic. Some shouted at the top of their lungs, beast tide. It's a beast tide. Quickly notify the Southern Academy. This is a beast tide attack. Lin Tian's pupils contracted as his spiritual sense swept over the scene. Black gold beasts? He'd seen them in the secret realm. But these black gold beasts now, though numerous, all seemed to be only first tier. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to practice? Lin Tian's heart surged with delight. He thought to himself, I just broke through to foundation establishment, my spiritual power surged. I was looking for someone to spar with. Just when I was feeling sleepy, the beasts brought me a pillow. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy, unleashing the aura of a foundation establishment cultivator. He bellowed, Uncle Han, Pig Brother, Sister Wang, grab your weapons. Old Man Han's eyes widened. He grabbed his shoulder pole, channeled spiritual energy into it, and radiated the imposing aura of an early foundation establishment cultivator as he roared, beat the hell out of that beast brat. Don't be fooled by Old Man Han's usual sickly appearance. When he got serious, he could take down 10 old women with a single shot. Now he leapt into the air, wielding his pole like a club, smashing it down toward a first-tier black gold beast. With a thunderous crack, the beast's head exploded. That pole was no ordinary tool. Meanwhile, the pig butcher sneered and muttered, Old Han, you're just a lone cultivator. What are you risking your life for? But while his words were dismissive, his hands were anything but slow. He grabbed his slaughter knife, channeled spiritual energy into it, and in an instant, the blade flashed like a rainbow. Stomping his foot to shatter the ground, he leaped into the swarm of black gold beasts. Old Pig will chop you all to bits. And snatch a beastly wife while I'm at it. Little did he know. The moment the butcher spoke, Widow Wang heard every word clearly. Her temper flared instantly. She flung her messy bangs aside, kicked with her thick leg, and sent the butcher's meat block crashing to the ground. You bastard butcher. You pervert. Explain yourself. Last year, when my Ruhua got pregnant, was it you? Poor Ruhua, she gave birth to 8 monstrosities, neither human nor pig. The butcher, hacking away furiously, staggered at the words. His blade veered off course, and he toppled headfirst onto the floor, yelling, Mrs. Wang. Don't frame me. Humans and pigs are different creatures, how could they have offspring? Lin Tian watched, utterly dumbfounded, torn between laughter and tears. These neighbors of his. After his moment of amusement, Lin Tian refocused his attention. He began channeling the grab technique, instantly locking onto a black gold beast. His spiritual energy coalesced into claws, which he hurled viciously at the creature. Pop! The black gold beast was stripped of a void crystal by Lin Tian. Yet, without warning, it fell to the ground, unharmed and motionless, its life force completely extinguished.
Lin Tian grinned, casually stowing the void crystal. This thing was precious. However, Lin Tian only knew it was incredibly hard. He hadn't actually researched what it could be used for.
And now, South Street descended into utter chaos.
Cultivators and beasts clashed in a frenzied melee, bursts of spiritual light flashing as flesh and blood flew everywhere. Old Man Han swung his bamboo poles with fierce momentum, smashing 3 black gold beasts to death in quick succession as he cursed, "You beasts! Dare to cause trouble on my turf?" The pig butcher's blade flashed like a rainbow, felling 2 black gold beasts. He turned and yelled at Widow Wang, "You old hag! Wait till I'm done slaughtering these beasts before we settle our score."
Widow Wang snorted coldly.
Her Grandmaster-level spiritual power erupted as she swept her thick leg out, kicking a black gold beast flying. "Butcher," she growled. "I'll be waiting for you in bed tonight for a one-on-one duel.
I'm just afraid you'll be another 3-second quick draw again."
The seizing character spell fired repeatedly, snatching one void crystal after another. Lin Tian thought to himself, this wave of beasts was practically a money-making machine. He lost count of how many black gold beasts he'd shattered. Suddenly, Hongwan's voice echoed in his mind. It had been a long time since he'd heard that voice. Usually, she barely thought at all, merely recording data in silence. Ding emotion value +1 +1 +1111, total 1818.
Lin Tian's jaw dropped in surprise.
Then wild excitement surged through him.
He hadn't expected that slaying monstrous beasts could actually yield emotion points. Awesome.
But then he felt depressed again. He thought to himself, catching one beast costs 1 point and the reward only adds 1 point? What kind of deal is that?
Ha! Wait a minute. You can accumulate draws. How long had it been since his last draw?
As his emotional capacity grew, he realized the chances of triggering a lottery grew increasingly slim.
And the monster tide had undoubtedly opened up a new avenue for him. Chapter 83, Void Crystals. South City. South Street.
The rift swirling in the sky now emitted an eerie glow alongside the blazing sun. Lin Tian stood at the entrance of Clinic Number 11, his sea spell spiritual energy periodically manifesting as claws. First-tier void black gold beasts surged madly toward Lin Tian. With each claw strike, he plucked a void crystal. Deprived of their void crystals, the black gold beasts collapsed one after another at the clinic's entrance, their bodies piling up like a small mountain. Lin Tian let out a mischievous chuckle, tossing a black crystal in his hand.
"My little darlings. Come to me. I can never have too many." Meanwhile, around a distant street corner,
3 shadowy figures cloaked in black robes moved with ghostly silence.
Like specters from the underworld, they fixed their gaze on Lin Tian. The leader's voice was low and icy. "Did this brat kill Black Dragon?"
"Yes," the cloaked figure on the left replied in a hushed tone. "The few sent to monitor him were all killed.
However, we've confirmed it was Yi Qingqiu from the Midan Pavilion who was behind it." "Yi Qingqiu?" The leader's tone darkened, fury erupting. "That little brat adopted by old Ghost Lin? She's got some nerve. Go. Warn her. If she dares interfere with Tianyuan Pavilion's affairs again, it means war with our organization. Ask her if those supreme elders of Miaodan Pavilion have the guts to do the same."
After a pause, the black-robed figure's murderous intent intensified. "Also, find an opportunity to capture Lin Tian and force him to reveal the whereabouts of the soul incense." The black-robed figure on the right hesitated.
"What about Hong Tian? After all, South City is his territory." "Hong Tian?"
The leader sneered coldly.
"A mere old fossil in South City? Why bother with him? The soul incense is of paramount importance. That brat must be captured." All 3 fixed their gaze on Lin Tian, their murderous intent as sharp as blades. Lin Tian had seized another void crystal.
Just as he was about to store it in his ring, a commotion erupted nearby.
Not far away, dozens of Lingbao Polytechnic students were currently surrounding a first-tier black gold beast.
However, it took every ounce of strength they could muster, along with a barrage of magical artifacts and deafening battle cries, to finally subdue a single black gold beast. A student shouted urgently, "Miyue, hurry! The black gold beast is dying. You need to be quick / open its abdomen and extract the void crystal before its last breath, or the corpse will vanish along with the crystal." At the center of the crowd, Miyue held a silver dagger, her gaze focused and her movements as agile as a cat. Beside her, the white-bearded elder commanded in a deep voice, "Hold formation.
Miyue, prepare." The students worked in perfect coordination, their assault orderly and precise. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued.
Judging by their practiced movements, they must have done this many times before.
Could it be they knew the purpose of the void crystals? Lin Tian pondered this as he tucked the crystal away, strolling leisurely toward the crowd with a mischievous grin.
Meanwhile, the battle on South Street raged on.
Black gold beast corpses littered the ground sporadically, most wounded but not yet dead, their deafening roars echoing through the air.
Lin Tian glanced at the trio of Old Man Han, Widow Wang, and the pig butcher not far away. They're carrying poles, kitchen knives, and slaughter knives whirled through the air with fierce energy. The spectacle was thrilling to watch. But the black gold beasts were thick-skinned and tough-fleshed.
Ordinary attacks couldn't even pierce their hides. The trio only held an advantage in cultivation level. Void beasts. Ever since these beasts invaded Blue Star, people had learned through prolonged resistance that these void beasts share a common trait. Regardless of their tier, if the void crystal isn't promptly extracted after death, their corpses will be drawn back into the void by the crystal's pull. At that moment. Got it. I got it. Over at Lingbao Polytechnic.
Niu let out a triumphant cry, clutching a void crystal stained with black blood.
The stone glowed with an eerie light under the moon.
Her face radiated excitement, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, as fellow students cheered alongside her.
The white-bearded elder stroked his beard and chuckled, "Excellent. Niu, well done. Quickly, the rest of you load the black gold beast's carcass onto the flying vessel and bring it back to Lingbao Polytechnic. Its black gold skin armor is prime material for forging defensive magical artifacts." Lin Tian stood on the periphery, smirking inwardly. Getting this excited over one crystal? I've got hundreds in my ring. If I pulled them out, wouldn't you all be scared to death? But then he thought, if Lingbao Polytech values void crystals this much, they must have significant research breakthroughs. A thought struck him, and he murmured to himself, looks like I'll have to pay Lingbao Tech a visit. At the same time, high-level cultivators from the Array Academy and Beast Taming Academy also arrived at South Street with their students. Their eyes gleamed with greed as they saw these void beasts were all first tier, and the herd wasn't large. They too began vying to hunt the black gold beasts, their sights set squarely on the void crystals. At that very moment, the rift in the sky began to gradually close, and the momentum of the beast tide started to weaken. The South Guard, led by their commander, unleashed the crimson gold sword formation. Golden light crisscrossed the sky, sword chi blazing like rainbows, swiftly bringing the situation under control. Lin Tian returned to the entrance of Clinic Number 11. The entrance was already piled high with black gold beast corpses, nearly 100 of them. However, these beast corpses showed no signs of damage whatsoever. Compared to the one Lingbao Polytech and the others had beaten to death, these looked far more presentable. Their own black gold beasts were mostly beaten to a pulp, making it nearly impossible to find a single intact piece of armor. But not long after, the mountain of black gold beasts quickly drew the attention of others. High-level cultivators from Lingbao Institute of Technology, the Array Academy, and the Beast Taming Academy swarmed in, their eyes turning red as they stared at the mountain of corpses. Nearly 100 black gold beasts. How many void crystals would that be worth? Young man, did you kill these? The white-bearded elder from Lingbao Polytechnic narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with testing. Others began crowding around as well, their eyes burning with desire, practically itching to pry open Lin Tian's storage ring for a peek. Lin Tian rolled his eyes, his tone brimming with insolence. Not me? You killed them? Are you blind? The corpses are piled right at my doorstep. He shoved his hands into his pockets, leaning casually against the doorframe, his lazy posture radiating arrogance. He thought to himself, "This is my Nanda territory, you won't get away with this." The old man's expression stiffened. A tall, thin cultivator from the Array Academy beside him spoke with hostility, nearly 100 black gold beasts? That's over 100 void crystals. Kid, where are the crystals? Hand them over. Why should I show you? Lin Tian snapped, his voice dripping with irritation. He then pulled a piece of chalk from his ring and began drawing lines around the corpses. Once the territory was marked off, he shouted breathlessly, "Hey! Listen up! Not a single step inside this line. Otherwise, you're going against my Southern University. Got it?" Lin Tian tossed the chalk stub aside and climbed atop the mountain of black gold beast carcasses. Like a protective guardian guarding its food, he glared down at the people below. The others were stunned. They thought, is this really necessary? We just want to take a look. Is this level of security really necessary? It's like we're guarding against thieves. At that moment, the South University team finally finished clearing all the black gold beasts. Except for a few that had been stripped of their void crystals, the rest had essentially vanished into nothingness. Spotting the crowd gathered at Clinic 11, Mushue led a large group of freshmen from the first-year class over. These students weren't the main force that had hunted down the black gold beasts. The main force consisted of second- or third-year students. These freshmen were here for training, and these first-tier void beasts provided the perfect opportunity to familiarize themselves with combat against exotic creatures. Yao Pang spotted Lin Tian sitting atop the mountain of beast carcasses from dozens of meters away. He instantly burst into wild cheers. "Asshole Tian, you bastard, you're finally back." Shouting, he sped up toward Clinic 11. Mu Shui and Xiao Linger also spotted Lin Tian at that moment. Both of them also beamed with joy. Chapter 84, Tang Yan's Shock. Lin Tian sat cross-legged atop the beast corpse, his spiritual energy radiating outward. His vigilant gaze swept over the cultivators from Lingbao Institute of Technology, the Array Academy, and the Beast Taming Academy. His hand formed a character seal, quietly gathering power, ready to counter any attempt at seizure at any moment. Those guys had bloodshot eyes. The chubby one had pushed his way to the front, sweat beading on his plump face. Wielding a massive hammer, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Asshole Tian. You're awesome. So many black gold beasts. Lin Tian shot the fatso a glare. It was rare for him not to strike back if he'd had the chance, he'd have kicked the guy's ass again. Manhwa, clad in a white gown, cold as an ice lotus, saw Lin Tian alive and well. Her heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. Seeing the group arrive, Lin Tian descended from the mountain peak. The moment he descended, Xiao Linger bounced out, her voice sweet and soft, "Junior brother Lin." Yet as she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly. The memory of their naked embrace in the secret realm made her cheeks burn all the way to her ears. Spotting over a dozen familiar faces, Lin Tian grinned widely. He greeted his classmates. Manhwa stepped forward, her expression puzzled. "Lin Tian, these black gold beasts? You did this?" She pointed at the beast carcasses on the ground, utterly astonished. Lin Tian's gaze swept over the group as he laughed heartily. "These black gold beasts? Heh, naturally, I did it." Yao Peng's eyes widened in shock. "What about the void crystals?" "Those are with me, of course." The Nanda University students began crowding around the black gold beast carcasses, their voices filled with astonishment. The black gold armor of black gold beasts is the finest material for forging defensive magical treasures. "Lin Tian, you've struck it rich." Another student exclaimed excitedly, "And the void crystals can be used to forge flying swords and warships." "Lin Tian, what are your plans? How to handle it?" "Sell it for money, of course. Haven't you seen the greed in everyone's eyes? But I'll sell them for a good price. These old codgers definitely know how to use void crystals. Judging by their expressions, they must be drooling like cats over a piece of meat." But Lin Tian had guessed correctly. While these black gold beasts held great appeal for other cultivators, they couldn't compare to the allure of Lingbao engineering and array schools. After all, that's their specialty. Now, upon seeing the students from Nan University arrive, the elders of Lingbao Polytechnic, the senior professors of the array school, and the mentors of the beast taming academy. Simultaneously, they were wary of the formidable presence of Nanda University in the southern city, led by Hong Tian. Naturally, they dared not attempt a direct confrontation. Thus, they all put on smiles and stepped forward to curry favor. The Lingbao Polytechnic elder stroked his white beard, smiling broadly. "Young friend Lin Tian, with so many black gold beast carcasses, would you consider selling them? I'll offer a generous price." The elderly professor from the Array Academy pushed his glasses up and urged, "Black gold armor and void crystals are crucial to our Array Academy. Name your price, young friend." The Beastmaster Academy instructor frowned. "We want them too. Black gold beast carcasses can feed spirit beasts, boosting their combat strength." Lin Tian's eyes darted around as he frowned and declared, "Not selling. I risked my life to get these, why should I give them to you cheap?" But deep down, Lin Tian was already chuckling to himself. Getting impatient? Good. I'll make them pay dearly. Hearing he wouldn't sell, the crowd reacted exactly as Lin Tian had anticipated. They all scrambled like ants on a hot pan, chattering all at once, "Young friend Lin. The price is negotiable. 10,000 spirit stones per head, how about that? Void crystals can forge void array discs and top-tier defensive artifacts. Even the Cultivator Alliance covets this stuff. Name your price. Black gold armor is rare, but it's useless to you now. It only gains value after forging. Young friend, sell it to Lingbao Engineering, you won't regret it. 10,000 spirit stones per piece?" Truthfully, the moment Lin Tian heard it, he immediately thought the same. But, given the current seller's market, he had to drive the price up. This was his one chance. But just as Lin Tian was about to speak, a cold snort echoed from afar. "Lin Tian. You're stirring trouble again?" Tang Yan stepped through the air, her black professional skirt, stockings, and high heels accentuating her legs, paired with that peerless weapon instantly drawing everyone's attention. As she approached, she glared at Lin Tian and snapped, "So many black gold beasts? You want to turn South Street into a slaughterhouse?" Lin Tian scratched his head and chuckled, "Miss Tang, it's a misunderstanding. I'm just bringing glory to South University." Tang Yan rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, this little rascal never says anything serious. Still, Tang Yan was genuinely curious how Lin Tian managed it, extracting the void crystal unscathed while leaving the black gold beast completely unharmed. And she wasn't the only one wondering. Everyone present wanted to know. Moreover, they were even more eager to discover just how many void crystals Lin Tian possessed. When it came to rarity and value, the void crystal reigned supreme. Alas! After witnessing Lin Tian's earlier demeanor, they were momentarily at a loss for how to broach the subject. The elder of Lingbao Polytechnic brightened at Tang Yan's arrival and hurriedly said, "Director Tang. You're just in time. Could you sell us these black gold beast carcasses? We'll negotiate a fair price." The elderly professor from the Array Arts Academy pushed his spectacles up his nose and chimed in, "Indeed. Void crystals are crucial for refining array discs. Director Tang, please help us out." Tang Yan frowned, turning to Lin Tian. "What do you say? Really not selling?" Lin Tian pursed his lips, feigning reluctance. "Selling isn't out of the question, but it depends on the price. 10,000 spirit stones per beast? That's too low. As for the void crystals, well, that requires some consideration. Tang Yan nodded. She knew full well how precious void crystals were. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have expended so much effort to hunt them down. Still, Tang Yan shot Lin Tian a stern glare before transmitting her voice to him. Don't push your luck. The Cultivator Alliance is monitoring these resources, their strategic assets. At the mention of the Cultivator Alliance, Lin Tian's anger flared up instantly. He thought, why should I have to answer to the Cultivators Alliance for something I obtained myself? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. At that moment, seeing Lin Tian still refusing to nod, the elder from Lingbao Polytechnic gritted his teeth and said, 20,000 spirit stones per piece. Young Lin, this price is already high enough. The elderly professor from the Array Academy urgently interjected, will also offer 20,000. I only want the void crystals. Just as he was about to raise the bid again, Tang Yan snorted coldly, enough. Stop arguing. Turning to Lin Tian, she declared firmly, sell 80 of them at 20,000 spirit stones each. The remaining 20 will also commission Lingbao Polytechnic to forge into defensive artifacts. But there's one condition, the crafting fees are waived entirely. Lin Tian froze, thinking to himself, that's ruthless. Free fabrication? That's practically forcing them to work for free. The elders of Lingbao Institute stiffened, exchanging glances before gritting their teeth. Fine. Deal. They felt their hearts bleed inwardly, free production? A massive loss. But if they refused, that kid Lin Tian really wouldn't sell. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's heart leapt with joy. He thought 1.6 million spirit stones. Combined with the 10 million from Elder Hong earlier, this is a massive win. The deal sealed, Lingbao Polytechnic swiftly cleared all the black gold beast corpses and loaded them onto their flying vessel to depart. As for the void crystals? Lin Tian wouldn't sell a single one. He sensed these things held great potential. Thus, the Array Academy members departed one by one, heads hanging low. However, the elderly man from the Array Academy thought of Hong Tian and considered reaching out to him for connections. Once the crowd dispersed, only the Nanda University students and Tang Yan remained. Bloodstains gradually faded from South Street as calm returned. Vendors reopened their stalls and pedestrians bustled once more. At that moment, Tang Yan suddenly realized Lin Tian's cultivation level. Her icy gaze swept over Lin Tian, then froze in shock. You've broken through to foundation establishment? She extended her spiritual sense and detected the thick spiritual energy within Lin Tian, clearly the early stage of foundation establishment. Lin Tian scratched his head and chuckled, just last night. Last night? Tang Yan's heart trembled, this kid went from Qi gathering stage 5 to foundation establishment? That's absurdly fast. Could it be related to Yi Qingxiu? And now these void beasts. She found herself increasingly unable to fathom Lin Tian. Initially, she had merely recognized his potential, sensing he was extraordinary. Her judgment of people had never failed her. Yet now, she felt she understood him less and less. Especially that night on the folding bed. Lin Tian entered the small clinic with the others. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He immediately retrieved a silver glowing fruit from his ring. Teacher Tang, is this what you call the gathering Dao fruit? Chapter 85, The Director's Youngest Daughter's Attitude. Inside the small clinic, Tang Yan took the silver fruit from Lin Tian. It felt slightly cool to the touch, and spiritual energy rippled out like waves. She examined it carefully, turning it over and over. Her brows furrowed slightly as she murmured, is it truly the gathering Dao fruit? Though she was a pivotal figure at Nanda University, and had seen her fair share of rare items. But treasures like the gathering Dao fruit? Across the entire Eastern Cultivation Alliance, only ancient texts brought out from secret realms contained faint records of it. It was nearly impossible to verify. I can't say for certain if it's the gathering Dao fruit, Lin Tian said, leaning back lazily on his massage bed and waving his hand dismissively. But, judging by these spiritual energy fluctuations, it's definitely no ordinary object. Teacher Tang, why not take it to the senior professor in the pharmacy department at Nanda University for research? What Lin Tian didn't mention was that when he and Fu Xing were fighting over those 3 fruits, his consciousness had been pulled into the age of gods and demons. After all, the whole thing sounded downright terrifying. He didn't know the truth. So Lin Tian simply chose not to mention it. Tang Yan hesitated for a moment before returning the perpetually silver glowing fruit to Lin Tian. This is too precious, she said firmly. I cannot accept it. Her naturally cold and elegant eyes softened slightly without her realizing it. The favor he had done her by suppressing her hidden ailment of the Heavenly Dao remained deeply etched in her heart. Now, this fruit came from an unknown source, its value unknown. How could she possibly take on another debt of gratitude? Seeing she refused, Lin Tian had no intention of taking it back. Instead, he grinned cheekily. It's yours. Take it. Don't be so polite. You already owe me more than enough. He raised an eyebrow, his tone blending 3 parts gratitude, 3 parts roguishness, and 1 part teasing. Tang Yan froze. Seeing Lin Tian like this, she immediately recalled that night the scene of the bare-handed massage. Her cold, elegant cheeks instantly flushed. Simultaneously, she cursed inwardly, this guy never knows when to behave. She had intended to refuse and decline. But the moment she saw Lin Tian's carefree, devil-may-care expression, she felt an inexplicable surge of anger welling up inside her, impossible to suppress. She thought to herself, this bastard even took advantage of my niece, might as well take it. She snorted and accepted the fruit. Yet her beautiful eyes suddenly held a hint of complexity. But then, Tang Yan suddenly remembered something and quickly retrieved the peach blossom immortal sword from her ring. She handed it to Lin Tian. Principal Hong agreed to let you keep this. But its name isn't heaven slicing, it's the peach blossom immortal sword. Its original owner was a woman named Tang Yan. I sensed it through the sword's intent. Ha? Is that so? Lin Tian looked skeptical as he took the immortal sword. He thought to himself, that's a far cry from the name I picked. One's named Peach Blossom, the other Sky Splitter, these aren't even in the same league. He weighed the sword in his hands, it felt surprisingly light. A faint illusion of peach blossom still swirled around the blade. Lin Tian frowned. How come I didn't notice these peach blossom illusions back then? It appeared only after I triggered the sword's intent in that northern valley, Tang Yan explained. Oh. Lin Tian began to practice a few sword techniques with renewed enthusiasm. Soon, the entire small clinic was filled with the blooming illusion of peach blossoms. This caught Lin Tian off guard. But he couldn't shake the feeling as a man, a real tough guy. Was he supposed to have peach blossoms blooming all around him during a fight? Wouldn't that make him look like a sissy? The very thought of it. Lin Tian found the sword utterly repulsive. Still, he grinned broadly. Not bad. Feels pretty comfortable in my hands. With that, he actually handed the sword back to Tang Yan. Here, take it. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone in the room froze. Mu Shue's eyes widened, Xiao Linger's mouth hung open, and Yao Pang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. For a moment, the sound of their hurried breathing filled the air. They thought, Big Brother? This artifact. The finest artifact on Blue Star, and you? You just casually gave it away? Are you sure you haven't lost your mind? Tang Yan's pale hand, clutching the peach blossom immortal sword, trembled as well. A blush instantly spread across her exquisite, icy beautiful face, while a flicker of deep emotion touched her eyes. She bit her lip and whispered, this is a Dao artifact. Are you truly willing to part with it? Seeing the stunned expressions of everyone around him, he looked utterly unconcerned. He even added with a smirk, look how scared you all are. It's just a sword, what's so shocking about that? To me, it's nothing more than a firewood stick. He shoved his hands into his pockets, his tone brimming with arrogance. His words. Little Fat, standing nearby, rolled his eyes in disbelief. He thought, give me a break. Asshole Tian, if they were fooled by you, I'd have seen through you long ago. You think this sword is some sissy weapon. You're just disgusted by it yourself. No wonder they say Yao Pang and Lin Tian are two peas in a pod. His hunch was spot on. It was precisely because of Lin Tian's mindset. He didn't mind getting beaten by Lin Tian each time. Instead, he became even more determined to stick to him like glue. Because Yao Pang knew. On the surface, Lin Tian was a miser, a tightwad. But what others didn't know was this. If anyone showed Lin Tian even a shred of kindness, he would repay it 100-fold. And Lin Tian. At that moment, he recalled the scene in the northern valley that day. Back then, Tang Yan had stood before him with fierce resolve, taking the brunt of the powerful enemy's attack. In that instant, Lin Tian resolved that this fiery-tempered woman was worth protecting with his life. That was Lin Tian, a rogue on the surface, yet fiercely loyal and devoted at his core. Though naturally mischievous and even stingy with money, he was generous to those who treated him sincerely, so much so that he'd even take off his underwear and give it to them. That night, watching Tang Yan's retreating figure, he silently vowed, this woman was one he would protect for the rest of his life. As for the Dao artifact, on Blue Star, the tiers of magical artifacts are well known to all. Low grade, mid grade, high grade, super grade 1, super grade 2, super grade 3, and Dao artifacts are the highest grade artifacts obtained from secret realms since the revival of spiritual energy. Weapons, defensive artifacts, and support artifacts all fall under the category of magical treasures. As a Dao artifact, the Peach Blossom Immortal Sword's preciousness is beyond measure. Their astonishment was hardly surprising. Tang Yan took the Peach Blossom Immortal Sword once more, storing it within her ring. At that moment, her eyes were so soft they seemed almost liquid. She murmured softly, this sword. I like it very much. After a pause, she added, the day I triggered its sword intent, I sensed that the original owner, Tang Yan, had a temperament similar to mine. A rare hint of coyness tinged her voice, as if she were recalling scenes from the sword's essence. The sword seemed tailor-made for her. The stubbornness and fiery passion within its essence mirrored her own. She could awaken the Peach Blossom Immortal Sword's essence, but Mu Shui could not. And precisely because of this reason. However, though this fleeting hint of girlishness vanished in an instant, Mu Shui caught it instantly. Mu Shui's expression darkened slightly, a vague pang of bitterness rising in her heart. Truth be told,
Ever since that day she went to the office to find Tang Yan and stumbled upon her alone with Lin Tian with the door locked. She had sensed something was off. But at that time, she hadn't felt anything special toward Lin Tian. It wasn't until the series of events that followed. The inexplicable flutter in her heart grew increasingly distinct. Watching Tang Yan's delicate demeanor now, her heart tightened as if something precious was slipping away. Yao Pang watched from the side, his eyes darting around wildly, his chubby face etched with shock. He thought to himself, what the hell is this? The notoriously fierce director of Nanda University, actually being played by asshole Tian into acting like a little girl? Chapter 86, Joy and Sorrow. Over the years, the self-proclaimed king of the screen, Yao Pang, was now dumbfounded. But if the fatso ever found out about Lin Tian and Tang Yan's private blood-pumping massage sessions, he'd probably kneel on the spot and call him dad. Of course. That's beside the point. Meanwhile, Xiaolinger blinked her big eyes, stealing glances at Lin Tian and Tang Yan, a sly smile playing on her lips as if she'd caught a whiff of juicy gossip. But just then, Lin Tian stared at Mu Shue's dazed, dumbfounded expression. He called out to her several times, but she didn't respond. But who was Lin Tian? A sharp little monkey. He had already caught the fleeting oddity in Mu Shue's eyes when he delivered the fruit to Tang Yan. He cleared his throat sharply. Then he leaned in close to Mu Shue, grinning slyly. Hey, what are you spacing out for, senior? Feeling all lovey-dovey? Ha! Mu Shue was startled out of her wits. Her entire body recoiled several steps before she finally snapped back to reality. Noticing the stares from those around her, her already icy cold face flushed bright red. She shot Lin Tian a fierce glare and snapped, "Spring my ass. Put. You pervert." After the outburst, Mu Shue instinctively glanced at Tang Yan. Tang Yan was glaring at her with obvious annoyance, her eyes tinged with mockery. Mu Shue immediately felt guilty, promptly lowering her proud little head. Even her high ponytail now dangled in front of her chest, swaying back and forth. However, at that moment, Tang Yan also realized her niece had seen through her earlier coyness. Her face flushed, and she averted her gaze toward the doorway. Seeing this, Lin Tian thought to himself. He figured. Probably Mu Shue saw that the original fairy sword was meant for her, but now he'd given it to Tang Yan instead. She must have misunderstood something. That's what Lin Tian thought. Immediately, he drew another super second-grade spirit sword from the ring. This sword, though lacking the ethereal aura of the Peach Blossom Immortal Sword. Its blade radiated a chilling light, sharp and intimidating, perfectly suited for a cool as ice girl like Mu Shue. He handed the sword to Mu Shue. Here, this one's for you. Don't say I'm biased. I saw your eyes practically glued to that barrier screen earlier. Mu Shue froze at his words. She took the sword mechanically, but the moment it touched her hand, an extreme chill surged through her. Super second grade, she exclaimed in astonishment. This is the one I set my sights on in the Heavenly Furnace Secret Realm? Of course. Lin Tian grinned. Back in the Secret Realm, Lin Tian had already noticed how Mu Shue had stared intently at one of the protective light screens over and over, clearly smitten. Lin Tian might be mischievous, but he was also incredibly observant. To put it bluntly, he could sense others' ill will toward him without even turning around. Mu Shue's fingers lightly traced the blade's surface. She could feel the intense cold spiritual energy pulsing from the sword, making her heart race wildly. But what overwhelmed her more was surprise. She hadn't expected Lin Tian to be so sharp that he could actually sense her focus at that moment. What did this reveal? In an instant, the bitterness that had lingered in Mu Shue vanished completely. Now, what filled her was delight, affection, and a heart wholly devoted to him. Thank you, Lin Tian. Lin Tian shrugged, cutting her off with a mischievous grin. How do you plan to thank me? Ha? Mu Shue froze again. How should I thank you? How would you like to be thanked? She asked timidly. But the moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Sure enough. Lin Tian grinned slyly. How about repaying me with your body? Get lost. Mu Shue snapped, making a move to throw the sword back at Lin Tian. Seeing this, Lin Tian immediately waved his hand, disgruntled. Hey! Don't! I've never taken back a gift I've given. I was just joking. But what? Mu Shue pressed, following his lead. But if you won't accept it, I'll find someone who will. Lin Tian turned mysteriously, grinning at Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger, seeing this, was momentarily lost for words. Her eyes remained fixed on Lin Tian, brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Yao Pang beside them rubbed his hands together repeatedly, grinning foolishly. Asshole. I mean, Brother Tian? What about me? What about me? Lin Tian rolled his eyes, feigning impatience, and promptly pulled a top-tier magical artifact from his ring. A short dagger, which Lin Tian casually tossed to Yao Pang. Here, take it. Don't say I'm stingy. His tone was dismissive, yet his eyes sparkled with amusement as he glanced at Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger felt a bit intimidated under Lin Tian's glare, as if being stared at by a big gray wolf. She stammered unconsciously, Junior brother Lin, I don't need it.
Meanwhile, Yapang was jumping up and down beside them, shouting wildly, "Brother Tian is awesome. Brother Tian, you're my real brother."
Seeing Xiaolinger seemed frightened, and with Tang Yan and Mushue standing behind him, Lin Tian quickly abandoned his mischievous thoughts. He retrieved another jade pendant from his ring, one radiating an ancient, weathered aura, and handed it to Xiaolinger.
"Here, little sister, this is for you." "Ha? Really for me?" Little Linger looked doubtful, but still took the jade pendant with trembling hands. "Yep. It's yours." Lin Tian smiled.
Xiaolinger clutched the jade pendant tightly in her small hands, her eyes reddening as she sniffled. "Thank you, Lin Tian.
"Thank you for saving me." "Thank you." Xiaolinger couldn't hold back her sorrow. "Wah!"
She burst into tears, her tears gushing forth like a spring, streaming down her face.
"Because..."
She suddenly remembered the last time she came here there had been two of them. Her dearest friend, Zhao Li.
But now,
Zhao Li was dead, perished in the secret realm, her body never even retrieved. Yesterday, upon her return, Zhao Li's parents had sought her out.
Xiaolinger didn't know what to say.
In the end, Zhao Li's parents left. They understood that cultivation was a path of no return, seemingly glamorous to outsiders, yet in truth, one's life was as fragile as an insect's. Seeing her weeping more bitterly, Lin Tian also recalled Zhao Li.
He patted Xiaolinger's shoulder. "Sister Shui, Zhao will be fine." Tang Yan and Mu Shui watched the scene unfold, their moods instantly sinking. Even Yao Pang grew quiet.
This time, Nanda University had sent 100 people into the Heavenly Furnace secret realm.
And the result? Less than 20 made it out. That death rate was far too high. Just yesterday, white silk mourning ribbons hung everywhere across the entire campus of Nanda University.
The parents of those lost children gathered on the school grounds, weeping bitterly.
And this is the unknown of cultivation.
Since the revival of spiritual energy, countless lives have been lost in the scramble for secret realms. Yet all still flock to it like moths to a flame, vying for position, rushing headlong into danger.
After a long while,
Tang Yan left, instructing Lin Tian to arrive at school early tomorrow morning. A school-wide meeting was to be held to review the events of the Celestial Furnace secret realm. As the most crucial participant, Lin Tian could not be absent.
Mu Shui also left, reminding Lin Tian that the new student training would begin soon.
Yao Pang and Xiaolinger also departed, leaving Lin Tian alone in the small clinic once more. After locking the door from the inside, Lin Tian entered his room and sat cross-legged on the bed.
He fell deep in thought. Chapter 87, Taking Stock of Gains. Was Fu Xian's body taken by Lin Tian? The night was deep and dark.
Inside the small clinic's room, only a dim oil lamp provided light, its flickering flame casting mottled shadows on the walls. Ever since the spiritual energy revival, many modern conveniences had inexplicably begun to fade away. Lin Tian sat cross-legged at the bedside, 3 storage rings laid before him. His spiritual sense probed inside, and one by one, the treasures materialized in his mind.
A faint smile touched his lips, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. This was his favorite moment after every harvest.
Alone, he would meticulously inventory his spoils. As a child, even if he'd swindled a single spirit stone from someone, he'd count it dozens of times before bed before he could fall asleep.
A miser, that was him.
130 top-tier magical artifacts, 52nd tier. Lin Tian murmured softly, counting on his fingers.
Gave 4 to Tang Yan, Mu Shui, Xiaolinger, and that dead fatso. So now I have 177 left. Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction.
He then began tallying the available pills and spirit herbs. 78 bottles of finished pills.
Truthfully, he didn't recognize many of them or their effects. Though he was considered a prodigious alchemist. But his genius was a bit watered down. Spirit stones. Poof.
Lin Tian rummaged through all 3 storage rings with a frown, his expression darkening.
Less than 1,000 spirit stones. I'm flat broke.
He scratched his head helplessly. But then he remembered he could soon sell these magical artifacts, elixirs, and spirit herbs to the Cultivator Alliance. The astronomical sum of spirit stones he'd receive made his heart race again. And then there was that over 1 million spirit stones from Lingbao Polytechnic. It practically made his mouth water.
Damn it, Lingbao Polytechnic isn't going to stiff me, is it? Lin Tian's expression turned suspicious.
Lingbao Polytech had claimed they didn't have that much on hand, implying it had already been delivered to Nanda.
You better not pull any tricks. Otherwise, if you dare to rip me off. Oomph. Besides these, there's only the auction left.
Lin Tian's big eyes darted around excitedly. He'd already decided what pills he was going to refine.
He was sure to dazzle those titanium alloy dog eyes. With that thought,
Lin Tian began re-examining the spiritual herbs and materials. To put it bluntly, the spiritual herbs he'd gathered were piled up like mountains. Because in those 2 spirit herb gardens, he had truly swept through like locusts, uprooting everything down to the roots. He'd literally uprooted everything, whether it was weeds or medicinal plants, he'd dug them all up indiscriminately. Thus, this vast pile of spiritual herbs now included many whose names he couldn't even recall, a chaotic jumble. But he didn't care.
Lin Tian's sole purpose was to refine foundation establishment pills. The rest of the spiritual herbs? Sell them off.
And spirit transformation pills. I'll ask Chochio for the formula later. At this thought, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly.
Doesn't the Pill Alliance rely on the spirit transformation pill to monopolize the entire eastern cultivation city? Fine. Just wait and see, I'll bring you down. You dare challenge me? Rubbing his hands together, Lin Tian's thoughts drifted back to the auction.
When that day came, spirit stones would flow to him like a river. Once he opened up the sales channels, this would become a steady stream of income. But despite his joy, he quickly refocused his mind. Within his spiritual sea, he began examining the data from the Hongwan system. He was starting to wonder what exactly this Hongwan system was. At that moment, the crimson bead of the Hongwan system within his consciousness sea continued to rotate slowly.
It didn't emit any light.
Aside from recording emotional values, it only manifested consciousness during lottery draws.
Otherwise, it remained utterly inconspicuous.
Through the consciousness link,
a screen instantly popped up in his consciousness sea. The numbers flickering on the screen made his eyes narrow in focus. Emotional value accumulated 3,800. He frowned.
Over the past few days, Lin Tian had gradually uncovered some patterns in Hongwan's behavior. He discovered that only triggering genuine, natural emotional responses from others now counted toward the lottery accumulation. Emotions gained from killing other people or beasts were completely useless. This realization made Lin Tian cringe. It meant his excitement this morning had been for nothing. He had been killing monsters like crazy for nothing. But the thought of the void crystal. Though the thing was hard enough, he didn't know how to cultivate qi or its specific usage.
When I get a chance, I'll head over to the Array Academy and Lingbao Polytechnic. Then I'll figure out how to use this thing. Yeah. Right now, my only trump card is that fart trap.
As he pondered, Lin Tian glanced at a secluded space within his consciousness storage. There, a mass of pitch-black, murky mist lingered.
This was the last fart Red Phoenix had drawn.
His lips twitched. Recalling the astonishing effect of the loud fart earlier, he felt. Honestly, he felt both anticipation and reluctance and a touch of disgust. After all, who would casually let one rip to test its effects? But still, he couldn't shake the feeling that once he unleashed this thing, wouldn't it just suffocate him alive?
Lin Tian shook his head. Looks like it's best not to use this unless absolutely necessary.
Then he examined the other items. The triple flower band breaking staff still emitted a faint cold glow. This staff might not look impressive, but it had done Lin Tian a huge favor this time. Otherwise, how would he have acquired all these treasures? Lin Tian took out the 3-flower band breaking staff, kissed its palm-length shaft, and reluctantly returned it to his ring.
As for that red belly band,
though it had shielded Lin Tian from several fatal blows, every time he pulled it out, unless worn under clothing, it left him feeling rather embarrassed.
Damn it, you won't wear it.
Lin Tian muttered to himself, tugging at the belly band with both hands. At the chest area of the belly band, 2 holes larger than bowls stood out conspicuously.
Whoever designed this, you know what? That unique design is actually genius.
Lin Tian muttered to himself, too bad no one's around to show me how it looks.
Sigh, he sighed.
Who knows when the next lottery will trigger? His thoughts shifted, and Lin Tian's gaze darkened. Because he was thinking again about that cloaked figure, the intense sense of danger they had brought him. Ever since Lin Tianfu vanished 3 years ago, he lived alone and learned to anticipate danger even in peace. The black-robed figure's existence now felt like a thorn lodged in his heart, forcing him to remain constantly vigilant. He couldn't shake the feeling this wouldn't be the last encounter. More like him might come knocking in the future. Old bastard, where the hell did you go? Lin Tian muttered under his breath, the image of Lin Tianfu flashing through his mind. That was his nickname for Lin Tianfu. He'd called him that since childhood, and Lin Tianfu never minded, always responding with a cheerful laugh. From time to time, he even personally taught Lin Tian the ropes of navigating the world, showing him how to be utterly sleazy. At that thought, Lin Tian's eyes darkened. He jumped off the bed, crouched beneath it, and skillfully tapped open a hollow tile, pulling out a small wooden box. Sitting back on the bedside, his fingers traced the surface of the box as his thoughts drifted back 3 years. Back then, he had just started his freshman year of high school. It was an era of spiritual energy revival, making cultivation the mainstream pursuit. The school taught only the foundational theories of cultivation. Back then, Lin Tianfu, as a guest alchemist at Nanda University, was quite renowned in the small city of Nanchang. Yet, one late night that year, he had pulled Lin Tian into this very room and solemnly handed him the wooden box. "Tianer, keep this safe. Never let outsiders know about it," Lin Tianfu said, his eyes deep and his tone unusually stern. "And never use the soul incense in front of others." Time flew by. 3 years had passed. Lin Tian carefully opened the wooden box. It wasn't the first time he'd opened it. And inside, it contained neither secret formula nor treasure. It was merely a handful of black mud sand.
Lin Tian's expression grew solemn as Lin Tianfu's words echoed in his mind. This sand comes from the city of the dead. Every grain holds the soul of a cultivator. The chilling tone had sent shivers down Lin Tian's spine back then. The process of making soul incense was not complicated. It involved mixing this soul sand with rootless water, infusing it with pure spiritual energy, shaping it into incense sticks, and finally drying them in the sun. But its true purpose wasn't alchemy. It was to nourish the soul. Especially during breakthroughs, it could deceive the Dao, suppress latent flaws, and ensure safe advancement. The Lin family's alchemy was merely a smokescreen concocted by Lin Tianfu to divert attention. Lin Tian clenched the wooden box as another fragment of Lin Tianfu's words echoed in his mind. When I fell into that void fissure years ago, I awoke in the city of the dead. Even then, I sensed something eerily strange about the black sand in that pit. Driven by curiosity, I dug up these samples. But after discovering the sand's true purpose and returning to that place, I found it was gone forever. About the city of the dead. For centuries since the revival of spiritual energy, rumors have persisted. Yet, no one has ever truly found its entrance. It was like a mirage. Mysterious and unfathomable, yet each time it appeared, it inspired awe and deterred anyone from approaching. Lin Tian's eyes held a complex mix of emotions. He knew that ever since Lin Tianfu's disappearance, someone had been secretly watching him. It wasn't until Danby that, pressured by Tang Yan, he used the soul incense and sure enough, it drew an attack from the cloaked figure. My cultivation is still too weak. It seems I must focus on advancing it swiftly. I can't shake the feeling that a storm is brewing. A solemn expression briefly flashed across Lin Tian's face. Despite his youthful appearance, ever since awakening his past life's memories, he maintained a carefree exterior. Yet deep within, he always kept a calm and composed heart. Take a deep breath. Stow the wooden box into the storage ring. Now that I have a storage ring, this item certainly can't be kept at home anymore. Who knows? One day, the little clinic might be turned upside down. He pulled out another old storage pouch and began organizing the treasures from the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. He kept some spiritual herbs, rare plants, and a few top-tier magical treasures for himself. Lin Tian packed everything else into the storage pouch, intending to sell it to the Cultivator Alliance. Lin Tian wasn't a fool. He knew full well that the Cultivators Alliance fought the beast tide day and night. Though the cultivation cities appeared to be vying against each other on the surface, the daily battle reports detailing their clashes with the void beasts were published without fail. Everyone understood that Blue Star's void barrier remained perpetually precarious. Thus, Lin Tian deeply understood the truth: when the nest is destroyed, no eggs remain intact. Handing these resources over to the Alliance would not only secure spirit stones but also count as his contribution to Blue Star. Besides, the agreement with Hong Tian was clear: he would take 2/3, with the remainder going to the Alliance. Everything was organized. Lin Tian rubbed his temples wearily and lay down. The oil lamp's flame gradually dimmed as he drifted into a deep sleep. In his dream, the face of Lin Tianfu, smiling yet unfathomably deep, vaguely emerged. The next morning, Lin Tian woke early, got ready, and headed straight for Nanda University. Sunlight spilled across the campus's bluestone paths, lifting his spirits slightly. But just as he reached the school gate, a slender hand suddenly yanked his ear. Ouch! Teacher Tang, easy there, easy. Lin Tian grimaced and quickly begged for mercy. Ding, emotion value accumulated 3850. 50 points? Lin Tian froze in surprise. He thought, did Tang the Tyrannosaurus eat gunpowder today? What's with this temper? But the next second. Lin Tian. Just yesterday I thought you were a decent person, but who knew? First thing this morning, you give me such a huge surprise, huh? Tang Yan's eyes were cold and terrifying. What? Teacher Tang, please lower your voice, you're going to make my ears bleed. Don't play dumb with me. Tell me, what exactly did you do to Fu Xing, the little princess of Fu City, in that secret realm? Her entire family showed up at our university today demanding you take responsibility, claiming you stole the little princess's body. What? Lin Tian was dumbfounded. Chapter 88, The Overbearing Power of Tianyuan Pavilion. South University Main Gate. Morning light spilled across the cobblestone path, yet Lin Tian's ears burned as if on fire. Tang Yan's grip on his ear only tightened with each tug. Because she was about to explode with rage. Her cold, beautiful eyes narrowed into slits, her eyebrows furrowed like willow branches, and her almond-shaped eyes widened in fury. Lin Tian, you really are Lin Tianfu's grandson, aren't you? Your lecherous audacity knows no bounds. You even took Fu Xing's innocence, Fu Cheng's little princess, and now you dare play innocent with me? Lin Tian was now dumbfounded to the point of utter bewilderment. His ear, being yanked mercilessly, was now throbbing with pain, making him grimace. While 10,000 wild horses were already galloping through his mind, 7 words drifted down from the sky. What the hell just happened? When did he take Fu Xian's body? Inside the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. He'd merely been pranked by her, lost his temper, and ended up slapping Fu Xian a few times. He also snatched her 2 storage rings along with the tens of thousands of talismans and spirit stones inside. But that had absolutely nothing to do with possessing her body, right? Teacher Tang, I'm being framed, he pleaded urgently. Fu Xian and I are completely innocent. I really didn't do anything. Innocent? Tang Yan sneered, her grip tightening. Fu Xian's entire family came looking for you, accusing you of bullying her and raping her. And you still dare to deny it? What? The more Lin Tian heard, the more utterly bewildered he became. But Tang Yan was getting angrier by the second. She refused to listen to Lin Tian's explanations. Because she thought of her niece, Mu Shui, and herself. Both aunt and niece had been thoroughly massaged by this young man. How could a woman as conservative as her possibly accept this? A wave of anger surged through Tang Yan's chest. She cursed Lin Tian under her breath, calling him a bastard. She thought he was just a smooth-talking womanizer. But who knew he was just as reckless behind closed doors? Seeing her face turn ashen with fury, Lin Tian knew Tang Yan must be deeply misunderstanding the situation. He broke out in a cold sweat in his panic. His mind raced for an explanation. In his panic, he suddenly raised 3 fingers again. He swore solemnly, I swear on my life, I never touched Fu Xian. If a single word of this is a lie, may I find myself 2 girlfriends? But the moment the words left his mouth, he knew he'd screwed up. Damn it, that just slipped out again. Just as he feared. The moment Lin Tian finished speaking, Tang Yan's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. 2 girlfriends? Is that so? Tang Yan gritted her teeth. Come on, I'll show you 2 girlfriends. She twisted her wrist. Lin Tian's ears instantly began spinning 360 degrees to the left, then 720 degrees to the right. The pain made Lin Tian spin 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right on the spot, his whole body whirling like a top. As he spun, he wailed, Ms. Tang, easy on me. My ears are going to fall off. But Lin Tian had no idea. Tang Yan was seething with rage, and not just because of Fu Xian. She was a conservative woman. Though she was the head of the discipline office at Nanda University, known for her decisive and fiery temper. But the fact that Lin Tian had massaged her entire body left her feeling uneasy and unsettled. Even she couldn't figure out what kind of relationship this was. So, Mu Shui's plans for Lin Tian were even more unsettling. Moreover, Tang Yan had long regarded this as Mu Shui's grand strategy to defy her family's fate. Now Fu Xing had suddenly appeared, throwing a wrench into the works. And that kid Lin Tian had the audacity to boast about finding 2 girlfriends. Wasn't this just adding fuel to the fire? The more Tang Yan thought about it, the harder it became to suppress her boiling temper. Her chest heaved as she pointed at Lin Tian and snarled, Well done, Lin Tian. I risked my life to shield you from the Dan Alliance, and this is how you repay me? With that, she released his ear. Turning away, she snatched a wolf tooth club from the old guard in the security booth. Its metal shaft gleamed coldly. Seeing this, Lin Tian. His soul nearly flew out of his body in terror. You still want 2 girlfriends, huh? Today I'll see how you find them. She swung the wolf's tooth club, aiming it straight at Lin Tian. In an instant, the onlookers at the school gate scattered like fleeing rats, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Miss Tang, I was wrong. I was completely wrong. Please stop hitting me. Let me explain. Chased and beaten, Lin Tian scrambled for cover, shouting as he ran, I really didn't mean it that way. What the hell is going on here? But who was Tang Yan? She was a hot-tempered person to begin with. Her reason had long since flown out the window, blown away by Lin Tian's actions. The stick whipped through the air with fierce force as she cursed relentlessly, I'll beat you to death for your dead father. Think you're something special, huh? The mention of his father sent a sharp pang through Lin Tian's heart. But with Tang Yan closing in behind him, there was no time for reflection. He could only dodge and weave. As for Tang Yan, she had already sensed that Lin Tian and Yi Qingqiu from Miaodan Pavilion seemed to share a certain closeness. Otherwise, why would Yi Qingqiu send Xiaodahong to serve him? And then there was what Jian Wuming had reported upon his return, the incident in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm where Lin Tian and Xiao Linger had been found embracing naked. All these incidents piled up. It made her head buzz. She had initially felt indignant on Mu Shui's behalf, yet somehow, an inexplicable pang of jealousy now stirred within her own heart. Only she hadn't realized that this rage was laced with a touch of jealousy. In an instant, Lin Tian was chased all over campus. Until finally, Tang Yan cornered him in a hallway, mercilessly smashing the wolf tooth club down on him, making him howl in pain. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Mu Shui rushed over, her voice sharp with urgency. And Tang, stop hitting him. She grabbed Tang Yan's arm, panting heavily. Lin Tian isn't that kind of person. This might really be a misunderstanding. But that little Mu Shui. Though she was pleading with Tang Yan, a fleeting, almost imperceptible smirk of satisfaction flickered across her icy eyes. As if to say, serves you right. You tried to fool me with those empty vows last time. See? Now you've met your match. Even if Lin Tian was as cunning as a monkey, he didn't have time to notice Mu Shui right now. The moment he saw Mu Shui step in to break up the fight, he immediately took the chance to hide behind her. Rubbing his bruises, he whined pitifully, "Mushue, thank goodness you're here. Teacher Tang insists I'm involved with Fu Xian, but I swear I'm not."
He then turned to Tang Yan, swearing solemnly, "I swear to heaven, that little witch Fu Xian is probably just trying to frame me. I only took her storage ring, nothing else." Now he couldn't avoid admitting he'd stolen her stuff. But he held back one detail, the part about spanking her bottom. If he admitted that, he'd never be able to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yangtze River. Tang Yan snorted coldly at his words. Still, she sheathed her wolf tooth club and glared at him.
"Scam? The little princess of Fu City scamming you? Lin Tian, stop playing games. You're coming with me to the dean's office right now. You'll explain yourself to Fu Xian's family face to face. Otherwise, you'll be in for it. Your actions have severely damaged the reputation of our Nanda University and jeopardized our friendly assistance agreement with Fu City." Her tone was fierce, yet her gaze softened slightly. After all, Lin Tian's explanation and Mu Shue's intercession had cooled her anger somewhat. However, the friendly assistance agreement between Nanda and Fu City was indeed genuine. Ever since Hong Tian's reforms established the university, Nanda had faced suppression from the Dan Alliance due to Hong Tian's personal circumstances. Therefore, Nanda naturally sought several major cities as backing. This allowed them to broaden their access to cultivation resources while also supplying promising young talents skilled in cultivation talisman techniques to their partners. Standing nearby, Mu Shue felt a wave of emotion wash over her as she watched Tang Yan stand up for her so fiercely. She bit her lip and murmured, "Aunt Tang, thank you for protecting me like this." Her gaze toward Lin Tian was complex, a mix of shyness and worry. Lin Tian sighed helplessly and nodded. "Fine, fine. If we have to go to the dean's office, so be it. I'll see what kind of story Fu Xian makes up about me." He rubbed his ears, silently cursing the little witch Fu Xian. She was definitely looking for trouble to get back at him. But he dared not say more aloud, afraid of provoking Tang Yan's fury again. The three walked toward the dean's office. Lin Tian kept his head down, his thoughts racing. He had a vague feeling that Fu Xian's visit wasn't simple, something felt off. Yet for the moment, he couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly felt off. Meanwhile, at that very moment, on North Street in South City, within the lobby of the South City branch of Miaodong Pavilion, the atmosphere here was equally tense and charged. In the center of the hall, a handsome young man sat upright in a grand armchair, radiating extraordinary presence, yet his gaze was as cold as ice. Behind him, two figures cloaked in black emanated an aura of power, each at least at the Dao spirit realm. Dao Ling realm. In present-day South City, that represented the elite combat strength of a major faction. Yet these two cloaked figures were merely the youth's attendants. This alone hinted at his extraordinary status. This youth, none other than Long Cheng Tian, the young master of the Tianyuan Pavilion. The Tianyuan Pavilion was a taboo throughout the entire Blue Star. Ordinary people are not even qualified to hear its name. At this moment, Long Cheng Tian glared coldly at Yi Qingqiu across from him, his tone laced with mockery. "Master Yi, are you truly willing to antagonize my Tianyuan Pavilion, even risking war for the sake of an ordinary student from South City?" Yi Qingqiu sat composedly in the seat of honor, her jade-like hand gently cradling a teacup. She took a delicate sip, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a captivating radiance. She let out a soft laugh, setting down the cup. Yet her tone abruptly turned icy. "Long Cheng Tian, what of your Tianyuan Pavilion? If you dare touch a single hair on Lin Tian, my Miaodong Pavilion will march upon your Tianyuan." Her words rang out with unwavering resolve, carrying an unquestionable finality. Yet, as the words left her lips, Yi Qingqiu felt a sinking sensation in her heart. The power of the Tianyuan Pavilion was unfathomable, far beyond what the Miaodong Pavilion could hope to oppose. Her outward toughness masked her own lack of confidence. Yet, driven by the need to protect Lin Tian, she instinctively pushed herself to stand firm to the end. Long Cheng Tian heard her words and a cold smile curled his lips. He didn't respond. Instead, his gaze shifted toward the doorway as he spoke in a detached tone. "Senior Qin, did you hear what your disciple just said?" "What?" At those words, Yi Qingqiu's heart lurched violently. She inwardly cursed her misfortune. Just as she feared. The next instant, a terrifying pressure swept over her, instantly crushing her chest until she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, a hoarse, furious voice boomed through the hall. "Wicked disciple, how dare you!" The thunderous roar shook the entire Miaodong Pavilion branch to its foundations. Xiaodahan, standing beside Yi Qingqiu, turned deathly pale with fright but immediately supported her pavilion master. Her trembling voice asked, "Master, are you all right?" Yi Qingqiu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up toward the doorway, his gaze complex and filled with bewilderment. She never imagined her master Qin Macho, the third-ranked supreme elder of Miaodong Pavilion. Why had she suddenly descended upon the southern city? At the doorway, a white-haired old woman slowly entered, her hunched form radiating an overwhelming aura. She was Qin Macho, the third supreme elder of Miaodong Pavilion, one of the three supreme figures within the sect. The moment Yi Qingqiu saw the visitor, her heart began to pound violently. Qin Makua shot Yi Qingqiu a cold glance, her voice icy. Qingqiu, you dared to openly declare war on Tianyuan Pavilion for an outsider? Do you still hold Miao Dan Pavilion in any regard? What of me, your master? What of the three supreme elders? 3 questions in rapid succession.
Yi Qingqiu stumbled backward, stunned. Gritting her teeth, she hurriedly replied, Master, I only. She tried to explain, but Qin Macho waved her off, her gaze sharp as a blade.
Enough.
Immediately retract your words and apologize to young Master Long. Otherwise, if you persist in your folly, do not blame your master for purging the sect. Her words were icy, carrying an authority that brooked no argument.
Long Chengtian watched coldly, the smile on his lips deepening. He rose slowly, brushing his sleeves as he remarked indifferently, Master Yi, an apology? Not necessary. Elder Qin is right. Think carefully, is one Lin Tian truly worth gambling away the entire Miaodan Pavilion? With those words, Long Chengtian turned and walked away. He turned and walked straight out of the Mi-Dan Pavilion. The 2 black-robed figures immediately followed suit, leaving behind a heavy silence. Chapter 89, Lin Tian, you're done. South Main Street, under the jurisdiction of South City University. Since Hong Tian's triumph over the Beast Tide, Nanchang University had risen to prominence.
At this moment, South Street buzzed with the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Students laughed and chatted as they weaved through the crowds, while vendors hawked all manner of street food and takeout, their lively cries filling the air. However, the adjacent North Street presented a starkly different scene. On North Main Street, pillshops and treasure halls stood side by side, their doors tightly shut. A faint medicinal scent hung in the air, lending the place an air of solemnity and desolation. Dressed in a brocade robe, Long Chengtian had just emerged from the southern branch of the marvelous Elixir Pavilion. He strolled leisurely down the street, 2 black-robed figures shadowing him closely. His gaze swept over the stalls lining both sides of the street. A faint, disdainful smile touched the corners of Long Chengtian's lips. The southern city is indeed a small place, he thought with a cold snort, his eyes filled with contempt. To him, the elixirs and magical artifacts here were nothing but trash, far inferior to the treasures found in even a third-rate workshop in Tianyuan City. As the young master of Tianyuan Pavilion, Long Qingtian's standards were naturally sky-high. Tianyuan Pavilion. Since the revival of spiritual energy, it had stood at the pinnacle of Blue Star's cultivation world. The city of Yuan where it resided was shrouded in mystery, its origins unknown to all. On Blue Star, there existed a top 100 ranking. This list ranked all cultivation prodigies across the eastern and western cultivation cities of Blue Star. Yet now, the entire top 10 of the 100-strong ranking are all from the Sky Abyss Pavilion. With such formidable foundations, Long Chengtian naturally looked down upon Nanchang with disdain. At that moment, a black-robed figure behind Long Chengtian seemed to receive a message on his jade talisman. He quickened his pace, leaned close to Long Qingtian's ear, and whispered respectfully, Young Master, intelligence reports that Princess Fu Xian of Fu City arrived in Nanchang this morning and is currently at Nanchang University. Long Qingtian's brows furrowed slightly at the news, and he halted in his tracks. He muttered to himself, what's she doing here? And why did she have to go to that old ghost Hong's crappy school? But then, a thought seemed to strike him. His eyes turned cold as he thought to himself, Fu Xian, do you really believe Hong Tian would risk offending the Tianyuan Pavilion for you? You won't escape my grasp. This furnace vessel with the mystic fire constitution once I, Long Qingtian, say I'll take it, no one dares resist. A sinister smile curled his lips. The mystic fire constitution. Or rather, those born with special cultivation constitutions were inherently favored by the Dao. Thus, when great cultivators break through to higher realms, they can leverage these cultivators' constitutions to counteract the hidden ailments of the Dao. They were truly invaluable alchemical vessels. This had long been an unspoken rule on Blue Star. Though despicable, it remains an indispensable, swift, and low-cost method for many great cultivators to effectively resist the eruption of hidden ailments from the Dao. Yet for Long Chengtian, this was merely routine. Months prior, he had already sent a marriage proposal to Fu Cheng's city lord, Fu Deshang, declaring his intent to wed Fu Xian. The surface words were pleasant, but everyone knew the truth. Long Chengtian had detected Fu Xian's unique constitution and intended to make her his furnace vessel. He intended to keep her for later, to be consumed when he broke through to the Dao spirit realm. Let's go to the Southern Academy. Long Chengtian ordered the cloaked figure, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. Perfect timing. Isn't that student named Lin Tian also at South University? We'll take care of both matters at once and seize Fu Xian while we're at it. His tone was casual, as if both targets were already in his grasp. The black-robed figure nodded, though Long Chengtian made it sound far too simple. However, upon receiving Long Chengtian's orders, the black-robed figure was immediately swamped with tasks. He began frantically retrieving several communication jade talismans from his storage ring, urgently contacting his operatives. Ever since Hong Tian of Nanda University had risen to prominence, he had always been at odds with the Tianyuan Pavilion. Therefore, advanced preparations were essential to ensure Long Qingtian's safety. At the same time,
Inside the South City branch of the Miaodong Pavilion, the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. In the center of the hall, Qin Maxiu stood with her back to Yi Qingqiu, silent as a mountain. Yi Qingqiu stood behind her, her jade-like hands clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. Though she held the esteemed position of Pavilion Master of the marvelous Dan Pavilion and had even broken through to the Dao Emperor realm, yet, standing before Qin Maqiu, the third supreme elder, she felt utterly insignificant. The weight of this invisible pressure pressed heavily upon her heart. Finally, unable to contain herself, Yi Qingqiu stepped forward, her tone defiant. "Master, I only wish to." Before she could finish, Qin Maqiu cut her off abruptly, her voice as piercing as ice shards. "Yi Qingqiu, how dare you, have you been defiled?" The words exploded like thunder. Yi Qingqiu's delicate frame trembled as terrifying pressure surged toward her, causing her blood to churn violently and nearly sending her tumbling. Beside her, Xiaotahong coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Yi Qingqiu gritted her teeth to steady herself, lifting her gaze to Qin Maqiu's back. A whirlwind of emotions churned within her. She murmured, "Master, your disciple." She wanted to explain, yet didn't know where to begin. Lin Tian had sent her to the marvelous elixir pavilion with the intention of making her its leader, paving the way for the large-scale production and sale of soul incense. To fulfill this mission, she eventually sought out Qin Maqiu of the marvelous Dan Pavilion and revealed her enchanting physique. The result was that she indeed smoothly became the current pavilion master of the marvelous elixir pavilion. But the price was that after she broke through to the Dao Emperor realm, she must offer her enchanting physique to the first supreme elder of the miraculous Dan Pavilion as a vessel for his breakthrough to a higher realm. Simultaneously, she must also take the third elder of the Miaodong Pavilion as her master. Yet plans couldn't keep pace with reality. Ultimately, Lin Tian vanished without a trace. And through a series of unfortunate events, she ended up giving her virginity to Lin Tian. Now that matters had reached this point, she can only resign herself to her fate. Yet Qin Maqiu's accusatory words stirred a flicker of resentment within her heart. She drew a deep breath, about to speak, when Qin Maqiu turned away coldly, her gaze as sharp as a blade. "Do you think breaking through to the Dao Emperor realm allows you to renege on your vows and abandon the Miaodong Pavilion?" No. This disciple never had such thoughts. She recalled Lin Tian's face, tinged with a touch of roguish charm, and felt both warmth and bitterness in her heart. Lin Tianfu's arrangement had saved her from disaster. Moreover, all these years, she had devoted herself solely to honoring this master before her, believing that the other would remember their bond as teacher and disciple. But now, Qin Mo Chao's appearance clearly signaled she intended to settle old scores. As for that trivial master-disciple bond, in Yi Qingqiu's current eyes, nothing but a joke. Just as expected, Qin Maqiu let out a cold snort. Then, she raised her hand and flicked out several streaks of spiritual light into the void. Yi Qingqiu instantly felt his spiritual energy stall within him. Put. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her eyes widened in shock as she stammered, "Master, why are you sealing my cultivation?" Qin Mocha's voice was icy cold. "Since you have lost your virginity, the primary function of the furnace vessel is now destroyed. From this day forward, you are no longer the head of the Miaodong Pavilion. You are to be escorted back to headquarters immediately. Though your enchanting physique is tainted, dual cultivation may still harness its unique properties. Henceforth, you shall remain at headquarters as the first elder's sex slave for life. This is your punishment for breaking your oath." "What? You? Qin Maqiu? How heartless you are." Yi Qingqiu's face drained of color. Qin Maqiu's words now pierced Yi Qingqiu's heart like a dagger. Despair flashed in her eyes. Little Peach Blossom, too, was instantly terrified, tears streaming down her face as she threw herself at Qin Maqiu's feet. "Supreme Elder, please spare the sect leader." But before Xiao Taohong could finish her plea, Qin Mocha swept her sleeve, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that sent Xiao Taohong flying. With a thunderous crash, she smashed through 3 walls before landing on the ground, unconscious and her condition unknown. Seeing this, Yi Qingqiu cried out in alarm, "Xiaotahong." She wanted to check on her, but her cultivation was sealed, and she had just suffered severe injuries from the overwhelming pressure. She was utterly unable to move. Yi Qingqiu stood helplessly, her eyes welling up as tears streamed down her face. She knew that no one could change Qin Maqiu's decision. But the moment she thought of Lin Tian, a stubborn resolve surged within her. She absolutely could not let Lin Tian fall into the clutches of the Abyssal Pavilion. Even if she herself were imprisoned, she would fight for a sliver of hope for him. "Master, if you agree to one condition, this disciple willingly becomes your slave, serving the first supreme elder for life. Otherwise, even if I, Yi Qingqiu, die, not a single hair on my head shall be touched." "Are you threatening me?" "Master, you're welcome to try. Then speak your terms." At the same time, inside the Academic Affairs Office of Nanchang University, the atmosphere was equally tense. Lin Tian stormed in, kicking open the office door with force. In the spacious office, over a dozen people sat or stood. Fu Deshang, the city lord of Fu City, was engaged in lively conversation with Hong Tian. Tang Yan and Mu Shui followed behind Lin Tian, the former with a stone-cold expression, the latter filled with worry.
Lin Tian paid no heed to the strange glances others shot his way. His hawk-like eyes locked onto a petite figure in the corner. It was Fu Xian, the very girl who had fought and argued with Lin Tian in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. But the Fu Xian of this moment bore no resemblance to the fearless little which she had been in the secret realm. Instead, Fu Xian was now as docile and obedient as could be, resembling a pitifully adorable little sister next door. She cowered behind an old man with a salt and pepper beard. The moment she spotted Lin Tian, a flash of cunning darted across her swollen, tear-stained eyes. But it vanished in an instant. She promptly lowered her head, resuming her pitiful act, her shoulders trembling slightly as if she'd suffered the greatest injustice. You! Lin Tian was furious. The sight of Fu Xing's infuriating expression sent his temper soaring. Flames of rage now burned within him, threatening to burst through his skull. He strode forward, stopping directly before Fu Xian. Pointing a finger at her, he bellowed, "Fu Xian, you monster! How dare you slander me for doing you? Explain yourself right now. What the hell? Accused of raping her? Damn it! What kind of filthy talk is this, Lin Tian? Speaking so crudely in front of her entire family, aren't you afraid her old man will kick your ass to death?" That was the unspoken thought on everyone's mind. Everyone was utterly speechless. They stared blankly at Lin Tian, not a single voice breaking the silence. The entire office was deathly quiet. Because no one expected Lin Tian to utter such unspeakable words. They were all well-mannered people, why couldn't he have phrased it more tactfully? But who knew? Before the others could recover from Lin Tian's crude remarks, Fu Xian was furious too, so she just let it all out. She abruptly stood up, fierce and defiant, one hand on her hip, the other pointing at Lin Tian as she wailed and screamed, "Lin Tian! You did it to me! It was you! You did it to me! Wah! I can't go on living! Holy crap!" The moment Fu Xian spoke, everyone around her immediately covered their eyes or ears, unable to bear listening any longer. Chapter 90, No way! I won't approve this marriage. At the South City University disciplinary office, the air felt thick and heavy, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lin Tian's words, "How dare you slander me for doing you?" Fu Xian's retort, "You did do it." These two sentences kept swirling, echoing, and reverberating in everyone's ears. Hong Tianjiang and Fu Deshang's laughter froze abruptly. Tang Yan and Mu Shui stood nearby, their expressions growing increasingly grim. The other professors from Nanda University were utterly dumbfounded. They thought to themselves, are young people these days this bold? Can such words be shouted in public? Little did they know. The real bombshell was yet to come. Fu Xian, still standing with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Lin Tian, her almond-shaped eyes wide and glaring, bellowed, "Lin Tian, you dared do it but won't own up? Are you even a man? Dare you say you didn't pull down my pants in that cave?" The words exploded like a bomb, nearly making everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. The professors from Nanda University instantly began imagining all sorts of scandalous scenes in their minds. Ahem ahem ahem. Even an old man like Hong Tian was reduced to clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. Behind Lin Tian, Tang Yan's face turned ashen, while Mu Shui bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Across the room, Fu Deshang and his mother were so enraged their faces turned purple. Fu Deshang slammed his fist on the table and roared, "You bastard, Lin Tian! How dare you bully my daughter like this? Today, I'll skin you alive and break every bone in your body." His hands trembled with rage, his face contorted. He was about to charge forward and take Lin Tian to task. As for Lin Tian, he was completely dumbfounded by Fu Xian's words. He cursed inwardly, this little witch is such a great actress. He had indeed pulled Fu Xing's pants down in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm, but that was only to spank her a few times, revenge for her arrogance and tyranny. What other meaning could there be? But how could he possibly say that out loud in front of everyone? He stammered, his confidence suddenly waning. I did take off your pants, but I didn't do anything. I just gave you a little punishment." The moment Lin Tian spoke, he felt like he'd been tricked. Sure enough. Discipline? Fu Xing's lips curled into a sly smile. With a flash of mischief in her eyes, she instantly threw herself into Fu Deshang's arms, sobbing like a weeping pear blossom. "Father," he admitted it. "He pulled down his daughter's pants and bullied me. How is your daughter supposed to live now? Oh dear." This time, Fu Xian's crying was truly heart-wrenching. Her little shoulders shook violently. She looked utterly wronged, as if recounting some unspeakably vile act Lin Tian had committed against her. Fu Deshang was so furious his beard bristled and his eyes bulged. He first comforted his daughter with a few words, then pushed Fu Xian into her mother's arms. Then, rolling up his sleeves, he charged toward Lin Tian, bellowing, "You bastard! You've pushed my daughter too far. Today, I'll kill you." However, whether intentionally or not, Fu Deshang, though outwardly seething with rage, there was no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him. At that moment, he resembled nothing more than an ordinary father preparing to engage in a physical brawl with Lin Tian. Tang Yan and Mu Shui exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Anger flared in Tang Yan's heart. She thought of Mu Shue's feelings for Lin Tian and then recalled how she herself had been massaged all over by this young man.
A wave of suffocating frustration rose in her chest. Mu Shue bit her lower lip, her gaze complex, partly believing Lin Tian wouldn't do such a thing, yet deeply unsettled by Fu Xian's tearful accusations.
The other Southern University professors exchanged uneasy glances, unsure how to respond.
Fu Deshang was about to strike.
Finally, Hong Tian hurriedly stood up, stepping between the two men. His voice was deep and firm.
Lord Fu, please calm down. Let's talk this out properly.
Lin Tian is a straightforward young man.
If there's a misunderstanding, we must get to the bottom of it.
He turned to Lin Tian and glared.
What are you standing there for? Apologize to them. Lin Tian froze, 1,000 protests raging within him. Apologize? Why should I? I didn't do anything.
But before he could finish speaking,
Fu Deshang snorted coldly, still denying it.
You admitted to pulling down my daughter's pants. What else is there to say? Today, for old Ghost Hong's sake, I won't kill you.
But you must give my daughter an explanation. An explanation? Lin Tian's mind went blank. What the hell was this? He glared at Fu Xian, gritting his teeth. You little witch, stop playing the victim. I just took something of yours. Is that really worth framing me like this?
He nearly blurted out stole, but swallowed the word back, rephrasing, I just took a few things from you.
Is that such a big deal?
Fu Xian's sobs intensified as she burrowed deeper into her mother's embrace, choking out, he's threatening me.
Father, mother, look at his attitude.
Fu's mother clutched her daughter protectively, her eyes blazing at Lin Tian.
You young man. Acting so irresponsibly, and still daring to be so arrogant?
Hong Tian frowned, his tone sharpening.
Lin Tian, you still insist? Go apologize to Princess Fu immediately.
Lin Tian was driven to the brink of madness, a ball of rage simmering inside him. But when he saw Fu Deshang's murderous glare coupled with Hong Tian's, he forced himself to suppress his anger. He thought, a real man doesn't pick fights with women. He'd give her an apology, offer her a way out, and call it a day. He, Lin Tian, was done with this. Fu Xian could play her little games all she wanted. He wasn't going to play alone. Reluctantly, he approached Fu Xian and squeezed out a grudging, I'm sorry. His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, his face flushed crimson. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Tian turned and walked away.
But the moment he turned, Fu Deshang behind him wouldn't let it go. Pointing angrily at Lin Tian, he shouted, is one sorry supposed to fix everything? What about my daughter's reputation? What about the rest of her life? His beard trembled with rage. His expression made everyone present feel as though he wanted to tear Lin Tian apart right then and there. Lin Tian's temper flared. Bursting with pent-up rage, he spun around and bellowed at the family of three, do whatever the hell you want. It's none of my damn business. He turned to leave, unable to bear staying in this godforsaken place another second. He finally understood. Fu Xian, the devil woman her mother, had clearly come to frame him. The whole mess had spiraled out of control, and there was no way to untangle it now. Just then, Fu's mother suddenly stepped forward, sobbing, no. A young lady like this, since it's already happened, Lin Tian, I see you have extraordinary cultivation talent and you're quite handsome. Why don't you marry my Cinny? Her words struck like a sledgehammer, silencing the entire crowd. Lin Tian stumbled, nearly convinced he'd misheard. Tang Yan and Mu Shue froze simultaneously, while Hong Tian furrowed his brow. The office atmosphere instantly turned eerie. Seeing his wife take the initiative, Fu Deshang transformed as if he were a different person. He immediately chimed in, exactly. We must settle this matter today. At this point, he turned to exert pressure on Hong Tian, old ghost Hong, let me tell you this, if your student doesn't marry my daughter, he's declaring war on Fu City. From now on, Fu City will sever all ties with Nanda University. His tone was decisive, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Hearing this, Hong Tian showed little reaction. Truth be told, he was like a stubborn rock in a cesspool. The more you tried to provoke him, the more he'd stand his ground. But the vice presidents of Nanda University standing nearby immediately grew anxious. Southern University. Already reeling from Hong Tian's aggressive rise and the enemies he'd made everywhere, they were currently under pressure from the Dan Alliance. If they were to lose the city of Fu as an ally this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, a white-haired old principal stepped forward, his tone half pleading, half urging, Lin Tian, Fu City is a major cultivation hub. The young princess is willing to marry you. You struck gold. Accept her proposal at once. Another teacher chimed in, yes, Lin Tian. Princess Fu is as beautiful as a flower and kind-hearted. Countless suitors have begged for her hand in vain. What are you hesitating for? They chattered away, practically ready to pin Lin Tian down and make him kowtow in gratitude. Lin Tian stood there dumbfounded, utterly bewildered by what this Fu family trio was up to. Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Fu's mother's lips curved into a faint smile. She gently patted Fu Xian's back and asked softly, Xianer, would you be willing to accept this match? Fu Xian was still sobbing in her parents' arms.
She immediately nodded frantically at the question, choking out, I do. Though her voice was faint, every word reached each ear clearly.
Lin Tian was utterly dumbfounded, his mind flooded with questions. What the hell is going on here? What kind of scene was this? Things were getting stranger and stranger.
Fu Deshang, stroking his beard, stepped forward and began scrutinizing Lin Tian. His tone carried a hint of disdain. You youngster, lacking in looks, lacking in wealth. He paused, then shifted his tone. But since things have come to this, for my daughter's reputation, I suppose I'll have to accept you as my son-in-law for now.
Lin Tian, you should be happy. Quickly call me father-in-law. The wedding will be held tomorrow in South City. That's final.
Lin Tian thought to himself,
If I ever marry your daughter, it'll be because I've taken so much Viagra I've developed meningitis.
But just as Lin Tian was about to voice his true thoughts,
Fu Deshang cut him off. What? You still refuse? Do you truly wish to oppose the Fu city?
As Fu Deshang spoke, his gaze swept over the others from Nanda. Clearly, he was offering a carrot and a stick, a mix of threats and inducements. Seeing they couldn't sway Lin Tian, the others now turned their gaze to Old Man Hong. They hoped he would speak up.
But Old Man Hong?
Seated high above them, he sat frowning silently, clearly still stung by Fu Deshang's earlier words. Seeing no response from Hong Tian, they turned their gaze toward Tang Yan.
Both Tang Yan and Mu Shui wore grim expressions, remaining silent.
The old guard from Nanda University grew even more anxious.
They thought to themselves, what the hell is going on here? That foolish Lin Tian,
If I were 100 years younger, you wouldn't want him, but I certainly would.
However,
just as everyone waited for Lin Tian's response,
Tang Yan suddenly stepped forward.
Seeing this, the formerly anxious old codgers from Nanda, their hearts leapt with delight.
But the very next second,
Tang Yan grabbed Lin Tian and pulled him behind her.
Her cold voice rang out, No! I oppose this marriage. The atmosphere in the office instantly froze.
All eyes turned to Tang Yan, each gaze carrying its own meaning. Even Lin Tian, whose mind was racing with thoughts, was slightly taken aback.
Fu Deshang frowned. Director Tang, what do you mean by this?
The others chimed in with solemn voices, exactly.
Tang, this concerns the alliance between Nanda University and Fu City. Why are you meddling? I'm not causing trouble. I said no means no.
You.
Fu Deshang, seeing his plans unravel, was overcome with rage. He pointed at Tang Yan. Chapter 91, The Fu Family's Scheme. The atmosphere in the Academic Affairs Office of Nanjing University was so thick you could cut it with a knife.
Tang Yan, you're just this kid's teacher. What gives you the right to oppose my daughter's marriage? Fu Deshang's beard quivered with fury as he pointed at Tang Yan and began berating her. Lin Tian stood nearby, feeling a warm surge of gratitude. He thought to himself, Teacher Tang is truly loyal, standing by me when it matters most. He stole a glance at Tang Yan, noticing her slightly flushed cheeks and seeming lack of confidence, which puzzled him. Caught off guard by Fu Deshang's question, Tang Yan stammered.
No means no. Lin Tian is a student at Nanjing University.
As the dean of students, it's my duty to care about his life decisions. The moment those words left her mouth, even she found it far-fetched, her cheeks flushing a bit more. The others in the office shot her strange looks.
The faculty members thought to themselves, Principal Tang, do you even believe that yourself? With so many students at Nanda, why haven't we seen you show concern for anyone else? Mu Shui bit her lip, standing beside Tang Yan with a complex look in her eyes.
She felt both grateful that Aunt Tang had stood up for her and vaguely suspected Tang Yan's attitude wasn't solely for her sake. Fu Deshang froze for a moment before slamming his fist on the table.
No way.
That kid has to marry my daughter today.
Lin Tian, you think you can just take advantage and run? Lin Tian rolled his eyes inwardly. Get away with it? I haven't even gotten close, okay? He glared at Fu Xin.
Seeing her cowering in her mother's arms, eyes red and puffy, feigning helpless vulnerability, instantly made his teeth itch with rage. But with Hong Tian and so many others present, he forced himself to suppress his anger. His voice was deep and measured as he said, Lord Fu, I wish to speak with Fu Xin alone.
Fu Deshang frowned and snorted coldly, talk about what? Things have already come to this.
Fu's mother tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Old Fu, let the young ones sort this out themselves.
After some tugging, Fu Xian pouted but nodded in agreement, following Lin Tian into a small conference room nearby. The moment they entered, Lin Tian slammed the door shut, grabbed Fu Xian fiercely by the collar, and growled in a low voice. You little witch, what the hell are you playing at? He hoisted her up, fury making stars dance before his eyes. This little minx was clearly out to get him. Fu Xian, however, shed her earlier vulnerability, flashing a mischievous grin as she batted his hands away and huffed. Lin Tian, do you think my things are so easy to take? Don't forget, you promised me in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm that you'd do something for me. She placed her hands on her hips, looking smug. Lin Tian froze, his voice weak as he protested, I was just saying that offhand. I never formally agreed. But before he could finish, Fu Xian cut him off, raising an eyebrow. I don't care. Today, this matter must be settled. You're marrying me. Marry you? Lin Tian nearly jumped out of his skin. What kind of girl forced a man to marry her? He shook his head vehemently. Don't even think about it. If I marry you, won't you drive me crazy for the rest of my life? Marrying her would probably mean he wouldn't even get a decent night's sleep. Seeing his stubborn refusal, Fu Xian stomped her foot in frustration and threatened, "You won't agree? You better believe I'll have my father beat you to a pulp." But Lin Tian wouldn't budge, his stance unyielding. Fu Xian had no choice.
Her eyes darted around as she changed her tone. "Fine, I'll compromise.
We'll have a wedding ceremony. Once we enter the bridal chamber, you can do whatever you want, I won't interfere. If you want to divorce me, go ahead." Lin Tian froze, thinking, is there such a good deal? He stared suspiciously at Fu Xian. What kind of trick are you playing now? He didn't believe this little witch would be so kind. Fu Xian giggled. My word is my bond. My father agrees too. Afterward, I'll give you a huge sum of spirit stones, and I won't pursue the matter of what you took earlier. She batted her eyelashes, her tone seductive. At the mention of spirit stones, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. How much? His miserly nature instantly surfaced, his tone growing urgent. Fu Xian paused, giving him a strange look. She thought to herself, this guy is so greedy for spirit stones, I should have just thrown money at him. She held up one finger. 100,000. 100,000? Lin Tian scoffed. My body and reputation are worth only 100,000? Don't even think about it. He adopted a haughty, lordly demeanor, putting on airs. Fu Xian rolled her eyes in exasperation. Hey, I'm the one getting the raw deal here, okay? I'm handing over the spirit stones to you, and you're the one feeling wronged? She gritted her teeth and held up another finger. 200,000. Lin Tian shook his head. Not a chance. The two haggled back and forth, eventually driving the price up to 500,000 spirit stones, with a 50% deposit required up front. Fu Xian gritted her teeth in fury, shot him a fierce glare, then nodded in agreement. With the deal sealed, they stepped out of the small conference room. Lin Tian nodded publicly, all right, I approve this marriage. The moment those words left his mouth, the expressions in the office shifted. The professors from Nanda University breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the alliance between Nanda and Fu City was preserved. Fu Deshang stroked his beard, nodding with satisfaction. Fu's mother embraced Fu Xian, a complex flicker passing through her eyes. Tang Yan and Mu Shui, however, looked utterly grim. Tang Yan's mind was a tangled mess. Thinking of Mu Shui's feelings for Lin Tian, then recalling how Lin Tian had massaged her entire body, a strange pang of jealousy welled up in her chest. Just as she was about to stand up and protest again, the door burst open. Jinbu rushed in, straight toward Hong Tian, and whispered urgently. Principal. Longcheng Tian, the young master of Tianyuan Pavilion, has stormed into the school with his men. They're already on the playground. What? Hong Tian was startled, leaping to his feet. The others in the office reacted with shock upon hearing the news. Fu Xian's family turned deathly pale, fear flashing in their eyes. At that very moment, a brazen voice, tinged with spiritual energy fluctuations, echoed across Nanda University. Old Ghost Hong, is this how you treat guests at Nanda? I'm standing right at your doorstep, aren't you going to come out and greet me? The voice was arrogant, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Hong Tian snorted coldly, his figure flickering as he vanished from his spot. The professors of Nanda University exchanged glances and rushed out of the administration office. Tang Yan shot Lin Tian a fierce glare before hurrying after them. Mu Shui looked at Lin Tian with a complex expression. After a moment's hesitation, she too ran out. Lin Tian stood rooted to the spot, muttering, Tianyuan Pavilion? What the hell is that? But judging by everyone's reactions, he sensed something was terribly wrong and hurried after them. Inside the dean's office, only Fu Xian's family remained. Fu Xian's face was deathly pale as she trembled. Father, is Longcheng Tian after us? The terrifying rumors about the Tianyuan Pavilion flashed through her mind, sending a chill down her spine. Fu Deshang's face darkened as he replied gravely, I'm not sure, but the Sky Abyss Pavilion has spies all over Blue Star. They've probably already learned we've come to South City. He paced back and forth, anxiety flickering in his eyes. But Hong Tian and Tianyuan Pavilion have never gotten along. Perhaps. Fu's mother's eyes reddened with worry. Old Fu, you can't let them take Cindy. She's our only precious daughter. If those beasts from the Tianyuan Pavilion capture her, her life will be ruined. Her voice trembled, laced with tears. Fu Deshang clenched his jaw, halting his pace. His voice grew grave. We'll observe for now. If they truly came for us, I'll hold them off. He looked at Fu Xian, his expression complex. Xianer, when the time comes, find an opportunity to lure Lin Tian to a secluded spot and just get it over with. Once you lose your virginity and lose your value as a furnace vessel, even if the Sky Abyss Pavilion is furious, they won't be able to pursue it openly. Besides, this is the Southern Academy, with Hong Tian protecting us. Fu Xian froze, her cheeks flushing slightly as she nodded. All right, I'll do as you say, father. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. She thought to herself, Lin Tian, you won't get away. After finalizing their plan, the three hurriedly left the dean's office and rushed toward the sports field. At that moment, the South University playground was filled with panic. The shrill sound of alarms pierced the air. Students gathered upon hearing the news, led by Hong Tian, facing off against over 30 black-robed figures across the field. Each black-robed figure radiated terrifying fluctuations, their spiritual energy surging like a tide, weighing down the air. Long Tian stood at the front of the group, his brocade robe fluttering in the wind, a cold smile playing on his lips. Old Ghost Hong, why such a grand display? This young master merely came to find two people. Chapter 92, a mineral water bottle of lust beast liquid. Hong Tian's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he fixed it on Long Tian across from him, his voice deep and solemn. Who are you looking for? You won't find them here at Nan University. Long Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. His brocade robe fluttered in the wind as he spoke with a dismissive tone. Old Ghost Hong, don't play dumb. This young master intends to take Lin Tian and Fu City's little princess, Fu Xin. His gaze swept over the crowd with a hint of amusement, as if he already considered the two as his possessions. Hearing this, Hong Tian's expression darkened, yet his heart trembled. He might be brash, but he wasn't stupid. Instantly, he connected the dots. Tianyuan Pavilion had come for Lin Tian, undoubtedly seeking the soul incense. And that little girl of Fu Deshang's. Combined with Fu Deshang's peculiar reaction earlier in the discipline office, he vaguely guessed the truth. Hong Tian snorted coldly to himself, you old fox Fu, you're up to no good. You want Lin Tian to be your scapegoat. Lin Tian was a student at Nanda University, and Hong Tian was determined to protect him. Not to mention, before Lin Tianfu went missing, he had entrusted Hong Tian to look after the Lin family's only heir. All the more reason he couldn't let the Tianyuan Pavilion take Lin Tian away. As for that girl from the Fu family, if she were simply taken away from Nanda University, what face would he have left as its president? Thus, Hong Tian declared decisively, forget it. Nanjing University has no one you're looking for. You may leave now. Just as Hong Tian and Long Tian stood locked in confrontation, Fu Xian's family turned deathly pale upon hearing this. Fu Deshang instinctively clutched his crotch, panic-stricken. How could they be after Lin Tian too? Could it be, men can be furnace vessels too? Does Lin Tian have a special constitution? His mind was a tangled mess of wild speculation. Fu Xian shot her father a disapproving glare. Dad, what are you thinking? They're definitely not after Lin Tian for a furnace vessel. It's probably something else. Lowering her voice, she leaned close to Fu Deshang's ear. Remember what happened to me in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm? Lin Tian isn't ordinary. He took down a third-tier black gold beast. And he single-handedly wiped out hundreds of Dan Alliance elites with a drum, plus he can instantly heal people's injuries. She listed each feat, a complex gleam flickering in her eyes. Fu Deshang's heart jolted, his eyes flashing with sharp insight. He knew Lin Tian's exceptional nature well. The moment he first saw Lin Tian in the discipline office, he had secretly used Fu City's most treasured artifact, the fortune mirror. This mirror, a legacy passed down through Fu City's successive rulers, originated from the forbidden secret realm. Its function? It had only one purpose, to gauge the strength of a person's destiny. Fu City relied on this very tool to scout out geniuses, securing its standing within the cultivation world of Blue Star. At that moment, the fortune mirror's reading of Lin Tian's fortune nearly sent Fu Deshang into a panic. The mirror's light had exploded to its maximum capacity, overflowing completely, truly a flood of destiny. He had never witnessed such terrifying fortune. Even Hong Tian, back in his prime, couldn't hold a candle to Lin Tian. This was precisely why he was willing to swallow his pride and orchestrate Fu Xing's marriage to Lin Tian. This kid was nothing short of a chosen one of heaven. Fu Deshang narrowed his eyes and murmured, daughter, no more waiting. While old Ghost Hong can still hold off the Abyssal Pavilion, I'll go capture Lin Tian immediately. You two must consummate the marriage right away. Let him take your virginity. His tone was urgent, tinged with a hint of resolve. Fu Xian's cheeks flushed crimson as she pouted, Father, why must you speak so bluntly? Yet she understood that if she didn't lose her virginity soon, the covetous eyes of the Tianyuan Pavilion would never leave her alone. Gritting her teeth, she nodded. All right, I'll do as you say. Fu Deshang vanished in a flash, disappearing into the crowd. At the same moment, at the Miaodong Pavilion branch on North Main Street, Yi Qingxiu was seized by Qin Moku, who grabbed her by the back and flew her straight towards South Main Street. For Qin Moku had agreed to Yi Qingxiu's sole request. Meanwhile, in a corner of the South University campus, Lin Tian hid behind the crowd, observing Long Tian from afar. He thought to himself, this guy's pretty cocky, trying to arrest me? What did I ever do to him? He knew nothing about the Tianyuan Pavilion, but judging by Hong Tian's demeanor, he sensed something was terribly wrong. He muttered under his breath, this Long Tian, is he after the soul incense? He touched his storage ring, a wave of unease washing over him. Just as Hong Tian and Long Tian were locked in a standoff, and Lin Tian was quietly plotting his countermeasures. Suddenly,
A fierce sense of danger surged through him. Without time to think, he frantically tried to activate the grind spell's spiritual energy for protection. But it was too late. Darkness engulfed his vision and his consciousness blurred. The final moment. Lin Tian cursed inwardly, damn it, this again. Ah! That damn feeling again. Damn you to hell. Because it reminded him of being ambushed by the cloaked figure, ending with his hands severed. Rage and resentment surged within him, yet he was powerless. A secluded villa compound on the grounds of Nanda University. This was a residence specifically prepared for guests visiting Nanda University. At this very moment, in a spacious room on the second floor, the door was tightly shut. But inside, the sound of a girl's sobs and gasps could be heard intermittently. The sounds are mixed with low, muffled sobs. On the first floor of the villa, Fumu's face was etched with worry as she kept glancing up toward the second floor. It wasn't awkwardness she felt, but sheer anxiety. She couldn't hold back any longer. She whispered to Fu Deshang beside her, his face as still as stone. Old Fu, how much of that beast essence did you pour into that boy? It's been an hour already. Our daughter might not be able to take it anymore. Fu Deshang sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed, his mood frayed. What father would willingly push his own daughter into another man's bed, then feed that man drugs? He gritted his teeth. What choice did I have? That boy's body is strange. 1 drop of lust beast serum had no effect, 2 drops were useless. I thought he was impotent. In a fit of rage, I poured the entire bottle down his throat. Hearing this, Fu's mother jumped up in panic. Oh my god. What a terrible thing to do. A whole bottle? Have you lost your mind? Normally, just 1 drop from you keeps me up all night. Now you've poured a whole bottle down his throat? You're trying to kill our daughter. Fumu's eyes reddened with distress. Even her voice trembled with tears. And at that very moment, the sounds from upstairs grew increasingly violent, shaking the entire villa. Fu Deshang sprang to his feet, roaring, how was I supposed to know he could handle so much? He paced back and forth, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. To protect Fu Xin, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Yet the thought of his daughter's predicament tore at his heart, mingled with a bitter resentment toward Lin Tian. Inside the upstairs room, Lin Tian's consciousness slowly returned, his head splitting with pain. Opening his eyes, he found himself mounted on Fu Xin, her face flushed crimson. Seeing Lin Tian awake, Fu Xin clenched her teeth and begged, You bastard! Wake up and stop this. Her voice trembled, tinged with shame and anger. Lin Tian froze, then looked down and froze again. A strange, burning heat surged within him, clouding his mind. He suddenly recalled the sense of impending danger before losing consciousness and roared, Fu Xin, did your father do this? Did he drug me? He tried to jump up, but found his body unresponsive. The burning heat threatened to shatter his sanity. Fu Xion's face flushed crimson, but she remained silent. Inside the room, the earth-shaking sounds grew increasingly violent. Bang! 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 Fu's mother paced anxiously downstairs, while Fu Deshang sat with eyes closed, silent, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. On the playground, Hong Tian and Long Cheng Tian remained locked in confrontation. Long Cheng Tian sneered coldly, Old Ghost Hong, you're really going to defy my Tianyuan pavilion over 2 students? Behind him, the black-robed figures surged with spiritual energy, their imposing aura overwhelming. Hong Tian snorted coldly, not a single student from Nanda University will be handed over. But at this very moment, Hong Tian's heart was secretly filled with anxiety. He discovered that Lin Tian and Fu Xin were nowhere to be found. Chapter 93, Oh my goodness! This is killing me! Enough! Lin Tian, how many times has this happened? I can't take it anymore. In a room on the second floor of the villa, Fu Xin was panting heavily, her voice tinged with shame, anger, and exhaustion. Lying on the bed, she glared at Lin Tian, her face flushed crimson with fury, wishing she could bite him to death. And Lin Tian? He resembled a tiger starved for 3 days, his eyes still gleaming with unquenched fervor and mockery. He grinned, his expression brimming with roguish charm. Can't take it? That's your father's fault, not mine. Fu Xin felt like crying but couldn't shed a tear. Everything was swollen. She thought to herself, my own father. You're literally trying to kill your own daughter. Meanwhile, Lin Tian. Truth be told, he had already dispelled the chaotic heat within him using the need technique. But he deliberately didn't stop, intent on making Fu Xin suffer. This need technique. It could blend divine soul and emotions, dissolving all illusions. Ever since unlocking this technique, Lin Tian had never fully grasped its true purpose. Until this moment. After Fu Deshang forced him to drink an entire bottle of lust beast elixir, he finally discovered its marvelous utility. It was a character that could dissolve all illusions and illusory emotions related to the soul. And among those illusions, it just so happened to include the lust beast elixir. And this lust beast elixir? It's no ordinary concoction. Beast lust elixir. Legend has it that it originates from the saliva of the void beast, the female void beast, making it exceedingly rare. This liquid can paralyze the body and deceive the soul. A single drop is enough to bring a void black gold beast to its knees. Needless to say, it has an even greater effect on humans. Yet that old codger Fu Deshang actually forced an entire bottle down Lin Tian's throat. Had it not been for the protective aura of the character formula spiritual power within Lin Tian's body, he might have been cursed with eternal decay. Lin Tian grew angrier the more he thought about it. He thought to himself, "You old scoundrel Fu, if you won't show mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. If I don't beat your daughter to death today, leaving her sprawled out in a heap, I'll never be human again. Lin Tian, you bastard." Fu Xian gritted her teeth, her voice growing weaker by the second. She never imagined Lin Tian could be so relentless, it was inhuman. She wanted to fight back, but her body had already gone limp as water, leaving her utterly helpless against Lin Tian's revenge. Lin Tian, however, was a sly fox. While continuously repairing the damage within his body with the press and knead technique, he simultaneously began restoring his essence with the rub technique. With this dual operation underway, who could possibly withstand him? Honestly, even a god would be brought to their knees by him. Another hour passed. Lin Tian finally emerged, fully satisfied. He dressed, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, and sauntered out of the room with a cocky swagger. At the doorway, he found Fu Mu waiting anxiously. Seeing him emerge, Fu Mu gritted her teeth in fury, pointing at Lin Tian yet unable to utter a word. Her eyes, however, were filled with both rage and heartache. Without another word, Fu Mu pushed Lin Tian aside and rushed into the room. The moment she entered, Fu Mu was met with a scene of utter devastation and Fu Xian, still lying unconscious on the bed. Her face instantly drained of color, and a piercing wail split the air. "Good heavens! Lin Tian, what have you done to my daughter? This is murder!" Falling to her knees beside the bed, she clutched Fu Xian to her chest, tears streaming down her face. Downstairs, Fu Deshang had been sitting upright on the sofa. The moment he heard the wailing, he could no longer sit still. In a flash, he appeared beside Lin Tian. Furious, he pointed at Lin Tian, trembling with rage. "Lin Tian, are you even a man? How could you be so clueless about treating a lady with care?" His heart ached like it was being torn apart. What father could stand by and watch his daughter being tortured like this? Lin Tian shot him a sidelong glance, twirling a toothpick in his mouth with unmistakable insolence. "Old scoundrel Fu, ask your daughter later if I'm a man." He sneered coldly, his eyes still blazing with fury. "But you forced me to drink an entire bottle of that beast lust potion. Do you even know that stuff can kill? If I didn't have my own ways, I'd be dead right here. How do you plan to settle this?" Fu Deshang froze at the outburst. Instantly feeling uneasy, he began instinctively backing away, his voice weakening. I saw you didn't react to a single drop, so I thought you were impotent, that's why." He stammered, his face flushing crimson. "Impotent? My ass." Lin Tian was so furious he could have kicked the ground. He wanted to slap the old man to death. Of course. That would require Lin Tian being able to beat this old bastard. He pointed a finger right at Fu Deshang's nose and unleashed a torrent of abuse. "An entire bottle of beast lust potion? Did you want me to explode from overdose? I nearly kicked the bucket here today, and you still dare say I didn't spare you out of pity?" Fu Deshang was rendered speechless by the tirade, lowering his head guiltily. He never imagined Lin Tian could endure it. He'd actually withstood the effects of an entire bottle of lust beast elixir. But the thought of his daughter's plight hardened his resolve. "Fine," he gritted out. "Things have come to this. What more do you want?" Lin Tian extended his hand, unapologetic. 1,000,000 spirit stones. Now. Not a single coin less, or I'm not done with you today. A sly gleam flashed in his eyes. "This old bastard ruined me. I won't rest until I've squeezed every last spirit stone out of him." 1,000,000? Fu Deshang's eyes widened in fury, nearly leaping to his feet. "You defiled my daughter, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and now you dare ask for 1,000,000? But the words caught in his throat. For he recalled that stinking brat Lin Tian's outrageously off-the-charts fortune. Especially the blinding radiance of that fortune mirror. It sent a chill down his spine. He thought to himself, this kid is no ordinary fish in the pond. He's destined for the sky. He couldn't afford to cross him. With that thought, Fu Deshang steeled his resolve and gritted his teeth. He immediately retrieved a storage pouch from his storage ring and handed it to Lin Tian. "Here's exactly 1,000,000. But you must agree to one condition." Fu Deshang wasn't foolish though. Though he handed over the storage pouch, he clutched it tightly, refusing to let go. Lin Tian saw this and felt an overwhelming surge of joy. His miserly nature surfaced instantly. With lightning-fast reflexes, he snatched the storage pouch. He realized he couldn't pull it free. Lin Tian glared. "Let go." "No way." Fu Deshang muttered, looking aggrieved. The two tugged back and forth. Finally losing patience, Lin Tian snapped, "What are your terms? Spit it out." A sly gleam flashed in Fu Deshang's eyes as he declared gravely, "You must treat my daughter well. Let her stay by your side and become your wife." He thought to himself, as long as Fu Xian could tie Lin Tian down with her intelligence, she'd eventually make this guy completely devoted.
No way. Lin Tian refused without hesitation.
And spare me the damn talk about conscience.
Where was your conscience when you forced me to drink that bottle of beast lust potion? Fu Deshang grew impatient. You've already messed her up so badly, how could she possibly be with anyone else? At least show some responsibility.
Seeing Lin Tian's resolute stance, Fu Deshang settled for the next best thing.
Then at least let her stay with you. You can't mistreat her, treat her well.
Lin Tian glanced at the storage pouch in his hand. Truth be told, if it weren't for this million spirit stones.
Fine. For the spirit stone's sake, I agree.
Fu Deshang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, reluctantly releasing the storage pouch.
He thought to himself, daughter, your father has done all he can. The rest is up to you now. Lin Tian tucked the storage pouch away and immediately headed downstairs. He couldn't be bothered with this eccentric family any longer, rushing anxiously toward the training grounds. So much time had passed, how was the fight at the playground going?
A flicker of worry still lingered in Lin Tian's heart.
At that very moment,
at the South University playground, tensions were running high, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. On the ground, at least 10 bodies lay motionless.
Chapter 94, Declaring War on the Sky Abyss Pavilion. Where is Lin Tian?
In a corner of the field, Yi Qingqiu's face was as pale as paper, devoid of color. Her eyes darted anxiously across the crowd on the southern campus field, yet she could not find that familiar figure anywhere. Qin Makuo stood beside her, her hunched form radiating a terrifying aura.
Noticing Yi Qingqiu's expression, she spoke coldly, the Lin Tian you speak of, is he the one who took your body?
Her voice was like an ice pick, piercing Yi Qingqiu's heart with a sharp jolt. Yi Qingqiu offered no reply, her gaze still searching the crowd. Her heart twisted in agony. She longed to see Lin Tian one last time before being escorted back to the headquarters of the Midan Pavilion. That night, she had given everything to Lin Tian, vowing to be his alone for the rest of her life. Therefore, she only wished for one last glimpse of Lin Tian. After that, once she left Nanchang, she would sever her own meridians and perish, refusing to become the first elder's furnace vessel.
At that moment,
Qin Macho, seeing her silence, gritted her teeth in fury.
Yi Qingqiu's enchanting form was personally designated by the first elder as his vessel. To have someone else beat her to it now, how could she not be furious? She snorted coldly, I'll see just who has the audacity. Her gaze, sharp as blades, swept across the crowd, determined to pinpoint the culprit. The atmosphere in the center of the field was tense and charged. Long Qingtian's gaze was dark and menacing. Behind him stood only 25 black-robed figures, each a master of the Dao spirit realm. On the ground, 5 lifeless bodies of black-robed figures lay starkly visible, alongside the remains of 5 third-year students from Nanda University. Though these students were only at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, they represented years of cultivation and dedication from Nanda University. Hong Tian stared at the corpses on the ground, his eyes blazing with fury, his beard and hair standing on end. 1 hour earlier, Long Chengtian had challenged Nanda University, claiming it had no one worthy to fight him, a blatant act of bullying. But before Hong Tian could even refuse, the students from Nanda University, each as fearless as a newborn calf facing a tiger, eagerly volunteered to fight. 10 against 5 black-robed figures. In the end, 5 of their Grandmaster-level disciples were slaughtered by the enemy. Had Hong Tian not turned his back on them, disregarding all pretense of courtesy, and directly intervened to shock-kill those 5 Dao Spirit Realm black-robed figures, the remaining 5 Grandmaster-level third-year students from Nanda University would likely have been wiped out entirely. At this moment, Long Chengtian was seething with rage. He pointed at Hong Tian and roared, "Old Devil Hong! How dare you intervene? This is a declaration of war against Tianyuan Pavilion." The moment these words left his mouth, the black-robed figures behind Long Chengtian surged with spiritual energy, their imposing aura overwhelming. The crowd from the southern masses trembled inwardly. The Tianyuan Pavilion was renowned far and wide, with all 10 spots on the top 100 ranking occupied by its disciples. Who wouldn't fear them? Yet Nanda University had the misfortune of having a principal like Hong Tian. Now, they could only grimace in frustration. Even Tang Yan, known for her fiery temper, had to swallow her anger in the face of Tianyuan Pavilion's provocation. She merely glared coldly at them, her eyes boiling with rage. However, Hong Tian merely stroked his beard with a cold smile, adopting a defiant, "So what if I am like this?" attitude. "What if we fight? What if we don't? Young Master Long, I still advise you to leave swiftly. Otherwise, don't blame me if I get carried away and make your Tianyuan Pavilion find a new young master." Hong Tian's tone was domineering, his spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave, causing the ground to tremble slightly. At these words, the Nandao University students were fired up, roaring with excitement, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Hong Tian. Truly worthy of being Principal Hong, even daring to confront the Tianyuan Pavilion head-on.
Had the heavens not birthed Elder Hong, 10,000 ages of cultivation would remain in eternal darkness.
Yet the higher-ups and faculty of Nan University began covering their eyes one by one. They thought to themselves, we're done for. This has sealed our fate with the Tianyuan Pavilion.
From now on, any Nanda student stepping outside Nanchang will likely be hunted down to the ends of the earth. As for Longcheng Tian, he was rendered speechless by the confrontation.
Since leaving Tianyuan City, he had never endured such humiliation. In Dan City, in Fu City, in Ling City, where hadn't he been treated like royalty? Yet in this insignificant southern city, he, Longcheng Tian, was treated with utter contempt. Fine, old ghost Hong, I admit defeat. But mark my words, one day, I, Longcheng Tian, will level Nan University and slaughter your entire clan. He gritted his teeth and sneered coldly. Turning, he prepared to leave with the cloaked figure. Hearing his hate-filled words, the crowd from Nanda University fell silent, each face turning pale with fear. The threats from Tianyuan Pavilion were never empty words. But at that very moment, who the hell is spouting that bull? A brazen voice suddenly erupted. Holy! Whose lieutenant is this, talking even tougher than Hong Tian? Everyone turned to see Lin Tian strutting out from the crowd, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, radiating pure cockiness. Tang Yan saw him and her heart skipped a beat. She muttered under her breath, that little bastard. Why's he showing up now? She quickly shot him a warning glance, signaling him not to cause trouble. Mu Shui bit her lip and whispered, Lin Tian, don't cause trouble. Her eyes were filled with worry. Meanwhile, in a distant corner, Yi Qingqiu finally spotted Lin Tian. Her heart jolted violently, her eyes flashing with complex emotions, a mix of joy and worry. She murmured, Lin Tian, but forced herself to stay back, afraid of dragging him into trouble. Qin Moku, however, sneered coldly, her gaze sharp as a blade, fixed firmly on Lin Tian. Lin Tian strode casually to the center of the field, his gaze fixed arrogantly on Longcheng Tian. Heard some dogs looking for me, he bellowed. A smug grin spread across his face as he thought, this guy dares to cause trouble at Nanda? I'll show him what's what. Longcheng Tian froze. His retreating steps halted abruptly. He turned back, his voice instinctively sharp, what dog? His eyes were cold and menacing. Lin Tian chuckled, a talking dog. Oh, right, my name's Lin Tian. You were looking for me, weren't you? He deliberately drew out his words, his tone mocking, trying to provoke his opponent. Several vice presidents of Nanda University were terrified, shouting in unison, Lin Tian, don't get involved. Back off immediately. Tang Yan stamped her foot in frustration. Lin Tian, stop causing trouble. Her mind was in turmoil, worried for his safety yet furious at his recklessness. Long Qingqi was seething with rage. Say that again. Who's the dog? His face twisted with fury, he wanted to tear Lin Tian apart right then and there. I'm talking about you, dog Cheng Tian. Lin Tian didn't back down, a hint of defiance playing at the corners of his mouth. But the next second, contrary to his expectations, Long Cheng Tian didn't erupt in rage as he'd anticipated. In fact, Lin Tian's spirituality didn't even register any signs of anger from the other man. A sinking feeling gripped Lin Tian's heart. He thought to himself, this guy's temperament is no simple matter. He's going to be tough to deal with. Long Cheng Tian gave a cold laugh, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Tian. So you are Lin Tian? Very well. His tone was icy, tinged with mockery, as if he already regarded Lin Tian as prey. Yet while Long Cheng Tian remained unruffled, others were enraged. Qin Moku blared furiously at Yi Qingqiu, her voice icy. Wicked disciple. You allowed your body to be defiled by such a trashy foundation establishment student? Her body trembled with rage, her eyes burning with venom. How could she have imagined Yi Qingqiu's enchanting body would be ruined by such a worthless trash? Seeing the look of concern in Yi Qingqiu's eyes, she instantly grasped the truth. Qin Mokui's rage boiled over, her fury impossible to contain. Her hand shot out, delivering a stinging slap as spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. Smack! Yi Qingqiu's delicate form flew dozens of meters through the air, crashing to the ground with a thud. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, half her face nearly shattered. Her crimson gauze skirt fluttered in the wind, a sight that was truly horrifying. That single slap. Qin Macho had held nothing back. Thus, Yi Qingqiu now lay on the ground like a heap of mud, her life hanging in the balance. Yet, those enchanting eyes still gazed deeply at Lin Tian. The crowd on the field froze in shock at this sudden turn of events, all turning their heads to look. When Lin Tian turned his head, he saw that figure in the sheer red gauze dress. Suddenly, his heart felt as if it had been wrenched, the pain so intense he instinctively raised his hand to clasp his chest. Chio? Chapter 95, 10,000 Talismans. Boom boom boom. At that moment, Lin Tian could no longer spare a thought for Long Cheng Tian. His eyes were fixed only on Yi Qingqiu, clad in that sheer crimson gown. He sprinted toward her, pulling Yi Qingqiu into his arms. His trembling hands brushed against her face, now a bloody mess from the beating. He gazed upon the face that had once been as fair as jade, thanks to the elixir of youth. Now covered in blood and dirt. The sight was so horrifying it made Lin Tian's scalp crawl. Who? Who did this? In an instant, rage erupted like a volcano within Lin Tian's heart. He roared to the heavens. Who? The air on the South University campus seemed to freeze solid. Seeing this, Tang Yan's heart tightened sharply. Fortunately, she managed to keep her composure. She immediately signaled to Jinbu with a glance and whispered telepathically, "Quick! Take the guards and protect Lin Tian." Jinbu nodded, instantly understanding, and swiftly led the Southern University guards to encircle and protect Lin Tian. Hong Tian, that old fox, also glared with a cold, menacing look. Truth be told, he had long sensed the arrival of Qin Makuo and Yi Qingqiu. Earlier, he had discerned that Yi Qingqiu's cultivation had been sealed, but due to her master-disciple relationship with Qin Makuo, he hadn't given it much thought. But Qin Moku's palm strike was clearly meant to kill. The spiritual energy fluctuations carried murderous intent, igniting Hong Tian's fury. After all, Yi Qingqiu was raised from childhood by his old friend Lin Tianfu. Even if Lin Tianfu harbored selfish desires, wanting to use her alluring physique for Lin Tian's purposes. Moreover, now that Lin Tian had achieved his goal, Yi Qingqiu was naturally regarded by Hong Tian as one of his own. He would never tolerate anyone taking her life. But the moment Lin Tian's words fell, Qin Moku was already closing in step by step. Her venomous retort cut like a blade. "I struck her. What can you little beast, possibly do about it?" Her gaze was sharp as a knife, tinged with mockery. In her eyes, Lin Tian was nothing but trash. If not for old ghost Hong being present, she would have struck immediately, ending Lin Tian outright. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's hawk-like eyes immediately locked onto Qin Moku. He said nothing. First, he lowered his head and gently wiped away the blood tears from Yi Qingqiu's eyes. Then, he retrieved a pill from his storage ring and gently placed it into her mouth. But, the moment the pill emerged from the ring, an intense medicinal fragrance filled the air. The surrounding crowd's eyes lit up with astonishment, their hearts pounding violently. At that moment, the head of the Nan University Pharmacy Department fixed his gaze on the pill in Lin Tian's hand. His eyes widened instantly as he whispered in astonishment, "A Dao-grade trauma pill. 9 Dao-level patterns. This is a divine pill. This is priceless." He was as excited as a child. He scurried over to Hong Tian, leaned close, and whispered the pill's extraordinary value and immense research potential into his ear. He explained the pill's rarity and immense research value. But then, Hong Tian shot him a disapproving glare. "It's my stuff. I'll use it however I want. What are you yapping about? Get lost." But, the head of the pharmacy department saw the fierce glare in Hong Tian's eyes and was startled. He sheepishly backed away, muttering under his breath, "It really is a waste to just eat it like that. If we could scrape off some of the outer layer for research, it would be a huge advancement in the field of alchemy." Hong Tian couldn't be bothered with these old professors obsessed with alchemy research. A thought suddenly struck him. He had guessed that this pill must have been obtained by Lin Tian from the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. But then, he reconsidered. He thought to himself, his earlier words had some merit. This was young Lin's own fortune, why should he hand it over? The thought struck him demanding Lin Tian surrender his secret realm gains felt downright shady. Yet on the surface, Hong Tian remained impassive, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Makuo. He feared the old witch might suddenly strike. He wasn't stupid. He knew Lin Tian had beaten the old bastard of the marvelous pill pavilion to the opportunity. It would be strange if she let Lin Tian off so easily. As the elixir entered her body, Yi Qingqiu's vital energy immediately began to stabilize. Even the shattered features of her face slowly began to mend. Seeing this, Lin Tian finally exhaled in relief. He then looked up at Tang Yan and said solemnly, "Teacher Tang, please take good care of her." Tang Yan's eyes flickered with complexity as she glanced at Yi Qingqiu in Lin Tian's arms. Memories of their encounter in the northern valley flashed through her mind, leaving her with a pang of loss. Taking Yi Qingqiu into her arms, she murmured, "What are you going to do?" Lin Tian smiled faintly, his tone as cold as ice. "She's my woman. After being beaten like this by some old hag, what do you think I should do?" Tang Yan froze, then felt a mix of emotions. Lin Tian's words undeniably confirmed his intimate relationship with Yi Qingqiu. But just as she moved to take Yi Qingqiu, her movement froze instantly. Her cold, piercing gaze locked onto Lin Tian as she warned, "Lin Tian, the situation is complicated now. Don't do anything foolish." The moment Tang Yan's words fell, Yi Qingqiu, still half reclining in Lin Tian's embrace, though her breath was faint. She reached out a delicate hand and clutched his arm tightly, her eyes filled with pleading. Lin Tian felt the strength in her grip, knowing she was urging him not to risk himself. Yet the rage surging within him now was like a raging tide, utterly uncontrollable. If he couldn't do something for Yi Qingqiu today, he feared he would succumb to inner demons, rendering his future cultivation path utterly stagnant. Lin Tian locked eyes with Tang Yan in silence, his deep gaze seeming to burn with fiery intensity. Tang Yan flinched under his intense gaze. Within 3 seconds, she found herself defeated. Those 3 seconds felt like staring into 2 abysses. She instinctively took Yi Qingqiu from him, not knowing why. Tang Yan blurted out, Lin Tian, if one day I become like this, would you do this for me?
But the moment the words left her lips,
Tang Yan snapped back to reality.
She whirled around and saw Mu Shui standing behind her. Mu Shui's eyes reddened, and she silently turned her face away.
Tang Yan's heart sank. She knew she'd spoken words she shouldn't have. But now, she sighed inwardly.
For she knew that from this day forward, a rift would likely form between aunt and niece. But just as Tang Yan was lost in thought,
Lin Tian uttered a single word, his voice calm, yes.
His voice was soft, yet it struck Tang Yan's heart like a heavy hammer.
With that,
Lin Tian gently pulled away Yi Qingxiu's hand that was clutching his, stood up, and pushed aside the Nan David guards surrounding him. He strode directly toward Qin Macho. The crowd on the field held their breath, all eyes fixed on Lin Tian. Long Cheng Tian and the 25 black-robed figures watched coldly, their lips curled in mockery.
Seeing Lin Tian approaching her, Qin Macho halted in confusion, then let out a cold, sinister laugh. You little bastard, looking for death?
Lin Tian halted when he was less than 10 meters away. He too halted abruptly. Then, channeling every ounce of his foundation establishment-level spiritual energy, he raised his voice to its absolute limit. His voice boomed across the entire arena. I, Lin Tian, will settle this life and death matter with this old witch today. My classmates, my teachers do not interfere. His tone was resolute, his eyes blazing with fury that seemed to scorch the heavens.
The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Nanda University students gaped in disbelief, shouting in unison, Lin Tian, have you lost your mind? At your foundation establishment realm, do you think you can even land a single blow on her?
The vice principals were sweating profusely, pleading, Lin Tian, step back immediately.
Tang Yan gritted her teeth, muttering under her breath, this kid is truly reckless.
Yet, deep within her, Lin Tian's actions struck a chord, touching the most vulnerable part of her heart.
Hong Tian's expression also darkened dramatically.
He immediately sent a telepathic message to Lin Tian, his voice urgent, you fool, don't be reckless. That old hag is at the Dao-following realm, the same level as this old man.
She's among Blue Star's top combatants. Do you understand what that means? Hong Tian seethed inwardly.
This kid was even more reckless than his own filthy old grandfather, Lin Tianfu.
Dao Law natural realm, huh?
A flicker of madness crossed Lin Tian's eyes.
So what?
Today, either she dies or I perish. Whoosh! Nearly 100,000 talismans instantly appeared, swirling around Lin Tian. These were all he had left, obtained from Fu Xin.
Now,
without hesitation, he channeled the grab technique, drawing spiritual energy ceaselessly from his storage ring and pouring it entirely into the talismans.
The entire process was a long story.
To outsiders, however, it seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. Qin Macho watched in stunned silence, her eyes narrowing in disbelief.
Where did this kid get so many talismans? Where did he get so much spiritual energy?
She never imagined a mere foundation establishment cultivator could wield such terrifying resources. But she had no time to ponder further. For at that very moment, nearly 100,000 talismans surged toward her like a torrent. To her horror, she recognized several among them as super grade 2 talismans, radiating the power to seal off the void. This sent a chill down her spine. She cursed herself silently for underestimating him.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, its spiritual energy ripples sweeping out like a tsunami. Hong Tian was startled.
He urgently channeled his cultivation to raise a protective shield against the aftershock. Otherwise, the rest of the Southern University contingent would have been caught in the crossfire. Long Cheng Tian and the 25 black-robed figures were equally stunned by the sudden explosion, staggering backward in unison.
Is Lin Tian a lunatic? Trying to take us all down with him? Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another, booming across the playground. Chapter 96, Little Fat Sister, Little Sister.
The explosion of 100,000 talismans.
The deafening roar finally subsided after a full 10 minutes.
Amidst the swirling dust,
spiritual energy rippled out like a tsunami, sweeping across the surroundings.
The playground ground was blasted open with cracks everywhere. It was truly a sight to behold.
Fortunately, on the Nanda side, Hong Tian's domain shielded everyone from harm.
The aftershocks failed to reach them, leaving students and teachers unharmed. Yet every face was etched with terror and utter shock. However, the situation on Long Qingtian's side was dire. The spiritual energy barrier, jointly sustained by 25 Dao Spirit Realm black-robed figures, initially shielded Long Qingtian during the explosion's onset. But when the final, massive explosion struck, 12 of the robed figures were instantly hurled away, causing the barrier to shatter instantly.
The remaining 13 in Long Qingtian were all struck by the shockwave. Their clothes were torn to shreds, their skin torn open, leaving them looking utterly wretched.
Though none were fatally injured, each was covered in dust and dirt, gritting their teeth in fury.
In the distance, Fu Dishang witnessed this scene.
His heart ached as he grimaced, his eyes nearly shooting flames.
He grabbed Fu Xin, who was trying to slip away, by the collar.
He roared, "Speak!
Where did that brat Lin Tian get his talisman? Did you give it to him?" Fu Deshang was nearly driven mad with rage. The tuft of beard on his chin twitched violently with each breath. In that moment, he wanted nothing more than to hang Fu Xian up and beat her right then and there. Fu Xian's face turned deathly pale at her father's frenzied appearance, her little legs flailing wildly in the air. But how could she admit those talismans were stolen from her by Lin Tian? When she returned to Fu City, she had only mentioned Lin Tian's unusual qualities to Fu Deshang. How could she possibly say the 2 storage rings had been stolen from her, especially the one containing the talismans her father had spent over a decade preparing as her dowry? She knew that if Fu Deshang discovered the truth, she'd likely be beaten to a pulp. She'd planned to keep it under wraps, hoping to get them back once she'd mended fences with Lin Tian. But who would have thought? That bastard Lin Tian had just thrown away her entire fortune. At this moment, her heart had sunk to the very depths. She'd intended to flee while the dust from the explosion still swirled, but Fu Deshang caught her red-handed. "You spendthrift!" Fu Deshang stomped his foot in rage. "Do you think it was easy for me to scrape together that dowry for you? Do you have any idea what it cost me to persuade Fu City's top talisman masters to engrave those dozen-plus super second-grade void talismans? And you just handed them over to that little bastard Lin Tian? Have you no conscience? If I don't beat you to death today, I'll take your surname." He rolled up his sleeves, poised to strike. Fu Xian turned ashen with fright and cried out, "Mom! Save me!" Fu's mother was furious too. She thought to herself, how did my daughter suddenly become so love-struck? Such precious items, just given away like that? But seeing old Fu about to strike, she suddenly felt a pang of pity. She quickly grabbed Fu Deshang's arm. "Old Fu, calm down. Xian'er is still young. We need to teach her slowly." Still, Fu's mother shot Fu Xian a glare, her eyes brimming with reproach. How could Fu Xian dare speak the truth? She could only grit her teeth and endure it, though a flicker of resentment crossed her eyes. She thought to herself, "Lin Tian, just you wait. This account, I'll settle with you sooner or later." Meanwhile, Lin Tian stood unscathed amidst the lingering shockwaves of the explosion. He had anticipated the talisman's power, so the moment it was hurled, he immediately activated the grind technique, completely nullifying the blast's shockwave. A faint smirk touched his lips. He thought to himself, "Old hag, let's see how arrogant you can be now." However, as the dust and smoke finally cleared, a piercing, shrill scream instantly rent the heavens. "Lin Tian, you little bastard! I'll have you dead!" Qin Moku's voice echoed from the explosion's epicenter, dripping with endless venom. This voice contained a terrifying sonic force that instantly shattered the surrounding void. Her robes were torn, her hair disheveled, and she looked utterly bedraggled, yet she had sustained only minor injuries. After all, she was a Taoist master at the natural Dao realm. Though the 100,000 talismans were formidable, they could not truly harm her core. Otherwise, wouldn't all those years of near-death cultivation have been wasted? Yet the sonic force carried by that shrill scream sent most students below the Grandmaster realm at Nan University reeling, coughing up blood. Even Hong Tian's domain failed to provide complete protection. Hong Tian's heart sank. This is bad. He sensed Qin Moku's overwhelming killing intent and the violent surge of spiritual energy erupting from her. He wanted to shield Lin Tian, but it was already too late. However, Lin Tian was prepared. He immediately pushed the grind technique to its absolute limit, blocking the sonic assault. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, ready to unleash his ultimate trump card at any moment. Yet, the spirit stones in his ring were now draining at a terrifying rate. In a single second, 10,000 were burned away. The pain made Lin Tian gasp sharply, thinking to himself, this old witch really knows how to bankrupt someone. When the sound waves subsided, Qin Moku's figure abruptly materialized before Lin Tian. Her entire body was shrouded in pitch black, her clothing barely covering her, her appearance wild and frenzied. A palm strike erupted, spiritual energy surging like a mountain, crashing down upon Lin Tian. The void power of the grind technique violently trembled, sending Lin Tian flying over 10 meters. He coughed up blood mid-air before crashing heavily to the ground. But Qin Moku wasn't unscathed either. A strange counterforce sent her flying backward. She managed to dissipate the force in time, avoiding serious injury, but her face was filled with horror. Staring at Lin Tian on the ground, she murmured, What kind of technique is this? No, this isn't spiritual energy fluctuation, it's a magical artifact? She had expected that single strike to reduce Lin Tian to mincemeat, yet he merely coughed up blood and survived. Her full power attack had been blocked? Qin Macho froze in place, forgetting to pursue. Hong Tian snapped out of it, flashing in front of Lin Tian. He turned to look at him, utterly stunned. This kid, he's still alive? A tidal wave of shock surged through his mind. How could Lin Tian, merely at the foundation establishment stage, withstand an attack from someone at the Dao Law natural stage? Lin Tian struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips. He checked his ring and felt like crying. 500,000 spirit stones all depleted in a single strike. Glancing at his spiritual sea, his emotional energy plummeted from nearly 1,000 to a mere 150, wiped out entirely by Qin Moku's single strike. His heart ached so intensely it felt like it was being wrenched out. He cursed inwardly, "You old hag, you're paying me back for those spirit stones."
Shin Moku regained her composure and launched another attack, but Hong Tian had already positioned himself in front of her. After exchanging several blows, Shin Moku found herself unable to breach Hong Tian's defenses. Stuck in place, she erupted in fury, "Old devil Hong! You're protecting this little brat, and you'll regret it sooner or later." Rage poured from her every pore, yet she was powerless. Just then, a voice as clear as a silver bell rang out from the sky. "The events at the Southern Academy end here today. Elder Qin, young Master Long, you must depart immediately." The voice was melodious yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. Over a dozen figures drifted down from the distant sky, their spiritual energy fluctuations staggering. Hong Tian, Shin Macho, and Long Chengtian all stiffened in shock. "It's her," they exclaimed. The crowd at the Southern Academy looked up to see a woman in a white dress leading the group. Her ethereal aura made her seem like a celestial being. Yao Pang, squeezed in the crowd, shouted excitedly, "Sis! Come save asshole Tian. This guy's gone rogue again, can't hold him back." The newcomers were none other than Yapang's sister, Yamaer, the most beautiful woman in Nanchang, and the captain of the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Cultivation Corps within the Eastern Cultivation Alliance. Chapter 97, The Terrifying Yamaer. On the training grounds. The air still carried the acrid scent of exploded talismans. Among the crowd, Yapang had been cowering like a quail. But the moment he spotted his sister Yamaer, he instantly straightened his back. With an air of superiority, he strode over to her side and began berating Qin Mo Cho and Long Cheng Tian. "You two old hags and pretty boy, you dare come causing trouble at Nanda? Do you know who my sister is? Captain of the 1st Brigade, 3rd Cultivation Division of the Eastern Cultivation Alliance. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here." Yao Pang was usually cautious and careful, but as Lin Tian's partner in crime, he'd long wanted to stand up for his brother. But what could he do? Shin Macho and Long Chengtian were far too powerful for him to challenge. But now, his big shot, his big sister, had arrived. This instantly filled him with confidence. Moreover, recalling his sister's illustrious battle record within the Cultivators Alliance, he felt his confidence surge. But Long Chengtian and Shin Macho wouldn't even acknowledge his existence. Ignoring the chubby one might be possible, but they dared not disregard the slender, graceful figure of the younger sister in her white dress. On the other side, Lin Tian wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze sweeping toward the little sister. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He murmured, "Why is she back?" His heart sank as he suddenly recalled Hong Tian mentioning someone would come to claim the resources of the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. Could it be her? Lin Tian cursed inwardly, "Damn it, this woman won't be fooled easily." Ever since childhood, neither Lin Tian nor Yapang had ever won a single match against Yamaer. Whether it was scheming, trickery, or straight-up fighting, they always ended up defeated. Lin Tian felt as if he were naturally countered by this woman. As for Long Chengtian and Shin Moku, they naturally recognized Yamae. This dazzling new star of the Eastern Cultivators Alliance had recently become renowned far and wide. At this moment, Long Chengtian narrowed his eyes, coldly observing Yamaer without a word, a faint sneer playing on his lips. Though formidable in Long Chengtian's eyes, she was no threat to the Tianyuan pavilion. Shin Moku, however, was seething with rage. The thought of Yi Qingqiu, cultivated for years by Miaodan Pavilion, being outmaneuvered by Lin Tian, a mere foundation establishment cultivator who had ruined her enchanting physique in one fell swoop, was unbearable. How could she ever let this go? Adding to her fury was the relentless barrage of 10,000 talismans Lin Tian had just unleashed upon her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. Unable to contain herself any longer, Shin Macho stepped forward, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Captain Yao, what a display of might! But the Cultivators Alliance doesn't have the right to meddle in my Miaodan Pavilion's internal affairs, does it? Could it be that someone is abusing their authority for personal gain?" Yao Meier's white dress fluttered gracefully, her ethereal aura radiating. Her willow-like brows furrowed slightly at the words. With a wave of her jade-like hand, she stood tall and proud. Her response was cool and measured. "Senior Qin, I cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the marvelous Dan Pavilion. However, Nan University is my alma mater. The commotion caused today has grown far too large, it is simply inappropriate." Her tone was calm, yet carried an invisible weight of authority. Joining the fray, younger sister, is the Cultivator Alliance truly going to stand up for a mere foundation establishment brat? The soul incense in Lin Tian's possession is something our Tianyuan Pavilion is determined to obtain. A flash of greed flickered in Long Qingtian's eyes. He abandoned all pretense now, launching directly into pressure tactics. For he sensed that if he missed this chance today, future opportunities would grow ever more elusive. Is that so? Little sister's gaze turned icy. "Young Master Long, the matter of the soul incense concerns all cultivators in the Eastern Cultivation City. Naturally, the Alliance shall decide. If your Tianyuan Pavilion dares to seize it by force. Are you suggesting you wish to antagonize the entire Eastern region?" As soon as Yao Mei finished speaking, Over a dozen figures behind her radiated powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, clearly no ordinary individuals. Joking aside, these individuals were all cultivation soldiers who had survived countless battles against void beasts. Any one of the individuals Yao Meier had brought today could easily defeat an opponent 2 realms above their own. Especially their ruthlessness and killing intent, these were qualities ordinary cultivators, untouched by the brutal battles against beasts, could never hope to match. Thus, even though there were only a dozen or so of them now, their combined aura could easily rival that of 100 Dao spirit realm cultivators. Xin Macho and Long Chengtian exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with frustration. They dared not confront the might of the Cultivator Alliance head-on. Xin Macho gritted her teeth. Fine. Today, I'll grant the Cultivator Alliance this favor. She shot Lin Tian a venomous glare, her eyes still burning with resentment. Long Chengtian said no more. With a wave of his hand, he led the black-robed figures away, their faces sour with displeasure. Xin Macho snorted coldly and turned to leave. The crowd from Nanda University breathed a collective sigh of relief at the departure of the 2 major factions. Yet the high-ranking officials of Nanda University wore expressions of deep concern. Now, they'd offended the Sky Abyss Pavilion, the Marvelous Dan Pavilion, and the Alchemist Alliance, all of them. The future supply of elixirs to Nanda would surely be cut off, making life even harder. Lin Tian had no time to dwell on these concerns. His gaze darted anxiously to Yi Qingqiu and Tang Yan's arms. Seeing her faint, weak breaths, his heart clenched in pain. He hurried forward and whispered, "Teacher Tang, I'll take her to the small clinic." Tang Yan nodded, her eyes filled with complexity. Still, she cautioned with concern, "Lin Tian, don't stray far from South University's jurisdiction for now. Right now, the Tianyuan Pavilion and Miaodong Pavilion won't let this rest." She paused, then whispered, "Also, be extremely cautious about the soul incense matter. As for its secrets, you likely know far more than any of us. This concerns the very lifeline of breakthroughs for all cultivators across Blue Star. Moreover, Long Qingtian's public declaration earlier was likely a calculated move. He wants to make you the target of every cultivator on Blue Star." "You?" Tang Yan was about to say more when Hong Tian interrupted her as he approached. "You little brat, as long as you're within Nanda, my domain will protect you." Hong Tian slapped Lin Tian's shoulder and declared with authority, "Want me to find a place on campus to treat young Miss Ye's injuries? I could also try lifting the restrictions on her cultivation." But as he spoke, Hong Tian's brow furrowed as if recalling something. He glanced at Yi Qingqiu before adding, "But I can't guarantee success. Xin Moku's sealing technique is no simple matter." Lin Tian shook his head. "No need, Principal Hong. I have a way." A flicker of confidence passed through his eyes. Hong Tian raised an eyebrow, but didn't object. This kid could even suppress the hidden ailment of the Heavenly Dao. Perhaps he truly had an extraordinary solution. He recalled Jean Bu's report about Lin Tian's massage therapy for injuries. Perhaps. "Old man, I must try this kid's methods myself someday." "But, a man massaging another man? Honestly, it just feels a bit off, you know?" Hong Tian's mind raced with all sorts of thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Tian stood by, speechless inside. Don't be fooled by Hong Tian's smooth talk. Last time, he was dragged out to the wilderness by that cloaked figure. Where was Hong Tian's domain then? But he kept it to himself. Maybe the guy was busy? Lin Tian nodded to little sister at that moment. They weren't strangers, so there was no need for lengthy exchanges. To put it bluntly, Yao Meier had probably counted every single hair on Lin Tian's body. As for how many hairs Yao Meier had on her body, well, Lin Tian didn't have the guts to count them. "Lin Tian, I'll be in South City for 3 days. Once I've handled your affairs, I'll find you when the time is right," Yao Mei said indifferently before turning to discuss other matters with Hong Tian. But just as she turned away, Lin Tian keenly caught the faint, eerie smile playing at the corner of her lips. A chill ran through Lin Tian's heart. Could she be plotting another underhanded scheme against him? The more he thought about it, the more his heart pounded with dread. He hastily scooped up Yi Qingqiu and hurried off the field. Chapter 98, Fu Xing's Choice. Yao Pang caught up just then, chuckling, "Little Emperor, you rock. That 100,000 talismans knocked the old hag's teeth flying." Lin Tian snapped irritably, "Cut the crap. Keep an eye out for me, don't let your sister come after me." He pointed at Yao Mei, a nagging unease gnawing at his heart. "But I can't handle her. Last time she slipped a snake into my pants in the middle of the night. I still have nightmares every single night." Lin Tian. Back at the small clinic, Lin Tian gently laid Yi Qingqiu on the massage bed. Fortunately, the 9-pattern Dao pill he'd fed her earlier had stabilized most of her injuries. He wasted no time, immediately drawing spiritual energy from his ring while channeling the press and knee technique to repair her remaining internal and external injuries. Lin Tian's hands began to glide over Yi Qingqiu's damaged areas. For a moment, spiritual energy flowed like threads, slowly seeping into Yi Qingqiu's body, beginning to mend her shattered meridians and flesh. After a stick of incense burned, Lin Tian exhaled a breath of stale air. Finally, it's possible.
However, seeing Yi Qingqiu still unconscious, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and persisted, beginning to channel the character clasping technique to attempt breaking Qin Moku's cultivation seal. It really is difficult. This was Lin Tian's first attempt at lifting a cultivation seal.
Fortunately, the nature of his character molding technique allowed it to mend any shattered or damaged injury or object. Using the reverse effect of this fusion, he carefully guided his spiritual energy, inch by inch dismantling the sealing force blocking the divine soul meridians within Yi Qingqiu's body. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on Lin Tian's forehead. Thank goodness. I had already helped Yi Qingqiu destroy the Heavenly Dao chains earlier. Otherwise, forget waiting until now. The moment her cultivation was sealed, the latent affliction of the Heavenly Dao would have erupted, causing her body to explode and die. Wait. Why didn't that old witch think of this? That doesn't make sense. But Lin Tian didn't dwell on it, continuing to release Yi Qingqiu's sealed cultivation. Late into the night, he finally succeeded in completely lifting the seal. Exhausted, Lin Tian collapsed beside the bed, filthy and weary, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the small clinic, flooding the room. Yi Qingqiu slowly awoke. The moment she opened her eyes, she immediately checked herself and discovered her injuries were completely healed, her cultivation fully restored. Stunned, her gaze fell upon Lin Tian, who was still lying exhausted beside the bed. Tears welled up in her eyes. Recalling how Lin Tian had fearlessly clashed with a Dao Fa Xiren realm cultivator for her sake yesterday. A wave of profound emotion washed over Yi Qingqiu, and her tears flowed uncontrollably, streaming down her cheeks. After a long while, she rose quietly, slipped into the inner room of the clinic to wash, and changed into clean clothes. Upon returning, she saw Lin Tian still unconscious. Her heart ached as she reached to help him onto the bed. But the moment she reached out, Lin Tian's eyes snapped open, startling her into a shudder. Lin Tian rubbed his eyes and grinned. "Qingqiu, you're awake? Are you feeling better?" Yi Qingqiu's eyes reddened as she threw herself into his arms, whispering hoarsely, "Lin Tian, thank you." Her voice trembled, filled with profound gratitude. Lin Tian patted her back gently and chuckled, "Silly girl, why thank me? You're my woman. If I don't protect you, who will?" Lin Tian's gentle tone warmed Yi Qingqiu's heart, making her cheeks flush slightly. "But yesterday, you risked your life for me." A flicker of worry crossed her eyes. "Tianyuan Pavilion and Niaodan Pavilion won't let this go. You need to be careful from now on." Lin Tian scoffed. "What's there to fear? Old Han's got my back. Besides, if they dare come, your man here has a few tricks up his sleeve." Yet beneath his feigned nonchalance, Lin Tian remained secretly vigilant. He was no fool. Yesterday, on the surface, he'd spoken with boundless bravado. But that was only because he was certain old Han wouldn't abandon him. Under different circumstances, Lin Tian would have thought twice no, 100 times. But at that moment, the rage truly burned to the top of his head. Meanwhile, on the other side, the commotion at Nanda's sports field had subsided. The campus had returned to its usual tranquility. Yet beneath the laughter, a hint of unease lingered on many students' faces. It felt as if a storm was brewing. Tang Yan and Mu Shui strolled along a tree-lined path, yet both pairs of eyes held complex emotions. Neither spoke for a long while. After a long while, Tang Yan spoke first. "That kid is such a troublemaker." Mu Shui lowered her head, silent, her eyes slightly reddened. Lin Tian's resoluteness pierced her heart. He'd risked his life for Yi Qingqiu, but what about me? She bit her lip and turned to leave, her retreating figure carrying a hint of desolation. Yet Mu Shui's heart was in turmoil now, and she couldn't fathom why such feelings had arisen. Ever since that day on the stage, when she had playfully sparred with Lin Tian, it felt as though his mark had been etched deep into her soul. From then on, every night in her dreams, Lin Tian appeared. Even during waking hours, her thoughts would drift to him unconsciously. Sometimes, when she couldn't see him, her heart felt like it was being clawed by a cat. It was unbearable. Seeing Mu Shui fall silent, Tang Yan suddenly found herself at a loss for words. She silently cursed under her breath, "It's all that stinker Lin Tian's fault. Just wait until you get into the special training camp, I'll teach you a lesson." However, what they didn't know was that Hong Tian's domain was constantly enveloping them. He had even picked up every word and action of these two. Deep within a purple bamboo grove on the southern mountainside of the university, Hong Tian held a scroll of bamboo slips in his hand, yet his mind was elsewhere. He sighed softly. "Ah, Lin Tianfu, oh Lin Tianfu, what can I even say to you? You old scoundrel. What kind of mess have you gotten us into? Now my niece is completely bewitched by that brat Lin Tian. You old fool." Meanwhile, at the villa serving as the guest's residence, Fu Xing and her family of 3 gathered in the living room, exchanging glances, as if awaiting some crucial decision. Finally, Fu Dishang spoke first. "Xaner, you must decide for yourself. As your father, I can't make this choice for you. After all, this concerns the most important matter of your life. But there's one thing I must remind you, from what I've observed, that little bastard Lin Tian is no good. Just look at yesterday for that Yi fellow, he actually smashed all your dowry items. You need to think this through carefully."
There's no going back. Another silence fell. Seeing Fu Xian with her head bowed, Fu's mother finally offered one last piece of advice. Why don't you come back with us to Fu City? After all, now that your body is defiled, Long Cheng Tian won't covet you anymore. No. I'm staying with Lin Tian. Mom, trust me with my wits. Do you really think he'd dare bully me? He wouldn't even dare to ignore me. If he tried, I'd scratch him to death. Fu Xian clenched her hands into claws, snarling viciously. Fu Deshang and his wife exchanged a glance, realizing further persuasion was futile. After offering a few final words of caution, they departed Nanda and returned to Fucheng. Chapter 99, Shifting Winds. Time passed swiftly. 7 days passed in succession. Lin Tian never left the small clinic at 11 South Street. The auction plans had been shelved due to Yi Qingqiu's sudden change. He did not attend the special training camp at Nanda University. As for little sister, she did come to the clinic a few days ago. But Lin Tian was nowhere to be found. He had only entrusted a ring to Yi Qingqiu, who was to pass it on to the intended recipient. Fortunately, the spirit stone from the Cultivator Alliance was not withheld from Lin Tian. The amount was delivered as originally agreed upon with Hong Tian. As for the spirit stones from Lingbao Polytechnic, they were handed over to Tang Yan yesterday. However, Tang Yan, overcome with anger, never delivered them to Lin Tian. During those 7 days, Mu Shui did come to the small clinic once to look for Lin Tian, but Yi Qingqiu intercepted her. It could be said that during these 7 days, Lin Tian saw no one. He was in seclusion. Logically speaking, for someone at the early foundation establishment stage like Lin Tian, there was no need for such an extended seclusion. Even Yi Qingqiu and Xiaotahong, who were guarding the door, felt a hint of curiosity. Xiaotahong, who had been knocked flying by Qin Makua's slap, was actually unharmed. She had sustained some injuries, but under Yi Qingqiu's treatment, she had recovered remarkably well. Worth mentioning is that Fu Xian had been seething with rage these past 7 days. So now she was camped right outside the small clinic, refusing to budge no matter how much they tried to shoo her away. Little Peach Blossom sighed helplessly. Princess Fu, your daily vigil won't change anything. Our young master is in seclusion for at least 10 days. You really should. I won't leave. As long as he doesn't come out, I'll stay here every single day. Fu Xian was stubborn as ever. Truthfully, she didn't want to be a gatekeeper here either. But where else could she possibly go? She had sworn solemnly, pounding her chest in assurance. Now, if she were to return to Fu City, how could she possibly show her face? Just then, Yi Qingqiu stepped out and glanced at Fu Xian, who sat sulking on the ground. She could tell at a glance that this little girl was undoubtedly Lin Tian's. Otherwise, she wouldn't be clinging to him so desperately. She sighed deeply. Hey! Little girl. Come inside too. Though the parlor of this little clinic isn't spacious, one more person won't make much difference. Stay here for a few days. It's no good just standing guard at the door day after day. Really? You'll actually let me in? Fu Xian perked up instantly. She knew full well that Lin Tian would risk his life for this woman. One could only imagine what a place this woman held in Lin Tian's heart. Come in. Yi Qingqiu nodded lightly and turned to walk inside. Fu Xian scrambled to her feet, patted her little bottom, and scampered after her inside. Xiaotahong rolled her eyes inwardly, wondering why their young master had taken a liking to this little girl who was even younger than herself. But while she thought this inwardly, she didn't say much outwardly. After all, in Xiaotahong's self-perception, she placed her status no higher than that of a concubine made in ancient times. As for Lin Tian's decision, she naturally had no choice but to accept and obey, never daring to harbor any objections. She casually closed the door behind them. 3 more days passed. Lin Tian still hadn't appeared. However, during these 3 days, significant events unfolded in the outside world. First, the Eastern Alliance distributed all resources obtained from Lin Tian's Heavenly Furnace secret realm to every resistance soldier on the front lines. Yet, with legions of cultivation soldiers numbering in the tens or even hundreds of thousands, what they obtained from Lin Tian was merely a drop in the bucket. Yet, whether the Alliance's supreme commanders had lost their minds or not, they launched a counterattack against the Void Beasts the very next day. Initially, progress reportedly went well. Within a single day, they drove the beast tide back nearly 1,000 li from the Eastern Grasslands' defenses. But before the Eastern Cultivation Alliance could hold their victory banquet, the Void Beasts across the front seemed to have been provoked by something. That very night, they launched a counterattack. They breached the entire Eastern Cultivators Alliance's first line of defense. Moreover, they had already begun advancing along the second defensive line. It appeared determined to press forward in one decisive push, threatening all cultivation cities across the Eastern Realm. This sudden shift in the situation caused turmoil throughout the Eastern Realms. It set off a chain reaction of upheavals. Among these, the most prominent was Symbol City. Just as all cultivators in the East turned their gaze toward the Alliance, wondering if they could successfully halt this counterattack by the beasts, Tianyuan Pavilion made its move.
It is said that 5 of the top 10 cultivators on the rankings at the time, almighty figures from the Sky Abyss Pavilion, were mobilized. And under their leadership, 100,000 elite warriors of the Tianyuan Pavilion launched a surprise assault on Fucheng.
In an instant, all the talisman masters in Fu City plunged into panic. Many fled the city with their families in tow. And so it was. By the next day,
the entire city of Fu was reduced to scorched earth. Millions were killed or injured.
Fu Deshang vanished. Those ordinary talisman scribes who had once relied on Fu City for survival either perished or fled.
As for the few top-tier talisman masters, they fled far away. When this news spread across the east,
everyone was stunned. Who would have thought?
A once-renowned cultivation metropolis, faced with half of Tianyuan Pavilion's mighty experts mobilized, proved so utterly defenseless.
And because of this,
for a time, every major cultivation city felt threatened. They flocked to the Cultivators Alliance, lodging complaints against the Sky Abyss Pavilion's tyranny and arrogance.
Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the Cultivators Alliance openly sided with the Sky Abyss Pavilion.
They declared that Symbol City had brought this upon itself and deserved to be annihilated. This left the other cultivation cities utterly bewildered. When someone uncovered the fundamental reason behind Fu City's annihilation, opinions began to swirl. Some argued that Fu City was indeed at fault. Since the young master of Tianyuan Pavilion had set his sights on the young princess, it was her good fortune.
Fu Xian should have been offered to the dragon young master.
Even if she was unwilling, she shouldn't have given herself to some trashy foundation establishment cultivator from Nanchang Academy.
Wasn't that an outright insult to the young master of the dragon sect?
But others disagreed with this view.
They say Tianyuan Pavilion is acting like a bully just because you fancy someone. Why should they have to agree? Does the Tianyuan Pavilion think it's the emperor of this blue star?
However, many of the cultivation cities opposing Tianyuan Pavilion were minor factions. Moreover, shortly after voicing such opinions, they were successively attacked by unknown assailants,
leaving their cities deserted. Meanwhile, in the southern city, a fiercely contested tri-city competition was underway.
Hosted by the Southern City, Tang City, and Jiang City, this tournament would determine the victor of the 3 cities' unification tournament. Victory would go to the sole triumphant city. The other 2 cities would be merged.
Following the merger, a great cultivation city would emerge. However, what remains puzzling is that despite the intense animosity held by numerous factions including the Tianyuan Pavilion, the Pill Alliance, and the Miaodong Pavilion toward Nanchang's Nan University,
no faction has ever come to cause trouble in Nanchang. Originally anxious, the Southern Academy's members heard that even Symbol City had been destroyed. Their hearts leapt to their throats.
Until Hong Tian reassured them, there's no need to worry. South City they dared not come.
This gave the people a slight sense of relief. And indeed, that proved to be the case. During this period, no faction had come knocking. Even the southern city branches of the Pill Alliance and the marvelous Pill Pavilion had all been keeping to the rules.
Not a single faction dared to cross the South University. Then, one day,
the sun shone brightly. The sun had just risen. Fu Xian sat on the massage bed in the small clinic, her eyes bloodshot, her hands propping up her chin as she pondered deeply. She had received a message from Fu Deshang, telling her to stay put in the southern city and not to worry about her parents.
At that moment, the door behind Fu Xian creaked open. "Little witch, what are you doing here?" Lin Tian emerged from the room, radiating an otherworldly aura. Chapter 100, Peak Dao Spirit Realm.
Within the small clinic, spiritual energy swirled thickly, the air still carrying faint ripples of power left over from his seclusion. Lin Tian pushed open the door and stepped out, his aura steady and his eyes bright.
He seemed like a completely different person.
After over 10 days of seclusion, he had leaped from the Foundation Establishment realm to the peak of the Dao Spirit realm. Spiritual energy surged through his body like a raging river, carrying a faint aura of authority. The moment he stepped outside, he spotted Fu Xian lounging lazily on the massage bed, dangling her short legs and humming an unknown tune.
Lin Tian frowned and called out, "Fu Xian, what are you doing here? What new scheme are you hatching?" Fu Xian froze, whirling around.
Her eyes widened in surprise at the sight of Lin Tian before she leapt off the bed, grinning.
"Oh, young Master Lin, finished your seclusion? You seem different somehow."
She edged closer, scrutinizing him from head to toe, a sly gleam in her eyes.
Yi Qingqiu and Xiaodahan entered from outside upon hearing the commotion.
Yi Qingqiu wore a red gauze dress, her complexion fully restored, her eyes soft and gentle.
Spotting Lin Tian, she paused slightly before exclaiming in shock, "Lin Tian, your cultivation. Peak Dao Spirit Realm?"
Her voice trembled with disbelief.
To advance from Foundation Establishment to the peak of the Dao Spirit Realm in just over 10 days?
Such speed was utterly astonishing. Xiaodahan's eyes widened as she covered her mouth in gasps.
"Good heavens, young master. What kind of divine pill did you consume to progress so rapidly?"
Her eyes brimmed with admiration, and she itched to pounce and demand the truth.
Fu Xian curled her lips and snorted, that stinky Lin Tian. You must have secretly used some treasure again. Come on, admit it, did you steal my spirit stones too? She planted her hands on her hips, putting on a fierce act, though her eyes sparkled with teasing. Lin Tian gave a wry smile and waved his hand. Stop fussing. It's not as mysterious as you're making it out to be. But inwardly, he sighed. Only he knew the true cost of this breakthrough. His storage ring was nearly drained of spirit stones. He'd intended to use more spirit stones to push further, only to find the realm barrier as solid as an iron wall, blocking any progress. Rubbing his temples, he thought, this peak of the spirit realm is likely my limit for the time being. The three women gathered around him, chattering with praise. Yi Qingqiu's eyes softened with affection as she murmured, Lin Tian, you never cease to surprise me. Fu Xian rolled her eyes. Cut it out, don't get too cocky. This princess is keeping a close eye on you. Zaidahan beamed like an adoring fan. Young master, now that you're so powerful, can you finally defeat that old hag? Lin Tian shook his head helplessly, his gaze sweeping over the three women, a faint warmth spreading through his heart. Each of these women held a special place in his heart. Fu Xian's mischievous charm, Yi Qingqiu's tender devotion, and Xiao Taohuang's innocent liveliness, each uniquely captivating. He cleared his throat to change the subject. Enough flattery. I hear the three-city tournament is about to begin? Fu Xian's eyes lit up as she eagerly chimed in, yes. Tang City, Jiang City, and Nan City will compete to determine the champion. The two losing cities will be merged into one great cultivation city. Her tone was brimming with excitement, as if she couldn't wait to witness the spectacle. Yi Qingqiu frowned and added, Nanchang is under immense pressure. In the last competition, Nanchang University suffered a crushing defeat against Tangcheng. This time, Nanchang University is preparing with all its might. Her gaze shifted to Lin Tian, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. Lin Tian, you'd better be careful. Neither Tang City nor Jiang City are easy to deal with. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, thinking, merge into a major cultivation city? That puts Nanchang's status in jeopardy. He stroked his chin and said gravely, let's go. We'll check out the Southern Academy. A vague premonition stirred within him. This competition might not be as straightforward as it seemed. At Nanda's campus, the atmosphere was tense. Students bustled back and forth across the field, their training cries echoing in waves. Lin Tian entered the administration office. Tang Yan was organizing the competition roster when she looked up and saw him. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Lin Tian? You're out of seclusion? She stood up, sizing him up from head to toe. Noticing the change in his aura, she frowned. You? Peak Dao spirit realm? Lin Tian grinned. Teacher Tang, you've got sharp eyes. His tone was light, yet a trace of exhaustion lingered. Tang Yan frowned, her eyes filled with complexity. You're progressing at a terrifying pace, kid. But emerging now is perfect timing. The Tri-City tournament needs fighters like you. Lin Tian froze. They want me in the fray already? A thought flashed through his mind, the soul incense. Could Tang City and Jiang City also be after it? Tang Yan sighed softly. South University suffered a crushing defeat last time. We can't afford another loss. If you represent South University in battle, our odds of victory will improve. She paused, her expression turning serious. But Lin Tian, you must be cautious about the soul incense. The experts from Tangchang and Jiangcheng have likely caught wind of it too. Lin Tian's heart sank. He nodded. Understood. I'll be careful. He agreed outwardly, but inwardly cursed, that damn soul incense, what a trouble magnet. If only I hadn't taken it in the first place. Outside the discipline office, Hong Tian's figure appeared at the doorway. The moment he entered and sensed Lin Tian's aura, shock flashed in his eyes. You little brat, Peak Dao spirit realm? Your breakthrough speed has even got me jealous. He laughed heartily, slapping Lin Tian on the shoulder. Perfect timing. You're joining the Three Cities tournament. Nanda needs to redeem itself this time. Lin Tian gave a wry smile. Principal Hong, I've just emerged from seclusion and you're already assigning me tasks? Yet deep down, he felt a surge of excitement. His Peak Dao spirit realm strength was perfect for testing his mettle in this competition. He inquired, how exactly will this competition be conducted? Hong Tian stroked his beard and said solemnly, each city will send 10 top disciples. The competition consists of individual battles and team battles. Individual battles will test cultivation and combat techniques, while team battles will assess coordination and strategy. The experts from Tang City and Jiang City are no slouches, especially Tang Feng from Tang City. He's said to be at the Dao spirit realm too. His gaze sharpened. Lin Tian, you must give it your all. Lin Tian nodded, thinking to himself, half-step Dao Emperor realm? Interesting. The image of Qin Moku flashed through his mind. He thought to himself, that old hag still owes me for that palm strike. This competition will be a good chance to settle the score. Tang Yan interjected from the side, Lin Tian, this tournament is dangerous. Don't be as reckless as last time. Her tone carried a hint of reproach, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of worry.
Recalling how Lin Tian had brazenly confronted Qin Macho for Yi Qingxiu's sake, a pang of bitterness welled up in her heart. She thought to herself, this kid always keeps me on edge. Lin Tian chuckled. Don't worry, Teacher Tang. I know my limits. Though he said this, his mind was already strategizing how to protect the soul incense during the competition while also bringing glory to Nanda University. He glanced at Tang Yan, noticing the complex emotions in her eyes. His heart stirred slightly, but he didn't dwell on it. Outside the dean's office, Mu Shui stood at a distance, her gaze fixed on Lin Tian, tinged with a hint of disappointment. She'd heard Lin Tian had emerged from seclusion and rushed over, only to see him chatting and laughing with Tang Yan. A sharp pang of pain stabbed her heart. After communicating with the Nanda crowd, Lin Tian returned to the small clinic. Inside the small clinic, Yi Qingxiu had changed into fresh clothes and sat beside the massage bed, her gaze tender as she looked at Lin Tian. She murmured softly, Lin Tian, it will be dangerous. You must be careful. Lin Tian took her hand and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. With me here, Nanda won't lose. His tone was firm, yet a hint of gravity flickered in his eyes. Chapter 101, Couple Training with the Campus Beauty of Nanda. At Nanda University's martial arts training ground, morning light spilled across the blue stone pavement, casting a golden glow. Lin Tian pushed open the gate, stepping into this sacred training ground he had never before entered. The air pulsed with spiritual energy fluctuations. Students within the grounds either swung swords or practiced breathing techniques, radiating spiritual light amidst the constant clamor. Since entering Nanda, Lin Tian had undergone a remarkable ascent from the first layer of Qi-gathering realm to the peak of Dao spirit realm. The earth-shattering transformation in such a short time made him feel as if he had lived through a lifetime. The moment the students spotted Lin Tian, they halted their movements, their eyes burning with awe and reverence. From his dominance in the alchemist competition to his unrivaled performance in the heavenly furnace secret realm, Lin Tian had proven himself time and again. But what earned the deepest respect from Nanda's students was this. He had dared to confront a Dao Law natural realm cultivator while still at the foundation establishment stage. This single battle had cemented his fame. Now at Nan University, he was no longer the obscure nobody. Hello, Senior Lin. Senior brother Lin Tian, if there are any more secret realms in the future, please take me with you. Several junior disciples gathered around, their voices respectful, eyes brimming with anticipation. Female students blushed, stealing glances and whispering among themselves, I heard he even beat Qin Mocha this time. That day, with his hands in his pockets, he was absolutely stunning. These whispers from the female students naturally reached Lin Tian's ears. After all, he was at the Dao spirit realm, how could such a short distance escape his notice? Lin Tian scratched his head and grinned. No need for formalities. Just call me Lin Tian. His words were casual, but inwardly he marveled, this kind of treatment was something he'd never even dared to dream of before. His gaze swept across the training grounds as he recalled the Three Cities tournament was set to begin in 7 days. His heart tightened slightly as he thought to himself, he must hurry to consolidate his cultivation. Otherwise, Tang Feng, with his half-stepped Dao Emperor realm, would be no easy opponent. As he pondered, the crisp click-clack of high heels echoed from the doorway. Mu Shui, clad in a moon-white qipao, her demeanor as cool and pristine as snow, approached at a leisurely pace. Spotting Lin Tian, her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as she feigned annoyance. Lin Tian, enjoying the comforts of the harem? Did you even remember to come to school? Her tone was teasing, yet a flicker of amusement danced in her eyes, tinged with a complex mix of emotions. Lin Tian froze for a moment before breaking into a mischievous grin. Senior Mu, are you jealous? Don't worry, I'm here now, aren't I? He deliberately took a step closer, his tone flirtatious. Mu Shui's fair face flushed slightly as she glared at him. Stop your nonsense. Aunt Tang asked me to give you this. She handed him a storage ring, her tone cool. 1.6 million spirit stones from Lingbao Polytechnic. Consider it an extra reward for your pill competition. Lin Tian took the ring, swept his spiritual sense through it, and felt the abundant spiritual energy within the spirit stones. His heart leapt with joy, but he teased aloud. 1.6 million? Teacher Tang sure is generous. Senior, would you say this counts as her showing interest in me? He batted his eyelashes, deliberately teasing her. Mu Shui snorted indignantly. Dream on. Aunt Tang said if you dare speak out of turn again, she'll deal with you. Her words were sharp, but inwardly she thought, this guy has some nerve. Lin Tian chuckled, tucked the ring away, and suggested. Senior, the training ground's too noisy. Wanna go for a walk? Mu Shui hesitated for a moment before nodding. Sure. Side by side, they left the training grounds and strolled along the tree-lined paths of Nanda University's campus. A gentle morning breeze carried faint floral scents, yet the atmosphere remained quiet. Mu Shui seemed on the verge of speaking several times, her slender fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt as if lost in thought. Lin Tian noticed her unease, stopped, and asked with a smile. Senior, we're not strangers. Speak your mind, why be so formal? His tone was light, yet his eyes held a hint of inquiry. Mu Shui bit her lip and murmured.
Lin Tian, you remember the 3 conditions you agreed to back then, right?
Her gaze flickered nervously.
Lin Tian paused, then laughed. Of course I remember. The first condition was joining the student council, right? So, have you figured out the second one yet?
He feigned nonchalance, but inwardly grew wary.
This Ice Queen school beauty, usually as cold as a block of ice, why was she acting so coy today?
Mu Shui shot him a glare and snapped.
At least you have some conscience. The second condition.
She paused, her pretty face flushing slightly as she murmured, "Tonight, you have to accompany me to the Mu family home.
Pretend to be my boyfriend and meet my parents."
Her head dropped so low it nearly buried in her chest, her ears flushing crimson.
Lin Tian was dumbfounded, his eyes widening. What? Pretend boyfriend?
Senior, that's a pretty bold demand. Though his words betrayed shock, his heart was bursting with delight.
He thought to himself, this Ice Queen school beauty actually wants me as her shield? How interesting. He deliberately stiffened his expression and demanded, "Spill it. What's really going on?"
Mu Shui took a deep breath, her tone tinged with resignation. "The Mu family wants me to marry Tang Feng of Tangcheng. The Three Cities Alliance is entering its final phase, and the Tangs are poised to become the top family after the merger. To preserve their standing, the Mu family must form an alliance through marriage with the Tangs." Her eyes flashed with disgust as she continued, "But I've never even met Tang Feng.
I hear he's a womanizer, surrounded by a harem of women worse than you."
She stopped mid-sentence, her face flushing even redder. Lin Tian feigned anger upon hearing this.
Worse than me? Senior, that's not fair. I'm a man of integrity, where would I get a harem of women? He deliberately sighed, looking dejected. Besides, I'm all alone now.
Yi Qingqiu returned to Miaoqing, Xiao Taohong went with her, and Fu Xian went to find her father.
My clinic is completely empty.
Mu Shui heard this, and a flicker of secret delight crossed her eyes.
She thought to herself, they're all gone? Then Lin Tian would be at school every day.
A smile crept onto her lips as she thought to herself, this guy might seem flighty, but he's surprisingly dependable when it counts.
Outwardly, however, she snorted, "Stop playing the victim. Don't you dare follow in Tang Feng's footsteps." Noticing her distraction, Lin Tian waved his hand impatiently in front of her face. Hey, senior, what are you thinking about? Just give me a straight answer, are you in or out?
He deliberately raised his voice, his eyes twinkling with playful teasing. Mu Shui flinched at the startling volume and glared at him.
Nothing. I'm asking you, are you in or out?
Lin Tian stroked his chin, feigning reluctance.
Since you're being so earnest, I suppose I'll reluctantly agree. But...
He grinned mischievously, leaning closer to Mu Shui.
Pretending to be a couple requires some rehearsal, right? What if we slip up?
A sly gleam flashed in his eyes, radiating pure mischief. Mu Shui froze, puzzled.
Rehearse? Do we really need to rehearse?
Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet a faint flicker of anticipation stirred within her.
Lin Tian adopted a serious tone as he coaxed her, of course we do. Things like holding hands, hugging couples need some intimate gestures, right? Otherwise, your parents would see right through it. He grew more animated as he spoke, thinking to himself, this opportunity, if I don't seize it, it'll be wasted. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Shui conceded he had a point. She bit her lip and murmured, all right, we can practice.
Her voice trailed off, yet a flicker of bashfulness danced in her eyes. They continued walking until they reached a secluded grove on campus.
Surrounded by green shade and the crisp chirping of birds, the area was completely deserted. Mu Shui glanced around and whispered, this spot's perfect. No one's here.
Lin Tian felt a surge of delight and reached out to take Mu Shui's delicate hand. Her hand was cool as jade, smooth and tender like a peeled lychee, making him inwardly marvel, the feel of this is incredible. As he held her hand, Mu Shui's delicate frame trembled slightly, her lovely face flushing instantly. She murmured softly, "You, be gentle." Her heart pounded like a drum. She thought to herself, how can this guy's hands be so warm? She forced herself to stay calm and tried to pull her hand away, but Lin Tian held it even tighter. Senior, couples should hold hands naturally. Lin Tian grinned mischievously, gently pulling her forward.
Mu Shui kept her head down, her ears burning red as her mind raced in turmoil. What was this? It's just pretend, so why is my heart racing like this?
She stole a glance at Lin Tian, catching his mischievous grin. She wanted to scold him, yet couldn't bear to let go. After a few steps, Lin Tian stopped abruptly.
Just holding hands isn't enough, he teased. We need to practice hugging too.
Without waiting for her reaction, he spread his arms and gently pulled her into his embrace.
Mu Shui gasped, pushing him away weakly.
Her body stiffened against his chest, her nose filling with the faint medicinal scent lingering on him. Her mind was in turmoil. She thought to herself, this bastard, taking advantage of me with such brazen confidence. Lin Tian lowered his head, gazing at her flushed cheeks, and grinned mischievously.
Senior, relax. Couples need to hug more intimately.
He deliberately lowered his voice, his tone tinged with a hint of roguishness. Mu Shui glared at him, scolding, don't push your luck. Yet despite her fierce tone, her eyes held little anger, only a hint of bashfulness. Seeing she hadn't refused, Lin Tian grew bolder. He grinned mischievously.
Senior, couples need to practice kissing, right? Otherwise, if your parents ask, we won't even have a love bite. How fake would that be?
A sly gleam flashed in his eyes as he deliberately provoked her. At his words, Mu Shue's face flushed crimson like a ripe apple.
She stammered. Kiss, kiss? This is way too.
Her heart raced as she wrestled internally, thinking, it's just pretend, but why is this guy getting more and more out of hand? Yet for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Tian pressed his advantage. Senior, don't worry.
I promise I won't mess this up. Come on, let's try it first.
Before he finished speaking, he gently cupped her face and kissed her cheek.
Mu Shue's body trembled.
Her mind went blank, her cheeks burning hot, her heart pounding so fast it felt like it would burst.
She bit her lip and whispered, Is that enough? Lin Tian grinned mischievously. Not enough. Senior, a cheek kiss is too half-hearted. We need to go deeper.
Without waiting for her reaction, he gently pulled her into his embrace, his lips meeting hers. Mu Shue's eyes widened as her mind buzzed. Her hands instinctively grabbed his collar, but she couldn't muster the strength to push him away. His lips were warm and soft, carrying a faint medicinal scent that made her heart pound like a drum, her mind going completely blank. She wanted to curse him, but the instant their lips touched, an electric current seemed to surge through her body, making her forget to struggle.
Lin Tian felt a surge of secret delight, savoring the softness of her lips. He thought to himself, this Ice Queen school beauty actually tastes sweet when kissed.
He deliberately deepened the kiss. Mu Shue let out a soft gasp, her eyes flaming with both shame and fury, yet she never pushed him away. After a long moment, they parted. Mu Shue's face was flushed crimson, her breath coming in gasps.
Lin Tian, you shameless man.
Her tone was scolding, yet her eyes held a hint of hazy confusion.
Lin Tian grinned, his expression brimming with roguish charm.
Senior, we need to make this rehearsal convincing.
Don't worry, when we meet your parents tonight, I promise I won't slip up.
Though his words were playful, his thoughts were far more serious. This pretend act might just become real.
Chapter 102, Tenderness and Flashes.
Mu Shue bolted from the grove as if fleeing, her face flushed like a ripe apple, her ears burning as if they might smoke. Her heart pounded like a drum as she sprinted away, yet her mind kept replaying the warm sensation of Lin Tian's lips touching hers. In that instant, it felt like an electric current surged through her entire body, leaving her utterly flustered. She bit her lower lip, thinking to herself, that bastard, taking advantage of me and acting so righteous about it.
Yet strangely, she couldn't muster even a shred of anger.
Instead, an inexplicable flutter of excitement stirred within her. The sweet sensation of her racing heartbeat left her both embarrassed and bewildered.
She soon arrived at Tang Yan's office, knocked, and entered.
Tang Yan stood by the window, her black business skirt accentuating her graceful figure. Hearing the sound, she turned around, her phoenix-like eyes sweeping across the room. Xiao Shui, why are you so flushed? She asked, puzzled. Her tone held a hint of inquiry as her gaze lingered on Mu Shue's face. Mu Shue stammered, her slender fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt.
Nothing, she whispered.
Lin Tian agreed to go to the Mu family tonight.
Aunt Tang, what should we do next?
Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, her head bowed so low it nearly buried in her chest, her ears crimson as blood, masking her unease. Tang Yan's cold, beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She thought to herself, this girl's face is as red as if she'd stolen something. Could it be that she and that Lin Tian boy? Though she had her suspicions, she didn't press the matter, merely letting out a soft hum. Her tone was cool and detached. Lin Tian is now at the peak of the Dao spirit realm, surpassing even my cultivation level. That saves us quite a bit of trouble. She walked to her desk and sat down, motioning for Mu Shue to draw closer. In a low voice, she instructed, tonight at the Mu residence, remember if you must pretend, at least make it convincing.
Tang Feng is arrogant and proud. You and Lin Tian must command the room.
Her voice dropped as she began giving detailed instructions, a calculating gleam flashing in her eyes.
The entire morning,
Lin Tian remained at Nanda University, formally integrating into this campus that resembled a cultivation sect.
On the sports field, students greeted him with unmistakable respect, their eyes brimming with admiration.
Lin Tian scratched his nose, thinking to himself, this treatment, well, power truly speaks volumes. He opened the Luan system interface and caught the notification, emotion value plus 10, total 2000. A smile touched his lips. Who would have thought that after advancing his cultivation, even others' respect and admiration could yield emotion points? A chuckle escaped him. Looks like I'll need to make my presence felt more often. This emotion value is pure gold.
Thinking of his peak Dao spirit realm cultivation, Lin Tian's mind grew restless.
That afternoon, he left Nanda University and flew on his sword toward an open field on the southern outskirts of the city. Green grass carpeted the ground, dense forests stretched into the distance, and the air was rich with spiritual energy, a perfect place for cultivation. Landing, Lin Tian drew a deep breath and channeled his Dao spirit realm energy. It surged through him like a raging river, and a luminous glow rose from his feet. His entire body vanished in an instant, reappearing 10 meters away the next second, trailing a gust of gale force wind.
This was the hallmark of the Dao spirit realm: spiritual light blazing, movement akin to teleportation.
Growing more exhilarated with each movement, he darted from the open field into the woods, his figure flickering like a ghostly apparition amidst the shimmering light. Lin Tian caught up to a swift-winged leopard. This beast, silver-white from head to toe and swift as lightning, was a ferocious creature evolved after the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, comparable to a cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi-gathering realm. Yet against Lin Tian's blinding flashes, it was utterly helpless, chased around in circles like a toy. Lin Tian burst into laughter, leaping onto an ancient tree to survey several panicked crimson flame wolves fleeing below. He thought to himself, no matter how fast these Blue Star beasts evolve, they'll never outrun my flash. Just as he was enjoying himself, Lin Tian suddenly spotted a girl approaching through the woods, carrying a bamboo basket on her back. She appeared to be about 18, dressed in a simple light blue gown. Gentle and pure, her features were like a painting, her skin so fair it seemed almost translucent. She bent low, searching through the grass, her slender fingers gently parting blades of grass. Her movements were soft yet tinged with weariness. Lin Tian's heart stirred. He teleported down and grinned, "Little sister, what kind of magical herbs could possibly grow in this godforsaken place? Don't waste your effort." Startled by the sudden voice, the girl looked up at Lin Tian, a flicker of wariness crossing her clear eyes. She stood up, brushing her skirt. I know there aren't any valuable spiritual herbs here," she murmured softly. "I was just looking for some ordinary ones for my little brother." Her voice was soft and tinged with disappointment, yet her eyes held a stubborn resolve. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "Your little brother? What happened?" He studied the girl, noticing her pure, delicate aura as soft and beautiful as a white lotus after the rain, and found himself drawn to her. After a moment's hesitation, she murmured, "My name is Yi Shiro. I'm a nurse at an ordinary hospital in South City. 3 years ago, my brother was gravely injured by the black gold beast, a void beast. Now he's in a vegetative state, relying on spiritual medicine to survive each day." Her eyes reddened slightly as her voice caught in her throat. "But the elixirs are too expensive. I can only gather cheaper herbs myself." Seeing her fragile state, Lin Tian's heart softened. Despite his usual stinginess, he felt a surge of compassion. He retrieved 2 pills from his spatial ring and handed them over. "Take these. These soul-nourishing pills will help your brother's injuries." His tone was casual, yet his expression held a hint of earnestness. These 2 pills were obtained from the Heavenly Furnace secret realm. The secret realm had yielded rich rewards. After submitting 80% to the Cultivator Alliance, he kept 20% for himself. Though not top grade, these soul-nourishing pills were still incredibly valuable enough to bankrupt an ordinary person. The moment Yi Shiro saw the pills, shock flashed in her eyes. She hastily waved her hands. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Though she knew nothing of pills, she sensed their preciousness from their luminous glow. Her tone was firm, tinged with nobility. Lin Tian scratched his head and chuckled, "Little Ro, take it. These pills mean little to me, but your brother needs them." He deliberately adopted a stern expression. "If you don't take it, I'll get upset." Yi Shiro bit her lip, her eyes flickering with conflict for a moment before she finally murmured, "Thank you. I'll definitely repay you." She took the pill cautiously, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Beneath her delicate demeanor lay a hint of stubbornness. She looked up and asked, "What's your name? Where do you live? I can work for you to pay back the debt." Her voice was soft yet carried an unwavering sincerity that brooked no refusal. Lin Tian laughed heartily, waving his hand. "My name is Lin Tian. I run a small clinic at number 11 South Street, that's my turf. No need to work for me. Just drop by sometime if you're free." His tone was casual, but inwardly he thought, this girl has a stubborn streak just my type. Yi Shiro nodded solemnly. "Lin Tian, I'll remember your name. I'll repay you someday." With that, she turned and walked away, her slender figure carrying the bamboo basket, looking especially captivating in the setting sun. Lin Tian watched her go, then resumed practicing his teleportation until the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk settled in. Only then did he return to the small clinic by flying sword. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Mushue standing inside. She wore a pure white pleated skirt, a pale blue ribbon tied at her waist accentuating her graceful figure. Her skin was as white as snow, making her look like a fairy under the moonlight. She looked around curiously, and upon seeing the empty clinic, a smile involuntarily touched her lips. She thought to herself, that guy was right, Yi Qingqiu and the others really did leave. Lin Tian grumbled, "Senior Mu, are you scouting out the place like a thief? What are you looking at?" He teased her while tidying up the clutter on the table. Mu Shui shot him a glare, her pretty face flushing slightly. "Who's scouting? I was just looking around." Her tone was feigned annoyance, yet a hint of secret delight flashed in her eyes. She thought to herself, this clinic is dead quiet, which actually puts my mind at ease. Lin Tian changed into a clean robe. "Let's go, senior. We're off to put on a show at the Mu residence. This upright gentleman here promises not to slip up." His tone was roguish, yet his eyes held a hint of anticipation. Mu Shui snorted, walked to the doorway, and drew her flying sword. "Hop on. I'll take you there."
Lin Tian grinned mischievously and asked, "Where exactly is the Mu family?" Mu Shui paused, then pointed southeast. "East of the city, the Mu Manor." Before she could finish, Lin Tian stepped forward, swept her up in his arms, and vanished in a flash of light. Mu Shui gasped in fright, her voice high-pitched and alarmed. "Lin Tian, what are you doing?" Her arms instinctively wrapped around his neck as her face pressed against his chest, her heart pounding like thunder. Lin Tian lowered his head with a mischievous grin. "Senior, flying swords are too slow. Teleportation is so much faster." His figure flickered repeatedly, teleporting several times until they reached the skies above the eastern city. Mu Shui's face drained of color in terror. Yet she felt inexplicably exhilarated. Chapter 103, Family Gambit. South City. The Mu family estate glowed brilliantly, its glazed tiles shimmering in the night like a golden palace. As one of the four great families of South City, the Mu clan controlled 30% of the cultivation resources and spirit stones, holding a prominent position second only to the Wang clan and far surpassing the Nangong and Chen clans. Tonight, the estate buzzed with activity as representatives from all four families gathered. The air thickened with spiritual energy fluctuations and the tang of political maneuvering. Since the commencement of the Tri-City tournament, undercurrents had been churning in South City, Tang City, and Jiang City. Jiang City's consecutive victories had given them a subtle edge, forcing South City's four great families to band together in desperation, seeking countermeasures. Deep within the estate, candlelight flickered in a secret chamber. Four family heads sat around a sandalwood table, the atmosphere heavy and tense. Mu Tianqing, head of the Mu family and Mu Shui's second uncle, was in his early 50s. His face was stern, his brow bearing a hint of sinister intensity. His gaze swept over the other three heads as he declared in a deep voice, "Jiangqing's momentum is unstoppable. Should the three cities unite, the Jiang family will inevitably become the foremost clan. If our four families do not join forces, we risk being devoured until not even our bones remain." His voice was deep, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Wang Yuanba, head of the Wang family, his obese frame squashed into an armchair, narrowed his small eyes and sneered coldly. "Brother Mu speaks lightly. But that Jiang Feng of Jiangqing, a half-stepped Taoist master surrounded by countless women. Which family would dare marry their daughter to him?" His tone was mocking, yet a flicker of calculation passed through his eyes. The Wang family controlled 40% of South City's resources, giving them considerable confidence, yet they were reluctant to provoke Jiangqing lightly. Nangong Lai, the head of the Nangong family, his hair and beard streaked with white, wore a grim expression as he snorted, "My Nangong family specializes in alchemy. Though our resources may not match the Wang family's, we supply elixirs to all three cities. Who dares underestimate us? But that scoundrel Jiang Feng has a twisted heart. If I had a daughter, I'd never let him defile her." His tone carried a hint of contempt. When he mentioned alchemy, a flash of pride flickered in his eyes, seemingly a veiled jab at Lin Tian's crude method of refining pills with firewood. Chen Tianxiong, the head of the Chen family, a rugged man with a full beard, slammed the table and declared, "Enough chatter. Among the four families, only the Mu family has a suitable aged daughter. That Mu Shui girl has decent talent and is a student at the Southern University. Marrying her to Jiang Feng is perfect. If this alliance is sealed, my Chen family will contribute 3 parts of the spirit ore to help the Mu family solidify their position." His voice boomed, yet his eyes held a cold detachment, utterly disregarding Mu Shui's wishes. Mu Tianqing heard this and a cold smile curled his lips. He thought to himself, "These old foxes, what a clever scheme. They want to trade my Mu Shui for Jiang Cheng's favor, yet they won't lift a finger themselves." Though he was Mu Shui's second uncle, he felt little familial affection for his niece. Ever since her parents vanished in the Forbidden Realm, he had taken control of the Mu family, viewing Mu Shui merely as a bargaining chip. Now, his voice grew solemn. "Gentlemen, Mu Shui marrying Jiang Feng is indeed the optimal choice. Should Jiang Cheng gain the support of our Mu family, after the 3 cities merge, our 4 families will surely share in the spoils." Wang Yuanba narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Mu, that Mu Shui girl has a stubborn streak. I doubt she'll agree, eh?" His tone was mocking, a hint of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes. Nangong Lai snorted coldly, "A woman marrying is only natural. How dare she refuse?" Chen Tianxian laughed heartily, "Brother Mu, keep your daughter in line, don't let her ruin our plans." A shadow of coldness flickered in Mu Tianqing's eyes as he replied flatly, "Rest assured, gentlemen. Mu Shui will obey. We'll finalize this tonight. Once the 3 cities tournament concludes, she'll be sent to Jiangqing immediately." His tone was icy, devoid of any warmth, as if Mu Shui were merely a piece of merchandise. The 4 family heads exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes brimming with cold calculation. The atmosphere in the secret chamber grew increasingly oppressive. At that very moment, Lin Tian, cradling Mu Shui, flashed with inspiration and teleported outside the Mu family estate. Before Mu Shui's gasp had fully escaped her lips, her feet touched the ground. Her fair face flushed crimson like a ripe apple as she pouted. "Lin Tian, you jerk. If you ever dare to carry me like that again, I'll never forgive you." Her voice was both flustered and angry as she patted her chest, her heart still racing. Lin Tian's sudden appearance had startled and annoyed her, yet the warmth pressed against his chest sent ripples through her heart.
Lin Tian grinned mischievously, releasing her with a roguish smirk.
Senior, aren't couples supposed to be intimate? Besides, with your reaction, your parents would totally believe it.
His gaze swept over the estate, thinking silently, the Mu family truly lives in style. But tonight's charade might prove difficult to pull off. His heart tightened slightly as he recalled Tang Yan's warning, a flicker of gravity crossing his eyes.
Mu Shui shot him a glare and whispered, "Stop talking back. Once we're inside, behave yourself and don't say anything out of line."
She smoothed her pleated skirt and took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. The impending family pressure weighed on her, a shadow of gloom flickering in her eyes as she thought. Uncle Air and the others couldn't care less about my feelings.
But can Lin Tian really shield me from this?
She stole a glance at Lin Tian, finding him looking utterly relaxed. She felt like cursing him, yet somehow felt strangely reassured.
The two entered the estate, guided by servants through ornately carved corridors to the main hall.
The hall was brightly lit, the four family heads seated high above, the atmosphere solemn. The moment Mu Shui entered, she felt four piercing gazes like knives.
Mu Tianqing, in particular, coldly asked, "Xiao Shui, you're here? And this is?"
His gaze settled on Lin Tian, tinged with scrutiny.
Mu Shui's heart tightened. Clasping Lin Tian's arm, she forced herself to remain composed.
"Second uncle, this is Lin Tian.
He's my boyfriend."
Her voice trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed, yet her eyes held a stubborn resolve. Lin Tian flashed a grin and bowed his hands in greeting.
"Head of the Mu family, esteemed elders, I am Lin Tian, a student at Nanda University, here to pay my respects."
His tone was neither humble nor arrogant, yet a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes.
He thought to himself, these old fools really do have cold, heartless faces. Wang Yuanba narrowed his eyes, sizing up Lin Tian with a cold sneer. Lin Tian? The kid who burned firewood to refine pills in the alchemist competition? Oomph. A mere peak Dao spirit realm cultivator dares to be Mu Shui's boyfriend?
His tone dripped with scorn and disdain.
Nangong Lai snorted, burning firewood to refine pills? Just grandstanding. Mu Shui, how could you have such poor judgment? Chen Tianxiong roared with laughter. Kid, Mu Shui is meant to marry Jiang Feng. What gives you the nerve to meddle? Mu Shui's slender frame trembled slightly as she bit her lip. Second uncle, I want to make my own decisions.
Her voice was cool, yet a flicker of anger passed through her eyes. Lin Tian felt the slight tremor in her arm, stirring something within him.
He thought to himself, this girl usually so cold and aloof turns out to be quite stubborn when it matters.
He stepped forward, placing himself in front of Mu Shui, and said with a smile.
Esteemed elders, Mu Shui is my girlfriend.
I'm afraid we'll need to reconsider this arranged marriage.
Mu Tianqing's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, Lin Tian, do you know who Jiang Feng is? A half-stepped Dao Emperor realm cultivator, a genius among geniuses. How dare you, a mere Nanda University student, challenge Jiang Chang?
His tone was icy, his eyes brimming with warning. Lin Tian, however, remained unfazed, grinning mischievously. Head of the Mu clan, no matter how powerful Jiang Feng is, he can't compare to the practicality of my six-path stand foundation pill, can he?
Besides, Mu Shui likes me, isn't that enough? The words sent shockwaves through the hall. Wang Yuanba slammed his fist on the table in fury. Insolence! How dare a junior speak so arrogantly? Nangong Lai sneered coldly, six-path pill patterns? That's nothing but luck. If Jiang Feng were to act, you wouldn't even leave a trace behind. Chen Tianxiong was even more blunt. Boy, if you know what's good for you, get out of here. Don't ruin the four families' important business.
Mu Shui's face turned pale with anger. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Tian gently patted her hand and whispered, Senior, leave it to me. Turning to the four family heads, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he smiled. Esteemed elders, Jiang Feng may be a prodigy, but I, Lin Tian, am no slouch. At the Three Cities tournament, I'll show him who the true dragon is. His tone was firm, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Mu Tianqing narrowed his eyes, staring at Lin Tian for a long moment before suddenly sneering coldly, Fine, you have guts. Since you're so confident, let's see how far you can go in the competition. If you lose, Mu Shui must marry Jiang Feng. His voice was sinister, a calculating gleam flashing in his eyes.
Lin Tian's heart sank. This old fox clearly intended to use him as cannon fodder. Yet outwardly, he smiled with apparent ease.
Head of the Mu clan, it's settled. Mu Shui's heart jolted at his words, her gaze toward Lin Tian filled with complex emotions. She had assumed Lin Tian was merely putting on a show, but his unwavering resolve now made her heart race. She thought to herself, this guy, usually so cocky and reckless, how can he be so dependable when it matters? She bit her lip and whispered, Lin Tian, you don't have to go this far for me.
Lin Tian winked at her and murmured, Senior, we have to play the part fully. Don't worry, I know my limits.
The four family heads exchanged glances, their eyes filled with cold laughter.
Mu Tianqing waved his hand. That's enough for tonight.
Lin Tian, in 3 days' time, the Three Cities tournament begins. If you dare lose, don't blame the Mu family for showing no mercy. His tone was icy, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Lin Tian grinned, pulling Mu Shui away as they turned to leave. With their backs to the crowd, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, Jiang Feng?
I'll see just how strong you really are. Chapter 104, Night Market Ambiguity. The lights of the Mu Manor faded into the distance. The night sky over South City was as dark as ink, dotted with stars, yet South Street bustled with activity. The night market glowed brightly, vendors' cries rising and falling in waves. The aroma of grilled spirit beast meat mingled with the sweet fragrance of spirit fruits, making one's mouth water. Lin Tian and Manhwa walked side by side through the crowd, their shoulders occasionally brushing lightly. A subtle, ambiguous tension hung in the air. Lin Tian stuffed his hands into his pockets and shot Manhwa a sly glance. "Senior, back at the Mu residence, you gripped my arm pretty tight. Worried I'd run away?" He deliberately lowered his voice, his tone teasing, yet a hint of tenderness flickered in his eyes. Manhwa's cheeks flushed slightly. She glared at him and pouted, "Stop flattering yourself. Who grabbed you?" "I was just nervous." Her words were firm, but her heart recalled the scene in the main hall earlier, Lin Tian standing before her, confronting the four family heads head-on. Her pulse quickened inexplicably. She stole a glance at Lin Tian, catching the mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the moonlight, his handsome features seemed to soften slightly. This guy, usually so carefree and irresponsible, turned out to be quite the man in critical moments. She bit her lip, trying to hide the flutter in her heart, and huffed, "Lin Tian, you were talking big earlier. If you really have to face Jiang Feng in 7 days, how confident are you?" Her tone carried a hint of worry as her slender fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt. Lin Tian stopped and leaned closer. "Senior, Jiang Feng is indeed at the half-step Dao Emperor realm. But with the Red Phoenix system in my hands, what's there to fear?" A sly gleam flashed in his eyes as he seized the opportunity to grasp Manhwa's hand. He grinned mischievously, "Besides, with a beauty like you cheering me on, how could I possibly lose?" His fingers lightly traced the back of her hand, its smooth, tender skin sending a flutter through his heart. Manhwa froze at his sudden gesture, her lovely face flushing crimson. She tried to pull her hand away, but he tightened his grip. Her heart pounded like a drum as she scolded, "You, let go. There are so many people on the street." Her voice was barely above a whisper, her eyes holding little anger but rather a hint of bashfulness. Lin Tian laughed heartily, releasing her hand but immediately wrapping an arm around her shoulder. With a roguish grin, he said, "We're a couple, right? Holding hands and hugging is perfectly normal. Senior, you'll have to get used to it. Otherwise, what if we slip up later?" Manhwa shot him a glare, her slender frame stiffening slightly, yet she didn't push him away. Feeling the warmth radiating from his arm, ripples stirred in her heart. This bastard, taking advantage with such smooth talk. But why, do I not mind it at all? She lowered her head, her ears burning crimson. Resigning herself, she stopped struggling and let him hold her, pretending to focus intently on the street stalls. They approached a stall selling spiritual fruits. The vendor called out enthusiastically, "Hey, you too. Try these purple cloud fruits. Fresh from Qingyun Mountain, sweet as can be." Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, plucked a deep purple fruit, and held it to Manhwa's lips. "Open wide, senior. Couples feed each other, don't they?" His eyes sparkled with teasing, yet his finger accidentally brushed her lips. The soft, warm sensation made his heart skip a beat. Manhwa flushed crimson, glaring at him before whispering, "Eat it yourself." Though she refused with her words, her mouth opened of its own accord, taking a bite. Juice trickled down the corner of her lips, glistening like crystal and making her cherry-red lips appear even more vibrant. Lin Tian stared, swallowing hard. "Senior, you should wipe that juice off. It'd be such a waste otherwise." He took a cloth from the vendor and gently wiped her lips, his movements almost painfully tender. Manhwa's heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst. Feeling the warmth of his fingertips, her mind went blank. She thought to herself, is this guy being genuine, or is he just putting on a show? Biting her lip, she forced herself to stay calm. "Lin Tian, if you keep this up, I'll get genuinely angry." But her voice was soft and gentle, lacking any hint of threat. Lin Tian grinned, leaning close to whisper in her ear, "Senior, you can be angry all you want, but we've already kissed. What's the big deal about wiping your mouth?" Manhwa flushed scarlet at his words, her face burning like fire. She raised her hand to strike him, but he caught her wrist, pulling her gently into his embrace. She gasped, pressing her hands against his chest. "Lin Tian, that's enough," she scolded, her eyes blazing with both anger and embarrassment. Yet deep inside, a wave of sweetness stirred. She thought to herself, this bastard always catches me off guard. Lin Tian lowered his gaze to her flushed face, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Come on, let's go get something delicious to eat." He released her and took her hand, continuing to walk forward. Manhwa looked down at the hand he held, a faint warmth spreading through her heart. Fake couple. Why does it feel more and more like the real thing? Deep within the night market, the aroma of grilled spirit beast meat wafted from a stall. Lin Tian ordered 2 skewers of crimson flame wolf meat and handed one to Manhwa. "Try it, this stuff is super nourishing." Manhwa took it and gently bit into the tender meat, its essence bursting in her mouth. Her eyes lit up. "It's really good." She ate with such earnestness, a hint of grease glistening at the corner of her mouth. Lin Tian watched her, his heart fluttering.
Unable to resist, he reached for a cloth to wipe her lips, his movements as gentle as if handling a precious treasure. Under his gaze, Mu Shui felt her cheeks flush.
Why are you staring at me? Eat your own.
Her words were sharp, but her heart felt as sweet as honey. This guy, usually so rough around the edges, could be surprisingly captivating when he was gentle. She stole a glance at him, seeing his satisfied expression as he ate, and couldn't help but curve her lips upward. The two of them ate and shopped their way through the day, shoulder to shoulder, laughter filling the air. Lin Tian would occasionally take the opportunity to hold her hand or pinch her fingertips when she wasn't looking. Though Mu Shui would pout in mock annoyance, she never refused. The night market lights cast a soft glow on her face, making her look like a painting.
Lin Tian found himself utterly captivated.
This Ice Queen school beauty, her smile was truly captivating. His heart stirred. Suddenly, he stopped and pulled her to a quiet street corner.
Senior, how did tonight's performance go?
Mu Shui froze, lifting her gaze to meet his, a complex flicker passing through her eyes.
Lin Tian, did you get too caught up in the role?
Her voice was soft, tinged with hesitation.
Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat.
He grinned mischievously.
Real? Then, senior, would you say we're a real couple?
He deliberately leaned in close, his nose nearly brushing hers.
Their breath mingled, the intimacy making hearts race.
Mu Shui's heart pounded like a drum. She pushed him away, scolding playfully, "You jerk, stop talking nonsense." Yet a flicker of bashfulness crossed her eyes as she thought to herself, playing pretend.
Have I actually fallen for it?
She bit her lip, forcing down the fluttering in her chest, and whispered, "Let's go.
Take me back to Nanda." Lin Tian grinned mischievously. Why go back to Nanda? Come sit at my clinic instead.
Without waiting for her response, he pulled her toward number 11 South Street. Mu Shui struggled briefly but couldn't shake his grip. A sweet warmth spread through her heart.
She'd accompany him this once.
After all, she didn't dislike him. Inside the small clinic, candlelight flickered as the scent of herbs filled the air. Lin Tian pushed open the door and grinned, "Senior, come take a look."
Not bad for my little place, huh? Mu Shui glanced around.
The clinic was quiet but tidy, and a faint warmth touched her heart.
She murmured softly, "It's okay. Just a bit quiet."
Her tone was gentle, and a hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. Lin Tian closed the door, turned to face her, and grinned mischievously.
Quiet is good, no one to disturb us.
He took a step closer, his gaze fixed on her flushed cheeks as he murmured, "Senior, you performed well tonight.
How about an encore?"
His eyes sparkled with mischief, yet his tone held a hint of seriousness.
Mu Shui's heart raced.
Feeling his intense gaze, her mind went blank. She bit her lip, her eyes flickering with conflict for a moment. Then, suddenly, she rose onto her tiptoes and gently pressed her lips to his. Lin Tian froze for a moment, then felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He wrapped his arms around her waist and deepened the kiss. Mu Shui's lips were soft as petals, carrying a faint, sweet fragrance that stirred his heart. A battle raged within Mu Shui's mind.
She thought to herself, what is happening to me?
But he's been so good to me, standing in front of the Mu family to protect me.
Could I really be falling for him? She steeled her resolve, silently declaring, enough.
I'll give myself to him. As their lips touched, time seemed to stand still. Mu Shui wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her delicate frame close, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Her heart pounded like thunder, yet she felt an unprecedented sense of peace. Lin Tian, if this is just a charade, I'd rather it stay real forever.
Chapter 105, Tang Yan's sudden arrival, the battlefield begins.
Inside the small clinic, candlelight flickered, the scent of herbs lingered, and the air thickened with an intense, ambiguous atmosphere. Mu Shui's lips were soft as petals, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance.
Lin Tian held her waist, deepening the kiss.
Her delicate body pressed against his chest, warm and soft, making his heart pound like a drum.
Ecstasy surged through Lin Tian. This Ice Queen school beauty, usually as cold as a block of ice, why was she so docile tonight? She wasn't resisting at all. His blood boiled with excitement. Thinking of Mu Shui offering him the kiss, the corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily, his eyes brimming with delight. Lin Tian was no longer the inexperienced rookie he once was. With his seasoned expertise, he knew exactly what to do next. One hand gently caressed Mu Shui's waist while the other slowly crept upward, his fingertips tentatively tracing the curve of her spine. Mu Shui's delicate frame trembled slightly, her breath quickening. Yet she didn't push him away. Instead, her arms wrapped around his neck, her eyes blushing with a hint of dazed confusion. Lin Tian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This girl, she's moved. He quietly activated the gentle technique, channeling his spiritual energy into a warm current that seeped into Mu Shui's body, stirring deeper tremors within her. Lin Tian. Mu Shui murmured, her voice as soft as honey that wouldn't melt, her eyes glistening with moisture. You bastard, always picking on me. Her tone was feigned anger, laced with a hint of petulance, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Lin Tian chuckled softly, his breath brushing against her ear. Senior, calling this bullying when I like you? Then I'll have to bully you a few more times. His fingers deftly untied the ribbon of her pleated skirt, his movements gentle yet carrying a hint of dominance. Mu Xue's heart pounded like thunder as inner turmoil raged within her. What was wrong with her? This is just a charade, so why is my heart racing like this? She bit her lip, a flicker of struggle passing through her eyes before dissolving into a soft gaze. She murmured, Lin Tian, treat me well. Don't make me regret this. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet it carried such sincerity that it sent a jolt through Lin Tian's heart. He looked down at her bashful expression. Senior, I, Lin Tian, keep my word. I will never let you down. His words barely left his lips before he pressed his lips to hers again, this time with a hint of urgency. Before long, under the influence of the gentle technique, Mu Xue collapsed limply into Lin Tian's arms, her breath coming in soft gasps, her eyes clouded with desire. Her dress half undone revealed skin whiter than snow, delicate collarbones, and graceful curves, a vision of beauty like a jade sculpture. Lin Tian was utterly captivated. That figure was absolutely breathtaking. He himself wore a form-fitting outfit, his muscles defined and flowing, radiating the virile energy of a young man. Yet now, he felt a slight heat rising within him from the excitement. Lin Tian scooped up Mu Xue and gently laid her on the massage bed. Mu Xue blushed, closing her eyes as her long lashes fluttered. Her hands gripped the sheets, knuckles turning white, her delicate form glowing softly in the candlelight. Lin Tian leaned in, his breath quickening, about to take things further, when a cold voice suddenly called out from outside the door, Lin Tian, are you there? Tang Yan's voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, jolting Lin Tian and Mu Xue instantly from their heightened state. Mu Xue's eyes widened, her pretty face turning pale as she gasped, Aunt Tang. She scrambled to her feet, her dress slipping down in disarray, revealing more of her snow-white skin. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. What about me? When the hell did this T-Rex show up? He quickly grabbed Mu Xue and whispered, Senior, don't panic. Hide. His mind raced, trying to steady the situation. Tang Yan shouted again, Lin Tian, open the door. Lin Tian took a deep breath, forcing down his panic, and replied, Coming. Coming. He glanced back at Mu Xue, noticing her flushed face. She grabbed the scattered garments from the floor and hurried into his room. Mu Xue muttered angrily as she ran, Lin Tian, you bastard. You're going to get me killed. Her voice trembled, her eyes filled with shame and anger, yet tinged with a lingering trace of excitement. Lin Tian regulated his breathing, smoothed his clothes, and tried to look as natural as possible. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead. If the dragon finds out Mu Xue was here, she'll skin me alive. He hurried to the door, opened it, and forced a smile. Teacher Tang, so late at night, what's the matter? His tone was light, yet a flicker of guilt crossed his eyes. Tang Yan, dressed in a black gown with an icy elegance, swept her phoenix-like eyes over Lin Tian and asked with a hint of doubt, how did things go at the Mu residence tonight? No mishaps, I hope? Her tone was casual, yet tinged with scrutiny. Her gaze swept around the clinic, as if searching for something. Lin Tian's heart tightened. Please don't let her discover Mu Xue. He gave a nervous chuckle, scratching his head. It went smoothly. The Mu family had asked me to prove myself at the competition. No major issues. Mu Xue has already returned to school. At that very moment. Inside her room, Mu Xue was frantically dressing. She slipped on her skirt only to realize her black lace underwear was missing. Peering through the door crack, she saw it lying right next to the massage table. Her face paled. She thought to herself, oh no. If Aunt Tang sees this, how could I possibly live with myself? She nearly fainted from panic, her fingers clenching the skirt hem as her heart pounded like thunder. Tang Yan nodded, accepting Lin Tian's explanation. Suddenly, her voice softened. That girl, Xiao Xue, she's actually fallen for you. You must help her fend off Jiangqing's arranged marriage. Don't let her suffer. Her tone was complex, her eyes flickering with tenderness yet tinged with worry. Lin Tian froze, a faint warmth spreading through his heart. Could the Tyrannosaurus ever be gentle? Yet outwardly, he merely chuckled, rest assured, Teacher Tang. My word is my bond, I'll never let my senior classmates suffer any injustice. Tang Yan hummed in acknowledgement, her gaze sweeping over the clinic before she suddenly smiled. Lin Tian, this little clinic of yours has quite a tasteful vibe. You've done a nice job tidying it up. She walked toward the massage bed, her tone light. My spiritual energy's been a bit volatile lately, probably about to break through. Haven't had a massage in ages. Give me one tonight. Her high heels clicked sharply as she moved with light steps, heading straight for the location of that black lingerie. Ha! Teacher Tang. Are you sure you want to do it here tonight? Lin Tian pointed toward the massage table. His heart was already pounding wildly, feeling like it might explode. Oh no! But then, at that very moment, as Lin Tian looked down, he nearly froze in shock at the sight of the lingerie on the floor. Oh right. Lin Tian, do you have that kind of massage oil? I heard that using herbal oil refined from spiritual herbs during massages can help nourish one's spirit and soul. At this critical moment, seeing Tang Yan already seated at the edge of the massage bed, about to bend down to remove her high heels, Lin Tian reacted with lightning speed, lunging forward in a single stride. His toes hooked out, sending the lingerie flying under the bed, a move so swift it seemed like a blink of an eye.
Mu Shui watched from the room, her heart pounding.
That bastard finally did something right.
She clutched her chest, nearly unable to breathe from the tension.
Tang Yan's coldly beautiful face turned puzzled. What are you doing? You're so impatient. It's not like you haven't touched me before. Honestly, you've touched every part of my body, and yet you're still so impatient. Seriously. Tang Yan shot Lin Tian a disapproving glare. Still, she didn't notice anything unusual and continued her playful scolding. What are you standing there for? Go get a massage robe. I need to change into it. It'll be more comfortable.
Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach, yet a glint of mischief flashed in her eyes.
Oh.
Lin Tian broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a laugh.
Alright, I'll get it right away.
He turned toward the cabinet, his heart pounding wildly. This clinic was going to be turned upside down tonight. Mu Shui hid in her room, biting her lip as she peeked through the door crack, her face flushed crimson.
Lin Tian, you bastard. You two really did it. Damn Lin Tian, rotten Lin Tian. Chapter 106, Xiaolinger's sudden arrival escalates the battlefield. Inside the small clinic.
Candlelight flickered, the scent of herbs filled the air, and a subtle, tense atmosphere hung heavy.
Tang Yan emerged from behind the screen, clad in a sheer light blue massage robe. The blue silk clung to her exquisite figure, tracing breathtaking curves. Particularly those peerless, towering treasures beneath. With each graceful step, they seemed poised to break free from earthly constraints, as if entering a realm of divine essence. This moment,
paired with Tang Yan's exquisitely beautiful, coldly ethereal face and the dignified aura cultivated from years of high status. This fleeting glimpse of beauty utterly ensnared one's soul, leaving one willingly enslaved beneath her pomegranate-colored skirt. Tang Yan walked slowly to the massage bed, her icy phoenix eyes glancing at Lin Tian with a hint of amusement.
What? It's not like you've never seen this before. Let's begin.
Her tone was casual, yet Lin Tian thought he caught a flicker of coquettishness in her eyes.
Alright. I'll start.
Lin Tian froze, muttering to himself in a daze. As Tang Yan lay down on the massage bed, her fair, slender legs crossed slightly.
Bathed in the glow of pink mood lighting. In Lin Tian's eyes,
it seemed, faintly, to carry a hint of teasing allure.
Lin Tian swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What was Tang Yan up to tonight?
Her reclining posture resembled a meteorite scattered across the sky. Lin Tian thought to himself, hell must be empty.
It's like it's come to earth. When it came to comparison,
Tang Yan's curves and contours were clearly far more pronounced than Mu Shui's delicate figure by several orders of magnitude.
But then,
his heart suddenly leapt, and he quickly averted his gaze.
Calm down. Form is not emptiness. Emptiness is not form. There's still someone watching in the room. This situation, best not mess with it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian forced himself to appear composed.
His hands gently pressed against Tang Yan's shoulders as he began channeling the press technique.
Spiritual energy transformed into a warm current, slowly seeping into her body. Tang Yan let out a soft sigh.
Finally, she closed her eyes in comfort, a satisfied smile curling her lips. That long-lost sensation surged through her once more, sending shivers coursing through her entire body. That once-forgotten pleasure, like an unparalleled tidal wave returning from the heavens, relentlessly washed over her soul. She murmured, Lin Tian, I think, someday, I'll die at your hands. Her voice was soft, lacking its usual sharpness, tinged with a lazy languor. Lin Tian's heart stirred slightly, yet he dared not pause his movements. Spiritual energy danced along her shoulders and neck, soothing the turbulent chi within her. As he massaged her, he tentatively suggested, Teacher Tang, your spirit energy is so turbulent, could it be you're on the verge of breaking through to the Dao spirit realm? You should take it easy. At this moment, Lin Tian dared not overstep.
Honest as the day is long, steady as an old dog. And indeed,
that was precisely the situation. Meanwhile, Mu Shui, hiding behind the door crack, peered in with wide eyes. Her face had turned deathly pale from nervousness, panic, and fear, but now it was flushed crimson, as if it might bleed.
And Tang, when did she become so uninhibited?
Mu Shui saw it all clearly. Because behind the screen was the room door.
Earlier, Tang Yan hadn't left a single thread behind, slipping completely naked into the massage gown. This must feel incredibly good, right?
Watching Tang Yan close her eyes in blissful enjoyment. Her mind was in turmoil.
Is this really my cold and aloof Aunt Tang?
My worldview is shattering. Mu Shui bit her cherry lips tightly, her fingers clenching the hem of her skirt.
Her heart pounded like thunder, a mix of shyness and curiosity. Yet her eyes remained glued to the tiny crack in the door, unwilling to look away. At that moment, Tang Yan giggled softly. She opened her cold eyes slightly, glancing at Lin Tian before purring, breakthrough? Soon. But
I reckon it'll take a few more of your massages to get me there.
I'm afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here.
I won't let anything happen to you, Lin Tian assured her. But this wasn't Lin Tian boasting.
In his heart, Tang Yan was no less important than Yi Qingqiu. Thinking of Yi Qingqiu, He wondered how she was doing now. A flicker of longing passed through Lin Tian's eyes. "MHM. I know, teacher."
Tang Yan replied softly, her tone tinged with gentleness.
"But, come to think of it, when you first gave me a massage, you weren't nearly as skilled as you are now." "Oh. Right. Lin Tian, back then, downstairs at the girls' dormitory, you were shouting something about hand push plus foot blast, you know? You really startled me then."
As she said this, the corners of her mouth lifted, tinged with a hint of reminiscence.
Though it hadn't been long.
The events that unfolded during that time felt like an entire century had passed.
However, she said it without a second thought.
But when Lin Tian heard it, his hand twitched and he lost control of his grip. This sudden pressure made Tang Yan's delicate body shudder involuntarily.
"Ouch. What are you doing? You're squeezing so hard, it hurts."
Sorry about that. I just couldn't hold back and lost control of my strength."
Lin Tian asked awkwardly, "Teacher Tang, do you still remember this?"
Outwardly, he seemed fine, but inwardly, he was mortified. Back then, shouting slogans at the girls' dormitory was purely to attract customers. Who knew Tang Yan had such a sharp memory?
Lin Tian gave a nervous chuckle to mask his unease. "Hand massage is just this kind of massage. Pushing. It's all the same massage to stimulate circulation. As for foot explosions, ahem, that was just a joke. Not really practical."
Mu Shui listened in the room, utterly dumbfounded.
"What the hell? Foot explosion? Lin Tian, you bastard, you actually said something like that back then? You're dead meat. Lin Tian, I'll kill you."
"But?" Mu Shui carefully studied Aunt Tang's expression.
"Why isn't she angry at all? Why is she acting so affectionate?"
Aunt Tang always flew into a rage whenever she heard a boy had disrespected me.
"But now? What's going on?"
Images of Lin Tian and Tang Yan massaging side by side began to surface in her mind, leaving her heart aching and stunned.
Mu Shui's mind was a chaotic jumble, her thoughts running wild. She even found herself wondering, just how many people has that Lin Tian massaged?
She bit her lip, a flicker of complexity in her eyes, feeling her understanding of Tang Yan completely crumble.
Meanwhile, Tang Yan, however, wouldn't let it go.
She suddenly flipped over and lay face down on the massage bed.
She pouted, "A joke? Lin Tian, I think you're holding back. I want to try this foot blast, just what does it feel like?"
But her extraordinary ambition and abrupt movement caused the already subpar massage gown to rip. The fabric along her waist split cleanly.
But whether Tang Yan was genuinely excited or not, she didn't care at all. Even Lin Tian's wide-eyed stare, as round as a cow's, didn't faze her.
Her eyes remained fixed on Lin Tian the entire time.
"Have you had enough? Do I look good?" Lin Tian snapped back to reality. "Enough. No need, ha ha ha." Lin Tian scratched his head, feeling utterly awkward.
But, though Tang Yan's tone feigned anger, her eyes sparkled with coquettish charm, even tinged with a hint of playful petulance. Paired with her long hair, freely cascading down to partially frame her lovely face, she looked exceptionally captivating in the candlelight.
Lin Tian's heart tightened. The more he looked, the more he wanted to end it all. "You're trying to kill me." Even Lin Tian could feel the murderous glare through the door crack.
At that moment, it seemed to pierce his neck, opening 1,000 bloody holes.
Cold sweat poured from Lin Tian's forehead as he forced a dry laugh. "Teacher Tang, foot exploding is truly inappropriate. With your standing, how could I dare?" His hands never stopped moving as spiritual energy began to flow along the other's spine, attempting to divert the topic. He even increased the spiritual energy of the pressing hand seal. He wanted to send the other party straight to heaven. "Teacher, look, your spiritual energy is so turbulent. I'm just helping you channel it better. This works far more effectively than any foot explosion." Mu Shui's face burned like fire. Aunt Tang was being so forward? And acting coy? Good heavens, was this really the same Director Tang whose glare could terrify people? She covered her face, mortified enough to wish she could vanish into a crack in the ground, yet she couldn't resist stealing glances. Wondering what kind of magic this bastard Lin Tian possessed that even Aunt Tang. A whirlwind of emotions churned within her, jealousy and curiosity tangled together, her mind in chaos. Tang Yan let out a soft snort. She sat up abruptly, the thin massage robe slipping off her shoulder to reveal her snow-white collarbone. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as she pouted. "Lin Tian, stop beating around the bush. You were shouting so loudly in the girls' dormitory earlier, and now you're acting all proper?" She leaned closer, her warm breath carrying a hint of teasing. "Tell me now, what's this foot explosion business? If we don't try it tonight, I won't let you off the hook." Lin Tian's throat tightened, his mind buzzing. Was this wild beast on something tonight? Was she deliberately messing with him? But just as Lin Tian was at a loss, just as he was about to make up some excuse, outside the door, a clear voice rang out once more. "Brother Lin Tian, are you there?" Xiao Linger's voice rang out like a clear spring, shattering the awkward atmosphere within the clinic. Lin Tian was dumbfounded. Tang Yan was stunned. Mu Shui was even more stunned. How did Xiao Linger end up here too? Tang Yan's flushed cheeks instantly turned pale with panic.
If Nanda University students found out that Director Tang, the usual bulldog, was doing a topless massage at a student's place late at night.
What the hell? Lin? Are you there? Are you busy? I'll just come in then? Squeak.
The door creaked open.
Lin Tian thought to himself, oh. In my panic just now. He'd completely forgotten to lock the door. Chapter 107, Little Sister's sudden arrival ignites the battlefield. The atmosphere was like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment.
Xiao Linger's clear voice had barely faded when she pushed open the door. Her petite figure swept in like a spring breeze, carrying a touch of innocent laughter.
Lin Tianxin relaxed, about to greet her.
But out of the corner of his eye, he saw Tang Yan spring to her feet. Her peak grandmaster cultivation made her move like lightning. Her sheer massage robe fluttered as she darted into the room, not even pausing to grab the clothes behind the screen.
Lin Tian froze. His mind buzzed. Teacher Tang, what are you doing?
He turned to look at the room, faintly hearing a low gasp from inside, followed by the rustling sound of fabric.
Lin Tian covered his face with both hands. He thought to himself, oh. Your niece is still in there. This is going to blow up. Inside the room.
The moment Xiao Linger's cry rang out, Mu Shui sensed things were going terribly wrong. That's why she was frantically adjusting her dress at that moment.
But who could have imagined? Tang Yan would choose to hide in the room too?
And now, the barely there massage robe she wore was hanging precariously over her ample curves. She just barged in like that. Mu Shui's eyes widened, her pretty face turning pale. The skirt sash slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor.
Stammering, she managed, Aunt Tang, how could you?
Her mind went blank.
Oh my god, how did Aunt Tang end up here too? How am I supposed to explain this? Tang Yan was equally dumbfounded, frozen solid on the spot.
Her phoenix-like eyes fixed on Mu Shui, reflecting shock, shyness, disbelief, embarrassment, confusion, panic, fear, unease, awkwardness. Before settling into a complex mix of emotions. She glanced down to see that only one side of her nearly transparent blue massage robe was still hanging from her chest.
Her lovely face flushed crimson in an instant.
But then again, she was the head of discipline. Her emotional control was naturally far superior to Mu Shui's.
Forcing herself to remain composed, she coldly demanded, Xiao Shui, what are you doing here?
Her tone carried an air of authority, yet her heart was churning violently.
This girl, had she been hiding here spying on my massage?
And disheveled like that she must have been with that Lin Tian boy. The thought flashed through her mind, her eyes darting with a mix of embarrassment and irritation, tinged with an inexplicable pang of bitterness. Mu Shui bit her lip, her face flushing crimson. I just came to see Lin Tian about something. Her voice was barely above a whisper as her fingers clenched the hem of her skirt. She was so embarrassed she wished she could sink into a hole in the ground. She stole a glance at Tang Yan, noticing an unnatural flush on her usually icy cold face. Shock rippled through her heart.
Aunt Tang's earlier pouting demeanor was simply uncharacteristic of her. Was this really the same Director Tang whose glare could terrify anyone? And now?
Xiao Ling skipped over to Lin Tian.
Her big eyes twinkled mischievously as she chirped, Hey, Lin, what's up? Still open this late?
Dressed in a pale green gown, she looked as nimble as a fairy, her tone innocent yet tinged with teasing.
Sweat beaded on Lin Tian's forehead as he forced a laugh. Senior Linger, ahem, the clinic is always open. What brings you here, another massage session? His heart pounded wildly. This little lady couldn't have picked a worse time to show up. MHM. Xiao Linger nodded and headed toward the screen with practiced ease.
As she walked, she said, Yeah, last time you gave me a massage, it felt amazing. Tonight my energy's a bit off again, help me get it balanced. As she spoke, she began unbuttoning her clothes without a care, moving as naturally as if she were at home.
Lin Tian's eye twitched.
He quickly turned away, awkwardly saying, Senior sister, I'll step out while you change. This clinic was going to be turned upside down tonight.
Everyone was flocking here.
Xiao Linger giggled softly, walking behind the screen. She caught sight of the black long dress hanging there and paused, her eyes widening. Junior brother Lin, she asked curiously, whose dress is this? It's so beautiful.
Lin Tian's mind raced.
He steeled himself and replied, Oh, that's Yi Qingxiu's.
She left it behind and I haven't had time to put it away yet.
He felt incredibly guilty. He could only use Jiuqiu as a scapegoat. This absolutely couldn't slip up.
Otherwise, wouldn't Tang Yan and her niece just eat him alive? Inside the room, Mu Shui and Tang Yan exchanged a glance, the atmosphere thick enough to cut with a knife. Tang Yan snorted coldly and murmured, Xiao Shui, what exactly is going on between you and Lin Tian?
Her tone carried a hint of scrutiny, yet her eyes flickered with complexity. She thought to herself, this girl, peeking at my massage earlier, and now half undressed, she must have been involved with Lin Tian for quite some time. Recalling her own vulnerable state on the massage table moments ago, Tang Yan felt a rush of heat wash over her, a mix of shame and anger welling up inside. She wished the ground would swallow her whole, otherwise, she'd have crawled right into a hole right then and there. Mu Shui bit her lip, lowering her gaze and whispering, "An Tang, I actually hadn't gone back yet. I just happened to come over to Lin Tian's place to hang out for a bit. I didn't expect you to arrive. I was afraid you'd misunderstand, so that's all." Her voice trailed off, her heart pounding wildly. Acting? They'd already kissed. What was there left to act out? She stole a glance at Tang Yan, noticing her stern expression tinged with a faint blush, and felt a pang of bitterness. But seeing Aunt Tang so intimate with Lin Tian earlier, could she also? The more Mu Shui thought about it, the harder her heart pounded. In the end, she dared not think any further. At that moment, Xiao Linger changed into her massage gown and lay face down on the massage table. She chirped cheerfully, "Hey, Lin, come on over. After you massaged me last time, I slept like a baby." Her voice was crisp, tinged with a hint of playfulness. The thin robe clung to her petite frame, outlining the tender curves of a young girl. Lin Tian thought to himself, "You're the ones who came looking for me. Don't blame me. If it's gonna end, so be it. It's come to this." He steeled himself and stepped forward, placing his hands lightly on her shoulders. He activated the press technique, channeling spiritual energy to slowly permeate her body, easing the blockage within her spiritual qi. Xiao Linger murmured contentedly. Tilting her head, she said, "Lin, when I first came here for a massage, I thought you were just an ordinary student. Who knew you'd make such a splash at the alchemist competition? Wow. And later, in the Heavenly Furnace secret realm, you saved me. Do you know? Back then, I truly wanted to give myself to you. It's just a pity, in the end." Her tone carried a hint of admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. Lin Tian gave a nervous chuckle, brushing it off. "Senior Linger, you flatter me. It was just blind luck." But inside, he was panicking like crazy. He thought, "Oh my god, don't bring up any more complicated stuff. I can't handle this." Inside the room, Mu Shui and Tang Yan peered through the door crack, the atmosphere thick with suffocating tension. Mu Shui's eyes widened. Xiao Linger came for a massage too? And she's undressed so completely? How many people has this Lin Tian massaged? A bitter ache gripped her heart, jealousy nearly grinding her teeth to dust. Tang Yan's face remained cold, yet a complex flicker crossed her eyes. She thought to herself, that girl was spying on me earlier, and now it's my turn to watch her stew in jealousy? That Lin Tian, what a perpetual magnet for romantic entanglements. Recalling her own coy tantrum moments ago, a wave of warmth washed over her heart, and she blushed so fiercely she wanted to pinch herself. Xiao Linger lay on the massage bed, her eyes half closed in bliss. Suddenly, she giggled, "Junior Lin, you massaged my shoulders so well last time. This time, could you help me massage down there? You see, my spiritual energy is all blocked up in my legs." With that, she nonchalantly began unfastening her belt, her boldness making Lin Tian's eyes twitch. He hastily grabbed her wrist, stammering awkwardly, "Senior Linger, this isn't quite appropriate." His heart raced with panic. This little missy truly had a way with words. Mu Shui watched from the room, her face flushing and heart racing. Has little Linger lost her mind? Pressing down? Just how skilled at flirting was this Lin Tian? She bit her lip, her eyes filled with embarrassed fury, wishing she could storm out and beat Lin Tian senseless. Tang Yan snorted coldly, murmuring, "That brat's getting bolder by the day." Her tone was icy, yet a pang of jealousy stirred in her heart. When I pouted and asked for a foot massage earlier, he made excuses to avoid it. Yet with this girl, But just then, just as Lin Tian stood flustered and at a loss, a crisp, cool voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. "Lin Tian, are you home? Open the door." Little sister's voice boomed like thunder, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. "Ah!" Little Ling shuddered in fright, letting out a startled cry. She grabbed her pants and dashed into the room, moving as fast as a startled rabbit. Before Lin Tian could even react, she darted into the room in a flash and carefully shut the door behind her. Inside the room, Xiao Linger found herself face to face with Tang Yan and Mu Shui. 3 pairs of eyes locked in a tense stare down, the atmosphere instantly freezing. Mu Shui glared at Xiao Linger, her face flushed crimson. "Another one?" Tang Yan narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, a cold gleam flashing within. She thought to herself, "Little sister? Is this clinic having a meeting tonight?" Xiao Linger froze in place, clutching her pants as she stammered, "Director Tang? Senior Mu Shui? You too?" Her mind went blank, and she was so embarrassed she wished she could faint. Lin Tian stood frozen in place, his entire body stiff. Holy moly! This battlefield of chaos is about to explode. Chapter 108, Principle, "This establishment doesn't serve men." The tension was suffocating, like the moment before a volcanic eruption. Little sister pushed open the door, her form-fitting black outfit accentuating her fiery figure, her aura as sharp as a blade. Her phoenix-like eyes swept across the room, landing on Lin Tian with a hint of amusement. "Lin Tian, hiding here enjoying the good life? The Cultivators Alliance is in utter chaos lately. I took leave to return to South City and oversee the 3-city competition exhausting." Her tone was casual, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. Sweat beaded on Lin Tian's forehead as he forced a laugh.
Captain Yao, you're such a busy person. How did you find time to visit my humble little clinic?
Lin Tian had long since forgotten what a heartbeat felt like.
He thought, great. Another one.
He stole a glance toward the room, remembering that Mu Shui, Tang Yan, and Xiao Linger were crammed inside. His scalp prickled, and he wished he could sink into the ground right then and there.
Inside the room,
the three women stared at each other, the awkwardness thick enough to cut with a knife. Mu Shui bit her lip, her face flushing as red as a monkey's bottom.
What? The youngest sister came too? Just how many romantic entanglements has this Lin Tian gotten himself into?
But none of them had anticipated that Lin Tian's massage parlor was actually operating legitimately. It was just their own guilty consciences playing tricks on them. Tang Yan's face remained cold, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing slightly as she thought to herself, this girl's cultivation is higher than mine, yet she still comes to stir up trouble? Xiao Linger clutched her pants, too embarrassed to lift her head.
This is it. If Captain Yao finds out I'm here, Junior Lin will be beaten to death.
Sister Yao, oblivious to the tension, plopped down casually on the massage bed. Fat Yao told me your massage skills are legendary. The girls at Nanda University rave about them, she chuckled. I'm at the peak of the Dao Emperor realm lately, and my spiritual energy's been acting up.
I'm worried something might go wrong during my breakthrough. Give me a massage.
With that, she began undoing her buttons without a care, her movements swift and decisive.
In the blink of an eye, all earthly garments were shed.
Naked and teasing, she said, Lin Tian, look at you, you bear. She reclined gracefully on the massage table, her curves on full display. Her fiery figure and flawless, delicate skin made Lin Tian's eyes widen in shock. Lin Tian's mind buzzed. Oh my sister, you're trying to kill me. He swallowed hard, awkwardly stammering, little sis, this isn't quite appropriate, is it? Could you at least put on a massage robe? His heart pounded wildly. He forced himself to stare at the floor, unable to risk glancing anywhere else. But little sister just laughed heartily, completely unfazed. She glanced at him sideways, teasingly saying, what are you shy about? I've seen you naked since you were a kid. I know every single hair on you. Hurry up and start massaging, don't dawdle. Her tone was bossy, yet her eyes sparkled with mischief and a hint of teasing. Mu Shui nearly fainted in the room. What? Captain Yao was being way too bold. Peering through the door crack, she saw Yao Meier lying unashamedly on the massage bed, her face flushed crimson. Her mind reeled, is this really the same Captain Yao who struck fear into the Cultivator Alliance? My worldview just shattered into a million pieces. Mu Shui, however, felt little awkwardness now. On the contrary, her interest was piqued. She began mentally appraising Yao Mei's figure. Tang Yan snorted coldly and murmured, that girl is truly beyond the pale. Her tone was icy, yet her heart felt bitter. What kind of magic did that Lin Tian kid possess that even little Yao was so close to him? Xiao Ling covered her face, too embarrassed to look, silently urging, Lin, don't mess this up. Steeling himself, Lin Tian gently placed his hands on the youngest sister's shoulders. He channeled the press technique, transforming his spiritual energy into a warm current that slowly seeped into her body. Little sister hummed contentedly, closing her eyes as a faint smile touched her lips. Lazily, she murmured, Lin Tian, your technique is actually pretty good. Honestly, this feels even more potent than taking a spirit melting pill. Her tone carried a hint of intimacy, and a flicker of tenderness passed through her eyes, making Lin Tian's heart skip a beat. Lin Tian forced himself to remain composed, brushing it off with a dismissive, you flatter me, little sister. I'm just giving a casual massage. His hands never stopped moving, his spiritual energy tracing the contours of her shoulders and neck. He dared not overstep his bounds. After all, 3 pairs of little eyes were watching from behind. Ugh! How was he going to wrap this up tonight? And then there's that woman, little sister. Her cultivation is higher than mine, and her temper is fiercer than a raging dragon. I'd better be careful how I handle her. Lin Tian's eyes darted toward the room again. Truth be told, his heart was already pounding like crazy. He thought to himself, 3 formidable ladies are in there. Please don't come rushing out, otherwise, I'm truly doomed. Inside the room, Mu Shui bit her lip, her eyes filled with complexity. She thought to herself, that bastard Lin Tian, how could he be so skilled at massaging Captain Yao? How many people has he massaged? Her heart twisted with bitterness, jealousy nearly grinding her teeth to dust. Tang Yan's face remained cold as she whispered, Xiao Shui, stop watching. That guy's just a womanizer. Her tone was dismissive, yet a strange sense of loss stirred within her. Seeing Lin Tian and Captain Yao getting close made her feel a little uneasy. Xiao Linger huddled in the corner, her face flushed like an apple. She wasn't in the mood to watch. All she wanted now was some peace. As for how things would end up, that was Lin Tian's business. She swore she wouldn't get involved. At this moment, little sister lay on the massage bed, her eyes half closed in bliss. Suddenly, she chuckled, Lin Tian, your massage skills are way better than those old geezers at the Cultivator Alliance. Speaking of which, how's your preparation for the 3 cities meeting going? That Jiang Feng kid won't be easy to deal with. Her tone was casual, yet a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. Lin Tian gave a dry chuckle and brushed it off. Don't worry, Sister Yao.
I know my limits. Jiang Feng? What's he compared to this? This battlefield is where the real danger lies. Just then, a deep voice boomed from outside the door. Lin Tian, you brat. Are you in there? Hong Tian's voice boomed like a temple bell, carrying an air of authority. Lin Tian's hand trembled, nearly slipping off the button. His mind went blank. Principal Hong? This time, he was truly doomed. The young woman froze, then let out a startled cry. She grabbed the thin blanket from the massage bed to cover herself, then darted into the room like a dark shadow. Inside the room, Mu Shui, Tang Yan, and Xiao Linger were exchanging awkward glances. Suddenly, little sister burst in, wrapped in the thin blanket. The four girls stared wide-eyed at each other, the atmosphere instantly freezing. Mu Shui watched the youngest sister, who looked like a cat with its tail on fire as she dashed in. She nearly burst out laughing. But how many more people could possibly squeeze into this tiny room? Tang Yan snorted coldly, a trace of mockery flashing in her eyes. Your little sister's always been so arrogant, but now she's scared enough to hide in here? Xiao Linger covered her mouth, too afraid to look up. She thought to herself, oh no, Principal Hong is here. Lin Shuedi is really done for this time. The little sister, wrapped in a thin blanket, swept her phoenix-like eyes over the three girls. She paused, then whispered, you, all here? Her tone held a hint of confusion, yet her eyes flashed with amusement. She thought to herself that Lin Tian boy really has a charmed life with women. Mu Shui bit her lip, head bowed in silence, her heart a whirl of shame and anger. Tang Yan's face remained cold as she murmured, Captain Yao, you certainly have a high spirit tonight. Her tone was icy, yet her heart was in turmoil. Was this clinic hosting a grand gathering tonight? Cold sweat beaded on Lin Tian's forehead. He thought, why did old Ghost Hong show up now? My little clinic is about to blow up. Lin Tian. Are you even here? I'm here for a massage. Supporting your business, lad. Answer me. If you don't respond, I'll use my spiritual sense to check if you're even here. This was an unspoken rule on Blue Star these days. After all, no one would be so rude as to directly probe someone else's home. Lin Tian heard this. He nearly collapsed to the ground. He scrambled toward the door in a few quick steps. He yanked the door open, grinning as he declared, Principal, this establishment doesn't serve gentlemen. As he spoke, he pointed to a sign by the door. Hong Tian froze in surprise. Glancing at the sign by the door, he asked in confusion, why? Chapter 109, everyone's socially awkward here. Why? Lin Tianxin thought, old Ghost Hong, stop pretending to be clueless. When you were colluding with my grandfather back then, didn't you know this was his rule? But hey. After all, he is the principal, Lin Tianxin thought to himself, though he dared not voice it aloud. Ha! Principal, that question is a bit awkward. You brat. Where's your manners? I make a rare trip here, and this is how you greet me? Hong Tian had never been one to follow the rules. Don't be fooled by his high cultivation level. And being the president of Nanda University, just look at the old debts he racked up across the entire Eastern Alliance before he made a name for himself. That's why Nanda University gets targeted everywhere now. It's clear this old codger wasn't exactly a model youth in his younger days. You brat. Looks like you're out of control now that your old man's not around. Hong Tian muttered to himself, shoving Lin Tian aside as he barged into the small clinic. He paid no mind to Lin Tian, who trailed behind, his face pale and forehead beaded with sweat. Once inside the small clinic, Hong Tian began surveying the surroundings. Glancing left, sweeping right. His mannerisms resembled a Japanese soldier conducting a house-to-house search. Then, he approached a mural hanging on the wall. His eyes glowed with nostalgia. Good heavens! How many years has it been? Seeing this painting again brings your father to mind. Ahem! Hong Tian abruptly halted mid-sentence, realizing he'd spoken out of turn. Father? Lin Tian's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was stirred by Hong Tian's sudden mention of the past, triggering certain memories. Ever since Lin Tian awakened his memories of Earth 3 years ago, he rarely recalled memories from this lifetime. Unless someone brought them up. These memories would remain buried deep in the abyss of his mind, never to be recalled. Now, as he thought of that towering figure, his eyes gradually grew misty. Lin Tian didn't know how to judge that man. Slaughtering his own family for the sake of the common people. Should he be called noble? Or a beast? It was like the train tracks dilemma. On one track lay his own kin, on the other, 5 strangers. Lin Tian's father had actually chosen to kill his own kin to save 5 strangers. Hey! Look, it's my fault. Ha ha! Hong Tian finally noticed something was off with Lin Tian. He gave an awkward chuckle, walked over to a single sofa, and sat down. I did come tonight specifically to ask you to help channel the chaotic spiritual energy within me. Hong Tian shifted the topic, revealing his purpose. Old man, lately I've been sensing something peculiar about the spiritual energy in our world. Just as expected. With those words, Lin Tian was instantly pulled back from the depths of his memories. Wiping his face, his entire demeanor instantly became alert and energetic, shedding the dazed and disoriented look from moments before. He couldn't be bothered with the 4 women in the room anymore. He walked over to Hong Tian with renewed enthusiasm and sat down on another stool. Principal, tell me all about it? You little rascal, what? You want to hear it? Yeah. Lin Tian nodded vigorously. Joking aside, of course he wanted to hear it. Ever since he awakened the Red Phoenix system 3 years ago, he'd harbored a lingering doubt. When it came to cultivation, absorbing and expelling spiritual energy, he always felt an inexplicable barrier. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Especially after expanding his cultivation potential through the massage character technique. And after opening his tendons and expanding his meridians, although he could rapidly elevate his cultivation level. Yet a lingering unease persisted, as if his cultivation realm hung suspended mid-air, forever unable to settle. Alright. Since you want to hear it, I'll share my perspective. Hong Tian's explanation lasted nearly half an hour. Based on his exposition, Lin Tian drew several conclusions. Ever since the spiritual energy revived in this world, the spiritual energy cultivated and absorbed by all beings might carry a form of immortal poison. Of course, this was merely a term coined by Hong Tian himself. This divine poison, while aiding cultivators in rapidly advancing their cultivation realms and break through their limitations. The fatal flaw lies in what is termed the hidden affliction of the Dao. Essentially, it's spiritual energy running amok. If mishandled, the cultivator will explode from within. Solutions do exist. It is said that Lin Tianfu once successfully refined a Dao-grade spirit transformation pill with 9 spiritual patterns using soul incense. A single pill could completely neutralize the crisis of spiritual energy runaway, with no cultivation level restrictions. In other words, it could be used by practitioners of any cultivation level. However, the soul soil required for the soul incense is possessed by only one person on the entire blue star, Lin Tianfu. No one knows where to obtain this material. Of course, Lin Tian knew the answer, but he couldn't reveal it. After all, this was something Lin Tianfu had repeatedly emphasized before his disappearance. Another point is that the source of this immortal poison emanates from within Blue Star. It was a bizarre phenomenon spreading outward from within. Finally, Hong Tian's expression grew grave as he extended a finger and pointed toward the ground. Beneath the blue star we stand on, I suspect there is something. What is it? Lin Tian blurted out instinctively. Hong Tian shot him a disapproving glare. How should I know? If I knew, I'd be a god by now. Ha! Lin Tian gave an awkward laugh and scratched his head. Youngster, I've said all this and explained my purpose. Aren't you going to offer me some relief? Hong Tian stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes slightly as he gazed at Lin Tian with a smile. Lin Tian froze. After all that circling around, how did we end up back at square one? It suddenly dawned on him. He thought to himself, you old fox, all that talk was just to get me to give you a massage. Truly a sly old fox. Principal. You know perfectly well the first rule of our family code is never to massage someone of the same sex. Lin Tian spoke as he pulled a bound book from the nearby coffee table. The title emblazoned on its cover read, The Lin Family Code. He opened to the first rule, descendants of the Lin family must remember, beginning with Lin Tianfu, any heir who inherits my craft must never massage those of the same surname. Hong Tian's expression darkened the moment he saw the book. He had read this book countless times. Moreover, he had been standing right beside Lin Tianfu when the patriarch wrote these precepts. At the time, he had angrily denounced Lin Tianfu as a despicable man. What kind of person could establish such bizarre family precepts for future generations? Seeing the other man's face dark as water and his eyes filled with hostility, it seemed he was about to snatch the book in a fit of rage. Lin Tian immediately put on a flattering expression. Ha ha. Principal, please don't. After putting the book away, Lin Tian said earnestly, though I cannot violate our family rules, I have a way to refine the 9-pattern Dao-grade spirit transforming pill you mentioned. What? Hong Tian sprang to his feet, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Lin Tian. At that very moment, clink! A faint sound of an object hitting the floor echoed through the room. What cultivation level did Hong Tian possess? Though he hadn't scanned the area with his spiritual sense, his keen hearing alone instantly pinpointed the source of the sound. He looked toward the room in confusion. Lin, is there someone else in your room? Ha! No, no one. Lin Tian jumped in fright. His heart leapt into his throat. Because he finally remembered his little sister's clothes were hanging behind the screen right now. And they included her outer garments, coats, undergarments, and even her underwear. And Teacher Tang's underwear. And Xiao Linger's. And Mu Shue's little panties. If Hong Tian were to walk in and see them now, we'd all die of embarrassment right here today. At that moment, Hong Tian shot Lin Tian a suspicious glance. He actually walked straight toward the room. Impossible. Though I haven't used my spiritual sense to lock onto your room, I'm absolutely certain someone is inside. By the time Lin Tian registered what was happening, Hong Tian's hand had already gripped the doorknob. Chapter 110, Youth doesn't know a sister's worth. Lin Tian watched as the old codger's hand reached for the doorknob. His heart sank. Moving faster than lightning, he lunged forward in a single stride. He braced his body firmly against the door panel, a fine sheen of cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. He forced a dry chuckle. "Principal," he said, feigning nonchalance, "there are, some personal belongings inside that aren't exactly meant for public viewing. No visitors allowed." His words were light, but inside, he was already a nervous wreck. Good heavens! 4 ladies were hiding in there. If you stumbled upon them, Lin Tian, would be mortified on the spot. Hong Tian's brow furrowed deeply. His salt and pepper beard quivered with each grunt. The deeply lined face wore utter suspicion, and his piercing gaze lingered on Lin Tian for a long moment before he finally snorted through his nose. "Young man, what devilry is afoot? Is there something you're hiding?" His tone carried 7 parts mockery and 3 parts inquiry. A flash of sharpness lit his eyes as his intangible spiritual sense seemed poised to burst forth, sweeping toward the tightly shut door. Lin Tian's heart clenched violently. He frantically waved his hands, exclaiming, "Principal! You mustn't! Spiritual sense is absolutely forbidden. Inside are indeed some, private items too embarrassing to mention." His cheeks burned as his mind raced. Tyrannosaurus, Captain Yao, Mushue, Xiaolinger. If any of these 4 divine beings found out, Lin Tian was dead meat. Inside the room, all 4 hearts were already pounding in their throats. Each held their breath, wishing they could dissolve into thin air. Tang Yan was haphazardly wrapped in that torn massage robe. Beneath the sheer, gossamer fabric, her exquisite curves were faintly visible. Her pretty face was flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. She bit her lower lip hard, overcome with shame and fury. "Oh my god. If Grandpa catches me dressed like this, sharing a room with Mu Shui, I'd never be able to hold my head up again." Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Mu Shui beside her, equally disheveled and flushed with embarrassment. A mix of emotions churned within her. That brat, just moments ago peeking at my massage session, and now look at us all making fools of ourselves. Little sister, however, had wrapped herself tightly in a thin blanket, concealing her fiery figure. Only her phoenix-like eyes were slightly narrowed, a cold smile playing at the corners of her lips as she leaned against the wall, silent. She sneered inwardly, that brat Lin Tian, the romantic entanglements he's gotten himself into are quite something. Tonight's scene was nothing short of a battlefield of chaos. He'd have his hands full dealing with it. Recalling her own naked state moments ago, lying on the massage table, a wave of shame and anger surged through her. That bastard. He puts on such a respectable front in public, yet behind closed doors, he's racked up this many romantic debts. Her gaze swept over the equally disheveled Tang Yan and Mu Shui, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. These aunt and niece must be entangled with Lin Tian too. Mu Shui hung her head low, her cheeks flushed like ripe tomatoes. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt as she dared not lift her eyes anywhere. Her mind was in turmoil. She thought, why did Principal Hong have to show up right now? And he mentioned something embarrassing inside. What the hell did that bastard Lin Tian hide in his room? Suddenly, it hit her. The black lace underwear she'd hastily shoved under the massage bed. Her heart pounded like a drum. Oh no, oh no. If he finds it, how can I ever show my face at Nanda again? Xiaolinger huddled in the most inconspicuous corner by the wall, her hands pressed tightly over her small face, even the tips of her delicate ears flushed crimson. This is absolutely hopeless. If Principal Hong finds out I was here too, Lin would probably get expelled on the spot. Outside the door. Seeing Lin Tian's frantic, almost possessed look, Hong Tian snorted again. Only then did he reluctantly wave his hand. All right. This old man won't use his spiritual sense. You young whippersnapper. Instead of learning proper things, you're always messing with these shady tricks. Though his tone was reproachful, his eyes sparkled with mischief. He stroked his beard and began his earnest counseling. Lin Tian, young man, you must learn self-restraint. That sort of self-reliance method for satisfying physical needs, it drains your vital energy. Yes, gone, but there are plenty of fine young women at Nanda. I think Mu Shui would be a good match. You're not exactly a spring chicken anymore. What's there to be shy about? Your grandfather isn't here. I am your grandfather. So what if she's the campus beauty? Just make do with her. And that Faya cup? Or inflatable dolls? Just cut back on those, they're bad for your health. Lin Tian's face turned as dark as liver. He thought the other guy would just say a word or two. But no, he just kept going. Lin Tian was completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide as saucers, his mind a blank. Old ghost Hong? You're doing this on purpose, right? Your imagination is running wild, old man. Flying duck cup? Inflatable doll? I, Lin Tian, a 7-foot-tall man, need to rely on that to get by? This frame-up is more unjust than Douyi's tragedy. His face flushed crimson as he stammered a feeble defense. Principal, you've got the wrong idea. I, Lin Tian, have always kept myself pure and clean. Inside, he was already ranting furiously. This old codger, always so pious and righteous in public, yet so utterly disrespectful in private. Inside the room.
The moment Mu Shui heard the words make do, her cheeks flared crimson like a fiery sunset.
What did he mean by I'm not bad? What does settle for me even mean? Principal Hong, what do you take me for?
She bit her lower lip, her eyes brimming with both shame and anger, while a strange pang of bitterness welled up in her heart. That bastard Lin Tian, always so smooth-talking, and now he gets mistaken for some sleazy guy. Tang Yan was equally stunned, her almond-shaped eyes widening in disbelief.
Grandpa, are you teaching students how to pick up girls? And calling my niece good enough to make do? If word gets out, where would my niece's dignity be?
Her cheeks burned fiercely, a mix of shame and indignation welling up inside her.
She wanted to storm out immediately and confront her grandfather.
Little Linger beside her struggled to stifle her laughter, her shoulders quivering slightly.
Principal Hong is just too clever.
Lin Shui, you're truly beyond redemption now. She stole a glance at Mu Shui and Tang Yan, both flushed with shame and fury, and found it even harder to stifle her laughter. Little sister leaned against the cold wall, watching the aunt and niece trapped in their mortifying social awkwardness with keen interest, her eyes brimming with amusement.
TSK.
The usually aloof Miss Mu, the campus beauty, and the fierce dragon instructor both reduced to wanting to crawl into a hole by Hong Tian's single remark.
Recalling Lin Tian's awkward predicament outside the door, she felt a secret thrill.
Serves him right.
That's what he gets for flirting around everywhere. Outside the door,
Lin Tian listened to Hong Tian's incessant, his increasingly absurd advice.
He was itching to fling open the door and let everyone inside and outside experience what ultimate social death truly meant. 3 black lines dripped down his forehead as his heart wailed inwardly. He'd been arbitrarily labeled a masturbating youth. What did I ever do to deserve this? But then, Hong Tian clearly wouldn't rest until he'd made a shocking statement. Seeing Lin Tian still refusing to respond, he sighed softly. He immediately changed the subject. Kid, if you really can't stand that girl Mu Shui, it's no big deal. I've got this niece, Tang Yan, you could always give her a shot.
His eyes sparkled with mischief as his tone grew more animated. Don't judge Tang Yan by appearances. She may have a fiery temper, like a powder keg. But privately, she's got a heart of gold. Her character is beyond reproach.
25 is the prime age for a woman's charm. That girl Mu Shui is still too green. He rattled on and on like this.
Lin Tian remained completely still.
Hong Tian's temper flared instantly. Hey, kid. You know what I mean, right? Don't be young and ignorant about what's good for you. Mistaking a girl for a treasure. You'll regret it later.
Lin Tian felt stars bursting before his eyes, his mind buzzing.
As for what Hong Tian was saying now,
he had no capacity left to process it.
Now he had only one thought. I have to escape. I have to run for my life. Chapter 111, I'll strip every last hair off you. Old ghost Hong. What on earth are you babbling about? If you say another word, I, Lin Tian, will ascend to heaven right here. What kind of grandfather personally pitches his niece like this? And what's this nonsense about not appreciating a sister's worth in youth? Can I just quit this game already? But deep down, I'm seething.
On the surface, he could only grit his teeth and force a couple of awkward laughs.
He mumbled a vague response. Principal, I understand the reasoning you're talking about. But I'm just someone with exceptionally high standards. You don't even bother worrying about that. If you keep lecturing me, I'll be skinned alive. Sure enough, inside the room,
Tang Yan and Mu Shui were so embarrassed they could barely stand it, wishing they could find a block of frozen tofu to smash their heads against.
Tang Yan's face alternated between crimson and ashen. Grandpa, you're even trying to sell me? And you said I have a temper like a powder keg but a kind heart? How am I supposed to face Lin Tian now?
She bit her lip hard, her eyes filled with a mix of shame, anger, and helplessness, her heart tangled like a ball of yarn. Mu Shui's beautiful eyes widened in shock.
And Tang was called sister at 25? Then what am I? A little brat?
Principal Hong, your tongue is far too sharp. A wave of bitter resentment and hurt welled up in her heart, and she was so embarrassed she nearly buried her head in her chest. But at that moment, they both shared the same thought. They both blamed Lin Tian, that smooth-talking, slick-tongued guy.
Why couldn't he stand up for himself at this critical moment? Outside,
Hong Tian saw Lin Tian looking utterly unresponsive and utterly devoid of will to live. He realized his own words were pointless, and let out a reluctant grunt. Then he returned to the matter at hand.
Enough with the small talk. You, kid, can you really refine the 9-pattern spirit transforming pill?
His expression turned serious, his eyes brimming with intense anticipation.
Finally, the agony was over.
Lin Tian felt as if he'd been granted a pardon, nodding vigorously like a jackhammer.
I can. Rest assured, Principal. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll report to the alchemy lab in the pharmacy department at Nanda University.
Just have someone prepare the alchemy furnace and a basic set of tools. I've got the herbs myself.
You see, it's getting late now.
You youngster.
But
Hong Tian couldn't contain his excitement, clapping his hands and laughing heartily.
Ha! Good lad. You've got guts. It's settled then. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. He patted Lin Tian's shoulder with satisfaction, then turned and strode away with a brisk, confident gait, his departing figure radiating a carefree air. Though he hadn't managed to get that Lin family kid to massage away the tension. But if he truly managed to cultivate the 9-pattern pill, it would still be a cause for celebration. In a few strides, he vanished into the pitch-black night. Yet a faint echo lingered on the street. Youth knows not the charms of a young wife. Mistaking a maiden for a treasure. Ha 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 ha. Lin Tian watched Hong Tian vanish into the night. That proverb echoed in his ears. What the hell? Still, he exhaled a long breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. Yet, the relief lasted barely a second before a new dilemma surfaced in his mind. This door, how was he supposed to open it now? Those 4 ladies inside are probably about to blow their tops. Run? Yes, run. The thought of the impending explosion made Lin Tian. He instinctively took a step back. But just as his trembling hand reached for the doorknob, a furious shout erupted from behind him. Lin Tian. If you dare step outside this clinic's door, I swear I'll skin you alive tomorrow or my name isn't Tang. Inside the room, Tang Yan's roar, filled with shame and fury, exploded like thunder. Immediately after, her younger sister's icy voice cut through the air. Lin Tian. Stop dawdling and hand me my clothes. Her tone carried an unquestionable command. Then came Xiao Linger, adding in a soft, awkward voice. Lin Jr., my underwear. I ran out so quickly just now, I forgot to bring it. Compared to the first voice, hers was barely audible. Finally, Mu Shue's voice trembled noticeably. She sounded as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Lin Tian, my underwear, fell under the massage bed. She was now mortified beyond words. Her voice grew fainter and fainter until it was barely audible. But before Lin Tian could react, Tang Yan, upon hearing this, she abruptly turned her head, staring at Mu Shue's chest. Sure enough, the curves beneath her skirt appeared slightly unusual. Tang Yan's face instantly drained of color, then flushed crimson. This girl. She was going braless? What the hell did that bastard Lin Tian do to her? She closed her eyes in agony, her mind in turmoil. The 4 women in this room tonight, including herself, were all entangled with that bastard Lin Tian. Shame and anger, intertwined with an indescribable emotion. This made Tang Yan want to strangle the culprit outside the door right then and there. Lin Tian sighed helplessly. In the end, he could only sigh silently. Resigned, he approached the massage bed screen. He began rummaging through the scattered small items of clothing. He fumbled around, pushing each item through the narrow door crack. No wonder. The more careful he was, the more trouble he caused. In his flustered state, he actually mixed up little sister's fiery red, sexy lace underwear with Tang Yan's black openwork lace. When he handed that black lace set to his little sister, an indignant, flustered shriek came from inside. Lin Tian. Are your eyes on the back of your head? This isn't mine. Immediately followed by Tang Yan's furious whisper, you bastard. You did this on purpose. Lin Tian felt his face go pale. He scrambled to swap them back. He thought to himself, how was I supposed to know which one belongs to whom? You all came in here, stripped down completely without a care. I didn't see a thing. Now it's all my fault. When you were teasing me earlier, each of you was bolder than the last. Now you're suddenly shy? Lin Tian muttered under his breath as he handed out clothes. Just moments ago, they were all so alluring, but now they're scared like frightened quails. Well, at least. Lin Tian steeled himself and handed over every last piece of clothing. Then, a rustling sound of dressing filled the room. After a while, the door finally creaked open and the 4 ladies emerged one after another, fully dressed. But, when all 5 gathered in the clinic's small reception room, everyone stared at each other in silence. The air seemed to freeze, thick with an awkwardness so palpable you could almost wring water from it. Xiao Linger was the first to crack under the strange atmosphere. Her pretty face flushed as red as a ripe shrimp. She abruptly stood up, lifting her skirt hem. In a tiny voice, she stammered, Lin, I have something to attend to at school. I'll be going now. With that, she dashed out the door without looking back, as if ghosts were chasing her. Mu Shue bit her lower lip, her head bowed the entire time. After a moment of silence, she too stood up. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, I'm leaving too. Before leaving, she flashed a quick, furious glare at Lin Tian. Her eyes held a tangled mix of shame, resentment, and a hint of an indescribable emotion. Then she too hurried away. Tang Yan snorted coldly. She stood up, striving to maintain the authority befitting a dean. But her slightly flushed ears betrayed her. Lin Tian. Remember to come to school early tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you. She delivered each word deliberately. She didn't finish her threat, only letting out a heavy oomph. She turned and strode away, her back still straight and upright, yet radiating an unmistakable mix of shame and indignation.
Finally, only the youngest sister remained in the living room. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her perfect curves, she radiated an icy, elegant aura. Yet at this moment, her lovely face was dark enough to drip with water. Her phoenix-like eyes widened, glaring fiercely at Lin Tian. A chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from her.
Lin Tian.
You little bastard. Tonight, I'll pluck every single hair off your body, or I'll change my name.
She advanced step by step, fierce and relentless, like a female leopard locking onto its prey.
Lin Tian had been suppressed by this big sister's bloodline since childhood.
Now,
seeing her murderous stance, he instantly lost his nerve. Terrified, Lin Tian stumbled backward in panic.
Big sis. Big sis. Calm down. Calm down. This really can't all be blamed on me. Chapter 112, Little Sister's Month. Inside the small clinic. At that moment,
Lin Tian lay sprawled on the floor. Little sister straddled his midsection, her fiery figure pinning him down so tightly he couldn't move an inch. One hand pressed down on his chest while the other yanked a clump of his hair, pulling it out strand by strand with vicious force.
Her eyes flashed with both mockery and fury.
Lin Tian grimaced in agony, wailing like a child.
He thought to himself, this female demon really doesn't hold back. Sis, spare me. If you pull any more, I'll be bald.
He struggled to roll over, but little sister's cultivation far surpassed his. Her spiritual energy pressed down on him like a mountain, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. Her long legs pressed tightly against his waist, her warmth seeping through the thin fabric, creating an undeniably provocative tension that made his heart race. Yame narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, a cold smile curling her lips.
You want me to spare you, she murmured softly. That's not impossible.
She paused her movements, leaning in until her nose nearly brushed Lin Tian's face. Her breath was warm, tinged with a hint of provocation.
After the 3 cities tournament concludes, come with me to the Eastern Cultivation Alliance. Join the 1st Brigade of my 3rd Cultivation Corps and fight against the beasts.
Her tone was domineering, yet a flicker of anticipation danced in her eyes. Little sister had already learned everything about Lin Tian's recent activities from her younger brother, Little Fat, during her last visit. This time, she was determined to recruit Lin Tian into her division.
Then,
let's see who dares bully the little fairy of the 1st Brigade.
However, Lin Tian's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this. Fight monsters? No way. Absolutely not.
While he supported others fighting, he wasn't that self-sacrificing.
The death rate was far too high.
Thinking this, Lin Tian's mind raced, and he immediately shook his head in refusal.
No way. Big sis, please spare me. My life is so sweet right now. Nanda Li.
That Ice Queen campus beauty, Mu Shued, blushing and flustered whenever I teased her, always wanting to rehearse in the little grove. That coy look of hers, oh my, it was absolutely deadly. Tang Yan may be cold and aloof, but those playful glances she gives me during massages, they never fail to set my heart racing. Then there's Xiao Linger, innocent and lively, always pouting for me to massage her legs.
Which senior hasn't batted her eyelashes at me? Why would anyone trade this heavenly life for a life or death struggle in the Cultivator Alliance? He'd have to be out of his mind to go.
Seeing his refusal, little sister snorted coldly. Her grip on his hair tightened.
You really won't go?
A cold glint flashed in her eyes, her tone laced with menace.
Ah! Lin Tian gasped in pain, gritting his teeth and saying, no way. Not even if you beat me to death. Damn it! This bully, always so arrogant, thinks she can drag me along as cannon fodder? No way. Seeing Lin Tian's stubborn, old revolutionary expression,
her pretty face darkened with anger, but then she seemed to recall childhood tricks she'd used to outwit Lin Tian. A cold smile suddenly spread across her lips. A slender jade-like hand darted toward Lin Tian's waistband. Her expression turned vicious as she declared, are you coming or not? If not, I'll reach into your pants. Her movements were swift, tinged with a hint of mockery.
Damn it! Not this again?
Lin Tian was startled, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, sis, don't do that.
We're grown-ups now, not kids. Lin Tian tried to struggle, but the gap in their cultivation was too vast.
His hands were bound by her spiritual energy, leaving him helpless as he watched her hands slide downward.
This female bully, does she have to be so ruthless? Lin Tian thought to himself, they'd played together since childhood, she couldn't really go all out, could she?
But this position, ugh, it was downright suggestive.
Lin Tian was starting to lose his composure. Sure enough,
the moment the younger sister made a move, she suddenly sensed something.
Her pretty face flushed crimson in an instant. She hastily withdrew her hand and snapped, Lin Tian, you rascal.
Her eyes flashed with both shame and anger, her ears red as if they might bleed.
Lin Tian was utterly exasperated. Who's the scoundrel? Is there anyone more shameless than you in this world?
Just moments ago, you were lying naked on my massage table, teasing me until I was itching with desire, and now you're calling me a pervert?
I'm the victim here, okay? With that scorching hot body pressing down on me, what man could resist? If I weren't afraid you'd beat me to death, I would have fought back long ago.
But Lin Tian dared not utter a word.
He could only manage a dry laugh. Sis, it's a misunderstanding, pure misunderstanding. Oomph. Little sister snorted. Her fury eased slightly, but she grabbed a handful of his leg hair. The pain made Lin Tian's entire body twitch, goosebumps erupting all over his skin. That sensation, that sharp, stinging pain. Only those who've tried it know. Are you going or not?
Dare say no again, and I swear the next tuft won't be leg hair.
But, curly hair. Say it, are you in or not? Lin Tian gasped in agony.
But upon hearing their slang, his face turned deathly pale.
Do you have to mess with me like this? My God, sister. Little sister, I'm so comfortable at Nanda.
The Cultivator Alliance has no girls, no spirit stones, and we have to fight to the death.
I really don't want to go. Can you please stop pushing me? Ugh. What kind of karma did I build up in my past life? Why did I have to encounter this woman in this life? She's a female demon. That little brat Fu Xin? She probably couldn't even hold a candle to her. And what's more, after finally making a name for myself at Nanda University, am I supposed to go back to being a laborer? That's just asking for trouble.
Seeing the other party acting like a dead pig fearing no boiling water,
she grew furious too. Ha! Wait a minute. What did that guy say? Sis? Little sister immediately caught on to something.
Then, her beautiful willow leaf brows relaxed slightly, and a hint of mischief flashed in her peach blossom eyes.
Suddenly she laughed. No, sister? Do you think I'm pretty?
She released her grip, straightened up, and stood tall. Her fiery figure shimmered in the candlelight, captivating and mesmerizing.
Lin Tian swallowed hard.
He silently grumbled to himself, pretty she is, but she's a total hussy.
But hey. On second thought though. Little sister's figure, that face,
Even the most beautiful fairy in the land of women couldn't compare.
But her temper? Not so much. Who dares cross her? If you joined her squad, you'd probably get beaten down every single day.
Still, Lin Tian kept his complaints to himself. On the surface, he nodded vigorously and showered her with praise. Stunning.
Little sister, you're the most beautiful woman in the world. Who could accuse this sycophant of insincerity? Little sister smirked triumphantly.
She seemed thoroughly pleased by the praise. She patted her ample, towering chest. My first brigade is filled with fairies like clouds, all top-tier beauties just like me. Way better than those campus queens at Nanda University.
Once you join, you'll be so happy you'll forget your homeland.
Her words grew more fervent, her eyes gleaming with allure as she painted the division as a veritable kingdom of women.
Is it really that good?
Lin Tian murmured to himself, though he must admit the words were tempting.
But,
if you believed even a fraction of what this sister-brother duo said, you'd end up rotting in prison. So now, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with skepticism.
Don't even get me started. This female rogue is a master at making empty promises. If there really were that many fairies, would she even let me live? More likely, I'd be working myself to death.
Little sister, you're painting a pretty picture, but I'm not buying it.
Younger sister glared at him and snorted, don't believe me? Would I lie to you?
Besides, spirit stones void crystals go for 100,000 each.
Getting a few is child's play. She paused mid-sentence, sighing, but those things aren't easy to come by.
The lairs of void beasts are treacherous.
Void crystals? Lin Tian's mind raced with ideas upon hearing this.
A smirk touched his lips as he lazily waved his hand. The Qianquan ring flashed, and over 100 void crystals clattered to the ground, shimmering with an eerie blue glow.
Look! Void crystals? I've got them by the bucketful. Not worth my time. These.
Little sister's eyes widened in shock, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor.
Where did this kid get so many void crystals? Seriously. Little sister desperately wanted to dive in and grab them. But no. Lin Tian deliberately tossed them far away. Oomph. Think you can shake me off? No way.
Little sister shot Lin Tian a fierce glare, then plopped right back down on his stomach, her firm, bouncy bottom pressing down hard.
She huffed, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Lin Tian grinned mischievously. Little sister, if you want it, go pick it up. But I'm still not going. Why are you forcing me? Forget it. I'm not going, damn it. Whatever. You. Little sister snorted.
A flicker of complexity crossed her eyes, but she didn't respond. Instead, she stated firmly, just 1 month.
You decide whether to come or not.
Her tone was unwavering, carrying an air of non-negotiability.
1 month? Lin Tian frowned, pondering for a moment. If he went, she'd probably drive him to exhaustion. The comforts of Nanda University were so pleasant, why go suffer? But the immortal core of the Cultivator Alliance.
That does sound tempting.
Chapter 113, 3 plus 5 divided by 2, go vent your frustration on your mom. After all,
his Red Phoenix system seemed to boost the emotional values of every newcomer the most.
And the higher one's cultivation, the greater the boost. For a moment, Lin Tian began wrestling with himself.
But in the end, he shook his head firmly, I'm not going. His tone was resolute, yet a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes.
Hearing this, little sister grew anxious. She hadn't expected that even after pleading like this, stubborn Lin Tian still refused. But then she thought of her current predicament in the first column. Without outside help, how could she possibly lead an entire column of over 1,000 people? The thought alone. Little sister's phoenix-like eyes reddened, her heart filled with overwhelming grievance. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, Lin Tian, what more do you want before you'll go? Her voice carried a hint of choking, revealing a trace of vulnerability beneath her fiery exterior. What the hell is going on? Lin Tian was stunned. The little sister, that female demon, was actually crying? This was huge news. Wait, you're really crying? No. You know I can't stand seeing girls cry. But no matter how Lin Tian pleaded, she just sat there looking utterly tearful and deeply wronged. She sat on Lin Tian's stomach. She gazed down at Lin Tian from above. Those watery, almond-shaped eyes blinked innocently. Lin Tian surrendered immediately. He couldn't take it anymore. Finally, he scratched his head and asked weakly, just 1 month? Seeing Lin Tian take the bait, little sister instantly broke into a smile, nodding vigorously. Overjoyed like a child, she pressed her delicate body against Lin Tian. Peck. She planted a kiss on Lin Tian's lips and giggled, I knew you'd be soft-hearted. Her lips were soft and carried a delicate fragrance, leaving Lin Tian frozen in place. This little rascal kissing him out of the blue like that. His cheeks flushed slightly as he cleared his throat. Little sister, we agreed just 1 month. Just 1 month. Little sister was in high spirits. She knew that although Lin Tian was a bit of a rogue, but from childhood onward, he'd never gone back on a promise he'd made to her. So she wasn't worried he'd go back on his word now. She stepped away from Lin Tian's stomach. Then she began picking up the void crystals scattered on the ground, her eyes brimming with excitement and disbelief. She exclaimed in wonder, where did you get all these goodies, you little rascal? The little sister held the crystal stone, her eyes sparkling. Lin Tian beside her, however, couldn't care less. He sneered, what's so special about that? Your little brother here is no ordinary guy now. Let me tell you, if you weren't a girl and my sister that I'd have smacked you silly just now. The little sister glared at him, retorting irritably, hey. You little brat. I give you a compliment and you get all cocky. Though she refused to admit defeat verbally, deep down, little sister admired Lin Tian. Void crystals weren't ordinary items. Across the entire alliance, obtaining such crystals was no easy feat. Without sacrificing hundreds of cultivators, it was practically impossible to acquire more. Lin Tian, you don't understand. Little sister's expression turned grave. Her voice trembled, this void crystal is what forges void battle armor and weapons. With that armor, we can enter the void rifts and strike straight at the beast's lair. Is it really that powerful? Lin Tian was astonished. He'd thought it was just tough, but never imagined it could be this powerful? Damn it! If only I'd taken more of those beasts from South Street back then. Thinking of this, Lin Tian frowned. So what are you planning to do with my void crystal? Little sister's eyes twinkled as she pouted, give it to me. I'll forge you a set of void battle armor guaranteed to make you look absolutely killer. She leaned closer to Lin Tian, suddenly turning on the charm. Even more, the curves of her chest became faintly visible, those magnificent, towering treasures constantly brushing against Lin Tian's arm. The whole thing left Lin Tian feeling a bit dizzy. But outwardly, he forced himself to remain composed. No way. This is my treasure. Damn it. Has this female demon gone bad after all these years in the Cultivator Alliance? Now she even knows how to act cute and throw tantrums? And she's even using a woman's most powerful weapon? And she sure knows how to paint a rosy picture. Seeing Lin Tian acting like such a tightwad again, little sister stomped her foot in anger. She thought to herself, you bastard, Lin Tian. But what's yours is mine. Little sister thought to herself with certainty. A faint, knowing smile then curved her lips. Then, just as Lin Tian was flustered, her entire delicate frame suddenly threw herself into Lin Tian's embrace. Her small hands circled around his head, wrapping tightly around the back of his skull. Her sweet voice teased, you won't give it? Then I'll take it. No sooner had the words left her lips. In the blink of an eye, her rosy lips pressed directly against Lin Tian's mouth. Lin Tian's brain instantly shut down. His heart began pounding wildly. His eyes bulged like a cow's. Oh no, oh no. This female demon had definitely picked up some bad habits at the academy. Lin Tian cursed inwardly. But he wasn't idle. As their lips met, the little sister's kiss was passionate and urgent, tinged with a hint of teasing. Lin Tian's mind went blank, and he let himself go completely. He suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, taking control and deepening the kiss. A soft moan escaped the younger sister's throat. Her delicate body instantly went limp in Lin Tian's embrace. Her almond-shaped eyes glistened with moisture, her breath quickening. Lin Tian's heart burned with desire as his hands slowly slid down to her waist. With just a gentle tug, Her black bodysuit came undone, revealing skin as fair as snow. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she pouted, "You rascal, taking advantage of me again." Her words carried little anger, her eyes instead brimming with shy embarrassment. Lin Tian grinned mischievously, "Little sister, you started it. Is it my fault?" He leaned down to kiss her collarbone, his fingers tracing the curve of her spine as he channeled the gentle technique. Instantly, it stirred a deeper tremor within the younger sister. Her breath came in soft gasps, her eyes clouded with desire as she trembled. "Lin Tian, you don't go too far." But her voice was soft and gentle, lacking any hint of threat. A crooked smile curved Lin Tian's lips. He knew she couldn't escape his grasp tonight. No one could resist the surge of desire stirred by the power of the pinching character. He scooped her up in his arms and carried her toward the inner chamber. As he laid her upon the bed, her clothes had long since been stripped away, her fiery figure glowing softly in the candlelight, her curves as perfect as a jade sculpture. That figure was simply deadly. He shed his outer garments, revealing well-defined muscles radiating the raw masculinity of youth. They became entangled, breaths quickening as their energies intertwined, the air thick with an intimate aura. Yao Meier's eyes flickered with a mix of bashfulness and tenderness as she trembled. "Lin Tian, you bastard, be gentle with me." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet carried genuine sincerity. Lin Tian's heart trembled. He murmured, "Little sister, trust me. My word is as good as gold." He pressed his lips to her delicate cherry blossom mouth. The movement was tender to the extreme, yet tinged with urgency. Feeling Lin Tian's masculine aura wash over her, Yao completely surrendered. Both were utterly lost in the passion of that moment. Her soft sighs echoed through the clinic, stirring the soul. A night of passion. The bedsheet bore another large triangular hole. The entire clinic was a scene of utter chaos. Scattered paper fragments danced across the floor. The bed frame collapsed, holes punched through the walls. "Oh. Wait, no. Never mind. This is way too damn exaggerated, you guys can't handle it either. But I really did punch through a wall once." The next morning, Lin Tian awoke to find his little sister long gone, leaving only a faint trail of her perfume. He rubbed his aching waist and chuckled bitterly, "That little minx, she packs one hell of a punch." He glanced down at the collapsed bed frame beneath him. "This bed needs replacing again." After tidying up, he changed into a clean robe. He then stepped outside and sought out the widow next door, Wang. He handed her a substantial amount of spirit stones, requesting her assistance once more in purchasing a new set of furniture. He also mentioned in passing that he wanted either rosewood or golden thread Nanmo wood. Otherwise, it won't hold up. With that said, Lin Tian and the others vanished from the small clinic's entrance in a few swift steps. He headed straight for Nanda. Widow Wang, clutching Lin Tian's spirit stones, couldn't stop grinning. She tossed the dozens of spirit stones in her hand until Lin Tian's figure vanished from sight. Widow Wan's expression suddenly changed. Pointing in the direction Lin Tian had vanished, she stamped her foot and cursed furiously. "You bastard, Lin Tian. Last night you shook the earth and mountains, kept this old woman awake all night, and now I'm burning with desire. If it weren't for these spirit stones, I'd curse you to death today." Just then, the pig butcher across from Widow Wan's door suddenly popped his head out. He grinned, "What's up? Feeling hot under the collar? Need me to help you cool off? Get lost. You're just a weakling who can't even do simple math. Go home and vent your frustration on your mother." Chapter 114, Refining Pills on a Gas Stove? Early morning in Nanda. Sunlight spilled across the cobblestone path. Lin Tian landed with a flash, but as soon as he stepped through the campus gates, Hong Tian stood at the entrance. His aged face, streaked with gray hair and beard, brimmed with anticipation, yet his eyes held a hint of mischief. The moment Hong Tian spotted Lin Tian, he burst into laughter. He slapped him hard on the shoulder. "You little rascal, didn't you tire yourself out last night? Today's a big day. The 9-pattern spirit transforming pill is finally refined. I'll take full credit for it." His tone was teasing, clearly still holding a grudge over last night's masturbation misunderstanding. Lin Tian's face darkened. This old devil Hong really has no filter. He must have done it on purpose last night, right? Just thinking about last night, Lin Tian still felt a chill run down his spine. And this guy dared to bring it up? Fortunately, it hadn't actually blown up in the end. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have known what to do. But last night was... ha. That girl's figure, oh my. It was absolutely deadly. Ahem. He cleared his throat twice, then brushed it off. "Principal, enough with the teasing, okay? Let's get back to refining pills." But, while complaining outwardly, his heart was secretly delighted. Mu Shui's bashfulness, Tang Yan's coquettishness, Xiao Linger's flustered panic, plus little sister's threats. That alone had raked in nearly 10,000 emotion points. Add to that the accumulation from the earlier events at the Mu family and the Tianyuan pavilion. Right now, the Hongwan system showed his emotion points had skyrocketed to 18,000. Just 2,000 more points. Could this trigger a lottery? The two walked side by side toward the pharmacy department of Nanda University.
The pharmacy department, however, was merely a department at Nanda University where ordinary people research the principles of elixirs.
It doesn't have much presence in everyday life.
After all, the entire department, including both senior professors and ordinary individuals with a natural aptitude for pharmacology, numbered fewer than 200 people.
And these individuals were all ordinary people. Hong Tian led him straight to the so-called alchemy lab. But the moment he pushed open the door, Lin Tian was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? It was just an open-air basketball court. In the center of the court sat a single alchemy furnace. And you call this an alchemy chamber? And
right now, this basketball court is packed with over 100 students, teachers, and professors, some wearing glasses, some reading glasses, some helmets.
Each of them gazed expectantly, their eyes brimming with curiosity.
These were all ordinary students from the pharmacy department studying the principles of alchemy, not alchemists themselves, purely here to observe and learn.
At that moment,
upon seeing Lin Tian arrive, Zhou Tai, the head of the pharmacy department, immediately broke into a broad smile, rubbing his hands together.
Mr. Lin, the alchemy furnace is ready. Please, go ahead.
The reverence in his tone and the gleam of anticipation in his eyes. It was almost as fawning as his behavior toward Hong Tian.
Lin Tian's mouth twitched at being addressed as sir. This whole setup, they're treating me like a monkey, aren't they? Your Excellency? I'm not even 20 yet. Damn it.
Forget it, forget it.
Lin Tian glanced at the crowd of onlookers.
Then a sudden thought struck him.
Seeing the sizable crowd,
might as well pull off a shocker that'll rack up some serious emotion points.
If things go well, I could even show off a bit and flaunt my skills.
After all, 18,000 isn't far from 20,000.
Maybe today would trigger a big prize draw.
The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more excited he got.
Who wouldn't want to show off?
With a wicked grin, he declared, "Alright, I'll make you all drop your jaws and show you something special." Hong Tian saw his cocky demeanor and was so furious he wanted to cover his face and walk away. This kid, judging by his expression, is bound to cause trouble. Because the way he was acting now, he looked just like his grandfather, Lin Tianfu, in his younger days. He strode to the center of the basketball court.
Without further ado, Lin Tian waved his hand. A clatter of rare spiritual herbs poured out from his Qiankuan ring, instantly covering the ground.
9-leaf scrophularia, purple cloudlingji, dragon's saliva flower, star grass.
Each plant radiated a luminous glow, its medicinal fragrance filling the air. This scene caused the students to stare wide-eyed, murmuring in astonishment.
A collective gasp erupted throughout the entire venue.
Good heavens, is that 9-leaf scrophularia?
A sacred herb that appears once in a century. That dragon's saliva flower must have aged at least 500 years.
Where did Lin Tian get all these treasures? Their eyes brimmed with shock, admiration, and envy. That little brat. Hong Tian watched from the sidelines, his mouth twitching.
He thought to himself, Lin Tian must have snatched up 80% of the spiritual herbs from the Heavenly Furnace secret realm.
As for the Alliance's meager supply of spiritual herbs, it probably doesn't even cover the tip of the iceberg. Hong Tian awkwardly covered his face.
He dreaded facing his little sister. If others found out that the originally promised 80%, only to end up giving them 20% instead, and then having them act all grateful to him.
What a shady move. Damn it. Not even that old fox Lin Tianfu would pull something like this. Meanwhile, Lin Tian naturally didn't care what others thought.
After all, no one knew the true extent of his wealth. To put it bluntly, back at Miaodan Pavilion, what he'd emptied out of Yi Qingxiu's room was barely half his true treasures.
So yeah, you gotta keep your wits about you in this world. As pile after pile of spiritual herbs and medicines were haphazardly dumped into the alchemy furnace by Lin Tian,
he then fished out an inconspicuous, jet black box from the depths of his ring.
He opened it.
Inside lay a small handful of black soil, emitting an eerie, otherworldly glow.
Soul soil. The last remnant of his family's legacy left to him by his grandfather, Lin Tianfu.
It was also the crucial ingredient he needed to refine the 9-pattern Dao grade spirit transformation pill.
Without hesitation, Lin Tian emptied the entire box of soul soil into the pile of medicinal herbs. Hong Tian's eyes narrowed, a flicker of astonishment crossing them. Good heavens!
You youngster, you really have the guts to.
But
he immediately stroked his beard with a satisfied smile, murmuring praise, "This boy is teachable."
Ha 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 ha.
The little old man Zhou Tai beside him watched with eyes nearly popping out of his head.
He slapped his thigh in amazement. Lin Tian, this is just reckless.
His heart was bleeding.
Any single one of these spiritual herbs could be traded for the resources of an entire city.
But this kid just dumped the whole lot into the alchemy furnace.
He thought to himself, what the hell kind of hodgepodge is this? Hong Tian felt a bit awkward too. He felt Lin Tian was going a bit overboard. He cleared his throat and whispered, Lin Tian, keep it low-key. Don't empty your entire stash. This old man won't be able to cover the costs.
Lin Tian grinned, his expression brimming with rogue-like charm. Principal, don't worry.
I know my limits. With that, He scanned the crowd, then suddenly clapped his hands and shouted, "Come on, come on! Director Joe, could you get us a gas stove?" What the hell? The moment he spoke, the entire crowd erupted in commotion. Jotai froze, his speech faltering as he stammered, a gas stove? The students around him exchanged bewildered glances. This guy used firewood to refine pills during the alchemist competition. Could it be he switched to using a gas stove now? Is this even a real alchemist? Hong Tian's mouth twitched. "What kind of trick are you pulling now, kid?" he snapped. "You've dumped quite a few rare treasures into that furnace, haven't you? If you ruin them, don't come crying to me for compensation. I can't afford to pay." Hong Tian trailed off, his voice faltering. Because he truly couldn't afford it. No way. Lin Tian grinned mischievously. "Principal, how about you just give me your niece as compensation?" Hong Tian. Tang Yan.
Seeing everyone looking dumbfounded, Lin Tian grinned again.
"It's just. I think burning firewood is too low class, haha. So I figured a gas stove would be a bit more upscale." Hearing this, their expressions turned distinctly awkward. Why did it feel like this guy was being a jerk? What kind of dark humor was this? But what they didn't understand was that this was merely Lin Tian's diversion tactic. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the Dao spirit realm, the reserves of spiritual energy within his body were no longer what they once were. It was beyond comparison. With the press and knead technique, alchemy was child's play for Lin Tian. The reason he chose a gas stove? Purely to show off. Because showing off like this? Emotion points just pour in. Ding, emotional value +5 +5 +5. Total 181,000. Chapter 115, Don't Show Off. Showing off invites lightning. Jotai glanced at Hong Tian, then at Tang Yan. Seeing neither of these two big shots had anything to say. With no other choice. Soon, he had someone bring over a gas stove and set it beside the alchemy furnace. The surrounding students watched, murmuring among themselves. Is this even possible? Lin Tian sure knows how to have fun. Brother Lin Tian. Can you add me on OO? I'll send you leg pics. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with these trivial matters. He thought to himself, I'm not short on women right now. What's the point of leg pics? Nothing compares to the real thing. As he thought this, he glanced in the direction of the voice calling out for leg shots. He noticed the elementary school girl wasn't half bad. He flashed her a flirtatious glance. Hey! Remember to come find me later, okay? This flirtatious move instantly made the girl who D called out earlier blush bright red. She'd only been joking around, never expecting Lin Tian to actually come over. After calling out, Lin Tian wasted no more words. He grabbed a lighter and ignited the gas stove. A blue flame leapt up. He placed the cauldron-sized alchemy furnace atop the stove. As time passed, 3 hours passed. Throughout this time, he kept watching the movements inside through the furnace's peephole. Fortunately, without spiritual energy to bolster it, ordinary fire wouldn't even singe a blade of grass, let alone burn the spiritual herbs inside. He circulated the press and pinch spell. Spiritual energy transformed into fine, thread-like strands, extracting the essence of the spiritual herbs. Melting the liquid and solidifying the elixir flowed seamlessly. A brilliant spiritual light erupted from the alchemy furnace, filling the air with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. This moment, it utterly thrilled the surrounding Nandao University students and the old professor. Ha! It worked! It worked! It's smoking! I can smell it! Professor! My apologies. I couldn't hold it in just now, I let one rip. What you're smelling is... Ah! Professor! Don't hit me, I was wrong. Lin Tian paid no heed to the chaotic clamor around him. He was now completely focused, meticulously manipulating the spiritual energy of the character incantations, continuously enhancing the spiritual energy condensation of the elixir. But at that very moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, followed by rolling thunder. Crack! A deafening crack echoed. Before anyone could react, the alchemy furnace lid shot skyward. Following closely behind, 10 9-pattern Dao-grade spirit transforming pills shot into the air. Each golden pill, about the size of a thumb, was plump and perfectly round. 9 dragon-like patterns coiled around each pill, radiating an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. This? It actually worked? The first to refine elixirs on a gas stove? Unprecedented. Whispers began to circulate, followed by a deafening silence. Because a thunderous crack echoed across the heavens. Split. A purple bolt of lightning struck down, aiming straight for the alchemy furnace. Lin Tian acted with lightning speed, scooping the elixir into an ancient jade bottle before darting out of harm's way. God, was that really necessary? Damn it! This 9-pattern Dao pill truly attracts a thunder tribulation. But the heavenly thunder was far from over. Above the southern city, lightning flashed. In an instant, major factions trembled in unison. Even obscure hermit cultivators hidden deep within ancient forests emerged, gazing upward in awe. Within the Mu family's secret chamber, Mu Tianqing abruptly rose to his feet. He gasped, "What is this? A Dan tribulation? A 9-pattern Dao pill? Who is refining a pill?"
At the Nangong residence, the Nangong patriarch narrowed his eyes.
He murmured, "This Lin Tian is truly a prodigy. To actually refine a Dao grade pill." At this point, he roared, "Nangong Lai! Prepare lavish gifts immediately. Accompany the patriarch to the Southern University." The Wang and Chen families were both utterly horrified. But Lin Tian paid no heed. He continued refining his elixir. For the alchemy furnace held far more than just this batch. That large pile of spiritual herbs could yield at least several dozen more pills. The coal stove blazed fiercely, pills formed in my hands. I kneaded. I rolled. I pressed. I molded. Spell incantations and spiritual energy flowed like unbroken threads, surging madly into the alchemy furnace.
Zhou Tai no longer slapped his thigh, cursing the prodigal son. Like the other students, he stood utterly dumbfounded.
This was a Dao-level spirit-transforming pill. What did this signify?
It meant that a single pill could forge a Taoist master who had attained the realm of natural law.
On Blue Star.
For anyone with spiritual roots who had reached the Qi-gathering realm, advancing their cultivation would be no trouble at all.
Were it not for the celestial path's latent affliction that roadblock lurking within every cultivator's body. Who knows?
By now, Dao emperors would be everywhere, and Dao spirits would be as common as straw dogs. Mu Shui had arrived at some point, now standing beside Tang Yan with a complex look in her eyes.
This Lin Tian never ceases to astonish her.
From that initial Qi gathering stage 1, he'd reached such heights in such a short time. Even she, Mu Shui, the undisputed cultivation prodigy of the entire Southern Academy. In this brief span, she had only just managed to break through to the peak of foundation establishment. And that breakthrough only came after Lin Tian had massaged away her hidden ailment caused by the Dao. Only then could she advance her cultivation so smoothly and rapidly, without any hindrance.
But what about Lin Tian?
In just over 10 days, he had leaped from the foundation establishment realm through 2 major realms to reach the Dao spirit realm. His cultivation level now even surpassed that of her Aunt Tang. This left Mu Shui feeling a wave of frustration. But the thought of her direct, subtle, ambiguous connection with Lin Tian. A sweet warmth washed over her heart.
Oomph. Stupid Lin Tian.
Tang Yan, standing nearby, had already noticed Mu Shui's arrival. She glanced at her niece, noticing her beautiful eyes now brimming with springtime passion.
Tang Yan rolled her eyes in exasperation. She muttered under her breath, "You little brat." But that bastard Lin Tian using a gas stove to refine pills? That move was actually damn cool.
Recalling last night's battle royale and the lingering blush, she felt a mix of love and hate welling up inside her. However, Lin Tian, of course, had no idea about the thoughts of Mu Shui and her niece. He was now getting more and more adept at refining.
One furnace after another. Until the final 10 9-pattern spirit-transforming pills hovered mid-air.
Pill light shone like stars, spiritual energies surged like tides.
They coalesced into a dazzling celestial river. It drew thunderous claps from the heavens, its pressure terrifying.
Lin Tian stood with hands on hips, laughing wildly to the heavens, his voice shaking the entire arena. Had heaven not birthed me, Lin Dan the Divine, the alchemy path would have remained shrouded in eternal night.
Ha 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 ha.
Ugh. Those around him froze in shock. But soon, they too were swept up by Lin Tian's bold and defiant declaration. They shouted in unison, "Divine Lin Dan! Divine Lin Dan!" But before the words could fully escape their lips, the sky, black as ink. Crack! A bolt of purple gold lightning, several times thicker than before and blindingly bright. As if utterly enraged by his arrogant declaration. It tore through the heavens. It struck down with pinpoint accuracy, slamming straight down upon Lin Tian's head. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar. Holy! Lin Tian was struck squarely, instantly engulfed in a thick cloud of black dust as his entire body charred black. Even his hair stood on end, wisps of blue smoke curling from each strand. His entire body sprawled out, face up on the ground.
Damn it! God damn it!
This! He spat out a mouthful of black smoke, cursing furiously.
From now on, even if you beat me to death, I'll never practice alchemy outdoors again. This lightning strike. This lightning tribulation was brutal. He'd pushed his luck way too far. Tang Yan and Mu Shui witnessed the scene.
Were instantly terrified, their faces drained of color. They hurried toward Lin Tian. Upon reaching him, they found Lin Tian covered in soot, hair standing on end, yet still muttering curses under his breath.
The aunt and niece exchanged glances. First, terror washed over them. Then, seeing his comical state. Ha!
They both burst out laughing simultaneously.
Tang Yan scolded playfully, though her eyes still held lingering fear. Serves you right. Who told you to act so cocky?
She crouched down, extending her fair, delicate hand to gently brush the scorching ashes from Lin Tian's shoulder.
Mu Shui bit her lip.
She crouched down too, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor.
Are you okay? You scared the life out of me. Her pretty face flushed slightly, her tone gentle. Lin Tian grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth that stood out starkly against his jarred face. With a roguish grin, heh, two beauties caring so much about me. This lightning strike was totally worth it. Ding emotion points plus 20 plus 20 plus 5 plus 5, total 19,500. Chapter 116, The Big Shot of South City is shot. On the basketball court of the South University Pharmacy Department. Lin Tian shoved the jade bottle containing the pills into Tang Yan's hands. Here you go, Teacher Tang. This is for you. I need to go organize the hangars. At that moment, his hair was singed and frizzy, his clothes in tatters. He looked every bit the refugee who'd just crawled out of a minefield. Lin Tian grinned widely and winked vigorously at Mu Shui. Senior, take me to your place to clean up? I can't possibly face anyone looking like this. Mu Shui's pretty face flushed slightly as she shot him a disapproving glare. She murmured, all right, let's go. Yet beneath her composed exterior, her heart began to race wildly. Because she couldn't stop thinking about last night's awkward scenes. Who knows? That night might haunt her for the rest of her life. But, seeing Lin Tian's current expression, she couldn't help but giggle sweetly again. She thought to herself, that stinky Lin Tian, even after being scorched to a crisp, he still has the nerve to grin like that. But that unmatched, domineering aura he exuded while refining the elixir earlier. TSK, he really was kind of handsome. She bit her lower lip to hide her flustered heart. Lin Tian, reeking of burnt flesh, hurried away. Once the two of them were gone. On the field, in an instant, over 100 gazes like searchlights converged on the jade bottle in Tang Yan's hand. Intense, greedy, envious, and yearning. A 9-pattern Dao-grade spirit transforming pill. The sacred elixir that cures the hidden ailments of the Heavenly Dao and divine poisons. Who wouldn't want it? Even ordinary folk like them couldn't help fantasizing about possessing such a pill. Even if they lack the talent for cultivation in this lifetime, a life of leisure in their later years would be assured. Oomph. Tang Yan snorted coldly. Her cold, phoenix-like eyes, sharp as blades, swept fiercely across the entire venue. Her aura erupted violently. Instantly, the surrounding students and elderly professors flinched, their necks shrinking as they bowed their heads in unison. Tang Yan suppressed their greed without hesitation. She turned and shoved the hot potato of a jade bottle into Hong Tian's hands. Her voice dropped low. Grandpa, this precious thing. I wouldn't dare carry it. Lin Tian, that menace, had forged so many Dao-level sacred pills in one go. It seemed the heavens of Nanchang might be pierced by him. As for trying to conceal it? That's futile. Not only does Tang Yan know about it, but among the 100 or so people here, there are numerous young heirs from the major factions of South City. And Nandi itself is a cultivation academy gathering geniuses from all factions. Hong Tian caught the jade bottle with steady hands. His face immediately broke into a broad smile, and he laughed heartily. Even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes radiated affection. My dear niece. I must say, this student of yours is truly a treasure beyond compare. But, speaking of which, old Hong immediately changed the subject. He winked mischievously, so? Silly girl, what about that Lin Tian lad? Tang Yan felt a chill run down her spine under Hong Tian's unsettling gaze. What is it? Grandpa, what exactly are you trying to say? Ha. You'd better keep a close eye on him for me. Don't let some other girl snatch him away. Hong Tian said mysteriously. Hearing this, Tang Yan's face flushed bright red all the way to her earlobes. She looked like a ripe little tomato. She stamped her foot in exasperation and scolded, Grandpa, you're always so silly. I'm the teacher. He's the student. It's not as sleazy as you're making it out to be. However, though Tang Yan's words were righteous and stern, her mind couldn't help but flash back to last night's chaos at the clinic. And Lin Tian's carefree, robe-like grin. As those embarrassingly intense scenes gradually sharpened in her mind, her heartbeat seemed to skip a beat for no apparent reason. Finally, suppressing the burning desire in her heart, she spat inwardly. That bastard, thick-skinned. But his looks, well, not exactly unpleasant. Hong Tian saw his niece's flushed, girlish demeanor. He waved his hand dismissively, his expression saying, I get it, Grandpa gets it, been there, done that. Hey! What's the big deal? Let me tell you, silly girl, what era are we in now? Do you think it's still that feudal age of the 21st century? Those ancient folks just had too much baggage in their minds. Between heaven and earth, love between men and women is as natural as the sun rising. Forget about you two, in my opinion. Tang Yan rolled her eyes and immediately cut him off. Grandpa, you're going too far. Hong Tian realized he'd let his guard down in his good mood and blurted out something he shouldn't have. He immediately cleared his throat several times to cover his embarrassment. But he persisted. That Lin Tian kid has talent beyond compare, his future is limitless. He'd be more than good enough for my granddaughter. And with that, he launched into another wild tirade, growing more animated by the second, sounding like a professional matchmaker.
Tang Yan blushed so fiercely her ears turned crimson. Her face felt like it was on fire, so she covered her ears.
She didn't want to listen anymore.
There was no way she could carry on a conversation with him.
I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to check on Lin Tian.
Who knows if getting struck by lightning like that might have damaged his roots. With that, she practically fled the scene.
Her footsteps quickened.
Her heart was filled with both shame and annoyance. She silently cursed her own grandfather.
What kind of elder speaks without restraint? He's nothing but an old lecher.
He was nothing but trouble.
Hong Tian watched her frantic retreat.
His eyes deepened with amusement, filled with affection. He murmured to himself, that stubborn little girl tongue is hard as stone, heart as soft as tofu.
Lowering his gaze,
he stroked the smooth jade bottle in his hand, his gaze suddenly deepening. Lin Tian, that kid, his talent in alchemy is nothing short of monstrous.
But, in that instant when the thunder tribulation struck,
that fleeting surge of power within him, ancient, vast, as if born from the void itself.
Just recalling that scene,
even now, Hong Tian felt his heart race. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and focused.
This kid harbors a great secret.
But he wasn't about to pry relentlessly, determined to uncover Lin Tian's secrets.
Quite the opposite.
Instead, he began to worry about Lin Tian. Possessing such immense power, if one lacks the ability to protect it, isn't necessarily a good thing.
Suddenly,
Hong Tian's eyes narrowed sharply as he abruptly looked up toward the sky.
After pinpointing a direction through the spirit stone,
a cold smile immediately curled the corners of his mouth.
Oomph. These old foxes have sharp noses. They're quick to arrive. Before Hong Tian's words had even faded. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
A dozen streaks of light plummeted like meteors,
crashing onto the basketball court. As the dust and smoke began to settle, figures with profound auras emerged. Mu Tianqing, Nangong Lai, the Wang family patriarch.
The leaders of southern cities' most powerful factions had all arrived.
The moment these figures arrived, the small eyes of the onlookers immediately burned with an extraordinary intensity. Their unmasked shock and greed nearly spilled out of their bodies.
Hong Tian stood there, arms crossed, chin slightly raised. He couldn't be bothered with pleasantries, launching into a scathing tirade without hesitation.
You old fools! Don't you know there's a no-fly zone over Nan University? Do you think our regulations are just for show? What? Are you all trying to rebel against this old devil Hong? Hong Tian's words.
They carried the weight of mountains and the depth of oceans. His eyes gleamed with mockery, as if watching a monkey show, lofty and contemptuous. These dozen or so elders in terms of status within Nanchang were all patriarchs of their respective families.
Decision makers? If they stamped their feet in South City, the entire place would tremble 3 times?
Yet now, they were left dumbfounded by Hong Tian's scolding. They all exchanged glances. Clearly, their old faces were burning with embarrassment, seething with frustration.
Yet they dared not retort.
After all, they came to Nanda University specifically to seek Hong Tian's favor.
Chapter 117, The Campus Bell's Sweet Touch. The Mu family. Mu Tianqing cleared his throat.
He forced a faint smile and clasped his hands.
Old Ghost Hong. Principal Hong, please calm down. Calm down. Earlier, in the heat of the moment, we forgot the rules. This won't happen again.
Seeing someone take the lead in admitting defeat, the Nangong patriarch immediately dropped his stern expression, stepped forward, and quickly offered a conciliatory smile. Indeed, indeed. That alchemy tribulation shook heaven and earth. We were truly consumed with worry. What a joke! Inside the white-haired patriarch of the Nangong family, the little abacus in his mind was clicking away furiously. News of Lin Tian refining the 9-pattern spirit transforming pill had already spread like wildfire.
It had likely reached Dan City by now. Who wouldn't want a piece of such an unparalleled spirit transforming pill? Back down? Not a chance. It all depended on what rewards they could secure in return.
With these two leading the charge, the others quickly followed suit, bowing and scraping with excessive politeness, practically rubbing their faces into the ground. Seeing them all back down, Hong Tian naturally looked down his nose at them. He thought to himself, you old bastards, always trying to isolate my southern university. If it weren't for Lin Tian's elixir today, I'd have no way to deal with you lot.
Forgotten? Hong Tian snorted coldly. Fine. Since you all know you're in the wrong, pay up. 100,000 spirit stones each. Fine.
The dozen or so old men froze in shock.
What kind of trick was this old ghost Hong pulling now? But, considering your advanced age and poor mobility, I'll give you a 20% discount. 80,000 per person.
With that, he waved his hand. Several students who had been waiting in the wings immediately stepped forward, expressionless, holding storage pouches. Truth be told, every single one of these students was stifling laughter inside.
How could they not? Every person before them was a big shot in South City. But now,
they were all holding their noses and backing down. This sight made the people of Nanda University, who were used to being bullied, feel a surge of vindication.
And all of this was brought about by that Lin Tian. Pay up? The faces of the elders and patriarchs instantly turned green. Each felt like they'd swallowed 10,000 flies whole. They cursed inwardly, old bastard. Taking advantage of the crisis. But necessity dictated their actions. They needed his help and still coveted the pills in his possession. For now, they could only swallow their pride and pay up. One by one, they pulled out spirit stones with mournful faces, trembling all over. Their expressions were uglier than if their own fathers had died. But they were all old men, their fathers had long since passed away. Lin Tian beamed with delight, grinning so widely his teeth were practically exposed. What a satisfying feeling. That kid Lin Tian is truly a lucky charm for our southern university. Look at them. Those arrogant jerks who usually act like they own the place, aren't they all bowing their heads and accepting punishment now? What a relief. On the other side. In Mushue's room, the air carried a faint jasmine fragrance. On the balcony, a corner of the champagne-colored sheer curtain fluttered in the morning breeze. The sound of rushing water filled the bathroom as Lin Tian stood beneath the showerhead, washing away the soot and grime. His head was freshly shaved, smooth and bald. He called out to the doorway without a hint of shyness, "Senior, where's the towel? Why haven't you brought it yet? Hurry up. Baby's gonna catch a chill." His lean, muscular body stood naked, every line defined and flowing. His head was a gleaming, polished baldness. A touch of comicality mingled with rugged wildness. He stared intently at his reflection in the mirror, examining that bald head stern yet tinged with a roguish charm. He murmured to himself, I'm still pretty handsome, huh? In the living room, Mushue frantically rummaged through drawers and cabinets, stomping her feet in frustration. Inside, she cursed under her breath, this guy is such a pain. But where could she find a spare towel at such short notice? Her anxious gaze darted around the room. Suddenly, she caught sight of the clothes rack on the balcony. There, hanging on the hook, was a soft pink towel. This was Mushue's personal towel. She froze. 2 crimson clouds instantly flushed her cheeks. She clenched her teeth, her bright almond-shaped eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. Forget it. Emergency comes first. Besides, he wouldn't know what it was for. She yanked the towel off. Like a thief, she hurried to the steamy bathroom door. Mushue's heart pounded like a drum. She'd never been this intimate with a man before. Now, through the frosted glass door. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered, here you go. As she spoke, her jade-like hand, clutching the towel, nervously and cautiously slipped through the door crack. But suddenly, a large, damp hand still steaming with moisture gripped her slender wrist with force. A forceful tug. Ah! Caught completely off guard, Mushue let out a startled cry. Her delicate frame, which had been leaning against the glass, instantly lost its balance. A powerful force yanked her into the steamy bathroom. Steam washed over her face, instantly blurring her vision. Mushue fell into a solid, scorching embrace. Panicked, she lifted her gaze to steady herself. That glance met Lin Tian's face mere inches away. And water droplets kept dripping from his bald head. The droplets slid down his forehead, landing on Mushue's delicate nose and her pink cherry lips. Add to that the mischievous grin of triumph on Lin Tian's face at that moment. Made Mushue's mind explode with a thunderous boom. Her eyes darted downward. This guy. He was completely naked. His wheat-colored skin, taut muscle lines. Such a powerful masculine aura, yet topped with a comically bald head. The stark contrast sent Mushue's heart racing wildly. Her heart pounded like a frightened deer, thumping wildly. Lin Tian. What are you doing? Let go of me. Mushue, both flustered and anxious, instinctively thrust her slender, snow-white hands against Lin Tian's solid chest. But the moment she touched him, the searing heat radiating from his skin made her recoil as if electrocuted. Her already icy, delicate features now flushed crimson, as if blood might drip from her cheeks. This bastard. He wasn't wearing any clothes. He just pulled me in. What does he want? Could he possibly be trying to? Oh my. How could he? 1,000 thoughts raced through Mushue's mind. But that bald head. But I can't help but laugh. Lin Tian. You? Why are you bald? Mushue couldn't hold back and cautiously asked. Lin Tian grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth that gleamed brightly in the mist. He had no idea about the complicated thoughts swirling in the beauty in his arms. But seeing the red phoenix system add another 100 points to the shame value made him extremely satisfied. Senior, I had no choice. The lightning fried all my hair, had to shave it off. Lin Tian deliberately pouted, leaning closer until his warm breath brushed Mushue's ear, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Senior. Look at my lips. I was struck by lightning just now, it hurt like hell. How about you take a look? Ah. Don't come any closer, Mushue instinctively dodged the large bald head reaching toward her. Yet her gaze involuntarily lingered on his pouting lips. She forced herself to stay calm, slowly extending her delicate fingers. Carefully lifting Lin Tian's lower lip, she examined it closely. Where's the injury? It's not even red. Mu Shui discovered there was no wound at all and couldn't help but mutter in confusion. You're lying. But just as Mu Shui's fingertip was about to withdraw from the warm, soft lips, a sudden change occurred. Lin Tian suddenly opened his mouth and took Mu Shui's index finger into his mouth. The warm, moist sensation enveloped her instantly, and accompanied by the gentle suction of a tongue. Ah! Mu Shui's entire body jolted as if struck by an electric current, her face flushing crimson in an instant. Her mind went completely blank, plunging into a state of mental numbness. Chapter 118, just 200 points away, Tang Yan arrives. Mu Shui instinctively tried to pull her fingers back, but her wrist was firmly grasped by Lin Tian's iron clamp-like hand. She couldn't move. Frustrated and embarrassed, Mu Shui's voice trembled. You bastard. Let go. Don't be so vulgar. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest, as if it might burst through her ribs. That strange, tingling sensation from his fingertips made her legs grow weak. Ding emotion value plus 50, total 19650. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with amusement as he murmured with a mischievous grin. Senior. How can you call this being a jerk? This is called a thorough examination of the injury. His tongue kept tracing Mu Shui's fingertips, sucking with increasing intensity. Mu Shui's delicate body trembled violently once more, as if electrified. Her beautiful eyes instantly glistened with a shimmering sheen. Her pearly teeth bit down on her lower lip as her voice, soft as a mosquito's buzz, carried a velvety softness she hadn't even noticed herself. Lin Tian. If you keep this up, I'll get really angry. As she spoke, her remaining delicate hand clenched into a tiny fist, repeatedly pounding against Lin Tian's chest as if in fierce resistance. But this feeble threat, along with her feigned fists of defiance, falling upon Lin Tian's ears and chest, were utterly harmless, bordering on playful coaxing. Lin Tian felt a secret thrill. The Ice Queen's face flushed crimson, utterly irresistible. Slowly, he loosened his grip, releasing her fingers from his grasp. Mu Shui's heart leapt with joy. She immediately pulled her hand back. But before Mu Shui could react, Lin Tian's long arm shot out. He wrapped it around her slender waist, pulling her close with force. Thud came a soft sound. Their bodies were now completely pressed together. Mu Shui gasped in shock, struggling to break free. But Lin Tian ruthlessly pinned her against the cool, damp tile wall. Wall slam. Lin Tian lowered his head, his breath mingled with moisture and an undeniable force. He pressed his lips down hard. Mu Shui's gasp was muffled in her throat. Her hands pressed against his bare, scorching chest, pushing back futilely. But Lin Tian's kiss carried a scorching aggressiveness. He pried open her pearl-white teeth, conquering her territory. Her resistance quickly melted under this overbearing assault. Her gaze grew hazy as shyness and palpitation wildly intertwined in her mind. Damn it! Always so domineering. Always catching her off guard. But why? Did I not dislike it at all? Even. Her heart pounding like thunder, the delicate arms wrapped around Lin Tian's neck tightened involuntarily. Awkwardly, she began to respond to this scorching kiss. The bathroom steamed with rising heat. Their breaths mingled, punctuated by soft, wet sounds. They lost all sense of self. Their bodies rubbed against each other, and Mu Shui's thin pleated skirt had long been soaked through by the pervasive moisture. A half-submerged, half-translucent fabric clung tightly to the girl's exquisitely shaped, delicate form, outlining breathtaking, pulse-racing curves. Veiled yet revealed, half-transparent yet not fully so, it stirred boundless imagination. Truly like the tantalizing allure of a half-veiled face. Laozi said, desire is the very essence of human nature. The surge of hormones made males even more easily aroused. Just as Lin Tian now, his heart aflame with desire, burning fiercely. A large hand unconsciously slid down the damp skirt. Finally, it came to rest upon that slender, supple waist. A dreamlike, ethereal moan responded in perfect harmony. As the palm's scorching heat seeped through the damp fabric. Just as Lin Tian was about to explore further. Thump! 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 A series of urgent knocks, like a bolt of lightning, exploded in their ears. Immediately after, a woman's voice, cool yet tinged with an almost imperceptible edge of impatience, pierced through the door. Mu Shui. Lin Tian? Are you two in there? Oh no! It's Tang Yan. The sensual moment in the bathroom froze instantly, both bodies stiffening simultaneously. Mu Shui jolted awake from her dazed reverie. The color drained from her pretty face in an instant, leaving it pale as a sheet. What's going on? Like a startled little rabbit, Mu Shui shoved Lin Tian away. Panic mingled with her frantic attempts to tidy her drenched, disheveled dress. But the more she fussed, the wetter it got. Mu Shui was so flustered her voice cracked with tears. It's Aunt Tang. How could this happen? How could this happen? It's all your fault, all your fault. Her tiny fists pounded angrily against Lin Tian's chest. But as she looked down, she saw her wet skirt clinging to her skin, revealing every curve. She was so embarrassed she wished she could dig a hole and crawl into it right then and there. In her flustered state, she caught a glimpse of Lin Tian naked and wearing a look of frustration. Her once icy, frosty eyes now burned with both shame and fury. As if they were saying, "It's all your fault. We're doomed now." Lin Tian remained silent, speechless. He just stood there, dumbstruck, admiring Mu Shue's expression at that moment. Too beautiful. As for Tang Yan? Who cares? After all, he was an orphan thick-skinned by nature. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, the one left awkward would be someone else. Outside the door, Tang Yan's voice rang out again. This time, it carried a hint of impatience. "Mu Shui? Open the door." Mu Shui took a deep breath, stamped her foot. She began to calm her wildly pounding heart. She forced herself to stay calm. She shuffled out of the bathroom as if heading to the executioner's block. Reaching the door, her hand rested on the handle. Yet she hesitated, unable to turn it. What should I do? If Aunt Tang saw me like this, then I'd truly be beyond redemption. She whipped her head around and glared fiercely at the bathroom door, as if she could pierce through the frosted glass and see the culprit inside. "Lin Tian, you're nothing but a troublemaker. Mu Shue? Are you there? I'm about to probe with my spiritual sense." Tang Yan stood outside the door, her cold, phoenix-like eyes narrowing slightly. As if something occurred to her, a faint blush began to spread across her icy beautiful face. She was certain Mu Shui and Lin Tian were inside. It was intuition, she couldn't be wrong. She thought about it. That girl Mu Shui was still so young. If she got pregnant now, it would definitely hinder her cultivation progress. The more Tang Yan thought about it, the more she found ample justification for her actions. Therefore, she wouldn't wait any longer. She was about to unleash her spiritual energy to blast the door open. But just then, click. The doorknob turned. Squeak. The door opened. "Tang Yan, why are you here?" Mu Shui's small head peeked timidly through the crack. Tang Yan froze. Then, as if realizing something, her expression darkened instantly. "Mu Shui, what are you doing in there? Where's Lin Tian?" Her voice carried a hint of irritation, sounding like reproach yet tinged with concern. "What? Aunt Tang, Lin Tian is taking a shower." "You? What do you mean what? Open the door, I'll see what kind of shenanigans you two are up to." Tang Yan shot Mu Shui a glare and pushed her way inside. Having been raised under Tang Yan's care since childhood, Mu Shui dared not resist her glare and obediently stepped aside. The moment she entered, Tang Yan saw Mu Shui standing there, soaking wet, her clothes clinging to her body, revealing glimpses of her perfect figure. Her face flushed crimson, she cowered, head ducked. Her anger flared instantly. "You! Hey!" At the same time, behind the bathroom door, Lin Tian was so furious he gritted his teeth. He punched the damp wall in frustration. Splashes flew. 1,000 curses raced through his mind. "Damn it!" Interrupted again. "This damn battlefield of hell. When will this ever end? I'm only 200 points short." Chapter 119, Shui, Auntie, teach you some dignity. Meanwhile, South University Pharmacy Department sports field. The atmosphere was like boiling oil being splashed with saliva. It was sizzling and crackling. Over a dozen of Nanqing's top seniors swarmed around Hong Tian. Each of them argued fiercely, faces flushed red. Spittle flew everywhere. Each side clung to their own version of the truth. But their focus was singular: the 9-pattern Dao grade spirit transformation pill. At that moment, Mu Tianqing's voice grew urgent, nearly breaking. "Senior Hong, this spirit transformation pill is the lifeblood of Southern City's elite combat strength. If the 3 cities tournament ends in defeat, Southern City will become a vassal of Jiangchang. And your Southern Academy, won't you also be demoted to a second-rate power? Look at this. How masterfully this old codger speaks. Not a single word about his own needs, only the greater good, always thinking of you, old ghost Hong." Ancestor Nangong's face darkened, as if icy water might drip from it. His voice was heavy as iron, indeed. "Old Hong. Think about it. Jiangcheng's mid-tier combat strength already holds a solid lead over ours. If we lose another round in our high-tier forces, then South City would truly be finished." Old Deng of the Wang family was the most direct. He stiffened his neck, eyes wide, cutting straight to the point. "Old Hong, give us a straight answer. How many of these pills can we actually get?" His greedy gaze fixed intently on Hong Tian. "Regarding the 3 cities competition, it would be a comprehensive contest across 3 tiers of combat strength: low-end, mid-end, and top-end. Only by completely dominating the other 2 cities in all 3 aspects could one city rule over all 3. Merge them into a super cultivation metropolis, attracting more prodigies to flock to its embrace. All resource distribution and faction territories hinge upon this outcome. Dao-level spirit transformation pills, those lowly minions could never comprehend their god-defying efficacy. But these old hands know full well this pill ignores cultivation levels. At the critical moment of breakthrough,
They can firmly suppress the chaotic surges of spiritual energy triggered by latent flaws in the Tao. In other words, a single pill was practically equivalent to birthing a high-tier combat force. These venerable elders, who usually held themselves aloof, were now groveling all because this pill held the lifeline of their respective clans.
Hong Tian crossed his arms.
A faint, almost imperceptible cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. His mind was crystal clear. If the southern city grew weak, the southern clan would inevitably suffer. But this spirit-transforming pill was concocted by that sly fox Lin Tian.
Think you can just hand it over? Dream on. His expression remained utterly unruffled.
He waved his hand dismissively.
Everyone. What's the rush? This pill isn't mine.
For sale. He deliberately emphasized the word sale, drawing out the syllable as his gaze swept over the anxious, aged faces.
You'll have to ask the rightful owner, Lin Tian.
A sly gleam flashed in Hong Tian's eyes. The elders froze in surprise before they could fully process his words. But already, Hong Tian had turned his head and signaled to a student beside him.
Go! Go fetch that kid Lin Tian.
Yes, sir.
That was none other than Yapang.
He immediately understood and dashed off.
Hong Tian felt a surge of satisfaction. These old fools. Usually teaming up with the outer city to isolate a southern university. Today I'll gut every last one of you. I'll write my surname backwards. Meanwhile,
Mu Shue's luxurious bachelor pad. The air was frozen solid like ice shards, so thick with awkwardness you could wring water from it. Mu Shue stood in the center of the living room like a little quail that had done something wrong. She stood in the center of the living room with her head bowed, her cheeks flushed crimson.
Enduring Tang Yan's storm of criticism.
Tang Yan stood with her arms crossed, her phoenix-like eyes narrowed, radiating a piercing cold glare.
Xiao Shui.
A girl must maintain her dignity. You must know how to respect yourself.
Auntie, how were you raised as a child? Have you forgotten it all?
Her voice was icy and commanding, her demeanor fierce and unyielding. Yet beneath the surface, her heart churned violently.
She thought to herself, that brat. Just now in the bathroom with that stinker Lin Tian. Oomph. Utterly outrageous. Absolutely, utterly indecent.
Mu Shue bit her lower lip hard, burying her head even lower. The little voice inside her mind raged wildly.
Aunt Tang. You're lecturing me about restraint? Last night at the clinic, you even mentioned vacuum massage. You were practically screaming, that feels so good.
Who was that moaning, who was less reserved than whom? You were the one getting all flustered by that bastard Lin Tian.
But, though she thought this, outwardly she remained as timid as a quail.
She obediently nodded in apology.
Squeak. Just then, the bathroom door opened and Lin Tian stepped out. He was wearing a brand new, deep blue robe.
A jade belt cinched his waist, his posture straight and tall. His handsome features were topped by a bald head, gleaming and polished to a mirror-like shine. A peculiar blend of comical and rugged toughness. He grinned, a roguish look on his face. Teacher Tang, Senior.
I'm all set.
His gaze swept over Mu Shue's flushed cheeks, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. The moment Mu Shue met his gaze, her face flared even redder. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She let out a soft huff, lowered her head, and dashed back into the bathroom.
Bang!
She slammed the door shut and locked it from the inside. Frantically, she began changing out of her soaked pleated skirt. Her heart was still pounding.
Damn it, damn it. You made me look like such a fool. Thank goodness Aunt Tang didn't see that mortifying scene in the bathroom. Otherwise, I'd never show my face again.
Tang Yan stared at Lin Tian's shaved head, momentarily stunned. But she quickly snapped out of it. Her gaze instantly sharpened like a knife.
Fixed on Lin Tian.
Her cold, fierce eyes widened as she redirected her focus.
Lin Tian. Mind your place. You're the face of Nanda University now. The poster boy. How could your personal life be so chaotic? So utterly unrestrained?
She deliberately emphasized the word restraint, her eyes blazing with fury.
But who would have thought? Lin Tian couldn't care less.
He raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his lips.
Teacher Tang. Speaking of restraint. Who was it last night at the clinic? Crying out 4-foot explosion? That noise. TSK TSK TSK. Now that's what you call true unrestraint, right?
He dragged out the words, his tone dripping with sarcasm. His eyes sparkled with the triumph of a successful prank.
Tang Yan's pretty face flushed crimson in an instant.
The heat rose from her neck to the tips of her ears. As if scalded by boiling water, she was overcome with shame and fury. She wished she could sink through the floor right then and there.
That damned little brat.
How dare he bring up last night? Uncontrollable flashes of her bare-chested massage session.
That delicate state. Shame and fury surged within her, threatening to explode.
Gritting her teeth, she forced the words out between clenched jaws.
Lin Tian.
If you dare utter another word of nonsense, I'll tear your mouth to shreds. Her fierce words masked her inner weakness, her aggressive stance hiding her true self. But her cheeks, flushed crimson as if bleeding, and her evasive gaze utterly betrayed her embarrassment. Lin Tian felt a secret thrill. Like drinking ice-cold water on the hottest day of summer. He thought to himself, oh ho? Even you, Mr. Tyrannosaurus, get flustered and bristly sometimes? TSK. Miss Tang with her flushed cheeks. You know what? She's actually kind of cute. Alright. Teacher Tang, I was wrong. Just as Lin Tian was about to back down and play the good guy. His words were abruptly cut off by a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. The urgent knocking sounded like a fire alarm. From outside came Yao Pang's excited yet anxious voice. Asshole Tian. The principal wants you at the martial arts hall immediately. It's urgent. Hurry up, this time it's good news. Lin Tian felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He exhaled a long breath, his face glowing with triumph. He deliberately sauntered over to Tang Yan, who was flushed crimson. Lowering his voice, he raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Teacher Tang. Another time. We can have a deeper chat about foot explosions? Without waiting for Tang Yan's reaction, he slipped away like grease on a hot pan. Lin Tian. Tang Yan trembled with rage. She stomped her foot hard. Her high heels nearly punched a hole in the floor as she glared viciously at Lin Tian's retreating figure. Flames of humiliation and fury nearly burst from her eyes. Her mind raged with curses. You little jerk. Just you wait. Just wait until the Tri-City tournament ends. Just you wait. Her cheeks burned hot, her heart pounding abnormally fast. Her teeth clenched down hard on her lower lip. She muttered under her breath. That jerk. He never knows when to shut up. Soon, very soon, I'll have it stitched shut. Chapter 120, only 10 will be auctioned. The South University Martial Arts Hall was vast and eerily quiet. It was a standalone, single-story building, spanning an area equivalent to 3 football fields. To ordinary people, the space was indeed vast. Yet to cultivators, it was merely a slightly larger room for stretching exercises. Especially for a powerhouse like Hong Tian, whose cultivation had broken through to the Dao Law natural realm. A single sweep of his spiritual sense could encompass not just the martial arts hall, but the entire territory under Nanda's influence. All within the reach of a single thought. Yet the martial arts arena was named as such precisely because its architectural perimeter was naturally reinforced with numerous protective arrays. Lin Tian pushed open the door and stepped inside. Swish! Over a dozen gazes, like searchlights, instantly converged upon him. Mu Tianqing, the Nangong family, the Wang family patriarch. The Array Academy, the Beastmaster Academy, the Spirit Treasure Institute of Technology. One ancient powerhouse after another. At this moment, their eyes burned with such intensity they could melt steel. Like a pack of starving wolves, hungry for 800 years, suddenly spotting a priceless treasure. Excitement. Anticipation. Utterly unmasked. Noticing the eerie glint in their eyes. Lin Tian's mouth twitched violently, every hair on his body standing on end. A warning bell rang loudly in his heart. Damn it! I'm not some courtesan. The way these old perverts are staring at me. Why do they look like starving wolves eyeing a lamb? Could it be they have some kind of special fetish? Damn it! I gotta get out of here. He quickened his pace, darting over to Hong Tian's side in a few strides. Only then did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief, as if he'd found a protector. He scanned the area warily. He lowered his voice, Old man Hong, Principal. What the hell is going on, he wondered inwardly. He thought to himself, these usual high and mighty old bastards. Why are they all acting so different today? Why are they groveling like this? Hong Tian's lips curved into a smile as he calmly stroked his beard. Leaning close to Lin Tian's ear, his voice dropped to a whisper, tinged with unmistakable smugness. Look! This bunch of old foxes. They want to buy your precious spirit transformation pill. He emphasized the word "buy" with deliberate clarity. His eyes flashed with unabashed mischief. The meaning couldn't be clearer, kid. Your chance has come. Squeeze every last drop out of him. What kind of man was Lin Tian? As sharp as a monkey. He grasped the meaning instantly. A cold curve lifted at the corners of his mouth. He sneered inwardly, buy? Fine. Even if I can't advance my cultivation realm with spirit stones alone now. But who would turn down extra cash? You bunch of old fools. You've been teaming up with the outer city to bully us Southern University. Well then, today. I'll skin you alive until you're left with nothing but your underwear. I'll write my surname backwards. Just then. That fat, sleazy bastard slunk over. Emperor, are we going all out? What do you think? Lin Tian pursed his lips, grinning slyly as he retorted. He cleared his throat. His face instantly switched to a standard rogue's grin. But before he could speak, Mu Tianqing beat him to it, forcing what he considered his most amiable smile. Young friend Lin. Who would have thought, after just one night? The 9-pattern spirit transforming pill truly miraculous. Astonishing beyond belief.
This old man was rash last night. Nangong Laozu quickly offered a conciliatory smile.
Young hero Lin, your pill-making skills are divine.
We are in awe. The Nangong family humbly admits defeat. Last night's incident was merely a misunderstanding.
In this old man's view, that girl Mu Shui and you, young hero, are a match made in heaven. What a pity. Some people judge others by their lowly standards. As the old patriarch of the Nangong clan spoke, his gaze drifted deliberately toward Mu Tianqing standing nearby. The implication behind his words was all too clear. This left Mu Tianqing growing increasingly anxious. He thought to himself, you old poisonous monster of the Nangong clan. You're trying to elevate your Nangong family's standing by stepping on my Mu family, aren't you? Just you wait. But seeing Lin Tian remain silent, he held his tongue for now. He wasn't in a rush. After all, the Mu and Nan families were long-standing in-laws. No matter what Mu Shui said, she was still a Mu family member, and in the eyes of the Nan family, that gave her an inherent advantage. Noticing the atmosphere growing tense, the Wang family patriarch stepped forward with a cheerful smile, rubbing his hands together as his eyes flickered.
Young friend Lin. I've heard about the soul incense. Ahem.
But before he could finish, an old man behind him interrupted with a feigned cough.
The elders all stared at the Wang family patriarch as if he were an idiot. They thought to themselves, are you being deliberately provocative, or has your brain short-circuited? Is the purpose of our gathering today truly the soul incense? Esteemed elders. The spirit-transforming pill. Not that we can't sell it.
He deliberately drew out the last syllable, his eyes gleaming like a sly fox. His gaze swept across the faces of the assembled crowd.
But then, young Master Lin. Speak freely.
Mu Tianqing nearly jumped out of his skin with impatience.
The price. Absolutely negotiable. Ancestor Nangong nodded urgently. Right. As long as we get the pills. Spirit stones. Not a problem.
The elders all chimed in, each speaking at once. Their eyes gleamed with urgency, as if afraid Lin Tian might change his mind.
Lin Tian's heart was bursting with joy. He thought to himself with glee, they're hooked. All of them.
He waved his hand dramatically, his voice crisp and loud, like a vendor hawking wares at the market.
All right. Since we're all straightforward people, let's auction them off. Highest bidder wins. Starting price, let's set it at 10,000 spirit stones per stone.
At this, the crowd froze in surprise. But the next moment, they all erupted in excitement. It seemed that while Lin Tian was unparalleled in the art of alchemy, he still hadn't mastered the art of manipulating human hearts.
An auction?
They were practically begging him to sell. These dozen or so individuals seemed to share a telepathic connection, their thoughts converging in unison.
Exchanging glances, they all wore faint, almost imperceptible smirks. Thinking to use an auction to inflate the spirit stone price?
You're still too green, Lin Tian.
As long as our dozen or so families stand united, we'll buy the pills at the reserve price. However,
Hong Tian, who had been sitting calmly with his eyes closed, heard this and slowly opened them. He glanced at their sly expressions. He couldn't help but silently mourn for these fools.
He thought to himself, you people. You've run into Lin Tian, that little fox. You're just out of luck.
Yao Pang struggled to stifle his laughter beside him.
Everyone began to feel deeply sorry for these people. Sure enough, just as the crowd was buzzing with excitement, waiting for Lin Tian to begin auctioning off the first spirit-transforming pill,
Lin Tian seemed to have forgotten something and continued, esteemed elders.
I forgot to mention earlier. The thing is, these spirit-transforming pills are limited. This auction is the only one. Only 10 will be sold. Not a single one more. What?
These individuals had all been contemplating how to offer a few words of flattery before the bidding commenced.
To lavish praise on Lin Tian's noble spirit. Who would have guessed he'd blurt out something like that? What? We have at least 15 shops here, and you're only selling 10? How could that be enough to go around?
Mu Tianqing's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Young Master Lin?
This. He gasped in shock, his voice cracking. An invisible hand had just squeezed him hard. He thought to himself, this kid is ruthless. But he hadn't actually suffered any misfortune, just felt a bit resentful, though he dared not voice it. After all, he had made up his mind he would cling to Lin Tian's coattails. No one understood better than the old ancestor of the Nangong clan the true value of Lin Tian being able to refine 9 pattern Dao pills at such a young age. In his eyes, Lin Tian was poised to dominate the entire Blue Star. If he broke through to become a saint-level alchemist in the future, what kind of god-defying divine pills would he be able to refine? The very thought sent shivers down his spine. The Wang family patriarch's face instantly turned as green as if he just gobbled down a ton of bitter melon. He cursed inwardly, you little bastard. This is extortion. No. It's a dinosaur-sized demand. Hong Tian stood nearby. He struggled to stifle his laughter, his face flushing crimson as his shoulders shook with suppressed giggles. He was overjoyed inside. Good lad. That's ruthless. That's shady. 15 shops and he's selling just 10 pieces.
Now these old fools. They'll probably fight tooth and nail for them. Well played. Chapter 121, Scamming Without Mercy.
The atmosphere in the Southern Academy's martial arts hall was heavy.
A dozen elders of the southern city sat in a circle. Their once smug faces were now clouded with gloom.
Their complexions had turned ashen. Their eyes were fixed intently on the jade bottle in Lin Tian's hand. Inside, 10-9 patterned Dao grade spirit transformation pills lay quietly.
Greed. Anxiety. Like tangible flames.
They nearly burst forth from their eyes.
Yet, before the auction began,
a sudden, long-forgotten, crisp notification sound exploded in Lin Tian's mind.
Ding! Emotion value accumulated 20,000, triggering lottery. Lin Tian's heart leapt violently.
He nearly leaped to his feet. Wild joy erupted like molten lava. He bit down hard on his tongue, barely suppressing a grin that threatened to stretch to his ears. Forcing himself to stay calm, his mind roared frantically.
System. 10 consecutive draws. Hurry. Roll for me. That voice. So familiar. Every time my emotions hit the roof. It's when the Red Phoenix system generously opens its purse.
He rubbed his hands together furtively. His heart burned with anticipation. He thought to himself, these old fools sure know how to contribute some serious emotion points.
This time, it should finally pay off, right? But reality was always cold and unforgiving. In his mind,
the dazzling lottery interface spins wildly.
Golden light flashes. Thank you for shopping. The mouse has carried it away. Thank you for shopping. A cold notification popped up repeatedly. 7 times in a row. All for nothing.
Lin Tian's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood.
Thoughts raced through his mind. Damn it! This crappy system. Screwing me over again. All that hard-earned emotion points. And all I get is 7 pieces of air? Hell, even rats would choke on that. Thank God. Last 3 pulls. The glow finally shifted. Ding! Congratulations on drawing, unknown jade ring 1. Ding! Congratulations on winning, the great fart loud. Ding! Congratulations on winning, kidney protecting waist strengthening pills divine grade.
Lin Tian stared at this pile of treasures.
His mouth twitched uncontrollably.
A chill gripped his heart.
The jade ring, barely passable?
The great way fart goes without saying, this is my life-saving asset.
But this strengthening waist and nourishing kidney pill? Divine tear? He glanced down at his own youthful, sturdy waist. Veins throbbed on his forehead. I'm only 20. In the prime of my life. Do I really need this crap? This damn system. Must be some serious illness. He took a deep breath. He forced down the urge to drag this damn system out and beat the crap out of it. He looked up, his gaze sweeping across the room. The shared sense of purpose they'd once shared was gone. Now, they were glaring at each other fiercely. Their eyes were like knives, and the air thick with tension. The tacit agreement to collude on pricing? Gone without a trace. Now, only full-blown wariness and naked hostility remained. Lin Tian sneered inwardly. Hey! The lottery is a total rip-off. But the emotional value these old fools contributed wasn't entirely wasted. Feuding? Perfect. Feuding means easy pickings. Ahem. Hong Tian cleared his throat loudly, breaking the suffocating silence. His voice was deep and solemn. Gentlemen, enough chatter. The auction for the spirit transformation pill begins now. His gaze swept across the entire hall like lightning. Lin Tian has stated, only 10 pills will be sold. First come, first served. The highest bidder wins. With that, he shot Lin Tian a meaningful glance. His eyes brimmed with approval, saying, you're a sly one, kid. The auction began. Initially, it proceeded calmly. Mu Tianqing spoke first, his voice tentative. 200,000 spirit stones, 4-1. Old ancestor Nangong snorted coldly. Without even lifting an eyelid, he countered 250,000. The Wang family patriarch immediately followed suit. 300,000. No one was a fool, they were all seasoned foxes. There was no point pretending to be innocent young boys. Lin Tian had offered 10 stones, clearly setting them up to fight amongst themselves. But what could they do? In an instant, the bidding war raged on, the price steadily climbing. Lin Tian stood beside Hong Tian with his arms crossed, appearing calm and composed on the surface. Inside, he was already grinning from ear to ear. He thought to himself, not bad, you old fools. Your pockets are pretty deep. But this still wasn't the effect Lin Tian was after. 10 pieces seemed too many after all, these bidders were far too restrained. However, the very next moment, the effect Lin Tian desired arrived as promised. Over a dozen parties began bidding against each other, and the atmosphere suddenly heated up. Tensions flared. Mu Tianqing slammed his hand on the table. Thud. The deafening sound made everyone's eardrums buzz.
He pointed at the Nangong patriarch, his hair standing on end with fury.
You Nangong scum! Must you oppose my Mu family? 35,000.
The Nangong patriarch rolled his eyes, showing no sign of backing down, his cold laughter ringing out.
Old ghost Mu. Is the elixir inscribed with your Mu family's name? Why should you get it? 40,000. The Wang family patriarch's beard quivered with fury. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck. Enough! Do you two think this is a market brawl? 500,000. The Wang family. We will have it. The verbal sparring rapidly escalated into blatant mockery and insults. You old bastard. You shameless scoundrel. Stay out of this, you penniless wretch. The martial arts hall erupted in a torrent of spittle, the clamor as chaotic as a market brawl. Chaos erupted like a boiling pot of porridge. Lin Tian watched with relish, unable to resist muttering under his breath. TSK. Get into it. Better yet, let them go all out. Let them throw everything they've got at each other. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Mu Tianqing whipped his head around. His gaze locked onto Lin Tian. His eyes were bloodshot, like a gambler who'd lost his mind. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, "Young Master Lin. Not enough spirit stones. My Mu family. Add one more spirit vein mining right. What do you say?" He was throwing caution to the wind. Ancestor Nangong's pupils contracted as he stepped forward. The Nangong family. We bid 3,000-year-old fire spirit jade marrow mushrooms. Plus 500,000 spirit stones. The Wang family patriarch was pacing anxiously. Wang family. We offer one low-grade Dao artifact, the Windsplitter shuttle. And add another 600,000 spirit stones. Madness. Utter madness. Spirit stones. Spirit veins. 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. Dao artifacts. Secret realm spots. Cultivation manuals. Treasures kept under lock and key. As if they were worthless, these bloodshot-eyed elders. Frenetically flinging them out. All for those 10 life-saving Hualing pills. Lin Tian forced down the wild grin threatening to spread across his face. He nearly burst from the effort, his heart bursting with joy. He thought to himself, what a steal. What a bloody steal. 10 pills. Exchanged for a mobile treasure trove. But on the surface, Lin Tian still forced himself to keep a straight face. He adopted the air of an enigmatic, unapproachable figure. He gave a slight nod, his voice calm. Agreed. Deal. 3 days from now. Prepare your resources, everyone. Come here for the settlement. His tone brooked no argument. Hong Tian stood nearby, his old face flushed crimson from stifling laughter, shoulders shaking violently. He leaned close to Lin Tian. His voice was hushed to a whisper. Nice work, kid. Those old foxes. Today, you've peeled off 3 layers of their skin. His tone was utterly exhilarated, as if a great grudge had finally been avenged. Lin Tian grinned, his eyes flashing with mischief. With a thoroughly roguish air, Principal Hong. They're always teaming up with the outer city to bully us Southern University. Today, why not slaughter them? Slaughtering them is pointless anyway. Meanwhile, in the distant city of Dansheng, deep within an ancient, solemn hall, incense swirled in the air, the atmosphere thick with gravity. Several elders, their auras profound and deep, clad in alchemist robes, sat around a table. Upon the table, a confidential report, delivered by express courier, lay silently. The headline was startling: 9-pattern Dao-grade spirit-transforming elixir unearthed in the southern city. At the head of the table, a white-haired elder with an ancient, unrefined face. His brow furrowed as his fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, producing a dull echo. This pill, truly crafted by that youth named Lin Tian from South City? His voice carried thick skepticism. Below him, a middle-aged pill master nodded emphatically, his eyes still wide with shock, his voice filled with astonishment. Chapter 122, The Final Showdown with Zhang Feng. Reporting to the Supreme Elder. The intelligence has been verified multiple times. Absolutely true. 9th rank Dao grade. Capable of perfectly suppressing the spiritual energy runaway triggered by the hidden ailment of the Dao during breakthrough. The effect, nothing short of miraculous. Unprecedented. The moment these words were spoken, a collective gasp of suppressed astonishment rippled through the hall. Impossible. A mere upstart? Could his alchemy skills be that terrifying? Could it be the work of that old codger Hong Tian from South City? Pushed on to his disciple on purpose? Some shook their heads, expressing strong skepticism. Others gazed intently, deep in thought, their voices heavy with gravity. If the intelligence is accurate, this youth's talent can only be described as a prodigy. His future is boundless. I fear my position in Dan City may be threatened. Elder Dan remained silent for a long while. The tapping fingers on the table ceased. The hall fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and measured. The Southern City branch has already dispatched envoys bearing lavish gifts to request a sample of the elixir.
He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd, carrying a hint of inexpressible meaning.
Once the physical samples arrive, all will be revealed. If this elixir truly lives up to the rumors, then, the southern city. The sky might just turn upside down. The crowd's expressions varied, their eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and shock. And a barely perceptible hint of apprehension. In the blink of an eye. Days passed in the blink of an eye.
The storm stirred by the auction of the spirit-transforming pill had yet to subside. The three-city contest. The clash of mid-tier forces had arrived as promised. The battlefield was set at the Tri-City border. A chaotic marketplace known as the Three-No Zone. In ordinary times, this place was a melting pot of all manner of people.
Bloodshed and violence were commonplace.
But today, it boils with human clamor.
Like a boiling cauldron. A dense, dark mass of people.
Flooding in from Jiang City, Tang City, and Nan City.
Surrounding the massive arena so tightly there's no room to breathe. The air. A heavy stench of blood. And a suffocating tension. Below the stage.
In the front row of the audience seats, Lin Tian and Tang Yan sat side by side. Their gazes, like hawks, were fixed intently on the center of the ring. There. The mid-tier clash between Jiangcheng and Tangcheng had reached a fever pitch. Bloody. Brutal. Every strike deadly. Tang Yan tilted her head slightly, parting her crimson lips to speak in a voice hushed and heavy with gravity. That old devil in the black robe on stage.
See him?
That's Zhang Feng. Jiangcheng's strongest mid-tier combat power this time. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. Following her gesture, he looked up. On the stage. A white-haired, sinister-faced elder clad in black robes. His movements were ghostly. His strikes were ruthless and merciless. Every strike carried a thick, bloody scent, directly targeting vital points. Utterly brutal.
This old man?
Lin Tian's brows instantly knitted together. His eyes brimmed with disbelief and deep contempt, his tone dripping with absurdity.
This is the Mu family? The one Mu Shui is supposed to marry into? A decrepit old man with one foot in the grave? Tang Yan sighed helplessly, her lovely face clouded with gloom. There's no choice. The Zhang family's influence is overwhelming, and they're relentless. If the Mu family refuses, they simply won't be able to withstand the pressure.
She paused, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Tian, her tone tinged with a barely perceptible sincerity.
That's why we need you as a shield. You. Surely you don't actually want to watch Mu Shui jump into this pit of fire? Lin Tian's brows furrowed even deeper, a surge of inexplicable anger rising within him.
I thought to myself, of course not.
That girl Mu Shui. She's a bit of a tsundere. A bit cold, but at least. She's a stunningly beautiful woman. To marry this decrepit, ruthless old coffin dweller? It's a complete waste of her beauty. A disgrace.
He whipped his head around to face Tang Yan, his voice low and his gaze sharp. But this Zhang Feng.
He seems far from ordinary. Tang Yan nodded emphatically.
Her pretty face was more serious than ever. Be careful. This man has a vicious nature. His methods are brutal.
His talent is extraordinary.
Don't be fooled by his age. His cultivation has reached the Dao Emperor realm. Mid-tier combat power.
He is nearly invincible. Dao Emperor realm. Lin Tian's heart sank heavily.
At his current cultivation level. That's a full tier higher.
A chasm. An unbridgeable gulf. He instinctively clenched his fists.
His knuckles turned white as he demanded in a low voice.
This match. Is it still a matter of life and death?
His voice carried a hint of coldness.
A bitter smile touched Tang Yan's lips. It's the Three Cities tournament.
I always thought the future redistribution of power and resources among the three cities would mean that even off the stage, every trick in the book would be pulled, let alone deciding life and death on it.
You could say it's a fight to the death.
She paused, her gaze toward Lin Tian heavy with worry and gravity. South City has already lost the first two mid-tier matches.
If they lose this one too,
then the South City's mid-tier combat strength will be utterly finished.
This battle of yours determines the very survival of all of South City. Lin Tian fell silent.
His gaze fixed intently on the ruthless figure atop the arena.
A moment passed. Deep within his eyes, two blazing flames suddenly ignited. Resolute. Unwavering. As solid as a rock. Rest assured. I won't lose.
His voice was not loud, yet it carried the force of an unyielding resolve.
Jiangcheng wants to suppress Nanchang? Dream on. Not a chance.
If all else fails, I'll blow that old geezer to smithereens with a single fart.
Just then. Ah! From the stage.
A piercing scream erupted, shrill beyond belief.
Blood shot skyward. There stood Zhang Feng.
A cruel, savage grin twisted his lips.
His gaunt, eagle-claw-like hands seized his opponent's arms. He tore them apart with brutal force. Rip!
A bone-chilling tearing sound
echoed throughout the entire arena. That Tangcheng expert was torn clean in two by him. Inner organs. Blood. Gushed forth like fountains, instantly staining the entire stage crimson. A horrifying sight. The entire arena fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Then, a deafening roar erupted, a mix of horrified screams and gasps. Like a tsunami. Whoa! Tang Yan's fair face turned deathly pale. She sucked in a sharp breath, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. That old devil. He's too ruthless. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing like a blade's edge deep within his pupils. His gaze locked onto Jiang Feng, who stood in a pool of blood, resembling a hellish demon. Dao Emperor Realm? So what? Under my grasping seal, just you wait until I tear you to shreds, you bastard. On the stage. The referee's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. He announced loudly, Jiang Chang wins. Next match, Lin Tian from South City. Facing off against Jiangqing's Jiang Feng. The voice thundered like a war drum, striking every heart. Lin Tian rose slowly. His movements were steady, like a mountain. He gently patted the tense shoulder of Tang Yan beside him. At the corner of his mouth, a signature roguish grin spread across his lips. It carried absolute confidence and a hint of devil-may-care defiance. Miss Tang, how about we make a bet? Ha? A bet? Tang Yan froze. She instinctively asked, what's the wager? Bet on whether I can take down this Jiang Feng in one move. Instantly defeat? How could that be possible? As soon as Lin Tian spoke, the surrounding spectators all sneered in disdain. They thought, who is this greenhorn? Did he get his words mixed up? You're the one who'll get taken down in one move. Lin Tian, don't get cocky. Tang Yan's expression turned serious as she immediately stood up to caution him. You're the one who won't bet, Lin Tian retorted irritably. Well, what do you want to bet on? Tang Yan wasn't the type to get bogged down in petty squabbles. On the contrary, she was a hot-tempered, straight-talking dragon. Fine. The bet is this, if I take him down instantly, I'll help you break through to the Dao spirit realm tonight. If not, I'll help you break through tomorrow. Tang Yan. Lin Tian's bluff left her speechless. She could only look at Lin Tian with gratitude in her eyes. Lin Tian gave a faint smile, no longer looking at anyone. He turned and strode purposefully toward the blood-soaked arena, his steps decisive and unwavering. His stride was steady, each step seeming to tread upon everyone's heartbeat. Countless eyes fixated on him. Anticipation. Skepticism. Anxiety. Schadenfreude. Below the stage. Dead silence. Everyone held their breath, the air thick with the scent of blood. Chapter 123, instantly defeating Jiang Feng, stunning the entire arena. Lin Tian, clad in a blue robe and sporting a gleaming shaved head, strode confidently onto the stage. But what greeted him was a torrent of mockery from Tang Chang and Jiang Chang. Is South City out of options? Sending some Dao spirit realm brat to die? Ha! Jiang Feng is at the Dao Emperor realm. He could crush him with a single finger. South City is finished, they can't even find someone to save face. The jeers surged like a tidal wave, brimming with blatant contempt. At the center of the arena, Jiang Feng stood cloaked in black, his hair entirely white. His piercing eyes swept over Lin Tian. He sneered coldly, boy, killing you would take but a single finger. The oppressive aura of a Dao Emperor descended heavily, his face brimming with disdain. The crowd from the southern city also felt deflated. Whispers spread among them, Lin Tian is a genius alchemist. Why send him out to die? What a waste. He could refine 9-pattern spirit transforming pills. His death would be a huge loss for South City. Amidst the waves of sighs, despair hung heavy. No one believed Lin Tian could win. Yet standing there, Lin Tian's lips curled into a sly grin. Watching their expressions, he was secretly reveling in their reactions. He thought to himself, go ahead and mock me. The fiercer your mockery, the more my morale soars. Ding ding ding. The Red Phoenix system's notification chime echoed incessantly in his mind as his emotion value skyrocketed from 20,000 to 23,000. He scanned the entire crowd, his face breaking into a wide grin. Big crowds were the best harvest. Bring on more, enough to unlock the heavenly path chains binding Tang Yan and Mu Shui. Then it would be settled. He thought of Mu Shui's bashful gaze, and Tang Yan standing alone in the northern valley, shielding him from the Dan Alliance's relentless pressure. His heart warmed. Little sister wanted him to join the alliance for a month. She truly wanted to pave the way for both of them before leaving. The spirit transformation pill was effective, but only he knew it merely treated the symptoms, not the root cause. The root cause remained, breaking the bonds of the heavenly path chains within their bodies. At this very moment, at the judge's table, little sister, clad in black, fixed her beautiful phoenix eyes on Lin Tian, her face etched with worry. She clenched her fists, her heart racing with anxiety. This kid is 2 entire cultivation realms behind, how could he possibly win? It seemed that if things took a turn for the worse, she'd have to step in and save him immediately. Lin Tian still needed to join her in the first column. Thinking back to their intimate moments in the clinic that night, a faint warmth flushed her cheeks. She quickly shook her head, banishing that flutter of embarrassment and frustration. Meanwhile, on the stage, Zhang Feng, seeing Lin Tian's silence, assumed he'd been forced into this fight and was now likely scared. He sneered coldly, "Kid, show some sense. Surrender to Jiangcheng, and I'll spare your life." Zhang Feng's eyes flickered, his wrinkled gaze constantly sizing up Lin Tian. However, he had clearly heard rumors that Lin Tian could refine 9-pattern spirit transformation pills, which was why he'd entertained the idea of recruiting him. At the suggestion, Lin Tian snorted derisively. With a cocky swagger, he retorted, "Spare me? Zhang Feng, you think I'd hesitate to take you down in one move, you old fart?" His voice wasn't loud, but it rolled across the entire venue like a thunderclap. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire venue fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous laughter. Zhang Feng froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Lin Tian to spout such brazen nonsense. Then he threw his head back and roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha! Kid, have you lost your mind? A Dao Spirit Realm cultivator defeating a Dao Emperor Realm? That's laughable." Below the stage, the people from Tang City and Zhang City were all doubled over with laughter. Pointing at Lin Tian, they jeered, "Has lightning fried this kid's brain? South City has no one else?" They sent a fool to embarrass themselves. Even the cultivators from South City exchanged bewildered glances. They thought to themselves, it seems Southern City would suffer another defeat in mid-tier combat strength today. But this defeat might just... Someone sighed and shook their head. "It's over. What good does Lin Tian's sharp tongue do?" In an instant, the entire crowd turned against Lin Tian. Who knows if Principal Hong of Nan University has simply grown senile? Seeing everyone's disheartened expressions and the opposing side's unceasing sneers, Lin Tian only grew more fired up. The system notification chimes in his mind rang incessantly at that moment. His emotional value shot skyward. He rubbed his bald head, his eyes darting about. He promptly placed his hands on his hips, his fingers pointing arrogantly at the entire crowd. "Laugh? Laugh my ass off. Bunch of ignorant bumpkins. It's not that I, Lin Tian, look down on Zhang Feng, it's that I look down on your entire Jiangcheng and Tangcheng." His gaze swept over the people from Jiangcheng and Tangcheng as he taunted, "Because in my eyes, you're all trash." His words were outrageously arrogant. Because it directly insulted everyone from both cities. Sure enough, the entire venue erupted in uproar. Everyone roared in anger, "Kid, you're asking for it." Though the southern city folk weren't optimistic, Lin Tian's audacity ignited a spark of fighting spirit within them. Someone shouted, "Lin Tian, take him down." Little sister frowned and muttered under her breath, "This guy, always stirring up trouble." Yet her eyes held a barely perceptible glimmer of amusement. That cocky attitude was actually kind of thrilling. Zhang Feng was completely enraged, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. He roared, "You little bastard, come and get it." His palm shot out, spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave. Wrapped in the annihilating aura of a Dao Emperor Realm cultivator, it slammed viciously toward Lin Tian. The entire crowd held its breath. In the spectator seats, Mu Shui bit her lip. "Lin Tian, please don't get hurt." Tang Yan narrowed her phoenix-like eyes. "This kid, so cocky. Does he really have a trump card?" Lin Tian, however, remained utterly unflustered, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Old man, then taste the might of the grab technique." His hands swiftly formed seals, channeling spiritual energy into an invisible giant hand as he activated the grab technique. He aimed straight for the fatal hidden ailment within Zhang Feng's body. Lin Tian had no interest in engaging in close combat. Back in the Qi-gathering realm, he could already instantly kill Foundation establishment cultivators despite being several levels below. Now at the Dao Spirit realm, slaying a Dao Emperor? What's so difficult about that? Faced with Lin Tian's peculiar finger technique, Zhang Feng immediately sensed something was amiss. His expression abruptly changed. For he suddenly felt the spiritual energy within him surge like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, completely out of control and running amok. His eyes widened in terror. What did you do?" But before he could finish speaking, boom! His entire frail, aged body instantly erupted in a violent explosion of spiritual energy, shattering into a sky-filling mist of blood. Instantly dead. Dead silence. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Then, cries of shock erupted like a tsunami. Zhang Feng, the renowned top mid-tier combatant of Jiangcheng, a Dao Emperor-level powerhouse who had swept through the mid-tier forces of 3 cities, had been instantly annihilated with a single strike? The cultivators of South City nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. This can't be possible? Jiangcheng's people were stunned. Zhang Feng dead? Tang City's cultivators turned ashen. What just happened? Lin Tian stood at the center of the arena, his blue robe fluttering in the wind, that mischievous grin still plastered across his face. Inside his mind, the system alert sounded like it had gone mad. Emotion value instantly broke through the 25,000 mark. This was a huge win. So what if Jiang Feng's battle record was impressive? The Celestial Path's hidden ailment is the Achilles heel of every blue star cultivator. As long as the cultivation gap doesn't exceed 2 major realms, then he strikes with unerring precision. His gaze swept across the entire arena. he roared defiantly. Who else? Stunned. Everyone was stunned. Then, someone no one knew who shouted, that doesn't count.
Zhang Feng blew himself up because his old injury flared up.
He didn't kill him. This argument. Everyone finally snapped out of it. Right. Zhang Feng clearly died from his spiritual energy going haywire and exploding. What did Lin Tian have to do with it?
He didn't defeat him through his own skill.
Right. It doesn't count. Rerun it. Rerun it.
In an instant, everyone began shouting in unison. At the judges' table, the representatives from Jiangcheng and Tangcheng slammed their fists on the table.
This kid's score is invalid. The representative from Nanchang sneered coldly, can't take a loss? Zhang Feng blew at himself, who's to blame?
Both sides argued fiercely, faces flushed and necks strained, on the verge of coming to blows.
Little Sister Feng's eyes flashed coldly as she barked, silence. Zhang Feng was defeated and perished, the facts are clear.
Her voice carried an authority that brooked no argument. The Jiangcheng representative gritted his teeth in refusal.
One more match. Jiangcheng will send another fighter.
The judges' table conferred briefly.
Ultimately, all eyes turned to the young woman. After all, she was here representing the alliance as the official match witness. Yao Meier found herself in a difficult position.
Her gaze flickered toward Lin Tian. Then she silently transmitted her voice, Lin Tian, are you sure?
Lin Tian froze. He thought to himself, are these people really going to send another expert up here to be a sacrificial lamb? Fine. Perfect South City could eliminate some formidable enemies right out in the open. Lin Tian immediately replied, Sis Yao, let them come. Bring them on. As many as they send, we'll take them all down.
Sister Yao's eyes flickered with complexity, but recalling Lin Tian's astonishing feats over recent times, she chose to trust him.
She promptly announced, the match result stands for now. However,
Jiangcheng may send one more challenger to face Lin Tian. The words had barely left her mouth.
A dark-clad man stepped forward from Jiangcheng's camp.
Also at the Dao Emperor realm, his aura was cold and oppressive. He fixed his gaze on Lin Tian and sneered coldly, Kid, your bull luck has run out.
The crowd erupted once more, filled with jeers and ridicule. Lin Tian is finished this time. What? Jiangcheng's top Dao Emperor, a full minor realm above Zhang Feng. This. Lin Tian is finished. He won't be as lucky this time as he was against Zhang Feng.
Zhang Feng's latent heavenly affliction erupted, causing his body to explode.
But this Lin Bing?
I've heard he broke through to the high-tier Dao Emperor realm nearly a decade ago.
His latent spiritual energy affliction has been dormant for years. It couldn't possibly erupt now. Yet.
Watching the figure ascend the stage, Lin Tian grinned, stepping forward as his green robe billowed in the wind. His gaze fixed on the black-clad man, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly. Lucky break? I'll show you what real power looks like.
Chapter 124, Void Slaughter Array.
Lin Bing had barely stepped onto the stage when he paused, not rushing to attack. Instead, he raised his hand and bellowed, hold on. His voice boomed, deliberately infused with the swagger of a martial hero.
Young hero Lin.
We cultivators act as heaven's enforcers, engaging in life and death combat. By martial world custom, one must leave a name. I am Lin Bing of Jiangcheng. Should I fall in battle today, I beg young Master Lin to erect a tombstone upon my grave so that future generations may know who lies buried here. His eyes fixed intently on Lin Tian as he continued his impassioned speech.
Young Master Lin, your alchemy talent has shaken the southern city.
To achieve such greatness at such a young age, I, Lin Bing, am truly impressed. But this arena knows no mercy, and blades have no eyes. Today's battle, life or death, is left to fate. I only ask that young Master Lin swear by your Taoist heart, let us settle this fairly and openly, with honor and integrity.
Fine words indeed.
It seemed as though he truly had Lin Tian's best interests at heart, yet beneath the surface, there was always a hint of testing and calculation.
Below the stage.
Upon hearing this, the cultivators from Jiangcheng and Tangcheng.
Flattery immediately poured forth like a tidal wave. Listen to that. This is the true bearing of Jiangcheng's foremost Dao Emperor realm cultivator, honest and upright.
Senior Lin Bing's vision is something that kid from South City could never hope to match.
Lin Tian? Just some hot-headed alchemist, what does he know of martial ethics? He's asking for death. Senior Lin Bing could crush him with a single move.
The waves of mockery grew louder and louder, brimming with blatant contempt. Over on the South City cultivators' side, the atmosphere had gone as limp as frostbitten eggplants. Someone sighed, Lin Tian is indeed skilled in alchemy. But when it comes to fighting, sigh, he's no match. This time, it's looking grim. Their despair and worry transformed into waves of invisible energy.
Absorbed voraciously by Lin Tian's system, the notification chimes rang incessantly in his mind.
But, hearing the other party's words, Lin Tian froze for a moment. His lips even twitched involuntarily.
Whoa! This old codger could spin a better yarn than he could?
He recited that line with such polished fluency, must have spent half his life honing his silver tongue.
Glancing down at the crowd below, those troublemakers egging him on, his heart burst with glee. Go ahead and curse. Curse away. He was just worried he didn't have enough emotional energy to spare. He stood lazily with his arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face. He addressed Lin Bing. Lin Bing, is it? Fine. I'll erect a monument for you. I'll engrave 4 big characters on it. Talk too much, mess things up. How does that sound? Ha ha ha. The audience erupted in uproarious laughter. Even the disheartened cultivators from Nanchang couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh out loud. They all secretly admired Lin Tian. That kid had a sharp tongue. He really hit the nail on the head. A stiffening moment passed across Lin Bing's face, his bold smile momentarily frozen. But he quickly recovered, laughing heartily. Young Master Lin truly has a gift for words. What a sharp tongue. But isn't there an old saying back in your hometown? Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I suggest you defect to Jiangqing instead. They'll guarantee your survival. Jiangqing's resources are far more substantial than those of the small town of Nanchang. Young Master Lin, why sacrifice your promising future over a petty dispute? He spoke with flowery rhetoric, feigning concern for your welfare. Yet in secret, he was like a venomous snake, quietly channeling his spiritual energy. His fingers hooked imperceptibly within his sleeves. A strange array disc, entirely shrouded in a deep blue hue, as if forged from solidified fragments of the void, appeared silently beside him. It clung to the space itself, utterly invisible to the naked eye. Spiritual energy transformed into threads finer than hair, silently darting through the void around the arena, swiftly weaving and etching patterns. As the array patterns spread, the space near the arena began to warp with an almost imperceptible distortion. A vast and perilous formation, like an invisible spider's web, silently enveloped the entire arena. The crowd below remained utterly unaware. A cold, sinister curve lifted the corners of Lin Bing's mouth. Kid, you're still too green. This void array disc was Lin Bing's most treasured possession. He had expended countless rare void crystals and paid a hefty price to enlist the reclusive master from the Array Academy to forge it. True to its name, it could perfectly conceal itself within the void. Beyond its master, Lin Bing himself, no one could touch it or even sense its existence. What he was currently inscribing was the void slaughter array, activated through this very disc. Once activated, it would utterly warp and tear the space within, transforming it into terrifying turbulent currents like countless invisible, razor-sharp blades savagely shredding everything. Its power is so immense that even a level 2 void black gold beast with its thick hide and ability to survive within void fissures would find death inevitable. This was Lin Bing's ultimate trump card, reserved for confronting truly formidable foes. The formation was complete. Lin Tian, still wearing his carefree smirk and showing no sign of guard, stood before Lin Tian. The last shred of doubt vanished from Lin Tian's heart. He had thought Lin Tian possessed some bizarre technique. That's why that unlucky bastard Jiang Feng suddenly exploded to death. Turns out, the other guy was just a greenhorn who got lucky and didn't know a thing. Because, through the array disc, he could now clearly sense every breath Lin Tian took, the rhythm of his heartbeat. Even the slightest fluctuations in spiritual energy. Everything was perfectly normal, without a hint of abnormality. The fake smile vanished instantly from Lin Bing's face, replaced by cold, murderous intent. Lin Tian, your time has come. Without another word, his fingers hidden within his sleeves abruptly formed a seal. Hum. A low hum, barely audible yet seeming to resonate directly within the soul, filled the air. In an instant, the entire space of the arena twisted, folded, and tore apart violently, like calm water disturbed by a massive boulder. Countless streaks of ghostly blue light, like tangible fissures, flashed into existence, wildly crisscrossing and slicing through the air. Violent spatial turbulence instantly engulfed the entire arena, transforming it into a devastating wasteland. From the outside, the center of the arena was a chaotic blur, spirit light blindingly bright, fragments of space flying everywhere. No details could be discerned within. Only the heart-stopping aura of destruction could be sensed. Holy! What is that? Did space tear apart? The arena, it seems to be collapsing. Lin Tian is finished. Absolutely finished. Senior Lin Bing is too powerful. What kind of divine technique is this? It's terrifying. Below the stage, gasps and screams erupted as everyone paled in horror. The cultivators from Nanchang were ashen-faced, the last glimmer of hope extinguished in their eyes. It's over, completely over. Lin Tian, there's no saving him. Some murmured, their voices trembling. The Jiangqing cultivators, however, were overcome with wild joy. They gloated triumphantly. Ha ha ha. See that? That's the true power of Senior Lin Bing. What could a mere Dao Spirit Realm cultivator possibly do to stop it? It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He's been obliterated without a trace. Mockery, shock, fear, ecstasy. At the judge's table, little sister slammed her palm onto the table and sprang to her feet. Her beautiful phoenix-like eyes nearly blazed with fury. Her gaze locked onto the area shrouded in spatial turbulence. She roared furiously, Jiangchang! How dare you! Using a void array disc on the stage. This is a serious violation. She instantly recognized the source of that terrifying spectacle. The Void Slaughter Array. This was the Eastern Cultivation Alliance's ultimate technique for dealing with void beasts. Its power was peerless. Even a second-tier void black gold beast caught within it would face certain death. The representatives seated at the Jiangqing delegation were stunned. Their faces turned deathly pale as they stammered in defense. We had no idea. We truly had no idea the Lini army possessed such a thing. Seeing their panicked expressions, it was clear they hadn't anticipated Lin Bing's audacity. Daring to privately use such a strictly regulated forbidden formation. Little sister was so furious her lips nearly split from biting them. Gazing at the raging spatial turbulence, her eyes brimmed with helplessness. Once the Void Slaughter Array activated, it creates a sealed domain. Outsiders cannot approach. Forced intrusion would only lead to being shredded together. Captain Yao. What on earth is happening? At that moment, Tang Yan and Mu Shui, their expressions filled with panic, rushed to the referee's stand. They were stunned by the horrifying sight. Little sister, hearing the commotion, she struggled to turn her head, gazing at them as her lips trembled. Her voice choked. Lin Tian, he might, already. The rest of the words she simply couldn't bring herself to say, but the tears welling in her eyes spoke volumes. What? No. Tang Yan was struck as if by lightning, her fair face turning instantly ashen. A powerful aura belonging to the Grandmaster realm erupted uncontrollably. The surrounding air hummed with the force of the shockwave. Her phoenix-like eyes blazed crimson, like an enraged female panther. Lin Tian can't die. I'm going to save him. Before the words had even finished echoing, she charged headlong toward the deadly zone, heedless of the danger. Tang Yan. Come back. You can't go. Her younger sister gasped in horror, snatching her arm in a flash and clutching it tightly. You can't get in. Going in is suicide. That void turbulence can tear a person to shreds in an instant. Even if you somehow survive, you'll be sucked into an unknown spatial rift. You'll never come back. But, at that moment, Tang Yan struggled desperately, as if possessed. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. I won't believe it. Let me go. That bastard, that scoundrel, he always talks tough, but his life's just as tough. How could this be? How could he just? Beside her, Mu Shui was equally shaken to her core, her eyes brimming with tears. But she forced herself to hold on to the last shred of composure, clutching Tang Yan's arm tightly. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, Aunt Tang, please calm down. Lin Tian, he must have a way out. He's so capable, he. Yet her own voice trembled violently, and even she didn't believe her own words. She had heard tales of the Void Slaughter Array's terror. Just as chaos and despair engulfed them, a figure as steady as a mountain appeared before the judge's stand as if teleported. It was Hong Tian. His face was stern, his eyes holding a storm. His deep voice commanded, Yenner. Stop. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an authority that brooked no defiance. His fingers formed a sword-like point, striking Tang Yan's forehead with lightning speed. A surge of pure, tranquil spiritual energy instantly flooded her system. Tang Yan's slender body stiffened. The struggle vanished abruptly. Her beautiful, flushed eyes closed, and she collapsed backward, limp. Hong Tian turned to Mu Shui, who was fighting back tears. His voice was low, yet carried a reassuring strength. Take care of her. Mu Shui bit her lower lip hard, nodded firmly, and clutched the unconscious Tang Yan tightly. Tears finally slid silently down her cheeks, her eyes filled with unrelenting worry. Only then did Hong Tian slowly turn his gaze toward his youngest sister. His gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing through the heart. He spoke each word deliberately. Captain Yao. Jiangcheng violated the rules, deployed an Alliance band artifact, and attempted to murder our South City prodigy. This matter South University will not let it rest. As the supervising representative for this match, Yao Meyer naturally bore responsibility. So she met Hong Tian's gaze, took a deep breath, and suppressed the grief and fury within her. Her eyes held only icy resolve. Senior Hong, rest assured. I witnessed this personally. Both witnesses and evidence are present. As the special envoy of the Eastern Cultivation Alliance's 1st Brigade, I swear I will seek justice for Lin Tian. Jiangcheng must pay the price. Chapter 125, The Unscrupulous Old Ghost Hong. However, the moment the youngest sister finished speaking, a thunderous roar, like a bolt of lightning, suddenly shattered the deathly silence. Good. Who knows what possessed Hong Tian to suddenly snap? He stepped forward in a single stride. Frenzied spiritual energy erupted like a tangible tsunami. Even the platform beneath his feet began to crack inch by inch. He glared at the cultivators from all 3 cities. His voice, churning with overwhelming fury, made everyone's eardrums buzz. Today, if the Alliance cannot deliver justice to the southern great city, don't blame me, Old Ghost Hong, for going berserk today. His hair and beard stood on end, each strand as stiff as a spear, his eyes blazing crimson. I, Hong Tian, swear here. Should anything befall Lin Tian, this old devil will slaughter every last soul in Jiangcheng, leaving no one alive. I will bury myself with him. Boom!
This oath thundered like a bolt from the heavens, carrying the murderous intent of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, crashing down upon the hearts of every cultivator in Jiangcheng. Whoosh! The Jiangcheng cultivators' ranks erupted instantly. Every face turned as pale as paper, eyes brimming with uncontrollable terror. Slaughter the entire city? That old madman, he actually dared to say it. It's over. Hong Tian, that demonic tyrant back then. In an instant, fear spread like a plague. Amidst the whispers, one cultivator after another recalled the bloody horrors associated with Hong Tian. An old cultivator, his hair and beard entirely white, trembled violently, his body shaking like a sieve. His voice trembled with tears. It's true, back then, he was driven by the murder of a brother. Then, he, alone, with a single blade, slaughtered his way through that sect. From the mountain gates to the forbidden rear mountains. Hundreds of men. He spared not even the guard dogs. Blood flowed like a river. Even the sect's founder, a mighty Dao Emperor-level powerhouse, was smashed to pulp by a single blow from him. That scene. I still have nightmares about it. This blood-soaked account made the young cultivators of Jiangcheng tremble in their boots. It felt as though they could already see Hong Tian transformed into a demon god, marching over the corpses of Jiangcheng. Yet, in stark contrast to Jiangcheng's panic, a suppressed sense of glee was quietly stirring among Tongcheng's cultivators. Seated at the main position on the high platform was Tang City's foremost powerhouse, the venerable Tian Fei. His eyes narrowed, gleaming with sharp intensity, while an imperceptible, icy curve lifted the corners of his mouth. This time, Jiangcheng had kicked a red-hot iron plate. That old madman Hong Tian was famously reckless when it came to protecting his own. If he truly became enraged and launched an all-out war against Jiangcheng, then, when two tigers fight, one must be wounded. At that point, our Tang City need only sit back and watch the tigers fight, reaping the benefits of their conflict. The three cities contest. Jiangcheng has been too dominant lately, squeezing Tangcheng until we can barely breathe. If we can use this chance to pit Nanchang and Jiangcheng against each other until they're both weakened. Ha ha! All the resources within a 1,000-mile radius. Who could possibly rival Tang City? By then, my Tang City will soon dominate three cities. It's only a matter of time. The more Tianfei the ancestor thought about it, the more elated he became. He even began to silently pray. Fight! Start fighting already! Old Ghost Hong, make your move. Best to wipe out that old wretch Jiang Woya altogether. While the cultivators of Jiangcheng lived in constant dread and those of Tangcheng schemed in secret. The backbone of Jiang City. Jiang Woya, himself a powerhouse at the Dao Law natural realm, finally had no choice but to steel himself and step forward. Clad in a grey robe, his aura was as deep and profound as an abyss. Though he strove to maintain composure, the weight in his eyes remained inescapable. Summoning his spiritual energy, he pointed at Hong Tian with a booming voice, attempting to salvage the situation. Old devil Hong! Cease your slander and stop implicating the innocent. That bastard Lin Bing, his unauthorized use of the forbidden artifact array was his own doing. What does it have to do with me, Jiangcheng? On what grounds do you slaughter every cultivator in Jiangcheng? Such actions are no different from those of demons. His words were directed at Hong Tian, but also to all the cultivators present and the alliance envoy, Yao Mei. He sought to shift all blame onto Lin Bing alone. He sought to sever all ties with Jiangcheng. Sure enough, the moment Jiang Wuya stepped forward, it was as if he had injected a shot of adrenaline into the terrified Jiangcheng cultivators. Right. Senior Jiang is absolutely correct. Why should the entire city pay for Hong Tian's mistake? Exactly. That old bastard Lin Bing acted on his own. What does that have to do with us? The alliance must investigate fairly. The panic among Jiangcheng's cultivators gradually began to ease. A glimmer of hope reignited in many eyes. Voices rose in chorus, the clamor growing louder. However, Jiang Wuya inwardly cursed his misfortune. He cursed the stingy ancestor 18 generations back. That damn fool. He'd caused such a massive mess on his own, nearly dragging the entire Jiang city into utter ruin. He put on a tough front, but deep down, he was terrified. Hong Tian's reputation as the Chaos Demon King was earned through real bloodshed. Though both had reached the Dao-following realm, Hong Tian's ferocious combat prowess and murderous intent were qualities he himself could not match. If it came down to a fight, even if Jiangcheng won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, leaving them severely weakened. But, upon hearing this, Hong Tian, he burst into laughter, his rage boiling over. Yet that laughter was like a storm, chilling to the bone. It was filled with scorn. Just as everyone thought Hong Tian was about to say something to Jiang Wuya. Who would have thought? Hong Tian's piercing gaze suddenly shifted toward the high platform in Tang City. He stared directly at the serene and composed elder Tianfei. Old Tianfei. Don't hide behind others pretending to be innocent. Enjoying the show, are you? Trying to reap the benefits without lifting a finger? Just waiting to reap the benefits? Hong Tian's voice rumbled like a distant thunderclap, cold and piercing with all-seeing clarity. I may be a rough and tumble guy, but I'm no brainless fool. If Jiangqing doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation for today's events, forcing my southern city faction to take action. At this point, his tone shifted abruptly, and murderous intent swept toward Tang City's camp like the biting cold of the 12th lunar month. I'll wipe you out first, Tangcheng. To stop you, you old fox, from stabbing me in the back and ruining my plans. Boom! The moment these words left his mouth, the Tangcheng cultivators' camp erupted in chaos. Those who had been secretly gloating moments ago now paled visibly. What? Hong Tian. You've gone too far. What does this have to do with us, Tangcheng? Why should we be destroyed? That old madman, he's completely out of control. In an instant, curses and cries of shock and anger rose in waves. But more than anything, there was the terror of being targeted by a predator. On the high platform, the expression of the venerable Tianfei grew dark. His carefully orchestrated plan to reap the benefits of others' struggles had been ruthlessly shattered by Hong Tian. And now, the flames had turned inward. At this moment, he could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, his spiritual energy surging around him, directly countering Hong Tian's imposing aura. He bellowed, Hong Tian. You old bastard. Do you really think I, the heavenly flying ancestor, am made of clay? The matter of the stingy weapons has nothing whatsoever to do with my Tang City. Cease this senseless bickering and deliberate provocation. His tone was firm, attempting to uphold Tang City's authority. But the fleeting flicker of apprehension deep in his eyes betrayed him. Hong Tian's bloody legacy of slaughtering entire sects weighed upon him like a crushing mountain. He knew this when it came to fighting to the death, to that ruthless, all-or-nothing ferocity. He was no match for that reckless devil Hong Laogue. If they were to break ties and fight, Tangcheng would suffer catastrophic losses. This realization filled him with both frustration and rage. Hong Tian observed the old ancestor Tianfei's blustering, cowardly demeanor, and let out a booming laugh. Ha 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 ha. Old Tianfei, stop pretending to be a big shot in front of me. Your Tang City's petty schemes? I can see right through them with my little finger. Think you can stay out of this? Not a chance. If Jiangqing doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation today, Tangcheng won't get off scot-free either. His voice boomed like a temple bell, utterly domineering. He embodied the very essence of unscrupulous to the fullest. He'd taken it to a whole new level. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a cold, piercing female voice cut through the air. Esteemed elders, please calm yourselves. The voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with unquestionable authority. Chapter 126, Then let the battle begin. Swish. All eyes instantly focused. In a flash, Yao Meyer's figure darted forward, suddenly materializing at the center of the high platform where the three factions stood facing off. Clad in form-fitting black robes that accentuated her graceful yet powerful curves, her phoenix-like eyes held a murderous glint, her fair face as cold as ice. The aura radiating from her, though not as profoundly deep as that of Hong Tian, Jiang Oya, or the venerable Tianfei, but that piercing aura of killing intent belonging to the Eastern Cultivation Alliance's 1st Brigade captain, coupled with her transcendent status. Yet she stood like a drawn blade, instantly capturing the attention of the entire hall. Her appearance caused the raging spiritual energy field to pause, and the boiling killing intent cooled slightly. Yao Meyer took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions churning within her. Though born in the southern city, and even Nanda was her alma mater, holding deep sentimental value. But before Hong Tian restructured the university, she had already joined the Eastern Cultivation Alliance through her extraordinary talent and strength. Step by step, she climbed to the position of captain of the first column. At this moment, she represented not only the youngest sister of Nanchang, she was also the Alliance's special envoy. This role demanded she remain neutral and impartial. Her gaze instinctively flickered toward the void where the frantic slaughter still raged. Her heart raced with both urgency and frustration. Lin Tian. You damn bastard. Always giving me trouble. If you dare die. She fought back the stinging in her nose and the welling tears in her eyes, forcing herself to stay calm. Her gaze first fell upon Hong Tian, who stood before her like a wrathful deity. Her voice softened, tinged with a barely perceptible plea. Senior Hong, please restrain your anger. Rage won't solve anything. As the Alliance's special envoy, I assure you the Alliance will conduct a thorough investigation. No matter who is implicated, justice will prevail. We will give Nan University and Lin Tian the answers they deserve. She had to steady this powder keg ready to explode at the slightest spark. Hong Tian snorted heavily. The flames of rage still burned fiercely in his eyes. But facing his youngest sister, this girl he had watched grow up, and an envoy of the Alliance, he ultimately showed some restraint and did not erupt further. However, while Hong Tian had done his homework on the surface, but inside, he was silently cursing. He thought to himself, Lin Tian, you little rascal, how much longer do you expect me to drag this out? Because the moment Lin Tian had taken out the void array disk, he had already sensed it through his character spell spiritual power. That's why he'd sent a telepathic message to Hong Tian earlier, telling him to handle it and take advantage of both Jiang City and Tang City when the time came. As for Lin Tian himself, he naturally had ways to ensure his safety. At the same time, he had set his sights on Lin Bing's array disc. It must be said, Lin Tian and Hong Tian were truly kindred spirits across generations.
The two hit it off instantly. You little brat, you'd better keep your word. You should know.
Lin Tian is the treasure of our Southern University, the hope of the future.
If anything happens to him,
he left the rest unsaid, but the icy murderous intent in his voice made it crystal clear to everyone that this was no empty threat.
The young girl couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. This old devil, when it comes to protecting his own, he'd turn his back on his own kin. She silently prayed, Lin Tian, you must hold on. For Nancheng, and for that promise you made to me that night at the clinic. She dared not dwell on it, forcing herself to turn her gaze toward Jiang Woya, whose face was equally grim. Senior Jiang.
The younger sister's voice regained its icy detachment, now carrying the stern authority of official business. Ling Bing's unauthorized use of the Void Slaughter Array Disc constitutes a grave violation of the Three Cities tournament rules. It further breaches the Alliance's prohibition against hunting low-tier prodigies. The nature of this offense is extremely grave. On behalf of the Eastern Cultivation Alliance, I demand that Jiangcheng immediately and thoroughly investigate two matters. First, the origin of the Void Array Disc used by Lin Bing.
Second, was he acting under someone's orders? Jiangcheng must fully cooperate with the Alliance's investigation and provide clear answers.
Her tone was unwavering, carrying the absolute authority of the Alliance, leaving Jiang Woya no room for evasion. Jiang Woya felt an immediate sense of relief, as if he had grasped a lifeline. His greatest fear was that his youngest sister, born in the southern city, might favor Hong Tian.
But now it seemed.
This envoy seemed reasonably impartial. He hastily clasped his hands in a deep bow, his demeanor humbled to the utmost.
Captain Yao, you see clearly. The Alliance can rest assured. Jiangcheng will cooperate fully in this matter. We will get to the bottom of this, expose the mastermind behind it, and give a proper explanation to Nanda and the Alliance.
His words were righteous and resolute on the surface. But inside, his rage boiled over, cursing Lin Bing and his entire lineage to the nth degree.
Lin Bing! You damned fool!
You nearly killed me, killed the entire Jiangcheng. Once I trace your roots, I'll grind your bones to dust, uproot your worthless sect, and flay you alive.
Jiang Woya wasted no time.
He immediately issued the highest-level investigation order to his trusted confidant stationed in Jiangcheng through secret methods.
The entire intelligence network of Jiangcheng sprang into high gear.
The target was clear, Lin Bing and his sect of origin, the Qingshu sect. Less than 10 minutes had passed. A figure darted toward the city like a startled bird, its form blurring as it sped from the distance. It was a cultivator from Jiangcheng. His face was deathly pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead.
He didn't even bother with formalities. He rushed straight to Jiang Woya's side.
His voice trembled with terror and disbelief as he whispered urgently.
Senior Jiang. Senior Jiang. It's terrible.
I rushed to the mountain gates of the Qingshu sect,
only to find the entire sect deserted. Every valuable item and cultivation manual has been swept clean.
The few menial disciples left behind know nothing.
They only said the sect suddenly disbanded an hour ago. All elders and disciples scattered and fled, their whereabouts unknown. It's as if they've vanished from the face of the earth.
What? This news exploded like another bombshell in the deathly silent scene.
Qingshu sect fled? How could that be? A sect just disbands like that? This must have been premeditated. A conspiracy. This is a blatant conspiracy.
A conspiracy targeting Lin Tian, targeting Nancheng.
The entire venue erupted in uproar. Whispers boiled like a cauldron.
Jiang City cultivators stared in disbelief, Tang City cultivators were filled with shock and doubt, while 9 City cultivators were utterly consumed by rage.
Jiang City. Your tactics are utterly ruthless. Deliberately sending a sacrificial pawn to be used and discarded.
Return our great Dan god of Nancheng.
Dishonorable. Shameless. Vile.
The roar of fury threatened to tear the entire marketplace apart.
An indelible aura of conspiracy permeated every corner. The little sister's phoenix-like eyes instantly narrowed to slits. There really was something fishy. Dissolved an hour ago. Right around the time Lin Bing took the stage. The timing was too precise.
The mastermind behind this is meticulous in thought and ruthless in execution.
Hong Tian froze in shock.
This was beyond his expectations.
However, it suited his purposes perfectly. Yet outwardly, he laughed in fury. That laughter
was filled with icy murderous intent and utter scorn.
Ha ha ha. Well done.
A masterful shell-shedding maneuver.
Old Jiang, you stubborn fool.
Your Jiangcheng clan sure puts on quite the show.
No witnesses left, the sect disbanded, and you think you can pin all the blame on a dead man? Do you take me, Hong Tian, for a child?
His spiritual energy surged violently once more, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, locking onto Jiang Wuya, whose face twisted in shock.
But, let me tell you, I'm stubborn as hell.
Today, if Jiang City doesn't give me a clear and proper explanation, if you don't make Lin Tian pay with his life,
then prepare for war. We cultivators of South City will see this through to the end.
He stomped forward, causing a large section of the platform beneath his feet to collapse with a thunderous crash.
Hong Tian's confidence stemmed from his own peerless ferocity.
Even more so from the unshakable status of Nanda in Nanchang.
Chapter 127, There's something haunting you.
Though Nanda was often isolated because of him, yet as the foremost cultivation academy in this region, its profound heritage and countless powerful cultivators made it a sacred sanctuary in the hearts of countless practitioners.
Should Hong Tian raise his voice and call,
countless powerhouses from Nanchang and alumni scattered across all corners would surely rally to answer his call. Such as the law of this world might reign supreme.
Hong Tian is the bedrock of Southern City.
And now, he was the most terrifying avenging demon. Jiang Wuya's face shifted from iron gray to deathly pale, then swelled to a liver-like hue. The sudden disappearance of the Qingshu sect had caught him completely off guard, leaving him utterly defenseless. Pointing at Hong Tian, his fingers trembled with rage. Hong Tian, you're making baseless accusations.
My Jiangcheng acts with integrity and honor. How could we stoop to such vile deeds?
That dog of a traitor, Lin Bing, deserves to die. Even I, Jiang Cheng, was deceived and manipulated by him. In this matter, I, Jiang Cheng, am also a victim. His words rang hollow, even to his own ears. His anxious gaze fell upon Yao Meier, clutching at her like a last straw. Captain Yao.
The Alliance must see clearly. This was absolutely not orchestrated by Jiang Cheng.
A third party must be secretly instigating this, seeking to sow chaos across the three cities. I, Jiang Cheng, pledge full cooperation with the Alliance to root out the true culprit.
At this moment,
within Jiang Wuya's mind, he had already subjected Lin Bing and that shadowy mastermind to 1,000 tortures. Yao Meier's brows furrowed deeply. The disappearance of the Qingshu sect had severed nearly all leads. She forced herself to analyze calmly, every detail of Lin Bing's rise to power flashing rapidly through her mind. Suddenly, she caught a crucial detail. She snapped her head up, her gaze sharp as she fixed it on Jiang Wuya. Her voice was deep as she demanded, Senior Jiang. The void array disk itself is the biggest clue. Lin Bing is merely a Dao Emperor realm cultivator. Even if he possesses some wealth, how could he possibly obtain the core material for crafting a void array disk void crystals? Much less commission an array master. The source of his materials, the channels, the intermediaries, hasn't a single whisper reached your Jiang City? Or perhaps, this array disk wasn't crafted by Lin Bing at all? Jiang Wuya was momentarily stunned by Yao Meier's question. He began to unconsciously recall. He had indeed heard Lin Bing boast about his new treasure before. At the time, he hadn't paid it much mind. Earlier, Lin Bing did indeed acquire a batch of exceptionally high-quality void crystals from somewhere. Quite a substantial quantity, specifically for crafting this array disk, he went out of his way to find. Jiang Wuya paused abruptly mid-sentence, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Who did he seek out? Yao Meier pressed, a premonition already forming in her mind. Jiang Wuya struggled to utter 4 words, the Formation Academy in South City. Whoosh! All eyes instantly converged like spotlights, fixating on Hong Tian, whose expression had just become utterly priceless. His eyes brimmed with shock, confusion, and even a hint of absurdity. The rage frozen on Hong Tian's face instantly solidified. It was replaced by a complex expression blending bewilderment, embarrassment, and furious rage. It was as if he'd been slapped hard across the face in public. He cleared his throat twice, his old face flushing with embarrassment. He roared, What? The Array Academy? Those bastards. They've gone mad. Daring to take on private work? I'll investigate this immediately. Skin them alive. His words were fierce. But inside, he was cursing his own mother. Damn it! If this involves forces from the South City, then what terms could this old man possibly negotiate? What benefits could he possibly reap? Damn bastards! Those damn old bookworms at the Array Academy. Damn it! Then he remembered Lin Tian's instructions. He thought to himself, Lin Tian, you can't blame me for this. My face is completely ruined now. Who knew this would turn out to be such a huge blunder? He could no longer spare a thought for his standoff with Jiang Wuya and the heavenly flying ancestor. He spun on his heel and stormed away. At that very moment, within the void slaughter array on the stage, this place was a completely different world. Raging spatial turbulence, like billions of invisible razor blades, frantically sliced, twisted, and tore. This was a forbidden zone for life. Lin Bing stood near the erase core, enveloped in a faint blue glow that barely withstood the onslaught of the outer turbulence. He surveyed the scene of utter destruction before him, feeling a faint weakness as the formation drained his vast spiritual energy. Yet a cruel, triumphant sneer curled his lips. Oomph! Lin Tian.
No matter how monstrous your alchemy talent or how bizarre your footwork, within this void slaughter array, you are nothing but an ant. A mere Dao spirit realm? Not even enough to fill the gaps in this formation. Before long, not even a single strand of your hair will remain. You'll be utterly obliterated into nothingness. So what if that fool Jiang Feng died under suspicious circumstances? Against absolute power, your petty tricks are utterly useless. At that moment, he could already envision Lin Tian's pitiful screams as he shattered into pieces amidst the turbulent currents. His heart finally relaxed, knowing he was about to complete this mission. But the cold smirk on his lips froze solid in the next instant. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The color drained from his face in an instant, leaving only boundless terror and utter disbelief. He stared fixedly into the depths of the formation, at the figure that should have been utterly shredded. A strange, guttural sound escaped his throat. As if he'd seen a ghost. Amidst the most violent, densest vortex of chaos, a figure was strolling leisurely toward them. Lin Tian. Clad in a blue robe, his shaved head gleaming, bathed in the chaotic blue light. He appeared exceptionally unflappable. The violent spatial turbulence. A terrifying energy potent enough to tear apart a second-tier void black gold beast. Yet when it approached within a foot of his body, it flowed like a docile stream encountering an invisible reef, naturally diverting and bypassing him. Countless spatial fissures, sharp enough to cleave gold and shatter jade, materialized around him. Yet bizarrely, before his robes, they shattered inch by inch, dissolving into harmless fragments of spiritual light. He walked on, hands casually tucked into his pockets, that signature smirk playing on his face. But to Lin Bing, terrifying. Tisk, tsk, tisk. Lin Tian clicked his tongue, shaking his head with a tone brimming with mockery and disappointment. Old Lin Bing, is this your trump card? Quite the commotion you made, like the sky was falling. He halted, stopping mere yards from Lin Bing. Tilting his head, he wore a look of genuine bewilderment. Well, it doesn't seem to be doing much, huh? Not even strong enough to tickle me. This array, you wouldn't happen to be using a knockoff, would you? A sly gleam flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. As if witnessing the most hilarious joke ever. Yet deep inside, he was secretly delighted. He thought to himself, Red Phoenix products are always top-notch. The spatial affinity of this jade ring was nothing short of a nemesis to void turbulence. Breaking this formation was nothing but child's play to him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Bing screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice distorted by sheer terror. How could you possibly be unharmed? The void slaughter array, even a second-tier black gold beast would die without fail. You're possessed. His entire body grew icy cold, as if plunged into a frozen cavern. In this moment, all his scheming, smugness, and ruthlessness were utterly crushed by the mind-bending spectacle before him. A famed, deadly formation had it become a laughingstock before his very eyes? Lin Tian's smug grin slowly faded, replaced by a bone-chilling intent to kill. He slowly raised one hand, a faint glow of spiritual energy dancing at his fingertips, locking onto the utterly despairing Lin Bing. Old man, the show's over. You've said your lines. His voice was not loud, yet it cut through the howling turbulence with crystal clarity. Like the Grim Reaper's verdict, now, it's time to send you down to keep that old ghost Jiang Feng company. Chapter 128, The Void Array Disc is presented. The moment Lin Tian finished speaking, he immediately closed in on Lin Bing, the counterspell energy surging wildly from the character seal in his hand. Lin Bing saw this. His expression instantly turned ashen. Though he now held the Void Array Disc, capable of controlling the Void Slaughter Array. But seeing it prove ineffective against Lin Tian, panic instantly gripped him. His knuckles turned white from the force of his grip, and beads of cold sweat the size of beans trickled down his forehead, sliding along his deathly pale cheeks. He desperately channeled his immense spiritual energy into the array disc, attempting to unleash even more devastating annihilating force. Yet no matter how hard he tried, those void blades capable of driving even Dao Law natural realm experts to despair. Before Lin Tian, they vanished without a trace. They stirred not a single ripple. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Yet, this wasn't what terrified Lin Tian the most. What terrified him even more was, through the array disc, with his ultimate mastery of the array space, he suddenly detected an extremely faint yet profoundly peculiar spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from Lin Tian's body. This fluctuation was profoundly introverted, yet carried an indescribable sense of vastness and antiquity. As if originating from the dawn of creation, profound as an abyss with no bottom. This aura. Lin Bing's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. He recalled the scene of Jiang Feng's death, his body exploding in a blaze. That bizarre force that triggered Jiang Feng's latent heavenly affliction, causing his spiritual power to spiral completely out of control its source, was precisely this ancient aura. It's this very force. Lin Bing's entire body shook violently, as if struck by lightning, nearly causing the array disc in his hand to fly out of his grasp. The horror in his heart reached its peak. This kid. He was definitely not an ordinary Dao spirit realm cultivator. He harbors a great terror. There was something unnatural about him. The shadow of death in this very moment. Never has it been so vividly clear. Ling Bing stared at Lin Tian's face, drawing ever closer with a mocking smile, as if he saw the grim reaper beckoning him. He could bear it no longer. Gritting his teeth, he screamed with every ounce of strength. Hold on. Lin. Young Master Lin. Lin Tian halted, stopping less than 10 feet from Lin Bing. His hands still tucked in his pockets, he tilted his head slightly, raised an eyebrow, and spoke with thick sarcasm. Well, Senior Lin, what's the matter? Tired of playing with your ridiculous formations? Had enough? His eyes flashed with the sly gleam of a cat toying with a mouse. Inside, he was secretly delighted. So the old dog finally knows fear? Perfect. Time to squeeze out some more emotional value. Because he'd made another discovery. The more powerful someone was than him, Lin Tian, the greater the emotional value they provided when overcome by fear. Take now, for instance. Every time Lin Bing felt fear, it brought Lin Tian 100 points of emotional value. Young Master Lin. Lin Bing's voice had become shrill and distorted from terror. He forced himself to stop trembling. Don't you want to know why I risked violating the Alliance's ironclad rules to use an array formation on the stage to kill you? This was Lin Bing's final desperate attempt. His only lifeline. For the moment he sensed that faint, ancient, and world-weary fluctuation of spiritual energy. He was truly terrified. That feeling was overwhelming. Therefore, he's betting on Lin Tian now, intrigued by the conspiracy behind it all. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian, the mocking glint in his eyes actually dimmed slightly, replaced by a hint of genuine interest. Arms crossed, he watched Lin Bing with leisurely composure. Oh? Sounds like there might be a story here? Care to elaborate? But in Lin Tian's heart, a cold sneer echoed. Old fox, trying to stall for time even as death approaches? Fine. I'll play along, drain every last drop of your emotional value, and see what else you've got up your sleeve. Seeing Lin Tian pause, Lin Bing clung to him like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. His heart finally settled a little. He drew a deep breath, struggling to steady his pounding heart. He resumed that swagger he'd practiced for decades, that self-righteous, righteous chivalry act he prided himself on. Young Master Lin. We cultivators roam the world, upholding heaven's justice. We value clarity in debts and grievances, placing righteousness above all. Though my cultivation is shallow, I deeply understand the ways of the martial world, the principle of repaying kindness. In that moment, Lin Bing began speaking passionately, his voice brimming with fervor. He spoke as if he were a righteous warrior, forced into this situation against his will. Today's events were truly not my intention. I was merely a pawn manipulated by others. And the true mastermind behind this scheme is someone else entirely. Lin Bing rambled on. He spoke of the fundamental principles of a cultivator's existence, of the unwritten rules of the martial world, of being powerless to resist, and of grievances too painful to voice. This impassioned speech. He was on the verge of breaking down in tears. Lin Tian listened, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Good heavens! This old codger's silver tongue is simply unmatched. He recited the lines with flawless precision and overflowing emotion. Why the hell didn't you become a storyteller at the tea house instead of trying to cultivate immortality? He really is a genius. Lin Tian fought the urge to roll his eyes. Seeing Lin Bing's "I'm being forced into this" look of grievance, the teasing in his eyes grew even stronger. Well then. Crossing his arms, he adopted an encouraging tone and murmured, Senior Lin, keep going, don't stop. You're telling it brilliantly, far more entertaining than any storyteller in the tea house. He couldn't wait for Lin Bing to ramble on a bit longer, just to boost the emotion value in the system another notch. Because just this segment alone had already accumulated 38,000 emotion points. The speed of this increase truly astonished Lin Tian. He hadn't expected that within this void formation, the emotion value seemed to be doubling. It was skyrocketing. After talking himself hoarse, Lin Tian glanced sideways at Lin Tian. He noticed the growing impatience deep in the other's eyes. He knew full well that if he kept spouting empty platitudes and clichés, that would be courting death. He quickly changed his tune. Dropping his feigned deference, he adopted a look of utter resolve. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Young Master Lin. I'll be blunt. The one who ordered me to activate the Void Slaughter Array on the stage, intending to kill you, is the Supreme Elder of Miaodan Pavilion Qin Macho. And the 100 void crystals needed to forge the array disc? She provided those too. Qin Macho? The marvelous Dan Pavilion? Seeing Lin Tian's slightly furrowed brow, showing little interest, Ling Bing grew genuinely anxious, cold sweat beading on his forehead once more. But Lin Tian wasn't entirely uninterested. Rather, rage had already boiled within him. That demoness Qin Moko Lin Tian hadn't even settled the score with her for the earlier insult. Now she dared to cause trouble for him? It seemed he'd have to pay a visit to her headquarters when he found the time. Young Master Lin. It's absolutely true. I swear on my Dao heart.
Qin Machiu is the mastermind behind this. If you'll just swear on your Dao and promise to spare my life, I'll not only tell you more details, but I'll also hand over this precious wood array disc with both hands. He raised the ghostly blue array disc in his hand, as if offering his final bargaining chip, his eyes filled with pleading.
Chapter 129, News of Yiqingqiu. A vow?
Lin Tian snorted derisively, as if hearing the most absurd joke imaginable. Kill you, and this worthless disc will still be mine.
Why would I need you to hand it over?
A cold glint flared in his eyes as spiritual energy rippled around him, poised to strike.
The shadow of death instantly descended.
Lin Bing was terrified out of his wits, his face as pale as paper.
At this critical moment,
a sudden flash of insight struck his mind, like grasping the last lifeline. He shrieked, "Wait!
I have information. About the former head of Naodan Pavilion Yiqingqiu. Yiqingqiu? Those three words struck like thunder, finally causing Lin Tian's expression to shift dramatically.
Even his carefree, roguish grin froze instantly, and his hand in his pocket clenched tightly. An indescribable emotion surged through him. Ever since that woman, Yiqingqiu, vanished without a trace from Nanchang, she had disappeared from the face of the earth.
Lin Tian couldn't reach her at all. Not a single word.
Lin Tian drew a deep breath, forcing down the raging storm churning within him, striving to keep his voice steady.
Speak! What news do you have about Yiqingqiu? If you dare to deceive me with a single false word, I guarantee you'll die 100 times more miserably than Zhang Feng.
But Lin Tian, far from being afraid, was actually overjoyed inside. This time, he had bet correctly. This kid really is closely connected to Yiqingqiu. Lian Bing instantly regained his confidence. He forced himself to stand tall, his voice hardening slightly.
Young Master Lin, Lord Yi, must be someone very important to you, right?
Then, the identity of the mastermind behind it all, Qin Moku, this void array disc, and crucial information concerning Yiqingqiu's life and safety.
These three things in exchange for my worthless life should be sufficient, right?
He attempted to bargain. Lin Tian's face darkened, so gloomy it seemed water could drip from it. His gaze locked onto Lin Bing, his voice low and icy, carrying an undeniable sense of pressure.
Speak! The information must satisfy me. Otherwise, you know the consequences.
Lin Tian's expression darkened, his voice low and icy, carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. His tone was urgent yet resolute, his eyes brimming with wariness. Clearly, he had no faith in Lin Tian's word.
The Dao oath, all cultivators knew of it. It was the most solemn and binding oath in the cultivation world.
Any cultivator could swear an oath to the mysterious Heavenly Dao, using their own cultivated Dao as the foundation. Breaking it would inevitably invite the merciless backlash of the Dao's laws.
Minor transgressions would shatter one's cultivation foundation, rendering all cultivation efforts futile and reducing the offender to a useless shell. In the worst case, they perish instantly, their soul and essence scattered to the winds. Lin Tian's heart sank suddenly. A Taoist oath. That old fox actually wanted him to take a Dao oath? But a cruel, cold smile flickered across Lin Tian's lips, vanishing in an instant. His thoughts raced. The gloomy expression on his face instantly melted away like ice and snow, replaced by that familiar, roguish grin. He waved his hand dramatically, as if he'd heard some hilarious joke. Oh my! Senior Lin, what are you saying? You must think too little of me, Lin Tian. Who am I? The foremost alchemy prodigy in Southern City. The renowned upright gentleman of Nan University.
A man whose word is as solid as a mountain, whose promises are worth their weight in gold. Words spoken are like water spilled, they can't be taken back.
Put. No. More like spitting to make a dent. My word is final.
What the heck are you afraid of? Lin Tian pounded his chest, swearing solemnly, nearly pointing at the heavens and drawing in the air. However, these words fell on Lin Bing's ears, causing him to chuckle awkwardly.
Is this all you've got? Trying to pull that on Lin Bing? Cut the crap.
Lin Bing sneered coldly. Young Master Lin, save your act. The martial world is treacherous, and human hearts are unpredictable. Without the binding of a Dao oath, I won't believe a single word you say. And I certainly won't tell you a single word about Sect Master Yiqingqiu. This time, his stance was unusually firm, clearly reflecting his stark awareness of Lin Tian's character. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian, he immediately adopted a resigned expression, as if conceding defeat. Sighing, he raised his right hand, his expression turning solemn.
Fine. I'm scared of you. I, Lin Tian, swear here today by the great way I have cultivated. He paused deliberately, meeting Lin Bing's tense yet expectant gaze as he enunciated each word clearly.
If what Lin Bing is about to reveal regarding the mastermind behind this and the whereabouts of Yiqingqiu proves entirely true and satisfies me, Lin Tian, then I, Lin Tian, will never kill him with my own hands.
Not kill him with my own hands?
Lin Bing froze, rapidly processing the words in his mind.
The information must be true and satisfy him. Not kill him personally. That seems reasonable enough. As long as Lin Tian didn't resort to that bizarre method of triggering latent ailments, he'd have a chance to escape with his life. Excellent. Young Master Lin is straightforward.
Lin Bing seemed to have shed a 1,000-pound burden, speaking at breakneck speed.
Qin Macho, the third elder of Niaodon Pavilion.
It was her. About a day ago, she personally sought me out, demanding that I find a way to eliminate you during this 3-city tournament. And the 100 high-grade void crystals needed to forge this void array disc, she handed them all to me at once. He paused, his voice dropping even lower. A hint of mystery and complexity lingered in his words. As for sect leader Yi Qingqiu, 3 days ago, I encountered her by chance at an extremely secretive underground trading site in Lingcheng. She seemed to be deliberately concealing her identity, her aura disguised. Had I not met her briefly years ago, and hadn't been deeply impressed by her unique aura, I almost wouldn't have recognized her. At the time, she seemed to be secretly gathering people and preparing supplies. From the fragments of conversation I overheard between her and a few confidants, their objective is to seek out the legendary city of reincarnation. The city of reincarnation? Lin Tian's expression changed dramatically. He could no longer maintain his composure and cried out in shock. A tremendous shockwave slammed into his heart. As for the city of reincarnation, Lin Tian had long heard of it from his grandfather, Lin Tianfu. It was a legendary place that had existed since the revival of spiritual energy. It did not exist in any corner of the present world. Instead, it lay concealed within the boundless void or the crevices of some lost secret realm, its whereabouts elusive, its entrance impossible to find. Legend held that only by using the land of the dead, imbued with the essence of endless death, as a guide, could one possibly sense and unlock the path to the city of reincarnation. This place is said to hold forbidden powers that reverse life and death, and peer into the cycle of reincarnation. Of course, all this was revealed to Lin Tian by Lin Tianfu before his disappearance. As for Yi Qingqiu heading to the city of reincarnation, Lin Tian's heart instantly clenched. In his mind, Yi Qingqiu's image flashed her icy, peerless beauty, yet with a hint of stubbornness. This woman. Has she lost her mind? Does she even know what kind of place that is? A life or death situation barely scratches the surface of its danger. Why would she go? Qiu, you. Lin Tian murmured unconsciously. His voice carried a hint of hoarseness and pain he hadn't even noticed himself. He clenched his fists tightly. It seemed that when he followed Yao Mei to the beast battlefield and passed through Ling City, he absolutely had to find her. He must stop her. Chapter 130, Principle, you didn't blow your top? With that thought, Lin Tian temporarily pushed aside his thoughts about Yi Qingqiu. He snapped his head up, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixing it on Lin Bing. Is that all the intel? Regarding Yi Qingqiu, is there anything more specific? Like who she's gathered? When she plans to depart? He had to know more. Seeing Lin Tian's distraught and frantic state, his heart settled considerably. He shook his head hastily, nothing more. Young Master Lin, this is all I know. Honestly. Fearing Lin Tian might change his mind, he urgently added, now, please honor your oath, young Master Lin. I'll dismantle the formation immediately. Lin Tian took a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within him. The gravity on his face quickly faded, replaced by his signature roguish grin. As if his earlier worries had never existed. Senior Lin, come on. My word is my bond. I've sworn the oath, what are you afraid of? Go ahead and release the formation. His tone was light, even tinged with impatience, as if he found Lin Bing's words tedious. However, beneath his seemingly relaxed gaze, a cold, barely perceptible glint of murderous intent flickered. Old dog, you think a Dao oath will save you? How naive. To Lin Bing, however, it sounded like heavenly music. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the array disc in his hand, chanting incantations. The violent blue spiritual light enveloping the arena and the warped space rapidly dissipated like a receding tide. The heart-stopping howl of the chaotic void turbulence abruptly ceased. In that instant, the arena regained its clarity as the afternoon sunlight once again spilled down. The instant the formation dissolved, a flash of wild joy and relief at surviving the ordeal flickered in Lin Bing's eyes. He hurled the void array disc in his hand with all his might toward the farthest corner of the arena. At the same time, the spiritual energy within him erupted without restraint. His form transformed into a gray streak of light, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. At the fastest speed he had ever known, he fled for his life away from the arena, away from Lin Tian, away from this terrifying marketplace. His speed was so great that in the blink of an eye, he was already several miles away. Ha 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 ha. Lin Tian. No matter how cunning you are, you're still bound by the Dao oath. Farewell. No, it's goodbye forever. Will we meet again? No, never again. Ling Bing's heart roared with laughter, filled with the immense joy of escaping death and the scorn for Lin Tian's foolishness. He could almost see freedom beckoning him. However, the smile had barely blossomed on his face, not even fully unfurled. An irresistible agony and sense of loss of control erupted from the depths of his soul like a volcano exploding within him. Gah! Lin Bing let out a piercing scream, inhuman in its intensity. He felt his spiritual energy completely run wild in an instant, like billions of wild horses breaking free from their reins, colliding madly within his meridians and dantian. That fatal, hidden affliction of the Heavenly Dao carefully suppressed for decades. Now, like a barrel of gunpowder ignited. Completely detonated by an invisible yet precise force. Lin Tian. You've broken your oath to the way. May you die a miserable death. Lin Bing whipped his head around midair, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the bald youth on the stage, arms crossed, wearing a smug, insolent grin. He hurled a curse filled with despair and venom. Even in death, he could not comprehend why Lin Tian dared defy the terrifying oath. Before the words had even faded. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted in the air. Lin Bing's body, like a balloon stretched to its absolute limit, suddenly swelled, twisted, and then, before the horrified stares of everyone present, exploded with a thunderous roar. Transforming into a vast, blinding mist of blood. Dismembered limbs and fragments of internal organs rained down like a storm. The piercing, despairing screams echoed over the marketplace for an agonizingly long time, sending chills down everyone's spine. Dead silence. The entire crowd fell into a deathly silence. All sounds seemed to vanish, leaving only the faint patter of the blood rain hitting the ground. And the countless gasps of horror from the crowd. The next second. Whoosh! Like cold water dumped into boiling oil, the entire marketplace erupted in chaos. Cultivators from the southern city erupted in deafening cheers. Lin Tian. It's Lin Tian. He's unharmed. He's still alive. Good heavens. He's not only unharmed, but he just took out Lin Bing in an instant? Dao Emperor Realm. Another Dao Emperor Realm cultivator instantly killed? Is this even human? Overwhelming elation and shock pounded at the hearts of every cultivator in the southern city. The Jiangcheng cultivators, however, were ashen-faced, looking utterly devastated. Senior Lin Bing is dead? Another one taken down in a single strike? It's over, completely over. Fear spread like a plague through the Jiangcheng camp. The Tang City cultivators watched in stunned silence, their backs growing cold. Whoa, this Lin Tian, who the hell is he? Emerging from the void slaughter array, he instantly takes down another Dao Emperor level cultivator? A prodigy, an absolute prodigy. Don't ever provoke him. Below the arena. Mu Shui clamped her hand over her mouth. Her heart screamed silently, that bastard is still alive. Thank goodness. Tang Yan, who had just awakened and was still weak. Her cold, phoenix-like eyes suddenly blazed with astonishing brilliance. She bit down hard on her lower lip to stifle the sob threatening to escape, her heart churning with both rage and joy. You little bastard. You scared the hell out of me. I'll settle the score with you later. Whoosh. A dark figure shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, appearing beside Lin Tian in an instant. Little sister grabbed Lin Tian's arm, her phoenix-like eyes darting up and down his body. Her voice trembled with urgency. Lin Tian. Are you really okay? Are you hurt? That formation. Her eyes held both worry and the joy of having survived a catastrophe. At this moment, it nearly overflowed, her heart pounding wildly. That bastard, tougher than a cockroach. You scared the hell out of me. Lin Tian grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly whites, and patted his chest with a cocky swagger. Sis, relax. Look at me, do I seem like I'm in trouble? That damn array? Just for show. It tickled. Felt great. Ha ha ha. Good. Good lad. A hearty, booming laugh echoed through the air. Hong Tian's figure suddenly materialized on the stage. His beard and hair fluttered wildly, his eyes brimming with unhidden admiration and relief. I knew it. You're a tough little bastard. Not so easy to kill. He slapped Lin Tian's shoulder hard, the force making Lin Tian wince. Hong Tian leaned close to Lin Tian, his voice low and his eyes gleaming with sharp intelligence. What was that old dog Lin Bing muttering to you before he died? Did he spill anything useful? In truth, Hong Tian never went to the Array Academy. However, instead of answering, Lin Tian pressed back. Principal, did you get the benefits I asked you to secure? Ha? Well, no. Hong Tian felt a bit embarrassed. You didn't lose your temper? Lin Tian asked in confusion. I did lose my temper. It's just that this matter. Chapter 131, Nanchang wins. Night was falling. Nanchang, number 11 South Street. Inside the small clinic. Light spilled through the windowsill, casting a warm glow across the quiet street. The air carried the scent of medicine, bitter and sweet, intertwined. Refreshing to the soul. A simple, elegant screen divided the inner room of the clinic. Behind the screen, Lin Tian crouched over the massage table. Mu Shui lay still. The hem of her pleated skirt was slightly folded up with a massage, revealing a slender, fair-skinned calf. This time, it wasn't that Lin Tian had forbidden Mu Shui from changing into a massage gown. He simply couldn't bring himself to ask. Mu Shui's lovely face flushed crimson, like a ripe peach. Her long lashes fluttered nervously. Lin Tian's hands were enveloped in gentle yet precise spiritual energy. His fingertips gently pressed and kneaded the sensitive areas along her waist, executing the press and knead finger technique. The spiritual energy seeped in like the most dexterous probes, thread by thread, patiently dissolving the chains of heaven's will that bound her deep within her meridians.
Lin Tian, you, be gentle.
Mu Shue's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with an unmistakable softness and bashfulness. Her moist eyes shimmered with rippling light, almost as if they might spill water. Lin Tian grinned, revealing his signature mischievous smile. Yet his hands remained steady, though his technique carried a hint of danger. One wrong move and things could get out of hand. Senior, you need to relax your muscles. We have to take it slow, no rushing. His fingertips applied a slight increase in spiritual energy, precisely targeting a chain link.
Ya! Mu Shue's body jerked violently.
A suppressed moan escaped her lips. She hastily covered her mouth with her hand, her cheeks flushing crimson as if they could bleed, her heart filled with shame and fury.
That bastard. He absolutely did that on purpose. That sound.
If Aunt Tang and Sister Yao outside the screen heard it, she'd be mortified. She stole a glance and caught sight of Lin Tian's focused profile and the fine beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. The shame and irritation in her heart inexplicably melted into a flicker of warmth. This guy, though he's got a sharp tongue and can be annoying. But he's not a bad person at heart.
Outside the screen,
Tang Yan and the younger sister each sat on an old wooden chair.
An indescribable, subtle atmosphere hung in the air. Mu Shue's intermittent, suppressed whimpers laced with tremors.
Like a feather, it kept teasing the sensitive nerves of these two women. Tang Yan's fingers tightened slightly around the teacup, her cold, phoenix-like eyes narrowing.
A faint blush crept silently up her fair cheeks.
She inwardly scolded, that damn brat, she's moaning like a bullied kitten. That stinker Lin Tian must be up to no good, taking advantage of the situation. She couldn't help but turn her head and whisper a complaint to her younger sister beside her.
Captain Yao, do you think that boy was doing it on purpose?
Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach.
Anyone could tell she wasn't actually angry. Yao shot her a disapproving look.
Yet deep within her heart, a vague, indescribable pang of jealousy stirred within her. This jerk, if he had to help Xiao Shui, why make such a big fuss about it?
Outwardly, though,
little sister propped her chin on one hand, raising an eyebrow with a half smile.
Teacher Tang, do we even need to guess what that sly fox Lin Tian is up to? 9 times out of 10, it's deliberate. But then she suddenly changed the subject, her tone tinged with teasing. Is Lin Tian's massage really that magical?
You haven't tried it?
Tang Yan asked, puzzled.
No.
Then you should find an opportunity to try it and see for yourself. Tang Yan gave her younger sister a knowing look.
Her younger sister flushed under the gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. A complex, indecipherable emotion flickered deep in her eyes, and her mind involuntarily flashed back to that night at the clinic. A faint warmth stirred within her heart, but she quickly shook her head silently, warning herself. Lin Tian, oh Lin Tian, with your wandering ways, don't go causing trouble out there in the beast battlefield. But a massage, that might be worth a try. The night breeze brushed past the window, carrying a hint of early autumn chill.
At this very moment,
3 days had passed since that tournament that shook the 3 cities.
Yet its reverberations still echoed through the streets and alleys of the southern city. Back on the stage,
Lin Tian radiated sheer dominance. As the victim, he pointed the finger squarely at Jiangcheng and Tangcheng. He accused Lin Bing of acting under orders from the high-ranking officials of Jiangcheng and Tangcheng,
seeking to eliminate him.
After all, there was no one left to prove it.
No matter what Lin Tian said.
However, this alone was naturally insufficient to make the cultivators of Jiangcheng and Tangcheng bow their heads. Therefore,
as the alliance's supervising representative, little sister erupted in thunderous fury.
She immediately issued an ultimatum to Jiang Woya, whose face had turned ashen, and to the venerable elder of Tangcheng, Tian Fei. Either they would accompany her to the alliance headquarters for a thorough investigation and trial, or else, at the 3-city competition, their 2 cities must concede defeat on the spot. Under the piercing glare of the youngest sister's phoenix-like eyes, and her icy aura, sharp as a drawn blade, silenced the entire crowd. Beside them, Hong Tian's hair and beard stood on end, his expression clearly screaming, I'm about to lose it. It was clear they intended to make the other side swallow their humiliation silently.
Under such intimidation, Jiang Woya and Tian Fei the old man think you can pull tricks?
Think twice about the consequences.
Until Hong Tian declared, I wouldn't mind accompanying you for a proper fight.
And with Lin Tian standing at the center of the stage. The two of them, in perfect harmony.
Finally, Jiang Woya and the heavenly flying ancestor exchanged a glance.
Both saw bitterness and frustration in each other's eyes. Both harbored deep apprehension toward Lin Tian's bizarre methods.
They thought to themselves, Lin Tian is nothing short of a prodigy. Moreover, if they were truly taken to the alliance for interrogation, and even the slightest trace of evidence was uncovered, how could the 2 cities possibly save face? But if they refused to concede defeat,
that old madman Hong Tian would actually dare to flip the table and start a war. Gritting their teeth, the 2 men forced out the words, we concede.
The decision was final. The entire crowd erupted in uproar. The cheers of the southern city cultivators instantly pierced the heavens. Meanwhile, the cultivators from Jiang City and Tang City turned ashen-faced, heads bowed in defeat. With that, the three cities' competition was settled. South City emerged victorious in an indisputable manner. Jiang City and Tang City were formally incorporated into South City's territory, giving birth to a brand new super-cultivation metropolis. The scales of resource distribution tilted irrevocably. As the dominant city, South City monopolized 70% of the spirit stone veins, 80% of the exploration slots for secret realms, and priority access to all high-grade elixirs. Though Jiang City and Tang City retained some autonomy, the vast disparity in resources was now set in stone. Chapter 132, Teacher, my specialty is massage. At this moment on the streets of South City, bright lights and bustling crowds. Monks danced and sang, their spiritual auras flickering, celebrating this hard-won victory. And Lin Tian's name echoed through every corner, cementing his status as the undisputed hero. Did you hear? That kid's alchemy is beyond belief, and he fights even fiercer. And that's not all. He took down a Dao Emperor realm expert in one move. The folks from Jiangqing turned green with fear right then and there. Amidst the clamor, Lin Tian had no time to bask in the glory. Tomorrow, he would accompany his younger sister to the perilous and unpredictable beast battlefield. Therefore, tonight, he must race against time. To completely remove the time bomb of the Heavenly Dao chains for Mu Shui and Tang Yan. To eliminate this lingering worry. Next, behind the screen, Lin Tian slowly withdrew his spiritual energy, a thin sheen of sweat already visible on his forehead. He exhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. Senior, mission accomplished. From this day forward, the latent ailment within your body is completely purged. Your path of cultivation lies ahead, smooth and unobstructed. His tone carried the ease of a task completed. Fortunately, Mu Shui's cultivation base was low, so stripping and destroying the Heavenly Dao chains within her body consumed hardly any emotional energy. He just didn't know how much Tang Yan would require. After all, a Grandmaster Realm cultivator was significantly higher than Mu Shui. Mu Shui sat up straight, hastily smoothing her skirt. The flush on her pretty face hadn't fully faded. Her voice was faint as a mosquito's buzz, thank you. But, within that thank you, was laced with deep shyness and genuine gratitude. Her heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. This bastard. His technique was surprisingly professional. But the sound she made just now? Utterly mortifying. She shot Lin Tian a reproachful glare, then darted out from behind the screen like a startled fawn, head bowed, not daring to glance at the people outside. Tang Yan saw Mu Shui emerge and immediately teased, "Oh, little Snow, were you slaughtering a pig in there? Screaming like that, aren't you embarrassed?" She deliberately kept a straight face, though her eyes sparkled with amusement. And Tang. Mu Shui's face flushed scarlet again as she stamped her foot in feigned indignation. You're one to talk. I was in pain. It really hurt, okay? Her words were defiant, yet her eyes flashed with a hint of relieved amusement. Little sister couldn't help but chuckle beside them, clearing her throat. She looked at Tang Yan. Alright, Mu Shui, stop being shy. Teacher Tang, it's your turn. A mischievous glint danced in her eyes. Me? Tang Yan froze in surprise. Her cheeks flared crimson, and she waved her hands hastily, her voice tinged with rare fluster. No, really, it's okay. I don't think my condition is that serious. I'll just take the Hua Ling Dan. The thought of lying there now, getting massaged by that kid Lin Tian? Just recalling the hellish scene from last time sent shivers down her spine. At that moment, Lin Tian poked his head out from behind the screen. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Teacher Tang, what's there to be shy about? Your senior classmate has already bravely sacrificed herself. You can't very well desert the battlefield now. You don't want to be tortured to death by another spiritual energy surge after I leave, do you? This stuff is like sand in your shoe. If you don't get rid of it now, it'll make you spit blood when you push for higher realms later. His tone was exaggerated, his eyes brimming with playful anticipation. Tang Yan bit her lower lip, stung by his words, and shot him a fierce glare. This bastard is deliberately trying to provoke me. But then she remembered he was heading off to the battlefield tomorrow. Her heart softened inexplicably, and her resistance faded a little. She drew a deep breath, as if summoning immense resolve. Her voice dropped, fine. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. She stood up, steeled herself with a death-defying resolve, and walked stiffly toward the screen. Yet her heart pounded like a drum behind it. Outside the screen, little sister grabbed Mu Shui, who was about to slip away, and whispered teasingly. Xiao Shui, Lin Tian's heading off with me tomorrow to that savage beast battlefield where they eat people whole. Who knows how long he'll be gone. Don't get too sentimental and start crying, okay? Mu Shui's face flushed crimson as she retorted instantly, sis. Who would miss him? That jerk, good riddance. At least he won't be here to annoy me every day. Her words were as hard as stone, yet deep within, a tinge of bitterness and reluctance quietly spread. That guy. Heading to a place like that, he absolutely must come back safe and sound. Little sister watched her contradictory display, shaking her head with a helpless smile. This girl. Outwardly cool and aloof, but deep down, she's got a soft spot. Just like someone else. Behind the screen, the atmosphere was tense. Tang Yan lay stiffly on the massage bed
to facilitate Lin Tian's skilled hands. At that moment, the collar of her little suit jacket was slightly open, revealing a slender, elegant neck and beautifully contoured shoulders. Her eyes were tightly shut, long lashes trembling as she struggled to maintain a surface calm, though her voice betrayed a threat of tension.
Lin Tian, hurry up. Don't dawdle. Miss Tang.
Lin Tian chuckled softly as he sat beside her.
Fingers once again gathered a gentle yet potent energy, precisely landing on a crucial chain link at her waist. Relax. If you keep fidgeting, this might take longer.
An indescribable sensation of numbness, soreness, and swelling instantly spread along her meridians.
Tang Yan's body trembled uncontrollably.
A low, suppressed moan escaped from between her tightly clenched lips.
Even Tang Yan herself was taken aback.
When she finally came to her senses, she was instantly overcome with shame, wishing she could sink through the floor.
She silently cursed Lin Tian, that damn kid. How could his touch still be so deadly? Lin Tian remained utterly focused, at least on the surface.
His spiritual energy worked like the most dexterous craftsman, patiently dismantling those stubborn chains. His expression remained serious, but inwardly he murmured, "This sensation feels even better than before.
This skin is as smooth as the finest silk." At that moment, Tang Yan distinctly felt the warmth radiating from Lin Tian's fingertips and the perfectly calibrated pressure.
Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, as if on fire. The sensation was strange yet oddly familiar, leaving her heart racing and mind in turmoil. Fighting the strange sensations in her body, Tang Yan ground out through clenched teeth, "Don't move your hands around. Keep them right where they are."
"Got it,"
Lin Tian replied with a straight face, though a mischievous smile curved his lips.
"Rest assured, Teacher Tang.
I, Lin Tian, am a professional.
No tricks, no shortcuts." Chapter 133, Departure for the Beast Battlefield. Outside the screen,
Yao Mei listened to the faint, trembling sounds Tang Yan struggled to suppress but still leaked out from inside. Her lips twitched involuntarily. She sighed softly to Mu Shui, "That kid, he's got some nerve. He actually dared to try and melt even Teacher Tang's frozen heart."
Upon hearing this, Mu Shui burst out laughing.
Yet as she laughed, a complex emotion she herself hadn't noticed surfaced in her eyes. The younger sister sighed silently too. That kid's romantic charms were so fiercely vibrant they could practically catch fire. How had she never noticed this before? Perhaps even she hadn't realized it herself. She had also begun to fall deeply in love. Finally over. Lin Tian withdrew his spiritual energy and exhaled a long breath, beads of sweat forming densely on his forehead.
"Teacher Tang, it's done. Uprooted completely.
From now on, your cultivation will be as light as a sparrow, progressing by leaps and bounds."
Tang Yan immediately sat up, hastily smoothing her slightly disheveled clothes. Her phoenix-like eyes flickered as she avoided Lin Tian's gaze.
Her voice carried a barely perceptible edge of awkwardness, "Thanks." Though her tone was stiff, the genuine gratitude welling up inside her was impossible to hide. She rose, her steps quickening as if eager to escape the scene, and hurried out from behind the screen.
The moment she stepped out, she met the mocking gazes of Mu Shui and Yao Mei, their eyes screaming, "We get it." Tang Yan's cheeks instantly flushed crimson again. Flustered and annoyed, she snapped, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen someone treat an injury before?" Yao Mei deliberately drew out her tone. "Oh, Teacher Tang, how does it feel? How effective was Lin Tian's professional technique?"
Tang Yan shot her a fierce glare, forcing herself to remain calm as she snorted, "Humph. Just okay. That kid, at least his skills are passable." Though her words were dismissive, her heart couldn't help but acknowledge the truth. That stinker might be annoying, but he really did have some skills. Lin Tian sauntered out from behind the screen, wearing a cheeky grin that practically begged to be slapped.
"Glad you're satisfied, Teacher Tang. Tomorrow I'm off with little sister, don't miss me too much, or you'll lose your appetite." Tang Yan seethed with fury, itching to punch him.
"Like hell I'll miss you." But the words died on her lips. Seeing his young face, about to venture into danger, her heart softened. She turned to Yao Mei, her tone unusually earnest and tinged with a barely perceptible plea.
"Captain Yao, I'm counting on you."
On the battlefield, swords and spears have no eyes.
Yao Mei shot Lin Tian a disdainful look. "Teacher Tang, you think too highly of me. That sly fox Lin Tian, I'd be lucky if he didn't cause trouble for others. Expecting me to look out for him? More like he'll be the one protecting everyone else."
Though she said this, a flicker of tenderness passed through the depths of her eyes. "This kid, heading into that den of danger, I really will have to keep a close eye on him." Lin Tian grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly whites, radiating sunshine and confidence.
"Don't worry, Sister Yao. I may not have much else, but I've got a tough constitution. The beast arena? Piece of cake."
His eyes sparkled with eager anticipation.
"Beasts? Nothing but experience points. Night deepened. The lights in the medical clinic flickered off one by one. Lin Tian bid farewell to the three women.
When the small clinic was left with only Lin Tian, he lay on the bed, yet his mind uncontrollably drifted to Yi Qingqiu's face, coldly exquisite yet stubbornly defiant. He clenched his fists, his gaze sharpening and hardening in the darkness.
Qiu, city of reincarnation. What exactly are you planning? This time passing through Lingcheng, no matter what, I will find you. Get to the bottom of this.
The night passed without further incident.
The next morning. South City outskirts.
A sleek spirit vessel, its entire hull engraved with intricate mystical patterns, hovered silently mid-air. A faint azure glow emanated from its hull, radiating powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. Lin Tian and his younger sister stood side by side at the bow, facing the biting morning wind.
Yao Mei wore a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her bold, heroic bearing.
Her long hair was pulled back, adding to her sharp, capable demeanor. Turning her head, she regarded the eager expression on Lin Tian's face beside her, her tone carrying the characteristic sternness of a team leader.
Lin Tian, the beast battlefield isn't some child's play like South City.
It's a real meat grinder, full of dangers where death lurks at every turn. Mark my words, rein in your temper and stop stirring up trouble everywhere. Despite her stern tone, a barely perceptible smile flickered in her eyes.
Lin Tian grinned.
Instead of backing away, he stepped closer, almost able to catch the faint fragrance emanating from her. Lowering his voice, he teased with a hint of flirtation, "Little sister, with you by my side, what have I to fear? Besides, protecting gorgeous beauties like you is what I do best." His gaze was intense, brimming with unhidden teasing. Yao Mei felt her ears grow slightly warm from his sudden proximity and words. She playfully shoved Lin Tian away.
"Stop your smooth talk. Stand still. Behave yourself."
She turned her face away, yet her heart felt as if a feather had gently brushed against it, sending a warm ripple through her. This bastard, his words were getting sweeter by the day. Their bodies pressed close together, their breaths mingling silently in the cool morning breeze, creating an atmosphere tinged with sensuality.
But then, just then, he.
"Hey, big sis, what's the secret talk?
Let me in on it." Lin Tian and little sister froze, turning at the sound,
only to see a round, grinning face suddenly pop out from the corner of the spirit boat's cabin.
It was Little Fat.
He winked and gave them a knowing look, as if to say, "I know everything." Lin Tian and the little sister jumped in fright.
They jumped apart as if electrocuted, each taking a step back. "You fat pig!" Lin Tian glared. "What are you doing here? Who let you come up?"
Little sister furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of exasperation in her voice.
"Little Fat! Didn't I tell you last night not to follow? Get back immediately!"
Little Fat wiggled free, patting his round belly. He declared with righteous indignation, "Sis! Pigeon but is off to the battlefield to earn his stripes.
As his top lieutenant and personal chef, how could I not tag along? Besides," he puffed out his chest, beaming with pride, "I'm at Foundation Establishment 3rd layer now. I can protect myself." Lin Tian's mouth twitched.
This chubby kid's talent for freeloading off others' food, labor, and glory was absolutely top tier, unmatched in his entire life. Yao Mei gazed at this irrepressible little brother before her, ultimately sighing helplessly as she pressed her hand to her forehead.
One a slick-tongued rogue, the other a gluttonous troublemaker. Taking these two to the battlefield meant the days ahead would be anything but quiet. Trouble was practically guaranteed. Oh well.
With Lin Tian's eccentric and bizarre methods, they should be able to protect themselves. As for her own brother, I'll just toss him into the kitchen of the first column to help out with odd jobs. It'll give him an early taste of the hardships of life. Better than him lazing around in South City day after day. Hum. The spirit boat emitted a low hum as its spiritual patterns blazed with intense light. "Depart," the youngest sister commanded sharply. The massive spirit boat slowly turned, then transformed into a streak of azure light, tearing through the morning mist. It raced toward the horizon.
Chapter 134, Lingcheng Auction. Spirit City. The first shining pearl to emerge after the revival of spiritual energy on this blue planet, its grandeur and magnificence far surpassed that of ordinary cities. It resembled a colossal cultivation sanctuary woven together by countless market districts, ancient sects, and illustrious clans, a place of ceaseless activity, bustling with perpetual vitality. For centuries, spiritual energy nourished all living things, greatly extending mortal lifespans and causing the population to swell like a tidal wave. Those blessed with cultivation talent emerged in ever greater numbers. Even as countless cultivators perished daily in the brutal struggle for resources, the number of new cultivators far exceeded those who perished. Within the core region, spiritual energy was so dense it seemed to condense into mist, making every inch of land priceless. Cultivators swarmed like fish crossing the river, creating a bustling, never-ending symphony of prosperity. Donglin Street stands as one of Lingcheng's most thriving commercial districts. Lined with shops shimmering with spiritual light, the street was densely packed with establishments. Colorful spirit boats crisscrossed the sky like a woven tapestry, weaving a dazzling, luminous tableau. beneath this bustling facade. Within an extremely secretive underground auction house. The atmosphere was like a volcano about to erupt, reaching a fever pitch. The interior was brightly lit, casting the central podium in daylight-like illumination. Upon the platform, a woman clad in a seductive crimson gown held a jade gavel, her face largely concealed by a veil. Only her phoenix-like eyes, cold as a frozen pond, were visible, radiating a contradictory charm that was both forbidding and utterly captivating. She was none other than Yi Qingqiu, disguised. Next lot a single drop of 1,000-year-old spirit essence. Her crisp voice, carrying an unquestionable authority, cut through the hall's clamor. Starting bid, 500,000 spirit stones. The words spirit essence ignited the room like sparks thrown into boiling oil. This was the ultimate treasure capable of shattering the barriers to the Dao Emperor realm, fortifying one's spiritual foundation, and suppressing latent flaws in the Dao. A single drop was enough to drive countless cultivators mad. 600,000. 700,000. 800,000. Bids surged in waves, each higher than the last, the air thick with the acrid smoke of burning spirit stones. Yi Qingqiu narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, calmly controlling the pace. Yet deep within, worry gnawed at her heart. She still didn't know whether that old man's words were true or false this time. But the city of reincarnation was non-negotiable. Her expression remained impassive as she raised the jade gavel lightly. Any higher bids? Just as the bidding reached its fever pitch, the heavy back door of the auction hall slid open silently, revealing a narrow crack. Two furtive figures slipped in like eels, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the back rows. The two were none other than Lin Tian and Yao Pang. Lin Tian wore a wide-brimmed conical hat, deliberately pulled low to conceal his conspicuous bald head. His unremarkable gray robe masked his aura. Beside him, the plump Yao Pang was round and chubby, darting his eyes excitedly yet nervously in all directions, looking like two rats sneaking into a rice granary. "Shut up, you fat pig. Keep your head down. Don't act like a spotlight," Lin Tian warned in a hushed voice, his gaze sweeping the crowded venue like a hawk's, searching the crowd for that familiar figure. Before coming here, he'd spent over 10 days gathering intelligence. He'd heard rumors of an upcoming auction on Donglin Street. But that wasn't the crucial part. What mattered was his discovery that this auction was secretly organizing some kind of expedition team. Of course, this information came from his sister's position within the alliance, leveraging considerable connections and influence. Otherwise, outside of South City, who even knows him, Lin Tian? But Lin Tian had no choice but to go. Yi Qingqiu was, after all, his woman. He absolutely couldn't bear to watch her go to the city of reincarnation to meet her death. In this world, aside from his grandfather Lin Tianfu, no one knew the city of reincarnation better than Lin Tian. Finding it was one thing. Even if he did, Yi Qingqiu wouldn't be able to enter. Because, according to Lin Tianfu's account, it was nothing but a realm of lost souls. Back then, Lin Tian had asked his grandfather, "What kind of soul-devouring place?" Hearing this, Lin Tianfu's expression grew grave as he replied, "A place where souls are lost." At first, Lin Tian didn't quite grasp it. It wasn't until he awakened the Red Phoenix system and gradually came to understand this world. Only then did he grasp the true horror of the city of reincarnation. "Bro Lin, this place is insane. The Spirit City Black Market Auction. Heard you can find all kinds of rare stuff there. Think we could snag some treasures?" Yao Pang's voice trembled with excitement. His small eyes gleamed, itching to scour every corner. Lin Tian shot him a disapproving glare. "Find what? I'm here to find someone. Yi Qingqiu. Got it? I've heard she set up an auction house in Lingcheng, so chances are she's here." The thought of Lin Bing's dying words about the city of reincarnation. His heart clenched once more as if gripped by an invisible hand. "Xiuqiu, what the hell are you thinking? Is that place even somewhere you can go?" His gaze darted anxiously between the elevated platform and the crowd. "Lin, check out that chick on the stands. Wow, that aura, that figure, absolutely stunning. Even with her face covered, she's got it." Yao Pang's gaze was utterly transfixed by the crimson figure atop the platform, unable to suppress his astonished whispers and a look of sheer amazement. Lin Tian glanced over with impatience. The woman in the red dress possessed a graceful figure and an aloof, cold demeanor, yet she carried an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet the veil and skillful disguise blurred her features, leaving Lin Tian momentarily unable to confirm her identity. He frowned and averted his gaze, his tone tinged with inexplicable irritation. "What are you staring at? She's just an auctioneer. Could she possibly be prettier than Qingqiu?" But inwardly, he muttered, "Lingcheng may have its share of beauties, but none can match Qingqiu's unique charm." He pulled Yao Pang to a back corner seat, intending to wait until the commotion died down before figuring out how to inquire. Inside the hall, the price of spirit essence had spiraled like a runaway horse, soaring past the million spirit stone mark. Lin Tian inwardly gasped, "These guys must be rolling in it." His eyes darted around, and a mischievous idea popped into his head. With so many people, why not exploit their emotional energy? A mischievous grin spread across his lips.
With a flicker of spiritual energy, he mimicked voices from different directions and genders, instantly throwing several bids into the air.
1,500,000 rough male voice. 1,600,000 high-pitched female voice. 2 million a deep, aged voice. These abrupt, chaotic, and seemingly unfounded bids were like cold water splashed into boiling oil. The room erupted instantly. Who? Which bastard is causing trouble? Disrupting the auction? Looking for trouble?
Angry shouts erupted from the cultivators in the hall, all turning to locate the source of the outburst.
The previously intense bidding rhythm was completely disrupted, plunging the scene into chaos. On the high platform,
Yi Qingqiu's phoenix-like eyes flashed with sudden coldness. The jade mallet in her hand struck the table with a sharp, deafening clang.
Silence.
Her icy voice carried a powerful spiritual pressure that instantly drowned out the clamor.
Those disrupting the auction will be expelled immediately. Chapter 135, Lovers Reunited.
Her powerful spiritual perception swept across the entire hall like an invisible radar, instantly locking onto two figures in the back row hooded with furtive auras. Rage surged within her. Who the hell are these thugs, daring to run wild on my turf? She immediately transmitted her voice to the guards concealed in the shadows. Take down those two in the back wearing straw hats.
Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat the instant his spiritual sense swept over them. Damn it! We're screwed. Fatso, the wind's tight. Let's get out of here. He barked, grabbing the still-dazed Yaopang by the collar and ducking low as they slipped toward the back door. Lin? What's going on? What did you do? Yaopang's face drained of color as he stumbled along, dragged along by Lin. Shut up and run. Lin Tian had no time for explanations.
His spiritual energy surged, sending several charging guards tumbling haphazardly.
He smirked inwardly. Is that all you've got? You think you can take down your old man, Lin?
But just as he dragged Yaopang out the back door, crashing into the backstage passageway, a fiery red figure blocked his path like a ghostly apparition. Halt! Yi Qingqiu's voice was bone-chillingly cold. With a flick of her jade-like hand, a solid barrier of spiritual energy instantly sealed off their escape route.
You dare cause trouble in my territory? Have you had enough of living? The overwhelming pressure crushed down like a tangible force.
Lin Tian slammed on his brakes, nearly sending his conical hat flying. He snapped his head up, his gaze locking with those familiar phoenix eyes now blazing with fury.
An intensely familiar, delicate yet faintly icy fragrance drifted into his nostrils. That scent.
Lin Tian's heart leapt violently, like a drum beating.
Overwhelming joy instantly engulfed him. Without hesitation, he yanked off his conical hat, revealing his signature shaved head and that mischievous grin.
His voice brimmed with uncontrollable delight and playful teasing.
Qiu. Long time no see. Did you miss me? Yi Qingqiu's slender frame stiffened abruptly, as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning.
Her fiery phoenix eyes widened instantly, the exquisite beauty beneath her veil etched with utter disbelief.
Lin Tian?
The gasp escaped her lips.
Shock, bewilderment, a hint of panic.
A whirlwind of complex emotions churned in her eyes.
That bastard. How could he be here?
The scene at the South City Clinic, the reluctance at their parting, that secret longing deep within her heart. All surged back in an instant, making her heart tremble uncontrollably. But swiftly, her usual icy composure returned. She gave a cold snort, her tone laced with reproach and accusation.
What are you doing here? How dare you disrupt my auction?
That tone, rather than a rebuke, carried a hint of barely perceptible pouting and
the flutter of an old flame reunited.
Lin Tian gazed at the face he'd longed for day and night. Even through the veil and disguise, that familiar feeling made his heart burn. He scratched his shaved head, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Looking for you, my dear Grand Chamberlain Yi. This spirit city is huge. I ran myself ragged searching. Who knew you were hiding here as the mastermind behind the scenes? His gaze roamed unabashedly over Yi Qingqiu as he added with a wicked grin. TSK, this red dress, it really suits you. Even more alluring than back in the southern city. Yi Qingqiu felt her ears burn under his direct gaze and words. A faint blush spread beneath her veil as she glared at him.
Smooth talker. Cut the nonsense. What do you want?
Her heart pounded wildly, yet she forced herself to remain composed. This guy was still as irreverent as ever. But how on earth did he find her here?
Beside them, the chubby young man stood utterly dumbfounded, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. He muttered, "Holy moly. Brother Lin, is that really Lady Yi?"
Seeing Yi Qingqiu's icy, peerless aura even with her face covered in Lin Tian's familiar demeanor, he could only marvel at Lin Tian's incredible luck with women.
Lin Tian kicked him impatiently. What are you staring at? Get out there and keep watch. Yaopang snapped out of his daze, shrinking his neck.
With a sly grin that screamed, I get it, he scurried to the doorway.
He couldn't resist peeking back with half his head.
The flames of gossip burned fiercely within him.
This is going to be good. Absolutely going to be good. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with the chubby guy. He grabbed Yi Qingqiu's slightly cool wrist and pulled her toward the backstage area without a word, a roguish grin plastered on his face. "Qingqiu, this place is a mess. Let's find somewhere quiet to properly catch up. I've missed you like crazy after all this time. Who wants to catch up with you? The auction isn't even over yet." Yi Qingqiu protested with her words, yet her body seemed under a spell as she half resisted, half yielded to his pull into an elegantly decorated lounge. The heavy door clicked shut, sealing out the outside clamor. Soft spirit lamps cast gentle light, sandalwood incense wafted through the air, and the atmosphere instantly thickened with an ambiguous tension. Lin Tian leaned lazily against the table, arms crossed, yet his gaze fixed on Yi Qingqiu like a searing branding iron. The earlier playful demeanor had vanished. His voice was low and serious. "Qingqiu, is what you said about the city of reincarnation true?" The worry in his tone spread like a tangible substance. Yi Qingqiu's heart sank violently. She abruptly raised her hand, yanking the veil from her face to reveal a face of icy, breathtaking beauty. Now, however, it was etched with shock and disbelief. "You. How did you find out?" Her sharp eyes fixed on Lin Tian as her mind raced. How could he know about the city of reincarnation? Who told him? This bastard's network of information. Things were getting complicated. Lin Tian didn't answer her question. Instead, he stepped forward and seized her wrist again. His grip unyielding, his voice urgent and commanding. "Tell me. What are you thinking? What is the city of reincarnation?" "A place where 9 die for everyone who survives." "Why would a woman like you go there? What is your purpose?" Yi Qingqiu felt a flicker of warmth at his concern, yet she wrenched her hand free with force, turning her face away. Her tone carried a hint of stubbornness and detachment. "Lin Tian. My affairs are none of your business. I have my reasons for going." Chapter 136, Fatso, you ruined my plans. Her tone was firm, yet the slight tremor in her fingertips and the fleeting softness in her eyes betrayed that she wasn't as indifferent as she appeared. Lin Tian couldn't stand her aloofness, and his roguish nature flared up again. He closed in again, trapping her between himself and the table. With a wicked grin, he lowered his head, his hot breath deliberately brushing against her sensitive earlobe. "Xiuqiu, your business is my business. Think you can wash your hands of this? No way. If you don't explain, I'm not budging from here." His posture was both shameless and domineering. Yi Qingqiu's heart skipped a beat at his sudden proximity and breath, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. She pushed against his solid chest. "Get away from me. You filthy rogue." But to Lin Tian, the force of her push felt more like a reluctant invitation. Shame and anger surged within her. This bastard. Always defying all logic. Yet the depths of his eyes now swirled with more than just teasing. There was something else stirring within them, something that made her heart race. Possessiveness? If it weren't for that old man intervening 3 days ago, what grounds would Yi Qingqiu have now to refuse Lin Tian? If not for that old man intervening 3 days ago. But the old man's words echoed in her mind. Yi Qingqiu steeled her resolve once more. Even though she still cared for Lin Tian, no matter what control was exerted, that mission must be completed. Otherwise, Lin Tian might. Lin Tian chuckled darkly, not backing down but instead pressing his advantage. His long arm shot out. He abruptly pulled Yi Qingqiu, who was lost in her own thoughts, into his embrace. Her soft, fragrant body filled his embrace, and that familiar sense sent a wave of desire through him. He tightened his arms around her, resting his chin on the top of her head. His voice carried a touch of exaggerated grievance. Yet beneath it all lay an undeniable longing. "Xiuqiu, stop being so stubborn. Do you know how desperately I've been searching for you? My heart was breaking. Let me go. Who said you could hug me?" Yi Qingqiu struggled half-heartedly in his embrace, her voice losing its usual icy edge, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor and softness. Her words were sharp, but her heart had already melted into a pool of spring water. This bastard. Sweet words came so easily to him, and yet, they were utterly irresistible. She tilted her head back slightly, her gaze unexpectedly meeting Lin Tian's eyes now brimming with playful teasing. Her heart skipped a beat, and the strength in her struggle dissipated almost entirely. Their bodies pressed tightly together, breath mingling, the air thick with palpable tension as the temperature seemed to rise. Lin Tian lowered his head, his nose nearly brushing her smooth forehead. His voice was hushed, carrying a possessive threat tinged with almost playful insistence. "Promise me you won't run away again. If you do, I'll be truly angry." His gaze declared it plainly. "You are mine." Yi Qingqiu felt her cheeks burning as if on fire, her heart pounding like a drum. She turned her head away, her voice thin as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with an unprecedented sweetness and innocence. Who ran? I had important business to attend to." Her voice trailed off almost to silence, her eyes brimming with tears, their usual icy detachment completely gone. Only the chaos of her emotions remained. Watching her utterly bashful expression, Lin Tian felt his dark sense of amusement deeply satisfied. He chuckled wickedly, then suddenly lowered his head. With lightning speed, he planted a light, butterfly-like kiss on her soft lips. Yi Qingqiu recoiled as if struck by lightning, pushing him away and covering her lips. Her phoenix-like eyes widened in shock and indignation. Lin Tian. You bastard. A blaze of shame and fury instantly consumed her entire body.
Yet, the lingering warmth and tingling sensation on her lips sent electric shocks coursing through her limbs, leaving her utterly limp.
That filthy rogue. How dare he? But.
She bit down hard on her lower lip. Deep within her flushed eyes, hidden even from herself, lay a sweet flutter of emotion she refused to acknowledge.
Lin Tian burst into a triumphant laugh. Leaning back lazily against the table, he savored her rare display of embarrassment, teasing her with unabashed bravado. Qingqiu, what are you blushing for? With us being so close, what's wrong with a kiss? His tone implied they were already intimately close. Yi Qingqiu took several deep breaths, struggling to steady her racing heartbeat.
She smoothed her slightly disheveled dress and shot him a fierce glare. She attempted to regain some composure. Stop grinning like that.
Get to the point. Why did you come to Lingcheng instead of staying in Nancheng?
She forced her expression to harden, but the flush on her ears and the lingering glimmer in her eyes betrayed the turmoil within.
Lin Tian dropped his playful expression.
His tone turned serious.
I'm accompanying little Yao to report for duty at the beast battlefield. Since I'm passing through Lingcheng, I made a special trip to see you. You must give me an explanation about the reincarnation city. You are not going.
Yi Qingqiu's eyes darkened slightly at his words. She sighed, her voice carrying an unshakable resolve.
Lin Tian, you don't understand.
The city of reincarnation is a place I must go.
There is something I need.
A complex, indescribable light flickered in her eyes. Lin Tian frowned, about to press for answers.
Brother Lin. Brother Lin.
Yao Pang's anxious voice and the sound of pounding on the door rang out at the worst possible moment.
Sis Yao's here. Right outside. She doesn't look too happy. Hurry out. Lin Tian's mouth twitched violently.
He cursed the fatso under his breath.
You're ruining my plans.
He gave Yi Qingqiu a lone, lingering look, his eyes conveying 1,000 unspoken words: worry, reluctance, possessiveness, and lingering questions. His voice was heavy as he declared, this isn't over. When I return from the beast battlefield, you'll give me a crystal clear explanation.
No more running away. With that domineering declaration, he yanked open the door and strode out.
In the elegant room, Yi Qingqiu was suddenly left alone. She stood rooted to the spot, the flush still lingering on her cheeks. The sensation of that stolen kiss on her lips felt as though it were still burning. Her hand moved instinctively, her fingertips lightly brushing her own lips. Her heart felt like a jar of mixed emotions had been overturned: sweetness, embarrassment, worry, and melancholy all tangled together.
Lin Tian, you bastard. Chapter 137, The Invasion of the Monsters.
Lin Tian pushed open the door to the elegant room, his face etched with the frustration of having his plans interrupted. He cursed inwardly, fat bastard. Why did he have to show up at the worst possible moment?
He was just about to pry Qingqiu's mouth open.
No sooner had he stepped onto East Forest Street than a black figure swept toward him like a gust of wind.
Yao Meier, clad in sleek battle gear, looked as fierce as ever. Yet her phoenix-like eyes now burned with unprecedented urgency. She grabbed Lin Tian's arm with such force it made him feel the urgency. Lin Tian. Hurry. Urgent alliance report: Lingcheng is likely to. Boom.
Yao Meier's words were abruptly cut off by a deafening roar that rent the heavens.
The once bustling and vibrant East Forest Street instantly fell deathly silent, followed by even greater chaos.
The sky was abruptly swallowed by churning, inky clouds.
A vast, monstrous void rift resembling the fang of a colossal beast shattered open above East Forest Street.
Frenzied spiritual energy surged like a burst dam, cascading down with a destructive aura.
Monster invasion. Yao Meier's face paled as she shrieked the warning. Almost the instant her words fell, countless twisted, vicious shadows surged forth from the bottomless rift like erupting volcanic lava. Piercing, shrill screeches coalesced into a symphony of death, while overwhelming killing intent pressed down so heavily it was suffocating. Beasts of every shape and form descended upon the land. Giant serpents coiled midair, their scales gleaming menacingly. Savage wolves crouched on all fours, fangs dripping venom, and bizarre creatures covered in metallic sheen, their crimson eyes flickering. Their shared traits were the burning madness and savagery in their eyes, and the destructive energy radiating from their very beings. Void monsters. How could they appear at the heart of Ling City? Heaven is dooming our spirit city. Run for your lives. Cultivators on the streets were seized by terror, wailing and fleeing in panic as chaos erupted in an instant. The once thriving marketplace was transformed into a bloody inferno in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's pupils contracted sharply as his heart pounded violently. This was 10 times more terrifying than the beast tide in the southern city. The core district of Lingcheng was being torn apart? Little sister reacted with lightning speed, shoving aside a low-tier wolf-like beast lunging at Lin Tian. Her voice carried decisive calm. Lin Tian. The void array disc. Give it to me now. Little sister? You know how to use it?
Lin Tian froze for a moment, but his hands moved without hesitation, instantly retrieving the blue array disc left behind by Lin Bing from his storage ring.
Of course I can. I'm the first column captain.
Yao snatched the array disc, her eyes blazing with intensity as she poured her colossal spiritual energy into it without reservation.
The array disc instantly erupted with a blinding, eerie light as intricate array patterns rapidly formed in the air. Void Slaughter Array Activate. With her command, the space above Donglin Street abruptly twisted and folded. Countless invisible spatial blades materialized out of thin air, weaving themselves into a web of destruction. Dozens of ferocious beasts charging at the forefront?
As if tossed into an invisible meat grinder, they were instantly sliced and torn apart, transforming into a foul-smelling mist of blood filling the sky. This formidable formation stood like a reef, temporarily stemming the peak surge of beasts flooding Donglin Street.
Yet, as far as the eye could see, other areas of the spirit city were already engulfed in towering flames.
The roars of beasts mingled with the furious shouts and agonized screams of cultivators, while flashes of spiritual energy explosions erupted in rapid succession. It felt like the apocalypse had descended. At some point, Yao Pang had scrambled over to Lin Tian's side, his round face deathly pale, his voice shaking uncontrollably.
Tian. What do we do now? There are too many beasts. It's like we've stirred up a hornet's nest.
Lin Tian kicked a flying rat beast attempting a sneak attack, snapping back irritably.
Fat bastard. Mind your own business. Don't be a liability.
Though his words were harsh, a strange excitement surged within him.
What a spectacle.
He thought to himself, though he couldn't earn any emotion points, he could harvest void crystals endlessly. Ever since his last encounter with the Void Slaughter Array, his fascination with void crystals had only deepened. His eyes sharpened as his thoughts flickered, silently activating the seizing character technique. His spiritual energy coalesced into an invisible giant hand, precisely probing into the body of a charging black gold beast and instantly seizing its core. A void crystal the size of a pigeon's egg. A faint surge of spiritual energy emanated from his fingertips as he gave it a gentle squeeze.
Pop!
The ferocious black gold beast didn't even have time to utter a scream before its massive body instantly lost all strength.
Crashing to the ground.
A crystal stone imbued with pure spatial energy fell into Lin Tian's hand.
Awesome!
Lin Tian grinned, his movements fluid and seamless, like the most efficient hunter. The seizing character technique flashed repeatedly, and one after another, the strange beasts fell silently. Void crystals poured into his storage ring like a rushing stream. He efficiently harvested his spoils. He called out to the little sister operating the array disc, "Sis, hold on.
I've got your back."
Beads of sweat glistened on the young girl's forehead as she strained to maintain the slaughter array. Hearing Lin Tian's shout, her heart eased slightly. She thought to herself, this brat may be a rogue, but he's dependable when it counts. Gritting her teeth, she barked, "Cut the banter. Go support the other cultivators.
Save as many as you can." Yet the beasts seemed to come in endless waves, ramming frantically at the array's edges. The pressure on the array disc grew heavier by the second. Its surface began to flicker violently, and tiny cracks started to appear. Yao Meyer's heart sank. This is bad. The array disc can't hold out. Just then, a fiery red figure streaked across the chaotic streets like a blazing meteor. It was Yi Qingqiu. Her sheer red dress fluttered fiercely in the gale, spiritual energy surging around her like flames. A crystalline jade flute rested against her lips. Woo! A piercing flute note, sharp and murderous, erupted suddenly. The sound waves transformed into invisible sword chi, instantly piercing through several black gold beasts lunging at Lin Tian's flank. The ferocious beasts faltered, blood gushing from holes that erupted on their bodies as they howled and flew backward. Her phoenix-like eyes flashed with intensity as she swept a glance at Lin Tian, her voice urgent and icy. "Lin Tian, are you just standing there waiting to die? Get out of here." Lin Tian's grasp seal remained active, crushing another phantom serpent's crystal core. He turned with a cocky grin. "Worried about me? Relax, I'm tough as nails, the Grim Reaper won't take me." Yi Qingqiu was momentarily stunned by his insolence.
The bastard, even now, he still had the nerve to be so cheeky. The three quickly regrouped, forming a small defensive circle with their backs against each other. Little sister struggled to maintain the precarious strangling array, barely holding the situation together. Yi Qingqiu's jade flute danced wildly, unleashing a barrage of sonic blades that sliced through the air. Lin Tian transformed into the most elusive assassin. His efficiency in extracting crystal cores was astonishing. Though they exchanged no words, their coordination was uncannily seamless. "Xiuqiu, little sister. Leave that big one on the left to me." Lin Tian's keen eyes locked onto an exceptionally thick phantom python. A silent, spirit-powered hand extended, precisely seizing the crystal core within its body. With a fierce squeeze. Boom!
The colossal serpent's body erupted like a barrel of gunpowder ignited from within, exploding outward with a thunderous blast. Foul-smelling flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Little sister's eyes widened in shock. Lin Tian. That technique, it's downright unnerving. She had never witnessed such a bizarre and efficient method of killing. Yet the tide of beasts seemed endless. Finally. Snap. A heart-wrenching crack echoed through the air. The void array disc in Yao Meier's hand suddenly extinguished its spiritual glow, its surface now covered in spiderweb like cracks. Oh no! The array disc is collapsing. Little sister cried out in alarm. Chapter 138, Try my grilled abalone. Before she could finish speaking. Boom! The array disc violently shattered. A surge of void energy erupted far more terrifying and chaotic than the earlier cracks. A powerful suction instantly formed, as if a miniature black hole had appeared between the three of them. Ah! Lin Tian. Amidst the cries of alarm, Lin Tian, little sister, and Yi Qingqiu were seized as if by an invisible giant hand. Instantly swallowed by the raging spatial turbulence, their figures vanished into the suddenly appearing void wormhole. Lin Tian felt the world spinning violently, his internal organs shifting out of place. In his final moments of consciousness, only endless curses remained. You old scoundrel, Lin Bing. What kind of junk did you leave behind? This is bull. His consciousness sank like a stone into the deep sea. He had no idea how long passed before the rhythmic sound of waves gently roused him. Lin Tian struggled to open his heavy eyelids. Blinding sunlight was sliced into dappled patches by the dense canopy above, filtering down through the trees. Towering ancient trees and gnarled vines filled his vision, while the air carried the damp scent of earth and the salty tang of sea breeze. What startled him most was how thin the spiritual energy was here, almost non-existent. 10 times thinner than the barren wastelands south of the city. Ugh! Where am I? He rubbed his throbbing temples as he sat up, his shaved head glinting in the sunlight. Not far away. Little sister and Yi Qingqiu also awoke one after another, leaning against thick tree trunks, their faces pale and their breaths weak. Lin Tian scrambled to his feet and rushed over. Little sister, Qiu. How are you? Are you hurt? Yao Mei rubbed her throbbing temple, her phoenix-like eyes flashing with fury. Lin Tian. Look at the mess you've made. If you hadn't insisted on coming to Lingqing to find her, would we have ended up in this godforsaken place? She pointed at Yi Qingqiu, her tone brimming with resentment and the irritation of having narrowly escaped disaster. Yi Qingqiu snorted coldly. Her red dress was splattered with dirt, making her look somewhat bedraggled, yet her gaze remained stubbornly cold and clear. Captain Yao, get your facts straight. Your legs are your own. Did I tie you up and drag you here? If you're going to blame anyone, blame yourself for insisting on following him. She shot back without mercy. Their gazes clashed mid-air, sparks nearly flying, the atmosphere instantly freezing to ice. Lin Tian's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to mediate, his expression suddenly changed as he abruptly activated his cultivation technique. His dantian felt utterly empty. The spiritual energy that had once filled it had vanished without a trace. Damn it! My spiritual energy, it's gone, he cried out in shock. Upon hearing this, little sister and Yi Qingqiu immediately attempted to summon their own spiritual energy. Their expressions simultaneously turned ashen. How could this be? My spiritual energy. I can't sense it either. The three exchanged stunned glances as a heavy chill rose from the depths of their souls. Without spiritual energy, on this completely unknown and perilous land, how were they any different from ordinary people? Lin Tian forced down the storm raging within him, squeezing out a roguish grin in an attempt to lighten the mood. Ahem. It's fine. Spiritual power gone? We still have our fists. Our bodies are still intact. The priority now is figuring out where we are. Survival comes first. His gaze swept over the lush jungle, catching a faint glimpse of azure in the distance. The coast? Let's go check it out. Time slipped away unnoticed. 3 days passed. The trio settled temporarily at the jungle's edge near the beach. Lin Tian chopped down sturdy hardwood to build a simple yet reasonably sturdy wooden hut frame. Little sister was in charge of starting fires and preparing food using the hard shells she found. Yi Qingqiu, drawing on her knowledge, sought out edible wild fruits and roots. Fishing, setting traps for small game, though primitive and arduous, their days were manageable. However, as the pressure of survival eased slightly, another problem that gave Lin Tian even more headaches became increasingly apparent. The war between little sister and Yi Qingqiu, freed from the constraints of spiritual power, seemed to become more down to earth. And more fiercely explosive. On the evening of the 4th day, the setting sun dyed the sea a molten gold, its lingering glow lazily spilling across the soft white sand. Waves lapped gently at the shore, producing a soothing murmur. The crackling bonfire cast flickering light across 3 faces, each lost in their own thoughts. On the grill, seafood emitted an enticing, savory aroma. Lin Tian stood bare-chested, his bronze skin still glistening with droplets of seawater. Leaning against a rough wooden frame he'd carved himself, he idly sanded a wooden spearhead, appearing content. Yet inside, his mind churned like the waves before him.
Little sister crouched beside the fire, the collar of her black, form-fitting outfit undone by 2 buttons for ease of movement. A sliver of delicate collarbone and smooth skin was exposed, and in the flickering firelight, tiny beads of sweat glistened. She turned a string of golden brown abalone over the flames, the plump flesh sizzling and dripping with oil. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze. Her phoenix-like eyes, illuminated by the firelight, held a unique allure, and her voice softened to a sweet, velvety tone.
Lin Tian, care to try my abalone? It's cooked to perfection, crisp on the outside, tender within.
She extended the skewer toward Lin Tian, her wrist giving a seemingly careless little flick.
Plop. A single drop of hot, glossy juice landed precisely on Lin Tian's thigh. Ouch.
Lin Tian flinched at the burn, snapping his head up to meet Yao Meyer's eyes, which sparkled with mischievous amusement. That gaze, like a hook, like a tiny flame, instantly ignited the heat within him.
So juicy, so plump, take a bite and it'll burst with juice, huh?
Her voice trailed off with a teasing nasal twang, her gaze lingering suggestively on Lin Tian's slightly flustered area. Lin Tian's Adam's apple bobbed as he instinctively reached out to catch it.
Oomph.
A cold, clear snort, carrying an icy chill like shards of ice, instantly doused the rising heat within Lin Tian. Yi Qingqiu leaned against a large rock, her fiery red skirt slightly dampened by splashing waves, clinging to her graceful curves. She used a sharpened twig to prod several oysters, their shells slightly pried open.
The milky white flesh trembled within, releasing a rich, briny aroma. Abalone has such a strong fishy taste, what's so good about it?
Yi Qingqiu's crimson lips parted, her tone tinged with disdain, yet her gaze remained fixed on Lin Tian.
Lin Tian, you should try my oysters instead. I've already opened the shells for you, the flesh is so tender it melts in your mouth.
She picked up the largest, plumpest oyster and offered it to Lin Tian's lips with graceful poise.
Her movements were slow, almost ritualistic, the plump oyster flesh trembling slightly, its juices beckoning.
She leaned in slightly, her red lips nearly brushing Lin Tian's ear, her breath warm and fragrant.
Eat it. You gluttonous thing, isn't this your favorite? Lin Tian's mouth twitched violently, his gaze pulled like invisible threads.
His gaze drifted between the plump, juicy abalone on the younger sister's plate and the tender, tempting oysters on Yi Qingqiu's. He felt like the fish on the cutting board, targeted by 2 sharp knives at once.
They all smell pretty good, huh?
He forced a laugh, trying to muddle through.
Oomph.
Little sister was displeased, lifting her chin with a slight chill in her eyes.
He was just about to nod and accept my offer. What gives you the right to butt in?
Yi Qingqiu narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes, her retort as sharp as a blade,
nodding? More like he was scalded by your hot oil and reacted reflexively. How could he refuse? You started it.
Their gazes clashed fiercely in the air, crackling with invisible sparks that seemed to make the bonfire's heat rise a few degrees.
Lin Tian forced a smile, his face tense. How about the 3 of us eat together? Good things are meant to be shared. No way. The 2 women declared in unison, their voices firm and decisive.
Little sister slapped away Lin Tian's hesitant hand with a sharp smack.
Pick one. Whose food you eat is whose side you're on.
Her gaze held an unquestionable demand. Yi Qingqiu offered a cold smile, her red lips curving into a dangerous arc. That's right, Lin Tian.
A man should take responsibility. Don't try to be a fence-sitter.
Lin Tian instantly felt like a salted fish roasting over an open flame. He opened his mouth, only to find the situation 100 times more agonizing than facing a swarm of monstrous beasts. Little sister suddenly shifted closer, her warm body nearly brushing against Lin Tian's arm. Her voice lowered further, tinged with the softness of nostalgia yet laced with a tantalizing implication.
Lin Tian, remember when we were kids? The first time I took you to try abalone? You eagerly licked a big bite, only to get burned so badly you jumped up and down, choking until tears streamed down your face. Wasn't it me who patted your back? As she spoke, her fingers lightly tapped his back twice, as if by accident. Lin Tian felt a tingle run down his spine. I think that might have happened. Yi Qingqiu wasn't about to be outdone.
She moved closer silently, the hem of her red dress brushing against Lin Tian's leg. She blinked those cool, clear eyes, now rippling with a hint of tenderness.
Lin Tian, do you remember the first time you ate oysters? Chapter 139, Eat the oysters I grilled. Who was afraid you'd cut your mouth with your clumsy hands, so they personally peeled the shell for you? Your little face was stuffed full, your eyes sparkling as you said, "This is so delicious. I want to eat it every day from now on, and I'll marry you so you can peel them for me every day." Lin Tian instantly broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a laugh. Really? That happened? Yes. The 2 women chimed in unison once more. After speaking, they shot each other a fierce glare and each gave a cold snort. The air seemed to freeze solid. The younger sister lifted the most perfectly grilled abalone, her phoenix-like eyes flicking a defiant glance at Yi Qingqiu. Then she turned to Lin Tian, her voice sweet enough to drip. "Come on, open wide, let me feed you." She made a move to shove the abalone into his mouth. Lin Tian watched the glossy abalone inches from his lips, his mouth opening just a crack. Yi Qingqiu acted with lightning speed, thrusting the plump, briny oyster in her hand straight toward his mouth. "Don't eat hers. Lin Tian, you love my oysters the most. Hey, hey, hey! Startled, Lin Tian jerked his head away. Slap. Put. Plump abalone meat and tender oyster flesh splattered simultaneously across his cheeks and chin. Scorching juices mingled with the aroma of seafood, trickling down his sharply defined jawline, leaving him utterly disheveled. Put. Little sister couldn't help but giggle at his predicament, shaking with laughter. Qingqiu, are you feeding him or trying to smash him? Look what you've done to our Lin Tian. Yi Qingqiu's face turned frosty. I was feeding him just fine, you're the one who had to get in the way. Serves you right. Lin Tian frantically wiped his face. He sighed helplessly, alright. You two ladies. I'll eat fish. Fish is fine, right? Fish is safe. Fish doesn't take sides. He swiftly snatched a skewer of charred, aromatic sea fish from the fire, shoved it into his mouth, and feigned utter delight. Delicious. Fish is the best. Simple and honest, no tricks. Both women snorted coldly simultaneously, each turning their heads away. The atmosphere by the campfire dropped to freezing temperatures. Later that evening, Lin Tian made an excuse to wash his hands by the sea, though his real intention was to catch his breath. The cool seawater washed over his fingers, slightly calming his agitated heart. As he straightened up, he noticed Yi Qingqiu standing in the shadow of a nearby coconut tree, silently watching him. Moonlight bathed her form, casting a soft silver glow over her crimson dress. In those usually cool, phoenix-like eyes, Lin Tian now saw a tenderness bordering on fragility, a look he had never witnessed before. Lin Tian, she called softly, her voice gentler than the waves. Lin Tian's heart stirred, and he turned to look at her. You. Yi Qingqiu seemed to struggle to speak, her pearly teeth lightly biting her lower lip. The flush beneath the moonlight was particularly alluring. Her voice grew fainter, like a whisper, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor and anticipation. You said you would. Her voice was as light as a sigh, the rest of her words nearly scattered by the sea breeze, sounding more like a question to herself. Oh. What are you two chatting about? So engrossed? Young lovers sharing their hearts under the moonlight? A voice tinged with obvious amusement cut in abruptly. Little sister had approached unnoticed, arms crossed, watching them with leisurely amusement, a triumphant gotcha grin on her face. Oh dear, did I interrupt you too? Little sister. You did this on purpose. Yi Qingqiu instantly snapped out of her tender mood, her pretty face flushing red as she stomped her foot in frustration. The atmosphere they'd been building vanished in an instant. What? Little sister spread her hands innocently. If you can whisper, can't I listen? Or is there something you don't want me to hear? I'm talking about matters between him and me. Yi Qingqiu emphasized, her phoenix eyes blazing with fury. Little sister chuckled softly, her gaze suddenly sharpening. She stepped closer to Yi Qingqiu, her voice lowered to a whisper, yet carrying an earth-shattering intensity. Between you and him? Then do you know what happened between me and him? She paused deliberately, relishing the tension that instantly tightened Yi Qingqiu's features, then whispered each word with crystal clear clarity. Back when we were on a mission outside the southern city walls, we got caught in a blizzard. With only one tent, we huddled together for warmth, holding each other all night long. That feeling, believe it or not. Boom! Those words exploded like thunder in Yi Qingqiu's ears. Hot blood surged to her head, her cheeks flushing crimson as if they might bleed, even the tips of her ears tinged with scarlet. You're talking nonsense. She pointed at Yao Meier, her voice cracking with fury as her entire body trembled. Ask him if it's nonsense. Yao Meier flicked her chin defiantly, her gaze fixed on Lin Tian, who stood frozen like stone beside her, her eyes gleaming with the smug satisfaction of a victor. Lin Tian. He felt like a spirit energy furnace stuffed with gunpowder, its fuse lit ready to explode and spiral skyward any second. Youngest sister. My own sister. Is this how you dig up old grudges? And you slept holding me? Even if it was out of necessity to save my life. But saying it out loud completely changes the nature of it, okay? Back by the campfire, the atmosphere was beyond awkward. It was like solidified volcanic magma, calm on the surface yet seething with destructive energy beneath. Lin Tian felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, every second a torture. Finally unable to bear it, he let out a long sigh to the heavens, shattering the suffocating silence. Listen, ladies, we're stranded on this deserted island with an uncertain future. Could we call a truce for now? Unite against external threats? Ceasefire? The younger sister snorted coldly, firing the first shot. Who else but that honey-tongued charmer, flitting from one to the next, sweet as honey, with a heart as fickle as a dandelion? Yi Qingqiu immediately chimed in, her tone icy cold. Yeah, who knows what kind of flowers and plants are blooming in that guy's heart. He's greedy, always eyeing the pot while eating from the bowl. Just as Lin Tian opened his mouth to defend himself, little sister suddenly slapped her thigh, pointed at herself, and declared with unwavering certainty. I don't care. Starting today, Lin Tian sleeps on my side. She pointed to the side of the wooden hut closest to her bed. I'll lay out a softer straw mat for him that counts as a wooden bed. Yi Qingqiu's eyebrows shot up in anger. You're laying a straw mat? Then I'll pitch him a tent. Lin Tian sleeps on my side. On the soft stuff. She pointed to the spot she cleared out, now covered in thick, dry straw. Then I'll feed him abalone. To boost his stamina. I'll shuck oysters for him. Better nutrition. I'll wash his clothes. I'll scrub his back. I'll accompany him to the beach for baths. Safety first. What did you say? Yi Qingqiu's voice shot up. What? The younger sister didn't back down, her gaze sharp. You're afraid? Or do you think Lin Tian would be embarrassed? You, shameless. Yi Qingqiu's chest heaved with fury. Same to you. Yao Meyer shot back. Lin Tian sat by the campfire, feeling as though his ears were no longer his own. They buzzed and throbbed, hot enough to smoke. He tilted his head back to gaze at the fragmented stars peeking through the treetops, his soul screaming. Heaven above. Did you drag me to this strange world just to make me experience this deserted island edition, 2 women fighting over 1 man hellscape? Come to think of it. Kind of thrilling? The moment that thought surfaced, he felt like he deserved a punch himself. But this tantalizing thrill didn't last 3 seconds. Roar! A low, raspy roar like the grinding of rusted gears, yet carrying a chill of savage fury exploded from deep within the jungle. It instantly drowned out the sound of the waves and the women's quarrel. The roar struck the 3 like a sledgehammer, hammering their hearts. Lin Tian's pupils contracted sharply. He sprang to his feet, snatched the sharpened wooden spear, every muscle taut, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's. He growled low and deep, something's here. A big one. Chapter 140, Stripped Bare. Lin Tian gripped the sharpened, rough wooden spear so tightly his knuckles turned white. His eyes fixed unblinkingly on the depths of the jungle, where thunderous footsteps grew louder and closer. A chill crept up his spine. This thing, it's not right. Definitely not some ordinary beast. He lowered his voice, his throat parched. A warning bell clanged in his mind, his spiritual energy was completely gone. Relying on just these few scraps of wood and bone to face such a monster, what was the difference between that and courting death? Little sister's eyes were as sharp as knives, fixed intently on the darkness. The sharpened wooden stick in her hand was steady as a rock, and her voice was more serious than he'd ever heard it. It's a void beast. That chaotic, vicious aura, identical to those that crawled out of the cracks in Lingchen. But... She paused, her tone growing heavier. This one is stronger. Yi Qingqiu's crimson dress fluttered without wind. She gripped the jade flute across her chest tightly. The faint green glow on the flute, as if sensing danger, flickered more urgently. Her brows knitted tightly. This secret realm should block all spiritual energy. How could a beast exist here? Watch out. It's charging. Her words hadn't even finished echoing. Boom. A row of trees as thick as bowls snapped clean in half like brittle straw. A colossal creature burst from the darkness, trailing a foul stench and spraying splinters of wood. It resembled a giant wolf, yet its frame was several times larger than any ordinary giant wolf. Its entire body was covered in palm-sized, cold iron glinting black scales, and each stomp of its thick legs made the ground tremble. Its monstrous head bore curved fangs like scimitars protruding from its jaws, dripping with viscous saliva. Most terrifying were its eyes blood red, filled with nothing but pure, mindless destruction. A wave of sickening, savage fury instantly engulfed the 3 of them. Roar! A deafening roar. Those blood-red eyes instantly locked onto the 3 tiny figures. Without hesitation, the colossal body crashed forward like a battering ram. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked open and plants were crushed to dust. Run! Lin Tian's pupils contracted sharply. He screamed with every ounce of strength, spinning around and sprinting for his life in the opposite direction of the colossal beast. The instinct to survive overrode everything. Little sister and Yi Qingqiu reacted swiftly, following close behind Lin Tian. The 3 of them shot forward like arrows released from a bow. They raced for their lives through the perilous jungle. Behind them, the earth-shattering roar echoed, accompanied by the thunderous crash of trees snapping clean in 2. Each thunderous stomp of the giant claws felt like a stomp on their own frantic hearts. Lin Tian felt like his lungs were about to burst, his legs heavy as if filled with lead. As he sprinted, he couldn't help cursing, "Damn thing! What the hell did it eat to grow so big? It runs faster than a rabbit." Fury boiled within him. Damn it. My spiritual power's gone, I can't even use the grab spell. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? Are we just going to die? Lin Tian. Conserve your strength. Cut the chatter. Find cover. Little sister's voice came from behind him, heavy with panting. She was clearly nearing her limit too. She ducked sharply, narrowly evading the gale whipped up by the giant claw sweeping in from behind. Yi Qingqiu was drenched in sweat, her red dress torn in several places by thorns, revealing her fair skin. She bit her lip, her heart pounding at the realization. It's locked onto us. No mercy. The 3 of them fled in panic, bursting out of the dense forest, leaping over a rushing stream, and plunging into an even thicker tangle of vines. Yet the black-scaled colossus clung to them like a shadow, refusing to be shaken. Instead of gaining distance, the gap between them was steadily closing. Its heavy footsteps sounded like a death knell, growing ever closer. Lin Tian's heart sank to the bottom.
Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a familiar, pungent, fishy stench filled his nostrils. He froze, instinctively sniffing his own body. It was the mingled scent of grilled fish and the briny sea. A bolt of lightning struck his mind. Little sister. Chio. Lin Tian shouted hoarsely as he sprinted, his voice cracking with emotion. It's the smell. The scent of grilled fish and the sea on us. That beast has a nose sharper than a dog's. It tracked us down by this. Upon hearing this, little sister erupted in fury. Lin Tian. You're just full of hot air. What were you doing earlier? What good does it do to say anything now? Before she could finish, a sudden, fishy wind swept up behind them. Relying on her astonishing combat instincts, she lunged forward, tumbling awkwardly in a circle to narrowly evade the beast's swiping claws. The claw grazed her back, the wind it stirred stinging her skin. Yi Qingqiu was also panting heavily, both furious and anxious. Lin Tian. What kind of plan is this? What do we do now? Are we supposed to stop and take a bath? No choice. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he abruptly halted, spinning to face the terrifying beast closing in. He bellowed, strip. Take off those tainted outer garments. Now. Before he could finish speaking, his hands were already moving swiftly. In a few swift motions, he tore off the tattered grey cloth robe he wore and flung it aside. Instantly, he stood clad only in a pair of equally ragged, hole-ridden coarse cotton breeches, his muscular torso bare. His shaved head gleamed starkly in the moonlight. He roared inwardly, damn it. Screw it. Pride life comes first. Lin Tian. Have you lost your mind? Little sister and Yi Qingqiu screamed almost simultaneously, their eyes wide with disbelief at his seemingly insane actions. Not crazy. Do as I say if you want to live. Otherwise, you'll be its snack. Lin Tian stomped his feet in frustration, simultaneously waving his arms wildly at the approaching beast to grab its attention. Sure enough. The creature's blood-red eyes scanned the nearly naked Lin Tian with confusion, its large nostrils twitching. Seemingly uninterested in the faint scent on him. With a low growl, its massive body whipped around, its blood-red gaze sweeping like a searchlight. Once again, it locked onto the fleeing Yao Mei and Yi Qingqiu. Its speed increased even further. See that? I was right. Hurry up and strip. Lin Tian nearly shouted himself hoarse, though inside, 1,000 curses raced through his mind. That beast's nose was truly sharp. But this method. It was embarrassing. Little sister stared at the mountain-like beast bearing down on her, feeling the scent of death close enough to touch. Her face flushed crimson, her teeth clenched so hard they nearly shattered. Lin Tian. You bastard. I'll never forgive you. Shame and fury raged within her, yet the primal urge to survive overwhelmed everything. She halted abruptly, grabbed the lapels of her black combat suit, and ripped them apart with all her might. Rip! The sturdy fabric ripped apart. In an instant, the younger sister shed the outer garment drenched in sweat and the salty tang of the sea. Beneath, she wore only a matching black, extremely tight-fitting strapless top and shorts, clinging tightly to her fiery, athletic figure. Under the moonlight, her toned waist, long, powerful legs, and full curves were laid bare. Sweat trickled down her skin, radiating a primal, powerful energy. Holy! They're huge! Chapter 141, The Dragon Raises Its Head. How come I never noticed her boobs were this big before? Judging by the size, they must rival Tang Yan's, right? Lin Tian stared wide-eyed. Who could blame him for loving Big E? She shot Lin Tian a fierce glare, her eyes practically devouring him, then planted her feet and sprinted again. Keep staring and I'll gouge your eyes out. Run! The beast lost its most enticing seafood target. Its massive head swiveled, blood-red eyes like searchlights locking onto its final target, Yi Qingqiu. Yi Qingqiu was now a bundle of shame, rage, and fear, her face flushed crimson. Lin Tian. This is all your fault. She ran frantically, feeling the suffocating, fishy stench closing in behind her. A colossal shadow nearly engulfed her. The sharp claws, carrying the chill of death, were almost touching her back. Life and death hung by a thread. Resolve flashed in Yi Qingqiu's eyes. She abruptly halted her steps. Just as the massive claw was about to strike down, she grabbed the straps of her long-torn red dress with both hands. She yanked them downward with all her might. Swish! The vivid red dress slid to the ground like shed butterfly wings. Suddenly, beneath the moonlight, a dazzlingly pale figure emerged. Her upper body was clad only in a pale pink silk belly-bearing top embroidered with subtle floral patterns, barely containing her full breasts. With each rapid breath, they rose and fell dramatically, tracing astonishing curves. Her lower body was clad in matching panties. The sheer fabric revealed the rounded, pert curve of her hips and the long, straight lines of her legs. Drenched in sweat, her skin glistened like pearls in the moonlight, creating a stark contrast between her cool, ethereal aura and the sensuality of the moment. Lin Tian's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his mouth parched. Holy! How did Qiu get this body? Usually she's so covered up you can't tell, but this is absolutely killer. So damn hot. Lin Tian now had a strange thought. He felt like every woman he'd been with started growing inexplicably larger and younger. And what's more,
Yi Qingqiu had swallowed his. Yame caught sight of this scene, and a wave of sour jealousy surged through her heart. She couldn't help but sneer. Oomph. Yi Qingqiu, that belly-bearing top of yours, quite the idea, huh? Pink? Yi Qingqiu was both embarrassed and angry, yet she kept running barefoot across the rough ground. She shot back defiantly, Captain Yao. Your all-black three-piece set how much prettier could it be? It's just the pot calling the kettle black. What's the point of arguing now? Shut up and run. Lin Tian quickly cut off this deadly beauty contest, pointing to a steep cliff faintly visible ahead. That way. There's cover below the cliff. The three of them were practically naked now, caring little about appearances. Barefoot, they sprinted desperately toward the cliff. The pungent scent of grilled seafood had vanished, and the black-scaled beast seemed to lose its clearest target. Its pace visibly slowed as it swiveled its massive head, sniffing left and right, emitting confused yet irritable growls. Still, it stubbornly kept pursuit. Lin Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He thought to himself, this might work. This plan seems to be working. But this scene was way too intense. It's practically like some R-rated survival show on a deserted island. At the base of a cliff, a dark, half-obscured entrance, partially hidden by thick vines, appeared before the three like a lifeline. Get inside. Quick! Lin Tian bellowed, pushing aside the vines first and ducking inside. Little sister and Yi Qingqiu followed closely behind. The three practically scrambled and crawled their way deep into the cave's interior. Huddled in a cold, damp corner, their chests rose and fell like bellows as they gasped for breath. Their hearts nearly leapt out of their throats. Outside the cave, the heavy footsteps of the black-scaled beast halted at the cave entrance. Its massive head lowered, blood-red eyes fixed on the pitch-black entrance. A threatening growl rumbled from its throat, and a foul, fishy stench poured into the cave. Its massive nostrils flared, straining to catch the faint, fading scent in the air. Time seemed to stand still. Dead silence filled the cave, broken only by the three men's stifled breathing and the beast's heavy panting outside. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Tian's shaved head, dripping onto the icy stone floor. Little sister and Yi Qingqiu clutched their arms tightly around themselves, shivering slightly from the cold and fear. How long had it been? Minutes? Or felt like an eternity? The terrifying growls outside grew increasingly impatient. Finally, accompanied by a resounding, ear-splitting roar of frustration, the heavy footsteps slowly faded into the depths of the forest. Huff, huff. Gone, gone? Lin Tian exhaled a long, trembling breath of stale air. His entire body collapsed against the cold cave wall as if it had fallen apart. He wiped the cold sweat and mud from his face. Damn, finally, lost him. Only after the tension snapped did he notice something was off in the cave. By the faint moonlight filtering through the cracks in the vines at the cave entrance, he could make out the situation beside him. The girl huddled to his left, her arms clasped tightly across her chest. Her small black halter top hugged the full curve of her chest, while her firm waist and long legs were exposed in the dim light. Beads of sweat glistened on her skin, along with several fine scratches. Her face was still pale, but her eyes glared fiercely at Lin Tian, burning with shame and fury. Lin Tian. Look at me one more time, and I swear I'll gouge out your eyes and use them as stepping stones. Her voice was low, gritted through clenched teeth, carrying a chill. Inside, she was cursing him to high heaven. This bastard. He's made me look like such a fool. Never felt this humiliated in my entire life. Lin Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation. He thought to himself, it's not like I haven't seen it before I've even grabbed it myself. Why the sudden shyness now? Women. Utterly irrational. Yi Qingqiu pressed close to Lin Tian's right side, her arms wrapped around herself as well. That pale pink silk belly-bearing top looked even more suggestive in the dim light. It accentuated her curves, making one's heart race. Beneath her undergarments, a pair of straight, smooth legs curled up. Her face flushed crimson, even the roots of her ears turning red. Staring at Lin Tian with a mix of shame and anger, her voice trembled slightly. Lin Tian. It's all your stupid idea. You made us, you made us. The rest of the words stuck in her throat. She felt more humiliated than ever before in her life. Especially since this bastard had seen everything. Lin Tian gave a nervous chuckle, his gaze involuntarily sweeping over the two strikingly different yet equally alluring bodies. His throat moved as he stammered, well, that survival comes first, right? Besides. He forced himself to sound utterly sincere, with figures like yours, this skin, what's there to be afraid of? This is, natural beauty. Absolutely stunning. He tried to mask his awkwardness and that uncontrollable appreciation with a swaggering attitude. Lin Tian silently praised in his heart. Seems Qiuqiu still has the edge. Just in terms of skin tone alone, he completely outshone Yao Mei. I suppose little sister spent too much time on the battlefield. Her complexion is still a bit dark. As the old saying goes, fair skin hides 100 flaws. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Moreover, Qiuqiu was naturally beautiful to begin with, and she had taken that divine youth-preserving pill. Her skin now glows like snow, radiant as a celestial beauty. The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more his inner desires flared. Chapter 142, The City of Reincarnation Complete Edition. You filthy scoundrel. How dare you talk back? Little sister was so furious she raised her hand to slap him, but the moment she moved, she quickly pulled back to shield her chest, glaring at him with pure venom. Lin Tian. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't let this slide. Yi Qingqiu was equally mortified and furious. If not for the inappropriate location, she would have lunged at him to bite him. Lin Tian hastily raised his hands in surrender. Fine. I'm sorry. Please spare me, ladies. He quickly changed the subject, surveying the small, cold cave that reeked of earth. But, this cave, it's actually pretty warm? At least it's safer than outside. Should we take a breather? Catch our breath? The cave fell silent. The three of them huddled in a cramped corner, practically pressed against each other. They could clearly feel the warmth radiating from each other's bodies and the still racing heartbeats that hadn't yet calmed down. The air carried the salty tang of sweat and the earthy scent of soil. And there was a faint, almost imperceptible hint of feminine perfume, making the atmosphere sticky and awkward. The youngest sister bit her lip and spoke first, her voice tinged with the exhaustion and lingering fear of someone who'd narrowly escaped disaster. Lin Tian, this place is too unnerving. Spiritual energy is completely suppressed. I can't sense any, yet it hides such terrifying void beasts. Wei. She paused, her gaze complex as she looked at Lin Tian. Just now, thank goodness you were quick-witted. Though embarrassed and angry, she had to admit he was genuinely sharp when it mattered. Yi Qingqiu remained silent for a moment, hugging her knees as her cold eyes glinted with an unusual light in the darkness. She murmured, this place, this bizarre phenomenon where there's no spiritual energy at all, yet void beasts still emerge, it might really be connected to this city of reincarnation. Her voice was soft, yet it carried an indescribable weight and a hint of suppressed excitement. The city of reincarnation? Lin Tian whipped his head around to look at her. In the faint light, he could see the complex emotions in Yi Qingqiu's eyes. Qiu, you're bringing this up again. What the hell is this place? What secret are you hiding? He couldn't help but lean closer, his voice urgent and demanding, his warm breath brushing against her ear and neck. Yi Qingqiu flushed even hotter, flustered by his sudden proximity and pressing questions. She pushed him away forcefully. Don't get so close. It's hot. The secret, we'll talk about it once we get out of here alive. She turned her face away, her mind a chaotic mess. This bastard. Always pushing so hard. But that secret. What good would it do to spill it now? The little sister beside them watched as the two were practically pressed against each other. Hearing Lin Tian's urgent tone, that familiar pang of jealousy welled up inside her again. She deliberately shifted her body, her knee accidentally bumping into Lin Tian, her tone laced with obvious pouting and jealousy. Hey! Lin Tian. You only ask her? Don't you even ask me if I'm scared to death? What are you thinking? Lin Tian. His head felt like it had suddenly swollen to twice its size. He'd barely escaped the monster, and now this deadly battlefield had seamlessly taken its place? He gave a nervous chuckle, glancing left at the flushed and angry Yi Qingqiu, then right at the wronged little sister. Caught between them, he felt 100 times worse than facing that black-scaled colossus, little sister. I'll ask. Of course I'll ask. What do you want? I'm all ears. Just say it. I'm listening. The atmosphere in the cave turned awkward again. Silence hung heavy for a moment. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from narrowly escaping danger, or perhaps it was the faint sense of dependence born in this cramped space. Little sister suddenly leaned her head against Lin Tian's broad shoulder, testing the waters. Her voice was low, soft, and gentle in a way she'd never shown before, almost like she was being playful. Lin Tian, once we get out, you have to buy me new clothes, the finest spirit silkworm silk, and also. Her trailing words murmured like a mosquito's buzz, barely audible. Yet the warmth of her breath and the press of her body against him made Lin Tian's heart leap. Yi Qingqiu saw this and her competitive streak flared up. She bit her lip, silently sulking as she shifted her head to rest against his other shoulder. She muttered softly, I want one too. My red dress, cost a fortune. Lin Tian. His body instantly stiffened, feeling the distinct weight and warmth on each shoulder, along with the faint, elusive scent. The firm, compact feel of the little sister's body contrasted sharply with Yi Qingqiu's soft, warm embrace like ice and fire colliding, making his head buzz. His heartbeat instantly skyrocketed to 108. Only one thought remained in his mind. This blessing torture came way too fast. Who could endure this? And just like that, the three of them actually spent the night in the cave. The next morning, the first pale rays of dawn finally managed to seep through the gaps in the vines. Only after confirming the area was completely safe did the trio cautiously crawl out of the cave. Without spiritual energy to protect them and after a night of turmoil, the trio now looked utterly wretched. Lin Tian stood bare-chested, his tattered shorts torn in several places, barely covering his modesty. His muscular frame was caked in mud and grass clippings. He gave a wry smile, glancing at himself and then at the other two. TSK. The three of us look like savages struck by lightning. Little sister and Yi Qingqiu weren't much better off. They had hastily woven leaf skirts from large, sturdy leaves and flexible vines to cover their private parts. Beneath the leaves, pale skin glistened, adding an awkwardly primitive allure. Both girls still bore traces of lingering blush on their cheeks. Hearing Lin Tian's words, they glared at him in unison, their voices merging into one. "It's all your fault." Lin Tian shrugged helplessly, running a hand over his shiny bald head. He muttered to himself, "Blame me? If I hadn't acted on the spur of the moment, you'd have been that beast's snack by now. But this leaf disguise. Well, it does look kinda cool." After barely managing to tidy up, the three of them were on edge. They cautiously crept forward along the general path the giant beast had taken yesterday. Without spiritual energy, they relied solely on their legs, each step a struggle. After trudging for most of the day and climbing over a low ridge, the scene ahead suddenly opened up. But their hearts sank to the bottom. The forest here had become sparse and withered, a sea of yellow, radiating a deathly aura. And at the edge of their vision, the outline of a massive, ancient, lifeless city sprawled across the land like the skeleton of a colossal beast. Its walls were built of enormous black stones unlike any they'd ever seen, covered in deep brown moss. Dead vines, like the arms of corpses, clung tightly to the walls, as if sucking the last vestiges of life from the city. The towering city gate had long since rotted away, half collapsed, its blackened entrance gaping like the maw of a beast ready to devour. Above the gate, three enormous, bizarre characters, resembling ancient seal script written in blood, had weathered countless years, still radiating a bone-chilling aura. Lin Tian's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks as a chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to his forehead. He whipped his head toward Yi Qingxiu, his voice hoarse. "Qingxiu, this is..." Yi Qingxiu's face drained of color, then flushed with an unusual crimson. Her gaze locked on those three characters as her slender fingers unconsciously tightened around the coarse leaf skirt, knuckles turning white. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes churning with an indescribable mix of emotions. As if she'd finally found her place. And a hint of a resolute determination to throw caution to the wind. "City of Reincarnation." She murmured the words as if in a dream, her voice so faint it seemed the wind could scatter it. "At last. I've found it." Yao Meyer felt a bone-chilling cold wash over her, sending a shiver down her spine. Her brows knitted tightly, her eyes filled with alertness. "This place, it's cursed. The Yin energy is overwhelming. Dead and lifeless, not a trace of living presence. Lin Tian, this feels far too sinister. We should." A frantic alarm rang in her mind, and an overwhelming sense of unease made her want to flee immediately. The three stood at the edge of the withered forest, facing the desolate city across the distance. The air seemed frozen solid, even the sound of the wind echoing through this desolate, deathly quiet place sounded like ghostly wails, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Lin Tian took a deep breath, the musty stench of decaying earth stinging his chest. He forced down the tremors in his heart, his gaze shifting between Yi Qingxiu's excited yet resolute face and Yao Meyer's worried, wary eyes. His voice was low as he asked, "We've come this far. Xiuqiu, little sister, should we go in and take a look?" His eyes held a mix of curiosity and wariness, but more than anything, a sense of fate that had pushed him to this point. The city of reincarnation. Lin Tian suddenly thought of his grandfather, Lin Tianfu. Perhaps, the old man. The thought sent his heart racing. Yi Qingxiu heard this and nodded forcefully, her voice trembling slightly. Yet her resolve was unwavering. "All right. We must go in." The little sister glanced at the two of them, then at the desolate city shrouded in an ominous aura. Finally, she sighed helplessly and shot Lin Tian a fierce glare. "Lin Tian, listen to me. Once we're inside, keep your trouble-making ways in check." Though harsh, her concern was impossible to hide. Lin Tian grinned, flashing a row of white teeth, trying to lighten the deadly tension. "Relax, little sister. I promise to behave. I'll only look at the path, nothing else. And definitely won't go groping around." But his eyes still drifted involuntarily toward the unique leaf skirts of the two beauties. Yi Qingxiu gave a cold snort, refusing to acknowledge him. The three exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, they saw weight, unease, and a hint of helplessness, dragged unwillingly into this cursed place. They stepped forward, crunching through dry grass and fallen leaves, advancing step by step toward the half-collapsed city gate that resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast. At that very moment, a flash of crimson light streaked overhead. Lin Tian clutched his chest in sudden agony. "Ah! My heart! It hurts so much." Then, boom! Lin Tian's body exploded instantly. The instant Lin Tian's body exploded, the entire world detonated in a deafening blast. Everything was gone. The end. Add me on WeChat, MNY66618. More great book recommendations in my moments, Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various other platforms.